The university beauty was willing to join me for a couple of training sessions in exchange for a bottle of water. The gorgeous neighbor, once so proud and untouchable, offered something she'd never have dared before, just to keep her husband from starving. All of this happened due to a sudden climate disaster, where temperatures soared above 60 degrees Celsius, and sunlight became deadly. People were trapped in their homes, stripped of water, food, and hope. Meanwhile, my ex-girlfriend's family had already started seeing me as their emergency food supply. But this time, everything was different. After an absurd rebirth, I was given a second chance and an incredible power. I could now freeze anything and store it in my personal spatial dimension. 6 months before the catastrophe, I began constructing the perfect doomsday shelter. Tons of food, weapons, and resources. I was preparing to become the master of a new world. When the twin sisters next door, weakened by hunger, saw me enjoying a hot meal, they lost the last shred of their pride. Scenes like these became the norm. But this story began long before the chaos. Everything changed the day my girlfriend's family, the people I once considered close, betrayed me in the cruelest way. For the sake of water and food, they killed me. High City. Wei Ming abruptly opened his eyes. He was gasping for air, his entire body drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Shouldn't I be dead? Was it a dream? No, it was definitely not a dream. He had just been murdered by his girlfriend and her family. That gut-wrenching pain was too vivid to be a mere dream. Could it be? He quickly grabbed the phone on the table. The screen lit up, and he saw the date and time. November 3rd, 10:43 a.m. So, it's true. Wei Ming forcibly calmed his turbulent emotions. He had been reborn. Half a year later, the sun would undergo a massive eruption. The sunlight would become unbearably intense, causing global temperatures to soar above 60 degrees Celsius. What's worse, the sunlight would carry mysterious, lethal radiation. Most rivers and lakes would evaporate, and sea levels would drop by several meters. At night, although the deadly sunlight would disappear, corrosive acid rain would fall, capable of dissolving flesh. People would be trapped in their homes. Humanity was on the brink of an apocalypse. Social order would collapse, and people would fight to the death for a bottle of purified water or a piece of bread. Before the apocalypse, Wei Ming had a girlfriend named Zhuo Qingqing. She had moved to High City with her parents and younger brother to make a living. They rented an apartment, which happened to be in the same neighborhood as Wei Ming. Over time, they got to know each other. Although Zhuo Qingqing was just a waitress with a monthly income of about 5,000 yuan, her spending was far from modest. But that wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that she was a brother sympathizer, someone obsessed with helping her younger brother. She even wanted Wei Ming to give up the apartment he inherited from his parents so her brother could use it as a marital home. Wei Ming was a kind and honest man, but the apartment was his inheritance from his parents, who had died in a traffic accident a year earlier. No matter how much he liked her, he couldn't possibly squander his parents' legacy. As a result, Zhuo Qingqing kept stringing him along. She neither broke up with him nor agreed to marry him. Laughably, Wei Ming worked tirelessly to satisfy her vanity. In addition to his regular job, he worked as a food delivery driver after hours and on weekends to earn extra money. Yet, having a girlfriend like Zhuo Qingqing, essentially supporting a family of 4, was draining him. Even with 2 jobs, he couldn't keep up with their demands. Wei Ming seemed bewitched, unable to realize he should have cut his losses. It wasn't until the apocalypse broke out, when Zhuo Qingqing tricked him into opening his door, that he realized the horrifying truth. He was brutally dismembered alive by Zhuo Qingqing and her family of 4. Why did they kill him? Because Wei Ming had a habit of stocking up on bottled water. He always kept 3 or 4 cases at home. Zhuo Qingqing noticed this, and in the apocalypse, clean water became an invaluable resource for survival. To seize it, her family decided to kill him. In reality, if Zhuo Qingqing had simply asked, Wei Ming's kindness wouldn't have allowed him to refuse sharing his water with her family. But Zhuo Qingqing thought Wei Ming staying alive would mean one more mouth to feed. So, she chose the most ruthless option, killing him and taking his home for themselves. 4 ungrateful wolves. I'll make you pay in blood. Wei Ming gritted his teeth, his voice as cold and biting as a winter storm. Having died once, his personality had undergone a drastic change. A simp? Never again. Let someone else play that role. He was out for revenge. Bang! Wei Ming. It's just past 10 a.m., and you're already dozing off? If you don't want to work, write your resignation and leave immediately. A voice barked near Wei Ming's ear. Wei Ming looked up to see a seductive young woman, barely 30 years old, standing by his desk. She had just withdrawn her hand after slamming it on the table. Crossing her arms, her posture accentuated her ample chest. It was Lu Qing, his immediate supervisor and the company's financial manager. She was also considered the company's goddess. Countless men dreamed of her at night. Wei Ming was about to speak but froze. He realized his consciousness was connected to an enormous space. How large was this space? Indescribably vast. As if guided by instinct, Wei Ming slipped his hand into his pocket. With a thought, the mysterious space enveloped his phone. The next second, the phone disappeared from his pocket and floated weightlessly in this bizarre dimension. He had gained a spatial ability. Not only had he been given a second chance at life, but he also possessed a spatial dimension. With half a year left before the apocalypse, how many supplies could he stockpile in this space? Wei Ming. Lu Qing's voice rose sharply, piercing his eardrums. Write your resignation right now. Immediately, do you hear me? With that, she swayed her curvaceous hips as she strode into her private office, drawing envious stares from many men. His colleagues looked at Wei Ming with sympathetic eyes, but none dared to speak. What if Lu Qing overheard them? Nobody wanted to risk getting fired. Wei Ming smirked, stood up, and headed toward Lu Qing's office. A man who had already died once, what could possibly scare him now? Besides, with the apocalypse looming in 6 months, all material wealth would soon lose its value. What would matter then? Clean water and food. Wei Ming had half a year to prepare. By the time the apocalypse arrived, his wealth would be unimaginable. When his colleagues saw him enter Lu Qing's office, they naturally assumed he was going to beg for forgiveness. It made sense, jobs were hard to come by, and this one paid over 8,000 yuan a month, a decent salary. Wei Ming entered Lu Qing's office and shut the door behind him. Finished your resignation letter so quickly? Lu Qing sneered. It was clear that Wei Ming couldn't have written it in such a short time. Wei Ming replied calmly, ever since I joined the company, you've been targeting me. Why? Targeting you? Lu Qing scoffed. You think you're worth my time? If a score of 60 made a woman passable in looks, Lu Qing's beauty was easily an 80. She was stunning, with an hourglass figure and a full, enticing bust. Her body alone could score a 90. Who would have thought such a gorgeous woman was a thief? Unbothered, Wei Ming casually pulled a chair and sat down, leisurely observing her. She was indeed captivating, no wonder every man in the company fantasized about her. In his previous life, Wei Ming had been too honest. He hadn't even dared to sneak a glance at this extraordinary beauty. Now, he acted on his whims, reveling in a newfound sense of liberation. To hell with living by the rules. Never again. Sensing his invasive gaze, Lu Qing crossed her arms over her chest and frowned. You've been slacking off during work hours repeatedly. I'm firing you according to company policy. What's unfair about that? Wei Ming smirked. Tell me why, and I'll write the resignation letter right away. A voluntary resignation would mean no severance pay, unlike being terminated. Are you sure? Lu Qing raised an eyebrow, surprised but pleased. After all, Wei Ming's negligence at work wasn't enough grounds for termination. Forcing him out could lead to legal complications. But if he resigned voluntarily, it would save her trouble. Yes, Wei Ming nodded. You can even record me saying it. Lu Qing, ever cautious, pulled out her phone and recorded Wei Ming repeating his promise. Satisfied, she said, because you look like my ex-boyfriend. What the hell? So that's why she's been making my life miserable? Wei Ming had always assumed he'd offended her somehow. He never imagined the real reason was that he resembled her ex. Her ex must have been a scumbag, and now she was taking it out on me? How unjust. Fine. Now I can toy with you without a shred of guilt. Pen and paper, Wei Ming said as he leaned over her desk, casually starting his resignation letter. As he wrote, he remarked nonchalantly, You've been married to Su Jian for 3 years, haven't you? Lu Qing froze as if struck by lightning, her expression instantly changing. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Qing tried to maintain her composure. Wei Ming chuckled. I even accurately pointed out that you've been married for 3 years. Denying it now is just pointless. Lu Qing's heart was in turmoil. After a long moment, she managed to steady herself and said, You don't have to resign anymore. I promise I won't target you again. Wei Ming burst into laughter. A man of his word never goes back on what he says. I said I'd resign, and I will. Even if Lu Qing didn't fire him, he had no intention of staying. The apocalypse was only 6 months away, and he had far too many things to prepare for. Of course, there was no rush, at least not for another hour or two. Maybe 4 or 5 hours, tops. Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Then what do you want? Wei Ming pointed at Lu Qing. Dream on. Keep dreaming, you delusional fool. Lu Qing immediately rejected him without hesitation, her tone sharp and merciless. You, a pathetic toad, dare to dream of eating swan meat? Have you even looked in the mirror to see what kind of loser you are, thinking you could have a chance with me? Her face was filled with disdain and disgust. Wei Ming, however, remained unfazed. He stood up, pulled the curtains closed, and locked the door. Lu Qing started to panic. Wei Ming, this is an office. Don't you dare do anything reckless. If I scream, the people outside will hear me immediately. Wei Ming replied casually. So, you're not afraid of me exposing how you and Su Jian embezzled 30 million yuan from the company? Lu Qing froze as if she had been struck by lightning, her entire body stiffening. Wei Ming sighed inwardly. Lu Qing was the company's financial manager, while Su Jian was in charge of procurement. By all accounts, if the two were married, the company would have required one of them to transfer to a different position. So, the two had hidden their marriage from everyone. Meanwhile, Su Jian had been inflating procurement prices. After all, his wife was the one approving the payments. Over 3 years, they had pocketed 30 million yuan together. In his past life, the truth had only come out more than 5 months later. Lu Qing was arrested by the police right at the office, and it wasn't until days later that everyone learned the full story. How do you know about this? Lu Qing stammered, swallowing hard. Her voice was hoarse. Of course, Wei Ming wouldn't tell her he had returned from the future. This would become public knowledge in just over 5 months. Instead, he gave a cryptic smile and said, "There's no such thing as a perfect crime." Director Lu, embezzling 30 million yuan from the company. How many years do you think that carries in prison? Lu Qing immediately collapsed into her chair, breathing heavily, her gaze unfocused. Hearing Wei Ming mention her hidden marriage with Su Jian and the figure of 30 million yuan, Lu Qing assumed that Wei Ming had concrete evidence. She had no idea he only had surface-level knowledge and wasn't aware of the exact methods they had used. Wei Ming wasn't in a hurry. He simply sat there, waiting patiently. After a few minutes, Lu Qing finally composed herself. How much money do you want? Wei Ming shrugged. I don't want money. It wasn't that he didn't like money. On the contrary, he would need a lot of money in the next 6 months to stockpile supplies and build a safe house. But could he afford to take their money? That money was stolen. In just over 5 months, the truth would come to light. If Wei Ming took their money, he would naturally be implicated and end up in jail too. And when the apocalypse arrived, would he just sit and wait to die in prison? This money was untouchable. Lu Qing frowned, recalling Wei Ming's earlier words. You're blackmailing me. That's illegal. Wei Ming burst into laughter. Since when is a one-night stand illegal? Lu Qing felt utterly defeated. She wasn't a traditional woman, but before marrying Su Jian, she had only had 2 boyfriends. Even during work social events, she had always kept herself guarded, never allowing anyone to take advantage of her. Sleeping with someone? That was absolutely out of the question. And now, Wei Ming, someone she despised and looked down upon, was making such demands. But what choice did she have? If she didn't agree, the embezzlement would be exposed. What to do? How to persuade him? After a moment's hesitation, she said, "Let me think about it." Of course, this was just an excuse. She wanted to discuss countermeasures with Su Jian, how they could silence Wei Ming. Wei Ming shook his head. Do you think I'm an idiot? He tapped the desk. I'll give you 1 minute to decide, should I leave or stay? It's up to you. With that, he pulled out his phone and started a stopwatch. The ticking seconds seemed deafening in the otherwise silent room. This was, of course, only Lu Qing's perception. Wei Ming, by contrast, was calm and relaxed, even crossing one leg over the other as he leaned back comfortably. 30 seconds passed quickly, and Lu Qing was visibly flustered. Her chest rose and fell with her labored breathing. Wei Ming nearly whistled. He deeply regretted how honest and reserved he had been in his previous life. Letting loose and living freely, this was the way to enjoy life. Damn, do I have a villain streak in me? Wei Ming mused, surprised by his own thoughts. At the 50-second mark, Lu Qing finally spoke. I'll book a hotel room. You go ahead first. I'll need to come up with an excuse to leave the office. Ha!
Another stalling tactic? Wei Ming shook his head. No, right here. What?
Lu Qing almost screamed but caught herself just in time.
She lowered her voice and hissed, Are you insane? This is the office, my office. People could come in at any moment. Wei Ming shrugged.
I closed the curtains and locked the door.
As long as you keep quiet, there won't be a problem.
Seeing her wide-eyed stare, he stood up.
If you're unwilling, that's fine. I don't like forcing people. Don't like forcing people? You might as well have put a gun to my head.
Lu Qing bit her lip, looking pitiful and helpless. But Wei Ming felt no sympathy. This woman had been utterly despicable, constantly abusing her power to make his life miserable, nitpicking over trivial things, and treating him with disdain and contempt.
And had he ever wronged her?
No, her hatred stemmed purely from the fact that he resembled her ex-boyfriend.
Now that he held leverage over her, she suddenly played the victim, hoping for his mercy?
Everyone must face the consequences of their actions. Wei Ming turned to leave.
Wait!
Lu Qing called out in a trembling voice. She gripped the hem of her sweater and hesitated before lifting it slightly.
I agree. I'll do it.
Wei Ming sat back down and played some music on his phone.
Let's have some music to set the mood. What am I, a karaoke hostess?
Lu Qing nearly exploded with anger again, but with her secret in Wei Ming's hands, she had no choice but to comply.
Otherwise, jail awaited her.
Resigned, she swayed to the rhythm of the music, slowly lifting her sweater inch by inch.
Wei Ming watched, amused.
Suddenly, there was a loud knock at the door, startling them both.
Director Lu, there's a document that needs your signature, a female voice called from outside.
Lu Qing immediately felt as though she had been rescued. She quickly pulled her sweater back down.
Wei Ming, unbothered, chuckled as he went to open the door.
Standing outside was their co-worker, Xiaoli, looking curiously at the scene.
Xiaoli's face was full of curiosity. A locked door, closed windows, what were those two doing in there?
Moreover, she noticed a hint of panic on Lu Qing's face, which only made her more curious. Leaning against the door, Wei Ming didn't leave, and Lu Qing didn't dare to force him out.
Instead, she turned to Xiaoli and asked, Where's the document?
Xiaoli hurriedly handed it over. Lu Qing glanced at it briefly and signed her name. After signing the document, Lu Qing quickly dismissed Xiaoli. However, a part of her secretly hoped that the interruption would deter Wei Ming from doing anything rash in the office. Even though Xiaoli had countless questions in her mind, she could only leave reluctantly, taking her time to walk away. You can't keep acting recklessly, Wei Ming, Lu Qing warned him immediately.
Wei Ming smiled and said, I'll wait for you in the underground parking lot.
You'd better show up within 10 minutes.
Otherwise, he waved his phone, I'll call Mr. Kong.
Mr. Kong was the company's general manager. Of course, Wei Ming didn't have his number, this was just a bluff to scare Lu Qing.
Lu Qing didn't dare to take the gamble.
Her last shred of hope dissipated, and she could only bite her lip and nod. Wei Ming left his resignation letter behind, with only 4 simple words, I quit. He had nothing to pack, so he went straight to the underground parking lot and waited by an Audi. On the way there, Wei Ming kept experimenting with his newfound superpower. Of course, the parking lot had surveillance cameras, so he didn't dare to test it too conspicuously. Placing his hand on the Audi, he focused his thoughts. The invisible space enveloped the car, and with another thought, he could have stored the entire car into the dimensional space.
Could he store something even bigger?
Wei Ming placed his hand on a pillar, activating the spatial ability. However, it failed to encapsulate the column because it was part of the building.
How could he possibly store an entire structure from the inside?
Nevertheless, Wei Ming soon discovered a second application of his spatial power.
He could open a portal around himself. Invisible and intangible, only he could sense it. This portal connected directly to the dimensional space. Let's call it the gate of space. What would happen if someone walked into this gate and entered the dimensional space?
Wei Ming certainly wasn't going to test it on himself. Maybe he'd buy a fish or some crayfish later for experimentation. There was no rush.
He began planning his next steps.
First, he needed to make money to build a secure safe house, something incredibly sturdy and with excellent insulation. Then he needed supplies, with food and water being the most critical. Beyond that, he'd want clothing, computers, a movie library, and a game library.
But where would the money come from? A lottery ticket?
Unfortunately, he'd never played the lottery before.
Even after being reborn, he couldn't remember any winning numbers. And even if he did, what if the numbers turned out differently this time? Wait. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Wei Ming. Today was November 3rd, and tomorrow, the World Cup would begin in the Middle East. While he wasn't an avid football fan, he had watched all the group stage matches in his previous life and remembered the scores clearly. He could bet on football. Would the mysterious forces of the East somehow influence match results in the Middle East? Moreover, regular lottery betting didn't attract many participants. Even hitting the jackpot might only yield a few million yuan. But during the World Cup, the betting pool for football matches would swell dramatically. If he bet on 100 tickets, it was very likely he could win hundreds of millions. It was worth a try. After all, 100 tickets would only cost 200 yuan. Just then, he heard the sound of high heels clicking. Wei Ming looked toward the elevator entrance and saw Lu Qing walking over, swaying her curvaceous hips and slender waist. TSK, her figure really was stunning, perhaps not much worse than Zhuo Qingqing's? But what about after the apocalypse? Once he had countless supplies, wouldn't any woman he desired be his for the asking? Wei Ming, I'm begging you. I'll give you 5 million yuan.
With that money, you can keep young and beautiful girls as mistresses, Lu Qing pleaded, making one last effort.
Too bad, I can't take your money. Besides, I already have a way to make money, and in 6 months, what use will money be? It wouldn't even make good toilet paper.
Wei Ming studied the beauty in front of him like a predator observing its prey. Arrogant and domineering in the past, Lu Qing had bossed him around and nitpicked over trivial matters. Wei Ming had fantasized about getting back at her more than once. Now, the opportunity had presented itself. How could he let it slip? Lu Qing cursed him inwardly, but there was nothing she could do. She reluctantly opened the car door and got into the back seat. Some time later, Wei Ming left the company in high spirits. He didn't bother pestering Lu Qing further, it wasn't necessary. She had already taken one step back, and stepping back once meant she'd retreat 100, even 1,000 steps. In the future, he could simply call on her directly. He could even bring her into his safe house after the apocalypse and do whatever he pleased with her. However, bringing Lu Qing into his safe house would be challenging. Unless he was absolutely certain, Wei Ming wouldn't risk compromising his future. For now, he decided not to waste any more time on her. What he needed most was to fully understand the capabilities of the dimensional space. On his way home, he stopped by a market to buy some live fish and 2 kilograms of crayfish. Not for eating, but for experimentation. Back home, he locked the door. He was alone. The experiments began. The process was tedious, but Wei Ming remained focused and showed no impatience. At noon, he ordered takeout, then continued his research in the afternoon. By evening, he had gained a preliminary understanding. If he wanted to store an object by enveloping it in the dimensional space, he had to first completely encapsulate it. How big could the object be? Enveloping the entire planet was obviously impossible. However, Wei Ming believed it would be no problem to envelop all of China, and the process would take just 1 or 2 seconds. The problem was the concept of encapsulation. He couldn't isolate a single country within the planet, and thus, couldn't store it. Similarly, he couldn't store an entire building unless he removed its foundation. As long as the object was an independent entity, it could be stored. Additionally, he had to use his right hand to make contact. Other parts of his body wouldn't work. Furthermore, living creatures could also be stored. He could touch a living being, envelop it in the dimensional space, and store it. Alternatively, he could open the gate of space and let the creature walk in, or he could push or throw it inside. However, the gate of space was only 3 by 3 meters in size. Anything larger couldn't be stored. That said, living creatures could only survive inside the space for a maximum of 1 minute. Wei Ming could use his consciousness to observe everything within the space and manipulate objects inside. For instance, if he stored a table, he could easily disassemble it, even smash it to pieces, with no effort. Retrieving items was just as simple, a mere thought. Finally, gritting his teeth, Wei Ming pressed his right hand against his chest and stored himself in the dimensional space. He had to figure out if this could save his life in critical moments. His vision went dark, and he found himself in another space. It was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. However, his consciousness enveloped the entire space, as though he were a god within it, omniscient and omnipotent. The next moment, Wei Ming reappeared in his home, gasping for air. Wei Ming entered the dimensional space again. This time, he didn't rush to leave. Why couldn't living creatures survive here for more than 1 minute? He examined himself and was astonished to find that his consciousness allowed him to observe his body internally, down to the cellular level. The state of his muscles, the activity of his organs, everything was instantly reflected in his mind. He even felt capable of performing surgery on himself. Of course, that wasn't the point. The key discovery was that his blood had stopped circulating, and his heart had stopped beating. It was as though time had frozen. Or rather, there was no concept of time within the dimensional space. Was this why living beings couldn't survive here for more than a minute? It didn't seem entirely accurate. Wei Ming brought another crayfish into the space, but this time, he left himself in his room, observing the crayfish through his consciousness. While he felt like a god within the dimensional space, he wasn't about to gamble with his life. If he were to drop dead after 60 seconds, wouldn't that be absurdly tragic? 58 seconds. 59. 60. Wei Ming didn't notice any changes in the crayfish. There was no passage of time here, so nothing could occur. Whether it was in the space for 1 second or a billion years, it made no difference. However, when he retrieved the crayfish, he found it dead. At 59 seconds, it was still lively and jumping around. At 60 seconds, it was lifeless. Curious. Wei Ming decided not to dwell on this too much. As long as he knew the limitation, that was enough. He resolved never to stay in the dimensional space for a full minute himself. The use of the gate of space proved particularly interesting. While the maximum size was 3 by 3 meters, the gate would stop expanding if it encountered an obstacle. It could be placed up to 5 meters away from Wei Ming and could even open through walls, even several walls. To test further, Wei Ming stored a cup of hot water and a leftover popsicle from his freezer. After several hours, he retrieved them. The water was still boiling hot, and the popsicle remained frozen solid. This further confirmed that there was no passage of time within the dimensional space. Wei Ming couldn't help but smile. Perfect. Now, it was time to make plans. He had confirmed that objects stored in the dimensional space would retain their properties. Boiling water would remain boiling, and frozen items would stay frozen. So, what if he prepared a large supply of ice? When the apocalypse struck, ice wouldn't just help with cooling, it could also provide drinking water and water for cleaning as it melted. At the onset of the apocalypse, power systems wouldn't immediately collapse, but temperatures would soar to 60 degrees Celsius. Most air conditioners wouldn't function in such extreme heat. Even at night, when temperatures dropped to the 40s, air conditioners might work, but indoor temperatures would still hover above 35 degrees Celsius, unbearably hot, though not deadly. But what if he built a super-insulated shelter and used ice to cool it? How did ancient emperors beat the summer heat? They stored ice collected in winter and placed it inside hollow copper columns to cool their palaces. It was essentially an ancient air conditioning system, and it didn't blow cold air directly, avoiding joint problems. So, his next steps were clear: build an insulated safe house and stockpile ice. He didn't know how many years the apocalypse would last, so he had to prepare for the long haul. The more ice, the better. An idea suddenly lit up Wei Ming's eyes. Why not aim big and harvest the polar ice caps? Both poles were covered in snow and ice, effectively forming a single massive entity. This meant that if he reached any part of the ice sheet and made contact, he could theoretically store the entire glacier. In reality, most of the planet's ice was concentrated in Antarctica. If time permitted, he'd harvest the ice from both poles. If not, he'd focus on Antarctica. After hastily eating dinner, Wei Ming dashed out. Where to? To buy football lottery tickets. There were plenty of lottery shops scattered across the city, and Wei Ming quickly found one. For this year's World Cup group stage, only 14 matches were available for betting. Relying on his memory, he selected the outcomes for all 14 games and bought 99 tickets, the maximum allowed. The total prize pool for first place was 45% of the lottery's funds, with a single ticket's maximum payout capped at 5 million yuan. If enough people participated, Wei Ming estimated he could rake in nearly 500 million yuan. Of course, Wei Ming wasn't that greedy. He just needed enough money to build and modify his safe house. What about food? Since he planned to visit the poles to collect ice, he might as well swing by North and South America for some free shopping to stock up on supplies. Grabbing some firearms along the way wouldn't hurt either. Still, traveling to the Americas would require caution. Getting shot wouldn't exactly be fun. But if he did get shot, could the dimensional space heal him? That was easy enough to test. He used a crayfish again, first pulling off one of its legs. Then, he placed it in the dimensional space. With a thought, he retrieved the crayfish and its leg was reattached, good as new, moving as if nothing had happened. This meant that as long as Wei Ming wasn't instantly killed, he could use the dimensional space to heal himself instantly and completely. Great, that solved the safety issue. Wei Ming headed to an empty construction site to practice using the gate of space.
Although the gate couldn't actively pull enemies inside, it could trap them if they stepped into it. Moreover, with quick enough reflexes, Wei Ming could even intercept bullets.
His goal was to speed up the opening and closing of the gate. He also devised a new weapon.
He threw a rock into the dimensional space.
Since objects retained their state, the rock's momentum was preserved. When he needed it, he could open the gate and release the rock.
The sudden appearance of a high-velocity rock could easily injure someone.
Then, Wei Ming refined his idea.
Couldn't he position the gate of space 5 meters above him, drop the rocks to accelerate them, then recapture them 5 meters below?
This would increase their velocity by adding 10 meters of free fall.
What if he repeated this process? While air resistance would prevent the objects from reaching bullet speed, they'd still be far deadlier than a professional athlete's shot put.
In addition to rocks, Wei Ming used rebar as makeshift javelins, sharpening their tips for maximum lethality.
He trained until midnight. Exhausted, he finally went home and collapsed into bed.
At around 4 a.m., Wei Ming woke up drenched in sweat. He had dreamed of being tortured by Zhuo Qingqing and her family. His rage nearly boiled over, but he forced himself to calm down.
It wasn't time for revenge yet.
6 months, it was only 6 months. Wei Ming fell back asleep and woke up at 7 a.m., his biological clock nudging him awake. Normally, he'd get ready for work, but then he remembered he'd quit yesterday.
Why bother? He slept in. When he woke again, it was past 10 a.m.
He lounged in bed for a bit longer before ordering takeout, combining breakfast and lunch into one meal. He continued practicing with the gate of space. By evening, he could open the gate to any desired position within 0.1 seconds and instantly store himself in the dimensional space to evade attacks.
Practice made perfect. Wei Ming started feeling bored.
Building the safe house and harvesting polar ice couldn't begin until he had money. The 14 matches he bet on wouldn't conclude for another 4 days. Until then, he could only wait. Or could he? Wei Ming picked up his phone and sent a message via WeChat, 8 p.m. at the Jinluan Hotel.
Don't be late. Then he left home. Somewhere in the city. Lu Qing was having dinner with her husband when she saw a WeChat notification pop up.
When she saw the sender's name, her face paled. Seizing a moment when her husband wasn't paying attention, she replied, "Don't push your luck. Your choice.
Face the consequences if you don't come."
Lu Qing frowned deeply before telling Su Jian, "Honey, Huan got drunk again.
I need to go check on her." Huan was her close friend, notorious for getting drunk and calling Lu Qing for help. Su Jian, used to this, didn't suspect a thing. "Want me to come with you?" he asked. No. Lu Qing waved him off, grabbed her car keys, and left. Wei Ming arrived at the Jinluan Hotel. He chose it for its proximity to his home, allowing him to walk there.
After booking a room, he sent Lu Qing the room number and waited leisurely.
Lu Qing not showing up? Impossible.
Once someone crossed their bottom line, they'd inevitably keep retreating. The moment Lu Qing entered the parking lot yesterday, she had already surrendered control to Wei Ming.
Smiling, Wei Ming retrieved several pairs of stockings from the dimensional space and laid them on the bed.
Tonight, he'd make Lu Qing wear them one by one just so he could rip them apart. At 7:57 p.m., there was a soft knock at the door.
Wei Ming peeked through the peephole.
Standing outside was none other than Lu Qing. He chuckled to himself.
Wei Ming was very cautious, first confirming that Lu Qing hadn't brought anyone with her. Of course, Lu Qing wouldn't dare bring anyone. What would be the point? Did she want the matter of the 30 million yuan theft to become more widely known?
Still, there was no harm in being careful. Once he confirmed Lu Qing was alone, Wei Ming finally opened the door and let her in. As Lu Qing walked in, she said, "You can't keep harassing me over and over.
You need to promise me that this will be the last time. Otherwise, go ahead and call the police."
Wei Ming smiled slightly and pulled out his phone, showing her the itinerary he had booked on Haizhu Travel. Lu Qing froze in shock.
"You're going to Antarctica?"
She was genuinely baffled.
A trip to Antarctica wasn't cheap.
Wei Ming's booking, which included landings on the continent, cost over 180,000 yuan and would take at least 2 months.
So, has he gone crazy? Wei Ming replied, "That's right. Before I leave for Antarctica, you'll need to be at my beck and call. After that, I won't bother you anymore. Lu Qing hesitated for only a moment before agreeing. You have to promise. I promise, Wei Ming said casually, though he sneered inwardly. This woman had tormented him for 3 years and trampled on his dignity during that time. How could he let her off so easily? Go and put those on. He pointed at the stockings. Lu Qing cursed him silently, but her sunk cost was already too high. Just by coming here, she had shown her intent to placate Wei Ming. There was no way she could back out over something so minor. Wei Ming watched her change into the stockings. Yesterday, the lighting in the car had been too dim to properly appreciate her. Curves in all the right places. Her figure was stunning. As he admired her, he chuckled and said, "You know there are plenty of guys at the office fantasizing about you, right?" "Of course I know," Lu Qing replied with a smug, disdainful smile. Pathetic toads dreaming of eating swan meat. She abruptly paused, her face flushing red. Wasn't Wei Ming the toad in her eyes? And now, here he was, playing with her. Wei Ming burst out laughing. "How did you get your position, anyway? Did you sleep your way up?" Lu Qing glared at him furiously. "I'm not some prostitute. I'd never stoop so low as to sell myself for a promotion. I graduated from the best university in High City, and my professional abilities speak for themselves." "Oh, is that so? Yet you and your husband managed to embezzle 30 million yuan from the company and kept it under wraps for years. I wonder how the company eventually found out." Wei Ming grinned as he admired this proud and voluptuous beauty. "Guess I got lucky then. If I told everyone at the office that I'd slept with the untouchable company goddess, how jealous do you think they'd be? Some of the guys have even joked about pinning you down one day, saying it'd be worth the 3 to 5 years in prison. Too bad they didn't have the guts," he added with a smirk. The next day, Wei Ming slept in until 10 a.m. He got up, enjoyed a leisurely buffet breakfast at the hotel, and strolled home. Having stayed up all night, he was surprised at how energetic he still felt. Was his physical condition always this good? Absolutely not. So, his rebirth had even enhanced his physical abilities? That was great news. Out of curiosity, Wei Ming visited a gym and underwent a fitness assessment. The results shocked the trainer. She claimed that his physical capabilities, explosive power and endurance, were at the peak of human potential. But Wei Ming's prior lifestyle had been anything but active. His 9-to-5 job, followed by part-time delivery work, kept him sitting most of the time. He had never had the chance to exercise regularly. This had to be a perk of being reborn. Well, it makes sense. I'm essentially a superhuman now, an evolved being. Reaching peak physical condition is only natural. While the trainer was impressed, she had no reason to persuade him to sign up for a membership. Instead, she asked if he was interested in working as a coach. Wei Ming politely declined. Back home, Wei Ming continued practicing with the gate of space and even came up with some new weapons. That evening, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Wei Ming's lips curled into a cold, murderous smile. It was Zhuo Qingqing. The moment he answered, Zhuo Qingqing's angry voice came through. "Wei Ming. You didn't call or message me yesterday, and today is the same. Are you trying to break up with me? Let me tell you, plenty of guys are lining up to date me. If you don't cherish me, someone else will." She paused before adding, "One of my coworkers bought a gorgeous bag today. It's only 20,000 yuan. If you buy me one, I might consider forgiving you." "Ha! Keep dreaming." Wei Ming snorted. "Fine. Let's break up." He hung up without hesitation. With half a year until the apocalypse, he had plenty of time to slowly deal with this woman and her despicable family. On the other end of the line, Zhuo Qingqing stared at her phone in disbelief. Wei Ming had hung up on her? How dare he? And he had even agreed to break up? Zhuo Qingqing couldn't wrap her head around it. In the past, every time she mentioned breaking up, Wei Ming would bend over backward to appease her, except for giving her brother his apartment as a marital home. But today, she hadn't even pushed the matter, and he had agreed so easily? Was he out of his mind? No. This must be his way of trying to make her anxious and regain the upper hand. She wasn't going to fall for it. She was confident that Wei Ming would come crawling back within days, wagging his tail like the simpering dog he was. That night, Wei Ming didn't bother contacting Lu Qing. Although his physical abilities were astonishing, he knew better than to overindulge. Lust could be as sharp as a knife, draining both body and soul. He decided to let Lu Qing rest for a day and pick things back up tomorrow. A new day arrived. The 4 World Cup matches played last night had yielded shocking upsets, ruining countless bets and sending gamblers to rooftops. But Wei Ming remained calm and composed, knowing the results exactly as they had happened. In just 2 more match days, he'd be able to claim his winnings. That evening, Wei Ming messaged Lu Qing again. "See you at the usual spot." Because Wei Ming had promised to leave her alone after his trip to Antarctica, Lu Qing was doing her best to cooperate, fearing he might change his mind and refuse to let her off the hook. She immediately replied, "On my way." Sure enough, she arrived at the hotel before 8 p.m. The next day, Wei Ming slept in again until 10 a.m. Whether Lu Qing managed to catch up on her sleep was, of course, none of his concern. After having a buffet breakfast at the hotel, Wei Ming headed home. Just as he was about to enter his apartment, the door of the neighboring unit opened. Out walked a stunningly beautiful woman, elegantly dressed. Her looks were on par with Lu Qing's, though her figure was slightly less impressive, only a C-cup. However, she was about 5 centimeters taller than Lu Qing, standing nearly 170 centimeters tall without heels, with long legs that were undeniably eye-catching. This woman was Mi Xiaolu, a newlywed of fewer than 3 months. However, she had clashed with Wei Ming no fewer than 20 times. Strictly speaking, it wasn't so much a clash as it was her repeatedly humiliating him. Why? Because one day, she saw Wei Ming wearing a food delivery uniform, realizing he worked part-time as a delivery driver. Ever since then, she had relentlessly mocked him whenever they crossed paths, even demanding that Wei Ming sell his apartment and move out. Her reasoning? A low-quality, low-class person like him living there would lower property values. Was that even something a decent person would say? In his previous life, Wei Ming had been not only honest but also conflict-averse. When she hurled insults at him, he would simply retreat to his apartment, ignore her remarks, and carry on with his delivery work. But Mi Xiaolu only escalated her behavior. Every time she saw Wei Ming, her sharp tongue spewed increasingly cruel comments. Wei Ming sometimes wondered how someone so beautiful could have such a vicious mouth. Sure enough, when Mi Xiaolu saw him, her expression immediately turned disdainful. She frowned and said, "Why haven't you moved out yet?" In his past life, Wei Ming would have silently unlocked his door and ignored her. But now, after being reborn, his personality had undergone a complete transformation. The submissive, easily bullied Wei Ming was long gone. He stared brazenly at Mi Xiaolu's attractive face and said calmly, "This is my home. Why should I move? A filthy delivery driver like you belongs in the slums. Living here drags down the caliber of the other residents and lowers property values," Mi Xiaolu sneered. She even pulled a mask out of her handbag and put it on, as if she were worried Wei Ming carried some kind of foul odor. This was outright humiliation. Wei Ming smirked. "I live here, and I have no plans to move. If you find that unacceptable, maybe you should move. You lowlife delivery driver, how dare you talk to me like that?" Mi Xiaolu reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, nearly jumping out of her skin. She was furious. In the past, Wei Ming had always been so meek, tolerating her insults without retaliation. But now, he was actually talking back? Was he out of his mind? Wei Ming suddenly smiled. "Fine. If you agree to one condition, I'll consider selling the apartment." "Ha?" Mi Xiaolu was momentarily stunned, then felt it was only natural. Wei Ming was still the same old pushover. "Speak," she said, adopting her usual condescending tone. Wei Ming's smile turned wicked. "Spend a night with me." Mi Xiaolu's face turned beet red. She flew into a rage and lunged at Wei Ming, claws aimed at his face. "You disgusting pig! You really think a filthy toad like you could eat swan meat?" But Wei Ming simply gave her a slight push, causing her to stumble back several steps. That's when Mi Xiaolu completely lost it. Wei Ming's push had landed squarely on her chest, and she could even feel him deliberately squeeze. She had been groped by this filthy, low-class delivery driver. "You're dead. Dead!" Mi Xiaolu shouted. She didn't dare attack him again. What if Wei Ming really acted on his lust and assaulted her? The humiliation of being touched by such a man would haunt her forever, even if Wei Ming were executed for it. She immediately fled back to her apartment and called the police. Wei Ming, however, chuckled to himself. That squeeze just now? Entirely intentional. But he knew the positions of the security cameras. The footage would only show him pushing Mi Xiaolu away. She had lunged at his face, and his push was clearly an act of self-defense. "See? He hadn't even hit her. All he'd done was push her away. How gentlemanly of him. Go ahead and call the cops.
Still, although Michelle Lu wasn't particularly well endowed, her C-cup figure had a nice feel, firm and springy.
It was almost intriguing. The police arrived quickly. Within 15 minutes, 2 officers knocked on Wei Ming's door.
Wei Ming opened the door and calmly explained the situation. He didn't exaggerate or add a single detail, as there was no need. He had been entirely in the right, and even the push at the end was a reasonable act of self-defense.
He hadn't used excessive force, and the cameras wouldn't show any evidence of him groping her.
Oh, by the way, Wei Ming added, there are security cameras at the entrance. The property management installed them.
You can check the footage.
The 2 officers exchanged glances and told Wei Ming to wait while they went to retrieve the footage.
About 20 minutes later, they returned with updates for both Wei Ming and Michelle Lu.
To Wei Ming, they apologized for the inconvenience. To Michelle Lu, they issued a warning not to waste valuable police resources. Michelle Lu was still indignant, but the officers showed her the footage on their phones.
See for yourself.
Michelle Lu was livid. That filthy delivery driver was so cunning.
The cameras hadn't captured his wandering hands.
But the police had already determined this was a minor incident and warned her accordingly.
What could she do now to punish Wei Ming?
Her anger boiled over, leaving her frustrated and powerless.
Little did she know that the Wei Ming of today was no longer the spineless pushover she used to bully at will. What had he done to provoke her, anyway? Just because she thought his job wasn't prestigious enough, she felt entitled to insult and demean him? Actions have consequences.
As an adult, if you make a mistake, you face the repercussions.
No excuses. Of course, the consequence Wei Ming had in mind wouldn't involve physical violence. Well, maybe it could still be called a stick, in a sense. He didn't need to do anything now.
When the apocalypse arrived, all he'd have to do was offer her a bottle of water, and she'd strip willingly. While Wei Ming wasn't the type to hold a grudge over minor slights, he was no longer the type to turn the other cheek either.
You humiliated me, so I'll humiliate you. An eye for an eye. That's how things should be. Otherwise, what was the point of being reborn?
The police handled the situation impartially.
Without evidence, there was no way they could detain Wei Ming. However, Michelle Lu wasn't about to let it go.
That evening, when her husband, Hua-hai, came home, she exaggerated the events of the afternoon as she recounted them to him. Naturally, she emphasized Wei Ming's shamelessness and claimed he had intended to molest her, though she stopped short of admitting he'd actually groped her. After all, being groped by someone like Wei Ming, a so-called lowlife, was something she was too ashamed to admit unless it could result in his conviction. She told the police everything, but she deliberately omitted this detail when speaking to her husband. Upon hearing her story, Hua-hai flew into a rage. He stormed out of their apartment and pounded on Wei Ming's door. Wei Ming opened the door, and Hua-hai barged in, reaching out to grab Wei Ming's shirt.
But did Wei Ming let him succeed?
With a single motion, Wei Ming deflected Hua-hai's hand and countered by grabbing Hua-hai by the collar. With a burst of strength, he lifted the 175 centimeters man off the ground one-handed.
One-handed.
When Michelle Lu arrived moments later, she was just in time to witness the scene. Naturally, she screamed, "Let go of my husband.
Put him down."
But Wei Ming ignored her. Instead, he looked coldly at Hua-hai and said, "I don't recall ever offending you, but your wife has humiliated me time and again.
And today, I push back just a little, and suddenly I'm a villain beyond redemption?"
Seeing this, Michelle Lu rushed over and tried to pry Wei Ming's hand away to save her husband. However, Wei Ming simply extended his other hand and lifted her up as well. His physical strength was indeed terrifying. Holding an adult man and woman in each hand, he felt completely at ease. In fact, he thought he could probably handle even more weight.
"If you harass me again, I won't be so polite next time." Wei Ming carried both of them to the doorway.
Then, with a flick of his wrists, he released them.
Thud, thud.
The pair landed on the ground, sitting awkwardly as they winced in pain.
Bang!
Wei Ming slammed the door shut. The sound felt like a slap to their faces, leaving the couple utterly humiliated.
"What do we do now?"
Michelle Lu asked, her confidence visibly shaken. After all, the first time Wei Ming had only pushed her away.
But this time?
He had lifted both of them off the ground like it was nothing.
If they provoked him further and he lost control, what if he ended up killing them?
Her fear intensified. As a beautiful woman, the thought of being violated by Wei Ming before being killed horrified her even more. The mere idea of being disgraced in such a way was unbearable.
Mi Xiaolu's personality was one of bullying the weak and fearing the strong.
In the past, she had relentlessly insulted Wei Ming because he seemed like an easy target. But now that Wei Ming had fought back and displayed terrifying strength, she was immediately cowed. Gua Hai, on the other hand, was furious and ashamed. He shot his wife a venomous glare.
If it weren't for her provoking Wei Ming, would he have been humiliated like this? Should we call the police?
Mi Xiaolu suggested tentatively.
Call the police? Are you stupid? Gua Hai barked.
We barged into his home. All he did was throw us out.
Do you want the police to come and arrest us instead? Mi Xiaolu couldn't believe her ears. Are you seriously yelling at me? Are you seriously this dumb? Gua Hai retorted, still fuming.
Angry and frustrated, Mi Xiaolu stormed back into their apartment, slamming the door behind her.
Bang!
The door hit Gua Hai squarely in the face as he followed her, making him yelp in pain. Fortunately, the door had a fingerprint lock.
Gua Hai, clutching his nose, unlocked it and entered. Bang!
He slammed the door shut behind him, and the couple immediately started arguing loudly enough that Wei Ming, next door, could faintly make out bits of their shouting.
Wei Ming couldn't help but grin. Was that the end of it? Of course not. What had he done to deserve being insulted by Mi Xiaolu in the first place? All because she thought his job wasn't prestigious enough, she felt entitled to humiliate and demean him? Actions have consequences.
Right now, killing someone was still illegal. But in 6 months, that would no longer be the case. When society collapsed, no one would care. No, by then, all Wei Ming would have to do was offer a bottle of water, and Gua Hai would be groveling at his feet, calling him dad. As for Mi Xiaolu, she'd strip willingly for the same. For now, Wei Ming's priority was to strengthen himself. When the time came, he wanted to be able to crush any threat decisively, ensuring his own safety. Finding a good doctor would be nearly impossible in the apocalypse. Wei Ming continued honing his skills with the Gate of Space. It was both a weapon and a powerful defensive tool, its effectiveness dependent entirely on his mastery.
One night passed.
Checking the results of the day's matches, Wei Ming saw that 4 games had concluded. Only one had been an upset, but it was a massive one. Many gamblers had likely lost everything, as the match had seemed like a guaranteed win on paper. Yet, it had turned out to be a shocking loss.
Tomorrow, Wei Ming could collect his winnings.
He had already selected his safe house and chosen contractors for the modifications. Once the money was in his account, he could start the project immediately. The entire day, Wei Ming practiced controlling the Gate of Space.
This was a matter of life and death.
If he planned to shop for free in certain countries, he couldn't afford to get taken out by stray bullets. That evening, Wei Ming messaged Lu Qing again, "See you at the usual spot."
Lu Qing, showing surprising tact, didn't reply.
However, just 10 minutes later, she called him instead.
"Stop texting me in the future. What if my husband sees? Let's just agree on the next time and place."
"No problem," Wei Ming said, not bothering to argue over something so trivial. As he waited for Lu Qing, Wei Ming took out a condom from his pocket. It had a specific purpose.
Early in the morning, Wei Ming went to the lottery center
to claim his winnings.
He presented his ID card and lottery tickets. After verification, the staff proceeded with the prize disbursement process.
As expected, thanks to the World Cup, the number of people buying lottery tickets had skyrocketed, pushing the prize pool to 600 million yuan. For the 14-match result lottery, 64% of the sales revenue went into the prize pool, with 70% of that allocated to the first prize, a total of over 268.8 million yuan. This time, there were 105 first prize winners, with each ticket worth 2.56 million yuan. Wei Ming held 99 winning tickets, giving him a total of 253.44 million yuan. After taxes, the amount deposited into his account was 202.75 million yuan. Wei Ming decided to donate the leftover change, rounding it down to a clean 200 million yuan.
200 million yuan.
This was far beyond Wei Ming's expectations. He had anticipated a maximum of 100 million, with a baseline of 50 million, which would have been enough to buy the property he wanted and begin renovations immediately. After leaving the lottery center, Wei Ming went straight to the real estate agency near his neighborhood. The property he wanted to buy was a villa in his own residential complex.
Why his own neighborhood? Well, why not? Sure, building a villa in a remote location would be safer, but even if Wei Ming prepared countless entertainment options, spending his life just playing games and watching movies? How boring would that be? What was the point of becoming stronger if not to face conflicts with confidence? Besides, if he lived far away, how could he get revenge on Zhuo Qingqing and her family? Unless he destroyed that entire family, he wouldn't find peace.
Wei Ming had done his research. There were 3 villas in the complex, one of which was listed for sale at 25 million yuan. It had 3 above-ground floors and a basement that served as a garage connected to the underground parking lot of the complex. The total area was 480 square meters, although the deed listed only 360 square meters, excluding the garage, which was a bonus. At roughly 70,000 yuan per square meter, it wasn't particularly expensive for High City. Wei Ming quickly signed the agreement with the seller, paid 30% upfront, and requested the keys that very day. The seller agreed without hesitation. Next, Wei Ming contacted a renovation contractor. Within an hour, the contractor, Xia Bing, arrived at the villa, measured all the dimensions, and obtained the building plans.
He then asked about Wei Ming's renovation requirements.
First, make it as sturdy as possible, impervious to explosions.
Second, ensure top-notch insulation. Like those old bicycle coolers that kept popsicles frozen even in the summer heat.
Lastly, use the best materials possible while meeting these conditions.
Xia Bing was stunned. You're really going all out. What are you preparing for, a war? But even if a war broke out, what good would such a renovation do? Could it withstand missiles? A nuclear bomb? Still, the customer is always right.
If Wei Ming wanted it built like a tomb, as long as the money was there, Xia Bing wouldn't question it.
Then came the critical question, the timeline. About 8 months, Xia Bing estimated. Wei Ming shook his head. Too long. Xia Bing frowned. 5 months, but it'll cost you more. Wei Ming calculated. With 25 days left after the renovation, he'd still have time before the apocalypse hit. It was doable. Deal.
The cost will be 30 million, Xia Bing said.
Wei Ming gave him a skeptical look. Xia Bing quickly explained, that's a fair price, mainly because of the rushed timeline. Otherwise, I could have saved you at least 5 million. Wei Ming pressed his hand against the table and asked, for 30 million, can you guarantee the best materials? Ha? Xia Bing was taken aback.
Wei Ming wasn't questioning the price but whether the materials would be good enough. Laughing, Xia Bing reassured him, don't worry. 30 million is more than enough to use the best materials. While I can't promise it'll withstand missiles, I guarantee no amount of C4 will breach the walls. If it does, feel free to tell everyone in High City, I'll quit this business.
Wei Ming finally smiled. Good.
The two signed the contract. Wei Ming paid 10 million upfront so Xia Bing could purchase the materials. Once the walls, ventilation, and insulation were done, they discussed the finer details. After seeing Xia Bing off, Wei Ming prepared for the property transfer, which had to be completed before his trip to Antarctica.
Time was tight. Around 6 p.m., Wei Ming noticed the elevator doors opening. Hua-hai stepped out.
When he saw Wei Ming's open door, he froze momentarily before pretending nothing was wrong and entering his apartment. Wei Ming overheard Mi Xiaolu greeting Hua-hai and smiled. Now was the perfect moment. He went to his bedroom and opened the gate of space through the wall. The layout of Wei Ming's apartment mirrored his neighbors, with their master bedrooms adjacent. Sometimes, when things got active next door, Wei Ming could clearly hear the commotion. The gate of space could penetrate walls, with a range of up to 5 meters.
Wei Ming opened a small portal and dropped the used condom from last night onto their floor. Plop. It landed on the ground. Now, it was time to enjoy the show. Hua-hai entered the bedroom after chatting briefly with Mi Xiaolu. He froze. A condom. The problem was, he and Mi Xiaolu had been trying for a baby since their marriage less than a year ago. Why would there be a condom here? What the hell? Hua-hai's anger flared instantly. His mind was filled with one thought, betrayal. You'd better explain this, Mi Xiaolu. He growled through gritted teeth. Mi Xiaolu followed him into the room, confused. Why are you yelling at me? Slap. Hua-hai slapped her across the face and pointed at the condom. What is this? Answer me. What the hell is this? Mi Xiaolu stared in shock. Why was there a condom on the floor? Then it hit her why Hua-hai was so furious. Panicking, she stammered, this isn't mine. No, I mean, I didn't use it with anyone else. Honey, I swear I didn't cheat on you. You have to believe me. Then why is it here? High demanded coldly. Did it grow legs and walk here on its own? You slut. Tell me, who did you use it with? How could Mi Xiaolu explain this? No matter what she said, it would sound like a weak excuse. You whore. I work hard all day, and you dare cheat on me behind my back? Hai roared, his anger boiling over. Slap. He struck her again. If Mi Xiaolu had actually cheated, she might have accepted the beating. But she hadn't. She was being wrongly accused. Hai, watch your mouth, she screamed, backing away. I come from a respectable family and saved myself for you until marriage. You know I'm innocent. You're insulting not just me but also my parents and the values they raised me with. But Hai didn't care. He only trusted what he saw. A condom doesn't just magically appear. If she hadn't used it with someone else, how did it get here? You slut. I'll beat you to death today, he bellowed. The neighbors argued loudly all night. Although the noise was disruptive, Wei Ming didn't feel annoyed at all. He put on earplugs and slept soundly through the night. Let's take it slow. The bickering next door lasted for 3 days before finally settling down. However, when Wei Ming saw the couple leave together, their expressions were grim and unpleasant. For a married couple, infidelity was a major sin, one that could cause irreparable damage to their relationship. Let it simmer, Wei Ming thought. For now, he didn't have the time to keep stirring up trouble for them. Over the past few days, he had been busy stocking up on food and purified water. Sure, he could do zero-cost shopping after heading to America, but he wasn't confident in his cooking skills. Naturally, he wanted to prepare large quantities of pre-cooked meals in advance. He had ordered hundreds of takeout meals. One delivery driver alone fulfilled over 100 orders for him and was so shocked he asked if Wei Ming needed to call the police. The driver probably thought Wei Ming had been kidnapped and forced to order so much food. Wei Ming also booked a massive banquet at a hotel, 500 tables worth. When the dishes were served, he discreetly collected everything, including the plates, and later compensated the hotel for the cost of the dishware. Additionally, he purchased a significant amount of warm clothing. Why prepare warm gear when the apocalypse would bring deadly heat? Because he was heading to Antarctica. What if something unexpected happened and he got stuck there? Since there was always risk, Wei Ming made sure to be thoroughly prepared. 5 days later, the real estate agent called, informing him that the paperwork with the housing bureau was finalized, and he could officially transfer ownership of the property that day. Wei Ming wasted no time. He paid the remaining balance and agency fees. 2 days later, Xiao Beng, the contractor, presented the finalized renovation plan. By then, Wei Ming had also received the property deed and submitted his renovation application. Once the approval came through, Xiao Beng would begin construction. It was also time for Wei Ming's Antarctic trip to begin. Traveling to Antarctica was a complicated process. First, he had to fly to Argentina. Traveling from the northern to the southern hemisphere required 3 connecting flights and over 40 hours of travel time, exhausting, to say the least. Alone, Wei Ming boarded his flight. Since he had quit his job, and with his parents deceased in an accident and no wife or girlfriend, there was no one he needed to inform about his departure. Given the length of the journey, he had booked first-class tickets for the entire trip. From High City to Zurich, from Zurich to Sao Paulo, then to Buenos Aires, and finally to Ushuaia, all on international flights. The blonde, blue-eyed flight attendants were beautiful and had great figures, but since he couldn't communicate well with them due to the language barrier, flirting wasn't an option. Wei Ming simply enjoyed the view. Forget it. There are plenty of women out there. This trip is all about harvesting icebergs, no distractions. The last thing I need is some gun-toting boyfriend shooting at me. While Wei Ming wasn't overly afraid of being shot, explaining himself to the authorities would be a hassle. Best to avoid unnecessary trouble. It's not like I can't go a few days without women. After arriving in Ushuaia, he was met by travel agency staff. Instead of crossing the Drake Passage by ship, Wei Ming chose to fly to King George Island before boarding a boat for the final leg of the journey. Life at sea was incredibly dull, with the scenery remaining the same day after day. However, the buffet was plentiful, especially the seafood, though it lacked abalone, something Wei Ming resolved to enjoy once he returned to China. Several days later, the ship finally reached the Antarctic continent. For an additional fee, tourists could disembark and take speedboats to see emperor penguins. Wei Ming, of course, paid up, though not for the penguins. His real goal was to harvest the seemingly endless Antarctic icebergs.
Wei Ming made sure he was the last to disembark. As he stepped off the boat, he placed his hand on the icy surface, and his spatial dimension expanded, enveloping the edges of the glacier.
The process was astonishingly fast, taking less than 2 seconds.
It's worth noting that Antarctica's glaciers and ice sheets are interconnected.
So how vast was the ice sheet that Wei Ming's spatial dimension absorbed? It practically encompassed the entire Antarctic ice cap. Collect! In an instant, Antarctica was stripped bare.
The tourists who had just set foot on the continent found themselves slipping and falling into the sea. Thankfully, the speedboats were nearby, and everyone scrambled back aboard, completely dumbfounded.
What the hell?
Where did the vast white expanse of ice and snow go?
Gone. Completely gone. Who could believe it? Am I hallucinating? Or have I lost my mind?
Where's the ice? Where are the glaciers?
It wasn't just the tourists, Antarctica's penguins were equally stunned.
Where did all our icebergs go? Faced with such a drastic change, the tour leader quickly herded everyone back onto the main ship. However, it wasn't just the landing area that had lost its glaciers, the entire Antarctic continent had been stripped bare. Satellites in orbit confirmed the shocking transformation.
This event became global news.
Governments around the world urgently dispatched scientific teams to investigate the mystery of Antarctica's disappearing icebergs.
With Antarctica holding over 70% of Earth's freshwater in the form of ice, the sudden disappearance of its glaciers was more than just an anomaly, it posed a significant threat to global climate stability. Wei Ming's Antarctic trip ended abruptly as the ship returned to its departure point.
Although the travel agency refunded part of the cost due to the shortened trip, Wei Ming didn't care. He had no time to argue over trivial matters.
Wei Ming didn't leave South America immediately.
The Pampas grasslands boasted some of the world's best natural pastures.
How could he leave without collecting massive quantities of beef and lamb?
Wei Ming began his zero-cost shopping, emptying slaughterhouses one by one. This naturally became headline news in Argentina, with police scouring the area for the mysterious meat thief.
But who would suspect a lone tourist like Wei Ming?
Where could he possibly hide all that meat? Afterward, Wei Ming traveled to Chile, famous for its fruit, especially cherries. He collected massive quantities of fruit before heading to Cuba, where he stocked up on cigars and rum. From there, he went to Brazil, not for the beaches or football, but for coffee and other essentials. Naturally, he also collected some firearms from the chaotic regions.
Finally, Wei Ming left South America and flew to the United States.
Before departing, he had already secured his visa. The zero-cost shopping spree continued. Wei Ming spent over 20 days in the United States, clearing out large retail warehouses and amassing supplies worth billions. Again, no one suspected a tourist. From there, he moved on to Canada, traveling northward to reach the Arctic. The Arctic, unlike Antarctica, isn't a single landmass but a collection of territories belonging to multiple countries.
Wei Ming's task was simple: find a massive iceberg and use its interconnections to collect as much ice as possible. While Antarctica was the main prize, whatever he could gather from the Arctic would be a bonus.
After leaving the Arctic, Wei Ming traveled to Thailand, Malaysia, Vietnam, and other countries, focusing on tropical fruits like durians, mangosteens, and coconuts.
Once the apocalypse hit, these fruit trees would all die from the heat.
Without existing stockpiles, such fruits would become impossible to find. After nearly 4 months, Wei Ming finally returned to China. Wei Ming was seated in first class and had booked the most luxurious car service at the airport. A stretched limousine picked him up and delivered him to Qidong City. The sight of such a luxury car naturally drew a lot of attention.
Onlookers stopped in their tracks, curious to see which wealthy individual was inside.
When they saw Wei Ming step out, they were all taken aback.
How could it be him? Could it be true? Are the rumors real? Did Wei Ming really buy that villa? Where on earth did he get so much money? It's definitely not legitimate. Someone should report him and have it investigated.
The residents of the complex started murmuring amongst themselves. No wall can block all gossip, and Wei Ming hadn't made any effort to keep it a secret.
Among the residents of the complex, there were always nosy uncles and aunties who couldn't resist finding out everything.
When they saw the villa Wei Ming purchased being remodeled, they started asking questions and quickly uncovered the details.
25 million yuan.
Rumor had it that Wei Ming had paid in full. But his parents had passed away long ago, and he was just an ordinary office worker. Where could he have gotten that kind of money? So, naturally, the neighbors didn't believe it. But seeing Wei Ming step out of a stretch limousine? That was hard to deny.
Even if they didn't recognize the car's emblem, a stretch limo was synonymous with luxury in most people's minds. Some of the older women in the neighborhood were instantly intrigued. Wei Ming was young, wealthy, and, most importantly, unmarried. It was the perfect opportunity. One auntie couldn't resist and quickly approached him. "Xiao Wei, it's Auntie Chang. I live in Building 16. Did you just return from a trip?" Wei Ming smiled and nodded but showed no sign of slowing down. Auntie Chang, who usually pretended to be a frail old lady on the bus whenever there were no seats, suddenly seemed full of energy. With surprising agility, she caught up to Wei Ming, her face practically glowing with a smile. "Xiao Wei, you're not seeing anyone yet, are you? Let me introduce you to someone. My daughter is gorgeous. She has a master's degree, works at a bank, and is only 3 years older than you. You know what they say, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. How about I call her right now and ask her to cancel all her plans tonight? You two can meet and chat." Wei Ming smiled politely. "Auntie Chang, I'm very busy. I definitely won't have time tonight. What about tomorrow night?" Auntie Chang wasn't one to give up easily and immediately pressed on. "We'll see," Wei Ming said as he quickened his pace. Auntie Chang, not being a sprightly young woman anymore, couldn't keep up for long. She stopped in her tracks, but there was no way she was going to give up. Just the thought of that 25 million yuan villa was enough to keep her motivated. When her daughter got home that evening, Auntie Chang would surely sit her down for a serious talk. After all, when a woman takes the initiative, men are easy to win over, or so she believed. Auntie Chang had absolute confidence in her daughter's looks. Wei Ming returned to his apartment, the one he'd always lived in. The villa was still under renovation and wouldn't be ready for at least another month. As he stepped out of the elevator, he bumped into Mi Xiaolu, who was taking out the trash. Even in her winter clothes, her slender figure was evident, and her rounded hips were particularly eye-catching when she bent down. When Mi Xiaolu saw Wei Ming, she was momentarily surprised. It had been nearly 4 months since she last saw him. She'd assumed Wei Ming had sold his apartment and moved away, but here he was again. As always, her disdain for him was written all over her face. But realizing that her bent-over posture might fuel Wei Ming's fantasies, she quickly straightened up, grabbed her trash bag, and hurried into the elevator, as if one more glance from Wei Ming might somehow impregnate her. When she reached the ground floor to throw out the trash, she overheard 2 neighbors chatting. To her surprise, they were talking about Wei Ming. A villa? A luxury limousine? Mi Xiaolu was stunned. How could it be possible? How could this worthless nobody suddenly become a wealthy tycoon? She was utterly baffled. Wei Ming closed the door behind him and collapsed onto the couch. Having already collected the icebergs from both the Arctic and Antarctic, along with zero-cost shopping sprees worth billions in the United States, he had amassed piles of beef, lamb, and fruit. 90% of his preparations were complete. Now, he had time to relax and have some fun. In the post-apocalyptic world, time would become the least valuable resource. People would have nothing to do, unable to work, stuck waiting for death out of sheer boredom. So, he needed to prepare plenty of entertainment for himself. Wei Ming's expression turned wicked. Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, they were already in his grasp. In his previous life, they had humiliated him. In this life, they would be his playthings. As for Zhu Qingqing, she didn't even deserve to be a dog. She wasn't worth anything. Having died once, Wei Ming had completely embraced the darkness within him. As for the progress of the villa renovations, even while Wei Ming had been abroad, Xia Bing had regularly updated him. Their contract stipulated that if the renovations weren't completed on time, Xia Bing would owe him a hefty penalty. Naturally, Xia Bing was doing everything in his power to meet the deadline, leaving Wei Ming with no need to supervise. For now, Wei Ming's focus remained on stockpiling resources. Food was a priority. He already had massive amounts of ingredients, but he didn't want to cook for himself. So, he continued booking banquets. Hotel after hotel, he booked hundreds, even thousands of tables at a time. Wei Ming was determined to spend all his money before the apocalypse hit, otherwise, it would just be meaningless numbers. Even so, he could only spend 4 to 5 million yuan a day. Apart from buying and renovating the villa, which cost him 55 million yuan, he hadn't spent much else. To burn through the remaining 150 million yuan, he'd need to maintain this pace of spending for about a month. Plenty of time. After a busy day, Wei Ming finally wrapped things up for the night and sent Lu Qing a message. The usual spot. 8 p.m. Take the day off tomorrow.
Having refrained for months, he planned to fully indulge himself tonight. There was no way Lu Qing would make it to work the next day. Wei Ming hadn't even stepped out of his home when his phone rang. At first, he thought it was Lu Qing calling back, but the caller ID showed it was Zhuo Qingqing.
Here to embarrass yourself? Fine. Wei Ming answered the call.
As soon as he said, "Hello," Zhuo Qingqing impatiently cut in.
Did you buy that villa on 28th Street? Wei Ming replied calmly, yes. How could you afford a villa? Zhuo Qingqing couldn't believe it. Anger and disbelief surged within her.
They had dated for over 6 months, and he had never mentioned he was wealthy.
What a scumbag! Wei Ming chuckled. Why would I tell you? I'm your girlfriend,
Zhuo Qingqing said self-righteously. We broke up a long time ago, Wei Ming said coldly and hung up. On the other end, Zhuo Qingqing stared at her phone in shock.
Wei Ming had actually hung up on her? And this was the second time.
She almost called him back to curse him out, but the thought of Wei Ming actually being wealthy enough to buy a villa made her suppress her anger.
Qingqing, is it true? Does that guy really have money?
Her father, Zhuo Fugui, asked eagerly, his greed written all over his face. Beside him, her mother, Luo Guifan, and her younger brother, Zhuo Yang, also stared at her with anticipation. Zhuo Qingqing nodded slowly.
He did buy that villa.
The moment she confirmed it, her parents and brother jumped up in excitement.
Luo Guifan exclaimed, "This is perfect.
Tell Wei Ming to give the villa to Yan Yang as a wedding house.
You two can just get married in his old apartment."
Mom, Zhuo Qingqing frowned, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. Although she was a classic enabler for her brother, she still hoped to live in a luxurious villa herself.
How glorious would that be? Luo Guifan's face darkened. What? You don't want to give your brother the villa? Don't forget who raised you. Now we're only asking you to move out of one house, and you're already reluctant? It's not like you'll be homeless. Besides, if that guy can afford one villa, why wouldn't he be able to buy a second or third one later?
Your brother needs a house to get married.
Stop hesitating.
Zhuo Yang chimed in, exactly.
My sister has always doted on me. Zhuo Qingqing could only force an awkward smile and nod. Fine, let Yan Yang have the villa.
Her parents and brother cheered again as if they'd already moved out of their rental and into the luxurious villa, imagining themselves strutting through the neighborhood with their heads held high, looking down on everyone else.
But then Zhuo Qingqing added, but
Wei Ming broke up with me a few months ago.
What?
Zhuo Fugui nearly slapped her on the spot, his hand trembling as he pointed at her.
Are you stupid? Do you want me to beat you to death? Luo Guifan quickly interjected, it's okay, it's okay. Even if you broke up, you can get back together. Our daughter is so beautiful, what man could resist her?
Qingqing, go find Wei Ming right now and convince him to come back to you.
Okay. Zhuo Qingqing nodded submissively.
Although she acted domineering in front of Wei Ming, at home, her status was low. If she dared to talk back, she would face either a beating or a scolding. She had long grown accustomed to obedience. After sending their daughter out, Zhuo Fugui exclaimed excitedly, let's go see our villa.
Yes, let's go.
Zhuo Yan was even more thrilled. At just 22 years old, he felt like he was already on top of the world, about to live in a luxurious villa.
Life couldn't get any better. Wei Ming went straight to the hotel, ensuring he wouldn't cross paths with Zhuo Qingqing.
On the way, though, he received a call from Xia Bing, the contractor. Boss, 3 people claiming to be your girlfriend's parents and brother are trying to barge into the villa, saying they want to have a look around.
Wei Ming laughed, unsurprised by the Zhuo family's antics.
In fact, if they hadn't done something like this, it would have been out of character for them.
They're lying.
I don't have a girlfriend, Wei Ming said.
Kick them out.
If they make a scene, call the police. Oh, and don't forget to record everything, some older people love to play the victim.
Got it. Leave it to me. Xia Bing didn't need to be polite after confirming the intruders weren't related to Wei Ming. 7 minutes later, Wei Ming received another call. This time, it was Zhuo Qingqing again. Wei Ming. She yelled. Open the door. I've been knocking for ages. I'm not home. I'm out, Wei Ming replied indifferently. And anyway, we're not in a relationship anymore.
Your behavior counts as harassment.
If you keep knocking, I'll call the police.
Zhuo Qingqing faltered, her bluster momentarily deflated. After a pause, she snapped back, my parents and brother went to check out your villa. They were just trying to make sure the workers weren't slacking off or stealing materials.
They were doing you a favor. Why did you have them thrown out? What kind of logic is this? Wei Ming shook his head. What right do they have to enter my villa? The fact that I didn't call the police to report them for trespassing is already polite enough. Zhuo Qingqing, is something wrong with your brain?
We broke up 4 months ago.
We have nothing to do with each other anymore. Why do you think you have the right to meddle in my life? Or are you just curious about how I got rich? He chuckled. Fine, I'll tell you. I bet on the World Cup and won over 200 million yuan.
Then I invested in gold futures in Hong Kong over the past 4 months and made even more.
Now I have over 2 billion yuan. Of course, Wei Ming was lying on purpose. Why?
To make her squirm with regret.
If they hadn't broken up, wouldn't all that money have been hers too? But now? Over 2 billion yuan. She won't be able to sleep tonight. In reality, just the thought of 200 million yuan was enough to make Zhuo Qingqing's mind go blank. 200 million. That's enough to buy 1,000 luxury handbags. Even if I bought one every day, it would last 3 years.
Her face flushed red with excitement, her breathing grew heavy, and she felt like she might faint. Then it hit her, Wei Ming hadn't said 200 million.
He said over 2 billion. Her voice instantly softened. Wei Ming, I know you're angry at me, and you're just saying this to upset me. But I was only upset back then, and that's why I said those things about breaking up. These past 4 months, I've missed you every single day, truly.
Wei Ming felt a wave of disgust, as if his skin were crawling.
Absolutely revolting. He chuckled darkly.
If it had been the naive version of himself from his previous life, he might have been swayed by her coy tone.
But now? This was the blackened, vengeful Wei Ming.
If it weren't for the fact that killing people was still illegal before the apocalypse, he would have subjected her entire family to the most brutal tortures imaginable. You're not worthy, Wei Ming spat, hanging up the phone once again. When the apocalypse comes, you'll finally understand what true suffering feels like. When Lu Qing received Wei Ming's message, she nearly lost it.
Didn't you promise that once you went to Antarctica, you wouldn't bother me again?
Indeed, Wei Ming hadn't contacted her for nearly 4 months. While this gave her some relief, she was also inexplicably annoyed. How could he stop contacting me so easily? I'm so beautiful and charming, yet he just cut me off like that? What a scumbag! But now that Wei Ming had reached out to her again, she was furious. How dare you go back on your word and bother me again? Are you determined to ruin my life? As she had realized long ago, once she gave in to Wei Ming's demands, she would never be able to escape. Lu Qing had already let him take advantage of her several times to keep him quiet. If she broke things off now, it would mean all those encounters had been for nothing. After much deliberation, she turned to Su Jian and said, "Husband, I need to go check on Huan Huan. I probably won't be back tonight." "That's fine," Su Jian replied without looking up from his phone. "Do you know that your wife is about to go offer herself to another man?" Lu Qing thought bitterly. She couldn't decide if she pitied her husband or was angry at him. This was all his idea. He's the one who was greedy for money. I'm just cleaning up his mess. So why do I have to deal with this alone? But after hiding it for so long, how could she come clean now? No, I have to keep this a secret forever. Otherwise, it will destroy our relationship. Even if she was coerced and did it to protect their family, what man could accept such a betrayal? If the truth came out, divorce would be inevitable. With a sigh, she swayed her curvaceous hips and walked out. Only then did Su Jian look up, his eyes lingering on her perky figure. His expression turned complicated. For the past 10 days, he had been unable to muster any interest in the bedroom. This gave him an uneasy feeling. He had seen a doctor who told him he had overindulged to the point of exhausting his kidneys. If he didn't rest and recuperate for at least 5 or 6 years, he'd be permanently impotent. There was no one to blame but himself. His wife was too seductive, and Lu Qing's appetite in bed was insatiable. When they first got married, it was common for them to go 7 or 8 rounds in a single night. His current condition was likely a result of those days. At just 30 years old, he was already on the verge of failure. The thought was humiliating, so he hadn't told Lu Qing. His biggest fear now was her asking him for intimacy. He had to rely on the little blue pill, but the doctor had warned him that using it further would guarantee permanent impotence. So when Lu Qing said she wouldn't be home tonight, he was secretly relieved and exhaled deeply. He resolved to have a proper talk with her in a few days. Better to endure 5 or 6 years of abstinence than to spend the rest of his life staring helplessly at such an alluring wife.
Coincidentally, his company had hired an external accounting firm to investigate their books. It was only a matter of time before they uncovered the 30 million yuan he and Lu Qing had embezzled. It was time to move abroad, both to enjoy life and escape legal repercussions. He thought of his wife's enchanting beauty and felt a flicker of desire, but his body remained unresponsive, strengthening his resolve to heal himself. After leaving the neighborhood, Lu Qing couldn't hold back any longer and called Wei Ming, yelling, "Didn't you promise that once you went to Antarctica, you wouldn't bother me again?" Wei Ming didn't bother explaining. He was the one holding the cards, why would he need to explain himself? "It's been so long, I missed your flirty side," he said with a chuckle. "Go on, let me hear you moan for me." "Wei Ming, I'm warning you," Lu Qing ground her teeth, but Wei Ming cut her off. "Should I have a chat with your husband?" Wei Ming said lazily. "You bastard." Lu Qing cursed in anger. Wei Ming remained indifferent. This woman had made his life miserable for 3 years, seizing every opportunity to humiliate him, all because he resembled her ex-boyfriend. "You're the one who started this." Lu Qing had no choice but to comply, letting out soft, coquettish sounds. As always, once a line was crossed, it was impossible to go back. The next morning, Su Jian was preparing to leave for work when his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he was surprised. It was Huan Huan, his wife's close friend. But wasn't Lu Qing supposed to be with her? He picked up the call. "Brother Su, where's Qing Qing?" "I can't reach her phone," Huan Huan asked. Su Jian froze. "Lu Qing wasn't with you?" A terrible feeling of dread crept over him, and his hands began to tremble. But he clung to a shred of hope and forced himself to sound calm. "Maybe her phone's out of battery. By the way, didn't you want to go to New Zealand with you last November?" "Why didn't you go?" "Last November?" Huan Huan thought for a moment before laughing. "Oh, I couldn't. I was sent on a business trip." Buzz. Su Jian's mind went blank. Why had his wife lied to him? Why had she been out all night several times during that period? Could it be? Could it be? "She cheated on me." "Hello? Brother Su?" Huan Huan's voice broke through the silence. "Oh, sorry, I got distracted. By the way, Lu Qing has been very busy lately. Maybe give her some time to rest before reaching out again," Su Jian said through gritted teeth, hiding his fury. "All right," Huan Huan replied before hanging up. "Slut. Slut." Su Jian set down his phone, his eyes burning with hatred. Last night, Lu Qing had stayed out again, claiming to be with Huan Huan. But the truth? She was out with another man. Su Jian wanted to find the adulterer and kill him on the spot. But after a moment of thought, he dismissed the idea. He and Lu Qing were tied together financially. If he pushed her into a corner, she could expose their embezzlement of 30 million yuan, and he'd spend the rest of his life in prison. But just letting her off the hook? Su Jian's eyes darted around as a sinister grin spread across his face. He was already planning to emigrate. Now, he would quietly transfer all their assets into his name. Once he was abroad, he'd send an anonymous letter to the authorities exposing Lu Qing. Let her rot in prison while he enjoyed a lavish life overseas. If his body were still in good shape, he might not have considered this. After all, Lu Qing was beautiful, seductive, and fiery. But the doctor had said he needed to rest for 5 or 6 years. With 30 million yuan, he could find a younger, prettier, and more alluring wife. "This is what you deserve, slut," Su Jian muttered coldly. After the storm, Lu Qing spoke coldly. "I know exactly what you're scheming. You keep forcing me to spend nights outside so that my husband will grow suspicious and divorce me. Then, using the leverage you have over me, you'll force me to marry you, right?" She was convinced that Wei Ming was lusting after her beauty and body. His insatiable appetite during their encounters was evidence enough. "You're really full of yourself, aren't you? Too bad. You're just my plaything. And I quite enjoy this toy." Wei Ming chuckled. "Do you believe that one day, even if I told you to get lost, you'd be on your knees, clutching my legs, begging me to take you back? Ha ha. Ha ha ha." Lu Qing laughed so hard that tears welled up in her eyes. "Don't think just because a toad got to taste swan meat, you can dream in broad daylight." "Me? Kneeling to beg you? Wei Ming, do you even know who you are? If you didn't have dirt on me, you wouldn't even be worthy of kneeling down to lick my shoes. I'd kick you aside in disgust." Wei Ming wasn't angry. Instead, he gave her a thumbs up, smiling. "Just wait. The day you beg me to take you back, you'll have to do everything you stubbornly refuse to do now." He glanced down, his smile growing wicked. I've only been through the front door. That's not enough. Lu Qing sneered. Keep dreaming. Wei Ming, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Even if you expose me and send me to jail, I'll never. She didn't finish. The thought was too revolting. Still acting so high and mighty, huh? Wei Ming burst out laughing. Great. I love your defiant attitude. If you gave in too quickly, where's the fun in that?
His mood surged with excitement.
Alright, let's go again. Later that afternoon. After leaving the hotel, Wei Ming didn't return home immediately. Instead, he went to buy a dog. Why get a dog?
First, he figured that after the apocalypse, life would get boring, and a dog could keep him entertained.
Second, dogs had keen hearing and could serve as early warning systems.
Of course, he didn't buy a pampered pet but had long planned to get a mutt, a Chinese rural dog, to be precise. Pet dogs were useless, they weren't meant for guarding homes. This one was a black puppy, just recently weaned, with a fierce demeanor.
It growled at Wei Ming incessantly.
However, after spending some time with the pup, and especially after feeding it, the dog seemed to realize Wei Ming was its new master.
It stopped growling and wagged its tail enthusiastically, clearly trying to please him. Time to name it. All Black. Wei Ming smirked. From now on, your name is Xiaohei. Carrying the puppy, he stepped into the elevator. As luck would have it, he ran into Mi Xiaolu again. The moment she saw Xiaohei, Mi Xiaolu's expression turned sour, and she couldn't help but sneer. You really got such a low-class pet. She clearly looked down on rural dogs.
Wei Ming had no intention of indulging her. The Chinese rural dog is called that because it's native to our country. It has nothing to do with your shallow concept of low class.
Looks like your brain's been washed silly. You even act superior about owning a dog.
Mi Xiaolu wanted to lash out but hesitated, recalling Wei Ming's terrifying strength and the way his burning gaze lingered on her.
She didn't dare provoke him.
Instead, she retreated back to her apartment, even abandoning her plan to take out the trash.
That evening, when Guahai came home, Mi Xiaolu couldn't help but tell him about her encounter with Wei Ming.
She sneered at Xiaohei, concluding, a lowlife like him is only fit to own a mutt. 4 months had passed since the condom incident, and while both of them chose to move past it, the memory remained a thorn in their hearts.
Their reconciliation was only surface level. But Guahai didn't respond to her mocking.
Instead, his brows furrowed, and he looked troubled.
What's wrong, honey? Mi Xiaolu asked anxiously. Guahai let out a long sigh. Our family is about to owe a huge amount of money. What? How? Didn't all your past investments go well? Mi Xiaolu asked in disbelief. Guahai forced a bitter smile.
It's precisely because my investments were so successful that I got greedy. I not only put all our money into it but also borrowed a lot. I never expected the polar ice caps to mysteriously disappear, triggering global market panic. Gold prices have skyrocketed, and I shorted gold. If prices don't drop by tomorrow, I'll face a margin call and lose everything. They'd not only lose all their money but also be left with crushing debt.
What would they do then? Mi Xiaolu panicked. How could you risk everything? And borrow money too? Guahai grabbed his hair in frustration. How was I supposed to know gold would spike like this?
Based on the US economic data, prices were on a downward trend.
Who could have predicted the polar ice caps would vanish and cause global panic? What are we going to do now?
Mi Xiaolu asked, her voice trembling. Guahai thought for a moment before a glint of cunning appeared in his eyes.
Didn't Wei Ming strike it rich?
I heard from the neighbors that he even bought a villa in our complex with full payment.
He probably did.
I've heard the same, Mi Xiaolu said, nodding.
But what does his money have to do with us? Guahai stared at her. You should ask him for a loan.
I believe if we can just get through this period, gold prices will fall, and not only will we pay off our debts, but we'll also make a huge profit.
We won't have to worry about money for the rest of our lives. But Mi Xiaolu refused outright.
We're not even friends with Wei Ming. In fact, we've fought with him several times.
Why would he lend us money? And why should I be the one to ask?
She despised that lowlife more than anyone.
Guahai plastered on a smile. My wife is so beautiful. What man could resist your charm? If you ask, he'll definitely agree. Mi Xiaolu couldn't believe what she was hearing.
She froze for a moment before snapping, and what if he asks me to sleep with him in return?
You've done it before, Guahai blurted out. That did it.
Mi Xiaolu lunged at him, and the two began to wrestle.
Guahai, I've told you countless times I have never cheated on you. You promised we'd move past that incident and never bring it up again. High retorted, do you think I enjoy wearing a green hat?
But listen, if gold prices rise again tomorrow, I'll be forced to liquidate. We'll lose everything, including this apartment, which I've already mortgaged.
Without the money to cover the margin call, we'll be out on the street. Do you want to end up homeless? Mi Xiaolu trembled all over.
She had always lived a comfortable, middle-class life, priding herself on being part of the elite.
If she ended up on the streets, how would her former classmates ridicule her? How could she ever face anyone she knew again? There was only one solution to avoid bankruptcy. She had to beg Wei Ming for money. Let me think about it, Mi Xiaolu said reluctantly, finally loosening up a bit. It has to happen today. Hua Hai insisted. I need to cover the margin tomorrow. If I don't, we'll be forced to liquidate, and we'll be ruined.
Mi Xiaolu slumped into her chair, unable to say a word.
Hua Hai, sitting beside her, began persuading her.
Worst case scenario, just close your eyes and pretend it's me.
It'll be quick, just a few minutes, right? But you absolutely have to make him transfer the money first. Hearing this, Mi Xiaolu couldn't help but mock him.
Wow, you're such a great man, encouraging your own wife to sell herself.
Hua Hai smiled awkwardly, trying to save face. Isn't this all for our family?
Mi Xiaolu felt utterly drained.
After much deliberation, she finally made a decision.
She couldn't bear the thought of being kicked out onto the streets. If her classmates and friends found out, she'd rather die.
Fine. I'll go find Wei Ming now.
She gritted her teeth and said. She knew Wei Ming wouldn't lend them money for nothing, especially not such a large sum. The price she'd have to pay would be significant.
Hua Hai didn't feel great about it either. What man would want his wife to sell herself?
But deep down, he couldn't shake the suspicion that Mi Xiaolu had already slept with someone else.
If you've let someone else enjoy you for free, why not do it for the sake of our family? He just nodded.
Mi Xiaolu was, of course, deeply upset. She knew exactly what her husband was thinking. She had explained countless times that she was innocent and had nothing to feel guilty about. Furious, she deliberately began applying makeup right in front of him.
Not only that, but she pulled out several sets of lingerie and tried them on one by one. Honey, you're a man. Give me your opinion. Which one is the sexiest? Hua Hai clenched his teeth in rage. Mi Xiaolu, don't go too far. Ha! Too far?
Mi Xiaolu laughed sarcastically. You've already asked your wife to sell herself.
What's too far at this point?
With that, she swung her hips provocatively as she headed for the door, moving with deliberate sensuality. At that moment, Hua Hai felt a sudden urge to stop her. But when he thought about their massive debt and the fact that Mi Xiaolu had cheated before, he reasoned, what difference does one more time make? So, he stayed rooted to his chair, as if he were glued there, unable to move or speak. Mi Xiaolu paused briefly at the door, giving Hua Hai a chance to call her back. But even when she slammed the door shut with a loud bang, he didn't say a word or make a move. She walked to Wei Ming's apartment, adjusted her mindset, and gathered her courage before knocking on his door. What she was about to do wasn't just for her husband, it was for herself, too.
The door opened after a moment. Wei Ming was surprised to see Mi Xiaolu standing there. Why is she at my door? It wasn't even the apocalypse yet, and he hadn't tempted her with purified water or food. So, why had this woman come knocking? What do you want?
He asked, his tone curt. Wei Ming had no intention of being polite to her.
Can I come in first? Mi Xiaolu asked, biting her lip.
Wei Ming wasn't worried about letting a woman into his home. He smirked.
Come in. This should be interesting.
Mi Xiaolu entered and sat stiffly on the couch, her back ramrod straight. Speak, Wei Ming said flatly. After hesitating for a moment, Mi Xiaolu steeled herself. She had to face this head-on.
Can you lend me some money?
Oh? Wei Ming was intrigued. He remembered that in his past life, even after the apocalypse began, this couple hadn't faced any major financial troubles.
So why were they suddenly asking him for money now? What do you need the money for? How much? He asked. Mi Xiaolu reluctantly explained their financial predicament.
She ended with a plea, if we can just get through this period, once gold prices drop, we'll make a huge profit.
Please, lend me 5 million.
I'll pay you back 6 million in 2 weeks. She loathed Wei Ming, this pathetic lowlife, so much that she was willing to offer him high interest just to avoid having to degrade herself further. Of course, this was all wishful thinking. Who could guarantee gold prices would fall in 2 weeks?
Wei Ming's expression turned strange.
So, the root cause of the neighbor's investment failure and looming bankruptcy was him.
My actions caused this?
His removal of the polar ice caps had triggered global market panic, driving up gold prices. This ripple effect had now ensnared the couple next door.
Fascinating.
The butterfly effect really is something else.
But lending them money? Out of the question. The repercussions of the missing polar ice caps weren't going away anytime soon.
Gold prices would only continue to rise, turning their situation into a bottomless pit.
Wei Ming shook his head. No. Why not? Is it the interest? I can increase it. Mi Xiaolu said hurriedly. Wei Ming chuckled.
Your so-called high interest only works if gold prices fall.
But what if they don't? Forget interest, you wouldn't even be able to repay the principal. Don't try to sell me dreams.
Biting her lip, Mi Xiaolu realized this lowlife wasn't so easy to fool.
She was left with only one option. What if you get me in return?
She tilted her pale neck, her posture exuding a proud elegance like that of a swan. If you lend me the money, I'll give myself to you.
Wei Ming burst out laughing. Do you know how much it'll cost to fill the hole you're in? As long as gold prices keep rising, 5 million would barely make a ripple.
You'll need 20 million, maybe 50 million, just to keep going.
Is your body encrusted with diamonds or something?
His earlier words had drained the color from her face. His final remark made her cheeks burn with shame.
What a vulgar lowlife. Gold prices will drop eventually. They can't keep rising forever. She insisted. Wei Ming waved dismissively. Forget about borrowing money. But if things get so bad you can't survive, I wouldn't mind taking you in. Just like Xiao Hei over there. One more pet won't make a difference. Mi Xiaolu couldn't believe her ears. Did you just compare me to a dog?
She nearly exploded.
Wei Ming smirked. Aren't you the one degrading yourself? And by the way, if you get so easily offended, how do you think I felt when you humiliated me over and over again? Shouldn't we settle that score?
Mi Xiaolu had no response. In her mind, Wei Ming wasn't even in the same league as her. A pathetic lowlife like him couldn't possibly compare to someone of her elite status.
But if Wei Ming refused to lend her money, where else could she turn?
Desperate and defeated, she pleaded, Wei Ming, I'm begging you. If you don't help us, my family is finished.
Wei Ming remained unmoved. He laughed. One night with me, and I'll give you 10,000. That's a high price, isn't it? Do it 1,000 times, and you'll get 1,000,000. Dream on. Never. Mi Xiaolu snapped, storming out in a fury.
She wasn't about to sell herself like some prostitute. Of course, Wei Ming didn't bother to follow after her. His interest in Mi Xiaolu stemmed entirely from her arrogant demeanor. He wanted to crush her pride underfoot, not reverse the roles and humiliate himself by begging or trying to keep her.
What would that make him? Reborn just to grovel like a spineless simp? Ha! No way.
He was determined to become a collector of goddesses.
Women like Mi Xiaolu didn't even qualify for that title. At best, she was a toy for him to enjoy.
Besides, according to her own words, if gold prices continued to rise tomorrow and Guahai couldn't cover his margin, they'd be forced to liquidate. Gold prices were bound to go up again, which meant bankruptcy was all but guaranteed for the couple next door. Wei Ming simply had to wait. Before long, he heard shouting from next door.
Guahai's enraged roars were particularly loud.
He must be blaming his wife, Wei Ming thought, smirking.
After all, Mi Xiaolu had just dangled empty promises. She hadn't even bothered to undress, let alone let Wei Ming touch her.
To Guahai, it would seem like his wife had wasted an opportunity to properly perform. So, you'd sleep with another man for free, but when your own family is on the brink of collapse, you suddenly decide to be virtuous?
How could Guahai not be furious? Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle.
The role that used condom had played in sowing discord between them was beyond his expectations.
Content, Wei Ming drifted off to sleep.
He slept soundly, as did Xiao Hei, his new puppy, curled up comfortably in its little doghouse in the living room. While Wei Ming enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, chaos erupted in the Zhua household. When Zhua Qingqing's parents found out she hadn't convinced Wei Ming to take her back and that the construction workers had thrown them out, even threatening to call security, they were livid.
You useless girl. You can't even keep one man happy, what good are you? Luo Guifan, her mother, shrieked.
She raised a hand to slap her daughter but stopped at the last moment. After all, Qingqing's face was her most valuable asset.
You're so stupid. The second you step into his house, you should have stripped. If he agrees to take you back, great. If not, accuse him of rape. Let's see if he dares defy us then.
This woman was ruthless. Zhuofugue, her father, grinned and chimed in. No man can resist temptation.
Daughter, I guarantee if you strip naked, that boy will pounce on you like a wolf. Exactly, sis. Her brother Zhuo Yang added. Sometimes you have to risk something to catch a big fish. And if we end up as one family in the end, you won't lose anything anyway.
Zhuo Qingqing wasn't surprised. To her family, she was nothing more than a tool for serving her brother. If a wealthy 70-year-old man wanted to marry her, her parents would probably force her into it without a second thought. After years of being conditioned to put her brother first, she had accepted this as her fate.
She nodded reluctantly. Fine. I'll try again.
Without further discussion, she went straight to Wei Ming's door. She banged on the door loudly, waking Wei Ming from his sleep. He checked the peephole and, seeing it was Zhuo Qingqing, immediately called the property management office.
Within 5 minutes, security arrived and escorted her away.
Wei Ming then switched his phone to airplane mode, chuckling to himself as he returned to bed. Let her go crazy on her own time, he had no interest in losing sleep over her antics. The next morning, Wei Ming felt refreshed. Not in the mood to wait for delivery, he took some food out of his alternate space and began to eat. As for Xiaohei, he wasn't about to feed the pup store-bought dog food.
Whatever Wei Ming ate, the dog ate, too. Xiaohei was far from picky and gobbled down the food with enthusiasm.
After breakfast, Wei Ming took Xiaohei out for a walk around the neighborhood. As they strolled, everyone they passed smiled at him or greeted him warmly, as though he were some sort of VIP. Wei Ming couldn't help but marvel at the change.
Wasn't I invisible to these people before? Who would have given me a second glance back then?
But now, thanks to his newfound wealth, everything was different. Even though they couldn't possibly get any money from him, people were still eager to curry favor.
Human nature was truly fascinating. After a lap around the block, Wei Ming sat on a bench to let Xiaohei rest. Just then, an older woman approached with a chihuahua on a leash.
The small dog, despite its size, was fully grown and fiercely aggressive. As soon as it saw Xiaohei, it began barking wildly, baring its teeth in a show of ferocity. Xiaohei, though just weaned, was every inch a true Chinese rural dog bred to guard and protect.
Unintimidated, he responded with a low growl of his own. This only enraged the chihuahua further.
Unleashed, it lunged at Xiaohei, and the two dogs began to fight. Wei Ming glanced at the scene but didn't intervene. Despite Xiaohei's small size, his natural instincts as a rural dog made him a match for the chihuahua. The older woman didn't bother to pull her dog back, clearly believing her chihuahua had the upper hand. But within moments, the chihuahua yelped and retreated, injured, while Xiaohei stood his ground, growling triumphantly.
Wei Ming laughed and gave Xiaohei a pat on the head. Good boy. You're getting steak tonight as a reward. Ah, my baby. You're hurt.
The older woman cried, cradling her dog and noticing a scratch near its eye. Furious, she turned on Wei Ming.
Your dog hurt my baby. How are you going to compensate me? Your baby? Wei Ming thought.
You'd think my dog had attacked an actual child. Unfazed, he replied calmly.
First of all, you didn't leash your dog or control it, it was the one that attacked first.
Second, Xiaohei is still just a puppy.
If your dog can't even beat a weaned pup, how is that my problem?
Oh, so you're refusing to take responsibility?
She snapped. Wei Ming shrugged. I'll take responsibility if you compensate me first.
Your dog scared Xiaohei.
Fuming, the woman pulled out her phone to call for backup. Son, get down here now. Baby's hurt, I'm at the front of building 14.
Wei Ming, seeing her determination, made himself comfortable on the bench. There was no point leaving now, she'd just make a scene to stop him anyway. A short while later, a burly man stormed over, anger etched across his face.
Wei Ming recognized him immediately. Oh, so it's them.
This was Lu Kundong, a notorious neighborhood bully, and the older woman was Ma Yuelan, his mother. When Ma Yuelan explained the situation, Lu Kundong turned to Wei Ming. Pay up. We paid 30,000 yuan for this dog, and it's eaten tens of thousands worth of premium dog food. My mom treats it like her own child, so you'll also need to cover emotional damages. How about this 20,000 yuan?
You're rich anyway, right?
He cracked his knuckles threateningly, making his intent clear.
Wei Ming remained unimpressed. This is extortion. Oh? Then maybe I'll use a less polite approach. Lu Kundong lunged, reaching for Wei Ming's chest. Wei Ming sighed, ready to put him in his place. Thud. One punch. Thud. A second. Lu Kundong staggered back, dazed, and collapsed onto the ground. Ma Yuelan immediately began wailing. Help! Someone call the police, this man's a killer. Her cries grew louder as she smirked triumphantly at Wei Ming. Pay up, or you're going to jail. This family only cares about one thing, money, Wei Ming thought, amused. Unbothered, he took out his phone and called the police. Hello, I'd like to report an attempted extortion. Ma Yuelan didn't seem fazed. She had plenty of experience twisting the truth to her advantage. When the authorities arrived, she wasted no time. This man's dog wasn't on a leash and attacked my poor baby. And when I tried to reason with him, he assaulted my son. Lu Kundong chimed in, clutching his head. I feel dizzy. Claiming a concussion, classic. Wei Ming could only laugh internally. Although Ma Yuelan kept on rambling, the security officers wouldn't rely solely on her and her son's version of events, they had to hear Wei Ming's side too. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Here's what happened. She didn't leash her dog, and it got into a fight with mine. I didn't intend to ask for compensation, but she insisted I pay. When I refused, she called her son, who came over demanding 200,000 yuan. When I still didn't agree, he tried to attack me. Naturally, I had to defend myself. He glanced at Lu Kundong with mock concern. Who would have thought someone his size couldn't take a hit? He just collapsed on the spot. Frankly, I suspect he's faking it to scam me. Lu Kundong, still groggy from the blows, quickly retorted, I'm not faking. I really am dizzy. He had faked injuries before, but Wei Ming's punches were so heavy that he genuinely felt dazed. The officers found themselves stuck in a she said situation. What could they do? Wei Ming offered a solution. When the dogs started fighting, I didn't have time to react. But when this big guy came over with clear hostility, I had the presence of mind to record everything on video. What? Both Lu Kundong and Ma Yuelan froze in shock. Wei Ming had recorded the whole incident? What now? Initially, it seemed like the lack of concrete evidence meant both sides would stick to their claims. Wei Ming might have to pay up, or even risk being taken into custody. But if there was video evidence showing Lu Kundong's aggression, the tide would turn instantly. Wei Ming took out his phone and prepared to show the recording to the officers. Panicked, Lu Kundong suddenly snatched the phone and smashed it onto the ground. With a loud crack, the device shattered into pieces. Being tall and burly, Lu Kundong easily overpowered the security officers, who hadn't expected such a brazen move. Feigning regret, Lu Kundong said, Oops, I lost my grip. My bad. Don't worry, I'll pay for the phone. A phone wasn't worth much, and as long as he could continue claiming to have a concussion, Lu Kundong hoped to extort a hefty sum from Wei Ming. The security officers were frustrated. Without the phone, the evidence was gone. What now? Wei Ming, however, remained calm. He smiled, reached into his pocket, and pulled out another phone. Oh, I must have grabbed the wrong one earlier. The video is actually on this phone. Looking at Lu Kundong's rapidly paling face, Wei Ming added, Care to accidentally smash this one too? Don't worry, I've already uploaded the video to cloud storage. You've got to be kidding me. Lu Kundong considered lunging again but decided against it after Wei Ming's warning. Wei Ming handed the phone to the officers. Had he actually been so cautious as to use a decoy phone? Not quite. When Lu Kundong had smashed the first phone, Wei Ming used his spatial gate to swiftly switch it with a backup phone, tossing the decoy in its place. Anyone paying close attention might have noticed a brief bulge in Wei Ming's pocket, the original phone, still intact, being teleported back. The officers watched the video and quickly pieced together the truth. Indeed, Lu Kundong had been the aggressor. Wei Ming's actions were clearly in self-defense. With a calm smile, Wei Ming said, I'm not demanding compensation for emotional distress. All I want is an apology from these two. And perhaps this madam should reflect on her behavior, she really ought to leash her dog in the future. Oh, and I'll need compensation for the damaged phone, of course. Realizing there was no way to extort money from Wei Ming, Ma Yuelan and her son resorted to playing the victim. Apologize? Never. Throw us in jail if you dare. Go ahead, arrest us. Their defiance left the officers exasperated. Wei Ming hadn't been injured, so arresting them over such a trivial matter wasn't realistic. Why were they so brazen? Because the cost of attempting extortion was so low. If it worked, they could score big. If it didn't,
all they had to do was apologize, hardly a punishment.
Wei Ming smirked.
His mind flashed with an idea, and through his spatial gate, he slipped a potent laxative into the stomachs of both Lu Kundong and Ma Yuelan. He said lightly, "Fine, I won't insist on an apology.
Your kind of apology is about as meaningful as a fart anyway. But you still owe me for the phone." Lu Kundong scowled but couldn't avoid paying.
He had smashed the phone in front of the officers. Refusing to compensate would likely land him in jail.
"Fine, I'll pay," he growled. Wei Ming smiled. 1,000 yuan WeChat or Alipay? What? Lu Kundong exploded. That's daylight robbery. Wei Ming shrugged.
It's the latest Pura 70 Ultra. You can check the price online, 10,999 yuan for the high-end version. I'm already giving you a 999 yuan discount.
You should be thanking me. One of the officers chimed in, he's right.
This is Huawei's latest model. The high-spec version costs 10,999 yuan, and due to high demand, scalpers are charging an extra 1,000. Seething, Lu Kundong reluctantly transferred the money. Even Ma Yuelan's attempts to protest were silenced by her son, who knew they had no choice. After transferring the payment, Lu Kundong glared at Wei Ming and hissed, "You'd better spend that money wisely." His tone was full of unspoken threats.
Wei Ming, of course, wasn't intimidated.
Given his newfound strength, he could easily take on 10 men like Lu Kundong.
And once the apocalypse arrived, Wei Ming wouldn't hesitate to eliminate threats like him entirely.
For now, though, Wei Ming chose to let them off lightly. He smirked and continued walking Xiaohei. Meanwhile, Ma Yuelan and her son returned home in a fury.
"What happened? Why are you back so early?" asked Lu Feng, Ma Yuelan's husband. "Don't ask." Ma Yuelan fumed. "That little punk.
I swear I'll ruin his reputation in this neighborhood." But before she could elaborate, Lu Kundong suddenly clutched his stomach. With a loud groan, he bolted to the bathroom.
Moments later, Ma Yuelan's stomach began to churn as well.
Desperate, she pounded on the bathroom door.
"Son! Hurry up, I need to go." "No! I'm not done!"
Lu Kundong shouted back between agonized groans. Unable to hold it in, Ma Yuelan ran to the balcony, pulled down her pants, and squatted over the laundry basin. The sound that followed was explosive. From the living room, Lu Feng, utterly disgusted, could only retch. The next day, Ma Yuelan didn't even get a chance to spread rumors about Wei Ming before she herself became the laughingstock of the entire neighborhood. Someone had taken a photo of her squatting in the laundry sink on her balcony and posted it in the residents' group chat. It instantly turned into the neighborhood's biggest joke. What kind of person does that? Pooping in the laundry sink? Do their clothes smell like sewage now? Yikes! Better keep our distance from them. Don't want to get contaminated by the stench. Even if Ma Yuelan wanted to spread false rumors to defame Wei Ming, no one would take her seriously now. The neighbors avoided her like the plague, some even pinched their noses when they saw her. Ma Yuelan was livid with rage. When Wei Ming heard about it, he chuckled. He had only given her and her son the laxatives as a minor punishment. Since the apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, he couldn't afford to take more drastic action. The last thing he wanted was to draw suspicion, be called in for questioning by the police, and end up stuck at the station when the world ended. That would be a disaster. But Ma Yuelan's antics had provided an unexpected bonus, a surprise with a particularly pungent flavor. Serves her right. 3 days later, Wei Ming was suddenly startled by the loud bang 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 of someone knocking on a door. However, it wasn't his door, it was the one next door. Curious, Wei Ming opened his door to check. Outside stood 4 men, all of them thuggish and intimidating. When they noticed Wei Ming, they glared at him with hostile expressions. "This is a debt collection matter. Stay out of it and go back inside." One of them barked at Wei Ming. Wei Ming immediately understood. Huahai's gamble on gold futures must have resulted in a margin call. The borrowed money had come due, and now the online loan sharks were here to collect. These platforms were polite when lending money, but ruthless when collecting it. Borrow like a king, repay like a coward? The man who had spoken earlier sneered as he pounded on Huahai's door again. "You can dodge us for now, but we'll come every day. Today, we're being polite. Tomorrow? The day after? We'll start splashing paint and filth on your walls. And we'll put up banners around the neighborhood so everyone knows you're deadbeats." After this tirade, the door finally opened. Out stepped Miss Xiaolu, her face pale with fear.
We don't have the money right now. Please, give us some more time. I promise we'll pay it back.
Oh, look, a beauty. The four men's leering gazes landed on her.
Nice figure. TSK.
She's gorgeous. She could easily be the top girl at Crown nightclub. The leader, clearly the most brazen of the group, grinned wickedly.
Every day you don't pay, the interest piles up. Forget the principal, just the daily interest is over 2,000 yuan. How are you going to pay it? But I do have an idea.
You sleep with us each night to cover the interest.
What do you think? Ha ha ha.
Mi Xiaolu's face turned ghostly white. She always saw herself as part of the elite class, associating only with well-dressed, affluent people. The idea of dealing with these lowlifes terrified her more than it angered her.
And the worst part? After his investment imploded, Wahai had run off.
That's right, he had disappeared, leaving Mi Xiaolu to face everything on her own. Biting her lip, she said, "We'll pay back the money. Please leave now, or I'll call the police." The four men burst into laughter, completely unfazed.
Go ahead and call, the leader said dismissively.
We haven't laid a finger on you or forced our way in.
Debt repayment is a moral obligation. What are the police going to do? Stop us from collecting what's owed? Mi Xiaolu hesitated. He was right.
They hadn't harmed her or broken any laws.
Even if the police made them leave, they'd just come back. Was she going to call the police every day?
In desperation, her eyes landed on Wei Ming, who was standing nearby with his arms crossed, watching the scene unfold like a spectator at a theater. She clung to this last hope like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline.
Wei Ming, please help me. I'm begging you.
The leader glanced at Wei Ming, his impatience evident.
Didn't I tell you to get lost? Don't make me hurt you.
Wei Ming ignored him, turning instead to Mi Xiaolu.
Simple.
Come into my apartment, and I guarantee they won't dare knock on my door.
But, he gestured at Xiaohei, his black dog.
The implication was clear, entering his home meant submitting to him, just like the dog. Mi Xiaolu bit her lip, torn.
She couldn't bring herself to agree. Damn it!
The leader growled, striding toward Wei Ming with menace. He reached out to shove him back into his apartment. Wei Ming responded by grabbing the man's wrist with a firm grip.
Ah! Ah!
The man screamed, his face contorted in pain. It felt as though his wrist were caught in an iron vise. The other three men rushed at Wei Ming.
Thud! 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 In a flash, Wei Ming delivered 3 swift kicks, sending all 3 men sprawling to the ground.
Ugh, they knelt on the floor, clutching their stomachs, sweat dripping from their foreheads like raindrops.
It hurt. Aren't you listening? Sit quietly over there.
Wei Ming patted the leader's shoulder before releasing his wrist. His calm demeanor made the man recoil in terror, as if he'd seen a ghost.
Wei Ming turned back to Mi Xiaolu.
When she still hesitated, he shrugged and began to retreat into his apartment.
Wait!
Mi Xiaolu hurried after him. She paused at the doorway, hesitating one last time, but ultimately followed him inside.
Wei Ming glanced at the 4 men.
I don't care what you do to collect from my neighbors. But if you disturb me again or if I smell anything foul, let's just say you won't like the consequences.
The 4 men, though unwilling, knew better than to challenge him again after witnessing his strength. Bang! Wei Ming shut the door.
The sound made all 4 men flinch.
What do we do now, boss? One of them asked. Should we call the cops? Another suggested. Smack!
The leader slapped him hard.
Have you forgotten who we are? Debt collectors calling the police? Are you stupid? Let's go find the man who borrowed the money.
He's the one who signed the IOUs.
If anyone owes us, it's him.
Mi Xiaolu sat nervously on the couch, her posture tense and reserved.
At the same time, a small trace of admiration began to creep into her thoughts. When confronted by debt collectors, what had her husband, Wahai, done? He ran. Yes, he abandoned her and ran away. But Wei Ming?
It had nothing to do with him, yet he stood his ground and even drove away the 4 thugs. Women naturally admire strength, and Mi Xiaolu couldn't help but feel a tiny sliver of admiration for Wei Ming. Just a sliver, though. She still saw herself as a high-class beauty, a Bai Fu Mei, rich and beautiful woman, and Wei Ming as a lowly loser who had inexplicably struck it rich. Even with money, he was nothing more than a nouveau riche in her eyes, someone beneath her status. This mindset was also why she refused to let anyone see how far she had fallen. Even if it meant paying a steep price, she was determined to maintain the illusion of her happiness.
I can't let anyone laugh at me.
The mere thought of those who once envied her looking down on her now made her scalp tingle with fear.
No. She'd rather die than let that happen. Wei Ming asked casually, "Where's your husband?" At the mention of Guahai, Mi Xiaolu felt not guilt, but anger. She snorted. He ran. The moment his positions were liquidated, he left the house and hasn't come back.
He won't answer calls or reply to messages.
Ha, a man with no backbone. Wei Ming chuckled. I have a way to make him come looking for you. How? Mi Xiaolu's interest was piqued. For her, the humiliation she was facing now was entirely Guahai's fault.
If not for his reckless investments, she wouldn't be in this mess. Wei Ming smirked, picking up her phone.
Unlock it, he said. Reluctantly, Mi Xiaolu unlocked her phone.
Wei Ming opened her WeChat app, navigated to her chat with Guahai, and selected the option to send a photo. With one arm wrapped around her waist, he snapped a picture and hit send all in one fluid motion.
Ping. Within 3 seconds, Mi Xiaolu's phone rang. It was Guahai. She answered. Mi Xiaolu, you shameless tramp. Guahai yelled furiously. I've only been gone a few days, and you're already with another man? What's this supposed to mean? Are you trying to force me into a divorce? Let me tell you, the money was borrowed while we were married. Even if we divorce, it's still joint debt. You can't escape it.
And when I told you to sleep with Wei Ming to borrow money, you refused.
Now that I've lost everything, you just throw yourself at him?
Hearing Guahai's hysterical rant, Mi Xiaolu felt a rush of vindictive pleasure. She replied coldly, You racked up this debt and ran away, leaving me to deal with the debt collectors alone.
And you still have the nerve to lecture me? Get back here and fix the mess you made. Otherwise, I really will sleep with Wei Ming. And I'll do it in our bedroom, on our bed. You wouldn't dare.
Guahai shouted, his voice trembling with rage.
Wouldn't she?
When a woman goes dark, there's no limit to what she's capable of.
Mi Xiaolu hung up the call and immediately started a video chat.
When Guahai picked up, she leaned over, kissed Wei Ming on the cheek, and rested her head against his chest, staring provocatively into the camera.
See? Think I won't? She taunted. Guahai was livid. She called him just to flaunt her affair in front of him? Fine. Fine. Fine.
He yelled through gritted teeth. Wei Ming, she's just a used-up tramp with debts piling up.
You can have her if you want. Wei Ming chuckled. Isn't she still your wife? Guahai was speechless.
Mi Xiaolu, incensed, turned to Wei Ming and said, I was married with a proper ceremony and a hefty dowry.
Consider yourself lucky. Guahai couldn't bear to hear or see more. You shameless be /*********. He shouted before ending the call. Would he dare to come back and confront them?
With so much debt hanging over his head, returning would only mean facing the wrath of the debt collectors. Yet, the thought of the humiliation, his wife with another man in their own home, drove him mad with rage.
But what could he do? Why?
Why did the polar ice caps have to disappear? He wailed, his voice breaking into sobs.
If not for that global anomaly, his investments wouldn't have gone bust.
Now his wife was cheating on him in their bed, and he couldn't even muster the courage to go home and confront her. Hatred consumed him. Wei Ming struck a deal with Mi Xiaolu. Every time he helped her fend off the debt collectors, she'd have to show her gratitude. Of course, this was just for now. Once the apocalypse came, things would be different. Then, a single bottle of purified water would have her groveling and calling him master. In fact, when the end came, countless people, whether celebrities, socialites, or wealthy heiresses, would beg to be his pets.
When survival is on the line, status becomes meaningless.
Mi Xiaolu wasn't bad, though. She was gorgeous, even slightly more beautiful than Lu Qing, though her figure wasn't as curvy. Still, a C-cup was perfectly acceptable.
Time passed.
Wei Ming alternated between spending time with Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu. He kept their relationships separate, meeting Lu Qing at hotels and entertaining Mi Xiaolu at home. Once the apocalypse arrived, he'd move them both to his villa. The apocalypse would be boring, and he'd need some entertainment. Taking Xiaohei for a walk, Wei Ming headed downstairs. He hadn't gone far when a middle-aged woman approached, holding someone's hand.
Ah, Xiaohei. I've brought my daughter. You two should sit down and have a chat.
She called out enthusiastically.
It was Aunt Chang.
Wei Ming was speechless. He had brushed her off last time and thought she'd forgotten about it after a few days of no contact. Yet, here she was, bringing her daughter straight to his doorstep.
Was this the allure of 25 million yuan? If 25 million had this effect, what about 2 billion?
Unfortunately, in just over a month, everyone's wealth would be wiped out. Money and status would all be reset. At that point, whoever had the most food and clean water would hold true wealth. And those with the strongest combat abilities would rewrite their fates, becoming rich through force and plunder.
Aunt Cheng eagerly pushed her daughter forward and introduced her. This is my daughter, Zhao Cece.
She's 28, has a master's degree, and works at a bank. Zhao Cece flashed a reserved and haughty smile.
Hello. Wei Ming gave her a quick once-over.
She was about 167 centimeters tall, very slender, too slender, really, and as flat as a board. Cover her face, and it'd be hard to tell her front from her back. Her looks? Even with makeup, she barely scraped a passing grade of 60, just enough to qualify as a beauty. Wei Ming greeted Zhao Cece briefly, then turned to Aunt Chang.
Aunt Chang, I'm not looking to date right now. It's a bit early for that. Early? What are you talking about?
Aunt Chang replied with domineering enthusiasm. Men should marry, women should wed.
You two talk and get to know each other. Wow, she was relentless. Woof! Woof! Xiao Hei barked impatiently. What's with these humans? They're interrupting my walk. If the master hadn't ordered me to behave, I'd bite them both.
Ignoring the two women, Wei Ming tugged on Xiao Hei's leash and walked forward. Zhao Cece frowned, clearly displeased, but under her mother's insistent nudging, she caught up and walked alongside him. After a few steps, she spoke in a condescending tone. A lot of people are chasing me, you know. But my mom insisted I give you a chance, so consider yourself lucky. Wei Ming chuckled. Where did this confidence come from? Fine. Let's see how ridiculous you can get. What's your ideal man like? Wei Ming asked. Height of at least 178 centimeters, a local household registration, under 30 years old, owns a car and a house with no mortgage, and at least 2 million yuan in savings, Zhao Cece stated matter-of-factly. Wei Ming blinked in disbelief. Are you making a wish? Zhao Cece rolled her eyes. That's not funny. Don't you know? The gender imbalance in this country means there are 30 million men who can't find wives. With my qualifications, is it too much to ask for these conditions? Seriously? What makes you think you can pick and choose among 30 million men? Forget it, forget it. She's probably been brainwashed by all that toxic empowerment nonsense. Why bother arguing with her? The so-called 30 million leftover men and 10 million leftover women narratives were just tactics to stir up gender conflict and manipulate unmarried men and women. But in the coming apocalypse, none of this would matter. Survival would be humanity's only priority. And once societal order collapses, would the current marriage system even exist anymore? Wei Ming responded calmly, I don't want to waste your time, and I'm not interested. You should save your chance for someone else. Zhao Cece's anger flared. She stomped her foot, but unfortunately, her flat chest barely moved, leaving Wei Ming thoroughly unimpressed. As he walked away, she hurried to catch up. Don't think that just because you've got some money, you can look down on people. I handle billions at work every day. Oh, come on. That's something to brag about? Wei Ming snickered. No matter how little money I have, it's mine. The money you handle, does any of it belong to you? Zhao Cece was about to retort when someone rudely shoved her aside. It was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She opened her mouth as if to scold but stopped when two men squeezed past her. Son-in-law. When are you marrying our Qingqing? The woman Luo Guifan asked with a beaming smile, ignoring Zhao Cece entirely. Hearing this, Zhao Cece froze mid-complaint, her expression turning furious. So, you're engaged to someone else, and yet you came to flirt with me? Scumbag. I have to expose him. Not that she considered it was her mother and herself who had approached Wei Ming, not the other way around. Wei Ming glanced coldly at Luo Guifan. Her shrewd, calculating demeanor was downright repulsive. He waved dismissively. I broke up with your daughter 4 months ago. Don't call me son-in-law. What? They'd already broken up? Zhao Cece felt a twinge of disappointment. If they'd broken up, Wei Ming wasn't too timing after all. But wait. Jumping straight from one relationship to another? Shameless. Zhuo Yang, Luo Guifan's son, fumed and lunged forward, but Zhuo Fugui, the father, held him back. She dated you for 6 months, and you think you can just dump her? Dream on. Zhuo Fugui snapped angrily. Wei Ming had no interest in engaging with this family. He frowned and said curtly, move. Of course, the Zhou family refused. Zhou Fuguei put on a conciliatory tone.
Son-in-law, young couples always quarrel. It's normal. A few days of cooling off is enough. You're not getting any younger. Just go get your marriage license. Marriage license?
With Wei Ming having no parents, they'd have full control over him afterward.
20 billion yuan.
Thinking about what their daughter had said about Wei Ming's newfound wealth, the Zhou family trembled with excitement. They were going to hit the jackpot.
That 25 million yuan villa? Too small.
Once they got his money, they'd move to a luxury mansion in the city center worth hundreds of millions.
Anything less wouldn't suit their newfound status.
Move, Wei Ming said again, forcing his way through. He couldn't even stand another second with this family, afraid his growing murderous intent might boil over and drive him to kill them all. This was still a lawful society.
Wei Ming reminded himself repeatedly, suppressing his anger. Once the apocalypse hit, though,
the Zhou family chased after him, refusing to give up.
20 billion. 20 billion yuan. What use was dignity compared to that kind of money? As they trailed him, chattering incessantly about marriage, Wei Ming made his move.
Unseen portals opened, dropping 3 large stones in their path.
Ah! Ow! The entire family tripped and fell simultaneously.
If Wei Ming hadn't thought it too gross, he might have arranged for them to land face-first in cow dung.
Dazed, the Zhou family lay on the ground, bewildered. How could there be 3 large stones in the middle of the clean, paved pathway? What was the property management even doing?
Though they wanted to keep chasing, their bruises and scrapes were too painful. All they could do was sit and nurse their wounds.
Time passed day by day. The Zhou family continued to pester Wei Ming relentlessly.
Sometimes one member would show up, other times the whole family would come together. Wei Ming, on the other hand, made full use of his spatial gate to teach them lessons repeatedly. The first time, he wasn't fully prepared, but that changed quickly. He specifically stocked up on large quantities of dog feces and bird droppings for their benefit, giving the Zhou family a literal shower of misfortune.
The Zhou family was completely dumbfounded.
Getting hit by bird droppings could be written off as bad luck, but why was there dog poop too?
What kind of despicable neighbor would let their dog poop on a balcony? Fortunately, it wasn't human feces.
Otherwise, they might have suspected Ma Yuelan. After all, she had a criminal record for defecating in her balcony's laundry sink.
If she could do that, why not hurl it down from above? Yet, for the sake of 2 billion yuan, the Zhou family pressed on undeterred.
Even though they kept ending up covered in filth, they didn't give up. Their strategy was persistent companionship, fully believing that, sooner or later, Wei Ming would give in. More than 2 weeks later, Wei Ming received a call from Xiaobing.
"Boss, everything's done. You can come inspect it." Wei Ming immediately headed over. The Kaidongking residential complex had 3 villas in total.
Despite being connected, they were numbered 8, 18, and 28, clearly an attempt to cash in on the lucky number 8. Interestingly, while villas 8 and 18 were identical in size to Villa 28, they sold for an additional 1 million yuan each at the time of purchase, simply because 8 sounds like prosperity in Chinese, and 18 evokes certain prosperity. Meanwhile, 28 sounded less auspicious.
Wei Ming couldn't help but find it ridiculous. Xiaobing was already waiting at the entrance.
The two walked into the villa, and Wei Ming began his inspection from the basement level.
He was meticulous, his life depended on it.
Once the apocalypse came, this villa would be his safe haven, and there could be no room for error. From the basement to the 3rd floor, Wei Ming carefully examined every detail.
He was thoroughly impressed and promptly paid the remaining balance.
Not only had Xiaobing met all his requirements, but he'd also made significant improvements. For instance, Wei Ming had planned to install hollow copper pipes in the walls for placing ice blocks to cool the villa. Xiaobing had refined this idea by creating insulated cavities around the walls, making it easier to insert ice blocks. Drainage holes at the base would funnel melted water into a storage tank in the basement. Of course, this was redundant for Wei Ming. He could simply use his spatial gate to place ice wherever he wanted, without needing any openings.
Overflow? Not a problem, he could store excess water in the spatial dimension. Excellent. Absolutely excellent.
The only issue was a faint smell from the new materials, despite being eco-friendly. Wei Ming decided to leave the villa to air out for another 20 days before moving in.
Xiaobing left after assuring Wei Ming that any non-human related damages would be repaired for free.
Wei Ming stayed behind to connect the villa's surveillance cameras to his phone, enabling him to monitor the property remotely. Once everything was set up, he walked to the front gate.
He logged out all secondary user accounts and reset the master password, ensuring only his fingerprint and facial recognition could unlock the system. With that done, he prepared to leave. Just then, a Mercedes pulled out of Villa 18 next door.
The driver's side window was rolled down, revealing a stunning woman in her early 20s with a side profile so gorgeous Wei Ming couldn't help but give her a 90 out of 100. From his brief glance, her figure was just as impressive, curves in all the right places.
Her chest alone was easily a D cup, if not an E.
But before he could admire further, the car turned a corner, leaving him with only a view of its rear bumper.
The owner of Villa 18? Curious, Wei Ming asked a security guard.
At first, the guard was hesitant to share, but after Wei Ming handed him a pack of Huazi cigarettes, the man became a fountain of information.
Yes, that beauty is indeed the owner of Villa 18. Her name is Yu Chuton.
She's reportedly a wealthy heiress who bought the villa 2 years ago. She drives an S-Class Mercedes, wears luxury brands from head to toe, and never spares us security guards a second glance. Wei Ming also asked about the owner of Villa 8. According to the guard, Villa 8 housed a prominent businessman who divorced his first wife 2 years ago and recently married a college student, a campus belle with impossibly long legs. The guard even gestured to his waist to illustrate their length. Having learned about his new neighbors, Wei Ming returned home.
Time continued to pass. Wei Ming's bank balance dwindled at an astonishing rate, now down to less than 20 million yuan.
He was delighted. The faster he spent the money, the more supplies he acquired. At this point, he was only splurging on banquets since he'd already stockpiled all other essentials during his $0 shopping sprees.
If he spent it all and the apocalypse didn't come?
Well, with his vast reserves of resources, he could live comfortably regardless. A few more weeks went by. Wei Ming officially moved into the villa. After setting up his bedding and other essentials, he went to the third-floor balcony. The balconies were cantilevered, which Wei Ming considered a security risk. However, the tempered glass was 5 centimeters thick, serving as the first line of defense. Beyond that, the entrance from the balcony to the interior could be sealed with a 10 cm thick alloy steel door, capable of withstanding explosives unless an absurdly large quantity was used.
In fact, the villa's walls were all reinforced with alloy steel, essentially turning it into an impenetrable fortress. What's the point of a safe house if it can be breached easily? Its only vulnerability was fire.
Even with insulation, prolonged exposure to flames could turn it into an oven. But Wei Ming had an endless supply of icebergs in his spatial dimension. With those, he could control the temperature. If it exceeded 30 degrees Celsius inside, he'd consider it a personal failure. Seated on the balcony, bathed in sunlight, Wei Ming sipped tea in complete tranquility.
Who else would dare enjoy such leisure under the sun once the apocalypse began?
Wait. He noticed someone on the balcony of Villa 8, a young woman, likely the new wife of the businessman. Sitting under a sunshade, she held a cup, presumably of coffee. She was stunning, with skin so radiant it seemed to glisten.
Could she really be under 20?
No, if she was married, she had to be at least 22. Sensing his gaze, the woman glanced his way briefly before returning to her coffee, completely unfazed.
Let's see how long this serenity lasts. Wei Ming looked away.
By his calculations, only 11 days remained until the apocalypse arrived.
The phone suddenly rang. Wei Ming glanced at the caller ID. It was Lu Qing.
That was rare. She rarely initiated calls to him. Wei Ming had planned to contact her in a few days and bring her to his villa, keeping her hidden until the apocalypse arrived. As long as he did it discreetly, there would be no issues.
And once the world descended into chaos, well, who would bother with trivial accusations of theft then?
He could hardly wait to see Lu Qing grovel at his feet in the post-apocalyptic world.
He answered the call. Wei Ming. Save me. You have to save me.
The moment the call connected, Lu Qing's panicked voice came through.
Don't panic.
Speak slowly, Wei Ming replied calmly. Lu Qing took a deep breath but still sounded tearful.
Su Jian, that bastard.
He took all the money and fled to Malaysia. He said I have 2 hours, and at 4:30 p.m., he'll send an email to the company exposing how we embezzled 30 million yuan together.
Ha! Wei Ming was taken aback. How did this happen?
In his previous life, it wasn't until 4 days later that Lu Qing and Su Jian's secret marriage and theft of company funds were exposed. Both were arrested together.
But now, things were unfolding differently. Not only was the timeline accelerated by 4 days, but Su Jian had managed to flee to Malaysia? Smart move, choosing a country without an extradition treaty with China. Should he help Lu Qing?
If he helped her, he would assume some risk. Once the case was exposed, he might be brought in for questioning.
And what if that coincided with the apocalypse?
However, as long as he disguised his involvement well enough, hiding Lu Qing until the world fell apart shouldn't be a problem. In fact, his plan had always been to bring her to the villa in a few days.
He just needed to move up the timeline. I'm in. Leave your office immediately and head to Yifan Mall.
Wait for me at the entrance of Bread Talk, he instructed.
Okay. Lu Qing stammered.
She was utterly panicked, her mind focused solely on one thing, avoiding prison. Wei Ming took a moment to prepare himself, checking his reflection and changing into an inconspicuous outfit. Then, he left the neighborhood and hailed a taxi to Yifan Mall. In less than 30 minutes, he spotted Lu Qing. She was pacing back and forth, her anxiety written all over her face. Even in her flustered state, her beauty and figure caught the attention of passing men, their eyes lingering on her curves. Wei Ming approached her, discreetly opening his spatial gate to spray ink over all nearby surveillance cameras.
This was a simple trick. He only needed to toss the ink into his spatial dimension beforehand.
Then, using the spatial gate, he could release the ink directly onto the cameras, which he pinpointed with precision within the 5-meter range of the gate. Stopping beside Lu Qing, he spoke softly, "Follow me." Startled, Lu Qing didn't recognize him at first, but his voice quickly registered. She hurried after him. Wei Ming continued to disable surveillance cameras along their route before leading Lu Qing into a restroom. Handing her a bag, he said, "Change into these clothes and put on the mask, sunglasses, and hat." Lu Qing nodded quickly, finally relaxing a little.
Wei Ming thought of everything.
10 minutes later, Lu Qing emerged, looking like a completely different person. Wei Ming had also changed his outfit. They tossed their old clothes into a trash bin, or so it seemed. In reality, Wei Ming stored them in his spatial dimension.
Now, it was foolproof.
Wei Ming wrapped an arm around Lu Qing's waist, and she naturally leaned her head on his shoulder.
Both wore masks, sunglasses, and hats, making them unrecognizable.
Exiting the mall, Wei Ming hailed a taxi to Wanda Plaza. There, they switched to another cab and returned to Kaidongking. Entering through the underground parking garage, they finally reached the sanctuary of Villa 28. Inside, Lu Qing couldn't hide her surprise.
"This is your home?"
As a senior financial manager at a large company, Lu Qing's discerning eye immediately recognized the value of the villa. It was worth at least 20 million yuan.
How could Wei Ming afford something like this? Still curious at a time like this? Wei Ming chuckled. Lu Qing's expression darkened, quickly giving way to anger. Su Jian, that bastard. He had not only fled with all their money but was now trying to throw her under the bus. How could a man be so vicious? People say that even a single night of marriage fosters 100 days of affection. How could Su Jian be so heartless? Wei Ming shared her curiosity. In his past life, the two had never turned on each other and had been arrested together. Was this because of his own interference? Had Su Jian discovered their frequent hotel meetups and grown suspicious? That must be it. Otherwise, there was no better explanation. After some thought, Wei Ming said, "For now, you'll stay here, but only on this floor." This was the second floor. He had already locked all doors and windows. Thanks to the villa's soundproofing, no one outside would hear a thing, even if Lu Qing screamed her lungs out. She couldn't access the first or third floors and was confined to this level. "Am I supposed to hide like this forever?" she asked, her voice trembling. Wei Ming smiled. "Don't worry. I've contacted a smuggler. Stay here for about 2 weeks, and I'll arrange for you to leave the country." In truth, with the apocalypse just 11 days away, she'd be staying as his pet. Lu Qing looked genuinely moved. If Wei Ming had said this outright, she wouldn't have believed him. How could a poor loser like him pull off something so elaborate? But seeing this luxurious villa had shifted her perception. This man could actually do it. "Thank you so much, Wei Ming," she said sincerely, her emotions welling up. Her husband had betrayed her, but the man she once looked down upon had saved her in her darkest hour. The contrast left her overwhelmed. "How will you thank me?" Wei Ming asked with a sly grin. Meanwhile, Little Black, the dog, was curious about the new arrival. After being fed a sliced steak by Wei Ming, the pup happily settled down to eat. Wei Ming, seated on the balcony, enjoyed the cool evening breeze while Lu Qing stayed inside watching TV, not daring to step out. Across the way, the wealthy heiress from Villa 18 had returned.
Her lights were on, and soon she stepped out onto her balcony. When she noticed Wei Ming sitting on his own balcony looking her way, she quickly turned her head with an air of aloofness. Wei Ming didn't take her attitude to heart. She could only afford to act high and mighty for now. In a few days, he took out a bottle of pure water, wondering, would she beg for it, wagging her tail? He was genuinely curious. Just then, the doorbell rang. 3 security guards stood outside Villa 28, pressing the button. Why did Su Jin call Lu Qing and specifically give her 2 hours of warning? It wasn't out of kindness, it was to torment her. 2 hours? Could she erase all evidence or flee abroad in that time? Impossible. She wouldn't even make it to the airport. So, while it seemed like Su Jian was giving her a grace period, his intentions were malicious. To make matters worse, after just 1 hour, he sent the incriminating email to the company using his own account. The email detailed how he and Lu Qing had collaborated over the past 3 years to embezzle 30 million yuan. This email immediately raised alarms at the company. Security was instructed to locate and detain both Lu Qing and Su Jian, but neither was present. Su Jian had been on leave for several days. Lu Qing, however, had been at work that afternoon but had left not long before. With no other choice, the company called the police. When law enforcement officers arrived and discovered the embezzlement amounted to 30 million yuan, they treated the case with the utmost seriousness. They immediately went to the homes of Su Jian and Lu Qing but found them both empty. The police concluded that the couple had fled out of fear of being arrested and issued a nationwide warrant for their capture. However, one thing puzzled the police: why had Su Jian turned in his own wife? If he wanted to atone for his crimes, why had he fled as well? Su Jian's whereabouts were easy to trace. His travel records showed he had left for Malaysia, a country without an extradition treaty with China. But Lu Qing? She was likely still in Haidu. The police activated their AI-powered surveillance system, scanning footage for facial recognition. It didn't take long to track Lu Qing leaving her office and heading to Yufan Mall. The officers rushed to Yufan Mall and quickly identified her on security footage. However, shortly after, the cameras went dark. Initially, the police thought it was a network issue, but the mall management informed them that someone had sprayed ink on several cameras. The trail went cold. Surveillance systems couldn't locate Lu Qing again. It was as though she had vanished into thin air. What now? The police had another lead. Before disappearing, Lu Qing had made a phone call. While her phone couldn't be located, they could retrieve her call records from the telecom provider. Thus, 3 officers appeared outside Wei Ming's building. Wei Ming remained calm as he pressed a button on his remote control. Then, casually, he went downstairs and opened the door. "What's the matter?" he asked. One of the officers smiled. "We're on official duty and need to ask you a few questions." Wei Ming nodded. "Come in." The 3 officers entered. There were 2 men and 1 woman. The first male officer, in his 30s, had a serious demeanor. The second, in his 20s, looked like a rookie with particularly thick eyebrows. As for the female officer, Wei Ming almost whistled. She was stunning, an absolute knockout. Her facial beauty easily scored over 90, and her figure was nothing short of spectacular. Her full chest strained against her uniform, as if the buttons were barely holding on. Her waist, however, was slender enough to be encircled with one hand, creating an exaggerated hourglass shape with her curvy hips. What a sight! Wei Ming almost wanted to give her a perfect score. Wei Ming invited them to sit down and handed each a bottle of pure water. He chuckled inwardly, knowing that in a few days, these bottles would become extremely valuable. Even though it was only April, the effects of the vanished polar ice caps were becoming apparent. The room temperature had already climbed to 30 degrees Celsius. Wei Ming turned on the air conditioner, sat down, and smiled. "I'm happy to cooperate." One of the male officers asked, "Did you receive a phone call from Lu Qing this afternoon?" "Yes," Wei Ming replied without hesitation. "What did she call you about?" Wei Ming hesitated. "Do I have to answer?" "Of course." The voluptuous policewoman declared haughtily. "This concerns a major case. If you withhold information, we can arrest you for obstruction of justice." Wei Ming chuckled. "I'm happy to cooperate, as it's every citizen's duty. But threatening a law-abiding citizen isn't very professional, don't you think?" "You!" The policewoman slammed her hand on the table, causing her chest to bounce. "What of you?" Her colleagues quickly calmed her down. "Relax," the older officer said. "He's wealthy enough to own a villa like this. There's no need to antagonize him. We appreciate your cooperation, Mr. Wei, the senior officer continued.
This is a major case involving a large sum of money.
Wei Ming nodded and awkwardly admitted, Lu Qing and I are romantically involved. She called me this afternoon, saying she was in trouble. She briefly mentioned embezzling company funds, and I advised her to turn herself in.
She didn't?
The officers exchanged skeptical glances. After all, Lu Qing had gone to Yufan Mall right after the call, where the security cameras had been suspiciously vandalized.
Where were you this afternoon?
The senior officer asked.
At home, Wei Ming replied.
Liar.
The voluptuous policewoman snapped. Confess. Wei Ming sighed.
If you're this aggressive in my own home, I can only imagine how you treat me at the station.
You.
The policewoman's chest heaved with anger again, and Wei Ming made no effort to hide his appreciation of the view.
The rookie officer interjected with a smile. Do you have anyone who can vouch for your whereabouts? Wei Ming shook his head. I live alone. There's no one to confirm. The senior officer asked, May we search the premises? Wei Ming smirked. Technically, you need a warrant, and I could refuse. But since I'm a good citizen with nothing to hide, go ahead.
The officers spread out to search the villa. Wei Ming, meanwhile, turned on the TV and leisurely watched a show.
After 30 minutes, the officers returned, empty-handed and frustrated. Could Wei Ming be telling the truth? Had he only advised Lu Qing to surrender? Wait!
The policewoman suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up.
You have another property.
She thought she had caught him.
Oh, would you like to search that one too?
Wei Ming asked, perfectly composed.
Fine. I'll take you there.
He led the officers to his other apartment, a smaller property.
It took them less than 5 minutes to search it, and again, they found nothing.
The senior officer apologized.
Sorry for taking up so much of your time. No problem. Happy to help, Wei Ming replied, then turned to the policewoman. By the way, what's your name? Can I have your contact info? I'm Song Qing Yun.
If you decide to confess,
mention my name. She snapped, still convinced Wei Ming was hiding something.
Wei Ming parted ways with the officers at the building entrance and returned to his villa.
As he passed Villa 18, he noticed Yu Chutong sitting on her balcony.
She shot him a disdainful glance. Clearly, she had seen him leaving with the officers and assumed he was involved in some shady business.
Why didn't the 3 officers find Lu Qing? It was simple, there was a hidden room.
The officers weren't familiar with the layout of the villa, and with such limited time, it was impossible for them to notice the discrepancy in space or suspect the presence of a secret chamber. When Wei Ming returned, he opened the hidden door and found Lu Qing inside, her face full of tension.
Did they leave? Are they gone?
She asked, clearly terrified. She couldn't bear the thought of going to prison.
Wei Ming nodded. They're gone.
Lu Qing let out a sigh of relief but then looked at Wei Ming with incredulity.
Who are you? A hidden room in someone's house wasn't exactly normal.
Wei Ming merely smiled.
The person who saved your life and kept you out of prison.
Lu Qing hesitated but quickly dismissed her doubts. After all, she planned to leave in just over half a month.
What did it matter who Wei Ming really was?
Deciding that she needed to ensure Wei Ming remained happy and cooperative, she resolved to repay him for his kindness. Better to keep him pleased than risk him changing his mind and refusing to help her escape. Thank you, Wei Ming, she said softly, swaying her alluring body as she slowly began to remove her clothing.
Those twin peaks were dazzlingly white and impressively large. Wei Ming smiled faintly. It was going to be a fiery night. The night passed. Wei Ming was thoroughly satisfied. As he glanced at the woman lying beside him, he mused about how tirelessly Lu Qing had worked to please him the night before, desperate to keep him on her side. What she didn't realize was that she had no chance of leaving. In truth, escaping the villa would be her misfortune. Outside, she would face starvation, dehydration, or worse, being enslaved and abused by others. And it wouldn't just be by one person. After the apocalypse, morality would collapse, and everyone's base desires would be unleashed. Wei Ming got up, leaving a prepared breakfast for Lu Qing before heading out. Naturally, Lu Qing couldn't leave the house. Wei Ming hadn't brought her there to create unnecessary problems for himself. There were only 10 days left until the apocalypse.
With about 1 million yuan remaining in his bank account, Wei Ming planned to spend it all that day.
He spent the entire day out, returning home late in the evening.
As he approached his villa, he saw the entire left family, Zhuqingqing and her parents, along with her younger brother, standing neatly at his gate. They were greedily staring through the iron bars at his three-story villa, their expressions so full of longing they resembled a group of beggars. Wei Ming sneered. He had deliberately boasted to Zhuqingqing about his 20 billion yuan fortune just to turn them into a pack of starving dogs, scrambling after him without shame. What a pathetic sight. "Move," he said coldly. "Oh, Wei Ming, you're back." Zhuqingqing's mother, Luo Guifan, greeted him with a beaming smile, pretending not to notice his obvious disdain. "Our Qingqing hasn't seen you for days. She's been so heartbroken she can't even eat or sleep." "What thick skin." "No, scratch that. This family had no shame at all. Brother-in-law, stop being mad at my sister and just get the marriage certificate already." Zui Yang chimed in, eager to push things along. He couldn't afford to wait. A villa worth 25 million yuan? No, compared to 20 billion yuan, this villa was nothing. He wanted the money, all of it. Taking advantage of the situation, Zhuqingqing spoke in a pleading tone. "Wei Ming, I was wrong before. Please forgive me just this once, okay?" Wei Ming waved them off impatiently. "Move, or I'll call security." "Son-in-law, don't be so petty," Zuofugu, Zhuqingqing's father, said with a forced smile, pushing his daughter toward Wei Ming. Meanwhile, Zui Yang took out his phone, ready to snap photos. If they could capture a moment of intimacy between Wei Ming and Zhuqingqing, they could use it to spread rumors and force him into compliance. Leverage public opinion? Threaten him with accusations of abandonment? They were prepared to do anything for that 20 billion yuan. But as Zhuqingqing stumbled toward Wei Ming, he elegantly sidestepped her. Thud! Zhuqingqing fell hard onto the ground. Seeing this, Zuofugu's eyes darted around before he began to shout dramatically, "Domestic abuse. Wei Ming is abusing his wife. Everyone, come and see this injustice." His loud cries naturally attracted a crowd, including the residents of Villas 8 and 18. Yu Chutong and the young trophy wife both appeared on their respective balconies to watch. Zhuqingqing's fall had been quite painful, and she lay on the ground for some time, unable to get up. However, her family members completely ignored her and instead loudly accused Wei Ming of heartlessly abandoning her after gaining wealth, hoping to sway public opinion in their favor. The onlookers, while uninterested in intervening, thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. The Zhou family's antics were nothing short of laughable. Wei Ming, uninterested in being the center of attention, pushed past the Zhou family, entered his villa, and firmly shut the gate. Bang! The gate slammed shut. "Look at this! Look!" Luo Guifan cried, wailing loudly. "How can someone be so heartless? Oh, the injustice! The injustice of it all!" But no one paid her any mind. After causing a scene for a while longer, the Zhou family realized Wei Ming wasn't coming back out. Dejected, they slunk back home. But the thought of Wei Ming's supposed 20 billion yuan haunted them. They were restless, unable to eat, unable to sleep, tossing and turning all night. At this rate, they might literally collapse from exhaustion and anxiety. Wei Ming, of course, was entirely unaffected. Watching the Zhou family's desperate performances over the past few days had provided him with some minor amusement. But for the real punishment? That would come after the apocalypse began. Back inside, Wei Ming turned on the news. After the apocalypse, the news would only last 2 more days before all TV signals went dark. Better enjoy it while it lasted. Ha! A report caught his attention. Scientists had detected unusual solar activity through satellite monitoring, which could potentially affect Earth. Some experts speculated that the disappearance of the polar ice caps might have been caused by earlier solar anomalies that had gone undetected. The scientist on TV spoke with great confidence, presenting their theories as if they were absolute truth. Wei Ming nearly burst out laughing. Should I invite this expert to peek inside my spatial dimension? Let's see how they'd explain that. Still, it turned out that the world had already noticed solar irregularities. What they hadn't anticipated was the cataclysm these changes would bring. After a while, Wei Ming went upstairs. Lu Qing greeted him eagerly, doing her best to serve him well before cautiously asking about the snakehead smuggler's progress. Wei Ming repeated the same lie, telling her it would take about half a month, leaving her to count the days herself. She wouldn't live to see that day. He had saved her for one reason only, to toy with her. For 3 years, she had treated him like dirt. Why would he develop feelings for someone like her after a few nights together? The days passed, and the temperature continued to rise. Soon, it was May 2nd. That evening, Wei Ming stepped out to have dinner at a nearby restaurant. Tomorrow, the apocalypse would arrive. He wanted to savor his last normal day.
The restaurant's air conditioning was on.
It was only early May, but temperatures had already exceeded 30 degrees Celsius. Everyone was wearing short sleeves, and the women had started competing to show off their long legs and slim waists, creating an almost overwhelming visual feast.
Wei Ming sat alone.
He ordered 2 dishes and a soup, along with a bottle of beer, and began eating slowly.
However, the restaurant was extremely noisy.
A brat was banging a spoon against a plate, producing an incessant, grating noise. This naturally annoyed many patrons, and a server approached to try and mediate, but the child's parents responded by berating her instead.
Does your restaurant have a rule against making noise while eating? Even the law doesn't forbid it.
Besides, our little Bao is only 13 years old.
Isn't it normal for him to be playful?
The couple launched into a tirade, forcing the server to retreat in frustration. But as she turned to leave, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her leg, as if she'd been pricked by a needle. She spun around, disbelief written all over her face. The father was sitting across from her, too far away to reach her, and the mother was unlikely to have done it.
That left only the child.
The server confronted the parents. "Your child poked me with a needle."
The parents burst out laughing.
"How shameless can you get, accusing a child of something like that?"
The mother yelled, standing up and flinging her cup of water in the server's face.
Luckily, because of the hot weather, it was just lukewarm water. Had it been boiling, the consequences could have been dire.
The father, his expression menacing, joined in, "You wretch. Are you looking for trouble?"
The server was overwhelmed with injustice. She had indeed been poked by a needle, and only the child could have done it.
Yet the parents were being utterly unreasonable, responding with insults and even violence.
Unable to stand up to their bullying, the timid server began to cry, covering her face as she ran toward the kitchen.
But the parents weren't satisfied.
They called over the restaurant manager and launched into a loud complaint. The manager, running a business and not wanting to upset the other diners, tried to smooth things over and promised to have the server apologize. Not long after, the server reappeared, her eyes swollen from crying. Whether the manager had promised her a raise or threatened her with dismissal, she reluctantly offered an apology to the child.
"That's it?"
the mother said arrogantly.
"You've sullied my son's reputation. If this rumor spreads and people badmouth my Bao, how will he live?"
The father chimed in, "Our little Bao is sensitive. You need to kneel and apologize to restore his dignity."
Now this was too much.
Everyone turned to look at the brat.
Was this really a 13-year-old kid?
The boy was at least 1.6 meters tall and had shifty eyes, constantly ogling the female diners' chests and legs.
Kids these days grew up fast. 13? He was clearly old enough to understand plenty and to act on it.
Even if the server had wrongly accused him, demanding that an adult kneel to apologize to a child was pure humiliation. The server refused. She had already swallowed her anger and apologized to the child despite being the victim.
Now they wanted her to kneel? "I quit,"
she shouted, ripping off her apron and throwing it to the ground before storming out of the restaurant.
What kind of person is this? Accuses a child and doesn't even apologize properly. Ridiculous.
I hope she gets hit by a car as soon as she steps out. The mother continued spewing insults, oblivious to the rising ire of those around her. But she was clearly a shrew, sparring verbally with the crowd without losing ground. The father, meanwhile, pulled up his shirt to reveal a tattoo of a tiger on his back. The tattoo was intimidating, and many began to wonder if he was a gangster or an ex-convict. With the server gone and no one wanting to escalate the situation, the other patrons gradually quieted down and resumed their meals. Wei Ming, seated further away, overheard the couple at the neighboring table discussing the family.
Listening in, Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. It turned out this family also lived in Qidong City.
Oh, that explained why they were dining here. They lived nearby. The man, Lu Dalong, wasn't a gangster as some had guessed. He owned a car rental business, but he was known for his shady practices. After renting out vehicles, he would often vandalize them at night to force customers to pay hefty repair fees.
And why the large tattoo? To intimidate people, of course.
When customers refused to pay, he'd flash the tattoo, grab a kitchen knife, and start banging it on the table.
Who wouldn't cough up the money after that?
He was a notorious thug and troublemaker, often involved in fights. Known as Brother Dragon, he had a stocky, muscular build and had clashed with nearly everyone in his building, threatening them with knives. He'd been jailed a few times, But each time he was released, he became even worse. The residents of Building 15 despised him to their cores. Wei Ming had no intention of getting involved. This was his last restaurant meal before the apocalypse, and he wanted to savor it. Wei Ming thought the drama was over, but the brat didn't stop. When a young woman passed by their table, the boy struck again, jabbing her with his needle. Ah! The woman screamed in pain, startled and unprepared. She was in her early 20s, and she stared at the boy in disbelief. "What's wrong, babe?" her male companion quickly asked. "He poked me with a needle," she said, pointing at the boy. Her voice was loud, and many diners heard her. The first time, when the server had accused the boy, some people had been skeptical. But now? Two unrelated people accusing the same child of the same behavior? The crowd erupted in anger, voicing their disapproval. Brother Dragon slammed the table and glared at everyone. "What are you yelling about? Anyone who dares make a sound, I'll kill you." His ferocity was intimidating, and most people didn't want to provoke him. They urged the young couple to call the police instead. The boy, emboldened, stood up and mimicked his father's demeanor. "Whoever calls the cops, I'll kill you. I'm underage, so even if I kill someone, I won't go to jail." Everyone was stunned. A 13-year-old kid making such vicious threats, how could they not be shocked? What's wrong with kids these days? He was using his underage status as a shield for violence? And honestly, people were intimidated. Though the brat was only 13, he was nearly as tall as an adult, with a sturdy build much like his father's. He clearly had considerable strength. If anyone fought back, they'd have to be cautious about hurting him, while the kid would have no such reservations. And what if he really stabbed someone? As he said, there'd be no death penalty for him, only financial compensation at most. This thought made everyone sit back down. Forget it. Why bother with such a little devil? Sooner or later, society would teach him a lesson. The real issue, though, was that the boyfriend of the woman who'd been stabbed also backed down. He was just a few centimeters taller than the brat, but he was scrawny and wore glasses, hardly the type to put up a fight. Frankly, the kid probably had more strength than he did. The boyfriend quickly tried to placate his girlfriend. "Let it go. It's not worth it. Someone will take care of him eventually. Let's just leave." Smack! Before he could leave, the brat slapped him hard across the face, nearly knocking him over. "Who's going to take care of me?" "Ha? Who?" the brat shouted, chasing after the man and raining punches on his head. The girlfriend screamed, "Help! Somebody help!" But no one stepped in to help. However, someone did call the police. Within 10 minutes, law enforcement officers arrived, though by then the boyfriend's face was bruised and swollen. Even in front of the officers, the brat showed no fear, acting as defiant and unruly as ever. The officers, knowing the complications of dealing with an underage offender, ultimately pressured the family into compensating the young couple 1,000 yuan for medical expenses, with further costs to be settled later. As for the stabbing incident? Naturally, it was brushed aside. He's underage, what can you do? At most, a verbal reprimand and some educational guidance. The girlfriend was furious. As soon as they stepped outside, she broke up with her boyfriend on the spot and stormed off in anger. The young man, forgetting about his injuries, scrambled to chase after her. Soon after, the officers left, and the matter seemed resolved. But Lu Daolong and his family didn't leave. Though the brat escaped any real consequences, he seemed upset after being scolded by the officers. He stood up, walked to a neighboring table, and spat into someone's food. How could anyone eat after that? What were they supposed to do, fight the brat? Judging by how the police had just handled things, what good would it do? Call them again? Endure another round of the same drama? Forget it. If they couldn't afford to provoke him, they could at least avoid him. The diners at that table decided not to eat anymore. Even though the restaurant owner offered to replace their food, they'd lost their appetite. "Let's just go," they muttered, grabbing their belongings and leaving. But the brat wasn't done. He moved to another table. Spit. Once again, food ruined. Instead of stopping their son's appalling behavior, Lu Daolong and his wife looked on with pride, as if their son were demonstrating some kind of triumph. Like parents, like child. As the brat continued his rampage, more and more diners left. Some paid their bills, others walked out without saying a word. What could the restaurant owner do? At least no one was demanding compensation yet. The owner, desperate and furious, could only call the police again. At this point, the brat approached Wei Ming's table.
He cleared his throat, ready to spit. Wei Ming had planned to stay out of it. Tomorrow, the apocalypse would begin, and with it, all notions of justice, morality, and order would collapse. Getting involved didn't seem worth it. But now the brat was targeting him. Absolutely not. Bam! Wei Ming kicked out, sending the brat flying. The brat had been about to spit, mouth wide open, but the sudden force of the kick made him instinctively close his mouth, and he bit down hard on his own tongue. The kick happened so fast that Lu Dalong and his wife, who had been gleefully watching their son's antics, didn't even react before their son landed on the ground, wailing in pain, his mouth filled with blood. Wei Ming hadn't even kicked him that hard. It was the brat's own fault for almost biting off his tongue, leaving his mouth a bloody mess. Lu Dalong couldn't stand it. He leapt to his feet, grabbing a chair and charging at Wei Ming. "You bastard! How dare you kick my son? I'll kill you!" Wei Ming could think of 1,000 ways to kill this man. But with 12 hours left until the apocalypse, was it worth spending that time in a standoff with the police? Actually, maybe it was. Lu Dalong swung the chair at Wei Ming, but Wei Ming sidestepped and countered with a kick, sending him stumbling back. While Lu Dalong was heavy and didn't fall, the impact was enough to unnerve him. Oh! Lu Dalong's wife, however, was undeterred. Seeing her husband and son hurt only enraged her further. Screaming hysterically, she charged at Wei Ming, her hands clawing for his face. Smack! Wei Ming slapped her across the face, stunning her into silence for a few seconds. When she recovered, she went berserk and tried to slap him back. Smack! Wei Ming slapped her again. This pattern repeated itself slap after slap until her face was red and swollen. But given her already plump features, the swelling only made her look more grotesque. By now, both Lu Dalong and the brat had recovered. They retreated to the kitchen and returned with knives. "Oh, you brought knives? Don't blame me for defending myself, then." Wei Ming's gaze turned icy, his killing intent evident. But just as things were about to escalate further, the police arrived. Having stayed nearby after the earlier call, they quickly responded to the new report. Seeing the knives, the officers drew their batons and one even unholstered a gun, ordering Lu Dalong and his son to drop the weapons. Lu Dalong wasn't bold enough to face a gun. He quickly dropped his knife, but the brat, fearless as ever, refused to back down until his father wrested the knife away and tossed it aside. The officers heaved a sigh of relief and began taking statements. The situation wasn't hard to piece together. The officers, who had already dealt with this family earlier, were naturally biased against them and harshly criticized their behavior. Still, Lu Dalong had attempted to hit Wei Ming with a chair, and Wei Ming had retaliated with a kick. To the officers, it looked like mutual aggression, and they prepared to take both parties to the station. If they concluded it was a case of fighting in public, Wei Ming could face at least 3 days of detention. But with the apocalypse looming tomorrow, there was no way Wei Ming could spend time in a cell. His mind raced, formulating a plan, one that would let him cut loose a little and still gain an advantage. He moved like lightning, snatching the gun from the officer's hands. Everyone was stunned. In the US, where guns are a common sight, it's no big deal for ordinary people to carry firearms. But in China, firearms are strictly prohibited. When Wei Ming snatched the security officer's gun, it was a massive shock to everyone. The security officer whose gun was taken instinctively tried to grab it back, but when Wei Ming pointed the gun at him, he froze in place. Another security officer quickly tried to calm the situation. "Don't be impulsive. Please don't be impulsive. This was just a minor incident. If you put the gun down now, we can pretend this never happened." Of course, he was trying to de-escalate the situation. However, before Wei Ming could respond, Long saw, Mrs. Long, jumped in and shouted, "Are you deliberately shielding a criminal? He just stole a gun. Hurry up and shoot him, he has to be shot." This made all 3 security officers silently curse her in their heads. "What the hell is wrong with you? Are you stupid? The guy has a gun pointed at us, and you're deliberately escalating the situation? Do you have a death wish?" Sure enough, Wei Ming smiled coldly at her and said, "Before I'm shot dead, I'll make sure to take care of you first." At that, Mrs. Long visibly trembled, finally realizing the gravity of the situation. She, her husband, and her son were now among Wei Ming's hostages. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but she didn't dare utter another word. Compared to everyone else's tension, Wei Ming was completely calm. The moment he seized the gun, he had already worked out his plan, and it was flawless. So now, he was even in a playful mood.
A security officer's radio crackled to life as the station inquired about the situation. But the officer was too scared to respond, fearing it might provoke Wei Ming. Wei Ming, however, seemed indifferent and said, "Go ahead and answer. It doesn't matter. They'll figure out something's wrong even if you stay silent." The security officer hesitated but followed orders, explaining the situation briefly over the radio. This immediately sent shockwaves through the police station. Gun theft. A major incident. An extremely serious one. Immediately, the police deployed reinforcements to the scene and reported the matter to higher authorities. Guns were involved, no one dared to take this lightly. Meanwhile, Wei Ming pointed the gun at one of the security officers and smiled. "Would you kindly lock the front door and draw the curtains?" The security officer had no choice but to comply, locking the door and closing the curtains. Inside the restaurant, the owner, waitstaff, and several unlucky customers who hadn't left yet were inwardly cursing their bad luck. Why did we have to run into something like this? As they glanced toward the Long family, their gazes brimmed with blame. "If it weren't for you three, we wouldn't be stuck in this mess." Wei Ming chuckled. "You all seem to dislike those three. Well, go ahead, give them a good beating." However, the crowd hesitated, unsure whether to act. "Do it." Wei Ming's voice turned cold. Bang! He fired a shot into the ceiling. Startled, everyone immediately rushed at the Long family, punching and kicking them. Initially, the crowd was hesitant and merely going through the motions. But as they continued, their suppressed anger and frustration boiled over. "Damn it, this is all your fault. If not for you, we wouldn't be hostages right now." Since they were forced to act, even causing serious injuries wouldn't be held against them. Long Saw and Long Ge, Mr. Long, didn't dare to fight back. Their son, however, was still as defiant as ever, but no matter how strong he was for a 13-year-old, he couldn't stand up to a group of adults. Before long, he was crying and screaming in pain. Long Gu and Long Saw were heartbroken but powerless to help. "That's enough," Wei Ming finally said, raising a hand to stop the beating. Then he tossed 3 rolls of duct tape to the security officers. "Bind everyone." The security officers were stunned. Where the hell did he get these? Despite the tape's thinness, just a few layers could bind someone so tightly they couldn't break free. The security officers dared not disobey. Wei Ming was clearly using the hostages as leverage for negotiations, demonstrating a chilling level of rationality, though they privately thought, what kind of rational person turns a simple scuffle into a full-blown hostage situation? This guy is insane. But they didn't dare provoke an insane man. Once everyone was securely tied up, Wei Ming had one security officer bind the other 2. Then, he personally tied up the last officer. Humming a tune, Wei Ming headed into the kitchen for a moment. When he returned, he was carrying several explosive vests. What the hell? The 3 security officers were utterly stunned. Wei Ming wasn't escalating things over a minor brawl, this had clearly been premeditated. Wei Ming fitted each hostage with a vest and smiled. "These explosive vests are connected to my heartbeat. If my heart stops, the bombs will go off. Got it?" The hostages frantically nodded, their faces pale with fear. The Long family, notorious for their bullying ways, were so terrified they wet themselves. Finally, Wei Ming blindfolded everyone. This was a simple task, he just used sleep masks. Before long, one of the security officers' radios buzzed again. "Hello, hello?" Wei Ming picked up the radio. "This is the boss here. Who am I speaking to?" "This is Ma Tao, chief of the 4th Division." "Wei Ming, you're surrounded. Release the hostages immediately," came the stern reply. Finding the voice too loud, Wei Ming moved the radio slightly away from his ear. Then he handed it to a security officer and said, "Explain everything to him properly." The security officer complied, explaining the situation in detail. Ma Tao, on the other end, was dumbfounded. "Explosive vests? Are we in a Hollywood action movie? How could something like this happen in China?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ma Tao softened his tone. "Wei Ming, tell us your demands. We'll do our best to meet them." "All right, my first request is for a durian," Wei Ming replied. Before long, a durian was delivered. Wei Ming didn't eat it. Instead, he stashed it in his dimensional space, knowing the blindfolded hostages wouldn't notice. After confirming it was safe, he swapped it for another durian and resumed negotiating with Ma Tao via video call, casually eating the fruit. Ma Tao played along, trying to coax Wei Ming into revealing more demands. What did Wei Ming really want? Time. He just needed to stall until sunrise. And he wanted one specific person. After making a series of food and drink requests, Wei Ming finally said around 3 a.m.
I don't want to talk to you anymore. Switch to someone else, Song Qing-yun.
From now on, I'll only negotiate with her.
You have 30 minutes to bring her here, or else. He ended the call.
That had been his goal all along.
Ma Tao was furious. I've been talking to you for 6 hours. You've made over a dozen demands.
But with Wei Ming refusing to speak further, Ma Tao had no choice.
Song Qing-yun? He asked, signaling his team. One officer quickly pulled up her information. She's with the Lunan police station. Call her. Get her here immediately, Ma Tao ordered.
Yes, sir. After a tense wait, a police car sped toward the scene, screeching to a stop. Song Qing-yun stumbled out of the passenger seat, looking like she was about to vomit. Before she could catch her breath, she was ushered to Ma Tao.
Long story short, Ma Tao began.
Inside is a suspect named Wei Ming. He's taken multiple hostages and fitted them with explosive vests connected to his heartbeat. If his heart stops, the bombs will detonate. He specifically requested to negotiate with you.
Do you know him? Wei Ming?
Song Qing-yun exclaimed, stunned. She never imagined Wei Ming was capable of something so extreme. But this only confirmed her suspicion. Lu Qing must be hiding with Wei Ming.
Ma Tao frowned slightly, clearly displeased.
Song Qing-yun realized her misstep and quickly corrected herself. Sir, I don't personally know Wei Ming. However, a few days ago, there was a commercial theft case. Wei Ming is suspected of helping one of the female suspects escape and providing her with a hiding place.
Ma Tao was mildly surprised. If that's true, Wei Ming was no ordinary individual. Let's set that aside for now.
Our top priority is rescuing the hostages, he said. You're up, you'll negotiate with him.
Understood. Song Qing-yun immediately took the radio.
Hello, this is Song Qing-yun speaking.
Officer Song, it's been a while, Wei Ming's relaxed voice came through. Why don't you come in so we can catch up? Without hesitation, Song Qing-yun agreed. All right. No way. Ma Tao objected. We can't give him more hostages.
This objection came when Song Qing-yun had not yet pressed the radio's transmission button, ensuring Wei Ming couldn't hear it.
But Wei Ming's voice quickly followed.
If you come in, I'll release your 3 colleagues first.
1 for 3, a good deal. This left Ma Tao hesitant. Song Qing-yun, however, was resolute.
Seeing no better option, Ma Tao relented.
Song Qing-yun donned a bulletproof vest, covering her police uniform. Her previously commanding figure now looked bulky and awkward. Once you're inside, you're on your own.
Adapt to the situation, Ma Tao cautioned her. Whatever you do, don't provoke the suspect.
He's incredibly dangerous. Someone capable of preparing so many explosive vests couldn't be a regular person.
At first, Song Qing-yun had been fired up with righteous zeal, but now, weighed down by the bulletproof vest, a camera, and a discreet earpiece, she was feeling increasingly nervous. Righteousness and bravery wouldn't stop bullets or shield her from an explosion. She was facing a ruthless and dangerous criminal.
It'll be fine, Song Qing-yun. You've got this.
She encouraged herself. Under the watchful and encouraging gazes of her colleagues, she slowly approached the restaurant. At the door, she knocked.
I'm here.
Inside, Wei Ming smiled faintly. He calmly removed the explosive vests from the 3 security officers, casually tossing them aside. They were nothing more than fakes, mere props. He removed their blindfolds, stepping out of the shadows into the harsh light. The sudden brightness made the 3 officers squint involuntarily.
Wei Ming cut the tape binding one of them. Go open the door.
The officer complied, and as the door opened, Song Qing-yun peeked inside. Just as she'd been told, every hostage was wearing what looked like a bomb vest. Her heart sank. This wasn't a movie. This was real life. You 3 can leave now, Wei Ming said with a wave of his hand. The 3 security officers hurriedly exited while Song Qing-yun took a deep breath and stepped inside. Close the door, Wei Ming instructed. She turned back to shut it. Through the camera mounted on her vest, Ma Tao and the others outside watched everything unfold. When they saw Wei Ming calmly sipping a cola, they felt a surreal sense of disbelief. This man was absolutely insane. Wei Ming grinned at Song Qing-yun. Take off that bulletproof vest. With your figure, wearing that is a crime against nature. Song Qing-yun had no intention of complying, but when Wei Ming aimed the gun at one of the hostages, she immediately relented.
Fine, I'll take it off.
She moved quickly, shedding her jacket and then the bulletproof vest to reveal a crisp white shirt underneath. Her curves were, indeed, impressive.
Admiring her figure, Wei Ming asked casually, "What are your measurements?" Wei Ming.
Song Qingyun was so furious she nearly lost her composure.
But she knew that showing anger would only embolden him. What if he demanded something even worse? What if he tried to violate her? With the hostages as leverage, how could she refuse?
Suppressing her rage, she gritted her teeth.
You haven't harmed anyone yet.
There's still a chance to turn back.
Surrender now, and you might receive leniency.
Wei Ming simply chuckled. Here's a deal, answer my questions, and I'll release one hostage every half hour.
Ha? Song Qingyun looked at him in surprise. Wei Ming shrugged. I keep my word.
To show my sincerity, I'll release one hostage right now. But if you break our agreement, his voice turned cold, I'll kill a hostage immediately.
Without hesitation, Song Qingyun agreed. All right. Wei Ming promptly released the first hostage, a middle-aged woman.
He removed her bomb vest and blindfold and allowed Song Qingyun to guide her to the door. The woman, trembling with fear, stumbled outside. By the time the SWAT team helped her to safety, her back and pants were soaked. She'd wet herself.
Understandable.
Song Qingyun closed the door behind her.
Wei Ming smirked. Your turn now. Gritting her teeth, Song Qingyun reluctantly answered, 36E, 22, 33.
Wei Ming let out a low whistle, impressed.
No wonder her figure was so stunning, it was practically unattainable perfection.
A slim waist, curvy hips, and, what a shame, he said teasingly.
What was your first time? Wei Ming asked suddenly. First time what? Song Qingyun blinked, looking genuinely confused, almost endearingly so. Feigning shock, Wei Ming asked, No way.
Are you still a virgin?
Her face flushed bright red as realization dawned. You're shameless. Wei Ming raised a hand to silence her. Remember your role here. Do you really want to provoke me? Song Qingyun froze.
Taking deep breaths, she fought to steady herself, her chest heaving noticeably before she finally calmed down. I've never been in a relationship, she admitted through gritted teeth. If looks could kill, Wei Ming would have been torn to shreds on the spot.
Wei Ming's eyes lit up.
A rare gem indeed.
Why not? You're not unattractive, he said casually. Not just not unattractive. Song Qingyun was a bona fide beauty, scoring well over 90 points. Her sultry figure and striking looks could easily earn her a 95. Officer Song, don't let him lead you on.
A voice suddenly crackled in her earpiece.
Song Qingyun straightened, regaining her composure. Half an hour for each hostage? That's too long. You could ask far too many questions in that time, it's not fair.
Oh? Wei Ming leaned back. What do you propose? One question, one hostage, she countered. Wei Ming chuckled darkly.
I'm the one holding the detonator here.
If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll start killing hostages. The bound hostages immediately began shaking their heads furiously, their faces pale with fear.
Left with no choice, Song Qingyun muttered bitterly, I think men are disgusting. Why? Wei Ming asked, genuinely curious. Song Qingyun bit her lip, trembling slightly, unable to respond right away.
It seemed she had a story to tell. But, truth be told, I'm not interested at all, Wei Ming thought. Instead of pressing the issue, he changed the subject.
Do you think the world might end? Song Qingyun quickly regained her composure and let out a scoff. Just because the polar ice caps have melted, you think the apocalypse is coming? That justifies you disregarding the law and doing whatever you want?
Oh my, such a strong sense of justice and morality. But the stronger her resolve, the harder she'd fall when society inevitably collapsed.
When order was obliterated, would she crumble too? Wei Ming wondered. Officer Song, don't provoke him.
Ma Tao's voice came urgently through her earpiece. He was genuinely concerned that Wei Ming might lose his temper and detonate the bombs.
If that happened, Ma Tao's career would be over by morning. Fanatics obsessed with doomsday theories were notoriously unpredictable.
They often had no qualms about taking others with them into oblivion. Realizing she had let her emotions slip, Song Qingyun took a deep breath and steadied herself.
I don't believe in it.
Even if the apocalypse came, I still believe we could survive together.
Clap, clap, clap. Wei Ming mockingly applauded.
Beautifully said.
Applause for your naivety and optimism. Was that a compliment? It was clearly sarcasm. She was already 23 years old, and being called naive? If that wasn't mockery, what was?
Ignoring her anger, Wei Ming continued calmly.
Do you really think the apocalypse would be as simple as you imagine? That all it takes is teamwork to survive?
He shook his head before Song Qingyun could reply. Experts have already said the sun's activity this time is abnormally intense, causing Earth's temperatures to soar. Let me ask you this, in extreme heat, when most plants are scorched to death and it's too hot to step outside, how exactly do you plan to survive together? Food and clean water will become scarcer and scarcer.
Money? Worthless. It'll be nothing but scraps of paper.
He paused, locking eyes with Song Qingyun. In that kind of world, a single loaf of bread or a bottle of clean water might be enough to make a woman willingly strip off her clothes.
You're disgusting. Song Qingyun's face turned bright red, equal parts anger and embarrassment. Wei Ming burst out laughing. If it's you, I'd double the price.
And if it's your first time, I'd offer 3 loaves of bread and 3 bottles of water. Song Qingyun clenched her fists, barely resisting the urge to punch him. Of course, she hadn't brought a gun for the negotiation. Even if she had, Wei Ming would have made her hand it over before entering. Why deliver a weapon into his hands? Still, if Wei Ming revealed the contents of his arsenal, Song Qingyun would likely be too shocked to speak.
In that case, I'd rather die, she said firmly.
Wei Ming shrugged, his lips curling into a sly smile.
Why had he insisted Song Qingyun come to negotiate? Simple. If she didn't come, how would he get her later during the apocalypse?
No way was he going to risk venturing out in scorching heat, radiation, or flesh-corroding acid rain just to find her. But now that he had made a big enough scene, luring this rare beauty into his grasp, how could she possibly escape? Right now, her words were defiant. But when the apocalypse truly struck, when hunger and thirst gnawed at her for days on end, and he stood before her with a bottle of clean water, would she still hold out? Wei Ming wasn't in a rush. He'd let the apocalypse humble her. When she came crawling back, desperate for the safety of his shelter, she'd understand how luxurious even the simplest food and drink could be.
Half an hour is up. Release a hostage, Song Qingyun suddenly said, her voice steady.
Wei Ming nodded and casually picked someone to set free. Then, turning back to Song Qingyun, he smiled mischievously.
Let's play a bigger game. A bigger game? Song Qingyun tensed instinctively. Wei Ming's grin widened.
Take off 1 piece of clothing, and I'll release 1 hostage.
You!
Song Qingyun was so furious her chest heaved.
Wei Ming shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not forcing you to play.
After a moment's thought, Song Qingyun spoke decisively.
Fine. I'll play. But I need to prepare first. Go ahead.
Wei Ming's tone was casual.
Just don't overexert yourself.
It's hot today, you might get heatstroke if you wear too much. Ignoring his sarcasm, Song Qingyun put her jacket back on and slowly backed out of the restaurant. The moment she returned to the command vehicle, Ma Tao erupted.
Song Qingyun, you're a law enforcement officer. How can you agree to such a condition? Song Qingyun stood firm.
Director Ma, if I wear enough layers, I can free all the hostages.
Once they're safe, we'll take down that lunatic. Ma Tao shook his head.
He's a lunatic, sure, but he's not stupid. He'd never release all the hostages.
Song Qingyun remained resolute.
Then I'll take their place as his hostage. When the time comes, you can storm the building and take him down. Don't worry about me, Director Ma, just focus on stopping that madman. Her determination left Ma Tao no choice but to relent under the immense pressure to save the hostages. Thus, Song Qingyun began gathering clothes. The more, the better. It took nearly half an hour for her to prepare. By the time she approached the restaurant again, she was gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. The heat was unbearable. As soon as she entered, she began shedding layers. Her outer jacket alone consisted of 3 layers. Beneath those, she wore several shirts, peeling them off one by one until only her original shirt remained, completely soaked and clinging tightly to her curvaceous figure. But she didn't stop there. She began removing skirts. 1, 2, 3, each layer loose enough to fit over her waist. Thankfully, her slim figure allowed her to wear so many. For most people, 4 layers would have been the limit. But for her? 9 layers. Finally, she reached her uniform. Surely that was the end? Nope. She had on several pairs of stockings. 1 pair counts as 2 hostages, she negotiated. While Wei Ming had the final say, he didn't object, nodding in agreement.
4 pairs of stockings later, she hesitated. By her calculations, Wei Ming should release 24 hostages, but there were 32 in total. That left 8 remaining. The problem was, she only had 4 pieces of clothing left: her shirt, bra, pants, and underwear. Even if she stripped completely, 4 hostages would still remain. What now? Release the 24 hostages first, Song Qingyun demanded. She'd figure out what to do about the rest later. All right. Wei Ming promptly released the 24 hostages. He wasn't a real criminal. When he was accidentally caught up in this incident, he immediately devised a plan to use the opportunity to lure Song Qingyun here. Now that his goal had been achieved, all he needed to do was stall a little longer, just until sunrise. Hostages? What use were they to him? Oh, as for the Long family trio? There was no way he'd let them go. What good was it to keep such scum alive? The moment the sun rose would also be the moment their lives ended. That was Wei Ming's promise. The 24 hostages had their blindfolds removed and their bomb vests taken off. One by one, they were escorted out of the restaurant. Wei Ming turned his gaze to Song Qingyun, who still seemed hesitant. Unfortunately, it was already past 5 a.m., and the sun would rise any moment. He no longer had time to play games with her. Fine, keeping such a rare prize in this restaurant was too wasteful. He would enjoy her later at his leisure. Wei Ming freed the last 5 hostages, except for the Long family, and smiled. Go ahead, you're free now. The 5 individuals froze in disbelief before hurriedly scrambling out. Song Qingyun, thinking he had surrendered, quickly said, "Your willingness to turn back from the brink will be truthfully reported." Wei Ming chuckled. You misunderstood. With that, he locked the restaurant door again. Song Qingyun frowned. Wei Ming, how long do you plan to keep resisting? Wei Ming smiled faintly and pointed at the Long family. Do you know these 3 are all scum? Song Qingyun hesitated for a moment. Wei Ming then recounted the events that had unfolded earlier. Any decent person would have been infuriated upon hearing it. Song Qingyun didn't doubt his words and looked at the Long family with visible disgust. Still, she said, even so, you can't justify stealing a gun. And what's more, preparing so many bomb vests clearly shows premeditation. Ha! Wei Ming smirked and casually removed the bomb vest from the bratty child, tossing it toward Song Qingyun. Song Qingyun froze, her mind going blank in an instant. Thud! The vest hit the ground. Wei Ming sighed. Is that all the courage you've got? Song Qingyun's face flushed, but her rationality quickly returned. An idea struck her as she picked up the vest and examined it. It's fake. It was just a toy. Wei Ming had fooled everyone. But who could blame them? Wei Ming's earlier actions, grabbing a gun and firing, had all the hallmarks of a hardened criminal. Naturally, everyone believed the vests were real. After all, who would prepare so many toy bomb vests? In truth, Wei Ming hadn't prepared them specifically. They were just items he'd picked up during his earlier $0 shopping spree. Conveniently, they served their purpose here. Song Qingyun stared blankly at Wei Ming. This man had played an entire police precinct like a fiddle. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside. And it wasn't just one scream after the first, others followed in rapid succession, like a chain reaction, creating a cacophony of despair. It was as if the world had suddenly descended into hell. Song Qingyun's hair stood on end. She had no idea what was happening outside. Hello? Director Ma? Supervisor Liu? She called out loudly. Her micro earpiece allowed for easy communication, but now all she could hear were the agonizing screams. She moved to open the door and check, but Wei Ming stopped her. I wouldn't recommend that. Unless you want me to kill a hostage. Song Qingyun froze in her tracks. The sun had risen. In Wei Ming's mind, he thought, history hasn't deviated. The apocalypse has arrived, right on schedule. He sighed softly. The collapse of human civilization begins now. It was a while before Song Qingyun received an update on the situation outside. As sunlight touched their skin, people screamed in agony, as if doused in acid. The pain was indescribable, forcing them to seek shelter. Their exposed skin turned black and shriveled, as though it had necrotized. If she hadn't heard this from her colleagues, Song Qingyun would have thought it was nonsense. But how could sunlight suddenly become as lethal as poison? Could this really be the end of the world? Song Qingyun abruptly lifted her gaze to Wei Ming. This man had mentioned the apocalypse several times. Could he have been right all along? Wei Ming smiled faintly. Well, I suppose it's time for me to head home. You're not getting away, Song Qing-yoon thought. She reached for her gun, only to find it missing. Her firearm had been confiscated before entering. How could she stop him? Oh! Wei Ming raised his gun. Bang! He fired a shot. Bang! Long Ge collapsed. Song Qing-yoon was stunned, her body stiff with fear, her eyes wide in disbelief. Earlier, Wei Ming had taken hostages but refrained from harming anyone. When it was revealed that the bomb vests were fake, Song Qing-yoon assumed he was just a cunning criminal, not a killer. But now, she realized she had been wrong. Wei Ming was fully capable of killing. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out. He finished off the Long family. This family would have been the worst of the worst in the apocalypse. Wei Ming had no regrets. Casually stowing the gun, he smiled. Miss Son, let's keep in touch. And don't forget to charge your phone. With that, he turned and walked toward the kitchen. Song Qing-yoon froze for a moment before snapping out of it and chasing after him. Even if Wei Ming was armed, she was a law enforcement officer. Apprehending criminals was her duty. Fear? Of course she was scared. But she couldn't let that stop her now. However, when she entered the kitchen, Wei Ming was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? Song Qing-yoon searched everywhere, but there was no trace of him. The restaurant was part of the commercial area in the Kaidongking residential complex. Above were residential units, with no second floor to access. Below was the underground parking garage, there was no passage leading there. And there wasn't even a back door. So, where was Wei Ming? How could a living person vanish into thin air? Was this a dream? Had her mind conjured this absurd scenario because she saw Wei Ming as a villain? Where did Wei Ming go? He was now in the underground parking garage. How? Simple. Since the restaurant was directly above the garage, Wei Ming had opened a portal just beneath the floor. Using the portal's interaction with the ground, he precisely aligned it with the garage's floor. Next, he pressed a point on his body, transporting himself into the portal. Moments later, he emerged in the garage, hidden from view. Was he worried about being seen? Please. The apocalypse had already begun. What was there to fear? The garage wasn't empty, but there were few people around. And as luck would have it, Wei Ming appeared behind a column, avoiding detection. He smiled faintly. Time to go home. Wei Ming returned to the villa. On his way back, he overheard the residents in the neighborhood discussing the breaking news about sunlight suddenly becoming harmful. However, most of them seemed more curious than alarmed, clearly not grasping the gravity of the situation yet. He opened the hidden room and let Lu Qing out. Did you watch the news? Lu Qing's face was filled with terror. Wei Ming, fully aware of the situation, asked casually, what happened? The sunlight now, how should I put it? It's like poison. If it touches your skin, it quickly starts decaying. Even wearing clothes doesn't help much, it just slows the process a little, Lu Qing said hurriedly, her voice trembling. It started in Japan, and now the sun has risen here too. Does this mean? She didn't finish her sentence but looked petrified. The altered sunlight affected Earth sequentially as the planet rotated. Japan was the first to suffer, serving as a grim warning to the rest of the world. Now, as the sunlight reached China, its devastating effects were becoming apparent. Wei Ming nodded and turned on the television. All the channels were broadcasting an emergency report. Even the notoriously stubborn Channel 6 had joined the coverage, underscoring the severity of the crisis. The situation was, in fact, far worse than anyone could imagine. Right now, people were only contending with harmful radiation. Soon, global temperatures would start to rise. When they exceeded 50 degrees Celsius 122 degrees Fahrenheit, true despair would set in. Even though the sun had just risen, the temperature was already climbing. Wei Ming checked his phone. The outside temperature was 35 degrees Celsius 95 degrees Fahrenheit, while the indoor temperature was a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius 79 degrees Fahrenheit, thanks to the air conditioning. On TV, experts repeatedly urged people to stay indoors and avoid going outside at all costs. Those already outside were advised to find shelter immediately and avoid staying in cars, as rising temperatures could turn vehicles into ovens, literally cooking anyone trapped inside. Alerts were not limited to television. Radio broadcasts, text messages, and app notifications repeated warnings every 10 minutes, urging people to remain indoors. Air raid sirens blared across cities as the entire nation went into a state of emergency.
Though Wei Ming had expected this, he still let out a long sigh. The apocalypse had arrived inevitably.
What's going on, Wei Ming?
Lu Qing's voice trembled. First, the polar ice cap suddenly disappeared, and now the sunlight feels poisonous. Even the temperature is rising.
Is the world ending? Wei Ming nodded. It's possible. Lu Qing collapsed onto a chair, overwhelmed by the enormity of the revelation.
She struggled to process it.
Wei Ming tried to console her. Look on the bright side, your husband might have taken all the money and fled, but now? He probably can't even spend a single penny.
Lu Qing's eyes lit up at the thought, finding a small, bitter comfort in the situation. She immediately reached for her phone to call Su Jian, but Wei Ming stopped her.
Malaysia's sunlight arrives later than ours.
If you warn him now, he might still have time to stock up on supplies, Wei Ming said with a sly grin. Lu Qing thought for a moment, then nodded and cancelled the call. Wei Ming led her downstairs for breakfast. He deliberately let Lu Qing see the storage room on the first floor, which was packed with rice, flour, preserved foods, and freezers stocked with vegetables and frozen goods. The sight eased her anxiety. With such a stockpile, the two of them could survive for at least a month.
After breakfast, Lu Qing went to do yoga.
She had no access privileges in the safe house. All the doors were double-locked and could only be opened with Wei Ming's fingerprints, whether from the inside or outside. Wei Ming took out his phone and sent a message to Song Qingyun, "Miss Song, have you had breakfast?"
A moment later, Song Qingyun replied, "Where are you? Where are you?"
She was on the verge of losing her mind trying to find Wei Ming.
"Of course, I'm at home, having breakfast," Wei Ming replied.
Naturally, Song Qingyun didn't believe him and immediately initiated a video call. Wei Ming chuckled and accepted the call.
On screen, Song Qingyun's beautiful but tense face appeared.
She froze for a moment, clearly recognizing the familiar background behind Wei Ming. She had been to his home just a few days ago and remembered it vividly.
She couldn't believe it. "You're at home? How is that possible?" she demanded.
Wei Ming smirked mischievously. "Dance for me a striptease, and I'll tell you."
"Bastard!" Song Qingyun hung up immediately.
Feisty, Wei Ming thought with amusement. He wondered if she would maintain that defiance after a few days of hardship.
"The restaurant should have plenty of food, bottled water, and beer, right?" "Wrong."
Wei Ming had already moved all the supplies into his alternate space. He left Song Qingyun with nothing but 2 small bottles of Waha water.
"Let's see how cheerful she'll be drinking those. Let her endure some suffering first. It'll temper her stubbornness."
Wei Ming set his phone aside and resumed watching the news. The situation was growing increasingly dire. The temperature was rising rapidly. By 9 a.m., it had reached 40 degrees Celsius 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Such temperatures were rare even in the peak of summer in High City. And this was far from the peak.
By 10 a.m., the heat wave intensified.
Even with the air conditioner on, a searing heat wave could be felt. The outside temperature had soared to 50 degrees Celsius 122 degrees Fahrenheit. At such extreme temperatures, standard air conditioners ceased functioning. Only premium systems continued to operate, albeit with significantly reduced efficiency. Indoor temperatures inevitably began to climb.
Wei Ming's safe house was no exception.
Its excellent insulation caused the temperature differential to overload the air conditioner, which started blowing warm air instead of cooling. Lu Qing, drenched in sweat, came running downstairs.
"How can anyone practice yoga in this heat?" she complained.
Wei Ming chuckled and turned off the air conditioner.
"Why is it so hot, Wei Ming?" Lu Qing asked, sweat dripping from her face.
"The outside temperature is too high. The air conditioner is blowing hot air," Wei Ming replied.
"Come on, let's check out the parking garage."
"What?" "No way," Lu Qing hesitated, remembering her fugitive status.
Wei Ming laughed. "You think anyone's coming to arrest you in this heat?"
Lu Qing thought for a moment and nodded. He was right. Given the circumstances, no one would be coming after her. Having been cooped up in the villa for days, Lu Qing was thrilled at the prospect of leaving, even if only for a little while. The two changed into summer clothes and entered the underground parking garage. Surprisingly, it was crowded. With air conditioning failing in homes, many residents sought refuge in the slightly cooler underground garage. People cursed the scorching weather, unaware that this disaster would last far longer than they could imagine.
Wei Ming didn't bother playing the prophet.
He had brought Lu Qing down here merely to give her a taste of the outside world's misery, so she would appreciate how lucky she was to have the villa.
This is unbearable. Let's go back, Lu Qing said, wiping her sweat. Wei Ming nodded. Right now, sweat still provided some relief. When the temperature rose past 50 degrees Celsius, sweat would evaporate instantly, leaving no respite. The two returned to the villa. As the door to the basement opened, a wave of refreshing coolness swept over them. Lu Qing shivered at the sudden chill and widened her eyes in amazement. Why is it so cool in here? Lu Qing widened her eyes in disbelief. Even in a basement, the temperature should have been over 40 degrees Celsius 104 degrees Fahrenheit, but here? It was almost chilly. She stared at Wei Ming in astonishment. Wei Ming smiled, casually closing the door behind him. Oh, I just added some ice around the house. Naturally, it brought the temperature down. Ice? Indeed, when air conditioning fails, ice becomes an excellent way to cool down a space. It's gentle, unlike dry ice, and far less extreme than liquid nitrogen. But Lu Qing was still puzzled. Where did you get so much ice? Surely not from a freezer? She knew that freezers consumed energy to operate, generating heat as a byproduct. Without proper external cooling, creating ice would inevitably increase the room's temperature instead of lowering it. Despite having graduated years ago, her basic understanding of physics was still intact. Wei Ming simply smiled. All you need to know is that living here is a privilege. Lu Qing shivered inwardly at his words. To have become a financial supervisor, she was clearly no fool, sharp and resourceful. Wei Ming's meaning was obvious. The outside world is in complete chaos now, Wei Ming continued with a grin. No one's going to care about your embezzlement charges anymore. You're free to leave. Had she not stepped outside earlier, Lu Qing might have been overjoyed to hear this. There's no place more comfortable than one's own home, after all. But now? She had no such thoughts. Under this blistering heat, where every room felt like an oven even with air conditioning, it wasn't just discomfort but a life-threatening ordeal. For someone accustomed to climate control, temperatures of 40 degrees Celsius or 50 degrees Celsius 122 degrees Fahrenheit might as well be a death sentence. Leave? Not until Wei Ming's stash of ice was exhausted. She wouldn't go, even if she were thrown out. And to stay, she was willing to pay any price. I want to stay, she said, looking directly at Wei Ming. But this is my house. Why should I let you stay? Wei Ming replied nonchalantly. Lu Qing obediently dropped to her knees and looked up at him. I'll do anything for you. Anything? Wei Ming smirked. Anything, Lu Qing said, biting her lip. Wei Ming leisurely opened his phone and glanced at the neighborhood group chat. Unsurprisingly, the unread messages were over 999 plus. He chuckled. Scanning the chat, he saw residents venting about the extreme weather and wondering how long it would last. Some questioned why the government didn't use cloud seeding technology to induce rain. After all, rain would certainly lower the temperature. But others quickly pointed out that with temperatures this high, even artificially induced rain would evaporate immediately. High temperatures combined with high humidity would create a true pressure cooker environment. Still, thanks to the earlier global news about the polar ice caps mysteriously vanishing, many Chinese citizens, known for their preparedness, had already stocked up on supplies. While not every household had reserves, at least 90% of them had some food stored. Wei Ming chuckled. His own actions seemed to have caused a butterfly effect, giving the entire neighborhood a bit more time to survive. For now, everyone was merely complaining about the heat and malfunctioning air conditioners. Panic hadn't yet set in. Most people believed this strange weather was temporary and would soon pass. Just endure it a little longer, they thought. Wei Ming had no intention of shattering their illusions just yet. Instead, he sent a video call request to Song Qingyun. Within seconds, she answered. As the camera focused on the policewoman's face, Wei Ming greeted her, Miss Song, have you had breakfast? Breakfast? Despite being in a restaurant, the place was eerily devoid of food. The fridges were all empty, leaving her speechless. She hadn't turned off the fridges, instead keeping their doors open to release whatever cold air remained. While this might cause the ambient temperature to rise, at least the immediate area near the fridges offered a tiny bit of relief. That is, assuming the electricity didn't go out and the fridges didn't break under the relentless heat. Even with the government prioritizing power supply, how long could these appliances last? Song Qingyun glared at Wei Ming in frustration. But her expression quickly changed to surprise as she noticed he was wearing a bathrobe. Isn't he hot? But Wei Ming appeared perfectly calm and composed, showing no signs of overheating.
Oh, perhaps I should ask if you're ready for lunch, Wei Ming quipped, walking over to his dining table. The camera tilted to reveal a spread of dishes, including Song Qingyun's favorite, mapo tofu. During their earlier Truth or Dare game, Wei Ming had learned quite a few of her preferences. Having skipped breakfast after a long, busy night, Song Qingyun was starving. Seeing her favorite dish on display made her instinctively swallow hard. At that moment, Wei Ming's dog, Little Black, trotted over. He generously gave it a piece of steak and poured it a bowl of milk, making sure Song Qingyun saw everything. Her frustration boiled over. Even a dog was eating better than her. Wei Ming then tilted the camera to show his indoor temperature display. 24 degrees Celsius 75 degrees Fahrenheit. Song Qingyun finally understood why he could comfortably wear a bathrobe. Would you like to move in? Wei Ming asked with a grin. I don't need it. Song Qingyun spat out each word through gritted teeth. Wei Ming clapped his hands. Miss Song, your determination is truly impressive. I wonder how long you'll last. Remember what I said earlier? I'm willing to offer 3 bottles of water and 3 loaves of bread for your first time. The offer stands indefinitely. Think it over and call me when you're ready. With that, Wei Ming didn't hang up but instead placed the phone down and started eating. Song Qingyun watched helplessly as he sipped cola, bit into succulent lobster, and savored steaming mapo tofu. Unable to bear it any longer, she ended the video call. Wei Ming chuckled to himself. He was curious how long Song Qingyun would hold out. There was also the haughty CEO next door, Yu Chutong. She always looked down on him with disdain. How long could that arrogance last? And then there was Zhuo Qingqing. The time for revenge had finally come. But Wei Ming wasn't planning to let her family die quickly. He wanted them to experience endless torment first. Let them roast under the high temperatures for a few days, Wei Ming thought. Then I'll flaunt my comfortable life to crush their spirits. Right, there's also Mi Xiaolu. Should I bring this toy back too? Wei Ming thought for a moment but decided to hold off. After all, Mi Xiaolu was different from Lu Qing. Lu Qing was utterly cornered. If she were thrown out, she would have no food, no water, and no place to stay. But Mi Xiaolu was different. She at least still had a home to return to. No rush. The apocalypse had just begun. After a few more days in this new reality, anyone would come to terms with it. Throw out a bottle of water or a loaf of bread, and they'd be on their knees, groveling. At that moment, Lu Qing walked downstairs. She was wearing a tight-fitting set of loungewear. In the 24 degrees Celsius 75 degrees Fahrenheit indoor temperature, such attire was perfectly suitable, not too hot nor too cold. However, the snug outfit accentuated her stunning figure, highlighting her curves in all the right places. When it came to physique, Lu Qing was indeed remarkable. At this moment, the only one who could outshine her was Song Qingyun. Wei Ming felt his heart stir and beckoned to Lu Qing with a finger. Having been with him for several days, Lu Qing already knew what he wanted. But she hesitated slightly. There was no way to buy contraceptives anymore. If she got pregnant... Wei Ming chuckled, placing a bottle of pills on the table. It was Yuding emergency contraceptives. Lu Qing recognized it immediately, having taken it several times already. She smiled bitterly and cursed in her heart, this bastard. How much did this bastard prepare in advance? She wondered. She understood well that Wei Ming had no affection for her. The root cause was clear. During the 3 years they'd worked together, she'd often humiliated and targeted him. And yet, she couldn't muster any defiance. Before today, stepping outside meant being arrested by the police. But now? She had personally experienced the unbearable heat and the deadly radiation in the sunlight. Even the news advised people to stay indoors and avoid venturing out. If Wei Ming kicked her out, where would she live? Would she simply die of heatstroke? For now, she was completely at his mercy. Whatever Wei Ming said, she had no choice but to comply. An hour later, the food was naturally cold. Wei Ming could have reheated it, but he wasn't wasteful. Cold food? So what? In the future, people would kill each other over a piece of bread. Who would care about the temperature of their meal? If he wasn't picky, how could Lu Qing dare to be? She hastily gobbled it down. After eating, thoughts of her treacherous husband, Su Jian, crossed her mind, reigniting her spirits. She turned to Wei Ming and asked, "Can I video call Su Jian now?" "Go ahead," Wei Ming replied casually. Excitedly, Lu Qing initiated the video call. Within seconds, the call connected. Su Jian's face appeared on the screen, filled with shock.
You're not in jail? Impossible.
After reporting her to the company, he had tried calling and video messaging her the next day. But her phone had been off, and video calls went unanswered. Naturally, he assumed Lu Qing had been arrested, and her phone battery had run out.
Lu Qing's phone had actually been stashed in Wei Ming's alternate space to prevent tracking by the authorities.
Now, Wei Ming had returned it to her. Lu Qing sneered, Su Jian, we're husband and wife, why did you betray me?
Betray you? Su Jian scoffed in return. You betrayed me first. Who's that bastard you're sleeping with? Lu Qing didn't answer.
Instead, she moved the phone's camera around, showing the storage room filled with food and the cool indoor temperature.
Then, she sneered, so what if you took all the money? Can you eat money? Can money keep you cool? Oh, I just remembered, you're in Malaysia, aren't you? A tropical country. It must be even hotter there. She let out a mocking laugh.
You're really something, running to one of the hottest places on earth. Su Jian was furious, but more than that, he was curious about his wife's whereabouts.
Are you with that bastard? Lu Qing shook her head. He's my master. That's right, I'm living under my master's protection now.
He's the one who helped me escape the police and avoid prison.
Sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not suffering in a cell. Who is he? Tell me who that bastard is.
Su Jian shouted, his voice cracking with hysteria. Wei Ming, who had been listening nearby, found the situation amusing. He leaned into the frame, his face now visible on the screen.
You? I think I've seen you before.
Su Jian's face twisted with anger as he tried to recall.
Then it hit him. You're from Lu Qing's department, your name's Wei Ming, right? Yeah, Wei Ming.
He remembered his wife complaining about someone in her department who resembled her ex-boyfriend. Out of spite, she'd constantly made life difficult for him. Never in a million years did he think she'd end up with that very person she despised.
Wei Ming smiled faintly. That's right. I'm Wei Ming. F**********Q. Su Jian jumped to his feet. You bastard. I'll kill you.
I swear, I'll kill you. Even though he and Lu Qing were no longer on good terms, she was still technically his wife.
What man could tolerate such humiliation? Why had he cruelly betrayed her?
To punish her for cheating on him.
But now?
Lu Qing wasn't suffering, instead, she was living comfortably with the man she despised. Her situation was far better than his own.
What revenge had he accomplished? Nothing.
Lu Qing, equally enraged, spat, Su Jian, you're the real bastard. She explained how Wei Ming had blackmailed her into submission. She had no choice but to comply with his demands.
Hearing this, Su Jian was stunned into silence, then broke down in tears. Darling, I was wrong. I was wrong. He sobbed.
He regretted everything. First, he'd misjudged Lu Qing, essentially handing his beautiful wife to another man. Second, he had fled to a tropical country at the worst possible time, effectively jumping into the fire himself.
Lu Qing's confession wasn't out of lingering affection for Su Jian.
She only wanted to make him regret his decisions even more. Seeing her goal accomplished, she smirked coldly. Wei Ming, meanwhile, added salt to the wound.
Don't worry, Su Jian.
I'll take good care of your wife for you.
Unsurprisingly, Su Jian, all the way in Malaysia, erupted in rage, spitting blood. Ah!
Slut! Adulterers! You'll both die horrible deaths.
Ugh, ugh.
He cursed for a while longer before breaking down into more sobbing.
Nightfall arrived quietly.
The temperature finally stopped rising.
59 degrees Celsius.
However, as night fell and the sun disappeared temporarily, the temperature gradually began to drop. Especially when it started to rain, the cooling effect became more noticeable, stabilizing at around 45 degrees Celsius.
Though still unbearably hot, the cooler conditions allowed air conditioners to resume functioning.
As long as the power supply held, at least people could get some sleep. Some residents thought to take advantage of the sun's absence to venture outside and replenish supplies. Yet, as the sun disappeared, a light drizzle began to fall. The moment the rain touched exposed skin, screams rang out.
It was acid rain.
Highly corrosive to organic matter, it had a severe impact on human skin, though objects like umbrellas, raincoats, and buildings were unaffected. The daring individuals quickly retreated indoors. News reports immediately warned the public that the rain after sunset was corrosive. Officials urged people to stay inside unless absolutely necessary. Anyone venturing out was advised to take full protective measures.
Moreover, the government recommended stockpiling water, as the acid rain would inevitably contaminate natural water sources. In the future, even basic tasks like washing hands could become impossible, let alone consuming untreated water. Wei Ming shook his head. The public didn't need to worry about water contamination for long. Lakes and rivers would soon dry up, leaving no water for purification. Turning on the taps would yield nothing. Could drilling ultra-deep wells for groundwater help? Wei Ming wasn't sure. After all, in his previous life, he hadn't lived long enough to find out. Despite the acid rain, there were still bold souls willing to take risks to venture outside. How? By car, of course. But when they reached the parking garage, they were dumbfounded. The intense heat during the day had caused all the car's tires to explode. What now? Walk out in rain gear? Who would dare? At least for now, no one. Until faced with utter desperation, no one would gamble their life. A bidding war for resources begins. Wei Ming noticed a post in the residents' group chat. Someone was offering high prices for food and water. It was Yu Chu-tong. A wealthy second-generation heiress who owned her own company. Yu Chu-tong began offering 100 yuan for a bottle of water. Food started at 100 yuan as well, with varying prices for items like vegetables, rice, and other goods. Surprisingly, some residents were willing to sell. They gambled on the idea that this disaster would pass quickly and that the government wouldn't abandon them. Officials would surely distribute supplies soon to help everyone get through the crisis. If that happened, these sellers could make a fortune. Not long after, another resident joined the bidding. This time, it was Zhang Shi from Villa No. 8, a wealthy businessman. As a man of means, Zhang Shi wasn't shy about spending money in times of crisis. Even if government aid was expected soon, spending tens of thousands, or even millions, on peace of mind seemed worthwhile. With two wealthy individuals vying for resources, competition naturally drove prices up. Before long, a single bottle of water was being sold for 1,000 yuan. This unexpected price spike caused other residents to hold back from selling. What if the price goes up to 10,000 yuan? Selling now would be a loss. Wei Ming observed the developments with an amused smile. Buying supplies through the group chat was essentially painting a target on oneself. In just a few days, as food and clean water dwindled and government aid failed to materialize, people would begin to understand the grim reality of the situation. This wasn't a temporary disaster. And as the harsh truth set in, it would become evident that rescue wasn't coming. Law enforcement would disappear, and societal order would crumble. At that point, those who hoarded large quantities of supplies would become easy targets. Without the means to defend themselves, how could they fend off desperate, starving residents? Wei Ming smirked at the thought. When the time came, saving these people would certainly earn him their undying gratitude. Perhaps even Yu Chu-tong would offer herself to him in exchange for protection. After all, Wei Ming thought, she's just as stunning as Song Qingyun. Of course, Wei Ming could force himself on her now if he wanted to. But he knew that coercion lacked sweetness. Using his supplies to make her submit willingly would be far more satisfying. Even in this apocalyptic world, even as he embraced his darker instincts, Wei Ming still clung to a shred of humanity. He didn't want to be a beast, entirely devoid of morality. He just wanted to be a selfish man who played by his own rules. For now, he would bide his time. Supplies were as precious as life itself, and there wasn't a woman he couldn't have with a simple gesture. Checking on Song Qingyun. Don't rush, Wei Ming muttered to himself. It's only the first day. Most people are still clinging to hope. Let reality teach them a lesson first. With that, he decided to check in on Song Qingyun. He sent her a video call request. This time, it took a very long time for her to answer. What do you want? Song Qingyun snapped, visibly irritated. Wei Ming replied with a smile. Song Qingyun froze for a moment before realizing he was toying with her. She huffed, don't get cocky. This disaster is temporary. Once it's over, I'll personally lead a team to arrest you and bring you to justice. Wei Ming chuckled. He appreciated her fiery determination, it made things much more entertaining. And what if this disaster doesn't end? Wei Ming asked. What's your plan then? Song Qingyun hesitated briefly before responding with unwavering confidence, it will end. And even if it doesn't, we'll find a way to overcome it. Wei Ming laughed at her optimism. A whole day had passed, yet her resolve remained untouched. All right then. I'll wait for your little cops and robbers game, Wei Ming said with a smirk.
Song Qingyun seized the opportunity to scold Wei Ming, only to end the call in frustration, mainly because she was lightheaded from hunger. Watching the city's lights dim, Wei Ming stepped onto his third-floor balcony. The glass shielded him from the acid rain, though the light drizzle barely made any sound. Raindrops trickled silently down the glass panes. The city lights still shone as brightly as ever, but how much longer would they last? In just a few days, electricity, gas, and water would cease to flow. By then, Wei Ming shook his head. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the balcony next door. There, he saw Yu Chutong, wearing a floral dress and sipping red wine. Her balcony was also glass enclosed, otherwise, she wouldn't dare stand outside in such conditions. When Yu Chutong noticed Wei Ming, she instinctively shot him a disdainful glance before turning away. Wei Ming thought. You've probably stocked up on supplies and attracted attention. Once order collapses, a wealthy, beautiful, and single woman like you will be the first target. Her arrogance didn't bother him. Soon enough, she'd bow her head and do whatever was necessary to survive. Returning inside, Wei Ming scrolled through his phone, noticing that many long-dormant group chats were suddenly buzzing with activity. Wei Ming scrolled through the group chats. Of course, there were groups for elementary school, middle school, high school, and university classmates, as well as work groups and the homeowners group. Additionally, since he enjoyed fishing, there was also a fishing group filled with hardcore enthusiasts, some of whom would scale the treacherous Shu Road just to cast a line. And by far, the liveliest group was the fishing group. We had plans to go fishing tonight. What now? Exactly. I've been saving up for this for days. Was it all for nothing? Same here. Unlike the other groups complaining about the unbearable heat, the anglers focused solely on their thwarted fishing plans. Wei Ming shook his head, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. With acid rain falling, even if the lakes and rivers hadn't dried up, would there still be any fish left to catch? Yet here he was, in the middle of the apocalypse, wondering about fishing. He brushed the thought aside and glanced at Yu Chutong next door. Still so proud and aloof, are we? Fine. Time to make her envious. Wei Ming returned inside, ostensibly to grab something. In reality, he retrieved several trays of fresh fruit from his pocket dimension, carefully placing them on a small outdoor table. Then he lounged on a deck chair, leisurely enjoying grapes, cherries, and scoops of watermelon. Had it been any other food, Yu Chutong might have ignored him with disdain. But fresh fruit? That was another story. Her fridge had contained some fruit earlier, but in the intense daytime heat, she had already consumed it all. Watching Wei Ming indulge in cherries, her favorite, made her unconsciously swallow her saliva. Unable to resist, she picked up her phone. A few seconds later, Wei Ming received a friend request. The note read, Yu Chutong, Building 18. Wei Ming accepted the request, and Yu Chutong immediately sent a message. I want to buy your fruit. Not for sale, Wei Ming replied curtly. Clearly irritated, Yu Chutong sent another message. Name your price. Oh? You said it. Wei Ming's response was brief. One night. There was a pause before he saw movement from next door. Yu Chutong abruptly stood up, glaring furiously at him through the glass window. Wei Ming smirked, casually waving his phone at her. You asked for my terms. Seething with anger, Yu Chutong stormed back inside, slamming the door. Wei Ming chuckled softly and continued enjoying his fruit. Nighttime reflections. After finishing his snack, Wei Ming returned indoors. He didn't share a bed with Lu Qing, there was no need to take unnecessary risks. That night, while others tossed and turned, haunted by thoughts of what tomorrow might bring, Wei Ming slept soundly. Living in his fortified safe house, with an abundance of supplies, what did he have to fear? Day 2 of the apocalypse. Morning arrived. Many were jolted awake not by alarm clocks but by the oppressive heat. As the sun rose, temperatures climbed rapidly, soon surpassing 50 degrees Celsius. For many, air conditioners began spewing hot air, making it impossible to sleep. Covered in sweat, people rose groggily from their beds, finally realizing that yesterday's nightmare wasn't a dream. The good news? No one had to go to work today. The bad news? The heat was so unbearable that some would have preferred the distraction of a job. Wei Ming's morning routine. Wei Ming got up and checked the surveillance monitors. Lu Qing was still asleep. Unlocking her door remotely with his phone, he began pondering a pressing question. What should I have for breakfast? Too many choices. The abundance was almost annoying. He decided to keep it simple, donkey meat sandwich paired with savory soy milk. Savory soy milk wasn't just a matter of adding salt instead of sugar. It required shrimp flakes, pickled vegetables, and a richer, thicker consistency. By the time Wei Ming finished eating, he was sweating from the warmth of the meal. A glance at the thermostat revealed the room temperature had risen to 31 degrees Celsius. His ice reserves were nearly depleted. Time to restock. He added more ice, collecting the melted water into a basement reservoir, which he promptly stored in his pocket dimension. Clean water had become an invaluable resource. The ice, harvested from polar glaciers, might carry ancient viruses, but within his pocket dimension, such threats were neutralized. After all, Wei Ming controlled every aspect of that space. It was as easy as thinking. By now, no water flowed from the taps. Drones surveying the landscape would reveal that every river, stream, and lake had dried up, leaving only cracked, barren beds. Even massive bodies of water were reduced to mere puddles. By the end of today, there wouldn't be a single flowing river or intact lake left on land. Government news, save yourself. Wei Ming turned on the TV as he ate, catching the latest updates. The authorities had noticed the vanishing water supply, a fact impossible to conceal. News anchors repeatedly urged the public to conserve water, advising against non-essential uses like washing hands or bathing. Drinking water was now the sole priority. Efforts to drill deep wells for groundwater were underway, though success remained uncertain. Meanwhile, people were encouraged to collect acid rain at night, filtering or distilling it for use. Desperate times called for self-reliance. Hearing this, many viewers felt a sinking dread. Self-reliance? It was a tacit admission that no rescue was coming. At least not anytime soon. Who could brave the deadly rays of the sun to deliver aid? Tanks might shield occupants from radiation, but what about the blistering heat inside? It would be like writing in an oven. Despair took hold as realization set in. With no help on the horizon, many began to panic. Survival at any cost. Desperation turned to madness. To survive, people needed water and food. Those who couldn't buy or borrow supplies began resorting to theft and worse. If someone blocks me, I'll kill them. Watching the chaos unfold, Wei Ming shook his head. The government's advice for self-reliance would ignite a wave of violence and looting, marking the true collapse of societal order. In his previous life, Wei Ming had been too naive to grasp the implications of such announcements. Now, with the benefit of hindsight, he understood the grim truth. An unexpected message. Lu Qing eventually woke and came downstairs for breakfast. Wei Ming didn't bother preparing anything for her. Instead, he allowed her free rein over the refrigerator, instructing her to cook whatever she wanted. She doesn't need to know my secrets just yet. Suddenly, Wei Ming's phone buzzed. It was a message from Zhuo Qingqing. "Ha, you scumbag. What good is 2 billion if you can't even spend it?" "Oh, here to gloat, are we?" Wei Ming chuckled. "Too bad for you, you'll be disappointed." He casually snapped photos of the remaining food on the table, then headed to his storeroom. He took more pictures, this time of the mountain of supplies stacked high in the freezer filled with frozen food and fruits. Finally, he captured the thermostat reading. 24 degrees Celsius. I've added too much ice. It's getting a bit chilly. Better take some out. Once satisfied, he sent the photos to Zhuo Qingqing. Naturally, Wei Ming wouldn't block her. The apocalypse was just beginning, and it would be a waste not to torment her a little longer. Seconds later, a video call request. The screen lit up with Zhuo Qingqing's name. Wei Ming smirked mockingly before answering. "Brother Wei." Zhuo Qingqing's voice was saccharine sweet. "I was just teasing you earlier. You didn't take it seriously, did you? Brother, how is it only 24 degrees where you are?" Her disbelief was evident. But the screen showed Wei Ming sitting calmly in casual clothes, clearly unaffected by the heat. She watched as he poured himself a glass of cola, dropped in a few ice cubes, and took a satisfying gulp. The sound of the fizzing drink and his refreshed expression made her mouth water involuntarily. Her throat was parched, so dry it felt like all her saliva had evaporated. When she saw Wei Ming pouring a bowl of milk for his dog, Xiaohei, she couldn't contain herself any longer. "You're feeding milk to a dog?" she exclaimed. Wei Ming smiled faintly. "It's my milk. I'll give it to whomever or whatever I want." This finally convinced Zhuo Qingqing that Wei Ming wasn't bluffing. His villa wasn't just a cool haven, he clearly had an abundance of resources. No one who lacked supplies would casually feed milk to a dog. Her tone softened immediately. "Oh, Brother Wei, I was wrong, okay? I've been reflecting these past few days.
I realize now that I truly like you. The way I acted before, it wasn't because I'm materialistic. It's just that I care about you and wanted to test you. Please believe me.
I'm not a gold digger, she added quickly.
I care about you, not your money. Then, blushing as though summoning courage, she said, "Can I come to your place?"
Her voice softened further.
Before, when you wanted to.
I held back because I wanted to see if you were serious about me. But now, with the world ending, I don't want to die a virgin.
Wow, what a performance. Wei Ming scoffed internally. If she's still a virgin, I'll write my name backward. Wei Ming, of course, didn't believe her.
But watching her pathetic attempts at deception amused him, so he played along.
He pretended to hesitate before responding, too late. I already have someone else. What?
Zhua Qingqing was stunned. She nearly erupted, wanting to curse him out for finding someone new so quickly. But recalling Wei Ming's abundant resources, she swallowed her anger and shifted gears. But, this whole disaster happened so suddenly.
She's probably not with you now, right?
Brother Wei, we're all stuck in this neighborhood, and you must be feeling lonely.
Let me come keep you company, okay? Wei Ming feigns surprise.
Oh, but she is with me. Switching his phone to the rear camera, Wei Ming aimed it at Lu Cheng. There she was, dressed in an outfit so skimpy it could only be found in certain films.
At that moment, Zhua Qingqing nearly exploded with rage. She didn't like Wei Ming, not one bit.
But she had kept him as her backup plan for nearly a year, and now this backup had become unexpectedly valuable only to fall into someone else's hands. Worse yet, Lu Qing had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Along with the main dish, there was a fresh fruit salad, vegetables, and even a carton of chilled milk.
Zhua Qingqing's envy reached new heights.
Adding insult to injury, Lu Qing looked impeccable, fresh and clean. In stark contrast, Zhua Qingqing hadn't showered the previous day, hadn't brushed her teeth or washed her face that morning, and looked utterly disheveled. She's so clean, and I'm disgusting. Her jealousy only deepened when she remembered the photos Wei Ming had sent earlier, showcasing his vast supplies. It was clear now, Wei Ming must have access to a large reserve of water. Her anger boiled over. In her mind, Wei Ming was still hers. Anything he owned, supplies, comfort, even the luxurious environment, was rightfully hers. But now, another woman was enjoying it all.
Wei Ming, this is too much. She finally snapped. We only just broke up. How could you already move on to someone else? Oh, look who's playing the victim now.
Wei Ming switched the camera back to himself, his expression indifferent.
We broke up. What right do you have to question me? Zhua Qingqing faltered, quickly changing tactics. I'm just worried about you. You have so much money, and there are women out there who'll target you for it. I'm different, I only care about you.
Wei Ming nearly laughed out loud. He barely managed to suppress his disgust. Don't contact me again, he said coldly.
I don't want her getting jealous. Also, I'm busy. With that, he ended the call. A game of cat and mouse. Wei Ming smirked.
By handling Zhua Qingqing like this, he knew she wouldn't give up.
Instead, she would cling to the faint hope of winning him back. The lure of his supplies was simply too strong. She would keep falling for his bait, humbling herself over and over until she was completely humiliated. Eventually, when he tired of the game, he would deal with her entire family in one final stroke. For now, though, he had plenty of free time. Wei Ming's transformations.
Wei Ming couldn't help but notice something strange about himself. Since his rebirth, his physical needs had surged dramatically. If he had lived in ancient times, he would have been a hedonistic emperor, doomed to an early death before 30. Yet despite his indulgences, Wei Ming felt perfectly fine. In fact, he had even entered his pocket dimension to conduct a full examination of himself. The result? He was as strong as a bull. No signs of physical decline whatsoever. It seemed his rebirth and the acquisition of his pocket dimension had altered not just his abilities but also his body. The changes in my body must be linked to the dimension, Wei Ming speculated. But there's no way to prove it. Still, his newfound powers intrigued him. New capabilities. His dimension wasn't just a storage space, it had additional functions. For one, it allowed him to teleport. By first pulling himself into the dimension and then stepping out through another portal, he could effectively move through walls. The only limitation was the range, no more than 5 meters. There was also a healing function. Before his expedition to the polar ice caps, he had tested it on himself. Injuries healed instantly. Could it work on others?
Could it cure diseases like cancer or AIDS? If so, that would make life very interesting.
Wei Ming's eyes gleamed with excitement. The possibilities were endless.
Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi were once again trying to purchase supplies in the neighborhood group chat.
But this time, neither of them had any success.
The heat wave showed no signs of relenting, and now no water came from the taps.
The government had issued repeated announcements urging everyone to find ways to survive on their own. If anyone didn't understand what that meant yesterday, today the message was unmistakable. Even with Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi offering 10,000 yuan for a single bottle of water, no one was willing to sell.
What did food and water represent now? Life. Whose life was worth only 10,000 yuan? Most importantly, what good was money anymore?
Cash was nothing but a pile of worthless paper, too rough even for toilet use.
And bank transfers?
Nothing more than meaningless numbers on a screen. The few who had sold food and water to Yu Chutong and Zhang Shi yesterday were now regretting it. They tried to buy their supplies back, but of course, the two weren't willing to sell. Arguments erupted in the group chat, with insults flying freely. Wei Ming felt no sympathy for any of them. Serves you right for being greedy.
Can Song Qingyun hold out another day?
Wei Ming decided to check in on the stunning police officer, sending her a video call request.
After a long delay, she finally answered.
Wow, it's only been a day, and look at her now, Wei Ming thought.
Song Qingyun looked completely haggard.
Dark circles under her eyes suggested she hadn't slept well, her lips were cracked from severe dehydration, and after going without food for over a day, she was visibly weak.
Wei Ming. I surrender. Come save me.
The voluptuous officer pleaded, her voice feeble.
Oh? Surrendering already?
Wei Ming smirked, quickly piecing together her plan.
Trying to play games? Fine, let's play.
He headed down to his underground garage, navigating toward the restaurant where Song Qingyun was trapped. Using his space gate ability, he opened a portal through a wall and tossed in a small camera, checking the scene on his phone. The coast was clear. Pressing his hand to his chest, Wei Ming disappeared from his original spot. Because he had chosen to hide behind a column, no one noticed his sudden disappearance. No one was watching him anyway. If people were observing anyone, it was Song Qingyun or Zhang Shi. Their conspicuous attempts to buy supplies had drawn all eyes.
The heat was suffocating.
Wei Ming was dressed in a sleeveless shirt and beach shorts, but even wearing so little made no difference. With the temperature at 60 degrees Celsius 140 degrees Fahrenheit, his sweat evaporated before it could even form. He emerged from the restaurant kitchen and saw Song Qingyun lying on the floor in her police uniform. The bodies of Long Gu and his family were gone. She must have disposed of them, Wei Ming thought.
Understandable.
Sharing a room with 3 corpses in this heat would be unbearable, the stench alone would be enough to knock you out.
Wei Ming approached Song Qingyun.
As he neared, she suddenly sprang into action, grabbing his legs and trying to trip him. Instead, Wei Ming deliberately let himself fall right on top of her.
Wow, you're this eager for intimacy? He teased with a grin.
He wasn't fooled by her supposed surrender. He knew Song Qingyun was trying to set a trap for him.
But what was her plan?
She had no gun and was too physically weakened to overpower him. With my current strength, I could handle her with one hand tied behind my back. Still, he couldn't help but appreciate her figure. Even through her clothes, her soft curves pressed against him, tantalizingly inviting.
If she feels this good through her uniform, how amazing will it be when? Wei Ming's thoughts trailed off, and his anticipation grew. Get off me!
Song Qingyun struggled, pushing at him. But after more than a day without food or water, she had almost no strength left. Her efforts were more like light pats than actual resistance.
Having fun? Wei Ming smirked. You call that a push? Feels more like you're giving me a massage.
Her face turned pale as she sensed the danger in his tone. Wei Ming laughed and got up, sparing her for now. Song Qingyun slowly dragged herself into a chair, gasping for breath.
She looked defeated.
She had hoped to lure Wei Ming out and subdue him, but she had grossly underestimated his strength and overestimated her own.
How did you get in here?
She asked, frowning. Earlier, Wei Ming had mysteriously disappeared. Now, he had just as mysteriously reappeared. She had thoroughly checked the restaurant and knew there was no secret passage. Through a hidden tunnel, Wei Ming replied casually.
Where is it? Song Qingyun pressed, her frustration evident.
Wei Ming grinned slyly. Kiss me, and I'll tell you.
Song Qingyun glared daggers at him. Clearly, this flower had thorns. Here I am, trying to be nice, and this is the thanks I get. Wei Ming shook his head. He walked to the kitchen and retrieved a plastic bag filled with pre-cut fruit. Pulling out a box of watermelon slices, he popped one into his mouth. Ugh, the heat's ruining everything, he complained. I just took these out of the fridge, and they're already warm. His tone was full of disdain, but Song Qingyun couldn't take her eyes off the fruit. It had been over 24 hours since she last ate, and with no water left, she had finished the 2 bottles Wei Ming had left her yesterday. The sight of the juicy watermelon was torture. Want some? Wei Ming held out the bag, revealing apples, pears, and cantaloupe alongside the watermelon. If you come with me, you can eat this every day, he said with a sly smile. Song Qingyun stared longingly at the fruit. Her parched throat and empty stomach screamed for relief. But after a moment, she turned her head away, her resolve unshaken. So principled, Wei Ming thought, giving her a sarcastic thumbs up. Fine. Here, take the watermelon. On the house. He left the watermelon on the table, packed up the rest of the fruit, and prepared to leave. You're leaving? Song Qingyun asked, her voice tinged with unease. Unless you're coming with me? Wei Ming teased. She turned her head away again. By the time she looked back, Wei Ming was already gone, having disappeared into the kitchen. She chased after him, but her weakened state made her slow. By the time she reached the kitchen, he was nowhere to be found. No matter how hard she searched, she couldn't find any hidden tunnels or secret doors. Dejected, she returned to the dining area. Looking at the box of watermelon, she hesitated. This is from Wei Ming. I shouldn't eat it. But hunger and thirst won out. She grabbed the box and devoured its contents in seconds. The watermelon eased her thirst slightly, but it only made her hunger worse. Her resolve began to crumble. How much longer can I hold out? She wondered despairingly. Wei Ming returned to the underground garage, walking briskly toward his home. Although Song Qingyun was still putting up a strong front, it was clear her resolve had already begun to waver. At most, in 2 or 3 days, he could expect to reap the rewards of his patience. Wait, is this reward even legitimate? Wei Ming chuckled at his own thoughts. Better to head home quickly, being outside, even briefly, was unbearable. Even though the temperature in the underground garage was slightly cooler than above ground, it was still far from comfortable. Unless you dug a hole tens of meters deep to escape the sun's oppressive heat, finding a truly livable temperature seemed impossible. Could it be cooler in a mountain cave? As he walked, he overheard the conversations of others in the garage. Anxiety and dread were written all over their faces. What if this damn heat wave doesn't end soon? What will we do for food? For water? And the heat, it's terrifying. At least it cools down a bit at night, and the AC can bring it down to around 35 degrees Celsius if the power stays on. But what if the electricity goes out? How could we possibly survive? Suddenly, a group of people dashed past, each carrying bags. The sound of their hurried steps quickly disappeared into the distance. Robbery! Someone stealing my stuff! A voice came moments later, and a middle-aged man, around 50, stumbled into view. A large, bleeding gash marred his forehead, though some of the blood had already dried. Wait, isn't that old he from the delivery station? Who hurt him? Didn't a few guys just run past here? Ah! The bystanders pieced it together. The man, He Chingwon, managed the neighborhood's delivery depot. Since many residents came by daily to collect their packages, he had stocked snacks, cookies, and drinks to sell for a bit of extra income. But now, it seemed his delivery station had been ransacked. The realization hit the crowd hard. Their faces darkened. Robbery? Already? This world's really falling apart. Heck, with no officers or guards around, if people are hungry or thirsty, what else can they do? They'll steal if it means staying alive. Are you saying you support robbery? If I couldn't survive any other way, I'd steal too. The group's discussion quickly turned into a heated argument. No one stepped forward to help old He. Instead, some of them began to entertain darker thoughts themselves. Would we even face punishment for breaking the law now? Even if the heat wave ended, how many people would be left alive by then? Would the authorities really bother going after every crime committed during this disaster? Most likely, no. Laws existed to restrain the inner demons within people. But now, those demons were slowly being unleashed. The robbery of the delivery station was just the beginning. Soon, theft and murder wouldn't just be the plots of novels, they would become grim realities. Wei Ming sighed.
The news had urged people to find ways to survive, and some had clearly taken that advice quite literally by robbing others. Society is crumbling faster than I expected. He shook his head. Then another thought struck him. Should I check on Mi Xiaolu? This woman was another toy he had his eyes on. He hadn't had the chance to enjoy her yet and wasn't about to let someone else snatch her away. With that, he headed toward his old apartment building. Inside the elevator, Wei Ming scanned his access card as it began its ascent. Taking the elevator was a risky choice. At any moment, the power could go out. If that happened, the heat trapped inside the elevator could cause severe heat stroke. But Wei Ming wasn't worried. With his teleportation ability, as long as the walls weren't thicker than 5 meters, nothing could trap him. The elevator chimed, and the doors slid open. Wei Ming stepped out and made his way to Mi Xiaolu's apartment. Just as he was about to knock, he heard loud arguing coming from inside. There's a man inside? Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. Was Mi Xiaolu being unfaithful? No, the voice wasn't unfamiliar. It belonged to Guahai, her legitimate husband. When did he come back? Wei Ming paused to eavesdrop. Before long, his expression turned odd. Guahai was trying to persuade his wife to sell herself. Old Wang upstairs is willing to pay with a bottle of clean water and a pack of instant noodles. Uncle Zhang downstairs is offering 3 pounds of rice. And then there's someone from the building next door. Wei Ming wasn't surprised that so many men in the neighborhood were willing to trade food and water for Mi Xiaolu. She was undeniably attractive, with a tall, curvy figure, a slender waist, and alluring hips. Many men in the community fantasized about her, much like the way Wei Ming's colleagues fantasized about Lu Qing. What did surprise him was Guahai's willingness to act as her pimp. How can a man sink so low? Mi Xiaolu, meanwhile, was furious. I'm not a prostitute, she screamed, hurling insults at Guahai. What kind of husband does this? Guahai scoffed, unfazed by her anger. Don't act all innocent. You've already slept with God knows how many men. Now you're trying to play the part of a saint? Listen, I already made arrangements with old Wang. He'll be here soon. If you know what's good for you, entertain him properly. If not, I'll gladly help hold you down. Mi Xiaolu was on the verge of a breakdown. Guahai had returned home the day before the heat wave began. She had thought he wanted to reconcile and was even touched by his apparent change of heart. She had resolved to cut ties with Wei Ming. But now, her husband had turned out to be scum. Bang bang bang. The sudden knock on the door startled Mi Xiaolu, who let out a shriek. She wasn't a prostitute and couldn't bear the thought of being passed around like one. Guahai, on the other hand, sneered. Whether she slept with one man or many, what difference did it make to him? He'd already been cuckolded, why not make some supplies out of it? He walked over to open the door. But when it swung open, the person standing there wasn't old Wang. It was Wei Ming. Ha? Why are you here? Guahai was stunned. Then, as if realizing something, he turned to Mi Xiaolu with a smirk. Wow, your popularity's off the charts. Another guy who wants a turn, huh? Guahai looked Wei Ming up and down, then said, the price is 1 bottle of water and no less than half a pound of grain. An overnight stay costs triple. But you're late, get in line. I'll call you when it's your turn. Wei Ming's lips twitched in disbelief. Your first time pimping, and you're already this skilled? When people abandon their morals, they truly become shameless. Wei Ming shook his head, looking past Guahai and directly at Mi Xiaolu. Do you want to come with me? Be my woman? He asked her. God damn it. Guahai raised his fist to strike, but the moment he saw Wei Ming's icy gaze, his hand froze in midair. This was someone dangerous, someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Mi Xiaolu looked at her husband with despair. She had come from a privileged background, never enduring hardship in her life. Her beauty meant she had no shortage of suitors. Guahai wasn't the most outstanding among them, but he had been the most devoted, which ultimately led her to choose him, believing they would enjoy a lifelong bond of love and happiness. But now, just a year into their marriage, Guahai had become someone she no longer recognized. Clenching her teeth, she slowly walked over to Wei Ming. Being used by one man was still better than being treated like a prostitute. You dare! Guahai didn't have the guts to stand up to Wei Ming, but he wasn't afraid to be rough with his wife. He raised his hand to slap Mi Xiaolu, but before it landed, Wei Ming caught his wrist in a firm grip. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Even a dog knows its master. Where do you get the courage to act like this? Guahai, furious, growled, she's my wife. And so? Wei Ming scoffed, delivering a swift kick. With a thud, Wahai was sent flying, rolling across the floor in pain. Watching her husband's miserable state, Mi Xiaolu felt no sympathy, only satisfaction. She spat in his direction. "From this moment on, my husband is dead." Wahai groaned in agony, feeling as if Wei Ming's kick had shattered his insides. He couldn't even get up. All he could do was glare at Wei Ming and Mi Xiaolu with eyes full of venom. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the stairwell. Someone was coming, their urgency evident. The fire door creaked open, and out stepped a man. It was Wang Xingjian, the old Wang Guahai had mentioned. A man in his 40s, unattractive, and still single. His ugly appearance meant no woman wanted to even entertain the idea of being with him, despite years of matchmaking attempts. But now, he finally had the chance to sleep with one of the most beautiful women in the community. He couldn't contain his excitement. He was even grateful for this disaster. Without it, he'd never have had this opportunity. However, upon stepping into the corridor, he froze in confusion. There was another man here. Had they already finished? He didn't mind taking over after someone else, it wasn't like Mi Xiaolu was a virgin. Smiling, he approached her and reached out to grab her hand. But Mi Xiaolu immediately darted behind Wei Ming, her face full of visible disgust. Wang Xingjian's expression darkened. He turned to Guahai and said, "What's going on here? I already paid you. Are you trying to cheat me?" In these times, a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles were invaluable enough to sustain someone for a day. "You've taken something so precious from me, and now you want to back out?" Guahai's stomach churned from the pain, leaving him unable to respond. Mi Xiaolu coldly said, "Guahai took your payment, go ask him for it. If he can't pay you back, you're welcome to try him instead. As for me, I'm done with all of this. Wei Ming, let's go." Her voice carried nothing but disappointment. Wang Xingjian, though a lifelong bachelor, wasn't interested in Guahai. He quickly moved to block Mi Xiaolu. "I don't care. I've already paid, and tonight, I'm getting what I paid for." Wei Ming finally stepped in, delivering a powerful kick that sent Wang Xingjian sprawling on the floor. "Get lost." He opened the elevator and stepped inside with Mi Xiaolu. "Slut! Give me back my food and water." Wang Xingjian screamed, but the elevator doors closed, leaving him to shout futilely in the empty corridor. The elevator descended to the underground garage. Chidong City was a sprawling community with thousands of residents, and the underground parking lot was enormous. Walking to Wei Ming's villa at number 28 took several minutes. As they walked, Mi Xiaolu overheard snippets of conversations from other residents. Her face grew paler with every step. Society was falling apart faster than she could have imagined. Was there even any hope left? What would happen if Wei Ming ran out of food and water? Would he sell her off too? Fear and uncertainty gnawed at her as they finally reached Villa 28. Wei Ming unlocked the door with his fingerprint. As the door swung open, a wave of cool air washed over them. Comfortable. Mi Xiaolu's eyes widened in disbelief. Her reaction was almost identical to Lu Qing's the previous day. Predictable. Wei Ming smirked, nudging her inside before closing the door behind them to keep the cool air from escaping. "I can't believe how cool it is in here," Mi Xiaolu finally said. She was wearing a light dress, and the temperature was low enough to make her feel slightly chilly. Wei Ming smiled. "I'm using ice blocks for cooling, not air conditioning." Mi Xiaolu understood but quickly realized the implications. How many ice blocks would it take to cool an entire villa in this scorching heat? Ice? Her eyes lit up with hope. Melted ice meant water, didn't it? And enough ice to cool a villa must mean an abundant water supply. "Can I have some water?" she asked, her voice tinged with both excitement and trepidation. Wei Ming laughed. "I thought you'd ask for something more extravagant. The fridge has drinks and fruit, help yourself." Help herself? For the first time, Mi Xiaolu felt a surge of happiness. Wei Ming led her to the kitchen. Every door in the villa required fingerprint access, both to enter and exit. When Mi Xiaolu opened the fridge and saw it fully stocked with fruits and drinks, she couldn't hold back her tears. They were tears of relief. She immediately started eating and drinking. Once she was finished, Wei Ming told her to go shower. After enduring the sweltering heat for at least a day and a half, even the most beautiful woman would start to smell. But halfway through her shower, Wei Ming entered the bathroom. He didn't bring her here just to give her food and shelter. Did she really think he was a nice guy? It wasn't long before his dream of a threesome came true.
Later, Wei Ming brought out more food. Mi Xiaolu was overjoyed.
She'd only eaten some fruit earlier, and after Wei Ming had kept her busy for over an hour, she was ravenous. As she wolfed down the food, her phone suddenly rang. She looked at the screen, then turned to Wei Ming.
It's a video call from Guahai. Should I answer?
Go ahead, Wei Ming said with a smirk.
Mi Xiaolu accepted the call.
The moment Guahai's face appeared on the screen, he looked ready to explode.
Of course, he saw Mi Xiaolu too.
She was wearing a bathrobe, and the red marks on her neck made it all too clear what had just transpired.
You slut! You're nothing but a filthy whore! He spat, seething with rage.
Safe in his apartment, he no longer feared Wei Ming and let his anger flow freely.
Wei Ming, she's nothing but leftovers I've grown tired of. You're just picking up my scraps.
It seemed Guahai was desperate to convince himself that he'd somehow come out ahead.
Mi Xiaolu didn't get angry.
She simply sneered, switched to the rear camera, and showed Guahai the lavish spread of food on the table and the temperature reading inside the villa. Without saying a word, she ended the call.
Let him seethe with envy.
After Mi Xiaolu finished eating, Wei Ming took her upstairs. Wei Ming, Lu Qing was watching TV. When she turned and saw Mi Xiaolu, she froze. The moment their eyes met, both women immediately understood that they were in the same situation.
Wow, she's so beautiful. Her figure is amazing.
The same thoughts crossed both of their minds, stirring feelings of hostility and tension. The villa was spacious, but its stored resources were finite.
Adding another person meant consuming more food and water. Short term, it wasn't a problem, but in the long run?
What could last 3 months for 2 people would now be reduced to just 2 months.
Wei Ming, of course, saw their concerns.
He said calmly, "Don't worry about the supplies.
As long as I'm here, you won't go hungry or thirsty. But if you want to stay here, there's one rule: obey me."
Both women nodded quickly, competing to appear more obedient.
What scared them most right now?
Being kicked out by Wei Ming. Having seen firsthand the chaos outside, they knew what it was like out there. The abundance of food and water here was already a miracle, but the villa's cool temperature alone was enough to make them abandon all pride and cling to this place. Wei Ming adjusted the indoor temperature, raising it slightly by removing some ice blocks. He set it to 29 degrees Celsius, comfortable enough to go around unclothed without feeling cold.
TSK, if I were in ancient times, I'd definitely be a tyrant.
If Wei Ming wanted to, he could easily buy the loyalty of everyone in the neighborhood and make himself their ruler. But he had no interest in leading a group.
Managing people was a hassle.
It was much better to lock the door and enjoy life on his own terms. During dinner, Wei Ming sent a video to Song Qingyun showcasing the lavish spread on the table, complete with 3 bottles of chilled drinks.
Get lost, go away! Song Qingyun shouted, refusing to look at him.
She closed her eyes, knowing her willpower was waning. Another glance at the feast, and she feared she would surrender.
No, she would rather die than yield to a criminal. Wei Ming smirked.
This woman had already subconsciously surrendered. If not, she could have simply ignored his call.
Why accept it? Wasn't that already a form of submission?
By tomorrow, he thought, she'll definitely raise the white flag.
Hungry, thirsty, and enduring unbearable heat, how could anyone hold out?
If you can't take it anymore, you're always welcome to call me, Wei Ming said before Song Qingyun abruptly ended the video. Then, she let out a loud sob, but not a single tear fell.
She was too dehydrated to cry.
Her cries were filled with frustration, despair, and fear. Fear that her resolve would crumble, forcing her to surrender to Wei Ming.
She curled up on the floor.
Though the setting sun had brought cooler temperatures, and the air conditioning was functioning again, the lowered heat couldn't ease her hunger or thirst. Licking her dry, cracked lips, she realized there wasn't even enough saliva to moisten them.
Would she really die here? Or should she reach out to Wei Ming? Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
She repeated the words to herself, falling in and out of consciousness, plagued by nightmares. Her mind was unraveling.
Guahai finally calmed down from his earlier rage. He replayed the scene he had seen in his mind. The abundance of food.
The comfortable, cool temperature. Wei Ming has a huge stockpile of resources, and somehow, he even has a way to keep the temperature down.
Guahai's heart raced.
If I could take it for myself.
Controlling food and water meant holding everyone's lives in his hands.
Just as he had tried to sell his wife, wouldn't others offer their wives or daughters in exchange for survival?
But I can't take him on alone.
Twice now, Wei Ming had easily overpowered him,
making it clear that Guahai was no match. But was he willing to give up? No. Desperation was pushing him to take risks. Old Wang might be useful. He's bitter about being humiliated by Wei Ming and missing out on my wife. He'll definitely want revenge. But 2 people aren't enough. We'll need at least 1 more. Guahai racked his brain. Old Zheng? No, he's almost 70. A single hit would knock him out. He was good for petty scams in the past, but not for this. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lu Kundong. Lu Kundong was known as a ruthless thug in the community, someone even the boldest residents feared. And he had a personal grudge against Wei Ming. 3 people. That should be enough. But Lu Kundong is unpredictable. I need to form an alliance with old Wang first, to make sure Lu doesn't take everything for himself once Wei Ming is dead. Guahai made up his mind. He immediately sought out Wang Xingjian. Although old Wang initially berated him, he quickly grew intrigued upon hearing the plan. "You're one cruel bastard," Wang Xingjian remarked, drawing a sharp breath. "He stole my wife. Isn't it only fair that I kill him?" Guahai replied coldly. Wang Xingjian thought to himself, "You sold your wife like a prostitute. You're no better." Still, his own grudge against Wei Ming and his desire for Wei Ming's resources made him a willing accomplice. The 2 men quickly agreed and headed to Lu Kundong's apartment. Lu Kundong was cautious. Even after their persistent knocking, he questioned them for a long time before finally opening the door. "Does Wei Ming really have that much food?" Lu asked for confirmation. Guahai thumped his chest confidently. "I'm certain. My wife showed me a video, there was Australian lobster, steak. Think about it. If Wei Ming is willing to feed a slut like her such high-quality food, imagine how much he must have in reserve." Lu Kundong nodded slowly. Everyone in the neighborhood knew Wei Ming had won over 200 million yuan from gambling. Stockpiling luxury frozen foods out of a nouveau riche mindset wouldn't have been surprising at all. Even though Lu Kundong still had some supplies at home, who wouldn't want more during times like these? "Let's do it," he said. Lu Kundong glanced at Guahai and sneered. "Once this is over, your wife is mine. No objections, right?" Mi Xiaolu was one of the most attractive women in the neighborhood, and Lu Kundong had long desired her. He didn't bother hiding his intentions. The veins on Guahai's forehead bulged, but he forced a smile. "No objections." Lu Kundong and the other 2 carried kitchen knives and moved stealthily under the cover of night. They had each been bested by Wei Ming in one-on-one confrontations, but with 3 of them together, would Wei Ming really stand a chance? Besides, they had knives. What sets humans apart from animals is the ability to use tools, isn't it? Without weapons, a human is just prey to a tiger. But with weapons? Even in the days of cold steel, tigers stood no chance against hunters, ending up as tiger skin rugs. Now, with 3 men armed with knives, how could they fail to deal with Wei Ming? The only problem was how to get him to open the door. They couldn't just smash their way in. For one, it would alert Wei Ming ahead of time. For another, modern doors were so sturdy that breaking one down would be no easy task. Simple. Just knock and say we need to talk. Once he opens the door, we'll smash his head with the knife, Lu Kundong said viciously. Guahai and Wang Xingjian nodded in agreement. There was no need to overcomplicate things. They planned to kill Wei Ming, but he wouldn't know that. With societal order just beginning to collapse, who would suspect that they dared to commit murder? The underground parking garage was still sweltering at around 35 degrees Celsius, tolerable but still uncomfortable. Within minutes, the 3 were drenched in sweat. Finally, they arrived. "You go knock," Lu Kundong instructed Guahai. "Use your wife as an excuse. Say you want to discuss something with Wei Ming." Despite his rough appearance, Lu Kundong was surprisingly cunning when it came to underhanded schemes. Guahai nodded and stepped forward to knock on the door. Wei Ming was asleep on the 2nd floor. The villa's excellent soundproofing should have made it impossible for him to hear the knocking. However, his phone, connected to the surveillance system, notified him of the activity. He opened the app and saw 3 men standing near the basement door. One was at the door, while the other 2 hid on either side, each holding a kitchen knife. Those 2 thought they were out of the camera's range, unaware that Wei Ming had installed 3 cameras at different angles. "They're here to kill me?" Wei Ming wasn't scared in the slightest. Instead, a smile crept across his face. Guahai, Wang Xingjian, and Lu Kundong. How did Lu Kundong end up joining forces with them? Wei Ming found it curious but ultimately didn't care. It's only the second day of the apocalypse, and people are already coming for me with knives? That's quick. Chuckling, Wei Ming decided to play along. If they wanted to court death, he'd oblige. He went to the basement and made a few preparations before speaking into the intercom. Who is it? It's me, Hua-hai, came the reply through the speaker. The door's soundproofing was excellent, shouting would never have reached inside. Wei Ming decided to have some fun. What do you want? You stole my wife. Can't I come to settle the score? Hua-hai shouted angrily. But since you've already had her, I don't want her anymore. Just give me 10 boxes of instant noodles and water, and she's yours. Otherwise, tomorrow I'll tell everyone in the neighborhood what a pair of shameless dogs you two are. Wei Ming smirked. 10 boxes is too much. How about 5 of each? 5 boxes of water and instant noodles. Hearing this, the three men could hardly contain their excitement. Wei Ming's willingness to settle for 5 boxes suggested that he had far more resources than just that. Feigning consideration, Hua-hai replied, "All right, 5 it is. Once he opens the door, we'll kill him and take everything he has." A moment later, there was a faint click as the door unlocked. Hua-hai quickly pushed the door open. As soon as it swung wide, the 3 men charged in, knives raised, slashing wildly. But Wei Ming wasn't there. "What the hell are you doing?" Wei Ming's voice rang out. He was seated at least 4 meters away, grinning mischievously. He had unlocked the door remotely. This guy is cunning. Lu Kundong was about to speak but paused, suddenly noticing the temperature. It's so cool in here. He was right. Hua-hai had seen the temperature display in the video Michelle Lu had sent, but experiencing it firsthand was something else entirely. How did you manage this? Wang Xingjian asked. Wei Ming, ever gracious, decided to satisfy their curiosity. I'm using ice blocks. See those metal panels along the walls? Behind them are copper pipes filled with ice water. The melting ice naturally cools the space. You actually have ice? No, wait, you're using precious water to cool the room? The 3 were stunned. Lu Kundong snapped out of it and laughed. Well. Wei Ming, thank you for the gift. I'll be taking this villa and your women off your hands. Wei Ming, unperturbed, used the remote to lock the basement door behind them. Smiling, he said, "Oh? Just the 3 of you and those dull knives? That's all we need to kill you." Lu Kundong snarled. Let's get him. The 3 advanced, their faces filled with greed and malice. Kill Wei Ming, and everything he owned would be theirs. But as they moved forward, Wang Xingjian suddenly gasped and then vanished into thin air. What the? The brightly lit basement offered no place to hide, yet Lu Kundong and Hua-hai felt a chill run down their spines. A living person had just disappeared. What's going on? Hua-hai stammered, his voice trembling. Was it you? Did you do this? Wei Ming chuckled. Of course it was me. This is my home, after all. He grinned maliciously. Hua-hai, I wasn't planning to kill you. Knowing you were still alive made playing with your wife all the more satisfying. But since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With a flick of his wrist, a phone appeared out of nowhere in Wei Ming's hand. What the? Hua-hai's eyes widened in terror. He stumbled backward instinctively, but the moment he moved, he, too, disappeared, just like Wang Xingjian. Now only Lu Kundong remained, trembling uncontrollably. 2 people had vanished right before his eyes. Where did they go? He stammered, barely able to form words. Wei Ming smirked. Care to guess? Lu Kundong's unease only grew after Wei Ming's response. Wei Ming was clearly standing far from the other 2. How had he made them disappear? Wei Ming remained calm. With a casual gesture, a bottle of cola appeared in his hand. He unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and frowned slightly. Drinking something sweet at night is fattening. Oh well, it doesn't matter. After all, he could always enter his spatial dimension and burn off the fat at will. Lu Kundong stared in disbelief. Where did that cola come from? You're performing some kind of magic trick. Lu Kundong suddenly felt enlightened. Hua-hai and Wang Xingjian must still be nearby. You're just using some optical illusions so I can't see them. You're trying to confuse us into panicking and retreating without a fight. You're so confident in your guess that even I'm starting to believe you, Wei Ming thought with a smile. Then, how about you take a few steps? Wei Ming suggested. But Lu Kundong didn't dare move. Guessing was one thing, but what if he was wrong? That wasn't a risk he was willing to take. Wei Ming shook his head. Do you think you can just stand there and escape? Let me help you out.
He focused his thoughts, and suddenly, a large rock appeared mid-air, hurtling toward Lu Kundong.
What?
Before Lu Kundong could react, the rock struck him, sending him stumbling backward. But as soon as he stepped back, he vanished, just like the others.
Simple.
Wei Ming had opened a spatial gate in front of himself, sent the rock flying through, and opened another gate behind Lu Kundong. The force of the impact pushed Lu Kundong straight into the dimension.
Wei Ming peeked into the spatial dimension.
Gua Hai and Wang Xingjian were already dead. Lu Kundong was still alive, but his heart had stopped, and his blood had ceased flowing, his body frozen in a state of stasis.
Ha, just 1 minute, and he'll be dead too.
Wei Ming's curiosity flared, and he decided to enter the dimension himself.
He approached Lu Kundong and willed something into existence, a heart.
Strangely, though the heart appeared bloody and severed, no blood spurted from its exposed vessels.
Ah, of course. There's no time here. Physical principles like pressure don't apply. Even an open wound won't bleed without the flow of time.
Wei Ming experimented further, methodically removing each of Lu Kundong's organs. With every piece he took, he paused to observe. Then, just before the 1-minute mark, he carefully restored every organ to its original place.
Moments later, both he and Lu Kundong reappeared in the basement.
Lu Kundong, still carrying the momentum from the rock's impact, rolled across the floor before coming to a stop. Dazed, he scrambled to his feet, his face pale with fear and confusion.
What just happened? Where did that rock come from? And where is it now?
He stood frozen, trembling from the unknown horror he had just experienced.
Wei Ming watched with amusement. Interesting.
In my spatial dimension, I really am like a god. Just moments earlier, he had removed all of Lu Kundong's organs, even his brain, and yet, here Lu Kundong stood, alive and well.
Experiment complete. You're of no further use.
With a flick of his hand, Wei Ming sent another rock flying, propelling Lu Kundong into the spatial gate once more.
This time, he wouldn't be coming back. Satisfied, Wei Ming smiled. He hadn't even touched the cache of firearms in his dimension yet.
Against ordinary people, his spatial gate alone was more than enough for one-sided domination.
Stretching lazily, Wei Ming decided to head back to bed. The night passed.
When the sun rose, temperatures quickly soared.
58 degrees Celsius. It was a deadly heat.
Household air conditioners stood no chance against it, only industrial-grade units could function.
Most people were left sweltering, their frustration mounting. Sweat couldn't even form, it evaporated instantly.
Meanwhile, in Wei Ming's villa, the temperature remained a comfortable 29 degrees Celsius. Before long, Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu woke up. Wei Ming unlocked the doors on each floor, allowing the two women to move freely. While Wei Ming casually retrieved breakfast from his spatial dimension, Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu had to search the fridge and pantry for food. Watching the two women, both radiant in their own ways, one curvaceous, the other long-legged and dazzling, Wei Ming couldn't help but feel a flicker of desire. A short while later, he heard Lu Qing gasp from the pantry.
Ah, she must have noticed. Wei Ming smirked.
He had completely filled the storage room overnight. For him, the supplies he had taken out were less than a drop in the bucket.
But to Lu Qing, the sight was overwhelming.
The day before, only about a third of the room had been stocked.
Now, it was full to the brim. Unbelievable! Lu Qing exclaimed. Mi Xiaolu, new to the household, didn't understand at first.
But once Lu Qing explained, she was equally stunned.
What did this mean?
It meant Wei Ming had access to yet another stash of supplies.
Their awe bordered on reverence.
If it weren't so illogical, they might have suspected Wei Ming had come from the future, foreseeing the apocalypse and preparing accordingly. Wei Ming paid no attention to their speculations. As he slurped a bowl of noodles, he scrolled through his phone.
Someone mentioned me in the neighborhood group chat. It was Ma Yuelan.
She was demanding to know what Wei Ming had done with her son, Lu Kundong. Apparently, she hadn't been able to reach him since last night.
Why is she blaming me? The group chat erupted with curiosity.
Ma Yuelan avoided the full truth, claiming Lu Kundong had gone to trade food with Wei Ming for water. But after delivering the food, he had never returned.
What a shameless lie. Wei Ming chuckled and typed, "Oh?
Then tell me, how much food did your son bring?"
Ma Yuelan hesitated before responding, 2 boxes of biscuits.
She probably thought 2 boxes sounded significant enough to be believable. Wei Ming walked to the pantry, filmed a video of the fully stocked room, and shared it in the group chat without saying a word.
The chat exploded. Holy crap! Look at all that food. It's a whole room full. At Mayuelan, are you serious? Why would someone with this much food need to steal 2 boxes of biscuits? That's like accusing a millionaire of robbing someone for spare change. Mayuelan was thoroughly humiliated. But while some mocked her, others began to eye Wei Ming's supplies greedily. Wealth incites envy. Who cared about laws anymore? Yesterday, someone had already been robbed at knife point, and no law enforcement had shown up. Now, everyone understood, societal order was gone. And food? Food was life. People's thoughts turned dark. Wei Ming knew exactly what was happening. Let them come. Even if the entire neighborhood banded together, they wouldn't stand a chance. With his spatial gaits, his superhuman strength, and his stockpile of firearms, Wei Ming could wipe them out hundreds of times over. Let's see what you've got. I'm getting bored anyway. After slapping down Mayuelan's ridiculous accusations, Wei Ming stopped paying attention to the owners' group chat messages. Because now, friend requests began pouring in one after another. They were all from the owners' group, and their purpose for adding Wei Ming was crystal clear: to ask him to sell or lend them food and water. You have so much. Sharing just a little won't affect you, right? Wei Ming naturally ignored all the friend requests from men. With the sheer abundance of his supplies, what else could he possibly desire? It would only be women who might pique his interest. Of course, he wouldn't just let lust cloud his judgment and accept anyone blindly. His own safety was always the top priority before he could even think about enjoying life. After all, during moments of intimacy, his defenses and vigilance would be at their lowest. After discovering Wei Ming flaunting his wealth in the owners' group, the Zhuo Qingqing family was absolutely furious. To them, everything Wei Ming owned should have belonged to them. And now, he was flaunting it in public. Didn't he know the saying, wealth should not be flaunted? By showing off like that, wasn't he practically inviting others to target him? Everyone knew there was no such thing as a thief who could steal for 1,000 days without being caught, and likewise, there was no defense strong enough to last 1,000 days against thieves. Now, the entire neighborhood must be eyeing him, and who could say how ruthless people might become in times like these? Don't think that locking the door would be enough. A few adults swinging a heavy iron hammer could easily break down the entire door. This idiot just got a bit of money and already can't keep it together. The heat wave's only been going on for a few days, and he's already showing off like this? But, if someone's going to rob him, why not let it be us? The family of 4 exchanged glances, and they could all see the greed and malice in each other's eyes. There's no time to waste. Let's act tonight. Agreed. Why act at night? The daytime was unbearably hot, reducing everyone to lethargic cats unwilling to even lift a finger. But at night, when the temperature dropped to around 40 degrees, most people would be hiding in their homes with the air conditioning on. Who would venture outside? Acting at night meant cooler temperatures, greater safety, and less chance of being discovered. They couldn't risk anyone else getting to Wei Ming first. Qingqing, you're responsible for getting him to open the door. Luo Guifan began assigning tasks. Zhuo Qingqing nodded confidently. Wei Ming still has feelings for me. All I have to do is tell him I'm willing to be with him, and he'll definitely open the door in a heartbeat. Luo Guifan nodded in satisfaction before turning to her husband and son. The two of you will take care of him first thing. Kill that bastard right away, he's humiliated me so many times. I won't rest until he's dead. No problem, Zhuo Yang immediately agreed. Zhuo Fugui hesitated, though. It wasn't a matter of morality, he was just worried. What if they failed to kill Wei Ming and ended up getting killed themselves? Zhuo Qingqing thought for a moment before adding, what about the woman in his house? Should we kill her too? Is she pretty? Luo Guifan asked. She's all right, Zhuo Qingqing replied, unwilling to admit the other woman was prettier or had a better figure than her. Luo Guifan's eyes lit up. Then she can be Yang Yan's woman. His girlfriend isn't here, and it's not good for a man to go too long without a woman. It's bad for his health. Zhuo Yang nodded enthusiastically, his face full of anticipation. Even Zhuo Fugui's thoughts wandered, a lecherous gleam flashing across his eyes. A woman like that, maybe he could have a turn now and then too. All right then. Tonight, they would take down Wei Ming. The 4 of them finalized their plan and waited patiently for the day to pass. That guy actually accepted my friend request, Li Jing laughed smugly. She was a 37-year-old single mother, but her daughter, Li Xiaoxiao, was already 18. This mother-daughter duo was a team of professional con artists. Li Jing didn't work a normal job. Instead, she specialized in meeting men online. But if you thought they were selling themselves, you'd be wrong.
Li Jing would lure men to book a hotel room, have them pay upfront, and then drug them. Once the men fell unconscious, she would take the money and disappear without a trace.
But she wasn't greedy, she only ever took the agreed-upon escort fee. Would the men go to the police? Unlikely.
Reporting the crime would expose their own misdeeds. What's more, Li Jing wasn't stealing beyond what was agreed upon. To the men, it was as if they had paid for a ghost. Naturally, most of them accepted their bad luck and stayed silent. Thanks to this, Li Jing had been able to con one man after another without any trouble. Li Xiaoxiao giggled beside her. She knew exactly what her mother was up to and had no intention of pursuing school or a career. She was fully prepared to follow in Li Jing's footsteps. If they could get into Wei Ming's house, oust him, and take his place, they'd have all the food they could want. After Li Jing's laughter subsided, she gave her daughter a knowing look, signaling her to start the act. Li Xiaoxiao understood immediately, sitting down demurely. If it weren't so unbearably hot, she would have put on a schoolgirl uniform to sell the image even better. Li Jing adjusted her blouse, pulling it down slightly before nodding in satisfaction. Then, she initiated a video call with Wei Ming. 2 seconds later, the call connected. Li Jing immediately began speaking in a sweet, coquettish voice. "Wei Ming, could you take us in? If you're willing, I'd do anything for you. And Xiaoxiao here, she's just the right age to start looking for a boyfriend." She trailed off suggestively, while Li Xiaoxiao blushed shyly, perfectly playing the role of an innocent young girl. This act had worked countless times since she was 14. Not a single man had been able to resist. Wei Ming, watching the mother-daughter duo on his screen, smiled faintly. "Seriously? Even with beauty filters on, you're barely a 7 out of 10. You really think you can seduce me?" The only reason he had accepted Li Jing's friend request was because of the stunning profile picture she had used. Now, seeing the reality, he realized it wasn't even close. It was like expecting a goddess based on photos, only to open the door and find, not even clothes. "Nope," Wei Ming said bluntly, ending the call without hesitation. "A catfish. Disgusting." Li Jing's face, still plastered with a seductive smile, froze mid-expression. It felt as if she had been slapped. Turning to her daughter in disbelief, she stammered, He actually hung up?" Li Xiaoxiao, equally stunned, nodded dumbly. "He hung up." And then, they both snapped. If Wei Ming wouldn't take the bait, how could they drug him? Could two women really outsmart a grown man? Impossible. "Mom, I'm so hungry," Li Xiaoxiao whined, clutching her stomach. Li Jing started brainstorming. After a moment, she said, "You wait here. Mom will find us something to eat." If they couldn't scam Wei Ming, they'd target someone else. Surely not every man was as sharp as Wei Ming. The second one was from Zhang Shi, a major businessman. As soon as Wei Ming accepted the request, Zhang Shi immediately sent a message. "Wei Ming, I need a large supply of food and water. Name your price." Wei Ming replied. "Mr. Zhang, do you think money still holds value now? Why wouldn't it? This disaster is only temporary, it's just a matter of time before it passes," Zhang Shi responded confidently. Wei Ming understood people like Zhang Shi, wealthy and powerful, desperately wanted this calamity to end as soon as possible. Only then could their wealth and influence remain intact, allowing them to continue their privileged lives. While ordinary people might have already accepted the collapse of social order, people like Zhang Shi simply couldn't. Wei Ming said, "Then I'm sorry. I can't help you." Zhang Shi was, of course, furious. But knowing that Wei Ming controlled the resources he needed, Zhang Shi had no choice but to lower his tone and offer a deal. "How about this? Give me half of your supplies, and I'll give you half of my company's stock. Of course, you'll have dividend rights but no voting rights." Seriously? Wei Ming couldn't help but be speechless. Did this guy really think that after the disaster ended, everything would go back to normal, with everyone clocking in for work like before? Such delusional thinking. This man would do anything to avoid falling from grace, even dreaming up such ridiculous scenarios. Wei Ming shook his head, feeling there was no point in continuing this conversation. "Mr. Zhang, unless you have something that truly interests me, let's leave it at that." Zhang Shi was livid. He had built his empire from nothing, creating a massive company that supported over 500 employees and their families. He was used to people bowing and scraping before him. And now, this brat, just a young man who got lucky betting on sports, dared to speak to him like this? Under normal circumstances, Zhang Shi would have already had someone teach Wei Ming a lesson, showing him how to behave in front of someone like him.
But now? Zhang Shi took a deep breath. The heat wave had severed transportation routes.
Otherwise, a single phone call to summon his company's security team would have had Wei Ming groveling at his feet. I still have a good stock of gold bars at home, Zhang Shi finally said, retreating further.
Gold is always valuable, even in chaos. What do you think of this exchange? Wei Ming chuckled.
Gold only held value in times of chaos because some semblance of order still existed, allowing for trade.
But now? This wasn't chaos.
It was the apocalypse. In chaotic times, you could still forage for wild fruits or dig up roots to survive. But now, even that was impossible.
Gold?
It was nothing more than shiny metal.
Mr. Zhang, you don't seem to understand yet. This is the apocalypse, Wei Ming replied.
This time, Zhang Shi didn't respond for a long while. Wei Ming assumed he'd given up and was about to approve his third friend request when Zhang Shi messaged again.
What do you want, then?
Sigh. If only he'd reached this point earlier, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Wei Ming knew people like Zhang Shi were used to commanding others and were rarely on the receiving end of such negotiations. Wei Ming smiled slightly and typed.
I'm only interested in beautiful women.
What did his villa still lack?
Only stunning women.
Zhang Shi wasn't stupid. After a moment's pause, he understood what Wei Ming meant and became furious.
You dare lay your hands on me? Wei Ming, you've got some nerve.
A few days ago, I could have easily spent a few million to have you killed.
Wei Ming remained calm and indifferent, unaffected by Zhang Shi's outburst.
You misunderstand, Mr. Zhang.
Don't be so self-absorbed. I'm not interested in you. But the lady in your house? If she can't resist temptation and seeks me out on her own, what does that have to do with you?
Oh, and if you threaten me again, don't blame me for retaliating. Zhang Shi, seething with rage, threw his phone aside and stopped responding. He turned to look at his young wife. At just over 20 years old, she was his pride and joy. Her name was Chengya, a former university beauty queen. She was undeniably stunning, with a curvaceous figure that had captivated even a man like Zhang Shi, who was no stranger to beautiful women.
She asked timidly, Honey, why are you so upset?
Zhang Shi, still fuming, snapped.
That insolent brat, Wei Ming, rejected all of my offers. Chengya was startled.
But, we only have enough food and water for 10 more days.
After that,
she trailed off, not daring to continue.
Of course, I know that,
Zhang Shi said through gritted teeth.
But that brat is so stubborn. What should I do? Rob him?
At the mention of robbery, a thought struck him.
Why not? But how would he break into Wei Ming's house alone? Even if he managed to get in, could he really take down a fit young man in his 20s?
If the plan backfired, he'd lose everything. Then Zhang Shi's eyes fell on Chengya, and an idea began to form.
Wei Ming likes women, doesn't he?
He doesn't realize there's a trap hidden in that lust. The third person Wei Ming accepted went by the username Loneboat. Wei Ming had approved them mainly because of their username and profile picture, the cover of a web novel.
Coincidentally, it was a novel Wei Ming was currently following.
If this person really was the author, Wei Ming wouldn't mind sharing some supplies to keep the story going, at least until it reached a proper ending.
Hello, the other person messaged first. But it was a generic greeting, adding little to the conversation. Wei Ming got straight to the point. Are you the author of Urban Fragrance Chronicles? Oh? You read web novels too?
After a brief pause, the person replied, Yes, I'm the author.
It was true. Wei Ming chuckled. What a small world.
Without hesitation, he initiated a video call, intending to entice the author with supplies in exchange for 10 or 20 chapters a day.
After about 5 seconds, the call connected. And then, Wei Ming froze.
The woman on the screen was around 30 years old, a mature beauty with a captivating charm. She wasn't quite the typical dominant lady type but exuded the allure of a charming ant figure. Her almond-shaped eyes were full of emotion, and her curvaceous figure was impossible to ignore. Even though only her upper body was visible, Wei Ming could tell her figure would easily score above 90.
Your Loneboat? He asked in disbelief.
Yes, I am indeed Loneboat, the sultry woman said, her lips parting slightly, her voice so seductive it seemed to seep into one's very bones. Wei Ming still found it hard to believe. Why had he been following that novel? Because its content was extremely risque, but the author had masterful storytelling skills. They flirted with the boundaries of censorship, crafting scenes that left Wei Ming utterly engrossed. He'd always assumed the author was some experienced pervert.
But now, you're telling me it's this enchanting woman? Damn, this is shattering my worldview. Are you really the one who wrote Urban Fragrance Chronicles? Wei Ming confirmed again. Yes, that's me. I even have 3 unpublished chapters. Do you want me to send them to you for verification?
The sultry woman smiled and said, "By the way, my real name is Lin Wanqiu."
Wei Ming nodded. All right, send them over later.
The story is at such an exciting point, the protagonist is about to sleep with his enemy's wife. Oh, and since there's no longer any censorship, feel free to make it even wilder.
Got it.
I'll add more details and send it to you shortly, Lin Wanqiu replied smoothly. This woman was sharp.
Wei Ming smiled.
Update 3 chapters daily, and I'll provide you with 1 meal's worth of food and water. 6 chapters a day, and it doubles.
9 chapters? Triple. But don't overdo it, I'm not interested in killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Thank you, boss.
I'll get to writing immediately, Lin Wanqiu said cheerfully.
By the way, which building and unit are you in? I'll send supplies to you via drone. Wow, boss. So impressive. Lin Wanqiu praised with mock awe.
Ending the call with Lin Wanqiu, Wei Ming chuckled to himself. It was already rare enough to encounter the author of a novel he'd been following in his own neighborhood.
But for the author to turn out to be such a stunning beauty? That was truly unexpected.
Now, it was time to check on Song Qingyun. Wei Ming retrieved a drone from his spatial dimension. After confirming it was fully charged, he prepared a meal and 2 bottles of water, hung them from the drone with a plastic bag, and used a remote control to fly it out of his villa. Meanwhile, he initiated a video call with Song Qingyun.
After a long wait, the call connected.
Song Qingyun appeared disheveled and utterly drained, her hair a mess and her lips cracked from dehydration.
Open your door.
I've sent you some supplies via drone, don't worry, they're free, Wei Ming said with a smile.
Song Qingyun froze, visibly shocked. Was Wei Ming being kind-hearted? But she was too hungry and thirsty to think it through.
Struggling to move, she made her way to the door and opened it.
The restaurant's awning shielded the entrance from the harsh sunlight, so she only had to wait a few seconds before hearing the distinctive buzzing of a drone.
Moments later, a drone descended, carrying a plastic bag. She quickly untied the bag and opened it, immediately grabbing a bottle of water and gulping down half of it. Finally catching her breath, she moved on to the meal. After finishing the food, she sipped on the remaining water, taking small, careful sips.
She didn't dare open the second bottle.
As she ate and drank, tears began to stream down her face only to evaporate before they could touch her cheeks. At that moment, her willpower completely crumbled. Watching everything through the drone's camera, Wei Ming grinned.
Don't cry. Tonight, I'll come to pick you up. I promise you'll never suffer again.
From seizing her gun to reaping the rewards, it was all falling into place.
Ah, the rewards.
He chuckled to himself.
Song Qingyun said nothing. But silence was consent.
After all, as a law enforcement officer, she still had her pride.
Wei Ming smiled faintly. Why wait until night to pick her up? Because he didn't want to reveal the secrets of his spatial dimension.
Instead, he planned to drive over and bring her back.
Daytime travel was dangerous due to the deadly solar radiation and the intense heat, which could turn a car into an oven. Nighttime was safer.
He fulfilled his promise to Lin Wanqiu by sending her a meal and then found himself with nothing to do during the day.
Bored? Not likely, with 2 women at home.
Wei Ming had Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu try on various outfits, from casual to provocative. Mi Xiaolu, tall with long legs, was a natural model, while Lu Qing's voluptuous figure made every outfit seem on the verge of bursting, exuding irresistible allure. A little workout, some TV, and the news, though the major channels had stopped broadcasting. Only independent creators were still uploading videos or live streaming discussions about the ongoing disaster, attracting a flood of virtual donations. Too bad money was now utterly worthless. As night fell and the last rays of sunlight disappeared, a light drizzle began to fall.
Perfect, it was time to fetch the policewoman.
Just as Wei Ming was about to head out, his phone's alarm went off. Checking the alert, he saw 2 people standing at the basement entrance, Zhang Shi and his young wife.
Bringing his wife as an offering? No way.
Wei Ming immediately dismissed the thought. A man like Zhang Shi would never give in so easily. So, what was he up to? Wei Ming scrutinized Zhang Shi's figure and noticed a bag slung over his back. Judging by the shape, he smirked, understanding the situation.
Alright, since you've brought your wife here, I'll entertain you. Song Qingyun could wait. After all, she'd had a meal and some water at noon, waiting a few extra hours wouldn't hurt. Wei Ming went to the basement and remotely opened the door.
Zhang Shi pushed his wife inside.
Bang! The door automatically shut behind them.
Zhang Shi immediately unslung the bag and pulled out a compound bow, aiming it at Wei Ming.
Surprised? Didn't see this coming, did you? Wei Ming smiled. A bit of a surprise, yes. Cut the crap. Get out of here, now. Don't make me kill you. Zhang Shi growled menacingly. He didn't want to spill blood inside the villa, after all, this would be his new home. Moving all of Wei Ming's supplies would be too much hassle, so taking over the villa outright was the easiest option. Wei Ming remained calm. Every door here requires fingerprint access. If I leave, you'll be stuck in the basement. Zhang Shi glanced at the door, confirming it had no handle, and barked. Then add my fingerprint. No funny business. Wei Ming smiled, walked to the door panel, and tinkered with it. Alright, it's ready. Add your fingerprint here. Move aside. Zhang Shi ordered. Wei Ming obediently stepped aside, feigning cooperation. Facing Wei Ming, Zhang Shi cautiously backed toward the door. He instructed his wife. Keep an eye on him. If he moves, scream. Got it, his wife said, nodding. She was captivated by the cool air in the villa, the supplies Wei Ming had flaunted in the group chat, and the state-of-the-art security. She was already imagining herself living here. Finally reaching the door, Zhang Shi placed his index finger on the scanner. Buzz! Watch out! His wife suddenly screamed. A surge of electricity struck Zhang Shi, leaving his entire body numb and tingling. The compound bow in his hands fell to the ground instantly. As the current subsided and he tried to pick up the bow, a foot firmly stepped on it. Naturally, it was Wei Ming. Wei Ming had countless ways to deal with Zhang Shi, but this time, he opted not to use his abilities, relying instead on the villa's built-in defense system. Bam! Wei Ming delivered a swift knee strike, sending Zhang Shi flying backward. Blood streamed from his nose. Ah! Zhang Shi's young wife, Chunya, trembled with fear. The scene had taken her completely by surprise. Moments ago, Zhang Shi seemed to have the upper hand. How had the situation flipped so suddenly? Wei Ming remained relaxed as he fetched a rope and tied Zhang Shi up. Only then did he speak. Zhang Shi, you've got some nerve. I treated you as a guest, and you tried to rob me. Zhang Shi panted heavily, his rage boiling over, but he was utterly powerless. Wei Ming ignored him and turned his gaze toward Chunya. As someone who had caught Zhang Shi's eye, her beauty and figure were undoubtedly top-notch. Wei Ming whistled. Still, Zhang Shi, bringing your lovely wife here was thoughtful. Don't mind if I do. Don't you dare. Zhang Shi roared, his voice hoarse. If you so much as touch a hair on her head, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Wei Ming smiled faintly. He hadn't gone to such lengths to take down Zhang Shi without a reason, his true aim was Chunya. Whether I touch her or not isn't up to you, Wei Ming replied with a grin. Of course, I'm not one for force. A forced melon isn't sweet. I prefer when the melon willingly falls into my hand. Wei Ming approached Chunya, who stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Testing her reaction, Wei Ming turned back to Zhang Shi and chuckled. Zhang Shi, you have impeccable taste. Your wife is truly generous in every way. E-cup, and all natural, no artificial enhancements here. Zhang Shi was so furious he almost vomited blood. At that moment, regret consumed him. Not regret over targeting Wei Ming's villa, but regret over not acting more decisively to eliminate him outright. Forget fingerprint access, he was already inside. Surely, he could have found a way to reset the security system. Wei Ming, however, didn't take things further. Instead, he turned to Chunya. Come, let me show you around. Chunya lacked Song Qingyun's steely resolve. The moment her husband was subdued, her composure crumbled, and she meekly followed Wei Ming. Zhang Shi was beside himself with anxiety, but bound hand and foot, there was little he could do but hurl curses. At first, Chunya was understandably terrified. However, Wei Ming's constant smile gradually put her slightly at ease. Once calm, she began to think. Chunya was a classic beauty. Since middle school, she had been inundated with love letters from boys. By the time she reached college, she was a celebrated campus belle with countless admirers. But Chungya had always been a gold digger with high standards. Ordinary rich kids didn't impress her, no matter how much money they threw at her. It wasn't until Zhang Shi came along, courting her fervently, that she finally agreed. She had immense confidence in her beauty and charm. So, why was Wei Ming treating her so courteously? It didn't take much thought for her to understand. This realization made her demeanor increasingly composed and calm. When Wei Ming led her to the storage room filled with food and water, her chest heaved with excitement. Sure, she had seen the photos, but seeing it all in person was an entirely different experience. How long could this much food last? 6 months? A year? Her heart racing, Chanya made up her mind. The two returned to the basement. When Zhang Shi saw them, still fully clothed, he let out a slight sigh of relief. It had only been 5 minutes. Surely nothing could have happened in that time. Wei Ming walked over, untied Zhang Shi, and smiled. All right, Zhang Shi, you're free to go. Zhang Shi froze, bewildered. Wei Ming was letting him go? Was this some kind of joke? Wei Ming's expression remained neutral. Unlike you, I believe in repaying evil with kindness. He pushed Zhang Shi toward the door. Zhang Shi staggered out, still in disbelief. Could Wei Ming truly be this good-hearted? No, this stupid? Even now, he was choosing to repay evil with kindness? What an idiot. Fine, next time I'll finish you off for good. Bang! The metal door closed behind him. Wait. Something clicked in Zhang Shi's mind, and he began pounding on the door with all his might. Wei Ming! Let my wife go! You bastard, I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Wei Ming activated the speaker system and chuckled. Alright, let's ask your wife if she wants to go back with you. He stepped aside, giving Chungya the spotlight. Chungya understood what this was, a loyalty test. She had married Zhang Shi for money, and now, with even better material prospects, why wouldn't she abandon him? Without hesitation, she said, I'm sorry, husband. From now on, I'll be with Wei Ming. You wretch! You ungrateful wretch! Zhang Shi's veins bulged in fury. Now he understood why Wei Ming had released him, so he could fully savor the pain of betrayal. Zhang Shi, as you can see, I didn't force your wife into anything. She made this decision herself, Wei Ming said with a smirk. We're all adults here. Everyone has the right to make their own choices, don't they? Zhang Shi was livid, banging on the door furiously. But what good would it do? Wei Ming. I'll make sure you pay for this. After ranting and raving for a while, he stopped off, defeated. With that resolved, Wei Ming quickly turned his attention back to his main goal, fetching Song Qingyun. He assigned Chungya a room on the 3rd floor. The villa's 3rd floor had 3 bedrooms perfect for Chungya, Lu Qing, and Mi Xiaolu. Without Wei Ming's explicit permission, Chungya wouldn't be able to leave the 3rd floor, let alone access the 2nd. Each night, Wei Ming locked the doors separating the villa's floors for extra security. While his bedroom door was also locked, adding another layer of defense never hurt. After settling Chungya, Wei Ming headed to the garage and summoned a pickup truck from his spatial dimension. The vehicle had been a zero-cost acquisition from the States and hadn't even been registered yet. Opening the garage door, he drove out before shutting it securely behind him. Is mine the only car still functioning in this neighborhood? The daytime heat had rendered other vehicles unusable, their tires bursting under the extreme temperatures. Sure, someone could try driving on metal rims, but who would dare? From her vantage point in Building 18, Yu Chuton's eyes widened in disbelief. Wei Ming's car was actually running. Wei Ming actually has a functioning car. Owning a car wasn't the surprising part. Having a car that could still run in these extreme conditions, however, was unheard of. Yu Chutong had secretly checked on her own luxury car earlier. Even though it was an S-Class high-end vehicle, the tires had still burst under the heat. But Wei Ming's old pickup truck? Somehow, it was up and running. What did it mean to have a working vehicle now? It was life itself. With a vehicle, you could venture out to scavenge supplies and survive. And right now, survival was the only thing anyone cared about. No wonder Wei Ming still had fresh fruit. He'd clearly been using the truck to gather supplies. Yu Chutong began brainstorming. How could she convince Wei Ming to lend her his truck? Wei Ming drove the pickup to the neighborhood entrance, naturally drawing a lot of attention. Only residents in buildings 8 and 18, which were closer to the underground garage, knew it was Wei Ming who had driven the truck out. Everyone else could only speculate about the driver's identity. Wei Ming paid no mind to the curiosity of others.
His focus was on picking up Song Qingyun, a thorny yet beautiful rose he had been thinking about for days.
When he arrived at her location, Wei Ming called Song Qingyun via video. Once she answered, he said, "Step back. Don't stand near the door." He then reversed the truck. Bang! The pickup smashed through the restaurant's front door and drove straight in. Not far away, Song Qingyun stood dumbfounded, her expression one of pure shock and disbelief. Wei Ming opened the passenger door. "What are you waiting for? Get in." Song Qingyun hesitated for a moment before climbing into the truck and closing the door.
"Let's go," Wei Ming said, starting the engine and backing the truck out of the restaurant.
The restaurant was part of the neighborhood's commercial area, so it wasn't far.
Within minutes, the truck was back at Wei Ming's villa. He used the remote to open the garage door, drove the truck inside, and locked the door behind them.
All done.
Wei Ming jumped out of the truck.
After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Qingyun followed suit.
To enter the main villa, however, required fingerprint access. As the thick, 10-centimeter alloy door opened, Song Qingyun gasped.
"What are you preparing for, a world war? No normal person would install an alloy door, let alone one 10 centimeters thick."
In truth, Wei Ming had wanted a 20-centimeter thick door, but Xia Bing had pointed out that such a door would be too heavy to install and would be impossible to source in the short few months they had to prepare.
Wei Ming grinned. "Come on in."
As Song Qingyun stepped inside the villa, she was greeted by a refreshing coolness. Although it was nighttime and the air conditioning was back in operation, the sun had only recently set, and it was far too soon for the AC to have such an effect.
Wei Ming explained once again about his ice-based cooling system.
Just like Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu before her, Song Qingyun was visibly shocked. While everyone else struggled to secure a single bottle of water, Wei Ming was using his to make ice and cool his entire villa.
"How wasteful,"
she muttered under her breath. Wei Ming leaned in close to her ear. "Stay with me, and you'll live in comfort, with no worries about food or water. Otherwise, well, you've seen how the last 3 days were."
"Do I need to spell it out for you?"
"I'm not a good person, but I do have principles. I don't force anyone. If you choose to stay, I'll provide for you. But the condition is simple, you must obey me completely."
"If you're unwilling, you can leave now." Song Qingyun bit her lip, remaining silent.
The fact that she had gotten into the truck in the first place already spoke volumes. But giving Wei Ming a verbal agreement was a hurdle she couldn't quite overcome. After all, this man was a suspect in harboring a wanted fugitive. He had even seized firearms and nearly caused a major incident.
Wei Ming didn't pressure her. She was already inside his house, where could she possibly run?
Just then, his phone buzzed with an alert.
What a buzzkill. How many waves of visitors will I get today?
Wei Ming glanced at the screen, and a cold smile spread across his face. It was the left family, Zhuo Qingqing and her parents and brother. Had it been anyone else, he might have ignored them.
But this family?
Since they'd come knocking, there was no way he wouldn't deal with them.
He turned to Song Qingyun and asked with a smile. "Do you think I'm a bad person?" She shot back, "Do you think you're a good one?"
"Oh." It seemed that a full belly had restored her sharp tongue.
"Come with me.
Let me show you just how dark the human heart can be." Wei Ming led Song Qingyun to the basement and remotely opened the door. The 4 members of the Zhuo family, Zhuo Qingqing, her brother Zhuo Yang, and their parents, Zhuo Fugui and Luo Guifan, were visibly startled. Zhuo Qingqing hadn't even introduced herself or stated their purpose, yet Wei Ming had opened the door as if expecting them. "Look up," Zhuo Yang said, pointing to the surveillance camera above the door. The family immediately understood how Wei Ming had known they were there. "He still has feelings for me," Zhuo Qingqing said smugly.
"Good," Luo Guifan whispered. "Qingqing, turn on the charm.
If necessary, take off your clothes and give him a taste. Meanwhile, your father and brother will deal with him." But Zhuo Qingqing hesitated. "What's there to be afraid of? It's just your father and brother. So what if they see?"
Luo Guifan snapped.
Reluctantly, Zhuo Qingqing agreed. In their household, she had the least authority and had been brainwashed since childhood to prioritize her family above all else. The 4 stepped inside. The basement was pitch black, and they couldn't see a thing. Suddenly, the lights blazed on. The sudden brightness forced them to squint. When their eyes adjusted, they saw 2 figures, one sitting, one standing. The seated figure was Wei Ming, and the standing figure was a woman. They didn't recognize her, but they were struck by her beauty. She was even more captivating than most celebrities, with a figure that could only be described as perfect. Zhuo Yang immediately recalled his sister mentioning that Wei Ming had a woman in his house, someone he'd brought back before the disaster struck, a girlfriend.
His first emotion was jealousy. How could Wei Ming have someone so stunning? But jealousy quickly turned into excitement. That woman would soon be his.
Zhuo Fuguei, too, ogled her with undisguised lust. For now, though, the presence of another woman meant Zhuo Qingqing's plan to seduce Wei Ming was off the table.
Who cares? We're already inside. Let's just kill him.
Zhuo Yang growled, brandishing a kitchen knife. Zhuo Fuguei, initially hesitant, felt emboldened by the sight of Song Qingyun. Overwhelmed by lust, he declared,
I want that woman too.
If I don't get her, I'll just sit back and watch.
Now, of all times, you're making demands? Luo Guifan snapped, furious. Let your father have his fun. It's not like you'll lose anything, Zhuo Fuguei retorted, his eyes gleaming.
I've lived this long and never had a woman this beautiful.
With no choice, Luo Guifan conceded. Fine, Yang, you can have her on weekdays. Your father gets weekends. Zhuo Yang was reluctant but eventually nodded. Splitting time was better than losing out entirely.
Song Qingyun heard these words clearly, but she simply couldn't believe it. These four people were as ordinary as could be, clearly just a family, parents and a pair of siblings.
But listen to what they were saying? Their main target was her. Disgusting. Song Qingyun looked at Wei Ming in a daze.
She had only been trapped in this hotel for a little over 2 days, 3 days in total.
How had the world become so alien in such a short time? An ordinary family of 4 was openly discussing murder, robbery, and even dividing up a woman right in front of them? Wei Ming smiled brightly and said, These 4 are my ex-girlfriend's family. Look, this one here is Zhuo Qingqing, a typical younger brother worshipper.
She wanted me to hand over my house so her brother could use it as a wedding home. That's her brother, lazy, unmotivated, and picky about jobs while claiming he wants to start a business and make big money.
In reality, he's just a classic freeloader, living off his parents and his sister. And these 2 old ones are Zhuo Qingqing's parents. You can tell what kind of people they are from what they just said. I won't bother explaining further. You son of a b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** before was, of course, enraged. Wei Ming, are you looking to die? Zhua Qingqing shrieked. You used to swear you loved me and were willing to do anything for me. All I asked was for you to clear out your house so my brother could use it as a wedding home, and you broke up with me. Now you've hooked up with this B******** H so quickly. You're fake, insincere, and a scumbag. How dare you criticize me? Luo Guifan tugged at her daughter's hand. Don't waste time arguing with this bastard. Let your father and brother hack him to death, hee. Maybe leave him alive just long enough to watch as your father and brother have their way with his woman. That'll kill him out of sheer rage. Now that was vile. But Zhuo Fugui and Zhuo Yang were visibly excited. Have their way with Wei Ming's woman right in front of him? What a great idea. Kill him. Zhuo Yang charged forward first, while Zhuo Fugui unwrapped the cloth around his knife and followed. The father and son's faces were filled with malice and greed as they approached. Song Qingyun immediately said, I'll handle the old man, and you take on the younger one. She was a security officer, after all, trained in combat. While it might be challenging to take on a grown man, Zhuo Fugui was over 50 years old. She was confident she could take him down. Even if he had a knife. Wei Ming smiled faintly. No need. I'll handle them myself. He wasn't boasting. His physical abilities were now at the peak of human potential. Even if he were injured, he could instantly heal himself by entering the alternate dimension. That was his trump card. You just stay put and be my little woman. All you need to do is keep me happy. He pinched Song Qingyun's jade-like chin, then strode toward the Zhuo father and son. You're courting death. Zhuo Yang swung his knife. Zhuo Fugui hung back slightly, worried about accidentally injuring his son. Wei Ming moved like lightning. Bang! Bang! Just 2 punches, and the world fell silent. The Zhuo father and son were both sprawled on the ground, unconscious. This. Luo Guifan was dumbfounded. This was far beyond her expectations. 2 against 1, and they even had knives, yet Wei Ming had knocked them out barehanded. Forcing a smile, she said, Dear son-in-law, we were just joking. You're amazing. No wonder you dared to post pictures of your supplies in the group chat. With your strength, who would dare mess with you? Now I'm not worried anymore. Your villa is so big, surely it's no problem to let 4 more people live there. Wei Ming couldn't help but admire this woman's shamelessness.
She had no sense of decency. Wei Ming walked up and slapped Luo Guifan across the face, knocking her out cold.
Zhuo Qingqing first trembled in fear, then jumped up. Wei Ming, my mom already said we were joking. How could you hit her so hard and knock out my dad, mom, and brother?
Song Qingyun felt as if her entire worldview had shattered. Just moments ago, they were clearly plotting murder and rape.
How could this mother and daughter shamelessly claim it was all a joke? How could people be so brazenly shameless?
Wei Ming looked at Song Qingyun and asked with a smile, "You're a security officer.
Tell me, how should people like this be punished?" Song Qingyun blurted out, "Arrest them, hand them over to the prosecution, and let the court decide their sentence."
As security officers, their job was only to apprehend suspects and gather evidence.
Prosecution and sentencing were outside their jurisdiction. Wei Ming smiled.
"All right, then I'll play the role of judge myself, let's call it the garage judge."
He patted Song Qingyun's shoulder. "Stay here and wait for me." Song Qingyun wanted to say something but hesitated.
Though she was a security officer, Suo's father and son had set their sights on her.
2 days, 5 days, who wouldn't break under such circumstances?
Besides, she'd been starving for days, and her mental fortitude had taken a hit.
How could she still remain unaffected by negative emotions?
Even if she hadn't turned vengeful, there was no way she could forgive them. So, in the end, she said nothing. Wei Ming turned to Zhuo Qingqing, feigning hesitation, then seemed to come to a decision.
"You can go. I believe you had nothing to do with this." He didn't want to kill this woman too quickly, it wouldn't be satisfying enough.
By giving her hope, only to crush it later, he would make her suffer until she broke down entirely.
Sure enough, Zhuo Qingqing's eyes lit up when she heard this. She glanced at her family on the ground, bit her lip as if making a decision, and said, "Wei Ji, you're so kind. You know me best, you know I was forced into this. I'll leave now, but I'll win back your heart one day."
Wei Ming opened the door to the basement, and Zhuo Qingqing ran out, covering her face as if touched and regretful.
Song Qingyun was stunned. Was Wei Ming really so soft-hearted and naive?
But then she saw the mocking and murderous intent on Wei Ming's face and realized he was just toying with the woman, giving her false hope that was utterly meaningless. Wei Ming walked to the basement and dragged the 3 Zhuo family members out one by one. At this time of day, the garage was empty, everyone was indoors with their air conditioners, enjoying the brief relief from the heat.
No one would bother with the garage.
With a thought, 3 large iron cages appeared in front of him. He threw each of the Zhuo family members into a cage, locked them in, and smiled coldly. They would stay there, on display, slowly dying of hunger, thirst, or heat. It didn't matter how they died, as long as it was painful. Wei Ming returned to the villa. Now, even if the gods themselves intervened, they couldn't stop him from having his way with this top-tier beauty of a police officer. Without permission, Song Qingyun naturally couldn't leave and had no choice but to wait for him in the basement.
"What did you do with them?" Song Qingyun asked.
Wei Ming pulled her into his arms.
"Matters involving fighting and killing are not for women to worry about.
You should focus on figuring out which positions I prefer."
"Positions?" Song Qingyun was initially confused, but then she seemed to understand.
Her face instantly flushed red. Wei Ming's heart fluttered as he held this stunning beauty in his arms and kissed her deeply. Naturally, his hands didn't remain idle. Just as his desire began to surge, he stopped.
"Go take a shower."
A beauty of this caliber should be savored slowly. She was his now, so there was no need to rush.
At first, Song Qingyun hesitated shyly but then exclaimed, "We can shower?" How much water had he stored to afford the luxury of a bath? But she quickly added, "Water is life now.
I'll just wipe myself clean, there's no need to waste it on a full shower."
TSK, this woman was different from Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu.
When those two learned they could bathe, they were simply delighted and amazed, without giving a second thought to how scarce water had become.
Water supplies had already been cut off. Although it rained every night, the rain was acidic. Who would dare to use it for bathing or drinking? Clean water was limited, once used, it was gone. Wei Ming laughed heartily and bit her earlobe.
"Relax, your man is capable of great things.
You won't ever need to worry about resources. Like I said, all you need to focus on is pleasing me."
Amid Song Qingyun's startled cry, Wei Ming picked her up in his arms. The two went to the bathroom and started a romantic bath together. Initially, they were in the bathtub, but soon it turned into a shower.
Why? Because Song Qingyun's period started.
At that moment, Wei Ming was tempted to throw her into the alternate dimension and make her period go away. But he refrained. The alternate dimension was his greatest secret, and unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't let anyone know about it. It was only a matter of waiting a few days, after all. Song Qingyun felt a bit embarrassed and said softly, "You'll have to wait a few days for me." She was someone who kept her promises. Since she had come back with Wei Ming, she was determined to honor her commitment and give herself to him. Wei Ming chuckled. Just because her period was here, did that mean he couldn't enjoy some interest in the meantime? He busied himself, exploring every inch of the police officer's body. Song Qingyun, despite blushing furiously and feeling somewhat guilty, cooperated as best she could. Such perfection. The 4 women currently staying in the villa were all stunning in their own ways. Even the least beautiful, Lu Qing, was a goddess in her company, the object of countless men's fantasies. Many would give anything to sleep with her. But compared to Song Qingyun, her beauty and figure utterly outclassed Lu Qing's. Even her personality was irresistibly charming. Wei Ming couldn't help but marvel. If it weren't for this apocalypse, he would never have crossed paths with such a breathtaking woman. From the moment he began planning to seize her gun, his steps had led him to this point, to finally having this exquisite beauty. And who said you couldn't have fun just because it was that time of the month? More than an hour later, Wei Ming carried Song Qingyun to the 3rd-floor balcony. Her face was flushed, and she looked like she was questioning everything she'd ever known about life. Only now did she realize there were so many possibilities between men and women. The other 3 women in the villa were in their respective rooms. Wei Ming locked the doors on each floor every night, limiting them to their own areas. By now, they were all asleep. Wei Ming retrieved some fruit and drinks from the fridge, placing them on a table. He sat on a lounge chair with Song Qingyun in his arms. As they ate and drank, they admired the night view outside. Song Qingyun sighed deeply. It's only been 3 days, yet the world feels so unfamiliar. The night was far from quiet. Occasionally, explosions could be heard in the distance, and faint flashes of firelight were visible, clear signs of the chaos and turmoil unfolding. Wei Ming simply smiled. Song Qingyun suddenly turned to him and asked, "When you invited me to negotiate before, was it deliberate? You're not too slow to catch on." Wei Ming smirked. "Yes." Song Qingyun gave him a knowing look but quickly pressed her hands against his wandering ones. "But how did you know the apocalypse would happen? What if it didn't come the next day? How would you have handled things?" "Because I knew exactly when it would begin." Wei Ming chuckled. "If the apocalypse hadn't come, I would have had to go on the run. So, it was a gamble?" Recalling that Wei Ming had made his fortune through gambling, Song Qingyun found this plausible. But such a reckless attitude, what if he ever made the wrong bet? He'd lose everything. Ha! As the two were growing increasingly intimate, the light on the balcony next door suddenly turned on. A woman in pajamas stepped out. It was Yu Chu-tong. However, Yu Chu-tong clearly hadn't expected anyone to still be awake on the adjacent balcony. She froze for a moment before instinctively crossing her arms over her chest. Her pajamas were slightly sheer, and she didn't want Wei Ming to take advantage of the view. She didn't retreat immediately because she'd remembered Wei Ming's pickup truck and had been planning to ask to borrow it. But then she noticed Wei Ming wasn't alone, he was holding a woman, and both were dressed in bathrobes, practically glued together. Shameless! Song Qingyun let out a small cry of surprise. She hadn't expected someone to appear on the neighboring balcony and try to get up, only for Wei Ming to hold her firmly in place. "Don't worry. There's only one woman next door," Wei Ming said with a grin. This wasn't about whether it was a man or a woman. Song Qingyun blushed furiously, unable to escape, and covered her face with her hands. Even though it was just a fleeting glance, Yu Chu-tong managed to see Song Qingyun's face. What a beautiful woman! Although Yu Chu-tong prided herself on her looks, she had to admit Song Qingyun's beauty was on par with hers. As for her figure, it was hard to tell with the loose bathrobe. Where had this guy managed to find such a stunning woman? Could he have lured her in with supplies from the neighborhood? That must be it. Thinking this, she looked down on Song Qingyun with disdain. Wei Ming, meanwhile, picked up a grape and waved it at Yu Chu-tong, the meaning obvious. Want some? Of course Yu Chu-tong wanted it, fruit was her favorite. But was Wei Ming's stuff so easy to take? She knew exactly what price she'd have to pay. With a cold snort, she turned away with an air of arrogance. Yu Chu-tong had initially intended to return to her room, but then she thought, why should she leave?
After all, the shameless ones here were Wei Ming and Song Qingyun, not her. As the CEO of her company, her pride would not allow her to back down. So, she remained seated and didn't move. But should she still ask Wei Ming to borrow his car? She hesitated because that guy was clearly a lecher, and he'd probably propose conditions that would make her furious. To Wei Ming's slight surprise, she poured herself a glass of red wine, swirled the wine glass, and began sipping leisurely. Did every rich household have a wine cellar? Wei Ming could drink but didn't particularly enjoy it. He preferred tea, cola, or plain water. That's why, when designing his safe house, he hadn't considered a wine cellar. That said, his alternate dimension contained a large stash of wine, beer, and brandy, items he'd picked up during his zero-cost shopping sprees. However, since he hadn't done these sprees domestically, he didn't have any Chinese baijiu in stock. Yu Chuton's composure didn't last long. Why? Because the shameless pair on the adjacent balcony continued their flirting and intimacy, making it unbearable for her. In the end, she had no choice but to retreat in defeat. With a click, the light on the neighboring balcony was switched off. Song Qingyun turned back and bit Wei Ming's shoulder hard. "This is all your fault. How am I supposed to show my face now?" Wei Ming laughed heartily. "Relax. At a time like this, no one's interested in gossip." The two continued eating fruit for a while longer before Wei Ming arranged a room for Song Qingyun. It was on the second floor but not the same room as his. Play was one thing, but gambling with one's life was another. Wei Ming fell asleep as soon as he lay down, but not long after, he was startled awake by an alert from his phone. Was he ever going to get a decent night's sleep? He opened the monitoring app on his phone to check. A woman had appeared acting sneaky and furtive, as if afraid of being seen. Wei Ming recognized her. She lived in Building 15, though he couldn't recall her exact apartment number. She was married, though, so what was she doing sneaking around here in the middle of the night? Wei Ming smirked. She was probably here to strike some sort of multi-million-dollar deal with him. Too bad he wasn't interested tonight. He turned off his phone and went back to sleep. Finally, peace. The night passed without further incident. It was now the fourth day of the apocalypse. The three members of the Zhou family were stripped naked and locked in the iron cages, which quickly became the talk of the community. Moreover, the trio kept shouting curses, and before long, everyone knew who had locked them up. Wei Ming. Of course, the Zhou family painted Wei Ming as a despicable villain. According to them, he had lured them over, stolen their daughter, and subjected them to such humiliation. They described him as worse than the most inhumane invaders. The onlookers, not knowing the full story, were divided. A few believed the Zhou family's account, but most took a more rational approach. After all, Wei Ming had an abundance of supplies. By now, everyone was beginning to understand that supplies were life. If Wei Ming so much as hinted at it, how many women would throw themselves at him? Their daughter? She was decent looking at best, far from a stunning beauty. Would Wei Ming really need to resort to such schemes? Moreover, society's order was already collapsing. On platforms like TikTok, incidents of robbery and murder were flooding in. Despite the authorities issuing stern warnings and promising to settle accounts after the disaster, people's baser instincts were running rampant. Acts of violence were becoming bolder and more brazen. So, chances were, the Zhou family had intended to kill Wei Ming and seize his resources, only to end up getting subdued themselves. Still, Wei Ming's approach was ruthless. Instead of killing them outright, he left them naked in the cages, turning them into a spectacle and subjecting them to extreme torment. No food, no water, and oppressive heat, how long could they survive? Whether they starved, died of dehydration, or succumbed to heatstroke, none of these deaths would be easy. Hiss. The onlookers couldn't help but feel a chill. Wei Ming's cruelty was frightening. "Let us out!" The Zhou family shouted desperately from their cages. Did anyone respond? No. Even those who might have had a fleeting sense of compassion were quickly deterred by the sight of the thick iron bars and locks. Who had the strength to break them? Besides, the heat was unbearable. Even in the relatively cooler basement garage, the temperature offered little relief. Nobody wanted to exert themselves, not to mention the risk of offending Wei Ming. The Zhou family's voices grew hoarse, but no one stepped forward to help. Panic began to set in. When they first woke up in the cages, they were angry but not afraid, confident that someone from the community would rescue them once morning came. But now? A crowd had gathered, yet everyone was simply watching them like animals in a zoo. The Zhou family's anger turned to fear. Were they really going to stay locked in these cages? To die of starvation? Thirst? Heat? Please. Please, someone call Wei Ming for us. The three began pleading. They knew only Wei Ming had the key to release them. If he came, he could free them with minimal effort. Eventually, someone with too much time on their hands tagged Wei Ming in the community chat group, relaying the Zhua family's desperate pleas. Would Wei Ming respond? As if. After going to the trouble of locking them up, was he going to let them out just because they asked? Not a chance. He intended for them to die slowly and painfully in full view of everyone. It was what they deserved. When Wei Ming didn't respond, a group of residents created a separate chat group, adding everyone except Wei Ming. This guy is seriously ruthless. The Zhua family's situation is tragic. They'll either starve, die of thirst, or succumb to heat. But why couldn't two Zhuan men overpower Wei Ming? That guy's no pushover. Remember Lu Kundong, the debt collector? He got into it with Wei Ming once and was easily taken down. Oh, that explains it. Wei Ming's actions amount to public murder. Are we just going to stand by and watch? Zhang Shi suddenly chimed in. Today, it's the Zhua family. What if it's you in the cage tomorrow? The discussion abruptly fell silent. Zhang Shi sneered and continued, I'll be honest, Wei Ming set his sights on my wife. Yesterday, under the guise of trading food, he tricked me into opening my door, then took her away. I fought back with all my might but was still beaten down. How many of you have wives or daughters? Ask yourselves this, if Wei Ming offers you supplies, will you open your door? And when you do, well. Zhang Shi was well known in the community, and his previous dealings with Yu Chutong to collect supplies had given him a reputation for wealth and influence. Even those who hadn't known him before now recognized him. Now he was claiming that Wei Ming had taken his wife? Hiss. Many felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, in a lawless world, brute strength ruled. If Wei Ming could lock up the Zhua family today, what was stopping him from doing the same to anyone else tomorrow? If he'd taken Zhang Shi's wife, who was to say other wives or daughters were safe? Panic began to spread. Seizing the moment, Zhang Shi pressed on. Who here is willing to join me in dealing with Wei Ming for the sake of your families? Kill him and eliminate the threat. We'll divide his supplies equally. What truly moved people was Zhang Shi's final statement. Divide the supplies equally. Thanks to the disappearance of the polar ice caps, many had developed a sense of crisis and stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies at home. For most, these could last about half a month. But no matter how much one had, the supplies would eventually run out. What then? If Wei Ming declared that the price for survival was handing over their wives and daughters, wouldn't they have no choice but to obey? So, why not strike first? Kill Wei Ming and seize his supplies. I'm in. I'll take the risk, count me in. Me too. Any initiative with tangible benefits and a clear leader could quickly attract followers. The key here was that there were no consequences for wrongdoing now, no punishments to fear. Alright, everyone, come to my place. Let's sit down and plan this carefully. We also need to be cautious of anyone in the group leaking information to Wei Ming, Zhang Shi said. Got it. Many responded enthusiastically. In no time, 21 people gathered at Zhang Shi's villa. Only 21? Zhang Shi felt slightly disappointed, but on second thought, 21 was a significant number. Surely it was enough to take down Wei Ming. Too many participants, and the spoils might not be worth sharing. If we don't act, Wei Ming will kill us and take our women and daughters. This is self-defense. No, this is justice for the people. They concocted a noble justification for their actions. Whether it was tenuous or not didn't matter, so long as they believed it themselves. After much discussion, they decided to strike at night. The reasoning? Nighttime was cooler. Swinging hammers for even a few minutes during the day left one drenched in sweat and exhausted. 21 people, this was more than enough to overwhelm Wei Ming. Even if Wei Ming somehow learned about their plan, what could he possibly do to counter them? Tonight, they would kill Wei Ming and divide his spoils. Wei Ming soon received several messages warning him that a group in the neighborhood was plotting against him. Some messages came from acquaintances, others, from strangers. Among the familiar names were Lin Wanqiu and Zhuo Qingqing. Amusingly, Zhuo Qingqing, the notorious brother worshipper, now seemed solely concerned about her own survival. Her parents and brother were still locked in the garage cages, yet she showed no intention of pleading for their release. When people turn cold-hearted, it can be truly surprising. Brother Wei, Zhang Shi is rallying people to target you. Be careful. Zhuo Qingqing wrote.
Unfortunately, they've all gathered at Zhang Shi's house for a meeting, so I don't know the specifics of their plan. In her mind, if Wei Ming were to take her back, everything he owned would also belong to her.
Now that Zhang Shi wanted to take Wei Ming's belongings, wasn't that essentially stealing from her by extension?
I understand, Wei Ming replied with just a few words. He kept the tone measured, distant yet tantalizing, keeping Zhuo Qingqing hopeful but perpetually unsatisfied. Lin Wanqiu also sent him a message, Zhang Shi is plotting against you. Stay alert. By the way, I finished drafting 3 chapters last night and revised another 3.
I've sent them all to you. Shortly after, Wei Ming received a Word document. He opened it and skimmed through.
Wow, the writing was much bolder now, the scenes practically leapt off the page.
As he was reading with great interest, Song Qingyun and the other women began waking up one after another.
Wei Ming unlocked all the doors, allowing them to move freely within the villa.
Ha!
Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu were startled when they noticed 2 new women in the house. They thought to themselves, Wei Ming is such a womanizer. It's only the 4th day of the apocalypse, and there are already 4 women in his house.
1 per day? If this keeps up, won't the villa be overcrowded in a couple of weeks?
Meanwhile, Changya and Song Qingyun were equally surprised, not expecting that Wei Ming had already been hiding Beauties in a golden house.
Song Qingyun, in particular, nearly couldn't hold back from grabbing Lu Qing on the spot.
So this was where that woman had been hiding all along.
Ha, everyone, let's get to know each other.
From now on, we're one big family, Wei Ming said with a laugh as he fed Little Black, the dog. In truth, in Wei Ming's eyes, Little Black was the only one he truly trusted. Any of the 4 women could betray him. For example, if someone offered better material conditions, Lu Qing and Chanya would undoubtedly switch sides. Mi Xiaolu was less materialistic, but Wei Ming had coerced her into staying with him, so her loyalty wasn't reliable either.
As for Song Qingyun, it went without saying.
Although she seemed to be in a darker mindset for now, her sense of justice still lingered. If societal order were restored, she might very well be the first to drag him to the police station to surrender. Fortunately, no one is richer than me. And no one knows the full extent of my abilities. Wei Ming didn't care what the women thought. As long as they obeyed, they could continue living in the villa. If they didn't, well, they'd be shown the door. The 4 women, meanwhile, felt awkward. Comparing their situations, it wasn't hard to deduce that they were all essentially Wei Ming's women. None of them were any different from the others. Lu Qing, being a mid-level manager at her company, was the first to adapt. With a smile, she said, I'm Lu Qing.
What are your names, ladies? Once someone broke the ice, things became easier.
The other women began introducing themselves as well. By afternoon, Wei Ming was on the treadmill, sweating profusely as he exercised. Watching him, the 4 women couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Most people were trying to conserve energy to the point of hibernation to reduce consumption as much as possible. But Wei Ming? He was working out. Comparing themselves to him, they couldn't help but feel frustrated. Well, if he weren't like this, he wouldn't have so much energy, right? Lu Qing suddenly quipped, shifting the conversation. This instantly caught Mi Xiaolu and Changya's attention. They eagerly joined in the discussion, and since they were now quite familiar with one another, they held nothing back. The conversation quickly turned risque. Song Qingyun, meanwhile, listened from the side, her face turning crimson. Thanks to her period, she'd been spared from Wei Ming's advances for now, but hearing these 3 women talk so brazenly, she ended up covering her ears. Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Changya exchanged glances, grins spreading across their faces. They suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to tease her. The 3 girls, led by Lu Qing, started a deliberate discussion. Song Qingyun was initially bewildered. What was this talk about 11, 12, 13? Were they discussing height? Then, all of a sudden, realization struck her. Her fair face flushed a deep red, and she wished the ground would open up and swallow her whole. Was this a conversation she could even listen to, let alone participate in right now? Seeing Song Qingyun's embarrassment, the 3 girls burst into laughter. They were well aware that Song Qingyun was on her period and hadn't been truly eaten up by Wei Ming. In fact, she was still an innocent little girl who had never experienced such things. This made their mischievous grins widen as they shared the secrets of male-female relationships with her. Oh my gosh! Song Qingyun quickly covered her ears, shaking her head repeatedly. I'm not listening. I'm not listening. Lu Qing admired her. You're so beautiful and pure, yet you have such a great figure.
That guy must be completely smitten with you. Exactly, chimed in Changya. If I had your looks and figure, I wouldn't bother being a security officer. I'd definitely go straight into showbiz. Mi Xiaolu also looked on with envy.
Song Qingyun was stunningly beautiful, without a single flaw to be found.
When her profession was mentioned, Song Qingyun suddenly perked up. What's so bad about being a security officer? We catch criminals and protect people's safety.
But as she spoke, her voice gradually softened, and her mood turned somber. She was reminded of the current state of the world. People now brazenly harmed one another, robbery, murder, and all kinds of atrocities had become as common as daily meals. For someone like her, filled with an overwhelming sense of justice, this was a hard blow to bear. Meanwhile, Wei Ming had retreated to his room. Locking the door behind him, he began conserving his energy. There would definitely be some action tonight, involving Zhang Shi and his group. With such scorching heat during the day, who could have the energy? At least there was someone to keep him entertained and help pass the time. In fact, the villa was lively enough already. People were playing mahjong and card games like Fight the Landlord. But for Wei Ming, nothing was as satisfying as going head-to-head with others. After all, he wasn't Song Qingyun's or the others' babysitter. Food and water were available in the villa. If they wanted to eat, they could cook it themselves. Go outside? Not a chance. The controller was in his hand. It required fingerprint access, and none of the 4 women's fingerprints had been registered. They could only move about inside the villa. Not that it mattered who would even want to go out. The temperature outside was nearly 60 degrees Celsius. Stepping out would be pure self-torment. Wei Ming slept soundly, and by the time he woke up, it was already past 7 p.m. Climbing out of bed, he went to the kitchen. The 4 women, who had already eaten, had left some food for him. However, instead of eating it, Wei Ming retrieved a skewer of barbecue from his spatial storage and reheated it in the air fryer. The mouth-watering aroma soon filled the air. So good. The 4 women abandoned their card game and gathered around, their faces full of desire. Fine. Wei Ming handed each of them 2 skewers. Any more, and they wouldn't have been able to finish them, as they just had dinner and were mindful of not wanting to gain weight. After eating, the 4 women went to do yoga. In truth, Song Qingyun initially intended to work out alone, but Lu Qing and the others dragged her along. What's the fun in working out alone? Yoga together is much more fun. So off she went. Seeing the 4 of them in yoga pants, displaying their elegant figures on the mats, Wei Ming couldn't help but watch intently. Yoga outfits were essentially tight-fitting garments, accentuating a woman's figure with absolute clarity, beauty and flaws laid bare. Truly sexy. No wonder this was invented by those lustful monks from a certain subcontinent. It was visually pleasing, with movements full of provocative allure. Wei Ming was just about to take action when he heard his phone's alarm blaring, followed by a loud thud. Zhang Shi and his group had arrived. So early? Wei Ming had expected them to show up after 10 p.m., maybe even in the middle of the night when it was cooler. The sun had only just set, and the temperature was still above 45 degrees Celsius. How were they enduring such heat? He chuckled, maybe he should hand out some heat wave compensation to them? What's that sound? The 4 women asked, pausing their yoga. Nothing, Wei Ming replied with a smile. Just some idiots trying to break in. This world. The 4 women sighed. It was only the 4th day of the apocalypse, yet people had already become bold enough to forcefully break in and commit crimes. It takes years to build a civilization, but only days for it to collapse. Wei Ming laughed. Keep going. Don't let it bother you. I'll handle it. The women were a little worried, not because they cared deeply for Wei Ming, but because their fates were now tied to his. If the villa were breached, what would happen to them? They'd likely end up as playthings for countless men. But they had witnessed Wei Ming's capabilities before. Most importantly, they knew he wasn't a reckless person. On the contrary, he was cautious and careful, unlikely to take unnecessary risks. So, they nodded and continued their yoga, though their focus wavered. Wei Ming went down to the basement, locking the door behind him. He didn't want to be disturbed by Song Qingyun and the others. The basement was equipped with a full surveillance system, featuring 9 screens. Besides the 3 cameras in the basement, there were views of the front door and the villa interior. In fact, there were over 20 cameras in total, though only 9 screens could be displayed at a time. Naturally, he selected the basement cameras for the main display. 1, 2, 3, 21 people. Zhang Shi was among them, while a few strong men were hammering at the door with sledgehammers.
Clang! 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 Wei Ming shook his head. If they could break through this door with a few hammers, then the millions he spent on this villa truly would have gone to waste. He noticed Zhang Shi staring at the surveillance camera, seemingly saying something. Curious, Wei Ming turned on the speaker. Wei Ming, I know you're in there, watching and listening. You know why I didn't destroy the cameras? It's because I want you to see and hear this. I want you to feel fear and despair as you face your death. TSK TSK. Such hatred. But wasn't he getting ahead of himself? Wei Ming laughed, speaking into the microphone. Old Zhang, you're really no fun. You brought your wife over, armed with weapons, planning to kill me and take over my home. Yet, I didn't harm a single hair on your head. Isn't that generous of me? And your wife, she came willingly. Did I force her in any way? The 20 people outside exchanged curious looks.
This didn't match what Zhang Shi had told them. Zhang Shi's face turned red with anger. Wei Ming, stop spouting nonsense. You stole my wife and now dare to twist the truth.
Enough talk. Tonight, you die. Wei Ming chuckled. You'll have to get in first. Good luck. Keep at it. You think you can even get in? Wasn't that outright provocation? Zhang Shi and his group were infuriated, swinging their hammers with even greater force. 80. 80. 80.
Wei Ming counted for them, calling out a number with each strike. This only provoked the group further, making them wish they could drag Wei Ming out immediately and beat him to death. Yet, after hammering for ages, switching out person after person, was there even the slightest sign of damage to the door? They were stunned. This door must have been reinforced. It's not a regular door. It's made of solid metal, not just a wooden door wrapped in a thin layer of iron. There's no way to break it down. It'd be faster to smash through the wall. So, they changed tactics, abandoning the door and setting their sights on the wall instead.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
Progress picked up significantly. Bricks and mortar began to fall away, and soon they had opened up a hole in the wall. But when they broke through a bit more, a wave of curses erupted from the group.
Behind the wall was another wall, a metal one.
It had the same texture as the door, and it clearly wasn't just any ordinary metal.
It was likely an ultra-high-strength alloy. The group was dumbfounded. Damn it! What now? Are all the villas in this neighborhood built to this level? Someone murmured. The developer must have taken a huge loss. Spit it out, there's no way the developer did this.
That bastard Wei Ming must have modified it himself.
Geez, how scared of death is this guy? He reinforced the villa way ahead of time? What do we do now? Everyone was at a loss.
If it weren't so absurd, they might have suspected that Wei Ming was from the future and had foreseen this situation.
Otherwise, why would he have made such preparations? All eyes turned to Zhang Shi. You started this, what's your plan now? What could Zhang Shi do? He resorted to taunting instead. Wei Ming, are you planning to hide like a coward forever? Sure, you can reinforce the walls with metal, but what about the windows?
Tomorrow, we'll regroup and come back to smash your windows on the first floor.
But if you come out now and surrender, I might consider sparing your life and even let you keep half of your supplies.
When he saw that his companions wanted to speak up, Zhang Shi silently cursed them for being idiots and quickly signaled them to stay quiet.
The group caught on. Zhang Shi was trying to trick Wei Ming.
So, they kept their mouths shut.
Wei Ming chuckled. Sure, go ahead and try tomorrow. Are you planning to come during the day or at night? If it's daytime, remember to bring sunscreen.
If it's nighttime, you'll need rain gear.
Oh, by the way, Zhang, your wife is still here with me. You're really okay waiting until tomorrow? Haha, if you can't think of anything else, I might just, well, you know.
Zhang Shi jumped in fury, cursing at Wei Ming, you bastard.
If you dare touch my wife, I'll kill your girlfriend. Finally. You brought her up.
Wei Ming smiled slyly to himself but pretended to panic.
You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't dare.
I'm warning you, if you so much as lay a finger on Zhuo Qingqing, I'll never forgive you. To make sure Zhang Shi didn't target the wrong person, he even helpfully provided Zhuo Qingqing's name.
Zhang Shi hadn't actually been thinking of Zhuo Qingqing, it was just an angry outburst.
But seeing how Wei Ming reacted so nervously, he suddenly felt encouraged. The cunning leader quickly regained his composure and smirked confidently. You mess with me, and I'll mess with you.
Wei Ming, will you come out yourself, or should I bring your girlfriend here and force you out? I'll give you 10 seconds to decide.
Wei Ming laughed internally, propping his feet up on the table with utmost relaxation. But he continued to play along, speaking nervously into the microphone.
I'm warning you, don't do anything stupid.
Zhang Shi burst into laughter, turning to his companions.
Looks like we'll need to find another way to break in. Alright. The group's morale was reinvigorated. 10, 9, 8.
Zhang Shi began counting down. As he reached the final 3 numbers, he slowed his pace, aiming to pile on the pressure. Wei Ming stifled his laughter with great difficulty but kept his voice tense.
Zhang Shi, this is between you and me. Why drag innocent people into it? 2. Zhang Shi ignored him, continuing to count. 1, 0. Alright, you forced my hand. Let's go, boys.
Zhang Shi waved his hand, and the group of 21 left.
Wei Ming smirked faintly.
Your parents and siblings are suffering. There's no way you'd just stay home doing nothing, right?
Go ahead and taste some hardship yourselves.
Zhang Shi's group of 21 stormed to the rented house where Zhuo Qingqing's family lived.
With so many people, it wasn't hard to find out where they stayed. Without a word, they began hammering on the door. Clang! 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 Ordinary locks couldn't withstand such brute force.
After just a few hits, the lock broke, and the group barged in like wolves. Zhuo Qingqing, startled awake by the noise, was still groggy when they dragged her out. She was wearing nothing but her underwear. Terrified, she clutched her arms around her chest, trembling uncontrollably.
Who are you? What do you want?
Zhang Shi smiled faintly.
Don't worry. We just need you to do us a little favor. Let's go.
He waved his hand.
The group pushed Zhuo Qingqing forward.
She pleaded, at least let me put on some clothes.
What's the point? We've already seen everything.
Zhang Shi had no patience for delays and refused. The group marched back to the villa with Zhuo Qingqing in tow. When they arrived, Zhuo Qingqing quickly realized their intentions. She began screaming hysterically, almost losing control. She didn't want Wei Ming to see her like this. It wasn't about pride, she feared that if Wei Ming saw her exposed in front of so many men, he'd think she was dirty and cast her aside. Zhang Shi didn't care and pushed her under the villa's surveillance cameras, laughing loudly.
Wei Ming, do you recognize this person?
Then Wei Ming's roar came through the speakers.
Zhang Shi, you've gone too far.
She has nothing to do with our grudge.
Let her go. Oh, just because you say she's not involved, she's not?
Zhang Shi sneered. Open the door now, and I promise you and your girlfriend can leave safely.
To his surprise, Zhuo Qingqing screamed first, Wei Ming, you can't open the door. If the door opened, the villa and its supplies would undoubtedly be taken by Zhang Shi and his group. What good would Wei Ming be to her then? She didn't want Wei Ming for himself, she wanted his supplies in the cool, comfortable villa. So, Wei Ming couldn't surrender. That was a matter of principle. First, they needed to figure out how to escape this group. Smack! Zhang Shi slapped Zhuo Qingqing hard across the face, annoyed by her outburst. But her deep devotion seemed to soften Wei Ming's resolve. Wei Ming, I'll give you 10 seconds to think it over. Zhang Shi issued his final ultimatum.
Wei Ming lounged back with his legs crossed, looking completely at ease. Yet, he slipped into character, feigning extreme agitation as he said, Zhang Shi, I'm warning you.
I'm warning you.
Zhang Shi, feeling that victory was within his grasp, burst into laughter. After a few clashes with Wei Ming, he had finally gained the upper hand and found a way to corner him.
Wei Ming, open the door already.
Time's running out, he said with an air of indifference.
Left Qingqing wasn't having it.
She shouted firmly, Wei Ming, don't listen to him. If you open the door, we'll all be done for. If you stay inside and refuse to come out, they won't dare to kill me because they need leverage to get your supplies. Oh, look at that, she even crafted a justification for me. Wonderful. Wei Ming clenched his teeth, though in truth, he was holding back laughter.
I understand. I definitely won't come out. Damn it!
Zhang Shi roared in anger, striking Left Qingqing across the face with a loud slap.
Smack!
She tumbled to the ground, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Yet, a smile emerged on her face. She had shown how much she was willing to sacrifice for Wei Ming.
Surely that would earn her points in his heart, wouldn't it?
After all, that woman she saw yesterday was indeed beautiful and had a stunning figure, but how could she compare?
That woman was nothing more than a vase. What sacrifices had she made for Wei Ming?
If Left Qingqing could survive this ordeal and move into the villa, she'd have no trouble ousting that coquettish little thing.
In times like these, would Wei Ming want a mere trophy or a virtuous and capable wife? I'm so clever.
Left Qingqing chuckled inwardly with pride, forgetting one crucial thing. How exactly was she planning to escape Zhang Shi's group?
She hadn't thought that far ahead yet. She was too busy earning points with Wei Ming.
Zhang Shi, fuming, turned to the surveillance camera and barked, Wei Ming, if you don't come out, I won't hold back. Your girlfriend, well, she may not be a great beauty, but just because she's your girlfriend, plenty of my brothers here are very interested.
TSK, don't blame us for being rough with her. This time, Left Qingqing's expression turned pale with fear. It wasn't just about whether Wei Ming would find her dirty afterward. What if all 20 of these men took a turn with her? Could she even survive that? Wouldn't her body be completely ruined? Oh, old Zhang, why do you always manage to hit my weak spots so perfectly? Wei Ming chuckled inwardly, but he raised his voice in mock panic. How about this?
I'll give you 5 cases of water and 50 kilograms of rice, just let her go.
Gasp. How generous. In today's world, just how valuable were 5 cases of water and 50 kilograms of rice?
The group was clearly tempted, but Zhang Shi had enough supplies of his own. Besides, as the leader, he had a much bigger appetite. He had finally found Wei Ming's weakness.
Was he going to settle for a mere pittance? No way.
Zhang Shi glanced at the group, noticing that some were wavering.
He scoffed, are you all idiots?
He's panicking just because we're threatening him a little, and he's already offering so much.
What does that tell you?
First, this guy clearly cares about this woman.
Second, the supplies Wei Ming has on hand far exceed what he's offering. Don't be short-sighted.
Hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had underestimated the situation. Left Qingqing was worth much more than this. The more Wei Ming valued her, the higher the price he'd have to pay for her ransom. Naturally, Left Qingqing was deeply moved. Wei Ming cared about her. Look, he was willing to offer such a generous price to save her. This only made her more determined to hold her ground. Meanwhile, Wei Ming watched the entire scene unfold through the surveillance monitors, struggling to suppress his laughter. This was just too entertaining.
Would he actually give up so many supplies for Left Qingqing? Of course not. First, he was confident that Zhang Shi's greed would prevent him from accepting the offer. Second, even if Zhang Shi miraculously agreed, Wei Ming would simply renege on the deal. Worst case? He wouldn't get to mess with them anymore. No big deal. Zhang Shi sneered. Wei Ming, you're such a coward. Are you really going to just sit there and watch your girlfriend get humiliated? Brothers, since Wei Ming is so generous, let's enjoy his girlfriend. Why hold back? Go for it. Most of the group hesitated. Some lingering shred of morality made them uncomfortable doing such things in broad daylight. However, there were always a few with darker hearts. One man stepped forward, grinning wickedly. If you're all being so polite, I'll go first. Left Qingqing panicked, pleading desperately. No. 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 Then tell Wei Ming to open the door. Zhang Shi shouted. Left Qingqing fell silent. What a joke. Would Wei Ming saving her do her any good? If he came out, she'd end up with nothing. So, she clammed up. Well, still looking out for Wei Ming, huh? Zhang Shi sneered. All right, go ahead. Got it. Ah. Left Qingqing screamed pitifully. See that, Wei Ming? Zhang Shi laughed loudly. One of my brothers has already started. Even if we stop now, it's too late. But don't worry, we've got 20 more guys in line. If you don't want all of us to become your brothers-in-law, open the door now. Wei Ming played along, letting out a few agonized groans of "No" into the microphone before cutting off his feed. Adopting a classic ostrich mentality, he acted as though if he couldn't see or hear it, then it wasn't happening. Zhang Shi continued his mockery, but Wei Ming remained unresponsive. He must have turned off the surveillance, Zhang Shi speculated. No matter, we'll head back and film a little movie for him. The group cheered in agreement, dragging Left Qingqing away. A short while later, a brand new video file arrived on Zhang Shi's phone, which he promptly forwarded to Wei Ming. And what was Wei Ming doing at that moment? He had gone upstairs and was admiring Song Qingyun's impromptu fashion show. He had made Song Qingyun wear a cheongsam. Good heavens, she was stunning. The cheongsam hugged her figure perfectly, outlining every curve while maintaining an air of elegance and restraint, a refined kind of allure. Wei Ming's heart was practically soaring. But just then, he received a message. Looking down, he saw that it was from Zhang Shi. He clicked on it and found a video file.
Seeing this, Song Qingyun quickly ran over, her cheeks flushed. She blamed Wei Ming for making her wear the cheongsam. While it did look beautiful and sexy, it was also incredibly embarrassing. "What did Zhang Shi send you?" she asked curiously, partly to distract Wei Ming from teasing her further.
Wei Ming smirked. "Take a look yourself. It's too cringe for me." Song Qingyun had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. She casually opened the video, and the moment it started playing, her entire body froze in shock. "This is disgusting," she exclaimed, hurriedly turning off the phone screen. Wei Ming was speechless. "Now, when I open my phone later, won't I still have to see that disgusting footage?" "You opened the video, but you didn't even bother to close it properly." Frowning, Song Qingyun said, "Zhang Shi is supposedly the boss of a big company. How could he stoop so low as to send you something like this?" Admiring Song Qingyun's breathtaking beauty, Wei Ming chuckled. "Didn't you recognize the lead actress in the video?" Song Qingyun's expression grew thoughtful. Then, in a flash of realization, she exclaimed, "Zhuo Qingqing." Wei Ming grinned slyly. "Zhang Shi is trying to use Zhuo Qingqing to force me into surrendering. Is he an idiot?" Song Qingyun snapped, cutting herself off. She vividly remembered Zhuo Qingqing's family's shameless behavior the other night. Although Wei Ming had spared Zhuo Qingqing, she had seen it clearly. Wei Ming didn't let her go out of pity. He was planning to torment her slowly. So how could Zhang Shi possibly think Wei Ming cared about Zhuo Qingqing? "I see now, it was you," Song Qingyun said, her expression bright with understanding. She let out a sigh. "You're so ruthless." Pretending that Zhuo Qingqing was incredibly important to him was a perfect ploy. Zhang Shi predictably took the bait and set off to deal with Zhuo Qingqing, thinking it would compel Wei Ming to give in. Wei Ming lightly slapped her a few times in mock punishment and sneered, "I'm not going to let Zhuo Qingqing die so easily." In his previous life, Zhuo Qingqing had been the one to deal the most brutal blows. Each slash and stab she inflicted on him was seared into his memory. The excruciating physical pain was something he could never forget. How could he possibly let her off the hook that easily? If it was just about revenge, he could have killed all 4 members of the Zhuo family last night. Why let Zhuo Qingqing go and give her false hope instead? Now, Zhuo Qingqing believed that as long as she endured, she would eventually be able to move into the villa and enjoy a life of luxury. But when she realized that her suffering had been in vain, wouldn't she go mad with anger? Song Qingyun couldn't comprehend the depth of Wei Ming's hatred. She hadn't lived through what he had, a betrayal that led to his death, orchestrated by a girlfriend who tricked him into opening the door, only for him to be dismembered and murdered by her family. That kind of pain and hatred ran so deep that even sending the entire Zhuo family to the 18th level of hell wouldn't satisfy him. Wei Ming just hoped that Zhang Shi had the patience to drag this out and not reveal his intentions too soon. Otherwise, the game would end too quickly. He smiled. "Let's not dwell on such unpleasant things. We've got something more important to focus on." Song Qingyun had gone out of her way to change into a qipao, looking absolutely stunning, elegant, beautiful, and sensual. Yet here he was, letting his thoughts stray to someone like Zhuo Qingqing. What a waste! He chuckled to himself. The gift had been admired. Now it was time to unwrap it. Over an hour later, Wei Ming left and returned to his own room. Song Qingyun sighed to herself. Just what had Zhuo Qingqing done to hurt Wei Ming so deeply that he couldn't bring himself to trust anyone? Even after they'd shared such an intimate moment, Wei Ming still insisted on sleeping alone. It was clear how much he distrusted others. He only sought physical enjoyment, refusing to invest any emotions. This, too, was because of Zhuo Qingqing. Song Qingyun suddenly made a decision. She would use her body and heart to influence and change Wei Ming, to help him rebuild his faith in humanity. In her mind, this was her way of saving him, a duty that came naturally to her as a security officer. If I don't step into hell, who will? Besides, could this really be called hell? This was heaven. That made it even more necessary for her to do something for Wei Ming, to use her warmth to melt the ice around his heart. The road ahead would be long and arduous, but she vowed never to give up. Wei Ming, of course, had no idea what Song Qingyun was thinking. Even if he did, he'd probably just laugh. He wasn't disillusioned with the world, he simply saw through it. Especially in times of catastrophe, the ugliness, greed, and darkness within people's hearts were laid bare. Just look at the behavior of the residents in the neighborhood over the past few days. It was worse than that of beasts. He didn't trust others, nor did he have any intention of playing the savior. He simply wanted to take care of himself. Oh, and maybe keep a few beauties around to pass the time. That would be nice. Time to sleep.
Wei Ming checked the time, it was already past midnight. He chuckled to himself. Zhang Shi, keep up the good work.
Tortures what Qingqing for me.
Meanwhile, I'll take good care of your little wife. Wait a second.
My lack of reaction to Zhuo Qingqing's suffering video doesn't match the persona I've been projecting.
With that thought, he sent Zhang Shi a voice message filled with curses, then turned off his phone and went to bed with a grin on his face. The long night finally came to an end.
Doomsday, Day 5.
Wei Ming got out of bed and habitually checked the neighborhood chat group. He raised an eyebrow, something unexpected had happened last night. And it had nothing to do with him.
A man named Zhao Jihu had ventured out in the acid rain yesterday.
Not only had he returned alive, but he'd also brought back a decent haul of supplies. Even Wei Ming was a little surprised. He scrolled through the chat logs and found that Zhao Jihu had modified his household raincoat and boots to make them resistant to the corrosive effects of the acid rain. His attempt had been successful, but it was incredibly dangerous. A few drops of acid rain had still managed to seep through, burning his skin and nearly knocking him unconscious from the pain. Moreover, Zhao Jihu had only made it to the convenience store at the edge of the neighborhood. If he had gone any farther, the rain gear would have failed, and he would never have made it back alive. Still, he had succeeded. Now, everyone was scrambling to add him as a friend and learn from his methods. Sitting around would only lead to starvation. They had to find a way to gather supplies. Wei Ming predicted that tonight, more people would venture out. The earlier they went out, the more they'd gain. A few days later, when the local convenience stores were picked clean, anyone looking for supplies would have to travel farther, increasing the risk exponentially.
Wei Ming shook his head. With so many people going out, some would succeed, and others would fail. Would those who failed succumb to greed and start robbing others?
In fact, he wouldn't even need to leave the villa.
If a group of people took control of the neighborhood gate and demanded a toll for entry, who could refuse?
Pay up, or stay locked out.
Such a scenario would allow him to profit without lifting a finger.
This world was going to get even more chaotic.
Just wait and see.
Brother Zhang, our food supply is running low, and Wei Ming refuses to surrender.
Why don't we sell this woman to him instead?
One of the men suggested to Zhang Shi. Last night, although they had wanted to launch an assault on the villa, the acid rain kept them from stepping outside.
Indeed, Wei Ming had plenty of supplies, but since he stayed holed up in his villa, what could they do about it?
Zhang Shi glared at the speaker, his expression stern and full of warning.
If we can't even take down one villa, what can we hope to accomplish in the future?
Zhang Shi snorted coldly.
But this standoff isn't helping us either, another person chimed in.
Zhang Shi thought for a moment before a cold smile appeared on his face. First, we'll make our move at night, break the glass at Wei Ming's place, and force our way in.
Second, if we can't deal with Wei Ming's villa for now, can't we go after others instead?
After all, Zhang Shi was a former CEO of a large company. He never thought about just eking out a safe existence. This was the apocalypse, and they were already resorting to banditry.
Why limit themselves to robbing only Wei Ming?
They had 21 people, most of whom were strong adult men.
With such a force, they could easily raid any household.
The group's eyes lit up.
Exactly. If they couldn't rob Wei Ming, surely they could rob someone else. Let's act now. Someone suggested eagerly.
Zhang Shi raised a hand to stop them and gave a sinister grin.
No rush.
Plenty of people have been clamoring to venture out at night to scavenge supplies.
Let them do the hard work and bring the goods back.
Then, we'll go house to house and take everything. The others immediately perked up at the idea. It was a brilliant plan. They wouldn't need to work for the supplies themselves and would face no risk.
Zhang Shi, you're a genius.
Your thinking is so sharp.
You're amazing.
With Zhang Shi leading us, we'll definitely make it through this. The group showered Zhang Shi with praise, and he accepted it all without hesitation. He had been used to issuing orders and being flattered as a CEO, so he saw nothing unusual in the situation. Zhang Shi opened a bedroom door and threw a phone onto the bed. Turning to Left Qingqing, he said, "If you don't want to suffer anymore, contact Wei Ming and convince him to surrender."
Left Qingqing struggled to pick up the phone but didn't immediately call Wei Ming.
Instead, she looked at Zhang Shi with a venomous glare. Over the past 2 days, she had endured unbearable suffering. Although she wasn't someone who cared about chastity, she wasn't a prostitute either, and being repeatedly abused had left her body battered and her spirit drained. The most infuriating thing was that this man was blocking her path to gaining entry to Wei Ming's villa. Zhang Shi ignored her resentful gaze, chuckled coldly, and left the room, slamming the door behind him. Bang! After a moment, Left Qingqing finally used the phone to video call Wei Ming. She needed to pour out her grievances and reassert her importance to him. The phone was hers, after all. A few seconds later, the video connected. Weigage, Left Qingqing called out sweetly. But she quickly grew puzzled, as Wei Ming appeared to be lying flat on his bed. Usually, when taking a video call, people would at least sit up, even if they'd been lying down. Yet Wei Ming was fully reclined, which felt strange to her. His expression was also peculiar, his face was slightly flushed, and his breathing seemed labored. Suddenly, realization dawned on Left Qingqing. She caught a glimpse of someone in Wei Ming's pupils, a woman. Though the details were unclear, it was evident that the woman was moving her body in a rhythm resembling horseback riding. Considering Wei Ming's posture and his expression, what else could they possibly be doing? In that instant, Left Qingqing nearly exploded with rage. She was suffering here, while Wei Ming was in his air-conditioned villa, indulging in intimacy with another woman? She wanted to kill both of those shameless adulterers. But she quickly adjusted her mindset, convincing herself otherwise. It's the apocalypse now. Wei Ming needs someone by his side. Besides, if it's Zhang Shi's wife he's with, then Wei Ming must be doing it to take revenge for me. Yes, that's it. Wei Ming is taking revenge for me. This thought calmed her down. You have to find a way to save me. I can't hold on any longer, she said pitifully. Not only was she suffering from heat, hunger, and thirst, but she was also enduring constant rough abuse. It was taking a toll on her body and mind. I'm working on it, Wei Ming replied between breaths. Hey, the signal's cutting out. Let's talk later. He hung up the call, switched his phone to airplane mode, and tossed it aside. Then, with a quick roll, he turned his attention back to the important matter at hand. Why would he waste time comforting Left Qingqing? After all, in his previous life, she had been merciless to him, leading her family to trick him into opening the door with the sole intent of killing him and taking his possessions. Did such a woman deserve even a shred of pity? On the other end, Left Qingqing stared blankly at the phone. Wei Ming hung up just like that? He didn't even offer her any words of comfort. No, Wei Ming must be too focused on finding a way to save her. That's why he didn't have time to comfort her. Yes, that must be it. Wei Ming finished his business and emerged wearing just a pair of shorts. The three women, Song Qingyun, Lu Qing, and Mi Xiaolu, were preparing breakfast. Upon seeing him, Lu Qing teased, "Done with your morning exercise? Want to add more to your routine?" "Sure," Wei Ming replied with a grin, walking over to scoop Lu Qing into his arms. "Ah!" Lu Qing shrieked in surprise before laughing. "Looks like I've been chosen by the emperor. Breakfast will be up to you too," she said to the others. After exercise and breakfast, the four women began their yoga routine again. Except for Song Qingyun, the other three complained about feeling flabby from lack of activity and insisted on working out to shed some pounds. Wei Ming mused to himself whether throwing them into his alternate space could result in a fat loss session. It probably could. But he had no intention of revealing his secret ability for something so trivial. Instead, he decided to enjoy the sight of the four women working out in their yoga pants, a truly captivating display. That said, he preferred the aesthetic of a woman wearing nothing but an apron, a practical and visually pleasing combination. By noon, the four women worked together to prepare lunch. As they ate, Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Chanya began filming videos of the food and uploading them online. They watched with delight as the likes and comments rolled in. "You're actually in the mood to post on Douyin right now?" Song Qingyun was stunned. Lu Qing chuckled and said, "We're living well. Why shouldn't we let others know? We're all human, but while I enjoy gourmet meals every day, others are forced to eat scraps." Highlighting that contrast, that's where the satisfaction comes from. "Xinjia, help me take a photo." Chunya handed her phone to Lu Qing, then picked up a wineglass filled with red wine. She struck a sipping pose, and once Lu Qing snapped the photo, Chunya began editing it before posting it to her Moments feed. "A glass of red wine every day keeps all worries away," she captioned it. Not wanting to be outdone, Mi Xiaolu also posed for photos. She used the villa's balcony as a backdrop, showing part of the neighborhood in the frame to emphasize that the photos were taken in the post-apocalyptic world and not stock images from before. Naturally, Lu Qing joined in as well. Posting on Douyin wasn't enough, sharing to her Moments feed was a must. Wei Ming leaned over to take a look.
Sure enough, the posts were getting tons of likes, and the comments were a flood of envy.
Many people tried to strike up conversations, asking how the three women were still managing to live so comfortably in the current conditions. Of course, Lu Cheng and the others weren't about to admit that they were being kept. Not to mention, there were 3 other women besides them. All they wanted was to bask in others' envy.
Negative comments? They would ignore them entirely. Let's keep the comments section filled with nothing but envy, shall we? Wei Ming thought with amusement. Maybe he should flex a little too.
An endless supply of resources, a luxurious villa, for beautiful women, one of whom was absolutely top tier.
Yeah, why not? But only left Qingqing needed to see it.
He had the 4 women stand on either side of him, snapped a photo, then took pictures of his stockpile of resources. After editing them, he posted the images to his Moments feed, setting it so only left Qingqing could view them.
He added a caption. Life is tough, but humanity is resilient.
We must keep pushing forward despite the hardships. The caption was inspirational, but the images screamed pure bragging.
That was exactly the effect he was going for.
After posting, he paid it no further attention. It was time for him to work out. Wei Ming had set up a small home gym with a few pieces of equipment. Of course, the villa wasn't huge, most of the space was used for bedrooms, so the gym area was a bit cramped.
With the basement included, the villa has 11 bedrooms.
If I keep one for myself and allocate the other 10 as shared rooms, I can accommodate 20 women, Wei Ming calculated. Clearly, he'd built so many bedrooms with a purpose in mind.
But could he even find 20 women in the entire Qidong City neighborhood who met his standards? Probably not. Maybe it wasn't even possible.
Oh, I almost forgot about my sultry Aunt Lin Wanqiu. Wei Ming retrieved his drone, packed up leftovers, and sent them over to Lin Wanqiu. Lin Wanqiu had been hard at work, having written 7 chapters yesterday. According to her, she was so exhausted her breasts were sagging.
That was how she put it.
No wonder every chapter of her novel was practically an R-rated scene. This woman was practically a dirty-minded queen.
Wei Ming hesitated. Should he bring this provocative aunt into the villa?
He didn't mind women being a little wild, but if every single one was the same, it would get boring. He still wanted each woman to retain her own unique charm.
Forget it. He decided not to think about Lin Wanqiu for now.
Wei Ming was more interested in what changes would happen in the neighborhood tonight or by tomorrow morning. Yesterday, Zhao Jihu had successfully brought back supplies. Tonight, more people were sure to venture out in search of resources, and some were likely to succeed.
But those willing to risk venturing out for supplies would always be a minority. The majority?
They'd stay within the neighborhood, hoping to take advantage of others' efforts.
So, what kind of chaos would unfold tonight? He couldn't wait to find out.
Human nature's ugliness was bound to fully bloom tonight. Wei Ming set up a high-powered telescope on the balcony. All 3 of the villas were close to the main gate, so with the telescope, he could observe everything clearly. If anyone planned to ambush those returning with supplies, the neighborhood gates were the perfect choke points.
Of course, Qidong City was large and had 3 gates in total.
Wei Ming could only monitor the main gate from his vantage point. Still, the main gate was the most prominent. The road leading out of it was bustling with shops, supermarkets, and convenience stores, making it the shortest and most efficient route to essential supplies. As night fell, Wei Ming decided to have dinner on the balcony. The space was large enough to fit a table for 10, so seating 5 people was no problem. Together, they prepared 8 dishes, a soup, and a variety of fruit platters with watermelon, papaya, strawberries, and more. As he ate, Wei Ming kept an eye on the gate. The automatic lights at the entrance turned on at dusk, so even without the telescope, he could see if anyone passed by. There! About half an hour after sunset, someone emerged, heading toward the gate. Naturally, they were fully covered in a raincoat, head to toe.
Wei Ming shook his head.
The most terrifying aspect of acid rain was how it corroded living tissue, but that didn't mean it wouldn't also damage plastic or other materials, it just took longer.
Raincoats weren't impermeable. Otherwise, wouldn't wearing one suffocate you?
People could only try their best to seal the openings to prevent acid rain from seeping in. But no matter how well sealed, those makeshift closures wouldn't hold up long under acid rain. Once the rain seeped in, it was like having sulfuric acid poured on your skin. Why else would it be called acid rain? Even if you avoided the rain's effects, imagine wearing a stifling raincoat in 40 degrees Celsius heat.
Who could endure that?
Wei Ming sighed but remained a passive observer. Soon, another fully equipped individual emerged from the gate.
And this was only one of the 3 exits. The other 2 gates likely had their share of people risking it all for supplies. Song Qingyun and the others saw this as well and couldn't help sighing. If not for Wei Ming, would they have been forced to venture out for supplies themselves? Of course, as beautiful women, they had another option, offering their bodies in exchange. Beauty was a resource in the apocalypse. At that moment, the lights in the neighboring villa suddenly turned on. Yu Chutong stepped out, as nonchalant as ever, carrying a bottle of red wine in one hand and a wineglass in the other. In a world like this, few could live as leisurely as she did. Wine contained water, and in the case of red wine, sugar as well, making it a viable resource for survival. Her lifestyle would make 99% of people envious. But not Wei Ming. When Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu saw Yu Chutong, they were stunned by her beauty. It was their first time seeing her. Chengya, on the other hand, was familiar with her, having been neighbors for some time. However, Yu Chutong always looked down on Chengya, viewing her as a materialistic woman who had married a man old enough to be her father. As for Song Qingyun, she didn't need an introduction. After all, Yu Chutong had witnessed her intimate moment with Wei Ming on the balcony. Yu Chutong also noticed the scene on Wei Ming's balcony and froze in surprise. 4 women. Wei Ming's villa actually housed 4 women, and all of them were beauties. Although Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Chengya were slightly less striking, Song Qingyun could easily match Yu Chutong in terms of looks. Yu Chutong immediately realized that these 4 women must have been lured by Wei Ming's stockpile of supplies, willingly becoming his kept canaries. This filled her with disdain. Still, the luxurious lifestyle they were enjoying was enviable. 4 people dining on 8 dishes, a soup, and an assortment of fresh fruits. Seeing the fruits made her stomach rumble with desire. Unfortunately, Wei Ming refused to sell her any fruit. And given how vicious people had become, even if he were willing, would she dare let him inside her home? It would be either inviting a wolf into her house or walking straight into a tiger's den. The past 2 days had been especially stressful for Yu Chutong. Her supplies wouldn't last forever, what then? She was stunningly beautiful, but the people in the neighborhood had become like lunatics, devoid of humanity. If she were discovered or captured outside, she could already imagine her fate utterly miserable. Wei Ming gave her a slight smile, gesturing at the table of food and beckoning her over. Did Yu Chutong want to join them? Of course, she did. But she knew what it would cost her. As someone raised like a princess, always pampered and granted everything she wanted, the idea of trading her body for a meal was unthinkable. She let out a proud snort, sat down, poured herself a glass of wine, and sipped it slowly. Lu Qing, naturally, couldn't stand her attitude. Clicking her tongue, she said, "Oh, still putting on airs? Let's see how long you can keep that up." Chengya added cuttingly, "I give her 3 days tops before she's begging to join us in pleasing Wei Ming." Mi Xiaolu, raised in a more educated family, wasn't as snarky or mean-spirited. "There's no need to talk about her like that." Lu Qing huffed. "Well, she snorted at us first." "Exactly," Chengya agreed with a nod. Lu Qing exchanged a glance with Chengya, and they both moved to sit on Wei Ming's lap, taking turns feeding him. Yu Chutong unintentionally glanced over, and her face turned red at the sight. Shameless! After glaring furiously at Wei Ming, she stomped back into her villa. Ha ha ha! Lu Qing and Chengya burst into triumphant laughter. Around 10 p.m., the villa switched to curfew mode. Song Qingyun and the other 3 women immediately returned to their rooms, while Wei Ming remained on the balcony, curiously observing the scene at the main gate. After half an hour, he spotted a group of about 20 people emerging from the underground parking garage. However, they weren't heading for the main gate, they were coming toward his villa. They were clad in raincoats, carrying umbrellas, and bundled up in thick clothing. Were they Zhang Shi's group? Wei Ming wasn't entirely sure. Dressed like this, even their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Probably. They carried hammers and kitchen knives, looking aggressive and determined. Wei Ming smirked and made a few adjustments on his phone. Steel panels descended over every window on the first and second floors of the villa. Let them try to break in. The group noticed him on the lit balcony and even flipped him off, as if to say, "You won't be smug for long." They stormed into the garden and began hammering at the windows. Clang! The vibrations from the steel nearly caused the attackers to drop their hammers, rattling their teeth. One of them shone a flashlight on the window, and their jaws collectively dropped. "This is glass?" No, it was steel. Wei Ming had reinforced the windows with steel panels. Given the conditions outside, how long could they last?
The threat of acid rain, combined with the suffocating heat, would soon take its toll.
If they stayed out too long, they could even collapse from heatstroke. Breaking through the steel panels? Not a chance. What now? Retreat. Fall back. Zhang Shi ordered, almost in tears. This villa was like an iron fortress. The group hurriedly retreated, but it was already too late.
Before they reached the garage, one person let out a scream of pain. It was clear the acid rain had seeped into their raincoat and caused burns. By the time they stumbled into the garage, one man's eye had been completely corroded.
Hiss! The corrosive power of the acid rain was terrifying.
Even with reinforced raincoats and umbrellas, they didn't stand a chance. Zhang Shi gritted his teeth. That guy has turned his villa into a turtle shell.
For now, we can't touch him.
Let's stick to plan B. Stay up all night and rob anyone who brings back supplies.
Got it. The group agreed.
2 hours later, Wei Ming spotted someone returning to the neighborhood. The figure carried a backpack and used the underground garage to enter, undoubtedly the safest route. After all, the garage connected directly to each building's entrance, minimizing exposure to the outside. However, the person seemed to have forgotten that many others were waiting to pounce. Soon enough, they were ambushed. Wei Ming could only see the shadows cast in the garage. At first, there was just one. Moments later, it was surrounded by a dozen more, tackling it to the ground.
This is the merciless reality of the apocalypse.
And this was only the beginning. Far darker, crueler events were sure to follow.
Wei Ming lost interest and returned to his room. Sleep. Let them fight and kill each other.
He would remain high above, watching from his safe perch. If needed, he could even sip wine and flaunt his indifference.
Another night passed.
Day 6 of the apocalypse. Wei Ming woke up and checked his phone. As expected, the neighborhood group chat was in an uproar.
Everyone was condemning Zhang Shi and his group. Despicable. Shameless.
They had resorted to robbing those who ventured out for supplies.
If you want food and water, go get it yourself.
This behavior is worse than banditry.
Outrage filled the chat as residents vented their fury at Zhang Shi's group.
Some of Zhang Shi's members tried to argue back, escalating the tension further.
A coalition to overthrow Zhang Shi was formed. We can't just let these people rob us like this. Everyone wants to survive. What can we do?
We have to band together and resist. Not everyone joined the coalition, however. Some decided to align with Zhang Shi's group instead. After all, his faction was already established.
Joining a scattered resistance might be riskier than siding with a stronghold.
By midday, the neighborhood had splintered into over 20 factions. Most of these new alliances were building-based, with residents of buildings 1, 2, and 3 forming their own groups of 200 to 300 people, united in mutual defense. Wei Ming observed this and chuckled. For now, they were alliances. But over time, hierarchies would form.
The upper tiers would exploit the lower ones.
Throw women into the mix, and these alliances wouldn't last long.
The 20-plus factions would eventually consolidate into 10, then even fewer.
In the end, there would be either one dominant force or 2 to 3 factions vying for control.
But a dozen? Impossible. Even if one faction emerged as supreme, Wei Ming didn't care. With the firepower he had stored, wiping out the entire neighborhood would be easy.
Weigage, when are you coming to save me?
Left Xingqing sent another message. Wei Ming casually replied, I'm working on it. Just hang in there a little longer. What else could Left Xingqing do?
Right now, she had no one to rely on but Wei Ming. Other than hanging in there, she had no other options. She had, of course, seen the post Wei Ming shared on his moments yesterday, but she chose to ignore it. Not because she was naive, but because she had already invested too much. She had no choice but to blindly trust Wei Ming. To win his favor, she had even urged him not to open the door for her and had endured daily torment at the hands of more than 20 men. If she were to fall out with Wei Ming now, wouldn't all her sacrifices have been for nothing? Therefore, she had to trust him, she had no other option.
Wei Ming smiled faintly.
The fact that Left Xingqing hadn't said a word about his post yesterday showed one thing: she was already convincing herself to believe in him.
Perfect.
Wei Ming had no intention of making things easier for Left Xingqing. He called Chenya over, took a few suggestive photos of his little wife, and sent them directly to Zhang Shi. This, of course, enraged Zhang Shi, who ordered his men to vent their frustrations even more savagely on Left Xingqing.
A flawless plan. "Boss, things are getting tricky," Lin Wanqiu messaged him. "Our building is turning authoritarian. They're demanding everyone hand over their supplies. If anyone refuses, they'll break down the door and take them. From now on, everything will be distributed collectively." Centralized resource distribution was inevitable after forming alliances. Whoever controlled the distribution controlled the people's survival. Naturally, this created a class hierarchy. And with hierarchy came conflict. Once tensions reached a boiling point, either an internal rebellion would overthrow the leaders, or they'd redirect the conflict outward by starting a war to seize external resources and maintain their power. Wei Ming had already anticipated this. He knew the more than 20 factions in the neighborhood would eventually clash, leaving only one dominant force or perhaps 2 or 3 in a standoff. A seductive aunt like Lin Wanqiu was at great risk. If she refused to hand over her supplies, her door would be broken down. And with her charm, her fate would be grim. Those in power wouldn't hesitate to claim her for themselves. "Fine," Wei Ming replied. "You can move in with me, but once you're in my villa, you'll follow my rules. You're the boss. Whatever you say goes. And if you're talking about certain unspoken rules, I have no problem with those either," Lin Wanqiu quickly replied. Wei Ming hesitated. Was this truly the sultry aunt he knew, or was she now a downright provocative one? Bringing her in could disrupt the dynamic. If his villa became overrun with flirtatious women, wouldn't that be a nightmare? Still, Wei Ming decided to let her move in. After all, Lin Wanqiu was a top-tier beauty. Letting anyone else take advantage of her would be unacceptable. "Come over now," Wei Ming said. "On my way." Under Wei Ming's instructions, Lin Wanqiu brought nothing with her, pretending she was simply going out for a stroll. She even tousled her hair and wore a loose, oversized dress to conceal her figure. Nowadays, everyone's inner demons had been unleashed. She couldn't afford to be careless. The underground parking lot was crowded with people. During the day, it was the only relatively cool place in the complex. Without working air conditioning, the rooms upstairs felt like ovens. But with the recent formation of over 20 factions, people were sticking to their own groups. Anyone from another building passing through would immediately draw hostile stares. Lin Wanqiu quickened her pace, her heart pounding harder the closer she got to Wei Ming's villa. "Hey, which building are you from?" A man suddenly stopped her. He was in his 30s, with a fierce and intimidating look. This was Zhou Xing, not a property owner but a tenant. Single and perpetually frustrated, he had previously resolved his urges at massage parlors. But since the apocalypse began, that option was off the table. Days of pent-up frustration had taken their toll. Now, a woman walked past. First, she wasn't from his building. Second, while her face wasn't visible and her clothes were loose, when she lifted her leg, the fabric tightened over her hips, revealing a full, curvy figure. Zhou Xing immediately felt his interest ignite. He'd have gone after a sow at this point, let alone a woman with such a tantalizing figure. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to block her path. Lin Wanqiu panicked. She was only meters away from Wei Ming's villa. Clenching her teeth, she suddenly bolted toward the door. She was terrified. If this man stopped her, all her efforts would have been for nothing. At first, Zhou Xing only wanted to harass her, but when she ran, instinct took over, and he chased after her. If she had nothing to hide, why would she run? "Don't run!" he shouted as he gave chase. Others in the parking lot saw the commotion and instinctively joined the pursuit. With so many people chasing her, Lin Wanqiu panicked even more and ran with all her might. As she ran, her loose hair flew back, revealing her enchanting and sultry face. Zhou Xing caught sight of her face and felt his desire surge. "She's gorgeous. Absolutely stunning. Catch her. Let's all have some fun," he shouted excitedly. The others, who initially had no idea why they were chasing her, perked up at his words. What could excite them now? Food, water, and women. Lin Wanqiu was fast, and the distance was short. She reached the door to the basement and pounded on it with all her strength. "Wei Ming! Open the door! Open the door!" she screamed desperately. But Zhou Xing was already there, reaching out to grab her. Lin Wanqiu fought back, kicking and struggling to buy herself time for the door to open. "Ha! Such a beauty! We'll wear you out by tonight," Zhou Xing sneered maliciously. In the heat of the day, it was impossible to muster much strength. But by nighttime, with air conditioning running, they could lower the temperature to 30 degrees, just like an ordinary summer evening, and have their way with her. By then, more men had arrived, surrounding Lin Wanqiu completely. When they saw her face, they were all mesmerized. She's trying to take refuge with Wei Ming? Fat chance. Why should Wei Ming get to have her? Yeah, why should he? We want her too. Take her away.
Faced with a pack of ravenous men, Lin Wanqiu felt utter despair.
Even if Wei Ming came out now, how could he possibly save her from all these men?
She knew how beautiful she was and how desirable her figure was.
She couldn't imagine the torment these men would inflict on her.
This was the apocalypse. The darkness in people's hearts had been fully unleashed. Then, with a click, the basement door opened. Wei Ming stepped out. The group froze for a moment before breaking into grins.
Wei Ming's villa was filled with supplies. If they took this opportunity to rush in and seize it, they'd hit the jackpot.
Lin Wanqiu, however, was deeply moved. Even in such a situation, Wei Ming had opened the door.
But, wasn't this just going to drag him into trouble as well? Kill him.
Zhou Xing shouted, his face twisted with greed.
Bang! A gunshot rang out, silencing the chaos.
Under the group's stunned gaze, Zhou Xing collapsed backward, a bullet hole in his forehead. His contorted face, frozen in a grimace of greed, combined with the wound on his forehead, painted a macabre scene. Wei Ming blew on the barrel of his gun, then smiled casually.
Anyone else? A gun.
The group instinctively stepped back. Though Wei Ming only had one gun, and its bullets were limited, they outnumbered him by more than 10 to 1.
If they dared to rush him, how many could he possibly kill? But who would dare to be the first?
Everyone knew the saying, the bird that sticks its neck out gets shot. And so, with a single gun, Wei Ming sent the entire group retreating. Of course, if they had actually dared to rush him, Wei Ming wouldn't have hesitated to use his spatial ability. In such a confined space, he was practically a god.
Wei Ming.
Lin Wanqiu was overcome with emotion. She had thought her fate was sealed, but the situation had turned around completely.
Wei Ming had a gun.
Wei Ming nodded at her, then looked at the others.
Take the body and move it.
Under the threat of the gun, one of the men reluctantly stepped forward, grabbed Zhou Xing's wrist, and dragged him away.
Wei Ming smiled. Thank you.
The man awkwardly mumbled, "You're welcome," though inwardly, he was cursing Wei Ming in every way he could. Wei Ming pulled Lin Wanqiu inside and slammed the door shut.
Bang! It's so cool in here. Lin Wanqiu exclaimed in surprise.
She quickly removed the cloth she had wrapped around herself. Earlier, she had been covering her face and figure to avoid drawing attention, but now there was no need.
Go take a shower.
Tie up that fabric in a bag and throw it out later, Wei Ming said, covering his nose. He pointed to the bathroom nearby. There was one in the basement.
Lin Wanqiu wasn't embarrassed. Instead, she gasped in amazement, "We can shower?"
Seeing Wei Ming's calm expression, she silently praised herself for making the wise decision to come here. Wei Ming was surprised to discover that Lin Wanqiu was still a virgin. According to Lin Wanqiu, she had once dated a man who tried to force himself on her. The experience left her traumatized, turning her into a shut-in. She'd been staying at home ever since. Yet, beneath her reserved exterior, she was, in Wei Ming's words, a dirty-minded queen, indulging in increasingly explicit writing.
Wei Ming inwardly chuckled. Still, her innocence was a pleasant surprise. Given the choice, who wouldn't prefer a new car?
Unable to sleep, Wei Ming picked up his phone and checked the neighborhood group chat. As expected, it was abuzz with activity.
A gun. That was the most terrifying weapon imaginable. Who in modern society wasn't afraid of guns?
But firearms were strictly banned in the country, with some of the strictest regulations in the world. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to get their hands on one.
So how did Wei Ming acquire a gun? The chat was filled with speculation, with many voicing their concerns. A gun in Wei Ming's possession was a threat to the entire neighborhood. He should hand it over.
However, while the group was lively with complaints, not a single person dared to confront him. They all pushed the responsibility onto one another.
Nobody wanted to be the first to stick their neck out.
After much debate, they accomplished nothing but useless chatter.
Fear gripped everyone, even Zhang Shi's group.
Maybe we should just return left Xingqing to him, someone suggested. After all, we can still force others to scavenge for food, and we've already had our fun with her, a few others agreed. And we could even trade her for some food and water with Wei Ming. Zhang Shi shot them a cold glance and snorted.
You brainless fools. Why settle for food? We want the gun. The gun.
Wei Ming soon received a friend request, with the note reading, Neighborhood Committee Director Aunt Yang.
Ha!
After thinking it over, Wei Ming decided to accept the request. A few seconds later, Aunt Yang sent a voice message. Xiao Wei, I heard from others that you have a gun.
Is that true?
Ha! Everyone in the neighborhood already knew about his gun and the fact that he'd used it to kill someone.
Yet, she still asked? Wei Ming calmly replied, yes, it's true.
Xiao Wei, owning a gun is illegal in our country.
Aunt Yang exclaimed.
Don't think that just because the government seems paralyzed right now, it will stay that way.
This is only temporary.
Once the disaster is over, the authorities will strike hard and restore order. How about this, you hand the gun over to me for safekeeping. If the government holds you accountable in the future, I'll vouch for you, saying you recognized your mistake and are still a good comrade.
Wei Ming couldn't help but laugh. You want my gun but frame it as doing me a favor?
TCH, typical of someone from the neighborhood committee. I'll think about it, Wei Ming replied, deliberately avoiding a direct refusal. He had already revealed that he owned a gun.
Given the persona he'd created, with lingering feelings for left Qingqing, would Zhang Shi try to use her to pressure him into giving it up? Very likely. This could be fun.
Aunt Yang sounded disappointed but knew a few words wouldn't be enough to convince Wei Ming. After exchanging some polite pleasantries, she ended the call.
Wei Ming smiled and walked to the bed.
Lin Wanxiu was still asleep, though her sleeping posture was far from graceful. She sprawled out in a starfish shape, taking up most of the 2.2-meter wide bed. If someone were to share the bed with her, they'd likely end up on the floor by morning. But even with her unrefined posture, she couldn't hide the fact that she was an absolute beauty, scoring well above 90. Her face was like a blooming rose, seductive, full of charm, and strikingly gorgeous. Her figure was the most impressive of all the women, with an imposing F-cup chest. While her waist wasn't the slimmest, her full hips created a perfect S-shaped curve.
Aside from being a bit provocative, what flaws did this alluring auntie even have? Actually, her provocative nature wasn't necessarily a flaw. Wei Ming's main concern was her influence on the other women. If they all ended up as flirtatious as her, wouldn't that get boring? For instance, Song Qingyun's charm lay in her innocent and slightly naive demeanor. If she lost that and became just another vase-like beauty, her uniqueness would be gone. Women, after all, needed their own distinct style, what some might call their soul. Why else would celebrities go to such lengths to craft public personas? It was all about presenting themselves as individuals with interesting personalities. Lin Wanxiu didn't wake up until around 6 p.m. I overslept. I need to get back to writing, she exclaimed as she got up. Without even bothering to dress, she rushed to her computer, her pale back like jade as she prepared to write. Talk about dedication. Still, was it really necessary to flaunt yourself like that? Let's eat first, Wei Ming said with a laugh. Lin Wanxiu nodded, quickly throwing on a robe before following him downstairs. When they reached the first floor, the four other women, Song Qingyun, Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and Changya, had just finished preparing dinner and were about to call Wei Ming. But when they saw him walk in with a seductive, voluptuous woman, they were all taken aback. Of course, they already knew about Lin Wanxiu. Every day, they saw Wei Ming using a drone to deliver leftovers to her. But they hadn't expected her to be not only beautiful but also so stunningly curvaceous. It was now day 6 of the apocalypse, and Wei Ming had only 5 women. Previously, it had been 4 women in 4 days. By that math, his pace of acquiring beauties had slowed. The 4 women silently mocked him in their minds. I'm Lin Wanxiu.
Starting today, I'm a member of this household. Lin Wanxiu said with a bright smile. I may be the oldest, but since I joined later, I'll call all of you sisters. Wei Ming rolled his eyes.
Did she think this was some old-time polygamous household where she was his 5th concubine?
Come to think of it, that's kind of appealing. Still, wasn't she supposed to have social anxiety? How did she transform overnight into someone so outgoing? He hadn't unlocked her energy channels, so why had she changed so dramatically? Lin Wanxiu's words quickly broke the ice, bringing the 5 women closer together. After all, even the earliest arrivals, like Lu Qing and Mi Xiaolu, had only known each other for a few days. Soon, the women were all calling her sister Wanxiu, and the atmosphere seemed harmonious.
Wei Ming wasn't fooled. It's often said that even a dorm room with 4 women can have several factions.
Now they all had to share a single man, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where resources were scarce. How could there not be scheming and jealousy? This apparent camaraderie was just for show, meant to placate him. After all, he held the power of an old-world patriarch. If he kicked any of them out,
it would be a death sentence. Wei Ming smirked. As long as they maintained the illusion of harmony, that was enough. They could fight and scheme all they wanted in private. In fact, their competition would only make them more attentive to him. The fiercer their infighting, the better they'd treat him. Ha! As night fell and the air cooled, the neighborhood came alive. Nighttime was when people were most active. Wei Ming and the 5 women sat in the living room, eating fruit, watching streaming TV, and discussing when the power and internet might go out. The conversation scared Lu Qing and the others into posting a few more updates on Douyin and their Moments feeds. Flaunting isn't easy, treasure every opportunity. Ding! A message popped up on Wei Ming's phone. It was from Zhang Shi. Do you want your woman back? The message read. Not really. Wei Ming thought to himself, but his reply was, what's your offer? Straightforward. I like it. Zhang Shi replied. I'm in the parking lot under your villa. Come down and let's talk. Wei Ming smiled. Clearly, Zhang Shi wanted to discuss the gun. This was entirely within his expectations. Want to see some drama? Wei Ming asked the 5 women. Yeah. They all nodded eagerly. Whether they were genuinely interested or just trying to humor him, none of them would dare say no. Come with me. The 5 women followed Wei Ming into the basement. First, Wei Ming checked the surveillance cameras. There was no one near the entrance, and the entire hallway was empty. Clearly, Zhang Shi was trying to show his sincerity in negotiating while also ensuring that Wei Ming couldn't suddenly open the door and start shooting. After all, it was a gun, who wouldn't be afraid? What does Zhang Shi want? Chang Ye asked nervously. What was she most afraid of now? That Zhang Shi would trade left Qingqing for her, sending her back in return. Wei Ming pretended to pull a gun out of his pocket and said, he wants this. Song Qingyun immediately tensed up. You can't give it to him. She even considered asking to take custody of the gun herself. After all, who else in the neighborhood was more qualified than her, a former security officer? No one. So, she believed she was the most suitable person to keep the gun, and she absolutely wouldn't misuse it. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Why not? Apart from Lin Wanqiu, the other 4 women were shocked and couldn't believe their ears. Lin Wanqiu didn't know much about Wei Ming's complicated history with left Qingqing, but how could Song Qingyun and the others not be aware? They even knew that Wei Ming had deliberately orchestrated things so Zhang Shi would torment left Qingqing. Left Qingqing and her family certainly deserved their fate. They had tried to seize the villa, and if they had succeeded, the 4 women would have become playthings for left Qingqing's father and brother. What woman could bear such a fate, being used by a father and son? Now, left Qingqing's father and brother were locked in an iron cage without food or water, left to languish in the sweltering heat. They were already on the brink of death and likely wouldn't survive the night. Yet, here was Wei Ming, seemingly ready to trade the gun to save left Qingqing, an utterly incomprehensible decision. Wei Ming laughed heartily. That's exactly why I brought you all here, to watch the show. Just sit back and enjoy. With that, Wei Ming unlocked the basement door. The door could be unlocked with the remote in his hand, his fingerprint, or even voice recognition, very convenient. He stepped outside. Be careful, Wei Ming. Don't overplay your hand. The 5 women called after him anxiously. Their fates were now tied to his. Wei Ming only smiled faintly. As he stepped out, the motion sensor lights in the hallway flickered on, illuminating him for the group waiting in the distance. Wei Ming! Zhang Shi shouted. With a wave of his hand, someone pushed left Qingqing forward. A fruit knife was pressed against her neck, an obvious precaution against Wei Ming using his gun. You have a gun, but I have a hostage. In just 2 days, left Qingqing had been through hell. Her hair was disheveled, and bruises covered her body. When she saw Wei Ming, her chest heaved with emotion. Compared to her father, mother, and brother, at least she still had food and water. Zhang Shi needed her alive to manipulate Wei Ming, so he couldn't let her die. In this post-apocalyptic world, having a meal and a drink of water each day already put her ahead of many others. Zhang Shi, let her go. Wei Ming shouted angrily, pulling out his gun. Zhang Shi wasn't intimidated. If you dare shoot, your girlfriend will die. But I can return her to you on one condition, give me the gun. The faction he led was already one of the strongest in the neighborhood, but it wasn't yet strong enough to dominate all the others. But with a gun? Everything would change. Even with just a few bullets, the mere threat of the gun would force everyone to obey him. He could become the king of the entire neighborhood.
At that point, he could coerce others into venturing out for supplies, while his people focused on breaking into Wei Ming's villa. Even if it meant digging down to the foundation, surely they could bring the villa down eventually. With enough effort, no wall was unbreakable. And once he had the gun, he could turn on Wei Ming, shoot him in the leg to prevent him from escaping back into the villa, and then slowly torment him. So, the gun was critical. Whether or not he succeeded depended on how much Wei Ming cared about Left Qingqing. Wei Ming hesitated. This time, Left Qingqing didn't try to dissuade him. After being used by dozens of men, many of whom were brutally rough, she was truly at her limit. Besides, Zhang Shi only wanted the gun, not the villa. Weigage, save me. Please save me. She begged pitifully. Wei Ming acted like he was under great strain, his forehead veins bulging as if he were wrestling with a monumental decision. Let me think about it, he finally said. Hurry up. I'm giving you 10 minutes, or she's dead. Zhang Shi shouted, convinced he had the upper hand. Wei Ming retreated back into the basement and closed the door. Instantly, his expression returned to calm. Taking out his phone, he sent a message to Auntie Yang. Zhang Shi is threatening me with my girlfriend. I'm preparing to hand over the gun. He's only giving me 10 minutes to decide. He didn't hide this action from Song Qingyun and the others, which only made the 5 women more perplexed. This didn't seem like Wei Ming at all. What was he planning? Wei Ming smiled faintly, stored the gun in his alternate space, and began modifying it. In that space, he was essentially a god. He could crumble mountains into dust with a single thought. Modifying a gun was child's play. His changes were simple. He placed a piece of metal in the gun barrel. If anyone fired it, the bullet would cause the barrel to explode. Boom, there goes your hand. Time passed quickly, but Auntie Yang acted even faster. Could she allow Wei Ming to hand over the gun to Zhang Shi? If Zhang Shi got the gun, he'd become a tyrant in the neighborhood. The fact was, even though Wei Ming had a gun, he hadn't done anything out of line. As for Zhou Xing's death, that was Zhou Xing's own fault. Who told him to chase Wei Ming's woman? Had Wei Ming used the gun to force anyone in the neighborhood to hand over supplies? Or to seize women? No, he hadn't. But if the gun ended up in Zhang Shi's hands, he'd truly become the neighborhood's dictator. Everyone would be at his mercy. So, Auntie Yang rallied people from her building and reached out to others. Soon, people from more than 20 factions had gathered. Damn it! Zhang Shi cursed. It was already dark, and the temperature had dropped to a tolerable 45 degrees. The air conditioning could finally be used, and yet these people weren't enjoying the rare coolness. They'd come out here instead. Was this Wei Ming's doing? Or were there spies within his group who had informed others? It wouldn't be surprising. Most factions were organized by building, but his group? Building 8 was a villa with only him living there. So, his people came from different buildings, and it was entirely possible some were planted by rival factions. At that moment, Wei Ming stepped out and said, Zhang Shi, I agree to your terms. Hearing those words, Zhang Shi was overjoyed. Left Qingqing was equally ecstatic. Finally, she could escape her torment. She was so overwhelmed with emotion that she started crying, though, due to severe dehydration, no tears came out. No way. As soon as Wei Ming finished speaking, a chorus of objections erupted from the crowd. Zhang Shi wanted a gun? Absolutely not. If no one had a gun, the worst-case scenario was a knife fight where both sides were evenly matched. But a gun changed everything. With a gun, one could kill from a distance, and anyone shot wouldn't stand a chance of surviving. Even a non-lethal hit could prove fatal in these conditions. With no medical care available, infection alone could take a life. Wei Ming ignored the protests and forcefully tossed the gun toward Zhang Shi. The gun's yours. Now let her go. This heroic act moved Left Qingqing deeply. If she'd had any doubts before, they were gone now. Everyone understood the power of a gun in this post-apocalyptic world. Only a fool wouldn't. And yet, Wei Ming had willingly sacrificed his weapon to save her. If that didn't prove his feelings, what would? She smiled. All the suffering she had endured over the past few days had not been in vain. Given Wei Ming's devotion to her, she felt confident she could eventually drive out any other women in the villa. After all, even if Wei Ming's supplies were abundant, the villa wasn't big enough to accommodate everyone forever. Eventually, the others would have to leave. It was only practical. And if supplies truly ran out? She wouldn't hesitate to quietly get rid of Wei Ming to extend her own survival. As long as she lived, there was always hope of seeing the apocalypse come to an end. The handgun hit the ground with a crisp metallic clang against the concrete floor.
For a moment, everyone froze. Then, in unison, they surged forward. Grab the gun.
Zhang Shi rushed toward it too, shouting, "Watch that woman. Don't let her escape." To him, left Xingqing was crucial. Wei Ming had been willing to hand over his gun for her sake, proving her immense value. If he wanted to keep pressuring Wei Ming or lure him out again in the future, he'd need this bargaining chip. Left Xingqing was stunned at first, but then she screamed hysterically, "Zhang Shi, you bastard! You broke your promise! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!" Zhang Shi had no time to deal with her. He was already wrestling with others over the gun. Wei Ming, meanwhile, had retreated to the basement doorway. He stood there, basking in the cool air flowing out from inside, smiling as he watched the chaos unfold.
"Is this entertaining?"
he asked. "You truly are a master manipulator," Lin Wanqiu marveled. "You have the entire neighborhood dancing in the palm of your hand."
But honestly, was it worth sacrificing a gun just for the sake of this charade?
Lu Qing and the other two women nodded in agreement. In the apocalypse, a gun was far too valuable to give up lightly. Only Song Qingyun appeared troubled. No matter whose hands the gun ended up in, it spelled trouble for everyone.
Handing over the gun was like releasing a demon into the world.
Wei Ming chuckled and reached into his pocket, pulling out another handgun.
He held it up to show the 5 women. Song Qingyun's face lit up. "The gun you threw was fake?"
Remembering how Wei Ming had used a fake bomb vest to deceive others before, she immediately thought she had figured it out.
Wei Ming shook his head. Of course, it was real. Song Qingyun's confusion deepened. "You have 2 guns?" Lu Qing exclaimed. Wei Ming looked down dramatically and laughed. "What are you talking about? I only have 1 gun. You've all seen it, haven't you?"
TSK. I'd love to have 2 guns, but unfortunately, that's not possible. Technically, he could modify another gun using his spatial ability, but what if it backfired? The 5 women were speechless.
This gun wordplay? Really? Wei Ming stowed the gun away.
In truth, he had plenty of firearms capable of killing. Back in beautiful America, guns were available for purchase, and when he had his $0 shopping spree, he had thoroughly raided such stores. From handguns to rifles, even heavy weaponry, his arsenal was well stocked. This was why he confidently claimed that his armory could easily destroy the entire neighborhood.
Back in the underground parking lot, everyone was fighting furiously over the handgun.
Even at night, the temperature remained around 40 degrees Celsius 104 degrees Fahrenheit, enough to cause heat stroke. With most people already dehydrated and underfed, their physical conditions were far worse than usual. It didn't take long before they were panting heavily, seeing stars, and on the verge of collapse. Suddenly, the brawl came to a halt.
"Ha ha ha!" Zhang Shi's triumphant laughter echoed as he emerged from the crowd. "Back off, all of you."
He held the gun high, waving it with an air of supreme arrogance. At last, the gun was his. The neighborhood was his to rule. But Zhang Shi's greed got the better of him. He immediately raised the gun and aimed it at Wei Ming in the distance.
"Wei Ming!" he shouted.
Wei Ming raised his hands in feigned fear.
"We had a deal, I gave you the gun, and you'd let her go. Now that you've got the gun, are you going to break your promise?"
"That's right." Zhang Shi sneered.
"Now that I have the gun, whatever I say goes. Kneel before me." Wei Ming scoffed.
"A man kneels only to heaven, earth, and his parents.
I would never kneel to someone like you."
With that, he moved toward the basement door.
"Oh, you're brave, aren't you? Then die."
Zhang Shi, consumed by rage, pulled the trigger without hesitation. He couldn't let Wei Ming retreat back into his turtle shell of a villa. The gunfire erupted, bright and deafening.
But wait. Why did the sound of this gunshot seem different from the ones on TV?
Zhang Shi's screams pierced the air. Blood dripped from his right hand, where several fingers had been blown off. The gun itself was now horribly warped.
What just happened?
The crowd stared in shock before realization dawned. The gun had misfired. Zhang Shi's luck was terrible. He'd barely gotten his hands on the gun, only for it to backfire.
Ha ha ha.
If Zhang Shi had merely used the gun to threaten people, he could have commanded anyone to obey his whims.
But now that the gun had exploded, how could he intimidate anyone? "Zhang, your fingers are gone. You'd better get to a hospital. Although, since it's nighttime, maybe the ER's still open."
The crowd was merciless, mocking Zhang Shi without hesitation. No one feared him now.
Well, it's late. Time to go home and rest. Yeah, and enjoy the air conditioning while it lasts. This heat has drained me.
Within moments, the bustling parking lot emptied, leaving only Zhang Shi and his men.
Zhang Shi was in unbearable pain, blood dripping steadily onto the ground.
His temples throbbed with rage.
Smack!
He slapped Left Qingqing hard across the face with his good hand, roaring, "Take her back and make her suffer."
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Left Qingqing fell from the clouds into the mud.
She had been just one step away from freedom.
But what happened?
"Zhang Shi, you bastard! You broke your promise!" she shouted, struggling as she cursed him.
"You'll die a horrible death."
Zhang Shi's face darkened, so stormy it seemed like water could drip from it. When he got home, he hurried to treat his wound. Under normal circumstances, he could have picked up his severed fingers and rushed to the hospital. As long as it was done quickly and the doctors were skilled, his fingers might even have been reattached with minimal loss of function.
But now, all he could do was perform rudimentary first aid on the injury.
Fortunately, the high heat from the explosion had cauterized the wound somewhat, reducing the risk of infection.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became.
Grabbing a stick, he stormed into the room where Left Qingqing was being held, his face twisted with fury.
He might not be able to deal with Wei Ming for now, but could he not handle a mere woman? Smack! Smack! Smack!
Zhang Shi lashed out furiously, venting all his anger on Left Qingqing. Wei Ming sat on his balcony, quietly basking in his triumph. In truth, if he had stayed inside and not come out, Auntie Yang and the others wouldn't have been stirred into action. There wouldn't have been the chaotic brawl earlier.
Though no one had died, many were injured.
And in the current state of things, with medical supplies almost non-existent, injuries could easily lead to slow, lingering deaths. He had everyone dancing in the palm of his hand.
"You're something else," Lin Wanqiu said sincerely. "I've got to write this into my novel. It's the perfect setup for a male protagonist in a wish fulfillment story." Even Song Qingyun and the other three women couldn't hide their admiration.
At first, they hadn't understood why Wei Ming had given up the gun. Sacrificing such a valuable weapon just to orchestrate this scene seemed like too steep a price to pay.
But how had the gun misfired? "You knew the gun would backfire?" Song Qingyun asked.
"Of course. I made it that way myself."
Wei Ming smiled faintly.
"Yes."
Song Qingyun was puzzled. "But how could you be so sure?" Wei Ming chuckled. "Simple. Just block the barrel with a stone." This explanation satisfied Lin Wanqiu and the other women, but Song Qingyun still had doubts.
After all, blocking the barrel only made it possible for the gun to backfire.
What if it hadn't? What if Zhang Shi had actually managed to shoot? Unbeknownst to her, that scenario was impossible.
Wei Ming had kept a spatial portal open in front of him the entire time. Even if the gun hadn't misfired and the bullet had been fired, it would have simply been swallowed by the portal.
Wei Ming's grand scheme was built on absolute safety.
Conveniently, the gun had ended up in Zhang Shi's hands, and it had blown apart his right hand. Now Left Qingqing was likely having an even worse time.
The key, though, was this:
Wei Ming's willingness to exchange the gun for Left Qingqing.
What did that make her think?
That Wei Ming loved her.
Loved her deeply, even. "So, when I finally tell you the truth, how devastated will you be?" Wei Ming mused. He figured it was about time. If Zhang Shi tried using Left Qingqing to threaten him again, he wouldn't bother playing along anymore. It was time to reel in the net. The light on the neighboring balcony suddenly turned on.
Yu Chutong stepped out, as always with a bottle of red wine and a glass. For the first time, when she looked at Wei Ming, there was no disdain in her eyes. She hadn't stepped outside earlier, but being just next door, how could she not know what had happened? Under Wei Ming's gaze, she surprisingly initiated a video call.
Wei Ming accepted. "That was quite the spectacle," Yu Chutong remarked. "You don't love that woman at all, do you?"
"You just used her to toy with the entire neighborhood." Both Left Qingqing and Zhang Shi had been pawns, and the rest of the neighborhood had been dragged into the drama over a gun, forced to play along.
Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. This woman had merely observed from the sidelines, yet she'd seen through everything? Was it because she had the clarity of an outsider, or was she simply that perceptive? Wei Ming didn't deny it. "We're celebrating. Care to join us?"
Seeing the possessive look in Wei Ming's eyes, Yu Chutong sneered.
"I don't share my men with other women."
"If you're serious about pursuing me, break things off with the others first.
Then I might consider it."
This was, of course, her way of mocking Wei Ming while flaunting her pride.
Lin Wanqiu and the other women were furious. This was too much.
Even Song Qingyun was annoyed, rolling up her sleeves with an urge to throw punches.
Wei Ming laughed. I wouldn't abandon an entire forest for a single tree. Tell me, how many days' worth of supplies do you have left? That's none of your business. Yu Chuton snapped. Wei Ming nodded. So, not much then. Ha! You're welcome to surrender any time. I'll save you a room.
Lu Qing leaned in with a smirk. But first come, first served.
You'll only be the sixth. Sixth sister, Chunya chimed in, grinning. Better surrender soon, or you might not even make it to sixth. You might end up as the seventh or eighth.
The two women were quick to jab at Yu Chuton, given how she had just offended them.
Yu Chuton, proud as ever, scoffed. Do you think I'm like you?
Before the other women could retort, she shamelessly hung up the call. Lu Qing and Shangya, fuming, flipped her off through the glass windows separating the balconies.
Who said beautiful women always had to be classy? Yu Chuton turned away with a disdainful expression and went back inside.
Once she was out of sight, however, her proud facade crumbled. Just as Wei Ming had predicted, her food supply was running low. A few days ago, she'd considered borrowing Wei Ming's drone to gather supplies. But after everything that had happened, that idea was off the table.
Borrow the drone? Ha! She might as well end up borrowing herself out too. But if she continued living off her dwindling supplies, what then? Would she really have to surrender to Wei Ming? Never.
She had made her stance so clear, if she gave in now, Song Qingyun and the others would never let her hear the end of it.
Forget it.
She climbed into bed, determined to sleep her troubles away.
That night, the air was filled with tension and heat.
While most people seized the rare coolness of the evening to rest, after all, who could sleep in temperatures reaching 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, Wei Ming's situation was different. Inside his villa, the temperature remained steady at a comfortable 28 degrees, neither too hot nor too cold. The occupants could go about in summer clothes, and even engage in physical activity without feeling the slightest chill.
Perfect. The Apocalypse, Day 7.
Zhang Shi hadn't slept a wink. Pain coursed through him all night, and the shock of losing his right hand had left him both mentally and physically drained. Overnight, his appearance had become noticeably haggard. His anger, however, had only intensified, burning brighter and hotter, pushing him toward the brink of madness. Bring this wretched woman to Wei Ming's villa. He barked coldly. This time, if Wei Ming doesn't hand over the villa, we'll kill her. His pain had robbed him of any semblance of reason. His subordinates hesitated but ultimately said nothing. In their minds, even if Wei Ming refused to give up the villa, they didn't have to kill the woman. At the very least, they could exchange her for supplies, right? But Zhang Shi was clearly in a rage, and no one dared provoke him further.
No, no!
Left Qingqing screamed, struggling with all her might. Her body was covered in bruises and welts, stark evidence of the beating she'd endured the night before. But her resistance was futile. She was shoved forward, stumbling toward Villa 28.
Wei Ming!
Come out and surrender immediately, or I'll kill her.
Zhang Shi shouted, sending Wei Ming a video message. He angled the camera to show left Qingqing, battered and trembling.
For every day she's in my hands, she'll suffer more.
Wei Ming, you don't want her to die from sheer torment, do you?
Zhang Shi sneered. Wei Ming appeared to hesitate, as if weighing his options. Having played with both Zhang Shi and left Qingqing for days, he was starting to feel a little bored. Perhaps it was time to end the game. Maybe one last round. Wei Ming opened the neighborhood group chat and posted. Everyone, Zhang Shi has taken my girlfriend hostage and is demanding my villa. Rather than let him take it, why don't I give it to you? Whoever rescues left Qingqing for me will receive 10 crates of water, 100 kilograms of rice, and 20 kilograms of cured meat.
Enticing, isn't it?
The response was immediate. Leaders of various factions flooded the chat, tagging Wei Ming to confirm his offer. We'll help you get her back, but if you go back on your word, you'll be making an enemy of the entire community. Ha! If I wanted to crush you all, I could do it with one hand tied behind my back. Wei Ming replied in the chat. Deal. And with that, more than 20 factions mobilized. Zhang Shi's faction was the largest and most feared in the community. Yesterday, the matter of the gun had united everyone briefly, but once the gun backfired, there was no longer any reason to continue fighting him. Who wanted to risk being picked off while others reaped the rewards? But now, things were different. With such generous rewards, 10 crates of water, 100 kilograms of rice, and 20 kilograms of cured meat, combined with the strategic advantage of eliminating Zheng Shi's dominance, the other factions were more than motivated to act. One by one, they summoned their people and gathered in the underground parking lots. Meanwhile, Wei Ming emerged from his basement but stayed close to the doorway. Pretending to be furious, he shouted, "There's no way I'm giving up my villa. Where would I live, and what would I eat? Like I care." Zhang Shi thought to himself but said, "Fine. I'll let you keep 10% of your supplies." "I'll think about it," Wei Ming replied. The phrase sounded all too familiar. Zhang Shi froze, recalling that yesterday, Wei Ming had said the same thing, and shortly after, the entire neighborhood had shown up. "No way." Panicking, Zhang Shi barked, "Don't try any tricks. I'll only give you 10 seconds to decide. If you don't, I'll kill her." 10, 9, 8. He began counting down, while Left Qingqing looked desperately at Wei Ming. She didn't want Wei Ming to hand over his supplies, but she didn't want to die either. Previously, she had been confident that Zhang Shi wouldn't kill her as long as Wei Ming's resources remained out of reach. But after last night, she knew Zhang Shi's patience was gone. "Weigage, save me. Save me," she pleaded weakly. Wei Ming appeared to grit his teeth, as if he were about to relent. But just then, a swarm of people burst out from the entrances of various buildings' underground levels, charging toward Zhang Shi's group. "Get them! Attack!" Zhang Shi was stunned. Why were they coming for him? Yesterday had been a chaotic free-for-all, with everyone scrambling for the gun. People fought each other indiscriminately. But today, every single person seemed to be targeting his faction. Why? As the angry mob closed in, Zhang Shi realized they had no choice but to fight back. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" he bellowed. The battle erupted. From his vantage point, Wei Ming watched with a satisfied smirk, enjoying the chaos he had orchestrated. Unlike yesterday's disorganized scuffle, today was an all-out assault. Thousands swarmed against Zhang Shi's mere hundreds. Even in the oppressive heat, where everyone was physically weakened from hunger and exhaustion, sheer numbers made all the difference. 10 people hammering away at one with makeshift weapons like kitchen knives and clothing rods was enough to leave anyone incapacitated. How could Zhang Shi's group possibly hold out? Within moments, his faction was obliterated. Bodies littered the ground. Zhang Shi himself fared the worst. Both his legs were hacked off, and a deep slash across his back left blood gushing onto the pavement. Yet, he continued to crawl, desperate to survive. "Wei Ming, Zhang Shi is finished. Time for you to honor your promise," several faction leaders demanded. Wei Ming nodded. "Give me a moment. I'll bring the supplies." He pretended to fetch the items, but in reality, he simply retrieved some crates of water and food from his dimensional space. His trips to North and South America during his $0 shopping spree had yielded billions in supplies. What he was offering now was a mere pittance. Yet Wei Ming wore a downtrodden expression. "This is pretty much everything I have left." The leaders were skeptical, suspecting he might have more hidden away, but they figured it couldn't be much. After all, who stockpiles mountains of food and water at home? Without supplies, they saw no reason to bother with Wei Ming anymore. "Step back. I'll place the supplies in the middle. You release her, and I'll take her away while you divide the goods." "Fair?" Wei Ming proposed. "Fair. Let's do it." The leaders agreed. Dividing the spoils would be their problem to sort out. Wei Ming pushed the supplies forward. The leaders, confident that Wei Ming couldn't make off with everything at once, ordered Left Qingqing to be released. Left Qingqing was shoved forward. Naked and humiliated, she staggered toward Wei Ming under the watchful eyes of thousands. "Brother Wei, I'm so happy. You were willing to sacrifice so much for me," Left Qingqing said excitedly. But Wei Ming revealed a cruel smile and whispered in a voice only she could hear. "You're wrong. Do you know why Zhang Shi came for you? Because I deliberately mentioned you in front of him, saying how important you were to me. Otherwise, why would he have come for you at that exact time? And another thing, if I truly wanted to save you, I could have done it ages ago. Heh, people like Zhang Shi are nothing but ants to me. I deliberately left you to him, made him believe you were my weakness. That's why they tortured you, thinking they could force me to surrender. Do you know how hard it was for me to hold in my laughter? Every time I had to act in front of you and Zhang Shi, I almost lost it. Left Qingqing, all of this has been my revenge. Right now, my villa has 5 women, each one more beautiful and with a better figure than you. If you had even a shred of intelligence, you'd remember that woman you saw the night you and your family came to my villa, that was Song Ching-yoon.
Isn't she 10 times better than you? With beauties like her, do you think I'd care about you? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha.
Wei Ming spilled the truth but refrained from mentioning the past life where Left Qingqing's family killed him.
That was his deepest secret, far more classified than his dimensional space. No one would ever learn of it.
Left Qingqing stood frozen, stunned by the weight of what Wei Ming had said. She had thought she was on the cusp of freedom, one step away from heaven. But instead, Wei Ming's words delivered a devastating blow, sending her plunging back into hell, no, even deeper than before. All the suffering she endured had been orchestrated by Wei Ming himself.
And she?
She had foolishly believed Wei Ming loved her, that she would live in his luxurious villa, enjoying comfort, delicious food, and relief from hunger, thirst, and heat.
But now?
His words crushed her spirit completely.
No! 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 This isn't true!
She cried, shaking her head violently.
Her facial muscles twitched uncontrollably from the intense emotional shock.
Oh, it's true, Wei Ming said mercilessly before slamming the door shut.
Bang!
The heavy sound of the door shutting behind her was the final blow. Left Qingqing stood there, her expression shifting through a kaleidoscope of emotions in just a few seconds. Then suddenly, she burst into laughter.
Ha, I'm Brother Wei's wife.
I have endless supplies.
Kneel before me, and maybe I'll generously give you some food. Ha, I'm a queen now.
You're queen. She laughed and jumped around manically, her movements wild and crazed. It wasn't just an act, she had truly lost her mind. The psychological shock, coupled with the torment she had suffered over the past few days and her fear of the apocalypse, had pushed her over the edge. She had gone mad. Wei Ming observed this through the surveillance cameras, his expression indifferent as he smiled coldly. Serves you right. Finally rid of the last thorn in his side, Wei Ming felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as if a great burden had been lifted. He felt so elated that he decided to indulge himself. What followed was a wild and uninhibited few hours of revelry. Even with his exceptional physical stamina, Wei Ming felt as though his back might break from the exertion. He finally retreated to his room, locked the door, and drifted into a deep sleep.
Dreams came one after another.
Some were nightmares of being dismembered by Left Qingqing's family, while others were dreams of endless pleasures with Song Qing-yoon and the other women.
He dreamed of his parents, reliving the tragic car accident.
He even dreamed of classmates from elementary, middle, and university, all attending class together. The dream ended with him desperately searching for a bathroom before waking up in a panic.
He checked the time, already 4 p.m.
Wow, I slept for a long time, Wei Ming muttered. I even dreamed about the girls I had crushes on before, he thought with a shake of his head. He'd been precocious, having crushes as early as elementary school, and more in middle and high school, though he never confessed to any of them.
Not like I'll ever see them again.
He brushed the thought aside. Those feelings from his youth, fleeting and shallow, had long since faded. This wasn't love, just the stirrings of young attraction. Still, out of curiosity, he opened his school groups on his phone, scrolling through the elementary, middle, and university chat rooms. Predictably, most messages were complaints about hunger and government delays in sending aid.
How naive. You think others can move freely while you're stuck at home?
He searched for the profiles of the girls he had once admired, opening their timelines. Unfortunately, they had all restricted visibility to posts from the past 3 days, during which no one had anything good to share.
Nothing.
Forget it, Wei Ming thought, closing the app.
What was there to regret?
A man with his current resources had no reason to lament the past.
At that moment, Song Qing-yoon and the other 4 women were busy preparing dinner downstairs. Wei Ming smiled.
Tonight, you don't need to cook, he said cheerfully. I'll grant all your wishes, write down anything you want to eat, and I'll make it happen. The women looked at him skeptically.
You mean it? Lin Wanqiu asked, raising an eyebrow. No backing out. Wei Ming grinned confidently. He wanted to see if they could actually stump him. The 5 women giggled, exchanging amused glances before eagerly jotting down their requests.
A few minutes later, Wei Ming glanced at their lists. The dishes were all over the place: lobster, king crab, wagyu beef, grilled lamb skewers, even a bowl of hot and spicy snail noodles. Got it, Wei Ming said with a smile. Head upstairs. I'll call you down at 6.
You're serious?
The women looked at him in disbelief but followed his instructions. Of course, Wei Ming wasn't about to cook himself. He waited until just before 6,
then retrieved perfectly prepared dishes from his dimensional space, still steaming hot and fresh. Lobsters, king crabs, wagyu beef, grilled lamb, and even the snail noodles were laid out in a stunning feast. "Dinner's ready," he called. When the women came downstairs and saw 2 tables overflowing with delicious food, they were stunned. How did you do this? How did you manage to do that? Yeah, how is this even possible? Even if you were a 5-star chef, you couldn't have done it this fast, right? Because I'm not cooking the food, I'm just the delivery guy for it. Wei Ming smirked. I'm fast? Why don't you all check if your E-cups, D-cups, and even C-cups have a conscience before you say that? Am I really that fast? Song Qing-yun and the other 4 women were left speechless. Here he goes again, teasing them. Alright, let's eat. Wei Ming waved them over. All you need to know is that your man is amazing. That's all. Amazing indeed.
Lin Wanqiu leaned closer with a sly grin.
Can you make me a G-cup? Wei Ming actually paused to consider.
In theory, he could do something like that in his spatial dimension where he held godlike powers. It wasn't impossible to enhance someone's body proportions. But tampering with someone's body wasn't like stitching a tear in fabric. He wasn't sure if the changes would be permanent or safe.
Best not to risk it for now. Besides, wasn't her F-cup already big enough? Still, the idea lodged itself in Wei Ming's mind.
If someone annoyed him enough, maybe they could be the test subject. After all, he wasn't one to stir up trouble, but if someone came looking for it, well, he'd oblige.
The 5 women were hungry.
After some playful banter, they quickly sat down to eat. Despite some teasing when they made their orders, a few dishes on the table were ones they truly craved. Now that those dishes were actually before them, how could they resist? Eat. 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 The 5 women dug in with gusto. Wei Ming, on the other hand, was more relaxed. With access to his spatial dimension, he could eat anything he wanted, anytime. Back when he was spending billions on food and drink in the Americas, he had amassed enough to feed a small country for years. He casually picked up a lobster claw and started munching. This wasn't just any lobster, it was a live one he'd acquired during his free shopping spree overseas. He had kept it fresh in the spatial dimension, and now it was as good as newly cooked. After a quick dip in the boiling pot, it was ready to eat. Drenched in a divine sauce, the flavor was absolutely exquisite. Just then, a notification popped up on his phone. Who's texting me? Wei Ming glanced at the screen. Since he had given away all his supplies, no one had contacted him after all. What good was a house without any resources? Nobody would care about it in these conditions. But who could be messaging him now? Curious, Wei Ming opened the message. It was from Li Jing. Li Jing? She was the woman who had tried to scam him before. She would lure men to hotels under the guise of a date, drug them, and then steal their money. A few days ago, she had targeted Wei Ming, though he dismissed her as a typical catfish due to her overly edited photos. Hey Wei Ming, I heard you gave up all your supplies. TSK, all for a woman? You're such a romantic. Before Wei Ming could even respond, another message came through. Lucky I didn't stick around with you. Otherwise, we'd be suffering now, too. Hee hee, we've got food and drinks over here. She attached several photos, showing simple frozen food like dumplings. Wei Ming chuckled. He had been lying low to avoid attracting trouble, but low-key didn't mean he'd tolerate insults. He had the ability to wipe out the entire neighborhood if he wanted to. Did she think she could just mock him? No way. She wanted to humiliate him? Fine. Time to make her regret it. With a smirk, Wei Ming initiated a video call. Li Jing hesitated but ultimately accepted. She probably thought Wei Ming was about to beg her for help, relishing the idea of him groveling after their earlier encounters. Wei Ming, she started, gearing up for her tirade. But before she could say much, Wei Ming flipped the camera to the back lens, panning across the feast laid out on the table. What the? Li Jing froze. Was this what someone who had given up all their resources looked like? No, even before the apocalypse, few families could afford such a lavish spread. Her eyes darted to the opulent dishes, king crab, prime cuts of meat, and other delicacies. That was caviar? People usually just dabbed a little as a garnish, but here it was being eaten by the spoonful with rice. Yeah, it's tough, Wei Ming said nonchalantly, switching back to the front camera with an exaggerated sigh. This is all we have left. Really makes me envy you. You? Li Jing's expression shifted instantly. Forcing a sweet smile, she said coyly, Wei Ming, I wasn't thinking earlier.
Please forgive me. How about you let me and Xiao move in with you?
Nope, Wei Ming replied bluntly.
You're too ugly.
Li Jing was dumbfounded. Wei Ming then turned the camera back to show the 5 stunning women in his villa, all waving cheekily at Li Jing. Even Lin Wanqiu, who usually kept her remarks to herself, chimed in.
Auntie, at your age, shouldn't you leave us young folks alone? Goodbye.
Wei Ming ended the call with a flourish. On the other side, Li Jing stared blankly at her screen, still processing the insult.
Ugly? Old? She was fuming. I'm only 37. How dare he call me old?
She ranted for a while before calming down. The truth remained, Wei Ming still had a mountain of supplies, far more than anyone could have imagined. She didn't know how he was managing it, but one thing was clear. If Wei Ming wouldn't share willingly, she'd just take it. Standing up with determination, Li Jing strode out of her room. In the living room, a burly man in his 30s lounged on the sofa. Seeing her approach, he patted the seat next to him.
Come here.
Li Jing hurried over, swaying her hips provocatively. Brother Chang, she said sweetly, Wei Ming is hiding a huge stash of supplies. Brother Chang, whose real name was Wang Chang, was a lazy, unemployed man with a criminal history, having been released from prison not long ago for violent offenses. Upon his release, his elderly parents had emptied their savings to buy him an apartment in this neighborhood. However, within just 2 months of his return, he angered them to death with his behavior. Unbothered, he mortgaged the property to fund his indulgent lifestyle.
Before the lender could reclaim the apartment, the catastrophe struck.
At first, life wasn't easy for Wang Chang either. After all, he had no habit of stockpiling supplies. But when he realized that law and order no longer functioned, he thrived like a fish in water. If he didn't have food or drink, he simply robbed others.
With the chaos escalating and Zhang Shi's gang openly raiding, Wang Chang leveraged his violent tendencies to rise in power.
He became the self-proclaimed leader of Building 14, commanding a few hundred followers.
With his newfound influence, he no longer worried about food or drink. Even women began to flock to him.
One of these women was Li Jing. Li Jing moved into Wang Chang's home and took on the role of his woman.
Wang Chang asked, "How do you know about this?"
"I just video called Wei Ming and saw it with my own eyes," Li Jing replied eagerly.
Smack!
Wang Chang slapped her across the face. The force knocked her sideways, and she collapsed onto the sofa.
You slut! Are you trying to seduce another man? He growled coldly. Volatile, brutish, and unhinged, Wang Chang was terrifying.
Although her face burned with pain, Li Jing dared not show any anger.
Instead, she forced a smile and explained, "How could I? I wouldn't dare. Brother Chang, I only wanted to brag about how good we have it."
But during the call, that guy showed off their table filled with seafood, king crabs, lobsters, and all sorts of fish I didn't even recognize. Wang Chang froze, his expression shifting to one of suspicion as he scrutinized Li Jing.
Are you lying to me? Seafood? Now. In these conditions? How could that be stored? Screenshots. I took screenshots. Li Jing quickly exclaimed, pulling out her phone to show him a photo.
Wang Chang glanced at it but was immediately drawn not to the food but to the woman in the background.
Damn. She was gorgeous and sexy. The woman in question was Lin Wanqiu, draped in a red cheongsam that accentuated her voluptuous curves.
With a perfect score of 90 in terms of beauty and allure, her appearance ignited Wang Chang's imagination. Her seductive air practically screamed bedroom goddess. Only after ogling her did Wang Chang shift his focus to the food on the table. It was a feast of delicacies, an assortment that put his meager diet of instant noodles and frozen dumplings to shame. The disparity was staggering, a banquet fit for royalty compared to the scraps he ate daily. Then Li Jing added fuel to the fire.
And guess what? She's not the only one. Wei Ming's villa houses 4 other women, all stunning beauties. Wang Chang's excitement was palpable. How could he tolerate this? Why should Wei Ming enjoy such luxuries? 5 women? They should all be mine.
Wang Chang's gaze turned steely as he warned, "You better not be lying to me." Li Jing quickly assured him, "I wouldn't dare." "You'd better not," Wang Chang said coldly, though his mind was already racing with plans. The image of Lin Wanqiu lingered, sparking both his greed and his lust. But as eager as he was, he remembered Zhang Shi's failed attempt to breach Wei Ming's villa. No matter how hard they hammered the doors, they couldn't break through. The villa was a fortress, its defenses impenetrable. Does anyone here know how to pick locks?
Wang Chang asked in a private group chat. The group consisted exclusively of his subordinates from Building 14. Boss, I'm a locksmith, one person responded shortly. Wang Chang grinned.
Zhang Shi was an idiot.
Why bother hammering at an iron door when you could just pick the lock?
Lindsay, Maho, Chang Xiangming, you each bring 2 men.
Meet me in the garage, Wang Chang commanded.
Then he privately messaged the locksmith, bring all your tools and head down immediately.
Yes, Brother Chang.
10 minutes later, Wang Chang and his crew gathered in the underground garage. A total of 12 men, all confident that once they opened the villa's door, Wei Ming would be no match for them.
Let's go. After a few minutes, they arrived outside Villa 28.
Lu Jinson, it's your turn, Wang Chang said, patting the locksmith on the shoulder.
Lu Jinson nodded and got to work, pulling out his toolbox and crouching near the door.
Meanwhile, Wei Ming had just finished dinner and was enjoying the night view from the balcony, eating fruit hand-fed to him by 2 women, Lu Qing and Changya. One peeled grapes before placing them in his mouth, while the other cut cherries and removed their pits for him.
He didn't even need to lift a finger. It was the life of an emperor.
Next door, Yu Chutong appeared again on her balcony, sipping red wine while throwing disapproving glances in Wei Ming's direction. Wei Ming paid no attention to her disdain. He suspected Yu Chutong's supplies were running low and believed it wouldn't be long before she caved in and came begging for his help. The higher her pride now, the more satisfying it would be when she finally gave in. Suddenly, his phone issued an alert, an alarm different from the one triggered by attempts to break down the door.
Wei Ming immediately understood, someone was trying to pick the lock.
The sound for picking attempts was distinct from forced entry alerts. Calmly, Wei Ming picked up his phone and opened a specific app, tapping a button.
Arg!
Down below, Lu Jinson yelped as his body jolted violently, collapsing to the ground.
What's wrong? Wang Chang frowned. Electricity. I got shocked. Lu Jinson stammered, still trembling. Electricity? Wang Chang and his men exchanged incredulous glances. Is Wei Ming that terrified of death? Reinforcing the door wasn't enough, he even electrified it? This fortress is electrified. Now what?
The group was momentarily stumped.
But with so many people gathered, someone was bound to come up with an idea. Chang Xiangming said, if there's electricity, why don't we just cut the power? Exactly. Wang Chang slapped his thigh in excitement. Go cut the power.
However, after searching for a while, they realized that the circuit breaker for the villa wasn't located in the usual spot like in their residential buildings. Instead, it was inside the villa itself. This created a paradox. To cut the power, they needed to get inside the villa. But to get inside the villa, they needed to cut the power first. It was a closed loop.
There's another way.
It was once again Chang Xiangming, his eyes lighting up. We can't reach the circuit breaker, but we can go to the transformer room and shut down the entire transformer instead.
That made sense.
The neighborhood had 6 transformer rooms, and they didn't need to search through all of them, they could just pick the nearest one. However, 3 of the transformer rooms were located close to each other.
Which one was it? Shut them all down.
Wang Chang commanded with a wave of his hand. And so, they began to break into the transformer rooms.
It wasn't easy.
The entrances to the transformer rooms were on the ground level, and with the acid rain still drizzling, even if it wasn't heavy, they needed to fully gear up for protection.
A single drop of that rain would easily burn a hole in their skin.
Finally, they broke into the first transformer room. Switches flipped. Instantly, 5 entire residential buildings were plunged into darkness, and air conditioning units ground to a halt. Screams of panic echoed from inside the buildings. Without power and air conditioning, the sweltering heat was truly a hell on earth. Fortunately, the residents soon noticed that other buildings still had their lights on, so it wasn't a complete blackout.
This gave them some relief. It wasn't the apocalypse, just localized. Fix the power, now. But much to Wang Chang's disappointment, the lights in Wei Ming's villa remained on. Move to the next one, he ordered. After another grueling 10 minutes, they managed to break into a second transformer room. Switches flipped again. This time, they got it right. The 28th villa plunged into darkness. Quick, back to the villa to pick the lock,
Wang Chang urged.
They rushed back, aware that the angry residents would soon trace the power outage back to them. If that happened, the furious crowd could easily overwhelm their group. Meanwhile, inside the villa,
when the lights suddenly went out, Song Qingyun and the other 4 women gasped in surprise. Wei Ming, however, remained calm.
He lit a candle with a smile. Enjoy your candlelit dinner.
I'll go deal with some trash. Heading down to the basement, he started up the generator, but only enough to power specific circuits.
Defensive systems.
These included the electrified front gate, the mechanisms that dropped steel plates over the windows, and, of course, the security cameras. Sitting comfortably in the basement, Wei Ming monitored the 9 screens.
Soon, Wang Chang and his group quietly approached.
On one of the infrared cameras, which could see clearly in the dark, Wei Ming watched as Lu Jinsong pulled out his tools and began tinkering with the metal gate.
Ah! Lu Jinsong yelped, recoiling and landing on his backside. What now?
Wang Chang snapped, his frustration mounting.
Can't you get anything done? There's still electricity running through it, Lu Jinsong stammered, trembling. Electricity? The breaker's been pulled. Wang Chang barked, slamming his palm against the gate.
What electricity? Before he could finish, his entire body convulsed as an electric current surged through him. His hair stood on end, spiking like a cartoonish punk rocker.
Wei Ming burst into laughter from the basement. He had just dialed the electric current up a notch.
Ideally, he wanted the current strong enough to kill intruders outright, but his assistant Xia Bing had objected, saying it violated regulations. Still, under Wei Ming's insistence, the electric gate had 3 settings, and the highest was more than enough to make someone suffer. Wang Chang shivered violently for several moments before collapsing into a sitting position. Even then, his body occasionally twitched.
Boss!
His men exclaimed, rushing to his aid.
What now? They muttered anxiously.
He must have a backup generator, Wang Chang gritted out through clenched teeth, piecing together the situation. Anger bubbled inside him, but he had no solution. Forcing their way in clearly wasn't an option, Zhang Shi had already proven that.
But breaking in quietly? That was out too, thanks to the electrified gate. Is it fun getting shocked?
Wei Ming's voice echoed from the speakers.
The group stiffened.
Caught in the act, they felt their guilt transform into fury. They were criminals, after all, and now they were being humiliated by their target.
Wei Ming, come out if you have the guts. Wang Chang taunted. Stop hiding behind your turtle shell. Wei Ming chuckled. Why would I come out?
If I want to deal with you, I've got plenty of ways.
Oh yeah? Try it.
Wang Chang sneered.
Try it?
Wei Ming muttered, his grin widening. Though he was physically in the basement, his spatial portal allowed him to project arrows into the corridor where Wang Chang and his men were gathered. These weren't ordinary arrows either. Wei Ming had previously fired them into his spatial space using a compound bow. Inside that space, time didn't exist, and Wei Ming, as its master, could redirect the arrows however he pleased. Now, he unleashed a storm of arrows.
Ah! Cries of pain erupted as arrows rained down on the intruders. What's stabbing me? It hurts. Arrows.
These are arrows. How the hell are there arrows?
Forget it, run.
The group scattered, fleeing toward the corridor's exit. Though it was pitch black and they repeatedly slammed into walls, their survival instincts drove them to keep moving. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Ming had stopped the attack and set up a portal at the corridor's end. One by one, they charged blindly into it. If the lights had been on, they might have noticed their companions vanishing mysteriously and stopped to reassess. But with the power out, ironically, thanks to their own sabotage, they remained oblivious. Within moments, the corridor fell silent.
Minutes later, the lights flickered back on, illuminating an empty corridor.
Only fresh bloodstains hinted at the chaos that had unfolded there. Somewhere in the neighborhood, furious residents cursed whoever had cut the power.
Back in the basement, Wei Ming smiled.
He focused his thoughts, and a man appeared out of thin air.
It was Wang Chang.
The thug blinked in confusion, his mind stuck in the moment just before entering the portal. In the timeless space he had passed through, his consciousness hadn't even registered the transition.
What the hell?
Wang Chang muttered, looking around. He was no longer in the underground parking lot but in a room.
What's going on?
Before he could process his surroundings, he locked eyes with Wei Ming.
You! Wang Chang growled.
The man he had come to rob was standing right in front of him, calm and composed. Kill you, and everything here, including the women, will be mine.
Wang Chang snarled, clenching his fists and preparing to charge. Wei Ming chuckled. Haven't you noticed anything different about yourself? Different? Wang Chang frowned slightly.
After all, he had appeared here under strange circumstances, and it was only natural for him to feel uneasy. Hearing Wei Ming's words, he instinctively began examining his body. but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Wait, no, there was something. He stared incredulously at his left hand. He had known his left hand's appearance for over 30 years, he could describe its shape with his eyes closed. But now, it didn't look right at all. It was utterly bizarre, almost like a pig's hoof. Why does my left hand feel so foreign? Is this really my hand? Wang Chang stood dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. Just a flash of light before my eyes, and now my hand has changed? Why? How is this possible? This shouldn't be happening. What did you do to me? Wang Chang glared at Wei Ming, instinctively feeling that all of this had something to do with him. It was a gut feeling. Wei Ming smiled faintly. I gave you a little upgrade. Aren't you going to thank me? It was you? Wang Chang couldn't believe it. How did you do this? It had only been a blink of an eye. And there wasn't a single sign of surgery or any physical tampering. That's not something you need to know. Wei Ming waved his hand, and a metal cage suddenly appeared out of thin air, a replica of the one imprisoning the members of the Zhou family. Please, step inside. This spectacle left Wang Chang utterly stunned. A metal cage materialized out of nowhere? Are you some kind of magician? Wang Chang felt his worldview shattering. But one thing was certain, he wasn't going to go down without a fight. I'll take you on. He charged at Wei Ming. Ah, what's the point? Wei Ming shook his head. With just a few punches, Wang Chang was knocked to the ground. Against overwhelming power, no amount of skill could save him. Wei Ming stuffed Wang Chang into the cage. Over the next few days, he planned to observe Wang Chang's condition, particularly to see if there were any side effects from the procedure. By the way, why were you looking for me? Wei Ming asked. As far as the world was concerned, he was now a nobody. He and Wang Chang had never crossed paths before. So why would Wang Chang target him? Wang Chang had completely lost the will to resist. He answered whatever Wei Ming asked. It was Li Jing. He recounted everything that had happened. So it was her. What building and apartment do you live in? Wei Ming inquired. Building 14, apartment 902, Wang Chang replied honestly. Wei Ming smirked. If Li Jing had instigated Wang Chang to come after him, how could he let her get away with it? If people left him alone, he wouldn't go looking for trouble. But if someone insisted on stepping on his toes, well, they could taste the iron fist of justice. Action time. Wei Ming didn't bother with the door. Instead, he opened a spatial portal outside, stepped into his otherworldly space, and re-emerged through the portal, creating what looked like an instant teleportation. Wang Chang's eyes widened into perfect circles. Wei Ming vanished like a ghost right before his eyes. It was terrifying. Now, he truly regretted it. Why had he provoked such a monster? Wei Ming walked through the parking garage. The temperature was around 40 degrees Celsius, sweltering hot. Fortunately, his enhanced physical condition allowed him to handle the heat better. While it was uncomfortable, it wasn't enough to cause heatstroke or exhaustion. Building 14. Here we are. Wei Ming took the stairs and quickly reached the 9th floor. Apartment 902. He didn't knock. What if someone opened the door and swung a knife at him? Better safe than sorry. Instead, he vanished from the spot and reappeared inside the apartment. Scanning the room, he saw a young woman sitting on the sofa scrolling through her phone. The sound of a TV came from the bedroom. Wei Ming cleared his throat softly. The young woman, Li Xiaoxiao, looked up in shock at the sight of him and screamed, "Mom! Mom!" Li Jing came running out, shouting, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Then she saw Wei Ming. What the? How could Wei Ming possibly be here? How did you get in? Li Jing felt a chill spread through her body. Wei Ming's tone was icy. You encouraged Wang Chang to kill me. Now I'm here for revenge. A ghost? Li Jing's face turned ghostly pale, and a warm stream ran down her legs. She was so terrified she lost control of her bladder. How could a modern person be so frightened of a ghost? Shouldn't she be a materialist? But the way Wei Ming appeared so airily, without opening the door, wasn't he a ghost if not something worse? And it wasn't just that. Why was it so cold in here? She glanced at the air conditioner's display. The temperature read 18 degrees Celsius. Could a regular air conditioner lower the temperature so drastically in the middle of summer? Of course not. So, Wei Ming must be a ghost. That would explain the cold and the eerie mist in the room. In reality, Wei Ming had thrown large quantities of dry ice into the kitchen, rapidly cooling the air and creating the fog. Give me back my life. Wei Ming stretched out his hands and continued speaking in a haunting tone. Ah ah ah. Li Jing was completely terrified and ran to the balcony. Li Xiaoxiao, equally scared, followed her. But outside, acid rain was falling. Although the balcony had some shelter, there was no glass, and the wind blew raindroplets onto them. As Li Jing clung to the edge of the balcony, the acid rain hit her neck, causing her to flinch in pain. She instinctively tried to move away but lost her balance and toppled over the railing. Save! Before she could finish the word, Li Xiaoxiao reached out to grab her. However, Li Jing was slightly overweight, and Li Xiaoxiao lacked the strength. What happened next? Li Xiaoxiao was dragged over the railing too. Their terrified screams pierced the night, but from the 9th floor to the ground was only about 20 meters. Within seconds, there were 2 loud thuds as their bodies hit the ground. Even if they hadn't died from the fall, the acid rain would ensure a slow, agonizing death. There was no chance of survival. They were done for. Wei Ming was speechless. Though he hadn't planned to spare the mother and daughter, their demise in such a manner was beyond his expectations. Fine. The dead are gone, like extinguished lamps. All grudges are settled. Wei Ming teleported away. Even Conan himself wouldn't be able to crack this locked room murder case. Some neighbors were startled awake by the screams, but robbery and murder were no longer uncommon occurrences. They weren't even fazed so long as it didn't happen to them, they didn't care. And so, they went back to sleep, some even muttering complaints. Finally, it's cool enough at night to sleep, and you're screaming your heads off. Don't you have any decency? Wei Ming arrived at the parking garage. Taking a detour, he came across the Zhua family. 3 were locked in a cage, 1 was outside. Zhua Qingqing was animatedly talking to her parents about something. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that Zhua Fugui and the other 2 were nothing but corpses. Yet Zhua Qingqing was chatting and laughing with the 3 bodies. The scene was downright eerie. Wei Ming felt no emotion. In his previous life, this family of 4 had brutally murdered him. In this life, he sought vengeance. What was wrong with that? Should he repay evil with virtue and play the saint? Good heavens, he'd sooner hang himself with a rope. Wei Ming turned to leave. Zhua Qingqing? Let her fend for herself. Returning to the villa, Wei Ming thought how no one in the neighborhood would ever know how many people had died tonight. No, someone did know. Wang Chang. When Wei Ming flashed back in front of him, even this hardened thug let out a terrified scream. What are you? Are you human or a ghost? He roared. Wei Ming shrugged. Of course, I'm human. But you, with your black heart and ruthless ways, hardly deserve to be called one. You think you're any better? Wang Chang retorted. You've killed fewer people than me? My men were all slaughtered by you. And just now, didn't you kill Li Jing and her daughter? And you dare judge me? Wei Ming chuckled. I never pick fights unprovoked. It's always fools like you who come after me, forcing me to retaliate. Honestly, what does it matter whether you admit your guilt or not? Wang Chang's expression shifted wildly. Curiosity, fear, and defiance flickered across his face. How did you do it? Tell me. Tell me. Wei Ming had no intention of satisfying his curiosity. When he remained silent, Wang Chang suddenly sneered. Wei Ming, you think killing me and Li Jing will keep your secrets safe? Ha, I'm not as stupid as you think. Before coming here, I told one of my men everything. If I don't check in with him by the agreed time, he'll spread the news about your stash of supplies far and wide. Check the group chat now. I bet everyone's already talking about it. Wei Ming was mildly surprised. For someone who looked like a brute, Wang Chang had a surprisingly meticulous mind. He pulled out his phone and checked. Sure enough, the neighborhood group chat was buzzing. Although most residents were asleep, and participation was sparse, by tomorrow morning, it would undoubtedly be the talk of the day. Scrolling up through the messages, Wei Ming found it, a screenshot from a video. The image featured Lin Wanqiu and a table full of food, including delicacies like king crab and lobster. Ha! In the apocalypse, who could possibly enjoy such luxurious meals? Surely, he must have an even larger stash of supplies. Even if this had been Wei Ming's last supper, who would believe it? The group was already clamoring, demanding that Wei Ming stop being selfish and share his food. Otherwise, they threatened to band together against him for being so self-centered. See? Ha ha ha. Wang Chang laughed triumphantly. Even if you have me in your clutches, don't think you can enjoy your hoard in peace. Wei Ming glanced at him and couldn't help but laugh. You think,
If I were afraid of the people in this neighborhood, I would have sent that video to Li Jing in the first place? He shook his head. You think I didn't know she might screenshot it and spread it around? Ha, my game is way ahead of yours.
As he had said before, even if the entire neighborhood ganged up on him, he'd merely smirk.
Heh, this was getting interesting again. Wang Chang shuddered uncontrollably.
If everything was part of Wei Ming's calculation, then this man was terrifying beyond measure.
Then he stammered, no way. You're just pretending to stay calm. You don't want me to mock you. Think what you want.
Wei Ming shook his head, ignoring Wang Chang. He opened the basement door, went upstairs, locked it behind him, and leisurely headed to the third floor. By then, Song Qingyun and the other women had just about finished eating and were chatting. When they saw Wei Ming return, they all breathed a sigh of relief.
Although they had immense confidence in Wei Ming, any harm to him would spell disaster for them too. How could they not be worried?
Now that Wei Ming was back safe, they could finally relax.
Lin Wanqiu, ever curious, smirked and teased, Your Majesty, what just happened? Wei Ming smiled.
Some people cut the power to the villa, hoping to disable the security measures and break in. I took care of it, he said casually.
Lin Wanqiu pouted.
Tell us the details.
Hey, you're pouting, why do you have to bounce your chest while you're at it? Do you realize the consequences of teasing me like this? The absurdity continued until midnight.
The women returned to their rooms to rest. Wei Ming also went to his room, but having napped earlier, he was full of energy and unable to sleep. So, he pulled out his phone and started scrolling. To his surprise, many night owls were still active in various group chats.
The liveliest one was the fishing group.
These enthusiasts hadn't been able to fish for 7 days and were growing increasingly irritable. They were passionately discussing how to create super advanced materials to withstand acid rain.
To Wei Ming's amazement, some members of the group were genuine geniuses, talking about nanomaterials and other high-tech solutions that left him awestruck. Forget it, I'll sit this one out.
After browsing for a while, he switched to reading a novel. Finally feeling drowsy, he tossed his phone aside and drifted off to sleep.
The Apocalypse, Day 8. Early in the morning, the leaders of various factions formed a private group chat to discuss Wei Ming and his large stash of supplies.
We've got a lot of angry people demanding Wei Ming hand over his supplies so we can get through this together, Zhao Jihu said with a frown. As the first person to venture out and retrieve supplies, he had earned significant respect and was naturally elected as the leader of Building 13.
However, Zhao Jihu was a decent man.
He had always focused on leading his building to self-reliance by foraging for supplies and had never entertained the idea of robbing others.
His faction existed purely for mutual defense against potential threats.
Now, with the residents of Building 13 pressuring him to act against Wei Ming, he found himself in a difficult position. There were still a few good-hearted people in the group who echoed his concerns. On the other hand, Sun Dai, the leader of Building 1, was a different story. Before the apocalypse, Sun Dai had been a senior executive at a large company, known for his sharp wit and organizational skills. Naturally, when the community began dividing into factions, he became the leader of Building 1. Unlike Zhao Jihu, Sun Dai was ruthless and cunning, and even before the apocalypse, he had been notorious for exploiting his male subordinates, a common occurrence, as his preferences differed from the norm. Now, as they discussed how to deal with Wei Ming, Sun Dai was completely unmoved. In fact, he seemed rather eager. If he could capture Wei Ming, well, he had his own desires. He sent a voice message to the group.
There's no point in these sentimental remarks. Let's focus on how we can force Wei Ming to surrender.
As the old saying goes, water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. While we may hold positions of power now, mishandling this situation could cost us dearly. Alright, let me suggest something, offered Tu Lei, the leader of Building 3. The problem with getting Wei Ming to surrender is that his villa is like a fortress, impenetrable, like a turtle shell.
But what if we change our approach? Why bother breaking in when we can make Wei Ming come out on his own?
He paused for effect, then continued, right now, temperatures are nearing 60 degrees Celsius during the day. At night, it cools down enough to use air conditioning.
But what if they couldn't use air conditioning at night?
1 or 2 days might be bearable, but after 3 or 5 days?
Wouldn't Wei Ming have to come out and surrender?
Tu Lei grinned smugly. And to make that happen, all we need to do is cut power to the substation.
Genius. The leader's eyes lit up. Why had they been so fixated on breaking into Wei Ming's villa? A simple shift in perspective, and the solution became obvious.
However, someone pointed out, several buildings share the same substation as Villa 28.
If we cut the power, those buildings will also lose electricity. That's easy to solve, Tule said. We'll have the affected residents squeeze into other buildings for a few days. At most, it'll take 3 days before Wei Ming can't hold out anymore.
The group nodded in agreement.
Even Zhao Jihu, who is usually more restrained, didn't object.
In their eyes, sparing Wei Ming's life was already an act of mercy. Sun Dai chuckled.
As the saying goes, don't say you weren't warned.
We should first approach Wei Ming and give him a chance to cooperate. Let him know the consequences of refusing.
This is an open strategy, letting him stew in anxiety. The logic was sound.
If Wei Ming surrendered immediately, they wouldn't need to cut the power.
Add Wei Ming to the group.
An invitation was sent to Wei Ming, but it took him a full hour to join.
Why?
He was in bed, of course. Next to him, Lin Wanqiu was gently massaging his shoulders. Earlier, Wei Ming had played the role of a laborer, and now it was her turn to pamper him. A beauty like jade, full of allure. As Wei Ming admired Lin Wanqiu's mesmerizing charm, he finally opened the group chat and asked, "Why did you add me to this group?" "Hee, we hope you'll cooperate and hand over all your supplies so we can distribute them fairly," Sun Dai replied.
Wei Ming, distracted by Lin Wanqiu's soft hands, took his time responding. After 3 minutes, he typed, "Are you guys still dreaming?"
"Wei Ming, I admit your villa is like a turtle shell, difficult to breach from the outside.
But do you know what's truly terrifying right now?"
Sun Dai wasn't annoyed by Wei Ming's response. Instead, he sent another voice message.
"The heat. If we cut your power, how long do you think you can last in an oven?"
Tule chimed in, "Oh, and one more thing, we can always start a fire. There are plenty of cars in the garage.
We could collect gasoline, pour it on your walls, and light it up.
That would turn your place into a literal oven."
"How ruthless." Wei Ming chuckled. "I've noted your name. You'll be the first one I kill."
Tule wasn't fazed.
He laughed heartily. "I'd love to see you try."
Outside his villa, Wei Ming was just one man. Tule was eager to settle the matter quickly and seize Wei Ming's supplies.
Unlike Sun Dai, Tule's interests lay solely in women.
Having seen photos of Lin Wanqiu, he was determined to get his hands on her.
"All right," Wei Ming said, tossing his phone aside. "I'll deal with you tonight. More fun to be had."
He grinned, excitement bubbling within him. After all, staying cooped up in the villa all day, watching shows, reading novels, and admiring women could get a bit monotonous.
"They're planning to cut the power again?"
Lin Wanqiu glanced at the phone.
Wei Ming nodded. "Last time, Wang Chang and his group cut the power to break in.
This time, they've wised up and plan to cut it to force us out." Lin Wanqiu furrowed her delicate brows, clearly concerned. Wei Ming pulled her into his arms, savoring the luxurious softness of her figure.
"I've told you before, don't worry. I've got this." "But how will you handle it?"
Lin Wanqiu pressed. Though she could be coquettish, she was also sharp when it came to serious matters. "The villa uses ice to combat the heat, but ice still requires electricity to produce." Wei Ming quipped, "If the power's out, just plug it back in." Lin Wanqiu rolled her eyes.
"Is teasing me really that fun? Ha ha. Let's see what the others think." Wei Ming carried Lin Wanqiu out of the room.
In the living room, Song Qingyun and the others were either watching TV or working out. Despite Wei Ming and Lin Wanqiu strolling in unclothed, the women didn't react, completely accustomed to the sight.
Lin Wanqiu quickly nudged Wei Ming to put her down.
She then explained Sun Dai and the others' threat to cut the power. Hearing this, Song Qingyun and the others immediately stopped what they were doing and frowned.
"What do we do, Wei Ming?"
They all turned to him.
"What should we do?" Wei Ming grinned. "Just let it be." Seeing Wei Ming's relaxed demeanor and confident attitude, Song Qingyun and the others couldn't help but feel reassured. Since the apocalypse began, how many people had targeted their villa? But had anyone ever succeeded?
Naturally, this built a strong trust in Wei Ming. However, this time the situation was different. The attackers weren't trying to break into the villa, they were trying to force him out. This was a complete reversal of the usual offense and defense. Could Wei Ming still turn the situation to his advantage? They weren't entirely sure, and their hearts were unsettled.
Wei Ming burst into laughter. "Relax.
The villa has a generator, and we have plenty of energy reserves."
Phew!
The 5 women collectively breathed a sigh of relief.
With the generator, and if they used resources sparingly, they could hold out for a long time. And while their conditions wouldn't be ideal, those of others would be even worse. As long as they could endure, they would ultimately be the victors. Mi Xiaolu was incredulous. We're all from the same community. Why are they so ruthless? Big sister, this is the apocalypse. The apocalypse. Changya replied. Exactly. In the apocalypse, no act of treachery or cruelty was surprising. Wei Ming merely smiled. He had countless supplies at his disposal, leaving him entirely unbothered. Oh, right. He turned his gaze toward the neighboring villa. Both Villa 18 and Villa 28 were controlled by the same power station. While a power outage here wasn't an issue for him, how could Yu Chutong remain so calm under the circumstances? Were these people unwittingly driving Yu Chutong right into his arms? If so, he might as well thank them in advance. Seeing that Wei Ming had refused to surrender, Tu Lei and his group weren't overly disappointed. After all, people were like that, they wouldn't give up until they hit a dead end. We move tonight and cut the power. Make sure the affected buildings are prepared to relocate and coordinate with others for support. Understood. The leaders of various factions nodded in agreement. It was now the 8th day of the apocalypse, and the extreme heat had already caused many deaths in the neighborhood. The casualties were mostly among those in poor physical condition, though even some young adults, who had led sedentary lives, fared worse than the elderly or children. All buildings had suffered significant losses. Cutting the power would affect a few buildings, but the number of people impacted wasn't as large as it could have been. The group studied the neighborhood's layout and determined which buildings would lose power along with Villa 28. They instructed the residents of those buildings to move their remaining food out of their refrigerators and temporarily relocate, as power would be cut that night. Without electricity, the food in their fridges would spoil quickly, and elevators wouldn't work. For those living on higher floors, climbing down in this sweltering heat would likely lead to heat stroke. By evening, everything was in place. That night, a team moved out in rain gear, heading toward the power station. It wasn't far, and the door had already been broken open. They easily shut off the power. Immediately, Villas 28 and 18, along with 3 nearby buildings, went dark. Wei Ming, you brought this on yourself. Even at night, it's over 50 degrees. Let's see how you sleep through this. Give up already. If you wait too long, your phone's battery will die, and you won't even be able to surrender. And by the way, I'm still waiting for you to come and kill me. The faction leaders sent a flurry of messages in their group chat. The last message, of course, was from Tu Lei. Wei Ming couldn't be bothered to argue with them. No power? No rush to turn on the generator. Instead, he set up a candlelit dinner on the balcony. Under Wei Ming's instructions, the 5 women each donned kipayos. Their svelte, hourglass figures were on full display. Song Qingyun, Mi Xiaolu, and Chenya had slimmer builds, while Lin Wanqiu and Lu Qing exuded more voluptuous charm. Each presented a unique allure. What's for dinner? Hot pot. Ha! You cut off my power? I'll eat hot pot just to spite you. The hot pot wasn't electric but charcoal-fired, split into 2 broths, one a rich beef stock, the other a flavorful seafood base. Wei Ming took a sip and found them both delicious. Around the hot pot were various ingredients to dip, from wagyu beef and salted lamb to an array of seafood, everything one could imagine. The enticing aroma made the 5 women eagerly take their seats and dig in. Even though the indoor temperature was just 29 degrees, eating hot pot still caused a bit of sweat to bead on their foreheads. Wei Ming grabbed a few large basins, filled them with ice, and placed one by each woman's feet. The temperature dropped so much that they started to feel chilly and wondered if they should grab a jacket. As they were enjoying themselves, Yu Chutong stepped out of her villa. Seeing light coming from Wei Ming's direction, she paused in surprise. Then, realizing it was candlelight, she found it reasonable. Wait, reasonable? How was this normal? It was still 50 degrees out, and yet they were eating hot pot? Were they trying to hasten their deaths? Hold on. What was that by their feet? Ice. That explained it. The melting ice absorbed heat, instantly cooling the temperature. Those ice blocks must have been leftover stock from the freezer. With the power out, they would melt anyway, so they might as well use them. Was this some kind of last hurrah before death? Yu Chutong frowned and sent Wei Ming a voice message. Video calls were out of the question since they consumed too much battery. Even though she had a power bank, she needed to conserve energy. Why is the power out? Did you have something to do with this? She asked directly. Wei Ming calmly admitted, yep. Some people want to force me to surrender, so they cut off the power. Yu Chutong trembled with anger. Did that mean she had become collateral damage?
Wei Ming glanced toward her villa and smirked.
Don't feel like you're just collateral.
With a face like yours, there are plenty of men who'd want to drag you out, even if it weren't for me.
They'd all love to toy with you. Right now, it's just a coincidence. A convenient one.
Yu Chutong opened her mouth to scold him but closed it again.
He had a point.
She was smart enough to see the situation clearly. A woman as beautiful as her, without substantial strength, was destined to become someone's plaything.
Could she plead with Sun Dai and the others, claiming she had no connection to Wei Ming? Would that make them spare her? No.
She was exactly the kind of trophy these men dreamed of.
What's your plan? You're not just going to sit and wait to die, are you?
She pressed, hoping to provoke him into action.
Wei Ming smiled. If you want to come over, I'd be happy to take you in. Look, it's nice and cool here, and we're enjoying hot pot.
Lu Qing leaned in with a teasing smile.
Sixth sister, come on over. Sixth sister. Shang Yat echoed mischievously.
It was clear they relished mocking Yu Chutong's previously haughty demeanor.
Yu Chutong refused to yield. No matter how much ice you have, it'll all melt in a few hours once the power's out.
Let's see how optimistic you are then, Wei Ming. Yu Chutong stormed back into her room, fuming. She was hot and thirsty, but her supply of purified water had run out.
Left with no other choice, she drank red wine.
Before long, she was drunk, which turned out to be a blessing. She passed out on the floor. Yet, not long after, the heat woke her up again. The real problem was that alcohol made her body even warmer, worsening her suffering. Curled up on the floor, she couldn't hold back her tears. In that moment, thoughts of suicide crossed her mind. But her strong-willed nature refused to let her be defeated so easily. She wouldn't give in just yet, not without seeing what happened to Wei Ming and his group first.
The night dragged on. She drifted between fitful sleep and being jolted awake by the heat.
By the time morning arrived, she had 2 large, dark circles under her eyes. Despite knowing the parking garage might be cooler, she dared not leave her apartment. After all, there were surely people stationed outside to keep an eye on Wei Ming, preventing him from escaping to the garage to cool down. While she wasn't their primary target, with her stunning beauty, could she really expect men to let her go unharmed if they saw her? If this continued for 2 or 3 more days, she felt she might lose her mind.
Wei Ming, meanwhile, slept soundly. He hadn't bothered to deal with Tu Lei yet.
Even if Tu Lei thought Wei Ming was bluffing, he'd still take precautions. As the saying goes, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Wei Ming wasn't worried about a direct confrontation but was wary of being ambushed.
It was better to be cautious. What difference would it make to take Tu Lei's life one day later? Day 9 of the apocalypse.
Early in the morning, Tu Lei tagged Wei Ming in the group chat, mocking him.
Hey, I waited for you all night. Why didn't you show up? Wei Ming replied, I'm not interested in men. Tu Lei chuckled. You're all talk right now. But how long can you keep it up?
The sun's already rising, and the temperature is climbing again.
Wei Ming, how long can you endure?
Until I die of old age, probably. Wei Ming thought to himself, his expression cold. Tu Lei's foul mouth made him a prime target. And not just Tu Lei, every person involved in this plan would face retribution, sooner or later. No one who crossed him would walk away unscathed.
Wei Ming went down to the basement.
Wang Chang had been locked up for more than 24 hours, but as soon as Wei Ming entered, he discovered Wang Chang was already dead. He hadn't died of hunger, thirst, or heat exhaustion. He had bled to death. But why? His left hand had exploded. Where his hand should have been was now a gory hole, gruesome and shocking to behold. Wang Chang definitely wouldn't have smashed his own hand to pieces. He didn't have the courage, and even if he tried, it wouldn't look like this.
This seems more like an explosion?
Wei Ming pulled up the surveillance footage and saw that late last night, Wang Chang had suddenly let out a scream as blood gushed from his left hand. Within moments, he was dead. If I calculate the timing, it happened exactly 24 hours after his surgery. So, even though I can extend a person's body temporarily with the alternate space, it only lasts 24 hours and has severe side effects? Phew. Lucky I didn't experiment on myself. That seemed like the only reasonable explanation to him. Then, if I stabilize someone by bringing them back into the alternate space before 24 hours pass, could I refresh the effect indefinitely? I need a new test subject. Wei Ming cleaned up the scene, collecting Wang Chang's corpse along with the iron cage. The blood on the floor, however, was a bit of a hassle to scrub. With nothing better to do, he took his time cleaning it up. After finishing, Wei Ming returned to the first floor and had breakfast with Song Qingyun and the others. Once they were done, Song Qingyun blushed and quietly approached him. My relative's visit is over. Wei Ming was overjoyed. Sweeping her into his arms, he carried her upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. He could hardly wait to savor this rare delicacy. From morning until evening, neither Wei Ming nor Song Qingyun left the bedroom. This left Lin Wanqiu and the others muttering amongst themselves. As expected, Song Qingyun was Wei Ming's favorite. Look at how utterly smitten he was, he didn't even come out for lunch. It wasn't until nightfall that Wei Ming finally emerged, carrying Song Qingyun in his arms. By now, the stunning policewoman couldn't even lift a finger. Despite her regular workouts and impressive stamina, she was completely spent. What a beast! Doesn't he know how to take it easy? They've been at it all day. As Lin Wanqiu and the others teased, Song Qingyun's face turned bright red. She buried her head in Wei Ming's chest like an ostrich. Wei Ming, on the other hand, looked utterly satisfied. Song Qingyun truly was flawless. What was for dinner tonight? Barbecue. Wei Ming lit a grill on the balcony, using smokeless coal, of course. Otherwise, they'd all suffocate. As the barbecue sizzled, Yu Chutong appeared once again. She stared in disbelief at the flames flickering on her neighbor's balcony. In this heat, you're grilling? Are you trying to commit suicide by carbon monoxide poisoning? Wait, there's ice. How is this possible? She quickly sent Wei Ming a voice message. When he answered, her tone was sharp. How do you still have ice? It was in the freezer. I just took it out, Wei Ming replied with a grin. Ha! He had emptied glaciers at the poles. Even at this rate of use, the ice would last over 1 billion years. Yu Chutong felt like tearing her hair out. Don't make it sound so casual. The power's been out for over a day. At these temperatures, any ice would have melted long ago. How could you possibly still have any left? Wait. She realized she had overlooked something incredibly simple. You have so much water. Melted ice was just water. In this apocalyptic world, water meant life. It was unimaginably precious. And you're just letting it melt in basins? Her clean water supply was gone. For the past 2 days, she'd been drinking red wine to quench her thirst. Now, seeing the half-melted ice water, she couldn't help swallowing involuntarily. But her mouth was so dry she couldn't even produce saliva. At that moment, her willpower was put to the ultimate test. Her body screamed at her to surrender and claim the icy water that would save her from dehydration. But she was too proud. Surrender to Wei Ming? She couldn't do it. Not yet. Even if she didn't know why she was holding on, did she think enduring for a few more days would make the apocalypse go away? Wei Ming picked up a freshly grilled skewer of beef and devoured it in one bite. The juicy, perfectly marbled meat burst with flavor in his mouth, complemented by a blend of soul-stirring spices. He smacked his lips in satisfaction. Delicious. And what's barbecue without a cold cola? He took a sip. With the alternate space, he wasn't worried about obesity or unhealthy habits. The 5 women hesitated, tempted but cautious. Too much sugar, one murmured. Yeah, drinking it can means we'd have to work out for hours to burn off the calories, another added. Just a sip, then. As they debated over calories, Yu Chutong was practically green with envy. If you don't want it, give it to me. I don't care about gaining weight right now. Just then, a message popped up on Wei Ming's phone. Ready to surrender yet? The message was from Sun Dai. After a day and a night, Wei Ming should have had enough suffering, right? As a man with an unusual preference, Sun Dai had been particularly enthusiastic about this situation because he really wanted to conquer Wei Ming. It wasn't that Wei Ming was particularly handsome, it was because he was a tough nut to crack. Breaking someone like Wei Ming would give Sun Dai an immense sense of accomplishment. Wei Ming casually sent him a photo. When Sun Dai saw it, he could hardly believe his eyes. They were having a barbecue? Without air conditioning, the room temperature was at least 50 degrees. Then they added a grill to the mix. Are you all insane? However, Sun Dai narrowed his eyes. If Wei Ming was still barbecuing in these conditions, it meant he truly had an abundance of resources. Let's see how much longer you can keep this up, he muttered, not bothering to say more. Wei Ming tossed his phone aside.
He decided to act that night and take care of Tule. He couldn't let them keep the initiative indefinitely.
While he was content to use them as a distraction and wasn't in a rush to eliminate them all, that didn't mean he'd tolerate their provocations forever. He was playing them, not the other way around. Next door, Yu Chutong watched for a while before retreating to her villa in frustration. She couldn't keep watching. The more she did, the closer she came to surrendering to Wei Ming. Wei Ming, on the other hand, continued enjoying his barbecue. Sure, he had consumed quite a bit of food that day, but a little exercise later would burn it all off. They wrapped up dinner around 8 p.m. During the meal, the 5 women each showcased their talents. Some sang, others danced, and one even demonstrated martial arts. However, Song Qingyun, exhausted from the day's events, could only manage soft, feeble punches, which Lin Wanqiu and the other women mockingly dubbed the perpetrator's delight punch. Wei Ming was particularly fond of Song Qingyun. She was almost perfect, kind-hearted yet not naive, with a strong sense of justice but without the sanctimoniousness that demanded he go out and save the world. This blend of virtue and realism made her uniquely attractive to Wei Ming. Still, he decided to give her a break tonight. There was no rush, time was on their side. Wei Ming went to bed early and took a nap. At midnight, he quietly got up. He descended to the first floor and used teleportation to slip into Villa 18. If Yu Chutong had been in the living room, she would have been scared out of her wits. "You're not human, you're a ghost." Next, Wei Ming teleported to Villa 8 and then moved to the garage. From there, he observed the entrance to the basement of Villa 28, where a dozen people stood guard. "Heh, keep at it." Wei Ming quietly made his way to the first basement level of Building 3, strolling in without a care. He headed straight for the 14th floor. "Old Two's choice of floor is bad luck. 14 sounds like death in Chinese," he muttered. "Let's make it a reality. Apartment 1402. Wei Ming smirked. He had already checked the neighborhood chat group, and Tulei's username was 3-1402 Old 2. With another teleportation, he entered the apartment. He found him. In the master bedroom, thunderous snores filled the air. No one was in the other rooms. After ensuring there was no immediate danger, Wei Ming opened the master bedroom door and flicked on the light. On the bed were 2 people, a man and a woman. The man was Tulei, and the woman was a divorced resident of Building 3. After the catastrophe, she had been coerced into a relationship with Tulei and now lived with him willingly, her status elevated by his position as the building's leader. The sudden brightness startled the woman awake. She sat up abruptly, exposing her chest. Her figure was mediocre, and her slightly sagging curves failed to catch Wei Ming's interest. He glanced once before looking away. "There's an extra person in the room. How did you get in here?" she stammered, panic flashing across her face. She tried waking Tulei, but he was the type to sleep like the dead. No matter how much she shook or shoved him, his snoring continued unabated, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. Wei Ming chuckled. "Let me help." He pulled out a fruit knife, causing the woman to tumble off the bed in terror. "Be brother, please don't hurt me. If you want, I'll give it to you." "Not a chance." Wei Ming looked at her with disdain. "Why waste energy on you when I have Song Qingyun?" He approached Tulei and stabbed the knife into his arm. "Holy shit!" Tulei howled in pain, finally waking up. Wei Ming. His first reaction was disbelief. Was he dreaming? How could Wei Ming be here? But the searing pain and the blood flowing from his arm told him this was real. How did you get here?" Tulei stammered, alarmed. Wei Ming held a knife, while he was unarmed and half-naked, making him feel even more vulnerable. Wei Ming feigned surprise. "Didn't I promise to take your pathetic life? Or did you think I was the kind of person who doesn't keep his word?" While speaking, Tulei tried signaling the woman with his eyes, hoping she would help. He kept Wei Ming talking to distract him. "You're impressive," Tulei said, forcing a calm tone. There were 12 guards in the garage. "Did you kill them all?" Meanwhile, the woman had quietly opened a drawer and retrieved a dagger. "I'd advise against it," Wei Ming said, turning to her with a cold smile. She hesitated, gripping the dagger tightly. "Throw it to me." Tulei barked. Her resolve hardened. She threw the dagger not at Wei Ming, but at Tulei. Catching it, Tulei twirled it in his hand with a smug grin. "Perfect timing. I'll kill you here and now, Wei Ming. Then all your supplies will be mine." He lunged at Wei Ming, but before he could reach him, poof, Tulei vanished into thin air. The woman's eyes widened in shock. What just happened? Wei Ming smirked and stepped toward her. Terrified, she screamed and tried to run but disappeared after taking a single step.
Done.
Wei Ming left, retracing his steps without disturbing anyone. Back at home, he took a shower and went to bed, sleeping peacefully through the night. The next morning, at around 7 a.m., Wei Ming woke up to find Song Qingyun and the others already awake. Thanks to his foresight, all the doors were open, and they were bustling in the kitchen. When Wei Ming came to the dining room after freshening up, breakfast was ready. Their side enjoyed a warm and lively meal, while chaos erupted among Sun Dai's group. Tu Lei had disappeared. Along with Tu Lei, his mistress had also disappeared.
This baffled everyone.
It was impossible for Tu Lei to have run away from home, especially in this apocalyptic weather.
Where could he possibly go? Could Wei Ming have been responsible?
After all, Wei Ming had been threatening to kill Tu Lei just a few days ago.
The problem was, Wei Ming never left his villa.
The 12 guards stationed outside swore up and down that Wei Ming hadn't made an appearance.
Could he have gone through the front door?
While acid rain was deadly, it could be mitigated over short distances with proper rain gear.
But Tu Lei wasn't stupid. If Wei Ming had shown up at his door, would Tu Lei have happily let him in?
Furthermore, Tu Lei's front door showed no signs of forced entry. Unless Wei Ming had Tu Lei's house key, the only explanation was that Tu Lei had opened the door himself.
Neither of these possibilities seemed likely.
So, the situation became even more puzzling.
If Wei Ming wasn't behind it, then why had Tu Lei disappeared? Could it have been one of Tu Lei's subordinates?
Sun Dai proposed a different angle.
That's possible.
The group nodded as they considered the idea.
Who would willingly remain under someone else's thumb?
Especially in this kind of lawless society, where ruthlessness could quickly catapult someone to the top. Killing the leader to take their place didn't seem so far-fetched. If that were the case, the mystery wouldn't be so mysterious after all.
If one of Tu Lei's subordinates knocked on his door, wouldn't Tu Lei open it without hesitation?
But then a new question arose. There were no signs of a struggle in Tu Lei's home.
Given Tu Lei's notoriously violent nature, how could he have been overpowered without any resistance? Could someone have had a gun? Zhao Jihu suggested. If a gun had been pointed at Tu Lei, would he have dared to fight back?
That would explain the lack of a struggle. The group debated endlessly but couldn't reach a definitive conclusion.
Let's not focus on Tu Lei for now, Sun Dai said with a frown.
It's been 2 days, and Wei Ming still hasn't submitted.
My men are losing patience. And that's not all.
Foam Lily, the leader of Building 5, added. Our building has taken in a lot of people, and conflicts are breaking out constantly. If we don't restore power and send these people back soon, we're going to have an internal riot. Shen Yulong, the leader of Building 6, chimed in, the situation is becoming unbearable.
Let's be real, there's no running water, but we still need to eat, drink, and use the bathroom. Without water to flush toilets, our homes are turning into cesspits.
I suggest we not only deal with Wei Ming as quickly as possible but also come up with a solution to the sanitation problem.
Otherwise, everyone nodded in agreement. The sanitation issue is easy to address. We can collect acid rain. It's not safe to drink, but it's fine for flushing toilets. The main issue is Wei Ming. We'll have to go all out. Set fire to the villa.
The group collectively agreed. They hadn't wanted to resort to this, as setting a fire in their own neighborhood was risky.
What if it got out of control? Where could they possibly run?
The sun alone was deadly enough to kill them. But Wei Ming had held out for 2 days, and they were left with no choice but to play their trump card.
Action followed swiftly.
They headed to the garage, collected gasoline, and poured it all over the walls of Villa 28.
Wei Ming, this is your last chance.
Surrender now, or we'll set your villa on fire, Sun Dai said coldly. Wei Ming ignored them. He was busy admiring Song Qingyun's beautiful body and teasing her with a grin. I've been thoroughly inspecting you, and I realized you don't have a single mole on your body.
Lying lazily on the bed, Song Qingyun was completely spent.
She couldn't muster even a fraction of her strength to lift her eyelids.
Still, she asked softly, aren't you even a little worried? Your man is more capable than that, didn't you just experience that firsthand?
Wei Ming teased, nibbling on her ear. Unable to withstand the tickling sensation, Song Qingyun burst out laughing, her delicate figure trembling. The sight made Wei Ming's grin widen.
Why are you always so unserious?
Wei Ming laughed heartily.
Don't worry, just sit back and watch.
Outside, seeing no response from Wei Ming, Sun Dai and the others snorted.
Light it up. A lit cigarette butt was tossed onto the gasoline-soaked wall. Sparks flew, and with a whoosh, flames engulfed the wall. However, the wall was made of a special alloy, both durable and heat-resistant. The temperature from the burning gasoline wasn't nearly enough to melt or deform the metal. The heat merely accelerated the melting of the ice within the wall. Other than that, it had no effect. When Wei Ming had designed his safe house, he had anticipated the possibility of fire attacks. With Xiaobing's help, he had incorporated improvements, placing ice chambers within the walls. This not only made the setup more effective but also more aesthetically pleasing. As the flames raged, the ice melted rapidly, flowing into the basement. While the interior temperature initially rose slightly, Wei Ming replenished the ice through a spatial portal, stabilizing the villa's temperature. 28 degrees Celsius. In fact, it dropped by another degree. Oops, he'd added too much ice. No big deal. The 5 women stared at Wei Ming in shock. Someone had set fire to the villa, yet the temperature inside had dropped instead of rising? How is this possible? Yeah, tell us your secret. Their curiosity was insatiable. Wei Ming simply smiled. A master never reveals his tricks. Lin Wanqiu leaned into his embrace, her voice sultry. If you satisfy my curiosity, I'll let you do whatever you want. Those positions you've been asking for, I'll unlock them for you. Even Song Qingyun, driven by curiosity, offered to wear any outfit and roleplay with Wei Ming if he revealed his secret. Oh my. Just as Wei Ming was about to speak, a video call came through from Yu Chutong. Huh, this woman was actually willing to use video? Wasn't she worried about draining her battery? Wei Ming answered the call. Yu Chutong's weak, angry voice erupted. You're going to get me killed. Wei Ming, remember this, you owe me a life. She hadn't done anything to provoke him, yet she was suffering all the same. Her villa had lost power as well. Worse, with Sun Dai and his group setting fire to Villa 28, the heat had spread to her neighboring home. Even with the curtains drawn, her indoor temperature was over 50 degrees. With the added heat from the fire, it had soared past 60 degrees. I don't want to die like this. Yu Chutong cried, tears welling up but evaporating before they could fall. I hate you. I hate you. Wei Ming chuckled. So, are you ready to come over now? To die with you? Yu Chutong sneered. No, thanks. She froze, noticing how calm Wei Ming appeared. There wasn't a hint of distress on his face. Impossible. She shrieked. I'm melting over here, yet your temperature should be even higher. How is this possible? Wei Ming smiled warmly. Didn't I tell you? I have plenty of ice. Yu Chutong couldn't believe it. Even if Wei Ming had ice, shouldn't it have melted long ago without power? Yet, Wei Ming and the 5 women, including Song Qingyun, appeared completely calm, with no signs of suffering from the heat. In fact, Wei Ming even showed her the indoor temperature. 28 degrees. What? 28 degrees? Sixth sister, are you still refusing to surrender? Do you really want to turn into roast suckling pig? Lu Qing teased. Yu Chutong gave a bitter smile. She truly regretted her earlier choices. Before, she could have easily gone to Wei Ming's villa just a few steps through the underground garage. But now? Was the garage still an option? Of course not. Not only were people guarding it, but the raging fire outside made it impossible. Rushing through it would be suicidal. So, her only option was to traverse above ground. But the sunlight carried lethal radiation. She would need 100% protection, ensuring no rays touched her skin. Otherwise, the unbearable pain would overwhelm her, and she'd panic, exposing herself to even more sunlight, ultimately burning to death. And then there was the heat. With no alternative, Yu Chutong armored herself in heavy clothing despite the stifling temperature, nearly passing out from the heat. Her will to survive kept her going. She opened her door, grabbed an umbrella, and briskly made her way toward Wei Ming's villa. Covered head to toe in heavy layers and running in the sweltering heat, she was soon drenched in sweat, her body overheating even more. But she was getting closer to the villa. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. The door opened. She rushed inside, dropping her umbrella outside, but she no longer cared. Her body couldn't take it anymore, and she collapsed unconscious. Wei Ming caught her just in time and immediately started removing her clothes. It wasn't out of lust, he was trying to prevent her from overheating to death. Stripping her down to just her undergarments, Wei Ming finally stopped and carefully fed her sips of purified water.
The cool liquid trickling down her throat woke Yu Chutong. She greedily drank more, clutching at the water bottle. Wei Ming mischievously pulled the bottle away and took a big gulp himself, puffing his cheeks without swallowing. Yu Chutong was sharp enough to understand what he was implying. She had already resigned herself to her fate the moment she crossed over. The few sips of water had only made her thirstier. Without hesitation, she leaned forward and kissed him, drawing the water from his mouth. She continued to drink greedily, taking the water he offered her this way until she had consumed 2 bottles and finally regained her strength. Sixth sister. Welcome, sixth sister. Hee hee, little sixth. Lu Qing and the other women teased her endlessly, while Song Qingyun, though kind, didn't step in to stop them. Yu Chutong could only endure the humiliation with a red face. After all, hadn't she looked down on them only days ago, mocking each of them? And now, hadn't she come begging at their door? The prouder she had been, the harder it hit her now. Wei Ming laughed heartily and patted her shoulder. Go take a shower. Thanks to the people outside, the water's hot and ready to use. What? Yu Chutong stared at him in disbelief. You're using precious clean water for showers? She had been on the verge of dying from thirst. Wei Ming shrugged. If you don't shower, I'll start to dislike you. You stink. No matter how beautiful a woman was, 7 or 8 days without a bath would make anyone unbearable. Yu Chutong hesitated. She had avoided using water for anything unnecessary, focusing solely on survival. Yet, Wei Ming acted as if clean water was an inexhaustible resource. Her resolve wavered. Someone who loved beauty as much as Yu Chutong couldn't stand being dirty and smelly. But survival still took precedence. She headed to the basement to bathe, where the melted ice had pooled. In a few moments, she stripped completely and stepped into the tub. Clean water flowed steadily from the faucet. The moment she immersed herself in the water, Yu Chutong burst into tears, overwhelmed. She had thought she would never get to bathe again in her lifetime. To her surprise, she had expected Wei Ming, a self-proclaimed lecher, to barge in and take advantage of her. She had resigned herself to letting him do as he pleased. But Wei Ming didn't enter. After more than half an hour, Yu Chutong reluctantly got out of the tub. Drain the water, Wei Ming's voice called out casually. Yu Chutong stared at him in shock. This water is just dirty, not contaminated. It can be filtered for drinking. Or at least used for washing clothes or flushing toilets. Just drain it. Wei Ming smiled. We're not short on water. Yu Chutong hesitated, then reluctantly pulled the plug. As she listened to the water draining away, she felt a pang of guilt and regret. Suddenly, she froze and let out a startled scream. You were watching me? Of course, Wei Ming replied with a grin. This is my house. Of course, I have to keep an eye on you. What if you tried to steal something? That's not the point. You were watching me bathe. Yu Chutong wanted to get angry but ultimately let it go. Now that she was here, what pride did she have left to cling to? Her life was in Wei Ming's hands. If he told her to leave, would she agree? In the apocalypse, this was the most livable place she'd ever encountered. Having seen Wei Ming's abundant resources, she knew she could never leave now. The taste of luxury made the thought of deprivation unbearable. She would pay any price to stay here. Her pride, dignity, and principles had been shattered by these 9 days of the apocalypse. Especially during the fire at her villa, she had truly believed her fate was to be reduced to a dried corpse. In comparison, what were her high ideals worth now? Don't put that dress back on, it reeks, Wei Ming said, stopping her from putting on her old Chanel gown. It might have been a luxury item before the apocalypse, but now it was just a dirty rag. Then what am I supposed to wear? Yu Chutong asked in embarrassment, her voice rising. Did he want her to walk around naked? Sure, she had looked down on them before, but did he really need to humiliate her like this? Wei Ming smirked. Tell me your height, weight, and measurements. I'll get you something. You already saw everything, didn't you? Yu Chutong growled through clenched teeth. He was obviously doing this on purpose. But when Wei Ming didn't respond, she relented. Height, 172 centimeters, weight, 49 kilograms. Measurements, 34D-22-33. Impressive, Wei Ming thought, letting out a whistle. This woman truly had a devilish figure. A 22-inch waist, the same as Song Qingyun's, but at 172 centimeters, she was 2 centimeters taller. He pulled clothes of the corresponding size from his spatial dimension and brought them to the basement, placing them on a hanger. Covering herself with her hands, Yu Chutong glared at him.
Are you going to just stand there and watch? Yup. Wei Ming nodded unapologetically. Could Yu Chutong refuse? If she could, why would she even come here? As a female CEO, she was decisive. If resistance was futile, the best choice was to comply.
It was like being at a business dinner. When a subordinate offered her a drink, she could take it or leave it. But when an important client made a toast, unless she was willing to lose the deal, she had no choice but to drink. Now was no different. Except, this deal concerned her survival, leaving her no room to refuse. Besides, hadn't Wei Ming already seen everything? He could have easily taken her completely if he wanted. Reluctantly, she grabbed the clothes and hurriedly put them on. But as she dressed, she realized something was off. These are so tight. Why? Because they were clearly one size too small. Still, what choice did she have? Not wear anything? After struggling to get dressed, she looked down and immediately blushed. This was ridiculous. Her chest was so compressed that the two mountains seemed to be pressed tightly against each other. Didn't you ask for my size? Yu Chutong snapped irritably. I did. Wei Ming grinned. Otherwise, how could I have picked the perfect size to make it just a little smaller? As expected, he had done it on purpose. Yu Chutong fumed silently, but at least she was now wearing her undergarments. She quickly put on the dress as well, feeling a slight sense of security. However, after glancing at herself in the mirror, she grimaced. A wicked stepmother dress? This was too much. Way too much. Her usual style was that of a cold, high-powered female executive, and now she was wearing a dress straight out of a fairy tale villain's wardrobe. You look great. Wei Ming clapped, genuinely impressed. To be fair, Yu Chutong's looks and figure were easily a 9 out of 10, so she could pull off almost anything. But seeing her in the stepmother dress scratched a certain itch in Wei Ming's mind, one of quirky amusement. Let's eat. The two of them headed to the first floor. That was quick. Lin Wanqiu raised an eyebrow. Husband, have you been staying up late too much? Is your stamina suffering? Wei Ming froze for a moment before realizing what she meant. He playfully swatted her backside. You dirty-minded woman. I was just bringing her some clothes, nothing else happened. Oh. The five women, including Song Qingyun, nodded in unison, their expressions saying they didn't believe him at all. You've got to be kidding me. Sure, Wei Ming loved beautiful women and had been interested in Yu Chutong for a while, but he had principles. If he were so desperate, he could have teleported into her villa earlier and taken her by force. Could she have stopped him? Even now, with her willingly coming to him, starving, thirsty, her lips cracked, and sporting dark circles under her eyes like a panda, how could he even think of touching her in this state? No, he would take his time. Such a treasure deserved to be savored slowly. Of course, this patience was built on the fact that he had already tasted the finest. When he had first brought Song Qingyun back, there had been no holding back. Ugh, let's not go there. In short, Wei Ming had learned to pace himself. Having had fine food before, he could afford to be patient now. The five women, however, didn't dare mock him too much. After a few teasing remarks, they headed to the kitchen to continue preparing the meal. Yu Chutong, eager to prove herself, followed to help, but she was quickly shooed out. They said I was just getting in the way, Yu Chutong said with a wounded expression. Coming from a wealthy family, she had never stepped foot in a kitchen before. Even something as simple as chopping vegetables might have ended with her cutting her fingers. Her presence in the kitchen was more of a hindrance than a help. Wei Ming chuckled. Looks like you're only good for eating ready-made meals. Since you can't help in the kitchen, why don't you come serve me instead? How do I serve you? Yu Chutong asked, surprisingly cooperative. Under normal circumstances, anyone making such a suggestion to her would have earned a slap in the face. Massage my legs and shoulders. Can you do that? Wei Ming asked. I can, she replied quickly, moving over to help him. Over an hour later, the other women finished preparing the meal and brought out dish after dish. Outside, the blazing heat and roaring fire made the world seem like an inferno. But inside, it was cool and refreshing. It was like two entirely different worlds. Wei Ming, how much longer can we keep this up? Song Qingyun asked seriously after taking a few bites. Yeah, Lin Wanqiu added. The villa can only hold so many supplies. Even if you've hidden a lot, there's a limit, especially with more people joining us. Lu Cheng, Michelu, and Changya all looked at Wei Ming with anxious eyes. They were well aware of their position. They weren't as beautiful as Song Qingyun or Lin Wanqiu. Moreover, they were all divorced, making them second-hand goods compared to the original models. Deep down, they feared that their presence here was driven partly by Wei Ming's desire for revenge or to fill a temporary void. If resources truly ran out, food or water, would they be the first to be cast out? They would rather die than face that. Yu Chutong, still new to the group, was more curious than anything else. How could Wei Ming have so many supplies? The ice alone was baffling. After 2 days of no power, shouldn't all the ice have melted? In truth, the 5 women had been wondering the same thing but had kept it to themselves. However, as the days passed and the power outage continued, their curiosity grew uncontrollable. How could Wei Ming still have so much ice? Wei Ming simply smiled. All you need to know is that as long as I'm here, you won't have to worry about food or water. For now, he had no intention of revealing his secret. When would he share it? Not until the internet was gone. Wei Ming needed to ensure that his secret couldn't spread. Once society regressed to a primitive state where transportation meant walking and communication meant shouting, he could safely disclose his secret, knowing it wouldn't reach far. If, however, one of these women boasted about his wealth, revealing that he had a dimensional space filled with endless supplies, wouldn't it attract countless enemies? And what if someone sent a missile his way? Sure, he could escape to his dimension in the nick of time and wait for the blast to pass, but would the enemy give him that chance? Even if warned, could he react faster than the missile's terminal velocity? He couldn't dodge bullets, let alone missiles. For now, his secret was safe unless the person learning it was guaranteed to die. In this lawless apocalypse, there were no rules, morals, or order. Why draw unnecessary attention? Seeing that Wei Ming wouldn't answer, the women had no choice but to drop the matter. His reassurance, though vague, gave them a sliver of comfort. Let's eat, Wei Ming said with a grin. After lunch, Wei Ming still wasn't in a hurry to enjoy Yu Chutong. There was no need to rush. In fact, he didn't take advantage of her at all, instead spending time being affectionate with Song Qingyun. Among the women, Song Qingyun was his favorite. That said, it was just like, not love. Love? He wasn't even sure he knew what love was anymore. He only knew how to act on his desires. When he had just made Song Qingyun his woman, he had been incredibly gentle with her. Seeing this, Lin Wanqiu and the others felt pangs of jealousy. However, they didn't dare show it to Song Qingyun, instead resolving inwardly to work harder when it was their turn to win Wei Ming's affection. Yu Chutong observed all of this silently, letting out a quiet sigh. Wei Ming had complete control over these women. A simple strategy had ensured they would never form an alliance, leaving them competing to please him instead. Would she end up becoming one of them? She smiled bitterly. While Wei Ming's villa was filled with spring-like warmth and laughter, the people outside were enduring torment. Even in the underground garage, temperatures had risen to over 45 degrees during the day. With the added effect of the fire, it had now reached over 50 degrees. It was hardly any cooler than indoors, and the lingering smell of smoke from the fire was overpowering, enough to make people feel dizzy after prolonged exposure. This ordeal had already lasted more than a day and a night. And Wei Ming still hadn't surrendered. Could he already be dead? Phone Lily suggested in the group chat for the building leaders. I don't know. Him and ask, someone replied. Wei Ming, are you dead yet? Before long, Wei Ming responded with a photo. It showed him and the 6 women dining together, all smiling at the camera as if it were a cheerful corporate retreat. Some even made playful peace signs. What the fuck? Seeing the photo, the building leaders were torn between anger and despair. It had been 2 days without power and an entire day of fire, yet Wei Ming and his group seemed completely unfazed. Their table was piled with food, and each person had either a glass of iced cola or water. The photo was clear, and it was undeniable that both the cola and water had ice cubes in them. You've been without power for 2 days, your villa has been on fire for a full day, and you still have ice cubes? The leaders found this impossible to comprehend. Could he have a generator? Sun Dai frowned. Probably, Chen Yulong agreed. Otherwise, how could he still be making ice cubes? So, what now? Are we just going to wait until his generator runs out of fuel? The group fell silent, each of them furrowing their brows. What should they do? What could they do? Let's just give up. We can't keep wasting time and energy on him, Zhao Jihu finally said. We should focus on gathering supplies. Fighting Wei Ming is just draining us for no reason. Sun Dai's face darkened with displeasure. We've already spent 2 days on this, and now you want to give up?
Son, we've spent 2 days without making any progress.
I don't know about your people, but mine are on the verge of mutiny, said Qin Chang, the leader of Building 7, his face etched with worry.
He wasn't alone. Many other leaders felt the same way. How had they become leaders in the first place?
Some had been respected figures, like building managers before the apocalypse.
Others had risen to power through strength and intimidation, like Tu Lei.
But the constant threat of Zhang Shi's forces had forced building residents to band together and appoint someone to lead them. Their positions were inherently unstable.
As long as things went smoothly, they were fine.
But the moment they faced setbacks, people's loyalty wavered, and they started considering a change in leadership.
Naturally, none of them wanted to lose their positions. Power was intoxicating even in the apocalypse. Are you all really giving up? Sun Dai asked coldly. Most of them stayed silent, but silence was often its own answer. Fine, fine, fine. You can all give up, but I won't. Sun Dai snapped.
And let me make one thing clear, if I get my hands on Wei Ming's supplies, none of you will get a share. The others merely smiled faintly in response. Sun Dai huffed, tossing his phone aside. He was determined to conquer Wei Ming. His plan was simple: keep the fire burning and station men in the underground garage to watch for any movement. Meanwhile, Zhao Jihu and the others sent messages to Wei Ming, offering a truce. Although the wording varied, the sentiment was the same: we won't target you anymore. Let's live and let live. Why were they trying to make peace? Because anyone who had gone against Wei Ming before had ended up dead. The most notable example was Zhang Shi.
Looking back, Zhang Shi had been thoroughly outmaneuvered and destroyed by Wei Ming.
So, having decided to stop fighting, they wanted to ease Wei Ming's hostility toward them.
Wei Ming glanced at their messages and couldn't help but chuckle. When you wanted to attack me, you didn't hesitate. Now that you've failed, you expect me to forgive and forget with a simple truce? Your egos are astonishing. Wei Ming didn't bother responding harshly.
From the moment they had ganged up on him, their fates were sealed. However, he wasn't in a hurry to kill them all just yet. For one, he enjoyed taking his time, and for another, the internet was still up. If someone filmed his methods, like using spatial portals or teleportation, it would raise too many questions.
And if someone launched a missile at him, why take unnecessary risks? Having already died once, Wei Ming cherished his life even more. So, these people could wait. There was no rush. Still, it seems someone hasn't given up.
I'll start with him, Wei Ming muttered with a cold smile. As night fell, Wei Ming started his generator, lighting up the entire villa. He wasn't worried about fuel consumption. He had stockpiled unimaginable amounts during 4 months of free shopping abroad. From the high-rises, Zhao Jihu and the others could see the illuminated villa and couldn't help but exclaim, so he really does have a generator.
No wonder he could keep making ice. What puzzled them, though, was why they couldn't do the same. They also had electricity. Why couldn't they produce ice in bulk to cool their homes? Clack! At that very moment, the entire neighborhood went dark. Who pulled the switch at the power station again? That was everyone's first thought.
But those living on higher floors only needed to look out their windows to realize something far worse. The entire city was blacked out, save for the faint glow of the moon in the sky. A wave of despair swept through everyone's hearts. The power was out. Not just for one household, one building, or even the neighborhood, it was the entire city. It's over. In this kind of heat, how can we survive without electricity? Amidst the darkness, however, Wei Ming's villa remained brightly lit. He still had power. This immediately stirred the hearts of everyone watching. They had to get into Wei Ming's villa. Electricity meant air conditioning, an escape from the unbearable heat, and the chance to sleep peacefully. Without needing any orders, people began gathering at the garage. Sun Dai's men, who had been keeping the fire burning with gasoline, were forcibly stopped. With eyes blazing with desperation, people armed themselves with hammers, crowbars, and other tools. They were going to force their way into the villa. Faced with such a flood of people, would Sun Dai's men dare to stop them? Bang! 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 The crowd began hammering on the front gate. Even though it was made of alloy steel, so what? If even the legendary foolish old man could move mountains, couldn't this group of people break down a single iron gate with enough effort? The loud noise startled Wei Ming and the 6 women, who were enjoying dinner. They hadn't been paying attention to the situation outside, so they hadn't realized the power was out. When they checked their phones, they discovered there was no signal. With no electricity, the cell towers were down. Even if their phones still had battery life, without satellite phones, they couldn't make calls or send messages.
The internet? Also gone.
Their phones had become useless devices, good only for taking photos or watching previously downloaded videos.
The power's out, Yu Chutong remarked dryly.
Electricity symbolized the remnants of civilization. Now, with the power cut, it felt as though humanity's last light had been extinguished. Tomorrow, the sun would rise as always, but the regression of civilization was now inevitable.
Don't underestimate the importance of a single light bulb. As long as light shone, the darkness in people's hearts could still be held at bay. But once even that faint light was gone, what kind of chaos would engulf the world? By tonight, how many horrific, worldview-shattering crimes would occur?
In Chidong City, Wei Ming's illuminated villa stood out like a beacon, naturally attracting all the darkness in the neighborhood. Every resident in the community now had one thought: storm the villa, seize its electricity, its light, and its cool shelter. The expressions of Song Qing-yun and the other women darkened as well. Before, they had still held a glimmer of hope in the power of the state, believing the disaster would eventually pass. But now, the blackout had shattered their illusions, leaving them feeling crushed.
This was truly the apocalypse, a hopeless, lightless apocalypse.
Seeing the 6 women trembling with fear, Wei Ming laughed.
What are you afraid of? Don't you still have me? The women looked up at him.
In the face of such desperation, his confidence was infectious and slightly reassuring, but only slightly. As they had worried earlier in the day, survival required resources, and the villa was only so big.
How much could it hold?
This was an undeniable reality.
Wei Ming smiled.
During the day, he had been planning to wait for the network to go down before revealing some of his secrets. He hadn't expected the power to fail so quickly, taking the internet with it.
Fine, time to put their minds at ease. Aren't you curious about how much I've stockpiled? He asked.
The 6 women perked up a little.
Not much, but a little. Wei Ming didn't mind.
He continued, when the polar ice cap suddenly disappeared, I don't know whether it was due to changes in the Earth's magnetic field or something else, but I gained a special ability.
An ability?
The women stared at him.
Is this a sci-fi movie?
No, sci-fi wouldn't call it an ability, this sounded more like a fantasy plot.
Wei Ming nodded.
I call it spatial manipulation. With that, he reached out and placed his hand on the table. Instantly, a basket of waxberries appeared. The 6 women stood up in unison, staring at him and the basket in shock, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Wei Ming casually explained, I discovered I had a spatial storage ability.
It's huge. After the polar ice caps vanished, I had a premonition that a major disaster was coming.
So, I began fortifying this villa into a safe house and stockpiling supplies. Lu Qing suddenly realized something. You once told me you went to the US and went on a $0 shopping spree.
You weren't joking. Wei Ming smiled. Exactly.
I traveled from South America all the way north, collecting supplies along the way.
How much did I gather? Let's just say it's worth hundreds of billions.
At first, the 6 women were stunned. Then, as the reality sank in, their faces lit up with joy, and they erupted into cheers. Lin Wanqiu threw herself into his arms, kissing him passionately. Her heart was racing, overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude.
Wei Ming, take me,
she whispered seductively, her eyes brimming with desire.
I want you to take me right now. I get that you're excited, but does that really mean we need to? Well, maybe it does. It wasn't until after 10 p.m. that Wei Ming and the 6 women returned to the dining table to continue their dinner. What about the cold food?
With a wave of his hand, Wei Ming sent the leftovers into his spatial storage and replaced them with a fresh table of dishes.
Straight from a luxury hotel. Even though the women had heard about his ability, witnessing it in action left them in awe. It's a good thing you had a sense of urgency, Yu Chuton remarked.
Otherwise, even with such a warehouse, it wouldn't have been much use without preparation. Now, she had no regrets about coming here. Maybe the continuation of human civilization depends on us, Lin Wanqiu said with a hint of hope.
The others laughed. Just the 7 of them? 1 man and 6 women? Even if they could keep having children, what about the next generation? Inbreeding? Not a chance. The survival of humanity couldn't rely on just them. Wei Ming shook his head. Don't worry. Humanity is too resilient to be wiped out by a disaster like this.
I'm sure the government has established large-scale shelters. When the polar ice caps melted, the top scientists probably moved in. With our country's grain reserves, Feeding a small population for a few centuries shouldn't be an issue. What concerned him more was the possibility of these shelters turning into personal fiefdoms for ambitious individuals once social order collapsed. Forget it, Wei Ming thought. As long as I protect my own turf, that's all that matters. Why had he kept such a low profile? To avoid being noticed not by the people in the community, but by those who might be in large-scale shelters. He was certain those shelters, if they existed, would have full facilities, including security personnel and even military forces. And if they had military capabilities, there could be fighter jets and missiles. Given enough time, scientists might even develop special tires to withstand the extreme daytime heat, allowing the shelter's forces to expand outward. But that was a problem for the future. Wei Ming didn't want to provoke such powers, but that didn't mean he was afraid of them. If they pushed him too far, he wouldn't hesitate to fight back. He might even destroy a shelter if necessary, though it would undoubtedly put him in great danger as well. So, he preferred to keep his secrets hidden and avoid crossing paths with anyone unnecessarily. Meanwhile, the noise outside continued unabated. Wei Ming was growing annoyed. While the people outside couldn't possibly break through his defenses, the constant racket was grating on his nerves. Without hesitation, he activated the electric grid. Ah! The people hammering at the wall screamed in unison, their bodies convulsing. Some were so terrified they lost control of their bladders. Electricity! There's electricity! The others were confused. Wasn't electricity normal? After all, it was the reason they were trying to break into this villa in the first place. But soon, they understood. The electricity wasn't inside the villa, it was on the gate itself. Touching it sent jolts through their bodies, numbing them to their very souls. What the hell are we supposed to do now? No one dared to keep hitting the gate. Metal was the only material sturdy enough for the job, but it conducted electricity. What could they possibly do? Absolutely nothing. When brute force failed, many in the crowd resorted to begging. Wei Ming, it's too hot out here. Let me in for just a little while, just a little while. I haven't had a sip of water in over a day. Please, just give me a bit of water. These were the pleas of desperation. Others tried flattery, or even offered themselves in servitude. Wei Ming, let me stay in your villa, and I'll be your loyal dog. Whoever you want me to fight, I'll fight. From today, you're my boss. If you want me to kill someone, just say the word. These were mostly men, the tougher, more ruthless ones. And, of course, some women tried seduction. Wei Ming, let me in, and I'll be your woman. Pick me. I'm prettier. Even Zhao Cixi, the arrogant daughter of Aunt Chang, who once claimed she had millions of men to choose from, had lost her haughtiness. She now stood before the cameras, trying to flatter Wei Ming. But they all misunderstood. The surveillance cameras had long since been destroyed by the fire. Wei Ming couldn't see or hear any of their desperate pleas. And so, this farcical display continued until midnight, when exhaustion, hunger, and thirst finally forced the crowd to disperse. What now? They went home to sleep. Of course, people like Zhao Jihu and his group took their teams out to scavenge for resources. In times like these, you can only rely on yourself. Self-sufficiency was the only way to survive. Even beauty was no guarantee of food or water. Not every man was like Wei Ming, with an abundance of resources. Another night passed. Day 11 of the apocalypse. Thanks to the disappearance of the polar ice caps, most families had stockpiled food. However, few had prepared by storing water. For the residents of Qidong City, the biggest issue wasn't food, it was drinkable water. What could they do? When people are desperate, they get creative. Some had begun collecting acid rain and attempting to distill it. While drinking it caused stomach pains, it at least staved off immediate dehydration. Meanwhile, Zhao Jihu's team returned from a night of scavenging with even worse news. The nearby convenience stores and small supermarkets had been stripped bare. If they wanted more supplies, they would have to travel farther to larger supermarkets. The problem? How? During the day? The extreme heat made it impossible to travel in protective gear. Even if they weren't killed by radiation, the heat would cause dehydration and heatstroke, leaving them dead on the roadside. At night? While the temperature dropped slightly, the distance was too great. Acid rain could easily penetrate raincoats and kill them. Transportation was essential. They decided that tonight, they would attempt to use vehicles, even if it meant risking blown tires. Otherwise, they would just have to wait to die. Wei Ming, meanwhile, was surprised when another group attempted to set his villa on fire. Four masked individuals arrived, each carrying bottles filled with freshly collected gasoline. Although Wei Ming wasn't particularly afraid of fire, he saw no reason to keep enduring attacks without retaliation. And so, he opened the door to the basement and stepped outside. Seeing Wei Ming emerge, the four attackers froze in shock. Wei Ming? Kill him. Take his villa. Go for it. Ha ha ha. Their hesitation quickly gave way to excitement as they rushed toward him. Bang! 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 But they stood no chance. In just a few moves, Wei Ming had taken them all down. They lay on the ground, groaning in pain. Firstly, Wei Ming's physical strength was at the peak of human capability. Secondly, these attackers were malnourished, dehydrated, and sleep-deprived. Their bodies were weak, making them easy prey despite their numbers. Wei Ming's expression turned cold as he picked up the gasoline and poured it over the four men. "Who sent you?" he asked, holding a lighter in his hand. "As Sun Dai," they stammered, trembling as they knelt before him. "Please, Wei Ming, spare us. We were just following orders. I swear, from now on, we'll cut ties with Sun Dai and never listen to him again." "Yes, yes. We promise." Wei Ming chuckled darkly. "Weren't you all so bold just now? Planning to kill me and steal my villa? Why are you cowards now? I have no respect for people like you." With that, he tossed the lighter. "Run!" The four men screamed in terror and tried to flee, but the lighter had already ignited the gasoline. Boom! The flames engulfed them in an instant, one by one, as they flailed and screamed in agony. Moments later, their charred bodies fell to the ground, lifeless. Wei Ming showed no sympathy. They had come with gasoline to burn down his home. Why should he feel any compassion? Sun Dai, is it? Wei Ming smirked. "Tonight, it's your turn." The basement reeked of gasoline after burning for over a day. The stench was unbearable, even though it was cooler there. No one could stand being in it. Wei Ming didn't linger outside either. After handling the situation, he returned to the villa, locked the door, and activated the air purifier. He had even stockpiled oxygen, ensuring he was prepared for any extreme scenarios. Outside, the heat was unbearable, and the air was filled with acrid fumes. Inside the villa, however, it was like a pleasant early summer day. The temperature was just right, and wearing a short-sleeved shirt felt perfect, not too hot, not too cold. Wei Ming's next target was Yu Chuton. After a night of rest and recovery, Yu Chuton's body was once again soft and supple, her energy restored. It was time to harvest. Wei Ming had said he wanted to take things slowly, but in the end? There was no slowing down with a woman like Yu Chuton. She was simply extraordinary. Wei Ming looked at her sleeping figure, her flawless back smooth under his hand. She didn't stir, completely exhausted. It couldn't be helped, his demands were unrelenting, and Yu Chuton, inexperienced as she was, had no chance of keeping up. If it weren't for this apocalypse, would he have ever been able to have someone like her? Of course not. A stunning beauty like this would have been far beyond his reach, someone he could only admire from a distance. I should be thankful for this apocalypse. Without it, even someone like Zuo Qingqing could dangle me along like a dog licking her boots. But now? A woman of this caliber. He chuckled darkly. Of course, it wasn't just the apocalypse. His abundance of resources was the deciding factor. Without them, would even Song Qingyun have stayed by his side? And now? Even if he told them to leave, would they dare? At noon, Wei Ming and the 6 women gathered for a meal. Since he had already revealed the secret of his spatial storage ability, he allowed them to request dishes anything they wanted. Whether it was international cuisine or local specialties, Wei Ming could provide it all. Fruits? He had every kind imaginable in endless quantities, enough to last multiple lifetimes. The 6 women finally felt fully reassured and developed an intense dependence on Wei Ming. If anything happened to him, they'd be doomed. With this understanding, their loyalty to Wei Ming deepened, and they became even more eager to please him. Wei Ming didn't care whether their feelings were genuine. All he wanted was to enjoy their attentions. Still, if he had to rank their loyalty, Song Qingyun would come first. As a former law enforcement officer, she still held on to some semblance of goodness and a desire for justice, even in this dystopian world. As for Lu Qing, Mi Xiaolu, and the others? Their selfishness was apparent. It was no wonder Wei Ming favored Song Qingyun, it was an undeniable fact. But favoritism only went so far. If Song Qingyun ever asked him to help others? She'd be thrown out on the streets, no matter how perfect she was. In the apocalypse, the greatest enemy was a bleeding heart saint on your side. In the afternoon, the 7 of them sat on the balcony, sipping tea. Though the sunlight outside carried lethal radiation, it was easily managed by drawing the curtains. Since the sunlight came from a single direction, they only needed to block one side. Suddenly, Wei Ming caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he followed the movement downward. Bang! A loud crash echoed from a nearby building. Song Qingyun and the others stood up in alarm. Below Building 14, a body lay sprawled on the ground. Blood gushed from its broken form, and its internal organs were likely crushed. It was a woman, completely naked, her body covered in bruises and wounds. She had clearly endured horrific abuse. Though sunlight seared her exposed flesh, she didn't scream. Her lifeless eyes stared blankly, and after a final bloody cough, she went still. Did she jump to escape? Someone asked. But Song Qingyun shook her head firmly. No one would jump like that without clothing. And look at her body, it's covered in marks. She must have. She sighed deeply before continuing, she must have been assaulted. She likely took advantage of a moment of carelessness to jump and end her suffering. Though she didn't say it outright, the extent of the injuries suggested she had been attacked by multiple people. Yu Chutong and the others fell silent, their faces pale. The neighborhood had already descended into chaos, but yesterday's blackout had plunged it into new depths of depravity. Human decency had been completely extinguished, while primal savagery was unleashed in the darkness. This is just the beginning, Wei Ming said coldly. As long as the apocalypse persisted, scenes like this would only multiply. In times of chaos and turmoil, survival was a luxury. And this wasn't just chaos, this was the end of the world. With no laws or moral constraints, evil and savagery would only grow stronger, consuming everything. It was grim news. Though the 6 women had all the food and water they needed, witnessing the moral collapse of the world left them deeply shaken. Suddenly, Wei Ming's phone emitted a sharp alarm. He glanced at it and saw a notification from the basement's surveillance system. Someone was at the entrance. After the previous night's events, Wei Ming had replaced the damaged cameras. The screen showed 4 men standing at the entrance. Wei Ming thought for a moment before heading to the basement and activating the intercom. What do you want? A man stepped forward and said, Wei Ming, why don't we have a chat? I'm Sun Dai. So, you're the bastard behind all this. Wei Ming's eyes narrowed as he replied, no need to chat. Say what you came to say and leave. Sun Dai frowned but quickly forced a smile. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. You have supplies, and I have people. Together, we could take over this entire neighborhood. You've seen it yourself, since the blackout began, at least 100 people have died. This world is in complete chaos now. You like women, don't you? Lucky for you, I prefer men. We don't have any conflicts. If we work together, you can have your pick of the women here. Hell, go ahead and keep 10 of them if you want. As for me, he chuckled darkly. I only want the strong, handsome men. Think it over. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. You're into men? That's unexpected. He chuckled and said, Sun Dai, you're quite something. Everyone else gave up, but you still sent people to set my place on fire. What's wrong? Did losing 4 men scare you into coming here to talk? As I said, there are no eternal enemies, Sun Dai repeated. Save it. I'm petty. Once someone becomes my enemy, they stay my enemy, Wei Ming replied coolly. Sun Dai's smile disappeared. Why make things difficult? Because I can, Wei Ming shot back. Sun Dai shook his head in disappointment. I was going to offer you a gift, but it seems. He snapped his fingers, and a woman was pushed into view. Dressed only in underwear, her pale skin was fully exposed. Though her face was gaunt with fear, her beauty was undeniable. While she wasn't as stunning as Lu Qing, she was still striking. Her only flaw was her modest chest, a B-cup at most. Wei Ming would rate her an 8 out of 10. This was supposed to be my gift to you, Sun Dai said with a sinister grin. Her husband is already mine. I thought we could share me with him, and you with her. Wouldn't that be fun? But alas. He pulled out a small knife and slashed her throat. Blood sprayed as the woman clutched her neck, desperately trying to stem the flow. But it was futile. She collapsed, convulsing briefly before going still. Even Sun Dai's men shivered at the sight, but Sun Dai casually wiped the blade clean on one of their shirts and put it away as if nothing had happened. What a waste, he muttered coldly. Let's go.
With that, he turned and left.
Sun Dai was ruthless and merciless.
If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a lingering threat.
A cold smirk played at the corners of Wei Ming's lips.
That man won't live to see the sun tomorrow.
He had declared Sun Dai's death sentence, though he didn't think much of it. Dealing with him was a trivial matter. For now, he relaxed and indulged in gaming. Playing alone was boring, so he roped Yu Chutong and the other 5 women into playing with him. They played a fighting game, and Wei Ming easily defeated all the others except Song Qingyun, against whom he couldn't win a single match.
How is this woman so good at games?
As night fell and the final rays of the sunset faded, the temperature began to drop slightly. But even at night, the heat lingered at 40 degrees Celsius 104 degrees Fahrenheit, more than enough to cause heatstroke. Without power, every household was suffering through a grueling ordeal, a veritable torment.
Wei Ming didn't rush to deal with Sun Dai.
Instead, he ate dinner, relaxed, and played until nearly midnight.
Time to act.
Even though the power was out and he could walk out of his house without being seen, Wei Ming chose to move through the neighboring houses, eventually reaching the underground garage.
He donned a pair of night vision goggles, rendering the darkness irrelevant. With the elevator out of service, climbing the stairs was his only option. Sun Dai lived on the 8th floor, not too high.
As he climbed, Wei Ming mused to himself, "It would be nice if I could see in the dark."
Wait a minute. My ability is spatial manipulation. Shouldn't I be able to develop related skills, like spatial detection?
The thought intrigued him, though he wasn't sure how to execute it. While inside the alternate space, he was omnipotent, but outside of it, his powers were limited.
How do I make it work?
By the time his musings concluded, he had already reached the 8th floor.
Forget it. First, let's deal with Sun Dai.
With a flicker of motion, Wei Ming entered Sun Dai's apartment. He quickly located the bedroom and Sun Dai, sleeping soundly.
Good. He's alone. Wei Ming exhaled in relief.
The man's proclivities for other men made him uneasy. If he'd walked in to find Sun Dai cuddled up with another man, he might have been too disgusted to function for days. Wei Ming approached the bed and struck Sun Dai with a single punch, knocking him unconscious.
He had no intention of killing Sun Dai outright.
There were experiments he wanted to conduct.
Time to head back.
Using his spatial powers, Wei Ming transported Sun Dai to his villa, applying his usual technique of keeping him in the alternate space for no more than 50 seconds at a time. By alternating between the space and reality, he easily brought Sun Dai back without harm. This confirmed an important detail: while living beings would die if left in the alternate space for over a minute, the time didn't accumulate.
In total, he spent over 8 minutes in the space on the way back. But since I kept pulling him out, he's still alive.
Once home, Wei Ming opened the front door and tied a rope around Sun Dai's waist before tossing him outside.
Bang! The impact jolted Sun Dai awake.
Before he could fully grasp what was happening, he let out a blood-curdling scream. Acid rain had begun to fall.
Aya! Sun Dai wailed, writhing on the ground in agony. Wei Ming let him suffer for 3 seconds before dragging him back inside.
In those brief moments, the acid rain had already destroyed Sun Dai's eyes, leaving him blind. Had he still been able to see, it wasn't clear whether he would curse Wei Ming or beg for mercy.
Smirking, Wei Ming tossed Sun Dai back into the alternate space. Time to get to work.
Within moments, Wei Ming manipulated the space to heal Sun Dai's injuries. When he reappeared, Sun Dai fell to the ground, his body restored.
Wei Ming.
Sun Dai stammered, his voice filled with disbelief. He began patting himself down frantically.
What? There's nothing wrong with me. Not a single injury. This must be a dream. There's no other explanation.
Moments ago, his body had been ravaged by acid rain, his eyes destroyed. Yet now, he felt no pain, and his vision had returned. Wei Ming said nothing, merely giving Sun Dai a hard kick, sending him flying back outside.
Aha!
Sun Dai screamed as the acid rain burned his skin once again.
After 5 seconds, Wei Ming pulled him back inside.
Then, repeating the cycle, he tossed Sun Dai into the alternate space for an instant and brought him back fully healed.
This time, Sun Dai couldn't dismiss the experience as a dream.
The excruciating pain he had just endured was far too real.
What did you do to me?
Sun Dai asked, his voice trembling with terror. Wei Ming ignored him, muttering to himself instead, "As I thought, the alternate space can heal any injury caused by acid rain.
The question is, can it also heal damage caused by solar radiation? And, is the healing permanent? Or does it only last for 24 hours? I'll find out tomorrow. Yawning, Wei Ming closed the door.
The brief opening had let in a wave of hot air, raising the temperature on the first floor by several degrees.
Grabbing Sun Dai by the collar, Wei Ming dragged him to the basement.
Sun Dai struggled violently, but his resistance was futile.
Wei Ming's strength was unparalleled, at least 3 or 4 men would be needed to overpower him. Sun Dai, an office-bound schemer, didn't stand a chance. Schemer?
No, this guy was more of a predator. Wei Ming locked Sun Dai in the iron cage that had once held Wang Chang.
Wei Ming! Wei Ming!
Sun Dai screamed at the top of his lungs, but as soon as the basement door shut, his cries were completely muffled.
The villa's soundproofing was impeccable.
Back in his room, Wei Ming locked the door and went to bed, though his mind was still racing with thoughts.
If the alternate space can heal damage from acid rain or even solar radiation, wouldn't that mean I could move freely outside?
All I'd have to do was retreat into the space whenever I get hurt, heal instantly, and repeat the process.
But that would be excruciating.
Then another thought struck him: if my body is continuously damaged and healed, could I develop an immunity to acid rain or solar radiation?
If that's possible, would it be worth enduring the pain to achieve it? Let's see if Sun Dai survives first, Wei Ming decided. For now, I'm going to sleep.
The 12th day of the apocalypse. At dawn, Wei Ming retrieved Sun Dai from the basement, brought him to the front door, and shoved him outside. As this happened, Sun Dai, still defiant, snarled, "Wei Ming, I know your secret now.
If you don't want me to expose it, half of this villa will have to be mine."
This guy must have lost his mind.
How did he end up like this after just one night?
Wei Ming ignored Sun Dai's absurd demand and instead kicked him out of the villa.
Ah!
Sun Dai screamed in pain. Since Wei Ming's villa was in the front row of the complex, people might have heard Sun Dai's cries, but they definitely couldn't see him. Wei Ming let Sun Dai bake in the scorching sunlight for a few seconds before pulling him back inside and tossing him into the interdimensional space for treatment. Once healed, he dragged him back to the underground cage.
Let's see if he survives tonight.
At the moment, Sun Dai's injuries had all been treated, even his old ailments had been cured.
He was now as healthy as a perfectly normal person.
Coupled with the villa's pleasant temperature, there was no logical reason for him to die suddenly. If he did, it would mean the aftereffects of the interdimensional treatment were fatal.
Hopefully, that wouldn't be the case.
Wei Ming left the basement and opened the doors to the other floors.
Soon enough, Song Qingyun and the other women came downstairs for breakfast.
Sitting at a table surrounded by 6 beauties, Wei Ming couldn't help but feel a strong sense of accomplishment.
Afternoon leisure.
After a hearty lunch, the group indulged in fresh fruit.
It's a pity there's no swimming pool, Lin Wanqiu lamented as she savored her snack.
I used to be on my university's swim team.
Wei Ming couldn't agree more. A swimming pool with 6 mermaids frolicking in the water? What a scene that would be.
It was feasible, given his resources, but maintaining a pool at the right temperature in the current environment was challenging.
Without proper insulation, constant replenishment of ice would be required to keep the water cool.
While Wei Ming had an abundance of ice, the effort to maintain it seemed impractical for now. He noted the idea for future consideration.
A ruthless plan.
Since Sun Dai had already been subdued, Wei Ming turned his thoughts to the other so-called leaders. They'd tried to kill him and steal his resources.
Should he just let them off? Not a chance.
He grabbed a loudspeaker, opened the window, and adjusted the volume to maximum.
Attention, dear neighbors. I'm offering a reward for capturing some people. Whether they're alive or dead doesn't matter.
Deliver them to me, and I'll give you 5 boxes of water, 5 pounds of meat, and 50 pounds of rice per person.
Now, here are the names.
Listen carefully. He proceeded to read out the names of those in the leaders group, including Feng Lily, Chen Yulong, Qin Chang, and Zhao Jihu.
Got it? I'll repeat it twice more. After announcing the names, he closed the window with a smirk. It's going to be lively tonight.
He turned to the women.
Was I too harsh?
Lu Qing was the first to scoff.
Harsh?
They cut our power and set fires. If we'd been forced out, first, all our supplies would have been stolen.
Second, we women, well, you can imagine the rest. Chengya added bitterly, we'd become their playthings, and Wei Ming would have been beaten to death. Mi Xiaolu nodded emphatically. Exactly.
Even Lin Wanqiu, who had barely escaped being captured when she first arrived, agreed.
People have become truly wicked.
Only Yu Chutong stayed quiet, merely nodding in acknowledgement. As a privileged heiress, she had long stopped caring about the lives of ordinary people.
Song Qing-yun, however, appeared conflicted.
Her principles as a former law enforcement officer were at odds with the brutality of Wei Ming's actions. But she also recognized the grim reality: if the villa had been breached, she too would have faced unspeakable horrors.
Although her ideals were shaken, she didn't oppose Wei Ming's plan.
Wei Ming was pleased with their reactions.
Even Song Qingyun wasn't so naive as to object to his measures. Well then, let's sit back and watch the show. The village erupts. Wei Ming's announcement caused a stir across the entire complex.
Currently, clean water was the most precious resource.
Wei Ming's offer of 5 boxes of purified water was enough to make many people desperate.
Small groups began forming, holding clandestine discussions. If Wei Ming really gives us that much, I'm in, even if it means killing.
Same here.
My wife and kids are dying of thirst.
But what if he's lying to us?
His supplies are massive, that much is certain. The question is whether he'll honor his promise.
That's easy to solve.
We deliver the targets to him and wait for the reward. If he keeps his word, we hand them over.
If not, we let them go. Sounds fair. Conversations like this were happening everywhere.
Desperation had driven people to the brink. Wei Ming's generous reward was enough to make them willing to betray anyone, even their so-called leaders.
Loyalty?
What a joke. These leaders were appointed out of fear of Zhang Shi, the brutal enforcer who previously terrorized the neighborhood. They hadn't earned their positions through merit.
Betraying them?
No one felt the slightest guilt. Wei Ming didn't care about what the people in the neighborhood thought. In fact, even if the bounty proved ineffective, it didn't matter, he could always take care of things personally. It would just mean a few extra trips. Now, his focus was on Sun Dai. Late at night, Wei Ming stationed himself by the iron cage, keeping a close eye on Sun Dai. He wanted to observe if there would be any unexpected side effects, perhaps even sudden death. Wei Ming, with your incredible abilities, you should join forces with me. Sun Dai, utterly clueless about his impending doom, tried to persuade him. You've got the strength, I've got the brains.
Together, we'd be an unstoppable team. Besides, I like men, so there's no conflict of interest between us. Wei Ming sighed.
Maybe he should remove Sun Dai's tongue.
The man really shouldn't be allowed to speak.
Alright, let's see what happens after 24 hours, Wei Ming murmured, his gaze fixed on the clock.
30 minutes left. 10 minutes. 1 minute. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Exactly 24 hours. Wei Ming observed Sun Dai closely. The man was still full of energy, showing no signs of imminent death. So, it seems like I'm only restoring injuries, not altering bodily structures, and that's why they don't die suddenly? Wei Ming pondered.
The next moment, he sent Sun Dai into the spatial dimension. This time, it was for modifications.
In less than a second, Sun Dai reappeared in the cage.
Because no time passed in the spatial dimension, he had no idea he'd even been gone. When Sun Dai opened his mouth to speak, no sound came out.
Where's my tongue?
Panic-stricken, Sun Dai began to tremble uncontrollably, cold sweat pouring down his face.
Wei Ming tossed some food and water into the cage.
The floor beneath it was lined with a plastic sheet. No matter how much Sun Dai struggled, Wei Ming could simply bundle up the sheet and dispose of it.
A lesson learned from his earlier experience with Wang Chang.
This is much better, Wei Ming said with a smile before leaving. Sun Dai could only stare after him, his eyes filled with terror.
This wasn't a man. This was a demon. How had he ended up provoking a demon? Wei Ming returned to his room, intending to sleep.
But after staying up so late, he no longer felt drowsy.
Whose room should I visit for some fun? He mused.
Taking out a dice, he assigned numbers based on the women's order of arrival at the villa.
1 for Lu Qing. 2 for Mi Xiaolu. And 6 for Yu Chuton. He rolled the dice. 6. Wei Ming chuckled. Looks like you're the lucky one tonight, Yu Chuton. With a smirk, he entered Yu Chuton's room. An hour later, Wei Ming returned to his own room, locked the door, and finally got some sleep. By early morning, however, Yu Chuton was visibly suffering. The dark circles under her eyes were worse than ever. She was the type who found it nearly impossible to fall back asleep once woken. After tossing and turning for hours and mentally counting tens of thousands of sheep, she finally gave up, glaring at Wei Ming with exasperation. Wei Ming, thick-skinned as ever, responded with a faint smile. Not long after, someone knocked on the basement door. Visitors. Wei Ming checked the surveillance footage to find 5 men escorting a captive. He headed to the basement, switched on the corridor lights, and said, "Speak." One of the men spoke up, "Here's Chen Yulong, the one you wanted." "Proof?" Wei Ming asked. The man pulled out an ID card, holding it high for the cameras to capture. Wei Ming zoomed in on the high-definition feed. The name on the ID matched Chen Yulong, and the photo resembled the man they'd brought. "All right," Wei Ming said. "Step back. I'll prepare the payment. Once you push him over, we'll trade." The men agreed and moved back. Wei Ming deliberately waited a moment before bringing out the promised supplies. He stepped back a few paces and said, "Send him over." Knowing Wei Ming's reputation for ruthlessness after what happened to Wang Chang and Zhang Shi, and the mysterious disappearances of Tu Lei and Sun Dai, they didn't dare play any tricks. Once the exchange was completed, the men left in a hurry. Wei Ming dragged Chen Yulong into the basement. He grinned darkly. "Another test subject. You wanted my life and my supplies? You'll pay for that dearly." Chen Yulong struggled, but his hands were tied, and a cloth gagged his mouth. All he could manage were muffled protests. Wei Ming chuckled coldly. Pressing a hand down, he sent Chen Yulong into the spatial dimension. "Make yourself useful before you die." When Chen Yulong reappeared in his second cage, Wei Ming noticed that his tongue remained intact. The cloth gag was still in place. Wei Ming returned upstairs and opened a window. Using a loudspeaker, he called out, "Dear neighbors, someone has already delivered Chen Yulong and received their payment. Those who haven't acted yet, better hurry. If you're too slow, the rewards will go to someone else." He repeated the announcement twice before closing the window. Soon, another group arrived, delivering Qin Chang alive. 20 minutes later, another leader was sent over, this time, as a corpse, likely beaten to death while resisting capture. Wei Ming didn't mind. A dead body wasn't useful for experiments, but it was still one less problem to deal with. Throughout the night, the exchanges continued. Every so often, another person, alive or dead, was brought to the villa in exchange for supplies. Ironically, this only enhanced Wei Ming's reputation in the neighborhood. Words like trustworthy and generous started being associated with him, creating an absurdly positive image. By morning, there were 7 cages in the basement, holding 7 live captives. Of the 24 bosses in the neighborhood, only 5 remained unaccounted for. By noon, 3 more were delivered dead. That left just 2, Zhao Jihu and Feng Lily. What surprised Wei Ming was that even by midday, neither of them had been captured or killed. At night, hiding was understandable. But why hadn't anyone found them in broad daylight? Wei Ming paid 5 bottles of water for information and got his answers. Zhao Jihu had solidified his leadership by regularly taking his group out at night to gather supplies, earning immense loyalty. His followers understood that while Wei Ming's rewards might solve immediate problems, Zhao Jihu offered a sustainable future. As for Feng Lily, it wasn't respect that kept her safe, it was her cunning. She had 8 loyal men willing to fight and die for her, making her untouchable. Wei Ming smiled faintly. "That's fine. If the bounty doesn't work on them, I'll handle it myself." He had made a promise, no one who targeted him would live. He'd take care of it. At night. Building 5. Feng Lily's expression was grim. Under Wei Ming's bounty, her power had instantly evaporated. Once able to command around 200 households, roughly 500 people, she now had only 8 loyal followers left. Feng Lily was a stunning beauty and had been the top hostess at the Golden Ocean KTV before the apocalypse. Her sweet-talking skills could charm men into willingly parting with their money, and her other talents in managing men were unmatched. Many of her clients not only returned to see her repeatedly but even extreme cases left their wives to marry her or simply to spend every day with her. As a KTV hostess, she naturally never had the habit of stockpiling food. However, with her looks and body, she quickly captured the loyalty of a group of men, turning them into her obedient lackeys. The remarkable thing was that these simps even knew about one another but refrained from fighting. Instead, they coexisted peacefully under her rule. This woman was undeniably impressive. However, Wei Ming's bounty had caused most of her followers to abandon her, leaving only 8 die-hard loyalists. These 8 men had fought tooth and nail to protect her, otherwise, she would have already been dragged off to Wei Ming to claim the reward. Now, she had become like a rat in the gutter, hunted by all. Anytime she appeared, people would swarm her, eager to trade her for the bounty. Hiding in the house was still relatively safe since, at this point, there was nowhere to go anyway. But to survive, one still needed food and water. How was she supposed to solve that problem now? Previously, an entire building's worth of people had supported her, but now? It was enough to make her want to scream. Damn you, Wei Ming! She spat, seething with regret. Why had she targeted Wei Ming in the first place? If she hadn't, would he have even had the chance to issue the bounty? If he dared, it would have drawn even more people to try and take him down. Now that the group had disbanded, it was impossible to manage a team. After Zhang Shi's death, the entire neighborhood had lost its cohesion. Even if someone quit one faction, no one would come after them, it wasn't worth the effort. Everyone was broke and struggling. Who would bother with robberies now?
Wei Ming held all the resources. Worse, his villa was like a turtle's shell, impenetrable. He was personally so strong that many had already fallen at his hands. At this point, no one dared to challenge him. Instead, they acted like dogs, scrambling for any scraps he threw their way. How could anyone turn against him in such a situation? So what now? Sit and wait to die? Phone Lily had considered using her charms to seduce Wei Ming and make him her puppet. But she knew that his villa already housed 6 beauties, 3 of whom were far more attractive than her, while the other 3 were at least her equals. What advantage did she have? None. She lacked confidence. Wei Ming was ruthless. If she walked into his lair, the result wouldn't be her seduction of him, it would be her death. She couldn't risk it. Phone Lily paced back and forth in the room, oblivious to the arrival of night. Lily! One of her followers suddenly called out. Annoyed, she snapped, "What is it?" "There's a car. Someone's driving a car into the neighborhood." "What?" Phone Lily rushed to the window and looked out. Sure enough, a strange vehicle was slowly driving in. The tires were blown, so it moved at a crawl, and the iron wheels, lacking any shock absorption, caused the car to jolt violently as it moved. The car headed straight for a residential building, ramming into the lobby and coming to a stop, wedged in place. Phone Lily couldn't help but wonder who was in the car and what their purpose might be. Han Zhengyuan climbed out through the shattered windshield. Behind him, a group of burly men followed. Most were shirtless with bald heads, their muscular bodies covered in tattoos across their backs, chests, and arms. They were prisoners. Since the apocalypse, prison management had become increasingly lax. That evening, under Han Zhengyuan's leadership, the group successfully staged a breakout. Even more troubling, they had obtained guns. Woohoo! Finally escaped that hellhole. Haha, this whole neighborhood is ours now. Boys, get everyone out here and let them meet their new boss. Han Zhengyuan waved his hand, and the 24 escaped convicts split into groups of 5, going door to door. If anyone refused to open up, they smashed the door. If anyone resisted, they fired. Bang! 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 Gunshots echoed nonstop, forcing people to come out of their homes and gather in the underground parking garage for a meeting. The garage was the only place in the neighborhood that could hold several thousand people at once, though by now, the neighborhood's population had dwindled to just a few thousand. Half an hour later, everyone from the neighborhood had been herded into the garage, including Phone Lily and Zhao Jihu, but not Wei Ming. Is everyone here? Han Zhengyuan asked casually. Boss, there's one villa we couldn't get into. It'll take some time, one of his men reported. Han Zhengyuan didn't care. Forget it. Let's start. Folks, this will be a quick meeting. The agenda is simple, starting now, we're your new bosses. You listen to us. If not. He toyed with his gun before aiming at someone and pulling the trigger. Bang! The victim's head exploded like a watermelon. Before his imprisonment, Han Zhengyuan had been a hunter and had even made his own shotguns illegally. His aim was deadly accurate. Instantly, the women screamed in terror, and the men froze, too afraid to make a sound. These men were ruthless. The person they just shot hadn't even done anything, he was merely used as an example. Han Zhengyuan was satisfied with the fear in their eyes. Now, everyone, go back to your homes and bring all your food and water here. If anyone tries to hide anything, bang! Another shot rang out, and another innocent person dropped dead. Han Zhengyuan blew on the smoking barrel of his gun and grumbled, "It's too damn hot." Just 2 shots, and the gun's already burning. The residents had never encountered criminals this brutal. They immediately gave in and went home to fetch their food and water. When they returned to the garage, Han Zhengyuan issued another order. All men will live in buildings 1 through 5. All women will move to buildings 10 through 15. And no one is allowed to close their doors at any time. Otherwise, He waved his gun menacingly, and the crowd cowered in fear.
Ha 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 ha. Han Zhengyuan and his gang burst into laughter. Alright, men, off you go. The single men didn't care and left.
But husbands and fathers hesitated, casting worried glances back at their wives and daughters.
Still, with 24 armed men watching, who dared resist?
In no time, the men were gone.
Han Zhengyuan turned to the women, a lecherous grin on his face. Let's assign you all to your rooms, shall we? Han Zhengyuan divided the women in the community into two groups.
It was easy to see that one group was made up of younger, relatively attractive women, while the other group consisted of the older or less appealing ones. Unsurprisingly, there were fewer beautiful women, so Han Zhengyuan directed the younger, prettier women to move into Building 10. The rest of the women were sent to other buildings.
After the women were dismissed, Han Zhengyuan sneered. Kill everyone who isn't in Building 10. No need to waste food and water on them.
Understood, boss.
10 men immediately left to carry out his orders.
It was going to be a busy night of mass murder.
Let's go. Time to relax. After being locked up for so many years, even those old hags out there are starting to look like Diaochan. Han Zhengyuan laughed as he headed toward Building 10. Boss. Two subordinates ran over. One of the villa's doors won't break down, no matter what we do.
Oh? Han Zhengyuan paused, then waved dismissively.
Forget it for now.
The brothers are tired.
Leave 2 on watch. The rest of us are heading to Building 10 for some real fun.
Hell yeah!
Let's go! Can't wait.
The group shouted gleefully as they marched toward Building 10. As the leader, Han Zhengyuan naturally reserved the Flower Queen for himself.
That queen was none other than Phone Lily. But Phone Lily, being a professional hostess, didn't care about things like this.
When Han Zhengyuan approached her, not only did she cooperate, but she was also exceedingly proactive and enthusiastic, ensuring he thoroughly enjoyed himself.
Damn, you're wild!
He exclaimed, breathless.
Phone Lily grinned, her face full of charm. I'm only like this for you, boss. Around others, I'm ice cold and untouchable.
She then deliberately straightened her face, adopting a haughty, aloof demeanor. Han Zhengyuan glanced at her and burst into laughter. You really do look like one of those rich women who used to sneer at me when I worked as a security guard.
But now, who dares look down on me? Phone Lily smiled coyly. Exactly. Whoever has a gun now is the king.
Satisfied with her cleverness, and impressed by her skills, Han Zhengyuan was beginning to grow fond of her.
After some thought, he asked, Do you know who lives in that villa? Phone Lily nodded quickly. Of course I do.
Without hesitation, she continued, the owner is named Wei Ming. He's turned his villa into a steel fortress and has a massive stockpile of supplies. Oh, and he's got 6 beautiful women living with him. She proceeded to recount everything she knew about Wei Ming's activities in recent days. From her perspective, Wei Ming was just someone with decent combat skills who relied on his fortified villa to fend off intruders.
Han Zhengyuan's interest was piqued. Wei Ming had already distributed over 100 boxes of water and thousands of pounds of rice as bounties? And he had 6 beauties?
Phone Lily's phone still had a sliver of battery left. She showed him a group photo Wei Ming had posted in the community chat, featuring himself with Yu Chutong and the other 5 women.
Damn, they're gorgeous. Han Zhengyuan hissed through his teeth.
3 of them were on par with Phone Lily in terms of beauty, and the other 3 were even more stunning.
A steel fortress? Han Zhengyuan sneered.
I don't care if it's a fortress.
A lion like me can chew through any turtle shell. Boss, when you break into the villa, can I kill Wei Ming myself? Phone Lily asked, her voice dripping with venom. You got the guts? Han Zhengyuan raised an eyebrow. Phone Lily's face twisted with hatred. That bastard put a bounty on my head.
I want to tear him apart.
Han Zhengyuan roared with laughter. Fine. You can handle him. Thank you, boss.
Let me show you my gratitude properly, Phone Lily cooed. While Phone Lily willingly aligned herself with the villains, not every woman was so compliant. That night, Building 10 was filled with the sounds of screaming, crying, and anguish. Meanwhile, starting from Building 11, the remaining women were forced at gunpoint to run into the acid rain.
One by one, they fell.
Some tried to resist, but after a few gunshots, the others scrambled to escape, hoping to flee the neighborhood and find safety. It was a futile effort. By morning, the area in front of Buildings 11 through 15 was littered with bones. Acid rain had dissolved their flesh overnight. Compared to these true monsters, Zhang Shi and his ilk seemed like child's play. In the morning, Han Zhangyuan ordered his men to gather all the remaining men in the community into the underground garage. There, he assigned them a task. Take apart the fuel tanks from all the vehicles here. Boss, what are you planning to do? Feng Lily asked curiously. Without a hint of shame, Han Zhangyuan openly groped her and chuckled. That guy's so-called fortress? Let's see if it can withstand an explosion. He intended to turn the fuel tanks into makeshift bombs, essentially creating a series of grenades. Feng Lily gasped. But what if the explosion spreads to the other buildings? Ha! Then we just find another place to stay, Han Zhangyuan said nonchalantly. But I heard Zhao Jihu say that the roads outside are heavily congested. Even if we have a vehicle, we might not be able to drive through, Feng Lily cautioned. If that were possible, they would have already left the neighborhood in search of supplies. Han Zhangyuan frowned, recalling the journey from the prison. The roads had indeed been jammed with abandoned cars, left behind by people who'd fled to nearby stores or shelters in the chaos of the apocalypse. The reason they had stopped at this community was that their stolen vehicle had been damaged beyond repair, forcing them to abandon it. So, the issue wasn't whether the cars were operational or could withstand the acid rain, it was the impassable roads. Even with a vehicle, there was nowhere to go. Fine. We'll just drive back the way we came, Han Zhangyuan said, making a decisive call. Unlike some, he wasn't the type to hesitate. After all, they had bulldozed their way from the prison, effectively carving out a path. They could always retrace their route. Along the way, there were other neighborhoods and shopping centers they could loot. Recognizing his determination, Feng Lily wisely stopped pressing the matter. Han Zhangyuan waited patiently. After all, dismantling fuel tanks wasn't a simple task and required some time. Wei Ming, of course, had been aware of Han Zhangyuan's group since their arrival the previous night. That was precisely why he hadn't gone after Feng Lily or Zhao Jihu yesterday. However, he hadn't anticipated the sheer brutality of Han Zhangyuan's actions. The division of men and women was followed by the massacre of over 1,000 women and children in a single night. Although Wei Ming had little fondness for the other residents of the neighborhood, seeing them driven like livestock into acid rain and reduced to nothing but bones overnight still disgusted him deeply. More importantly, Han Zhangyuan was a significant threat. They had guns. While his villa's defenses, thanks to Xiaobing's modifications, could reportedly withstand even C4 unless used in massive quantities, Wei Ming wasn't about to sit idly by. Maybe he'd strike tonight, killing a few of them to start. There were too many of them, all armed. It would be best to take them down one by one. Yes, that would do nicely. With his decision made, Wei Ming went to the basement. There, his 7 test subjects sat in various states. 4 out of 7 people in the Sun generation were dead. Wei Ming checked and confirmed that all 4 had died for the same reason: their bodies had been altered in ways that defied their original structure. For instance, an arm was twisted into a pretzel shape, or a metal plate had fused into a skull and protruded like an umbrella. After 24 hours, their bodies would return to their original state, causing the deformed parts to burst open. Of the 4 who died, 3 succumbed to excessive blood loss, while 1 had his skull blown off. In contrast, even if you swapped a person's arms and legs, they could still survive, albeit in discomfort. Wei Ming reached a conclusion. Using the alternate dimension as a surgical tool worked fine for treatments, liposuction, or removing some illnesses could be achieved without issues. But attempts to alter size or shape would fail, as the effects would disappear after 24 hours. For example, if a metal plate fused into someone's skull, the body would reject the foreign object after 24 hours. And what happens when a normal person has a piece of metal lodged in their skull? The same thing. So, I can't use the alternate dimension to elongate, enlarge, or beautify myself permanently. After 24 hours, I'd revert back, and the transformation would result in massive bleeding. Without timely treatment, it's a death sentence. But for healing or recovery, the alternate dimension is a godsend. In other words, as long as someone is still breathing, I can pull them into the alternate dimension and save them, making them spring back to life instantly. Including myself. Yeah, including myself. But I'm not going to test that out unless absolutely necessary. I don't want to deliberately injure myself. For me, this is a last-ditch survival tool. Wei Ming felt a surge of confidence. This meant that unless he was killed instantly, he could save himself as long as he was still breathing. He could recover immediately. So now, his biggest threat was missiles. A direct hit would reduce him to ashes, leaving no chance for rescue.
Otherwise, even if he were riddled with bullets, he might survive for a second or two, enough time to save himself. Wei Ming collected the bodies of the 4 deceased and continued experimenting with the 3 survivors. The more data he gathered, the more accurate his conclusions would be. This was a matter of his own life, and he couldn't afford to be careless. The more detailed the experimental data, the better. Only then did he turn his attention to Han Jingyuan's group. These people had guns. Where did they get them? Judging by their vicious and desperate demeanor, they clearly weren't soldiers or law enforcement. Could it be? Wei Ming nodded. They were most likely criminals. After the natural disaster, prison security would naturally be less stringent, perhaps even non-existent. It wasn't hard to imagine these convicts escaping after seizing guns. A bit troublesome. Wei Ming wasn't afraid of a direct confrontation. All he needed to do was open a space portal and absorb all incoming attacks, while he could unleash his attacks through the portal. In a direct fight, who could possibly be his match? But could he expect a group of criminals to engage him in an open battle? That would be laughable. I can act at night. The entire city is without power, and nighttime is my domain. He had night vision goggles. Did Han Jingyuan's group? Wei Ming had also installed several infrared cameras in the underground garage, powered by lithium batteries that needed charging every 2 days. These were installed after the power outage. He pulled up the footage on his monitor and immediately spotted Han Jingyuan and his group. So, this is what you look like. He chuckled faintly. What are they doing? Wei Ming was puzzled. In the stifling heat of the underground garage, groups of men were flipping cars and busily working on their undersides. A moment later, he suddenly realized. They were dismantling fuel tanks. What use were fuel tanks? To make bombs, of course. Damn, these guys were ruthless, coming up with a plan like this. Wei Ming pondered, should he act now or wait a little longer? If he acted now, Han Jingyuan's group might focus all their firepower on him. These people had plenty of guns. What if he got hit by a stray bullet? Were they trying to blow him up? No, their real target was the villa's supplies and the 6 women inside. Whether he lived or died wasn't important. So where would they set off the bomb? The basement door, most likely. According to Xiaobing, the villa's defense level could withstand hundreds of pounds of C4, but Wei Ming didn't want to test that unless absolutely necessary. A smile tugged at Wei Ming's lips. Fine, he'd play along. He didn't act, and Han Jingyuan remained wary of his potential appearance. After all, they'd heard Wei Ming had a gun. Even though he had handed over one, who knew if he had another? This group was cold-blooded and cruel, but also cautious. After half a day, the men in the neighborhood finally dismantled many fuel tanks. Han Jingyuan was meticulous, ordering the laborers to transport 11 fuel tanks into the basement tunnel and pour gasoline along the way for a remote detonation. With a wicked grin, Han Jingyuan flicked his nearly spent cigarette to the ground. Whoosh! A trail of gasoline ignited, blazing like a fiery dragon toward the fuel tanks. Boom! Han Jingyuan turned and bolted. The others followed suit, scattering like waves retreating from the shore. At that moment, someone rushed out of the basement door. Of course, it was Wei Ming. He carried a fire extinguisher. With a hiss, white foam sprayed out, instantly snuffing out the burning gasoline. Damn it! Han Jingyuan hadn't expected Wei Ming to act so boldly. Not only did he show up, but he also had a foam extinguisher, thwarting the plan entirely. Before Han Jingyuan could issue new orders, Wei Ming swung his hands. Fuel tanks flew through the air. Clang, clang, clang. The tanks hit the ground, spilling gasoline everywhere. Wei Ming smirked, drew his gun, and fired. His aim wasn't great, but it didn't matter. He wasn't aiming at people. Clink! A bullet struck the concrete, creating sparks. Boom! The gasoline ignited, triggering an explosion. The first tank went off, setting off a chain reaction. Boom! 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 One tank after another exploded, causing a massive blast in the garage. The enclosed space couldn't dissipate the energy, so it ricocheted violently within. Heat waves rolled through, scorching anyone nearby. Wei Ming, however, remained unharmed. He opened a space portal against the tunnel, absorbing the shockwaves into the alternate dimension, sparing himself any damage. The underground garage, built with reinforced materials, withstood the explosion well. At most, it stripped some concrete from the support columns, revealing the rebar beneath. But to blast open the villa, which was clad in special alloys? A pipe dream. No wonder Xiaobing was so confident. Wei Ming. Amid the smoke and dust, Han Jingyuan's voice echoed.
Who's there? Wei Ming wasn't in the mood to shout and instead spoke through a loudspeaker.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Several bullets were fired his way, with one miraculously making it through the swirling smoke and heading toward the passage. Naturally, it was absorbed by the space portal. It would be rude not to return the favor.
So, you have a gun? Well, I have a Maxim machine gun.
Suddenly, machine gun fire erupted. Strangely, there wasn't a sound, as if the barrel had been equipped with a suppressor. But Wei Ming wasn't firing a machine gun in the conventional sense.
He had long since stored fired bullets in the alternate dimension.
And in that dimension, turning the bullets around was no challenge for someone like him. Thus, the machine gun fire was eerily silent, as if he were wielding a cold weapon. In fact, if Wei Ming wanted to, he could make a sniper rifle fire like a machine gun, all without making a sound, just like it was equipped with a silencer. However, once a barrage of bullets was unleashed, it was far from quiet.
Ah!
Screams filled the air as bullets struck walls, sending muffled thuds echoing through the underground space. Dust from the earlier explosion had barely settled, and now the new impact stirred it up again, reducing visibility to almost zero.
How could anyone aim in these conditions?
They could only fire blindly. But Wei Ming was just one person.
Han Jingyuan's side, on the other hand? They had numbers. So, who benefited from the chaos of blind shooting?
Of course, it was Wei Ming. Random shots from him were bound to hit someone, while Han Jingyuan's group had little chance of hitting Wei Ming. Even if they managed to aim, any shots would simply be absorbed by the space portal. Eventually, the dust from the explosions and the impacts began to settle.
The limited dust stirred by bullets striking walls wasn't enough to maintain a perpetual haze.
The garage slowly became clearer. However, their phone flashlights used for illumination had been destroyed in the explosion. Even during the day, the underground space remained pitch dark.
Ha ha ha!
I didn't expect you to have such strong firepower. Han Zhangyuan hid behind a pillar and shouted loudly, "I'm Han Zhangyuan."
Wei Ming, let's talk.
Sure, let's talk. Wei Ming replied casually.
If you join me, I'll make you my second in command. How about that? Han Zhangyuan dangled the bait.
If Wei Ming actually believed him and stepped out, he'd be shot in the head immediately. Wei Ming, however, wasn't the type to fall for such a cheap trick. I hate being second in command the most.
Ha, my mistake. My mistake.
Han Zhangyuan laughed it off and continued, how about this, no second in command.
I'll be the boss, and you can be my third. Why not make me the boss?
Wei Ming said indifferently.
Fine, we'll have a contest. If you win, you'll be the boss. Han Zhangyuan readily agreed.
He truly was a character.
As long as he could eliminate his opponent, he didn't mind conceding on the surface. Would Wei Ming be intimidated?
He challenged him instead, all right.
Come over here, and we'll settle this one-on-one. Would Han Zhangyuan agree to that?
He wanted Wei Ming to step out so he could take him down with a single shot.
But wasn't he also afraid of being shot? Ha, I already agreed to a one-on-one fight. But the location must be of my choosing. Can't let you have all the advantages, can I?
Han Zhangyuan laughed loudly.
Come to my place. No problem.
Where do you live?
Wei Ming asked. Han Zhangyuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected Wei Ming to actually agree. He casually replied, Building 10, Apartment 202.
In truth, he had no fixed residence. He simply occupied whichever room he fancied, usually based on whichever woman he had his eye on.
Fine. You pick the place, I'll pick the time. Tonight, I'll come find you, Wei Ming said. What a cunning bastard. Han Zhangyuan cursed inwardly but said aloud, Wei Ming, I'm being sincere.
In these chaotic times, those with power can have everything.
You've managed to suppress so many of us single-handedly. I truly admire you. Heh, I admire you too.
But I admire your head even more, Wei Ming said through the loudspeaker. I'm offering a bounty, 10 boxes of water, 10 pounds of fruit, 10 pounds of meat, and 100 pounds of rice for Han Jingyuan's head.
Whoever delivers it gets the reward immediately. I've made good on all my previous rewards. If you don't believe me, ask around. Ha! Han Jingyuan's expression darkened instantly. Who was Wei Ming talking to?
Clearly, it was directed at Han Jingyuan's men and the other escaped convicts.
What was there to say to the weaklings in the neighborhood?
It was a blatant attempt to sow discord within Han Jingyuan's ranks.
and it might actually work. The group had come together due to the prison break. They weren't a cohesive unit, much less comparable to a regular army. Had it not been for the natural disaster forcing them to band together, they would have scattered as soon as they escaped. Without the disaster, they wouldn't have broken out in the first place. Take Han Jingyuan's second-in-command, Wu Hui. He had long coveted Han Jingyuan's position. As long as there were no competing interests, Wu Hui wouldn't challenge him, there was no benefit, and turning against him could lead to injury or death. But what about 10 boxes of water and a pile of supplies? Would Wu Hui be tempted? Even if Wu Hui resisted the temptation and recognized it as Wei Ming's ploy, could Han Zhangyuan still trust him? And what about Wu Hui? Would he start to worry that Han Zhangyuan might preemptively strike to eliminate him? Damn it! Han Zhangyuan wanted to curse aloud. With just one sentence, Wei Ming had planted an irreparable rift in his group. It was an open conspiracy. Of course, for it to work, Wei Ming had to actually have the supplies. But he sounded so confident that anyone could easily confirm his credibility by asking around the neighborhood. Damn! 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 Han Zhangyuan was furious. He'd thought Wei Ming was a minor nuisance he could easily handle. But now, things had spiraled completely out of control. Had he shot himself in the foot? Wei Ming, you really want to play? Han Zhangyuan finally lost his composure. Fine, I'll play you to death. Wei Ming remained utterly calm. Ha! Who's playing who? Alright, enough wasting time. I'm going to eat now. Oh, and 6 beauties are waiting for me. Gentlemen, farewell. With that, he teleported back to his villa. Han Zhangyuan didn't dare believe Wei Ming had really left. He waited several minutes before ordering someone to light up a phone screen and throw it into the passage. Sure enough, it was empty. Only then did Han Zhangyuan emerge with a grim face. After a head count, it was revealed that 20 men from the neighborhood had been killed in the crossfire. Among Han Zhangyuan's own group, 3 were dead and 2 were critically injured. Were there any medical resources left in this world? No. So the critically injured were as good as dead. Of the 24 convicts who had escaped, 5 were already gone by the second day. Han Zhangyuan's expression was as dark as the underground space itself. Under the dim light of a phone screen, their faces looked ghastly and menacing. Fall back, Han Zhangyuan ordered grimly. This statement was tantamount to admitting their failure. Wu Hui's lips curled into a faint sneer. The prison break was orchestrated by Han Zhangyuan, and it was also his idea to get the guns. And as for himself? Although he was stronger and braver, he was just a big, dumb brute, courage without brains. But Wu Hui didn't think he was brainless. He had always believed that Han Zhangyuan was only good at scheming. If it came to a direct confrontation, he could crush Han Zhangyuan even with one hand tied behind his back. However, now that everyone had guns and Han Zhangyuan's marksmanship was exceptional, Wu Hui was a bit hesitant to act. Still, Han Zhangyuan's mismanagement during the last fight had severely damaged his image and authority. This naturally made it much easier for Wu Hui to plan a takeover. What should he do next? Verify Wei Ming's claims. Once it was confirmed that the bounty Wei Ming had announced was legitimate, he could secretly unite the others and topple Han Zhangyuan from his position as the leader. Wu Hui believed he was the one truly fit to lead. So, the group retreated. The men from the neighborhood returned to buildings 1 through 5, while Han Zhangyuan and his team went back to building 10. As they emerged from the basement, the strong sunlight hit them, making everyone's eyes squint uncomfortably. Instinctively, they gripped their guns tighter. After all, they were fugitives with nothing to lose, who could trust whom? Put down your guns, Han Zhangyuan ordered in a low voice. He was filled with regret. Just to deal with Wei Ming, he had turned his once cohesive group into a fractured mess, teetering on the edge of internal conflict. What the hell was this? How could one person cause so much trouble? Boss, what do we do now? One of his subordinates asked. He killed 3 of our brothers, and Haozi and Sanpao aren't going to make it. Are we just going to let this slide? Another chimed in. Wu Hui, meanwhile, pretended to be oblivious, inwardly sneering. Aren't you the clever one, Han Zhangyuan? Let's see what you'll come up with now. Han Zhangyuan felt irritated but maintained a calm demeanor. With a faint smile, he said, of course, we're not letting this go. Wei Ming is just one man. If the last plan didn't work, we'll try something else. His schemes were endless. He immediately suggested, that guy turned his villa into a fortress, fireproof and resistant to brute force. Fine.
Then we'll find the ventilation ducts of his house and pump smoke into them.
I don't believe he'll be able to stay inside. The eyes of his subordinates lit up. Good idea.
Even Wu Hui nodded in agreement. He admitted to himself that when it came to scheming, he really couldn't compete with Han Zhangyuan.
However, if Han Zhangyuan did manage to force Wei Ming out, then Wei Ming's bounty would lose its appeal. Everything Wei Ming owned would become theirs anyway. So, how would Wu Hui rise to power then?
Patience, Wu Hui told himself. Han Zhangyuan had regained the group's trust with just a few words.
If Wu Hui tried to challenge him now, how many would stand with him? How many would side with Han Zhangyuan? Patience. Just a little longer.
Han Zhangyuan turned to Wu Hui and said, Wu Hui, take a few men, find the villa's ventilation ducts, and attach a pipe to them.
Pump some air into his house. So the blame came this quickly?
Wu Hui was naturally displeased. The ventilation ducts were definitely outside, which meant working in the sweltering heat of the day or the acidic rain at night. Both were extremely dangerous.
Why did he have to do it? Why target him?
But Han Zhangyuan smiled and added, don't worry.
Just get some of the neighborhood people to do it for you. Right. Wu Hui was taken aback. With a gun, who would dare refuse? So, Han Zhangyuan wasn't targeting him after all?
His head spun for a moment. After all, his strength lay in his fists, not his brains.
All right, I'll handle it, Wu Hui replied. He took 2 men and left.
Han Zhangyuan watched them go with a smile, but his mind was cold and calculating. It seemed he needed a new second in command. Back inside the house, Sun Lily rushed to greet him.
Did you capture Wei Ming?
She had heard the loud explosions earlier and naturally assumed Han Zhangyuan's group had stormed Wei Ming's villa and captured him.
Slap. Han Zhangyuan struck her across the face, annoyed. Don't ask questions. Remember your place. You're just a plaything. At first, Sun Lily didn't understand what had triggered Han Zhangyuan. But she quickly realized he hadn't succeeded in capturing Wei Ming.
She was shocked, but inwardly, she felt contempt.
All that bluster last night, and for what?
Still, she didn't dare provoke him. She relied on him for food and shelter. Forcing a smile, she started flattering him. As the top hostess at a KTV club, Sun Lily was skilled at sweet-talking.
In no time, she managed to soothe Han Zhangyuan's temper.
However, the sweltering heat of the day killed any other urges he might have had, and he simply sat down to smoke. Not wanting to risk further irritation, Sun Lily started telling risque jokes from her days at work.
Gradually, Han Zhangyuan's interest was piqued.
Just as the two were about to get intimate, someone outside called, "Boss, the pipe's ready."
So quickly?
Han Zhangyuan was momentarily stunned but then burst into laughter.
Let's go.
He leapt off the bed, pulling Sun Lily along with him. Come see how I'll make that bastard Wei Ming surrender. Sun Lily, who hated Wei Ming to her core, eagerly followed him.
Soon, Han Zhangyuan's group reassembled at Villa 18.
A pipe extended from the first-floor wall of Villa 28, connecting to Villa 18. Wu Hui first gave Sun Lily a lecherous once-over, his eyes filled with lust. Sun Lily, in turn, was visibly frightened. Wu Hui was nearly 190 centimeters tall and built like a bear. From experience, she knew that men like him were either capable of exhausting her during long sessions or, if impatient, would resort to violence. She feared both outcomes. Noticing her clear attempts to avoid him, Wu Hui sneered. He was determined to claim her. This neighborhood was conquered by everyone together, why should only Han Zhangyuan get the best prize?
Light it up. Pump the smoke in. Don't give him time to prepare, Han Zhangyuan ordered coldly.
They quickly started a fire. The materials were simple, broken furniture. Once the fire was lit, they used fans to blow the smoke into the pipe. Even though modern ventilation systems often have backflow preventers, no system could completely block smoke from entering, especially when fans were used to force it in. At least 50% of the smoke would get inside.
Han Zhangyuan sneered.
The previous failure had dented his authority, but this time, he was determined to make Wei Ming crawl out in humiliation, re-establishing his dominance.
Then, would Wu Hui dare to harbor any disloyal thoughts?
The group moved to the third floor to avoid the heat from the fire on the first floor. But 10 minutes passed, and neither the basement door nor the main entrance of Villa 28 opened.
How was Wei Ming enduring this? Wait. What was that?
On the third-floor balcony of Villa 28, Wei Ming and 6 women were setting a table.
All 7 of them were wearing casual clothes, showing no signs of discomfort from the heat. They were even bringing out more than a dozen dishes, lavish and abundant. What the hell? Wei Ming and his 6 companions were eating. Your house is being filled with smoke, and you're still having a meal? Han Zhenyuan was dumbfounded. What's going on? How is this possible? Damn, those women are something else. Several people murmured, swallowing hard.
And indeed, Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, and Lin Wanqiu were all exceptional beauties, each with her unique charm, one cold and aloof, another spirited and heroic, and the last seductive and enchanting. Their figures were all equally stunning, voluptuous and eye-catching, even through 2 layers of glass.
Hey, isn't that woman the owner of this house? One of the subordinates remarked. There were a few photos of Yu Chutong inside the house. Damn it, why does this bastard get all the beauties?
Several men gritted their teeth, wishing they could storm over and strangle Wei Ming.
But with 2 layers of glass in the way, what could they do, no matter how many of them there were or how strong they were? Nothing. Wei Ming, of course, noticed the group on the opposite balcony.
The scene reminded him of when Yu Chutong had been watching him from across the way. He poured himself a glass of cola, added a few ice cubes in plain view of Han Zhenyuan and his men, and raised his glass in a mocking toast.
Damn it! Damn it! This was blatant provocation. Han Zhenyuan's group was livid.
Someone immediately drew their gun, opened their window, and fired at Wei Ming. However, an iron plate quickly rose on the balcony opposite, easily deflecting the bullets.
Clink, clink, clink. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly. Cease fire! Han Zhenyuan barked. Don't waste bullets.
A minute later, the steel plate on the balcony was lowered, revealing the 7 people once again. By then, they had already started eating. Some were drinking red wine, others had cola, and some had plain water.
The sight filled Han Zhenyuan's group with envy. What were they lacking most right now? Clean water. Not only did the people across the way have it, but they also had ice cubes to cool it. On such a hot day, wouldn't a glass of iced water be incredible? But hadn't the power been cut off?
The villa has a generator, someone pointed out.
Han Zhenyuan was even more frustrated. The villas were all in the same neighborhood, so why didn't his have a generator? Nor the one next door? But then again, who would think to install iron plates on their balcony or reinforce their walls and doors with alloy steel? How terrified of death was this guy? Add more wood. Burn it harder. Pump more toxic gas in. Han Zhenyuan roared.
The smoke wasn't the real killer, carbon monoxide was. Once inhaled in sufficient quantities, it would poison the blood by displacing oxygen, leading to suffocation.
At this point, Han Zhenyuan didn't care if the 6 women inside died as well.
If Wei Ming wasn't dealt with, those 6 beauties would only remain a tantalizing sight, nothing more.
Han Zhenyuan was ruthless. If I can't have them, I'll destroy them.
With his command, his subordinates had no choice but to chop up more furniture and throw it into the fire. They fanned the flames with all their might, the intense heat even singeing their eyebrows.
But did any of this matter to Wei Ming? Not at all.
All he had to do was position his space portal near the ventilation duct. As long as the distance didn't exceed 5 meters, the portal would suck up all the smoke. From his dining spot to the first floor duct was about 4 meters. If it were farther, he could simply move to the second floor balcony and continue eating. The fire burned for a full hour. The people stoking it and fanning the flames had to be rotated multiple times, with many succumbing to heat stroke.
With no way to cool down or hydrate, those who collapsed likely wouldn't wake up again. Han Zhenyuan couldn't care less about the lives of those people. They were just neighborhood residents he planned to get rid of eventually anyway. But after all this time, Wei Ming and his 6 companions had nearly finished their meal and were already enjoying dessert. Not one of them showed any signs of suffocation or poisoning. None. Not at all. At this point, Wei Ming walked to the window, still holding his glass of cola. He took a sip, opened the window slightly, and said, "Wow, you're all surprisingly united. No one has shot Han Zhenyuan yet. Sigh, so much food and drink here. Looks like I'll just have to enjoy it all by myself." Wu Hui's expression betrayed his wavering resolve. Clearly, Han Zhenyuan's plan had failed again. Wei Ming was alive and well, which forced Wu Hui to consider killing Han Zhenyuan instead. If he killed Han Zhenyuan, he could take over as leader and even exchange Han Zhenyuan's body for benefits. A win-win. Should he do it? He instinctively reached for his gun. Bang! A gunshot rang out, making Sun Lily wet herself in fear. Han Zhenyuan stared coldly at Wu Hui, whose pupils quickly dilated. A bloody hole had appeared on his forehead. His hand was raised, gripping a gun aimed at Han Zhengyuan, but unfortunately for him, he had been too slow to fire. In hand-to-hand combat, 3 Han Zhengyuans wouldn't be Wu Hui's match. But when it came to guns? Wu Hui didn't stand a chance. "You really had to ask for it," Han Zhengyuan said coldly. The other subordinates stood frozen in fear. None of them had expected their leader and his second-in-command to suddenly turn on each other, and the gunshot at such close range left their ears ringing. They looked at Han Zhengyuan with awe and terror. At this moment, none of them dared to harbor any thoughts of rebellion. Though Han Zhengyuan had dealt with Wu Hui and maintained a composed appearance, as if he had foreseen everything, inwardly he was frustrated beyond measure. Since the start of his battle with Wei Ming, he had lost 3 men and had 3 more critically injured, essentially 6 casualties. And this was all within 6 hours, from morning to noon. The losses were already devastating. Who would have thought Wei Ming's villa would be this impenetrable? And that Wei Ming had a gun, too? How was any of this reasonable? A regular neighborhood homeowner had turned his villa into a fortress and was even armed. Was this a joke? Even a deity couldn't have seen this coming. Han Zhengyuan stood there, dazed. What now? Keep attacking? Attack with what? At that moment, Wei Ming added to the taunts, "Wow, so angry you even killed your own man. Han Zhengyuan, you don't have to go so easy on me." Han Zhengyuan's face darkened, but he said nothing. He simply waved his hand. "Let's go." The saying goes, 3 ordinary people working together can match Zhuge Liang. He decided he'd consult the neighborhood folks for ideas later. Can't come up with any? Then I'll kill 1 person every hour until they do. Let's see who dares not think. And with that, they retreated. They left behind the burning fire and the bodies, of course. Shortly after they departed, someone suddenly appeared in the house. It was Wei Ming, naturally. So uncivilized, leaving corpses lying around. Don't they worry about the stench? Wei Ming moved the bodies into his space portal and then put out the fire on the first floor. "I'll play with you again tonight," he murmured. In the afternoon, Wei Ming spent several hours watching movies with Yu Chutong in his arms. When it came to his women, Wei Ming tried his best to treat them equally. After all, they were going to live together for a very long time, and maintaining harmony in the harem was essential. Relying on material resources as leverage alone wasn't enough. That could breed resentment. A combination of tactics was necessary to ensure he could enjoy eternal bliss. Of course, Yu Chutong was a top-tier beauty. Spending hours with her wasn't tiresome at all. If she could bore him, he wouldn't have brought her into the household in the first place. Being affectionate with Yu Chutong was particularly amusing. As a CEO, she had a natural air of arrogance she couldn't shake. Wei Ming loved teasing her, enjoying her moments of flustered embarrassment, and laughing heartily at her reactions. It made him appreciate that each woman in the house had her own unique charm. None of them were mindless clones churned out of some beauty assembly line. Each had a distinct personality and soul. Otherwise, if all he had were cookie-cutter internet star faces who only knew how to pout and act coquettish, it wouldn't matter if there were 1,000 of them, they'd all feel the same. In the evening, the other 5 women, Song Qingyun, Lin Wanqiu, and the rest took charge of cooking. Even Yu Chutong lent a hand this time, though she was only trusted to wash the vegetables. No one dared let her cut anything or handle the stove. If she did, she might slice her fingers off or dump half a bucket of oil into the pan just to make a point. By 7 p.m., the group of 7 sat down on the balcony for dinner once again. The entire city was shrouded in darkness, save for a few faintly illuminated spots. "It seems like we're not the only ones with a generator," Lu Qing commented. The other 5 women nodded in agreement. Wei Ming was particularly pleased with the way Lu Qing had set our home. And judging by the women's natural expressions, what did that signify? It meant they had already come to see themselves as part of this household. He couldn't help but marvel at how much the harsh realities of the world had transformed them. It had been less than half a month since the disaster struck, yet these 6 women had already accepted the reality of living with Wei Ming. They had adapted so naturally, showing no signs of resentment or defiance. It was a testament to how even the most independent or rebellious people would bow to reality when faced with survival. So yes, the notion of a bottle of water or a pack of instant noodles being enough to make a former celebrity or CEO's wife sell themselves wasn't an exaggeration. Human resilience was remarkable. But when it came to survival, the price people were willing to pay far exceeded their principles. After this moment of reflection, Wei Ming happily dug into his meal. Why should he feel conflicted?
There was no need to compromise or suppress himself.
Maybe it was time for him to go out and explore.
Although he'd taken the car out once before, it had only been to the edge of the neighborhood to pick up Song Ching-yoon. In truth, she hadn't been far, she'd been in the commercial annex of the neighborhood. He could have reached her on foot, but to keep the existence of the alternate dimension a secret, he'd gone out of his way to drive.
Could that really be called going out? Of course not. Now that Wei Ming had fully confirmed the alternate dimension's immense, almost terrifying healing capabilities, what reason did he have to hesitate? He had prepared well, what was there to fear from venturing out?
For others, the abandoned cars littering the streets are a massive obstacle.
But for me? It's nothing.
He'd just absorbed them into the alternate dimension.
The only real issues are the heat during the day and the darkness at night.
But there are ways to deal with both.
Tonight's priority is still Han Zhengyuan.
Better to get rid of that group first.
They're a constant nuisance. No matter what, Han Zhengyuan's group had guns.
They needed to be handled carefully. After dinner, Wei Ming relaxed for a bit, then took a shower. By the time he stepped out, it was already past 1 a.m.
Time to act.
Using several teleportations, he arrived at Villa 8. He entered the garage and, aided by night vision goggles, had no trouble navigating in the pitch-black darkness. As he exited the garage, he spotted two men standing guard at the staircase.
The first floor of Building 10 was an open area with no apartments.
With the elevators out of commission due to the power outage, all they needed to do was guard the staircase. Wei Ming placed the space portal directly in front of their faces. With a thought, bang, bang, two silent bullets pierced their foreheads. The blood sprayed in a fine mist as both men collapsed without a sound. Wei Ming walked over and absorbed their bodies into the alternate dimension. He climbed the stairs to the second floor and was momentarily surprised to find the doors wide open.
Had society reached a point where people could leave their doors unlocked at night? He quickly figured it out. Han Zhengyuan's group had left the doors open for their entertainment. If the doors were closed, they'd have to knock.
This way, they could just walk in, pick whoever they fancied, and proceed.
Convenient, wasn't it? It even saved Wei Ming the trouble of teleporting.
Wei Ming entered one of the apartments and found a woman asleep in the bedroom. The window was open, but in the current heat, there was no risk of catching a cold. It was still 40 degrees Celsius at night. If not for the temperature dropping to 40 at night, how could anyone survive without electricity? Wei Ming moved on. Apartment 202, 203, 204. 208, he searched the entire second floor but found no men, none of them were from Han Zhengyuan's group. On to the third floor. Apartment 301, 302. Found someone. In one room, a man and a woman lay on a bed, separated by a noticeable gap. It seemed even a slight touch would only make the heat worse. Wei Ming approached the man, placed his hand on him, and the man, deep in sleep, oblivious, disappeared the next moment. Once Wei Ming's right hand made contact with someone, they couldn't escape. He sent the man into the alternate dimension instantly. At his current level of proficiency, Wei Ming could complete the entire process, contact and transfer, in just 0.001 seconds. Even a cat wouldn't have time to react. He continued. Floor by floor, he searched. By the time he reached the 10th floor, he had already captured 12 people. But he still hadn't found Han Zhengyuan. When he climbed to the top, the 32nd floor, he finally spotted a closed door. Han Zhengyuan must be inside. This guy was much more cautious, closing the door while sleeping. Unlike the others who left theirs wide open for convenience. It made sense. With guards posted downstairs and the threat of their guns, who in the neighborhood would dare rebel? Han Zhengyuan was just that careful. In his mind, even if there were a rebellion, the sound of the door being forced open would wake him, and with a gun in hand, he was confident no one could best him. What a pity! Wei Ming teleported directly into the room. He walked into the master bedroom and found two people on the bed. Han Zhengyuan and Sun Lily. Counting the numbers, Han Zhengyuan was the last one left. Wei Ming approached, placed his hand on him, and stepped back. There was still plenty of time. He could afford to play around. He turned on a high-powered flashlight and shone it directly onto Han Zhengyuan's face. It had to be said, Han Zhengyuan was a highly vigilant man. As soon as the light hit his face, he woke up instantly, his hand reflexively reaching for his gun. "Who's there?" He barked sharply, aiming the weapon at the light source. His shout startled Sun Lily awake, and she sat bolt upright. Wei Ming adjusted the flashlight to diffuse mode, flooding the entire bedroom with light as bright as day.
Wei Ming!
Han Zhengyuan and Sun Lily exclaimed in unison.
Wei Ming didn't even glance at Sun Lily.
Instead, he looked at Han Zhengyuan and smiled.
Didn't we agree on a duel tonight?
But it seems you're not playing fair, you're not even in the room you said you'd be in.
Han Zhengyuan almost gasped aloud.
Wei Ming had actually come for him in the middle of the night. But there were 2 guards downstairs. And Wei Ming couldn't have known which floor he was on, meaning he must have searched floor by floor.
How had he not alerted anyone?
Also, his door was locked.
Unless.
Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Sun Lily.
Could it be that this woman had secretly contacted Wei Ming and told him which floor he was on? Could she have opened the door for him as well?
Naturally suspicious by nature, Han Zhengyuan couldn't fully trust Sun Lily when it came to matters of life and death. His confusion only deepened his wariness. Afraid that Wei Ming had some hidden trick up his sleeve, he didn't shoot immediately. Still, with the gun in his hand, Han Zhengyuan felt confident. No matter what Wei Ming's scheme was, as long as he was aiming at him, there was no way he could lose.
Wei Ming, you're bold, too bold. How dare you sneak all the way here? Han Zhengyuan sneered. Aren't you afraid of dying? Wei Ming shrugged. Do you think you can kill me?
Han Zhengyuan slowly got up, putting some distance between himself and Sun Lily. He didn't know if Sun Lily was working with Wei Ming, but for safety's sake, he wasn't about to take any chances.
Trust no one.
Still sneering, Han Zhengyuan said coldly, I've got the gun.
What else can you do besides beg for mercy? Kneel.
He suddenly barked, his voice commanding. Wei Ming's composure unsettled him. He worried that shooting rashly might trigger some unforeseen consequence, so he aimed his gun while trying to get Wei Ming to reveal the source of his confidence.
Wei Ming remained calm. Are you sure that gun will even work? Had the gun been tampered with?
Han Zhengyuan froze. He recalled asking Sun Lily about one of Wei Ming's earlier exploits, how Zhang Shi had managed to grab a gun, only for it to explode when fired. And that gun had come from Wei Ming. So it was highly suspicious that Wei Ming might have sabotaged it, leading to Zhang Shi's misfortune.
Could this gun have been tampered with as well? Would it backfire the moment he pulled the trigger?
But Han Zhengyuan had been a light sleeper all his life.
Could Wei Ming have approached him, tampered with the gun, and left without him noticing? And if Wei Ming already had access to the gun, why not just shoot him outright? Why go through the trouble of sabotaging it? Was Wei Ming doing this just for fun?
Ridiculous. The situation was too dire for anyone to play games. So, the conclusion was clear, Wei Ming was bluffing.
Han Zhengyuan sneered. Fine, if you won't talk, I'll send you on your way. He decisively pulled the trigger. Bang!
The gun fired, but something was clearly off. From the barrel burst a stream of colorful ribbons, leaving Han Zhengyuan staring in disbelief, his face frozen in an expression of utter shock. What had just happened? What the hell was wrong with his gun? Am I losing my mind? Surprised? Delighted?
Wei Ming grinned. Should I sing you a happy birthday song?
Earlier, he had replaced the gun with a modified version as a prank.
Han Zhengyuan's body trembled.
Now he understood why Wei Ming wasn't afraid, this was the reason all along.
When did you switch my gun?
He asked, his voice full of frustration and unwillingness to accept defeat. At that moment, he wished Wu Hui were still alive and here to fight Wei Ming with his fists. At least Wu Hui could take down 3 of him in a brawl. Wei Ming smiled faintly, raised his hand, and pointed at Han Zhengyuan.
The space portal opened directly in front of Han Zhengyuan's face.
Swish, 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 swish.
Ferrero shot out of thin air, piercing Han Zhengyuan's limbs.
Blood sprayed everywhere as he let out a gut-wrenching scream.
Ah ah ah.
Sun Lily, trembling with fear, suddenly lunged forward, falling to her knees before Wei Ming.
Daddy!
Please don't kill me, Daddy.
Don't kill me.
She looked up at him with a mix of pitifulness and seduction, as if pleading, I'll do anything for you. Wei Ming shuddered in disgust.
Disgusting.
Without hesitation, he fired a bullet at her.
Thwack!
The shot pierced her forehead, and she collapsed backward, dead.
Han Zhengyuan's body trembled with cold sweat.
To him, Wei Ming was clearly a man driven by lust. Sun Lily, by any standard, was a stunning beauty. For her to kneel and beg, offering herself completely, any normal man would at least hesitate.
But Wei Ming?
He killed her without a second thought.
This man is utterly ruthless. How did you do it? Han Zhengyuan asked, his voice trembling.
For arrows had struck him, yet Wei Ming had no crossbow or bow in sight.
And Sun Lily had been shot. Where was the gun? Why hadn't there been a gunshot?
The mounting questions overwhelmed Han Jingyuan's mind, eclipsing even the pain of his injuries with sheer terror. A man on the verge of death doesn't need to know so much, Wei Ming said with a smile. At this point, Han Zhengyuan showed a sliver of defiance.
I'm going to die anyway. What does it matter if you tell me? Afraid someone else will find out? Heh, it's just unnecessary.
Wei Ming walked over, placed a hand on Han Zhengyuan, and transported him into the alternate dimension. As he'd said, it wasn't about secrecy, it just wasn't worth the trouble.
So boring. Wei Ming shook his head.
Han Zhengyuan's group, for all their bluster, had been dealt with so easily under the cover of night. Of course, if both sides had been equally prepared, things might have been different. The space portal could only protect one side, and random gunfire or grenades could still pose a threat. I can't afford to be careless. Wei Ming returned to the first floor of Building 10, arranged all the bodies of Han Jingyuan's men, and wrote on a blood-stained cloth,
"Evil deeds bring their own downfall."
The hero with white brows.
All right, done for the night. Time for bed.
Pleased with his little prank, Wei Ming walked away without looking back.
Day 16 of the apocalypse.
The women in Building 10 found it strange. By 9 a.m., there was no sign of the thugs, nor had they heard any commotion from them. Some brave souls sneaked out to investigate and eventually discovered a pile of corpses on the ground floor. The discovery sent shockwaves through Building 10, and soon the men from Buildings 1 to 5 heard the news and came to see.
Once they confirmed that Han Jingyuan's gang was truly dead, they first breathed a collective sigh of relief. Then, in their anger, they desecrated the bodies, venting their frustration, and ultimately dragged the corpses outside. They left the bodies exposed, ensuring that the acid rain that fell at night would dissolve the flesh, leaving nothing but bare bones. This served two purposes: venting their fury by desecrating the bodies and maintaining hygiene. Dissolving the flesh meant there wouldn't be a stench. Afterward, the crowd grew curious. Who was this white-browed hero? This person was terrifyingly effective, taking out Han Jingyuan's entire gang in just one night. Could it have been Wei Ming? Someone suggested. No way. The idea was immediately rejected by many. That man is incredibly selfish, only looking out for himself. Exactly.
He's holed up in his villa, living the good life, eating, drinking, and enjoying those women.
You think he'd bother to do something like this?
He was probably in bed, cuddled up with one of them last night. There's no way it was him.
The majority of people were adamantly opposed to the idea.
At this moment, a man stepped forward, laughing. All right, to stop you all from guessing aimlessly, I'll admit it, it was me.
I'm the white-browed hero. Last night, I took them out one by one when they weren't paying attention.
Many women immediately nodded in agreement, saying, these thugs didn't let us close our doors.
That was their undoing. It seemed plausible.
A number of women began to look at the man with admiration. This man was Wu Mofeng. He was blatantly lying, but seeing the adoring gazes of the women, he knew the story had taken hold. Whether or not he had done it didn't matter. What mattered was that people believed he had.
Didn't Wei Ming put a bounty on Han Jingyuan's head?
Wu Mofeng said, striking while the iron was hot to divert attention. This way, as time passed, his claim to the title of white-browed hero would solidify. If anyone questioned it later, the crowd would defend him.
Let's take his body to claim the reward. Hearing this, everyone cheered.
After all, they had clearly heard Wei Ming offer a bounty of 10 boxes of water, 10 pounds of fruit, 10 pounds of meat, and 100 pounds of rice for Han Jingyuan's head.
In the current circumstances, that was an astronomical fortune.
And so, they hoisted Han Jingyuan's corpse and carried it to the underground garage.
Wei Ming slept until after 9 a.m.
Having gone out during the night, he naturally woke up a bit later.
Why wake up early? Morning exercise? Well, that wasn't out of the question.
Wei Ming had already lifted the curfew but still slept alone with his door securely locked, accessible only to him. He walked out to find Song Qingyun and the other 5 women sitting around the dining table having breakfast. With a grin, he tossed a die.
It landed on 3.
Smiling slyly, he picked up Changya and carried her off. Song Qingyun and the others were long used to this behavior and continued eating their breakfast as if nothing had happened. Wei Ming was interrupted by an alarm on his phone. He glanced at the screen and saw that the neighborhood residents were back at it again, carrying Han Jingyuan's corpse to the entrance of the underground garage, loudly chattering among themselves.
Using his phone, Wei Ming connected to the surveillance system and asked, "What are you doing?" Wu Mofeng immediately replied, "Didn't you put a bounty on this man's head?"
"I killed him, so you need to pay up." Wei Ming froze for a moment. "If I recall correctly, I'm the one who killed Han Jingyuan's gang." Ha, this guy has some nerve, claiming credit for someone else's work. In truth, Wei Ming didn't mind someone else claiming the reward as long as they weren't stealing credit from him.
But this guy? Trying to take advantage of his accomplishments? Bold move. You killed him?
Wei Ming asked while motioning for Changya to freeze herself a popsicle.
Of course.
Wu Mofeng said confidently. The more he lied, the more he believed it himself.
Wei Ming chuckled.
Han Zhangyuan was taken down with 4 arrows through his limbs.
Do you know how to shoot a bow? I do.
Wu Mofeng replied, slightly faltering.
All right, Wei Ming said. Bring out your bow and shoot a few arrows into the body. If you do that, I'll pay you the reward.
There was no way Wu Mofeng could do it.
Furious, he snapped, Wei Ming, are you trying to renege on your promise? Wei Ming laughed. I'm the organizer. I have the final say in all matters. Besides, I'm just asking you to prove that you're the rightful claimant. Isn't that my duty as the organizer? I can't let someone else steal the credit, can I? I ran out of arrows,
and the bow's broken. I can't recreate it, Wu Mofeng said, resorting to excuses. Wei Ming replied coldly, without proof that you're the one who did it, I can't give you the reward. Wu Mofeng erupted into a tirade, cursing loudly.
With his provocation, others joined in to hurl insults at Wei Ming. Wei Ming burst into laughter. It's basic decency to have a conscience.
Don't let yours be eaten by dogs. Coming here to fraudulently claim the reward is an insult to the real hero. Don't forget, just yesterday, you were locked up, men cowering, and women forced into submission. Now, instead of thanking the person who saved you, you're here to steal what doesn't belong to you.
What a bunch of trash.
Having vented, he shut off the phone and tossed it aside. By then, the popsicle Changya had been making was completely ruined. Outside, Wu Mofeng and the others were furious. That bastard really is trying to back out of paying.
Wu Mofeng shouted first, trying to deflect any suspicion toward himself and distract the crowd.
Naturally, the others followed suit, angrily cursing Wei Ming.
Let's head back.
Returning to Building 10, Wu Mofeng gathered a group of able-bodied men to discuss their next steps.
After a long discussion, they returned with barely contained excitement. It's time we go home, many people said.
Wait. Wu Mofeng raised his hand.
Listen to me first.
Because of those thugs, we've lost so many people, especially our women.
Now there are only around 100 of them left.
He paused, sweeping his gaze over the women. Many men have lost their wives, but we're all human.
Humans have needs.
So, I'm announcing that all women will continue living in Building 10, and from now on, no doors are to be closed at any time.
What? The women, and even some men, couldn't believe their ears. What did this mean? Had they just rid themselves of Han Jingyuan's gang, only to face a new one? They had driven off the wolves, only to welcome the tigers? Had the dragon slayer become the dragon himself? Wu Mofeng, what do you mean by this? A woman shouted.
Nothing much, Wu Mofeng replied indifferently. There are too few women now, so resources need to be shared. He stared greedily at the woman who had spoken. She had been his neighbor, and he had wanted her for a long time. He walked over and hoisted her onto his shoulder.
That's my wife, a man shouted, charging forward.
But the other men blocked him, laughing mockingly.
Not anymore. Don't be so stingy. Let everyone have a turn. Ha ha ha.
Wu Mofeng sparked another wave of slaughter. Out of 107 surviving women, most of their husbands and family members were still alive.
The result?
They were all massacred. This way, when Wu Mofeng and his men indulged themselves with the women, there would be no one left to oppose them.
There were many of them, over 800.
Subjugating 100 or so remaining men was no challenge. By the end of the day, the sunlight illuminated another field of corpses. Of course, Wu Mofeng's side paid a price too, but fighting with such overwhelming numbers minimized their losses. They only lost 30 people, leaving nearly 800 still standing. After satisfying their animalistic desires, these men gathered to discuss their next steps. Brother Feng were running low on food and clean water. We need to figure out a solution soon, someone said. The others nodded in agreement.
One man took a deep drag from his cigarette and added, "If we could break into Wei Ming's villa, we'd be set. But seriously, I just don't understand, how does his villa store so many supplies in such a small space?"
Maybe he turned the entire basement into a storage room, someone speculated.
That bastard. He's so untrustworthy. Obviously, it was Brother Feng who killed Han Zhangyuan, yet he refused to honor the reward. Another chimed in, feigning outrage on Wu Mofeng's behalf. Wu Mofeng wore a look of indignation as well.
Waving his hand dismissively, he said, "Talking about it is useless.
Wei Ming won't give us anything, and we can't break in. We'll have to come up with another plan." "What plan?" everyone asked. Wu Mofeng sneered. "If those thugs could come to our neighborhood, why can't we go elsewhere?"
But Zhao Jihu said before that the nearby convenience stores have already been looted.
"We'd have to go far to find supplies," someone pointed out.
"And after yesterday's explosion in the garage, most of the vehicles are unusable."
"If we can't drive, we'll walk," Wu Mofeng replied coldly.
"If we don't go out to look for supplies, we're just waiting to die."
"Do you want to die?" No one did. But who would go out to search for supplies? "We'll draw lots," Wu Mofeng decided.
Naturally, as the organizer, there was no chance he'd draw the short straw himself. This sowed seeds of dissatisfaction. Previously, Zhao Jihu had personally led teams to search for supplies.
Now Wu Mofeng only issued orders while sending others into danger.
Those who drew the lots were understandably disgruntled. When they were united by the common goal of exploiting the surviving women, there had been harmony. Now, with the risk of gathering supplies on the table, fractures began to emerge. Wei Ming stayed out of their business. He had acted against Han Zhangyuan because that group had guns and posed a real threat to him.
But Wu Mofeng's gang?
They were nothing but a disorderly mob.
To Wei Ming, they were a joke. He had no intention of going out of his way to deal with them.
It was more entertaining to sit back and watch the drama unfold. He predicted that it wouldn't be long before they turned on each other. In the meantime, he went down to the basement and gave Sun Dai and the other two some food.
"Are you even human?" Sun Dai asked shakily, looking at Wei Ming with pure terror instead of resentment. Could they not be afraid?
Including himself, they had been transformed into something barely distinguishable from monsters. Wei Ming nodded thoughtfully and muttered, "Even if someone is altered beyond recognition, as long as I perform another surgery before 24 hours pass to return them to their original state, there won't be any lasting side effects."
"But if I continue altering them?"
Before he could finish, one of the men let out a blood-curdling scream as his chest exploded. Wei Ming didn't attempt to save him, he had already seen the experimental outcome.
Continuous modification is useless.
Once the 24-hour limit is reached, the body forcibly reverts to its original state, he concluded.
I can temporarily alter the human body structure.
In theory, I could create a super soldier, use them for 24 hours, and then revert them back for reuse.
Not just others, I can modify myself too. If I ever face grave danger, couldn't I modify my skin to be as tough as iron? Or give myself incredible strength, speed, or even wings?
As Wei Ming allowed his thoughts to run wild, he realized that as long as he restored himself within 24 hours, it would work.
Still, this is terrifying even to think about. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I won't use this method.
Wei Ming chuckled and turned to Sun Dai and the remaining man.
Thank you for your contributions. It's time for you to go now. No! No!
Sun Dai screamed hysterically, while the other man silently closed his eyes, having already resigned himself to death as a release from his suffering. Wei Ming ignored Sun Dai's protests and absorbed both men into the alternate dimension. When he returned to the third floor, he noticed a faint light in the darkness. It was a flashlight. A group of people was leaving the neighborhood.
Finally heading out to gather supplies? Wei Ming checked the time.
It was only a little past 7 p.m., they were heading out quite early.
He wondered idly how many of the dozens leaving would actually make it back. Satisfied with his curiosity, he turned his attention back to the moment.
Lin Wanqiu appeared, carrying a dish, and called out with a smile, "Husband, dinner's ready." The 7 of them sat together to enjoy their meal. After dinner, everyone went about their own activities, watching shows, playing games, exercising, or writing. Lin Wanqiu, in particular, had turned writing into a habit and passion. "If humanity ever goes extinct, my works might become material for new species to study us," Lin Wanqiu said excitedly. "He, I should write more intimate scenes so they'll know how pleasurable it is."
Classic Lin Wanqiu.
Wei Ming couldn't help but want to give her a thumbs up.
Day 17 of the apocalypse.
Before sunrise, a few people trickled back into the community. But even as the sun rose, only about 1/10 of them had returned. It was unclear whether the rest had died, were trapped outside, or simply chose not to come back.
Why return?
Why come back just to hand over the hard-earned supplies you risked your life to gather?
Before, the idea of home was a tether, but now, with Wu Mofeng initiating a massacre the moment he took power, who still had family left? So why bother returning to Qidong City? If you could live well on your own, eating and drinking to your satisfaction, wasn't that better? Why reduce yourself to being someone else's dog? Women? Unless they were top-tier beauties like Yu Chutong, or at least stunning women like Michelle, why would anyone bother?
The women in Building 10 hadn't bathed in days. Their sour, sweaty stench was enough to repel even the most desperate man. In this sweltering heat, it was perhaps the best way to help some men curb their lust. When Wu Mofeng saw that only 7 people had returned, his face darkened.
7 people, how many supplies could they possibly bring back? A pitiful amount. And how many people were there in total? More than 800, including both men and women. What now? How could so few supplies feed so many mouths? Wu Mofeng was at a loss.
In that moment, he almost regretted becoming the leader. Playing around with women might bring a brief thrill, but managing the food, water, and waste needs of over 800 people was a constant, unrelenting headache.
It wasn't worth it. But give up being the leader? He couldn't bear to relinquish the power to command others. The bigger issue was, if someone else took over, wouldn't they send him out to scavenge for supplies?
If he had to take orders, he'd rather stay the leader. Wu Mofeng was deeply troubled. Forget it, he muttered, deciding to indulge himself and push his worries aside. But before he could enjoy his distraction, 4 men burst into his room. Before he had time to react, a rope was looped around his neck. He struggled, flailing his arms and legs, but how could one man overpower 4? Within moments, his face turned red as he violently thrashed one last time before falling still.
The 4 men exchanged glances, sighing in relief.
They had expected Wu Mofeng, who had defeated Han Zhangyuan and his gang, to be a fearsome opponent.
But as it turned out, he was easy prey. He couldn't have been white-browed hero. We were all fooled by him.
Who cares? He's dead now, and we're in charge. Wei Ming, indulging his curiosity, had planted listening devices in several rooms during his operation in Building 10 the previous night. Bored, he tuned in and was astonished to discover that Wu Mofeng was dead, strangled by 4 men. Yet even these 4 didn't become the new leaders. The remaining men splintered into 8 factions, dividing the women among themselves as spoils of war, with each faction claiming a share.
Wei Ming sighed.
In times of chaos, women truly suffered the most. Forget about being treated like cherished fairy maidens.
Even being seen as human was a luxury. Just look at the women in the community, what had they become? Mere commodities.
Under the crushing pressure of survival, with no moral or legal constraints, everything reverted to primal, jungle-like rules. The strong ruled, and women, naturally weaker in physical strength, became objects to be enslaved. From Zhang Shi and Sun Dai's initial group, to Han Jingyuan's gang, then to Wu Mofeng's unified rule, and now splintered into 8 factions, all of this had happened in just a few days.
11 days.
In just 11 short days, it felt as if half a year or more had passed.
Wei Ming couldn't help but feel introspective.
The 6 women, Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, and the others, looked at him with profound gratitude.
If not for Wei Ming, what would have become of them? Even though they were more beautiful than most, would their fate have been any better? Whoever held power, they would have been reduced to playthings. And with every shift in leadership, they would have been passed around like property, just like the women in the community now, traded from one man to the next as ownership changed hands. Could they resist? Without access to guns, their only option would have been cold weapons. But when it came to melee combat, men had the overwhelming advantage. Even Song Qingyun, a former security officer, would have been powerless. Would anyone have cared? The 6 women's hearts surged with emotion. Compared to the horrors of the outside world, Wei Ming's presence made him seem like a towering figure. Wei Ming sat on the balcony, sipping an iced cola while gazing outside. The urge to venture out was growing stronger. He had been cooped up for too long, he needed to move. Of course, if he decided to go out, he would ensure he was fully prepared. After dinner, as Wei Ming debated whether to head out that night, his phone buzzed with an alert. Opening the app,
he saw a man standing at the basement door, looking furtive.
"What's your business?" Wei Ming asked lazily. "My name is Huang Xian. I have important information." The man replied. "Be specific."
"I don't have time to waste," Wei Ming said. Huang Xian hesitated briefly before speaking. "I was a government contractor. I oversaw the construction of a subterranean shelter."
"Oh?"
Wei Ming pondered for a moment before using his phone to remotely unlock the door. Once Huang Xian stepped inside, Wei Ming instructed, "Take off your clothes and put on the set by the door. I need to make sure you're not carrying anything that could threaten me."
As soon as Huang Xian entered, he was stunned. It was cool, refreshingly cool. "How is it so comfortable in here?" he thought.
No wonder Wei Ming seemed to live so leisurely, this was paradise compared to outside. After a brief pause, Huang Xian quickly changed into the clothes Wei Ming had prepared, which was nothing more than a pair of beach shorts.
"No weapons."
"Come upstairs," Wei Ming said, remotely unlocking the door to the first floor. When Huang Xian reached the first floor, he saw Wei Ming lounging on the sofa, holding a bottle of cola.
Huang Xian licked his lips involuntarily. "Could I have a sip?" he asked.
He hadn't had more than 3 small sips of water a day in recent times. Wei Ming opened the fridge and took out a can of cola but didn't hand it to Huang Xian. Instead, he placed it on the coffee table. "First, tell me about this shelter," Wei Ming said.
Huang Xian swallowed hard but didn't dare make a move to grab the drink. Going against Wei Ming? That would be a death wish. Look at the people inside and outside the neighborhood who among them ever crossed Wei Ming and lived to tell the tale. They all died. No matter how desperate his thirst, Huang Xian wouldn't risk it.
Instead, he savored the cool air inside the house as he spoke. "The government started this project 5 years ago, secretly constructing an underground shelter. From what I've learned through inside information, it was meant to prepare for the potential outbreak of an S3 level crisis. The shelter is built 60 meters underground, designed to withstand nuclear explosions.
It consists of 4 levels, a living area, a recreational area, a farming zone, and a plantation. It's fully automated, managed by artificial intelligence. Tasks like feeding chickens, tending to pigs, and irrigating crops are all handled by AI.
The shelter's energy and water supplies can sustain 1,000 people for 6 months.
Huang Xian finally revealed some of the shelter's secrets.
Wei Ming was intrigued.
"Describe it in more detail."
Huang Xian smacked his lips, his eyes fixed on the can of ice-cold cola. 10 days ago, if someone had told him he'd grovel like a beggar for a can of soda, he would have laughed it off. But now, he was willing to give anything for it. Wei Ming chuckled and pushed the can toward him. Huang Xian eagerly grabbed it, opened it, and chugged half of it in one go. Delicious. Sweet, cold, refreshing. After gulping down half, he slowed down, sipping carefully to make it last. Without waiting for Wei Ming to prompt him, he continued to describe the shelter. The shelter was designed to accommodate up to 1,000 people. The recreational zone included amenities like a tennis court and a swimming pool. The farming zone housed chickens, cows, pigs, and sheep, while the plantation relied on fertilizer derived from animal waste. Crops grown in the plantation could also provide feed for the livestock. Of course, the shelter had generators and enough energy to run for 6 months. If fewer people occupied the shelter, the supplies could last even longer, potentially decades for just a small group. However, energy limitations meant that while the living and recreational areas could reduce their power consumption, the farming and plantation zones required a continuous 24-hour power supply. This was necessary for tasks like feeding, watering, and simulating sunlight. Even in energy-saving mode, the shelter's capacity could, at most, be stretched to last a year. When designing the shelter, the intent was never for people to live there indefinitely. The 6-month period was meant to allow for the dissipation of most nuclear radiation after an explosion, making it safe to emerge and rebuild. The shelter, 60 meters underground, is in a place where sunlight can't reach and the temperature is stable year-round, Huang Xian said excitedly. Right now, the biggest threats are sunlight and acid rain, but in the shelter, neither would be a concern. Wei Ming was tempted. He had 2 major considerations, fear and desire. What was he afraid of? Missiles. A direct strike on his villa would leave him no time to react. And if it were a nuclear missile, even a detonation in the vicinity would be enough to end him. But in a shelter 60 meters underground, even a nuclear explosion would have no effect unless it was a bunker buster. After all, the shelter was built to ensure survival during an S3 level crisis and preserve the seeds of civilization in case of nuclear war.
What did he desire? Better amenities like the swimming pool he'd been dreaming about. The shelter could provide all of that. Seeing Wei Ming's interest, Huang Xian quickly capitalized on the moment. The shelter was supposed to be completed and handed over on May 9th, but the disaster struck unexpectedly. Right now, it must be empty. If we go there, the shelter will be ours. Wei Ming smirked. You're not the only one who knows about this shelter. What if it's already been taken over? Impossible. Huang Xian declared confidently.
Seeing Wei Ming's skeptical look, he explained, I was the contractor for this project. Since the shelter hasn't been officially handed over, the access keys are still under my control. To enter the shelter, you need to use an elevator. And to use the elevator, you need to unlock the door. The key is in my possession. He quickly added, if you agree to my terms, I'll take you there. But I'll only hand over the key once we're there. Wei Ming's expression remained calm. What are your terms? Huang Xian eagerly replied, first, I want a premium-level apartment in the shelter. Second, I want a woman, someone beautiful. I won't touch the women you have now, but you must provide at least one for me. And finally, any women who later join the shelter must be shared. Heh, quite the bold demands. Wei Ming shook his head. Here's my offer, you tell me the shelter's location, I verify its existence, and once you hand over the key, I'll give you a certain amount of supplies. No way. Huang Xian refused outright. Wei Ming shrugged. Then forget it. Please leave. Huang Xian was stunned, unable to accept this outcome. Wei Ming, think it over. This is a shelter we're talking about. So what? In Wei Ming's mind, the shelter was just an added bonus, not a necessity. While it offered better safety, more space, and luxuries like a swimming pool, his current villa was already secure. How likely was it that a missile would target a residential area? For Wei Ming, the shelter was merely a luxury, not a lifeline. There was no way he'd let himself be extorted. When you've thought it through, come talk to me. Otherwise, you're free to stay out there and die of heat, hunger, or thirst. Wei Ming tossed Huang Xian out the door. Negotiate with him? Heh, what right did he have? Huang Xian stood outside, dumbfounded. How could this happen? Why had Wei Ming rejected him? Sure, Wei Ming was living well now, but the villa was only so big. No matter how much he hoarded, eventually, his supplies would run out. The shelter, on the other hand, was a self-sustaining ecosystem, capable of supporting 1,000 people for 6 months. From Huang Xian's perspective, his demands weren't unreasonable, he was only asking for a single apartment. Unwilling to give up, he decided to wait it out. Wei Ming must be tempted by the shelter. He's just being stingy. Huang Xian resolved to hold his ground. After all, he had no way to reach the shelter himself without transportation. Wei Ming, on the other hand, had the capabilities to make it happen. So, after enduring for more than half a month, Huang Xian decided that cooperating with Wei Ming was his only option. He dared not seek help from people like Zheng Shi or Han Zhangyuan, who would likely kill him without hesitation. At least Wei Ming seemed reliable. The question was, how much longer could Huang Xian hold out? Wei Ming was truly unhurried. For him, having a shelter was naturally ideal, but if he didn't, it didn't matter much to him either. Living in this villa, sure, it was a bit cramped and somewhat prison-like, but at the very least, it was the best prison in the world. Besides, he already had full confidence in his ability to roam freely outside. For him, a shelter was merely a way to eliminate a sliver of potential risk and add a few more entertainment options. The risk factor was probably less than 1 in 10,000, and entertainment options were replaceable. For example, going to a swimming pool, if he wanted, he could easily bring in tons of ice blocks and enjoy a great swim. After all, he had emptied the icebergs at the poles, ice blocks were the least of his concerns. Huang Xian wanted to compete with him? Ha! Wei Ming thought he was still too kind. If it were Zheng Shi or Han Zhangyuan, upon learning such information, they would undoubtedly capture Huang Xian, torture him severely, and force him to reveal the location of the shelter and hand over the keys. Forget it. Let's maintain some baseline principles. Without a baseline, people become no different from animals. If Wei Ming didn't have a baseline, he could have easily taken Yu Tong and Song Qingyun, those two rare beauties, by force long ago. Instead, he traded with them, making them voluntarily fall into his arms. As for whether they truly felt willing deep down, he didn't care. Alright, I won't go out today. I'll take a walk tomorrow night. Since the disaster struck, I haven't left the neighborhood. Even when he went to pick up Song Qing Yun, he only walked around the neighborhood a total distance of less than 800 meters round trip.
Could that even count as going out? Time for bed.
Wei Ming still slept in a room by himself. He had almost everything now, but life was precious and irreplaceable.
Was it wrong to be cautious? One night passed.
It was now the 18th day of the apocalypse. As the sun was about to rise, a school bus suddenly sped into the neighborhood, flooring the gas pedal and ramming toward the underground garage entrance.
Bang! Because of the height restriction, the bus couldn't enter the garage directly and slammed right into it.
Due to the strong impact, the front of the bus got wedged into the entrance. At that moment, the sun was just starting to rise. People began climbing out of the shattered bus windshield one by one, making their way into the garage. Naturally, such commotion startled the residents of the neighborhood.
Before long, representatives from 8 factions showed up. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Half asleep, Wei Ming woke up in a daze.
He sat up and felt puzzled.
Did he just hear gunfire? How could there still be guns?
He had confiscated all of Han Jingyuan's group's weapons.
So where did the gunfire come from? Still, Wei Ming didn't think too much of it. After all, even when Han Jingyuan's group had so many people and so many guns, they couldn't do anything against the villa's defenses.
And that was when he hadn't even left the house much.
Otherwise, if he opened the space portal and unleashed the bullets inside, who could stand against him?
What's more, he could open the portal through walls, which meant he could attack people outside while staying safe inside the villa.
What kind of unfair combat was that? Even elite soldiers would kneel before him.
He got out of bed, went to the balcony, and looked around, but he didn't see anything unusual.
All right, no rush.
He sat down, planning to have a cup of milk, but then he noticed something surprising. A person had appeared on the balcony next door.
Ha!
He looked over, and it wasn't just one person. There were several of them. Among them, he saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner, a man and a woman. The man, appearing around 40, was very muscular, with chest and arm hair clearly visible since he was shirtless. It was obvious he hadn't evolved well. As for the foreign woman, she was under 30, with wavy blonde hair and the classic Western look, sexy and beautiful. She could score an 80, with her sensuality earning her an extra 2 points for a total of 82. But her figure was truly remarkable, at least an E-cup bust, a slender waist, and exceptionally full hips, so exaggeratedly full that it was almost surreal. Her height was also impressive, estimated to be around 175 centimeters. Overall, the foreign woman could be rated 88 points. Of course, most of the people were still Chinese, 2 women and 3 men.
Ha! Wei Ming!
One of the men shouted when he saw Wei Ming. But because there were 2 layers of windows in between and Wei Ming's windows had excellent soundproofing, he couldn't hear the voice, he could only see the man's expression and lip movements.
Are you Wei Ming?
The man confirmed again.
Wei Ming opened the window.
At this time of day, sunlight couldn't reach inside from that angle, but because he had heard gunfire earlier, he had already opened a space portal by the window.
In case bullets came through, they'd be immediately absorbed. Fu Lin? Wei Ming called out the man's name. Ah, it's really you.
The man nodded.
I'm Fu Lin. I never thought we'd meet again under these circumstances. Fu Lin, who is he? A woman asked.
She looked to be in her 20s and was quite pretty, not inferior to Lu Qing in appearance, but that was about it. Her bust was clearly a size smaller, and in this heat, no one would bother patting it for appearance. Fu Lin replied, his name is Wei Ming.
He was my high school classmate.
The woman gave a perfunctory acknowledgement and didn't look at Wei Ming again, maintaining a very proud demeanor.
Really? In the apocalypse, who are you trying to impress with your arrogance? Don't believe me?
Watch me pull out a bottle of water, and you'll be calling me daddy in no time. Fu Lin, sensing the awkwardness, quickly added, pointing to another woman around 30 years old, this is my wife, Su Yu. We're both teachers at the Liverpool Foreign Language School. Oh, and this is my sister-in-law, who's also the principal of our school, Su Qian.
It was true, the 2 women looked quite similar.
In terms of appearance, however, Su Qian was slightly superior.
Su Yu scored an 80 at most, but Su Qian could reach 85.
Moreover, her figure was better, with an impressive bust, a flat stomach, and long legs. Overall, even with Su Yu's youthful advantage, she was still less charming than Su Qian. Su Yu was already very arrogant, but Su Qian was even more so. She didn't even glance at Wei Ming, as if she hadn't heard Fu Lin's introduction, completely ignoring him.
Wei Ming wasn't surprised at all. Back in school, Fu Lin had been a notorious bootlicker. He had constantly fawned over a certain official's son in their class, earning himself the title of a lackey. Judging by the trio's current demeanor, it was clear Fu Lin had married into this family by currying favor. With his decent looks and sweet-talking nature, it wasn't surprising he could win over a rich and beautiful woman. That said, Suyu was merely a teacher, not exactly a true rich beauty. Her sister Su Qian, however, as the principal, barely qualified. Because Fu Lin had relied on flattery to secure his position, it was evident his wife didn't respect him, and her sister treated him no better. Otherwise, they would have at least smiled at Wei Ming as a courtesy when introduced. Fu Lin looked embarrassed and quickly pointed to a teenager. "This is one of our school's students, High, the second son of the Gao family, the famous Gao group." Wei Ming was speechless. "Gao Xiao? You're still as much of a sycophant as ever." Just like the Su sisters, High had no intention of greeting Wei Ming either. He was equally arrogant, even wearing an expression full of disdain. Although he was called a youth, he was about 175 centimeters tall, and his demeanor and temperament showed no trace of youthful innocence. Wei Ming nodded lightly. In Haidu City, there was only one Gao group, a massive enterprise worth hundreds of billions. It made sense now. Gao's second son attending the same school explained why Fu Lin was acting so subservient. He's so used to groveling, he can't stand upright anymore. As for the two foreigners and the last man, Fu Lin didn't bother introducing them. Instead, he asked, "Hey, Wei Ming, do you have any food? Could you spare some for us? We haven't eaten or drunk anything all night." Wei Ming was slightly surprised. Over half a month into the apocalypse, and you're only now running out of food and water? It was clear they had escaped from the school. Those two foreigners, could they be foreign teachers? Wei Ming didn't agree or refuse. Instead, he asked, "You came from the school?" "Yes," Fu Lin replied, looking frustrated. "After the disaster began, we stayed in the school cafeteria. We didn't have to worry about food or water at first. Plus, Gao Xiao managed to contact his family, and President Gao sent a rescue team to pick us up. But the roads were too difficult to traverse, so the rescue never arrived. Then, yesterday, a group of thugs broke into the school. They had guns and tried to storm the cafeteria. We took the opportunity to escape at night and managed to snatch a gun. By the time we drove near this area, the sun was about to rise, so we had to turn in here to avoid the sunlight. But we didn't expect the people in your neighborhood to be so barbaric. They even tried to take my wife, my sister-in-law, and this foreign friend, Angel, away. Luckily, our security captain, Zhao Guofu, used the gun to scare them off." Wei Ming understood now. No wonder he had heard gunshots earlier. He looked at the security captain, a man in his 40s with a medium build, muscular, and sporting a flat-top haircut. However, after more than half a month without grooming, his hair had grown out a bit. So, the foreign woman's name was Angel. That left the other foreign man as the only one without a name. Ha! The neighborhood had completely devolved into chaos. Everyone was like a beast now. With 3 women in their group, all scoring 80 points or higher in appearance, it was no surprise they would trigger the neighborhood men's animal instincts. Good thing they had a gun. Otherwise, those 3 women would have already been violated multiple times. By coincidence, they had ended up in Villa 18. "Wei Ming, come on, find some food and water for us," Fu Lin said again. "Don't worry, we'll pay a high price." As he spoke, impatience crept onto his face. "I've explained so much to you, and yet you're still not moving?" Back in school, he only had eyes for the wealthy and powerful. Kids from ordinary families like Wei Ming's were beneath his notice. After graduating, he worked hard to win over Suyu, eventually marrying her. Through Su Qian's connections, he landed a teaching job at their private school. His monthly salary reached over 20,000 yuan, which, while less than Suyu's 30,000, still brought their household income to over 50,000, a very enviable figure in China. After all, what's the median income? In their alumni group, his sole activity was flaunting his wealth. Even after the apocalypse struck, he continued to fawn over his wife, her sister, and the rich second generation like Gao High, hoping to use their connections to return to a comfortable life. Wei Ming smiled faintly. "Old classmate, you've realized it's the end of the world now, haven't you? After being attacked twice, do you still not understand? This world has turned into a mess. The elites you once revered have fallen into the mud. Money? What good is it now?" Fu Lin, of course, didn't believe him and didn't want to believe him.
His years of bootlicking had become second nature, even his life's driving force.
For Wei Ming to now claim that bootlicking was useless was simply unacceptable. Wei Ming, cut the nonsense. Out of our old friendship, give us food and water now. When Gao Xiao's people come to pick us up later, we can take you with us, he offered. Gao Shihai sneered. Who said you could make decisions for me?
Fu Lin hurriedly approached Gao Shihai.
Gao Xiao, we're out of food and water right now.
We're asking for his help.
With the Gao family's wealth, feeding one more person wouldn't matter. But the key is to make sure you don't stay hungry or thirsty. Hearing this, Gao Shihai reluctantly nodded. Fine. As long as I'm well fed for the next few days, I'll take him back to my family.
Great. Fu Lin said cheerfully.
With Gao Shihai's approval, Fu Lin felt confident he could now negotiate with Wei Ming.
Wei Ming, exactly because the world is in chaos now, we need to hold on to strong connections, Fu Lin reasoned. The Gao family is a powerful household with substantial resources and manpower. Only by joining them can you truly survive long-term, until the government's rescue teams arrive.
You're really good at spinning stories.
Wei Ming thought to himself, even with abundant resources, if someone's strength isn't solid, their subordinates could easily overthrow them at any moment, leaving their supplies and women for others to enjoy. But there was no point in arguing with Fu Lin. He smiled indifferently and said, I do have food and water, but I'm only interested in trading with beautiful women.
What?
Fu Lin was momentarily stunned before realizing what he meant. He glanced at his sister-in-law and the foreign woman, then gritted his teeth. You've got guts.
Gao Shihai immediately pulled Fu Lin behind him.
Although he was just a senior in high school, his physique was almost on par with Fu Lin's. Glaring at Wei Ming, he said, You're courting death.
Get the food and water now. I'm starving and thirsty. Seeing Gao Shihai's anger, Fu Lin quickly tried to mediate. Old classmate, Gao Xiao is upset. Go get the food and water now, and apologize to him. Gao Shihai sneered. Kneel first. I'm not used to speaking to people at eye level. The arrogance.
Wei Ming ignored the rich kid and turned to the Su sisters.
I welcome trades with beautiful women. One session with me gets you a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Who knew if the foreign woman understood him?
Well, the others would probably translate it for her. But then he saw the foreign woman's face contort in anger. Clearly, she understood Chinese.
That's great. Otherwise, explaining different positions would have required hand gestures. You bastard. Gao Shihai cursed. Are you looking for death?
He didn't actually care about what happened to the Su sisters or the foreign woman. What enraged him was that Wei Ming had completely disregarded him.
As the second son of the Gao family, when had he ever been treated like this?
Gao Shihai screamed hysterically, like a madman.
As a top-tier wealthy second-generation heir, he usually wasn't this hot-headed.
But with the apocalypse upon them, he'd been stuck in a cafeteria for over 10 days, unable to do anything. Anyone in his position would have lost their composure. And for someone who was used to having everything go his way, it was even worse. He was already full of pent-up frustration, and Wei Ming's attitude only served to ignite his fury.
You're dead meat. He yelled, turning to Zhao Guofu. Kill him. Kill him for me.
Zhao Guofu, however, replied coldly, We've only got one bullet left. If we waste it on this guy, and someone else breaks in, I won't be able to protect you. Hearing this, Gao Shihai had no choice but to swallow his anger, despite his resentment toward Wei Ming. Whether it was the thugs who broke into the school or the mobs they encountered upon entering this neighborhood, everyone they met was ruthlessly savage. Without a gun to intimidate them, his life would truly be in danger. Compared to venting his anger, his life was obviously more important. Gao Shihai snorted, silently deciding that once his family's rescue team arrived, he would have Wei Ming killed. No, he'd also make sure the mobs in this neighborhood were dealt with. How dare they scare him? Now that the apocalypse had come, laws no longer existed. It was the perfect world for someone like him, a top-tier rich heir, to do whatever he pleased. Who could stop him? Fu Lin, on the other hand, was utterly embarrassed. When he recognized Wei Ming, he thought he could use this opportunity to show off in front of Gao Shihai and his wife. If he managed to get food and water from Wei Ming, it would make him look good. But Wei Ming didn't give him face, and Gao Shihai treated him like a dog. His face burned with humiliation. What could he do, though? A dog doesn't get to demand respect from its master. He didn't dare resent Gao Shihai and the others. Instead, he secretly cursed Wei Ming for being uncooperative and making him lose face. Wei Ming, it's time to eat, Yu Chu Tong called out just then as she walked over. Ha! She noticed the unexpected crowd in the house, including foreigners, and couldn't hide her surprise.
What's going on here? You're Yu Chu Tong, Gao Shihai suddenly exclaimed. Sister-in-law.
Yu Chu Tong glanced at him, her expression revealing a hint of recognition. Then, her face lit up with understanding, and she looked slightly surprised.
You're the second son of the Gao family? Gao Shihai nodded eagerly.
That's right, I'm Gao Shihai's sister-in-law. Why are you here with him?
The Yu family's influence wasn't weaker than the Gao family's, in fact, it was slightly stronger.
The two families had even formed an alliance, arranging for Yu Chu Tong to marry his older brother, Gao Lingtian. Although they were only engaged and hadn't yet married, Gao Shihai naturally had to address her as sister-in-law.
But now, Yu Chu Tong was in another man's house. Gao Shihai's expression instantly turned hostile.
Even though the engagement between his brother and Yu Chu Tong was for the sake of family interests and had nothing to do with feelings, and they were free to live their own lives in private, what did private mean? If he discovered it, it wasn't private anymore.
And what's more, how dare you cuckold the Gao family?
This was the last straw, adding new hatred to old resentment.
Gao Shihai wanted nothing more than to kill Wei Ming now. Yu Chu Tong frowned. I'm not married to your brother. Don't call me sister-in-law.
Besides, with the apocalypse happening, our engagement is naturally nullified. From now on, we go our separate ways. She had opposed the arranged marriage from the beginning. Now that the world had descended into chaos, there was no way she'd acknowledge or accept it.
Gao Shihai was furious. Sister-in-law.
Your engagement with my brother was publicly announced by our families.
Not just in Haidu City, even across the nation, many people know about it. Now you're reneging on it? Are you trying to humiliate the Gao family? Yu Chu Tong didn't bother arguing further.
Instead, she turned to Wei Ming.
Aren't you coming down to eat? Bring it up for me.
If Lu Qing and the others haven't eaten yet, have them come upstairs too, Wei Ming replied, smirking.
You're hungry and thirsty? Perfect. Watch me eat and drink.
Before long, Lu Qing and the others brought breakfast upstairs. When they saw people on the adjacent balcony, they were slightly surprised but quickly dismissed it.
Let them envy us.
The 7 of them sat around the table and began eating.
Breakfast was lavish: dumplings, wontons, noodles, soy milk, and more. Everyone could take what they wanted.
As for drinks, there were 3 large cartons of milk, refrigerated, not the room temperature kind. Fu Lin and his group were completely stunned. Even though they had been hiding in the cafeteria, their meals had grown simpler by the day. After the power outage, food spoiled quickly, and they were left gnawing on plain buns, which didn't spoil as easily. They hadn't had meat in days. Now, seeing such an abundant spread, steaming noodles and wontons, they couldn't help but swallow hard. They were starving and thirsty. The sight of Wei Ming's group gulping down water and milk made them burn with thirst, almost to the point where they wanted to leap over from the balcony. Wei Ming smiled and said, "Feel free to come trade with me.
I won't entertain you otherwise." With that, he closed the window.
No matter how much Gao Shihai cursed after that, Wei Ming couldn't hear him. Lin Wanqiu and the others, curious about what was happening, asked Wei Ming to explain. He briefly told them about the group's background. When they learned that Fu Lin was one of Wei Ming's high school classmates, the 6 women marveled at how small the world was.
That classmate of yours is a textbook bootlicker.
He licks his wife, his boss, and even his students, Lu Qing remarked. She had keenly observed the dynamics, being a leader herself. She was all too familiar with sycophants, having encountered plenty of subordinates who flattered her, and many men who pursued her before she got married.
Wei Ming chuckled. I didn't like him back in school.
I hated doing homework, and he would always report me to the teacher, getting me scolded all the time. The 6 women immediately showed expressions of disdain.
Everyone who's been to school knows how much we hate tattletales.
Lu Qing glanced at the Su sisters and the foreign woman, her eyes sweeping over their faces and bodies.
She couldn't help but smile. Looks like we might have new additions to the house soon.
Wei Ming laughed heartily. Those 3 women don't have the qualifications to live here.
At most, they're just for fun.
He spoke openly in front of the 6 women without hesitation. Firstly, he held absolute control over the situation. Secondly, in this apocalyptic world, who still adhered to the old rules? Otherwise, the 6 of them wouldn't have been getting along so well, or at least appearing to. Lu Qing, Ni Xiaolu, and Chenya had gotten into the villa early on, when Wei Ming's standards were lower.
Of course, there was also the joy of indulging himself. But as for the Su sisters and the foreign woman? No chance of moving into the villa. They'd be fun to play with, nothing more. Lu Qing giggled and suggested to Song Qingyun and the others, how about we place bets on which of those three will come to Wei Ming first? Betting on that? Lin Wanqiu was the first to ask, what's the wager? Whoever guesses correctly gets to have Wei Ming to herself for an entire day. Lu Qing proposed. Deal. Lin Wanqiu agreed, then turned to the others. What do you all think? Wei Ming was speechless. Still, it didn't cost him anything. If they wanted to amuse themselves, so be it. In the end, all 6 women, Song Qingyun and the others, joined the bet. Lu Qing and Michelle Lu both chose the foreign woman as the first to approach Wei Ming, reasoning that foreign women tended to be more open-minded. Lin Wanqiu, Song Qingyun, and Chanya picked Su Qian, believing that for her to become a school principal before the age of 30, she must have had a man supporting her. Otherwise, how could she have secured such a position? Only Yu Chu Tong selected Su Yu. She explained, her husband is a spineless man. Maybe she was initially fooled by his sweet words, but after living together day after day, she must see him for what he truly is. I believe no woman could truly like such a man. So, she's already got the perfect conditions to cheat. Add to that the fact that this is the apocalypse, and no one will judge you for moral failings. For the sake of food and water, I think she'll be the first to approach Wei Ming. Their arguments all made sense, and even Wei Ming found himself curious, which woman would come to him first? Next door. Gao Shihai was livid. He yelled at Zhao Guofu, go next door and kill that bastard. Even Fu Lin, despite being Wei Ming's former classmate, didn't try to dissuade him. And if he didn't speak up, why would the Su sisters or the foreign woman advocate for Wei Ming? Instead, Zhao Guofu remained calm. First, is it worth using our only bullet on this person? Second, have you considered why the ruthless people in this neighborhood haven't robbed Wei Ming yet? He has so many supplies, and there are 6 beautiful women living in his house. How could anyone not covet what he has? Yet, he's still perfectly fine. Doesn't that strike you as strange? Hearing this, the others, including Fu Lin, were startled and began to think deeply. Only Gao Shihai remained impatient, looking like he was ready to devour someone. Fu Lin, what kind of person is this Wei Ming? Su Qian asked. Fu Lin thought for a moment. He comes from an ordinary family and had average grades. If it weren't for his good luck in being born in Haida City, he probably wouldn't have even gotten into college. It was common knowledge that having a household registration in major cities like Haidu or the capital was already a foot in the door to higher education. So ordinary? The others were puzzled. How could someone so average be intimidating? Zhao Guofu considered this and said, I'll go ask around in the neighborhood. When he moved to leave, the group panicked. After all, the only gun they had was with Zhao Guofu. What if he left and the neighborhood's mob decided to attack? Lock the door. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Zhao Guofu said firmly. Before anyone could object, he had already stepped out. He returned shortly after, less than half an hour later. How did it go? Everyone asked. Zhao Guofu's expression was grave. You must not underestimate Wei Ming. He then recounted the information he had gathered. The group listened as if hearing a story. Fu Lin, in particular, was stunned, unable to believe what he was hearing. He stood frozen, his face full of disbelief. Was this really the Wei Ming he knew? His villa was completely impenetrable? A group of escaped convicts had reportedly been wiped out by him? And those convicts had guns, not just one, but several. It was like something out of a fantasy. Zhao Guofu shook his head. As long as Wei Ming doesn't bother us, we must not provoke him. I'm even beginning to suspect that Wei Ming is that legendary white-browed hero. Hearing this, the group felt deflated, like punctured balloons. What now? Based on Zhao Guofu's intel, the entire neighborhood was critically short on supplies. Everyone had to venture out at night to scavenge for food, or they'd go hungry and have no water to drink. The only one with a large stockpile of resources was Wei Ming. But they couldn't provoke him, so they'd have to search for supplies themselves? They couldn't go out during the day because the deadly sun rays required full protective gear to withstand, and that would just make them overheat and die. But was it really any safer at night? For the past few days, they'd been holed up in the school cafeteria. While the food wasn't great, it was handed to them without effort. Now, they'd have to risk their lives to find food and water? Suddenly, a thought flashed through the minds of the Su sisters and the foreign woman. They could get food and water from Wei Ming. But were they willing to? Although they'd spent over half a month in the apocalypse, they had always had access to food and shelter and had never considered selling themselves. Now, however, the idea kept resurfacing in their minds. Of course, they didn't think of it as selling themselves. Instead, it was a mutual exchange. But for Wei Ming to suggest trading food and water for intimacy, and for them to immediately run over, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? Besides, only Su Qian was single. Su Yu and the foreign woman both had husbands. If they went to Wei Ming to trade for food and water, wouldn't their husbands kill them? What man could endure such humiliation? It was only their first day out. Could they really not endure even one day of hardship? After breakfast, Wei Ming started gaming. He was deeply engrossed when his phone alarm went off. Someone else had come. He picked it up and saw someone standing at the basement door. Fu Lin. What was he doing here? Did he really have the nerve to show up? At the basement door, Fu Lin held his phone, its screen glowing in the pitch-black surroundings. He probably bumped into walls just getting here. Wait, his phone still had power? Using a portable charger, perhaps? Whatever. Not his concern. Wei Ming thought for a moment and decided to see what Fu Lin wanted. After all, playing with people was much more entertaining than playing games. He went to the basement and opened the door. Fu Lin quickly slipped inside, exclaiming, Wei Ming, whoa, it's so cool in here. Everyone who entered the villa for the first time had the same reaction. No wonder outside temperatures during the day reached 60 degrees Celsius, and at night, they stayed above 40. It was enough to cause heat stroke. Walking into such a cool environment was shocking. Wei Ming ignored his amazement and asked, What do you want? Fu Lin, snapping out of it, quickly said, Wei Ming, do you even know how terrifying the Gao family is? They own a company worth billions, a true giant. Their power is beyond your imagination. And? Wei Ming asked, smiling. Fu Lin wore a look of frustration, like he couldn't believe how dense Wei Ming was. What do you mean, and? Go apologize to Gao Xiao immediately. Whatever he wants, give it to him. I'm not bullying you, I'm saving your life. Wei Ming chuckled. You think you're smart, but you're a fool. Do you even know what time it is? And you're still trying to suck up to a rich second-generation brat? Look at him, he'd already slept with someone on Gao Shihai's level, Yuchu Tong. Why couldn't this guy understand? Fu Lin felt anger bubbling up and, emboldened, decided to act on it. He was already inside the villa, and it was just him and Wei Ming. If he subdued Wei Ming, wouldn't the entire villa be his? At 178 centimeters tall, regularly exercising, and sporting an 8-pack, how could he not win? Slap! Wei Ming hit him, leaving him both shocked and furious. Old classmate, I don't like the way you're looking at me, Wei Ming said calmly, before slapping him again. Slap! 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 Wei Ming delivered over a dozen slaps to Fu Lin's face, completely breaking his spirit. A sycophant like Fu Lin had no willpower to speak of, years of groveling and bootlicking had drained him of any backbone. Now, faced with someone as ruthless as Wei Ming, whatever shred of dignity he had left was utterly crushed. Stop! Stop hitting me! I was wrong, I was wrong. Wei Ming, please spare me. Fu Lin begged for mercy repeatedly. Only then did Wei Ming stop. He said indifferently, You want to act like a dog? That's your business. But don't assume everyone is as willing to be a dog as you are. Yes, yes. Fu Lin could only nod repeatedly, not even registering what Wei Ming had said. Fine. You can get lost now, Wei Ming waved him off. Fu Lin had just stood up when his legs gave way, and he sat back down with an ingratiating smile. Brother Wei, let me stay. From now on, I'll be your dog. If you want me to eat crap, I swear I won't drink urine instead. What the hell? Even Wei Ming was taken aback. He had long known that this old classmate was a sycophant, but seeing him sink to this level of shamelessness was still shocking. This man had no sense of self-respect left. Even your wife doesn't have the right to move in here, let alone you, Wei Ming sneered. Fu Lin looked disappointed for a moment, but then he seemed oddly relieved. If even Su Yu wasn't allowed to live here, then Wei Ming probably wasn't interested in his wife. But Fu Lin was being naive. Not having the right to live here didn't mean one couldn't indulge in other ways. Get lost. Wei Ming shoved Fu Lin out. Fu Lin stumbled and almost slammed into the corridor wall. Behind him, the iron door closed with a loud clang, making him feel like a stray dog being thrown out.
In front of Wei Ming, he had been meek and submissive, but as soon as the door closed, his face twisted with rage. "You bastard! How dare you treat me like this? You're just a damn nobody." Fu Lin had always looked down on Wei Ming. They had been classmates for 3 years, but Wei Ming had neither good grades nor a wealthy family background, let alone a father who was a district chief. Yet now? This guy had struck it rich before the apocalypse by winning the lottery, buying a villa, and hoarding a ton of supplies. Now he lived in comfort, even attracting someone as elite as Yu Chutong to his side. What did Wei Ming have that he didn't? Why could Wei Ming enjoy good food, live in a luxurious villa, and have a gorgeous woman to play with, while he, Fu Lin, had to endure hunger, scorching heat, and a cold wife? Fu Lin seethed with resentment. People like him were always this way, submissive to your face but cursing you behind your back. "I'll kill you," Fu Lin vowed silently. "That guy actually trusts me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the door and let me in. Next time, I'll bring Zhao Guofu with me. One gun to his head, and that bastard will have no choice but to hand over the villa. Then, the whole villa will be mine." For once, Fu Lin felt a glimmer of ambition, a rare feeling for him that almost made him feel like a real man. Wei Ming was right about one thing. This is the apocalypse. The old elites have all fallen from grace. As long as I control the supplies, everyone will come groveling to me. Suyu, Su Qian, didn't you both look down on me? Ha, I can't wait to see you two begging on your knees. Imagining the proud Su Qian, more beautiful and elegant than his wife, kneeling and looking up at him with pleading eyes sent a thrill through Fu Lin. His heart raced, and his body heated up. What man wouldn't have thoughts about a gorgeous, sexy sister-in-law like Su Qian? Even his own wife looked down on him, so how could someone as outstanding as Su Qian ever see him differently? But the thought of making this proud woman kneel before him, the anticipation was intoxicating. Returning to the neighboring apartment, Fu Lin sneakily pulled Zhao Guofu aside. "Brother Zhao, I have a plan to discuss with you," he said. "What plan?" Zhao Guofu asked impatiently. He didn't think much of this sycophantic man. Fu Lin said, "I just went next door. That Wei Ming not only has a ton of supplies, but his villa is also unbelievably cool. Brother Zhao, let's team up and take over the villa. What do you think?" Zhao Guofu glanced at Fu Lin and scoffed. "You think Wei Ming is that easy to deal with?" Everyone knew that a group led by Han Zhenyuan, all of them armed, had tried to attack Wei Ming. The result? They were completely wiped out. Wei Ming never admitted it, but Zhao Guofu's instincts told him it was Wei Ming's doing. This was not someone to mess with. Fu Lin quickly said, "Wei Ming doesn't guard against me at all. Just now, I knocked on his door, and he opened it right away. So next time, I'll knock again, and when he opens the door, you point a gun at his head. He'll have no choice but to hand over the villa." Zhao Guofu was slightly surprised to see some spine in this usually spineless man. But while Fu Lin's plan sounded simple and feasible, Zhao Guofu still felt uneasy. If Wei Ming were that easy to deal with, why wasn't he already dead? The reason Wei Ming opened the door so casually might just be because he didn't see Fu Lin as a threat at all. "I'll think about it," Zhao Guofu finally said, rejecting the plan for now. "What's there to hesitate about?" Fu Lin stomped his foot in frustration. "Wei Ming is just one guy. He got lucky betting on soccer, but what's there to fear?" Zhao Guofu sneered. Wei Ming was well known for his stockpile of supplies. Yet no one in the neighborhood dared to make a move against him. Did Fu Lin really think he was the only clever one while everyone else was an idiot? Whatever. Zhao Guofu left without another word. He needed to find some food. Acting all high and mighty. Fu Lin muttered, annoyed. He thought Zhao Guofu was too cowardly. With a gun in hand, why fear an ordinary man like Wei Ming? If he had the gun. A bold idea began to take shape in Fu Lin's mind. Not long after, Zhao Guofu returned, unexpectedly bringing back some food and water. "Where did that come from?" everyone asked. "I forced some of the residents to hand it over," Zhao Guofu said flatly. In times like these, food meant survival. What he'd done was incredibly risky. "That's all you got?" Gao Shihai complained. "I can't take all their food, or they'll starve. If they die, who'll go out to scavenge for more supplies?" Zhao Guofu replied. "You can't drain the pond to catch the fish." Though he was just a security guard, Zhao Guofu was shrewd. The Su sisters and the foreign woman nodded in agreement, but Gao Shihai continued to grumble, saying it didn't matter if some residents died. A flash of hostility crossed Zhao Guofu's face, but he restrained himself. He still had a glimmer of hope that the Gao family might send someone to retrieve Gao Shihai.
If that happened, he could benefit. Otherwise, why would he bother keeping these freeloaders around?
At most, he'd only keep the 3 women for occasional pleasure.
Not enough food. Not enough food.
High quickly finished the food and water, but it truly wasn't much, so he kept shouting. Fu Lin, unable to shake off his sycophantic instincts, immediately stepped forward with a flattering smile, offering up his own food.
Young Master Gao, you can have mine. High didn't bother with politeness.
He grabbed it, scarfed it down in no time, and still wasn't satisfied.
I need more.
Fu Lin then walked over to his wife and took the half portion of food she had saved for herself to eat later. Young Master Gao's health is more important, he said, taking the food to High.
Suyu was stunned and didn't manage to stop him.
By the time she got up, High was already eating it, leaving her furious.
You bastard. You're supposed to be my husband.
Fine if you don't leave food for me, but how could you take the portion I saved for myself just to suck up to him? What a disgusting person. Seething, she didn't even want to argue. She stood up and headed for one of the bedrooms upstairs. The villa was spacious enough that everyone had their own room. Su Qian shot Fu Lin a look of contempt. She had always despised her brother-in-law, and now she found him even more repulsive. She followed her sister upstairs, and the two entered a room together. Gurgle. Su Yu's stomach growled audibly. Sis, are we going to starve to death? She asked.
Su Qian thought for a moment before answering firmly, no, we won't.
But I'm so hungry my stomach feels like it's sticking to my back, Su Yu said pitifully. Su Qian leaned in and whispered something into her ear. Su Yu gasped in shock.
No way.
Su Qian gave her a stern look. What are you hesitating for?
This isn't the time to cling to outdated values. Obedience to men and all that nonsense? What era do you think this is?
But, Su Yu hesitated, struggling to find the right words.
How is that any different from being a prostitute? Su Qian laughed. Selling yourself to countless men, that's prostitution. But selling yourself to one man?
If you want to sugarcoat it, call it a one-night stand.
Take it a step further, and it's just being a mistress or a kept woman. She paused for a moment, then added, do you think I could have become a principal if I hadn't been a mistress to Cheng Zijian?
So you already suspected that her sister had been involved with Cheng Zijian, the school's founder and largest shareholder, but hearing Su Qian admit it so openly still shocked her.
Even so, Su Yu remained indecisive.
No matter how much she despised Fu Lin, her long-held sense of morality couldn't be shattered by just a few words.
Seeing her hesitation, Su Qian pressed harder. Do you want to starve, thirst, or die from the heat? Are you counting on Fu Lin? Or the Gao family?
Given the current situation, even if we were still at school, the Gao family might not be able to find us.
Now that we've escaped to this place with no way to contact them, do you think they'll be able to locate us?
Besides, Zhao Guofu is still willing to share food with us now. But in a couple of days, he'll definitely start having other ideas.
Would Zhao Guofu not want to establish himself as a king?
Right now, he was clearly the strongest among them. So why would he continue to share his hard-earned supplies with others? Su Yu nodded slowly, her voice trembling.
Sis, has the world really fallen into such chaos?
I wish things could go back to the way they were, Su Qian said with a bitter smile. I'd go back to being a principal, managing thousands of people.
But it's not possible anymore. Su Yu couldn't help feeling despondent.
Deep down, she already understood.
She just didn't want to admit it.
Let's go, Su Qian said, pulling her sister to her feet.
Su Yu didn't say anything, nor did she resist.
She let her sister lead her. The two of them headed downstairs and made their way to the basement.
Where are you going?
Fu Lin asked instinctively.
Su Qian gave him a cold glare. What does it matter to you?
Faced with her imposing presence, Fu Lin immediately shut his mouth. The sisters continued to the basement, where Zhao Guofu was carving a chair leg with a knife.
With only one bullet left, he needed to prepare other weapons.
But when the sisters disappeared from sight, a mocking smile appeared on his face. He glanced at Fu Lin, and his grin grew even wider.
He didn't say anything, though.
He simply continued carving the stick, which now had a very sharp point. The Su sisters made their way through the dark. Fortunately, both still had one bar of battery left on their phones, so they used their flashlight apps to light the way. Before long, they arrived at the basement door of the neighboring villa.
Bang, bang, bang. Su Qian knocked forcefully on the door. After a few seconds, the iron door opened. Su Qian strode in without hesitation and pulled her hesitant sister along with her. The two of them entered the basement together. So cool! The moment they stepped inside, both women exclaimed in surprise at how refreshing it was. Their eyes scanned the room, and they blurted out in unison, "Angela." Standing awkwardly in front of them was the foreign woman. She smiled sheepishly at the sisters. That smile made things even more awkward. There was no need to explain, they all knew why they were there. It wasn't exactly something to be proud of, so the tension between the three women was inevitable. Wei Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. In fact, Angela had arrived just moments before them, barely a minute earlier. So how would Song Qingyun and the others settle their bet? Not a single person had guessed correctly. A few hours later, Su Yu and the other two women returned to the neighboring villa, climbing up from the basement to the first floor. As soon as they arrived, Fu Lin blocked his wife's path. "Where have you been for so long?" he demanded, his tone accusatory. After all, Wei Ming had previously mentioned that women were welcome to sell themselves to him, a comment that had pricked Fu Lin like a needle. With Su Yu disappearing for so long, his imagination had run wild. Su Yu glared at him coldly before replying, "I went out with my sister and Angela to clear our heads." Clear their heads? In this sweltering heat, with the basement pitch dark, you're telling me you went out to clear your heads? Fu Lin's suspicions flared. Did you go next door? Wait, why does your hair look like it's been washed? And your clothes, did you change them? You've got to be kidding me, Su Yu. Did you cheat on me? Fu Lin's anger boiled over, and he raised his right hand, ready to strike. Slap. Unexpectedly, Su Yu was faster and slapped him hard across the face. "Fu Lin, how dare you yell at me? And you want to hit me?" Fu Lin, normally terrified of his wife, had only exploded in anger this time because he suspected he'd been cuckolded. But her slap extinguished his rage almost instantly, leaving him stammering, unable to speak. Su Qian walked over and said coldly, "From now on, my sister and you are going your separate ways. You're done. No more ties between you two. You're curious, aren't you? Fine, I'll tell you the truth, the three of us went to see Wei Ming just now." Su Yu's face turned crimson. She couldn't believe her sister, after helping her gain the upper hand, would sell her out so blatantly. Su Qian turned to her and said, "We'll be going back to Wei Ming's place again. He'll find out sooner or later, so we might as well tell him now. Maybe this will make him stop asking so many questions." Meanwhile, Fu Lin stood there, stunned. He really had been cuckolded. And by that loser classmate he'd always looked down on. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes burning with fury. Fu Lin was a spineless bootlicker who would humble himself endlessly to climb higher, but even someone as gutless as him had a limit. And being cheated on was it? "You bitch. I'll kill you," he roared, lunging at his wife with his hands outstretched to strangle her. Su Yu, though full from her meal, still couldn't match Fu Lin's natural physical strength. Besides, Fu Lin hadn't eaten for just a little over a day, hardly enough to weaken him significantly. He quickly overpowered her, gripping her neck as her face turned red. Seeing her sister being strangled, Su Qian rushed forward to intervene, and Angela, being in the same trench, also stepped in to help. But Fu Lin was consumed by rage. With a shout, he swung his fists and knocked Su Qian and Angela backward, sending them sprawling. He then resumed choking Su Yu. At that moment, Angela's husband, Robert, saw his wife being hit. "Fuck," he shouted and swung a punch at Fu Lin. The punch landed squarely, leaving Fu Lin dizzy and almost unconscious. "Wei Ming. Play. Play." Fu Lin blurted out incoherently, pointing at Angela as if to imply that Robert, too, had been cuckolded. "What?" Robert asked. He couldn't understand a word of Chinese, unlike Angela. But now he finally grasped a bit of meaning. He turned to his wife and asked, "Really?" Angela didn't dare respond. Her husband had a history of domestic violence. Fuck. Seeing her hesitation, Robert didn't need confirmation. He raised his fist, ready to strike her. Thunk! Suddenly, Robert felt a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw the sharp end of a wooden stick piercing through him. The stick was quickly yanked out and driven straight into Fu Lin's temple by Zhao Guofu, piercing through to the other side. Fu Lin didn't even have time to react before his pupils began to lose focus. Damn! Damn! Gao Shihai jumped up in terror. As a spoiled rich kid, he'd never seen anything like this before. The three women huddled together, trembling in fear. Relax. I won't kill you, Zhao Guofu said calmly, wiping the blood off the stick with Fu Lin's clothes. But the next time you go to Wei Ming's,
make sure to tell him exactly what happened here.
Oh, okay, the three women stammered, nodding.
Zhao Guofu smiled and, after cleaning the stick, carried the bodies of Fu Lin and Robert outside. He tossed them at the door, where the evening's acidic rain would reduce them to bones.
How environmentally friendly.
The three women hurried upstairs, locking themselves in a room to feel slightly safer. As for High, he sat there pale and silent, not daring to breathe too loudly. After disposing of the bodies, Zhao Guofu slumped into a chair and turned to High.
So, young Master Gao, when will your family be coming to get you? I don't know, Gao stammered, his arrogance completely gone.
He was on the verge of tears.
Zhao Guofu smiled. That's not the answer I wanted to hear. Let me be honest with you.
After killing those two just now, I've had some realizations.
Tell me, in this apocalypse, do you think your family's power still matters?
Before Gao could respond, Zhao Guofu answered his own question.
I don't think it does.
Wealth without protection is like a child holding gold bricks, anyone can take it. Being stuck at that school before clouded my judgment.
But now,
Zhao Guofu patted High on the shoulder and smiled. You'd better hope your family finds you within 3 days.
Otherwise, why should I keep a useless person like you alive? With that, he left the basement.
This was the apocalypse.
He still had a gun, so why should he stay cooped up in this villa?
Wei Ming had no interest in ruling the neighborhood, but Zhao Guofu certainly did. By the end of the day, several more people in the neighborhood were dead. Specifically, the 8 faction leaders, one by one, Zhao Guofu killed them. With his gun and ruthless demeanor, he naturally became the new leader of the neighborhood. He even took High with him. As Zhao had said, he'd keep Gao for 3 days. If Gao's family showed up, Zhao would extort them for supplies, not money, but a significant amount of resources.
If no one came, why waste resources on a useless person?
As for Su Yu and the other women, he left them in Villa number 18.
By the time Zhao Guofu took High away, it was almost evening. Su Yu and the 2 other women ran to Wei Ming's basement door, banging on it desperately. They were terrified.
Wei Ming was just about to have dinner when he saw Su Yu and the 2 other women arriving together, looking visibly frightened. He raised an eyebrow in mild surprise.
Why are they here again?
Since these 3 women were still somewhat novel to him, Wei Ming went down to the basement and let them in.
Let us stay here, Wei Ming. We're willing to pay any price. The 3 women spoke simultaneously, their voices trembling with fear. Wei Ming found their behavior odd and asked, "What happened to you?"
Su Qian quickly recounted Zhao Guofu's actions, including the instructions he had given them about what to say to Wei Ming.
Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle.
That Zhao Guofu sure has the makings of a schemer. In Zhao Guofu's mind, taking care of Su Yu and the other 2 women, along with getting rid of Fu Lin and the foreigner, was a way to do Wei Ming a favor and earn some goodwill. But what Zhao Guofu didn't realize was that killing Fu Lin and the others, or even Zhao Guofu himself, wouldn't take the slightest effort for Wei Ming.
2 toys, just like that, taken out by Zhao Guofu. Wei Ming sighed faintly.
It was a minor regret for him, as it slightly diminished the fun of playing the role of a rogue lord. Living here is impossible, Wei Ming said.
But don't worry, Zhao Guofu won't harm you.
In fact, he'll likely make sure his men leave you alone. In his mind, he added, even if Zhao Guofu wanted to use you 3 to threaten me, it wouldn't work. You're just playthings, after all.
Why would I waste any emotional energy on you?
Of course, if Zhao Guofu did try such a move, he'd only be digging his own grave.
Wei Ming gave them some food and sent them away.
No matter how strong he was, time was finite. There were only 24 hours in a day, and he couldn't magically turn them into 48. His time needed to be allocated wisely.
Wasn't Song Qingyun and her group good enough already?
Wei Ming moved to the balcony, lit a candle, and enjoyed a candlelit dinner.
How about it? Who won? Lin Wanqiu asked eagerly. All 5 women, including Yu Chutong and Song Qingyun, looked at him with curiosity. Wei Ming smiled. None of you won. How is that possible?
Lu Qing was the first to speak, her expression turning strange.
Wait, did the Su sisters come to you together?
They had only speculated about which one would come first. None of them had considered the possibility of 2 coming together.
Wei Ming shook his head. Not 2, 3.
The 6 women exchanged incredulous looks.
Well, aren't you something?
Lin Wanqiu grinned, baring her teeth.
First time, and already this wild. Not bad, this gives me material to write about.
Her eyes sparkled, and she barely paid attention to eating, looking like she wanted to start typing away at a keyboard immediately. This woman's brain is full of dirty thoughts, and she always has to write them down.
Shameless. After dinner, the 6 women went about their own activities.
By around 10 p.m., they all went to bed. Wei Ming went to the ground floor garage, opened the garage door, and pressed a button, summoning a motorcycle in front of him.
Why use a motorcycle instead of a car? First, he wasn't going out to pick someone up. Second, the roads outside were cluttered with abandoned vehicles.
If he used a car, he'd have to clear them one by one.
While it wasn't a significant challenge for him, why should he do others a favor by cleaning up?
Wei Ming had no interest in playing the hero.
What about the acid rain? Simple, he'd open a spatial gate overhead to catch the rain, redirecting it into another dimension. The only issue left was the heat. But that was also easy to solve.
In his pocket dimension, Wei Ming had modified a piece of clothing with an insulated layer that could hold ice. As the ice melted, it would absorb his body heat and keep him cool.
Would ice consumption be a problem? Not at all.
And even if a drop of acid rain did land on him, he could simply operate on himself to fix it. The only downside was that the outfit had no consideration for ease of putting it on or taking it off.
But that wasn't an issue.
In the pocket dimension, where he was like a god, he could easily put on such a garment without zippers or buttons. Wei Ming was looking forward to the outing. After being cooped up for more than half a month, it was time to stretch his legs.
For the first outing, let's stick close to home. Target? Gather some gasoline.
Although he had hoarded a large amount of energy through free shopping, it was initially meant to power the villa's generators.
Fueling his larger ambitions, like traveling to the shelter Huang Xian mentioned, would require additional resources. Since he was going out anyway, why not pick up some fuel and make the trip worthwhile? The rain seems to have let up a bit. Curious, Wei Ming mounted the motorcycle.
The engine roared to life, and the bike shot out of the garage. The door behind him closed quickly. With the spatial gate positioned overhead, any acid rain blown his way wouldn't reach him due to the angle.
Safe. Wei Ming grinned.
His plan was working perfectly. The spatial gate allowed him to navigate even in harsh weather, while his custom clothing solved the heat issue.
As long as there was enough ice, he could stay cool indefinitely.
The motorcycle's headlights cut through the pitch-black night like a blade, but Wei Ming wasn't worried about becoming a target. The gate overhead meant that even a sniper's bullet would be absorbed into the pocket dimension. To harm him, someone would have to shoot at him from the roadside.
Not likely.
Besides, the headlights pointed forward, not at him.
In this pitch darkness, who could even catch a glimpse of him? The roads were littered with abandoned cars, scattered in disarray.
If he had chosen a car, it would have required a heavy truck to clear the path.
Small cars simply didn't have the power.
After about 10 minutes, Wei Ming arrived at a gas station. He stopped the motorcycle, but before he could start collecting fuel, the convenience store door opened, and a man stepped out, holding 2 knives.
Leave the bike and get lost.
The man looked to be in his 30s, shirtless but wearing pants that seemed to be part of a Sinopec uniform.
Wei Ming smirked. 19 days into the apocalypse, and this guy's still alive. Makes sense, there's food and drink in the store. Surviving this long isn't a problem.
Though it must be very, very hot.
Wei Ming smiled and said, "Is this how you treat customers as an employee here? Aren't you afraid I'll file a complaint against you? You messing with me?"
The burly man shook the twin knives in his hands, his face menacing.
Even an idiot knew what the situation was now, yet this guy was treating him like a gas station employee? It was obviously intentional.
He charged forward aggressively. "Tell me, how did you get here?" the man barked.
Wei Ming smiled lightly. "You saw it yourself. I came on a motorcycle." "Cut the crap."
The man spat on the ground.
"Of course I saw you ride in on a motorcycle.
I'm asking how you avoided getting hit by the acid rain outside."
"Ah, that's where you're confused."
Wei Ming maintained his smile. "I was on a motorcycle, not a car."
"How could I block acid rain? Let me tell you, I've got special abilities. Acid rain doesn't affect me." "Huh? What?"
The man paused, momentarily thrown off. His first instinct was that Wei Ming was spouting nonsense.
But on second thought, it made sense. How could a motorcycle shield against acid rain? Wei Ming wasn't even wearing a helmet, just some strange outfit. Could that really keep him safe?
"Wait, you're not wet," the man noticed suddenly.
Wei Ming shrugged. "Of course not. It's acid rain, not regular rain. It doesn't make you wet, it corrodes you. But since I'm immune to corrosion, even my hair stays dry. He was completely bluffing.
The burly man actually fell into deep thought for a few seconds before snapping back, roaring, "You're lying to me."
Wei Ming finally couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. "You son of a..."
The man charged at Wei Ming, knives swinging wildly. And then, he disappeared. Gone, as if he had vanished into thin air. Wei Ming shook his head, walked over to the gas station's fuel storage tanks, and collected them directly. The tanks contained more than half-full reserves of 92, 95, and 98-octane gasoline, as well as a full tank of diesel. It seemed they had just been refilled before the apocalypse. Well, people should be laid to rest. Wei Ming tossed the man's body into the storage area and then stepped into the convenience store. Since I'm already here, might as well grab some supplies. Upon entering, however, he noticed there was a woman inside. She was completely naked, her hands and feet bound. Her appearance was passable, about a 7 out of 10. Her figure was average, with some sagging and a bit of belly fat, clearly showing a lack of physical upkeep. Still, why did she look familiar? When the woman saw Wei Ming, she first seemed incredulous, then quickly panicked.
"Where's that man? The man who just went outside?"
Her face was full of fear. Wei Ming casually grabbed a pair of scissors from a shelf and walked toward her.
The woman's face turned pale with fright. "Don't kill me."
"I'll sleep with you if you want," she cried out. But Wei Ming remained expressionless, his footsteps steady.
The woman could only desperately try to back away.
However, with her hands and feet tied, there wasn't anywhere for her to go. Just as she was on the verge of terror, Wei Ming snipped her bindings with the scissors.
Realizing he had only been untying her, she exhaled in relief.
Wei Ming tossed her a piece of cloth. "Cover yourself." The woman quickly wrapped the cloth around herself, but it was too short to fully cover her. Trying to cover both the top and bottom resulted in neither being adequately concealed. She had to choose which parts to hide, but by then Wei Ming had already seen everything.
It didn't make much difference. Without much thought, she hurriedly said, "We need to run.
That guy is terrifying, he'll kill you." As for her, she likely wouldn't be killed but would just end up as his plaything again. Wei Ming responded indifferently, "That guy is already dead."
"Dead?" The woman was stunned. You killed him?" She found it hard to believe.
Wei Ming wasn't small, but he didn't look particularly strong either. Meanwhile, the burly man was tall, broad, and armed with knives.
Yet he had been taken out so quickly? But if it wasn't true, why hadn't the man returned after all this time? She finally relaxed and began to explain. "I'm so unlucky. When the disaster happened, I was just here to refuel, and I ended up trapped. At first, everyone was polite, but after a few days
in, when it became clear that the disaster wouldn't end, and that neither rescue nor law enforcement would come, the darker side of human nature surfaced. That guy killed everyone else, saying too many people would waste supplies. I was only spared because I'm reasonably good-looking, and he needed someone to satisfy his animal desires." The woman spoke bitterly, tears streaming down her face. Wei Ming was unmoved. Her story was indeed tragic, but her telling it now was more about gaining his sympathy in the hope that he would take her with him.
In truth, everyone was having a hard time now. This woman's plight was far from unique. Well, except for me and the women with me. Wei Ming glanced around the store.
There wasn't much food left, likely because there had been many people here initially who had wasted resources carelessly. Only after supplies were nearly gone did they start to cherish them. He shook his head, uninterested in taking anything from the store.
Most of it was junk now.
Not that it mattered, this trip was primarily a test run and an opportunity to collect some fuel. His main goals were already accomplished. As for supplies, stores like this were beneath him. After all, I $0 purchased billions in goods, what's a little convenience store compared to that? His gaze returned to the woman. He wasn't interested in her but couldn't shake the feeling that she looked familiar. Seeing his eyes on her, the woman instinctively straightened her chest, trying to showcase her assets. Then she pleaded, "Please, take me with you. If you take me, I'll do whatever you want." She didn't want to stay here, or she'd only wait to die once the supplies ran out. If Wei Ming could come here, he clearly had a way to leave. Suddenly, Wei Ming remembered. "You're Gucci."
"Ha? How do you know my name?"
The woman was startled. Wei Ming chuckled, but his expression turned cold.
"What a small world. My name is Wei Ming. I'm Wei Jiangwo's son." Gucci looked confused. Wei Ming? Wei Jiangwo? Wei Ming's face darkened. You don't even remember my father's name? Gucci was on the verge of tears. Please, give me a hint. She had genuinely forgotten. In just over a year, she had completely forgotten? Wei Ming's tone grew colder. A year and a half ago. Zhenghuai Avenue. Gucci paused, then suddenly gasped in shock. You're Wei Jiangwo's son. Wei Ming sneered. So, do you still want me to take you with me? A year and a half ago, his parents had died in a car accident caused by this very woman. At the time, she had been stylishly dressed, wearing an arrogant expression. Now, her disheveled state made it hard to recognize her at first. But Wei Ming vividly remembered her indifference, her complete lack of remorse, as if killing 2 people was nothing. When he confronted her back then, she hadn't even apologized, she had simply told him to deal with her insurance company. Since Gucci wasn't driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs but merely ran a red light, the accident was deemed an unintentional incident. In the end, it was settled with financial compensation, mostly covered by insurance. She barely had to pay anything out of her own pocket. For Wei Ming, it wasn't about whether she paid or not. What enraged him was her complete lack of remorse. Despite killing 2 people, she acted as if nothing had happened, indifferent, aloof, and unbothered. But Wei Ming couldn't fight the law and had no choice but to let it go. Never in his wildest dreams did he think the world was this small, that he would run into the very person who killed his parents. The fact that Gucci was here at a gas station suggested that the accident hadn't affected her in the slightest. It hadn't left a shadow on her psyche. She was still driving like nothing had happened. Heaven finally opened its eyes. Gucci began to tremble uncontrollably. She hastily tore off the cloth covering her body and fell to her knees with a loud thud. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. You can do whatever you want with me. Let me use my body to make up for the pain of you losing your parents. Wei Ming sneered. Forgiving you is up to my parents. What I need to do is send you to meet them. Gucci's face turned ashen. She clutched Wei Ming's leg desperately. No. No. I'll tell you the truth. I wasn't the one driving that day, I was just taking the blame for someone else. Oh, you're really grasping at straws to save your life now, aren't you? Wei Ming's face was ice cold. It's true. It's true. Gucci cried. The driver was Wu Zetao. He'd been drinking, and I hadn't, so when the accident happened, he fled immediately, and I had no choice but to take the blame for him. Wei Ming's brow furrowed. Is he your husband? No, Gucci hesitated before answering. He's my boss. Wei Ming let out a cold snort. Tell me everything, from start to finish. Otherwise, I'll throw you outside to enjoy the acid rain. I'll tell you. Gucci stammered, trembling in fear. Wu Zitao wasn't just my boss, we were also having an affair. On the day of the accident, he drank a lot of alcohol, and at that moment. Speak! Wei Ming's voice was sharp. At that moment, I was servicing him, Gucci stammered. And then the accident happened. Afterward, Wu Zitao told me to take the blame because the car was mine. He threatened that if I didn't, he would expose our affair. I'd lose my job, and my husband would divorce me. I was forced, I had no choice, she cried, tears streaming down her face. But they were crocodile tears. Wei Ming's expression remained cold. He didn't believe her story entirely. There was no way Gucci was as innocent as she claimed, merely a helpless victim. Where does Wu Zitao live? He asked. With his current abilities, if Wu Zitao was in the city, he could easily find and kill him. Kowloon Gardens, Building 8, Apartment 808, Gucci blurted out. She remembers the address so clearly, she must have spent a lot of time there sneaking around. Wei Ming didn't believe Gucci was entirely innocent, but he did believe that Wu Zitao was the one behind the wheel. Can you let me go now? Gucci pleaded. I'm truly sorry. You can do whatever you want with me. Wei Ming sneered. Letting her go? After she killed his parents? Even if she wasn't driving, the reckless behavior of these 2 adulterers in the car directly caused his parents' deaths. He pressed a hand on Gucci, sending her into his pocket dimension, then quickly brought her back out. Gucci didn't notice anything and continued begging, please, I. But when she opened her mouth, no words came out, only muffled, guttural sounds. What's going on? She reached up to touch her mouth, her eyes widening in horror. Her mouth was stuffed full of something. She couldn't even breathe properly, let alone speak. She tried to spit it out but couldn't.
Wei Ming's face twisted into a cruel smile. He took out a mirror and placed it in front of her, so she could see for herself. Gucci glanced at her reflection and almost fainted. A fist was protruding from her mouth, as if it had grown there, deeply rooted. How could this happen? Was it something she bit off of Wei Ming? Impossible, his hands were perfectly fine. Gucci felt like she was trapped in a nightmare. Her breathing became labored. Wei Ming's voice broke the silence. You like stuffing your face so much? Then suffocating like this should suit you. Gucci frantically shook her head, her eyes pleading desperately for mercy. She didn't want to die. Wei Ming remained unmoved. This wasn't just the apocalypse, where life was cheap. Even before the apocalypse, if given the chance, he would have gladly killed the cruel woman who had taken his parents from him. She deserved to die in the most agonizing way possible. Wei Ming's plan was simple. Gucci would slowly suffocate, taking about 10 minutes to die. He watched her coldly. At first, Gucci simply knelt, pleading for her life. But when she realized Wei Ming wasn't going to relent, she lunged at him, trying to take him down with her in a final act of desperation. Bang! With one kick, Wei Ming sent her sprawling backward. The exertion only caused her to burn through her remaining oxygen faster. She collapsed on the ground, groaning. She could still breathe a tiny bit of air, just enough to stay alive. And that made it even more torturous. Her survival instincts fought against her agony. She didn't want to die, but the suffocation made her wish for death to end the pain. She could do nothing but wait to die. After 8 minutes, her body convulsed violently on the ground. Her face turned a deep crimson, her eyes bulging. Finally, she died, consumed by a mixture of unwillingness, hatred, and agony. Wei Ming exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lifted off his chest. The loss of his parents had always been a source of pain. But now, knowing that their deaths weren't merely an accident but the result of reckless, drunken behavior and possibly an adulterous act, turned his grief into pure rage and a thirst for vengeance. Wu Zetao. Wei Ming checked his phone. Kowloon Gardens was about an hour's ride away. Without hesitation, he mounted his motorcycle. The engine roared to life, echoing his own fury. The bike shot forward like a bolt of lightning, weaving through the darkened city streets. Half an hour later, Wei Ming arrived at Kowloon Gardens. He had already put away his motorcycle and switched to an electric scooter instead. This way, he moved silently. Wei Ming wasn't sure about the internal situation in Kowloon Gardens. There might already be a group that had formed, potentially armed with guns. If he rode in on a loud motorcycle, drawing attention, wouldn't he just be creating trouble for himself? What if the residents had set up an ambush and shot him on sight? He came for revenge, not to throw his life away. In the apocalypse, one could never be too cautious. When he reached the gate of the complex, Wei Ming even put away the electric scooter and started walking in the pitch-black night, moving without sound or light. He entered the complex through the underground parking garage. This was the safest route. As soon as he stepped into the garage, he heard the sounds of people snoring all around him. Putting on his night vision goggles, he took a look. Sure enough, the garage was packed with people sleeping. Why were so many people sleeping in the garage? Because it was cooler underground. When the power was still on, people would have stayed home with the air conditioning running. But after the power grid collapsed, air conditioning became useless. Naturally, the garage, which was a few degrees cooler, became a preferred sleeping area. Wei Ming saw that many people had even brought their beds down, while others simply laid blankets on the ground. Why didn't the people in Chidong City sleep in their garages? Wei Ming thought. First, there was a fire, then car explosions. The whole parking garage there reeked and was filled with debris. It was impossible to sleep there. But in this complex, so many people sleeping in the garage just made it harder for Wei Ming to find his target. Better grab someone to ask first. Moving quietly, he selected someone at random. Placing his right hand on the person, he enveloped them in his pocket dimension, making them disappear. Wei Ming entered the stairwell and found a room on the first floor. He didn't bother with keys, he teleported inside and then released the person he had taken. The man had no idea what had just happened. But being dropped from over a meter onto the floor was enough to wake him up in pain. Ugh! The man was dazed. Did I roll off my bed? No, wait, I was sleeping on the floor. How could I have rolled off a bed? Suddenly, a bright light shone directly in his face, nearly blinding him. I ask, you answer. Got it? Wei Ming's voice was cold.
The man, however, didn't cooperate and instead said arrogantly, "Didn't we agree to a ceasefire? You're attacking in the middle of the night, are you trying to start a war again?"
Clearly, the complex was also embroiled in factional struggles for power and resources.
Wei Ming didn't waste words.
He stabbed the man without hesitation.
Ah!
The man screamed, tears streaming down his face from the pain.
It hurt too much. I ask, you answer. Understand? Wei Ming repeated.
Why yes, I understand, the man stammered, too scared to act tough anymore.
What's your name? Wei Ming began with the basics.
My name is Zheng Jun, the man answered, trembling, not just from the pain but also from fear.
What's the situation in your complex? Wei Ming continued. Ha?
Zheng Jun hesitated, confused.
Your complex? So, he wasn't one of them? Wei Ming's displeased grunt sent a chill down Zhang Jun's spine. He quickly replied, our complex is divided into two factions, one led by Chao Feiyang and the other by our boss, Wu Zitao. Recently, the two sides fought over women and food. Eventually, we reached a ceasefire agreement, splitting the territory evenly and promising not to step into each other's areas. Wei Ming wasn't surprised. What else would people fight over now? Resources and women. However, he was mildly intrigued that Wu Zitao had managed to rise to the position of faction leader. How many people do you have? Wei Ming asked. Over 200, Zheng Jun replied. Before Wei Ming could ask further, he quickly added, I don't know the exact number. People die every day, so it's impossible to keep track. Fair enough. Wei Ming then asked, do you have guns? Of course not. Zheng Jun blurted out. If we had guns, Chao Feiyang's people would have already turned us into their lackeys. Wei Ming pondered his next move. Should he go directly for Wu Zitao? But there were over 200 people in the faction, and he didn't even know what Wu Zitao looked like. Wei Ming took out a bottle of water. Want this? Zheng Jun swallowed hard. His throat was dry, and he couldn't even muster saliva to swallow. He nodded eagerly. Yes, I want it. Go bring Wu Zitao here, and this bottle is yours, Wei Ming said with a smile. Zheng Jun hesitated briefly before agreeing. All right. He stumbled back toward the garage in the dark, feeling his way along the walls like a blind man. Once he reached the garage, he shouted loudly, Boss! Boss! Damn it, what the hell are you yelling for in the middle of the night? Someone roared in anger. The heat made it hard enough to sleep, and being woken up like this only made things worse. Ignoring the complaints, Zheng Jun kept calling out until someone shone a flashlight in his direction. Zheng Jun hurried toward the light and said, Boss, someone captured me and stabbed me. The flashlight beam scanned him up and down several times before a loud slap landed on his face. You're dreaming! Wu Zitao snapped. Zheng Jun looked down at himself, confused. He felt around, his wound was gone. Completely healed. Not even a hint of pain. He was utterly bewildered. Was I really dreaming? If not, how could his injury just vanish? Do I have a sleepwalking problem now? Amidst the curses and complaints, Zheng Jun returned to his sleeping spot. But was it really a dream? He touched the spot where the wound should have been. His skin was intact, no trace of injury. Was it really just a dream? Has the apocalypse stressed me so much that I've started sleepwalking? Not far away, Wei Ming smirked. He had pulled Zheng Jun into his pocket dimension, healed his wound, and released him back. Zheng Jun, in his panicked state, hadn't even realized he was healed. Wei Ming trailed the group from a distance. When the flashlight illuminated Wu Zitao, he locked onto his target. Once the commotion settled and the snoring resumed, Wei Ming moved. With his night vision goggles, he navigated smoothly, avoiding obstacles and sleeping bodies. He soon reached Wu Zitao's side. Placing a hand on him, Wei Ming acted before Wu Zitao, who was still awake, could react. Who Wu Zitao managed to say before disappearing. Retreating quietly, Wei Ming relocated to a second-floor room in a nearby building. He then released Wu Zitao. Who's touching me? Wu Zitao finally finished his sentence. Clearly, he hadn't grasped the gravity of his situation. Wei Ming pulled out a flashlight and set it to a wide beam mode, instantly illuminating the entire room. Wu Zitao quickly realized he was no longer in the underground garage and saw a stranger standing before him. Who are you? He demanded in a deep voice. Wei Ming remained expressionless and silently stabbed him. Ah! Wu Zitao screamed in agony. The pain from the stab was excruciating. Wei Ming withdrew the knife and stabbed again.
After 7 stabs, he finally spoke calmly. I asked the questions.
You don't get to ask anything. Understand? Wu Zitao gasped. Let's talk this out. Whatever you want, I can give it to you.
Ugh. Wei Ming stabbed him again.
Ah.
Wu Zitao gritted his teeth in pain, his sweat dripping like beans.
Do you understand now? Wei Ming asked again.
I understand, Wu Zitao stammered, his eyes filled with terror. This man was a lunatic. Thud. Wei Ming stabbed him again and said coldly, this one is just to remind you not to anger me.
Damn it.
Wu Zitao cursed Wei Ming in his heart, but he was utterly powerless to resist.
Wei Ming then asked, do you know Gu Qi? Wu Zitao's heart skipped a beat. Is this guy Gu Qi's husband?
Thankfully, Wu Zitao had learned his lesson and refrained from asking outright, otherwise, he'd likely have been stabbed again.
Yes, I know her. She's my subordinate, he replied hastily. Oh? No other connection? Wei Ming smirked. Thud. Another stab. Ah. 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 Wu Zitao cried out, tears streaming down his face.
Seeing Wei Ming's cold and cruel expression, he forced himself to endure the pain and confessed, she's also my mistress.
Wei Ming nodded. In November 2 years ago, were you driving drunk when you killed a couple and made Gu Qi take the fall for you?
Wu Zitao's eyes darted nervously. At first, he thought Wei Ming might be Gu Qi's husband, but he quickly realized that wasn't the case. He'd seen a photo of Gu Qi's husband before, and this man didn't resemble him.
Why was Wei Ming asking about an accident from over a year ago? Could it be?
A chill ran down Wu Zitao's spine.
No. Absolutely not, he blurted out. Thud. Another stab. Ah.
Wu Zitao screamed in despair. Initially, he'd screamed loudly in the hope that someone would hear and come to his rescue. But by now, he realized there wasn't going to be any help. Your denial is pointless, Wei Ming said coolly. I've decided it was you, and that's all that matters. This is the apocalypse, do you think I need evidence to kill you? What a fool. Wu Zitao slumped in defeat. It was true, evidence wasn't needed to kill someone in this lawless world. If you had power, you could take lives at will. I'll talk, he cried, desperate to avoid further stabbings. I did kill them. I was drunk and knew I faced jail time if caught, so I made Gu Qi take the blame for me.
Wei Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. I'll give you one chance. Tell me the names of the 2 people you killed, and I won't kill you. Wu Zitao froze, racking his brain. But he couldn't remember. After the accident, his focus had been on distancing himself from the incident. Why would he bother remembering the names of the victims? I don't know, he admitted. Please, give me another chance. Thud. Wei Ming stabbed him again. Wu Zitao inhaled sharply, unable even to cry out this time. Wei Ming sneered, what a pity. My parents couldn't even beg you for mercy before you killed them. Boom. Wu Zitao's mind went blank. Those 2 people were Wei Ming's parents. It was over. Wei Ming had come specifically for revenge. Why else would he drag him out in the middle of the night and interrogate him about something that happened over a year ago? There was no way he would survive this. Realizing this, Wu Zitao suddenly started laughing maniacally. So, you're their son. I have 1 life, and I took 2, I've already profited. Go ahead, kill me. Ha ha ha. I have no regrets. Wei Ming shook his head. You won't die that easily. Tonight, you'll experience every form of torture imaginable. I'll kill you 100 times over. Wei Ming began stabbing Wu Zitao repeatedly. Wu Zitao screamed in agony, fainted from the pain, and then woke up again. The blood loss was immense, and after about 10 minutes, his consciousness began to fade. He was at death's door. Kill me. Please, just kill me. Wu Zitao begged, desperate for an end to his suffering. Oh, you think you can die that easily? Not a chance. Wei Ming pressed his hand on Wu Zitao and sent him into the pocket dimension, then pulled him back out. In that brief moment, all of Wu Zitao's injuries had disappeared. Death? Not yet. I told you you'll endure every torture and die 100 times over. What is this? Wu Zitao looked as if he'd seen a ghost. His wounds were gone, yet the excruciating pain from earlier felt so real. He suddenly remembered what Zhang Jun had said about being stabbed but having no injuries afterward. What kind of monster is this guy? He stared at Wei Ming, his eyes filled with terror. What are you? No. Are you even human? He asked in a trembling voice.
To you, I'm the devil, Wei Ming replied calmly, beginning the second round of torture.
Ah! Wu Zitao's screams echoed once more. Wei Ming, you bastard. You won't die a peaceful death. Kill me. Please, just kill me. I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Give me a quick death.
4 hours later, Wei Ming finally killed Wu Zitao. It wasn't because he was satisfied but because Wu Zitao's nerves had gone numb after enduring so much. Even when healed, further torture elicited no reaction from him. Wei Ming could heal physical wounds, but he couldn't repair a shattered mind.
Fine.
He had found the true culprit and avenged his parents.
Time to go. Wei Ming returned to Qidong City. An hour later, he arrived at the gates. He put away his motorcycle and walked to the villa's entrance. In a flash, he was back inside. It was nearly 5 a.m. He needed sleep. Soon after, he began dreaming.
In his dream, he sought his parents and relived his childhood, basking in their love.
But then a car came out of nowhere, shattering their happy family.
Wei Ming woke up with a start, tears streaming down his face. Wu Zitao and Guqi were dead, but his parents were gone forever. Lying back down, his heart finally calmed. His parents were gone, but he resolved to live well and make them proud in the afterlife. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'll live well better than anyone else, he whispered in his dream. Although Wei Ming went to bed late, he woke up unusually early. And once he was awake, he couldn't fall back asleep no matter how hard he tried.
What now?
Ha! He slipped into Song Qingyun's room. The beautiful former police officer let out a surprised yelp, followed by a muffled groan, and soon enough, the sound of pleasurable music filled the air. By the time Wei Ming finally got out of bed again, it was already 9:30 a.m.
Perfect. He went downstairs for breakfast.
After eating, he headed to the balcony, plopped onto a sofa, and started playing video games. Unfortunately, he could only connect to the local area network. None of the 6 women in the villa liked gaming, except for Song Qingyun, who was good at fighting games but terrible at any other genre.
Playing with her was no fun.
Bored, Wei Ming played a single-player game, but after one round, he found it dull.
The true joy of gaming lay in competing with others. Single-player games just didn't do it for him.
Ha! Looking toward the neighboring villa, he noticed a man standing by the balcony window, gesturing at him. It was Zhao Guofu.
Wei Ming walked over and opened the window.
Of course, he also activated the spatial gate against the window. If Zhao Guofu tried anything, he'd immediately become a corpse. Finally, I get to talk to you, Zhao Guofu said with a smile. Although the two had seen each other yesterday, they hadn't spoken.
Wei Ming smiled back.
What's up? Zhao Guofu shook his head. Nothing major, just wanted to clear something up with you.
Go ahead, Wei Ming replied. Zhao Guofu began, I'm guessing you're not interested in running this neighborhood?
No, Wei Ming answered bluntly.
Zhao Guofu smiled. I figured as much. So, I've taken over. Everyone here is under my control now. But since you're the landlord, I felt it necessary to let you know.
This guy is something, Wei Ming thought, nodding.
Got it. I'll keep my men in line.
These 3 villas are off limits, no one will step foot in them, Zhao Guofu continued.
Wei Ming, you're mysterious and extraordinary. I don't want to make an enemy of you.
I hope we can coexist peacefully, staying out of each other's way.
Wei Ming chuckled. I'm a big fan of peace.
Oh, sure, you love peace, Zhao Guofu thought sarcastically. That's why you locked up the Zhou family, letting them die of thirst, hunger, or heat in their cage. That's why you drove your ex-girlfriend insane.
And the former big shots of the neighborhood?
Either you had them killed through bounties or made them mysteriously vanish. 9 times out of 10, it was your doing.
Zhao Guofu couldn't help but wonder if Wei Ming was some retired special forces operative.
Otherwise, how could he be so capable?
But Wei Ming's background was squeaky clean, just a regular guy who graduated college 3 years ago and worked as an office drone. How could someone like that be an ex-military elite? Strange. No matter what, Zhao Guofu had no intention of crossing Wei Ming.
Those big shots were all dead or missing. Even Han Jingyuan's group of prison escapees, armed with over 20 guns, had been wiped out, likely by this so-called white-browed hero. That's the best outcome, Zhao Guofu said with a smile. If you ever need anything, feel free to reach out.
He then closed the window and walked away.
As soon as he left, Suyu and the 2 other women appeared at their window, eagerly opening it to beg Wei Ming for food. Yesterday, these 3 women had been proud and haughty, treating Wei Ming like he didn't exist.
But now?
They were practically ready to call him daddy if it meant he'd take care of them.
Unfortunately for them, Wei Ming wasn't interested.
He saw them as mere playthings.
Letting them into the villa? Ha! That would be an insult to my standards.
Still, since he hadn't tired of these toys yet, he tossed them some supplies, steamed buns and other simple rations. In the sweltering heat, these didn't need to be reheated, they could be eaten as is. He also gave them some braised beef and a few bottles of purified water, enough for 3 meals. Of course, this was nothing compared to the luxurious meals Wei Ming enjoyed. But for the 3 women, who were used to alternating between hunger and scraps, having anything to eat was a blessing. Boss, we barely gather enough supplies each day to feed ourselves. The brothers are starving and thirsty. But under your leadership, we're united like never before, and our strength is unmatched, a man declared passionately.
Not to mention, boss, you have a gun. Why don't we just take out Wei Ming, seize his villa, and enjoy his women? Yeah, why not?
Others nodded slightly, their expressions showing interest as they looked toward Zhao Guofu. Zhao Guofu smiled at the man who spoke and motioned him over.
The man eagerly walked up to him. Thud!
A wooden stick suddenly pierced the man's eye, driving deep into his brain. Zhao Guofu twisted it, scattering brain matter. The man stared dumbly at Zhao Guofu with his one remaining eye before collapsing backward, dead.
The room fell into a tense silence.
From now on, if anyone dares to suggest something like that, think about what just happened to him, Zhao Guofu said coldly. He pulled the stick out, and blood sprayed everywhere, but he remained unfazed, as if he'd merely swatted a fly.
The others?
They were trembling with fear. Sure, it was the apocalypse, and they'd all done bad things, even killed.
But Zhao Guofu's calm, matter-of-fact approach to murder? That was something else entirely. He was too ruthless.
What they couldn't understand was why someone as formidable as Zhao Guofu wouldn't dare oppose Wei Ming. Zhao Guofu glanced at them with a frosty gaze before sitting back down. He feared Wei Ming deeply, one might even call it terror.
Did Zhao Guofu like beautiful women?
Of course.
Did he want endless supplies, never worrying about survival again? Absolutely. But if it meant becoming Wei Ming's enemy, he'd rather give it all up.
Imagining himself in Wei Ming's position, Zhao Guofu was certain he wouldn't have survived this long against so many enemies, let alone thrived as Wei Ming had.
Especially when it came to Han Jingyuan's group.
Armed and vicious criminals, every last one of them had been wiped out. That had to be Wei Ming's doing. Zhao Guofu knew he could never achieve such a feat, not without getting hurt, let alone coming out unscathed. During his morning conversation with Wei Ming, Zhao Guofu had sensed his calm confidence, further solidifying that he'd made the right decision. If he dared to make a move against Wei Ming, he'd end up like Wang Chang and the other former leaders, either killed for a bounty, mysteriously vanished, or, like Han Zhengyuan, left as a corpse on display in the first-floor lobby. Sure, Zhao Guofu's supplies were limited, and the women he had weren't that pretty. But at least he had food, water, and women to enjoy. Look at Wang Chang and Han Zhengyuan, they'd been long gone. Zhao Guofu turned to Gao Shihai and said coldly, "Young Master Gao, 2 more days."
"I'm reading peacefully, why do you insist on making me sit on your lap?" Yu Chutong asked, utterly exasperated. Wei Ming feigned surprise. "Isn't sitting on me more comfortable than sitting on a chair?"
Yu Chutong rolled her eyes at him and went back to her book. Meanwhile, Wei Ming enjoyed the view of the beauty in his arms. What a stunning face, her skin was flawless, smooth as jade, and white as milk. She was gorgeous from every angle, with no imperfections to be found. And to top it off, she had that cold, aloof temperament. But now, forced by overwhelming power, she had no choice but to sit on his lap. The mix of icy pride and helplessness on her face was intoxicating. What if she's a lofty goddess? Even goddesses must bow to life's realities. Wei Ming chuckled smugly, but at that moment, his phone suddenly blared an alarm.
Who is it? Their timing couldn't be worse.
Wei Ming picked up the phone and saw Huang Xian standing at the basement entrance. Forget about most people, but this one warranted a meeting. "Keep up the good work, I'll be right back."
Wei Ming kissed Yu Chutong on the cheek.
Yu Chutong watched him leave, her expression complicated. Before the apocalypse, if anyone had told her she'd willingly follow Wei Ming to survive, she would have scoffed she'd rather die. But now, she found herself heavily reliant on him. Wei Ming was a capable man, unlike anyone else she had ever encountered. He had a personal spatial warehouse.
Did anyone else?
Still, as a top-tier heiress, sharing Wei Ming with others wasn't easy for her to swallow. Every time she thought about it, she felt a pang of bitterness.
Wei Ming arrived at the basement and let Huang Xian in.
Naturally, skipping the security check, which involved stripping down, wasn't an option.
How could Wei Ming be sure Huang Xian wasn't hiding a gun?
Of course, even if he did pull a gun, it would take at least 1 or 2 seconds to fire. In that time, Wei Ming could open a spatial portal to wherever he needed in just 0.01 seconds.
Theoretically, even if Huang Xian tried to ambush him, Wei Ming wouldn't have much to fear.
But there was still a risk factor.
A gentleman doesn't stand under a precarious wall, especially in the apocalypse. Is it wrong to be cautious?
Huang Xian, now wearing nothing but bathhouse clothes, sat across from Wei Ming, brazenly asking for a glass of iced cola. After one sip, he sighed in pleasure, as though his entire body had been rejuvenated. "This stuff is heaven on earth," he exclaimed. "Wei Ming, I don't need a room in the shelter, but you'll have to leave me this villa and all your supplies."
What a big appetite. You're offering just one piece of information and asking for a villa? Plus, all the supplies? The kicker was, this information wasn't even exclusive. Anyone involved in building the shelter already knew it, including government personnel. How many people was that in total?
And you could still sell this intel to others, creating trouble for me.
You're too greedy.
Wei Ming had already made up his mind but pretended to deliberate. After a while, he said, "Give me the shelter's location first. I'll verify it.
Then, when I decide to move, you hand me the keys, and I'll give you the villa." Fair enough? Huang Xian thought it over. It was true, if Wei Ming didn't confirm the information, would he really give up the villa and move without a second thought? "Alright, I'll give you the location."
In his mind, Wei Ming wouldn't be able to enter the shelter anyway. To use the shelter's elevator, you needed a key and the corresponding password details Huang Xian conveniently left out.
Why? To trick Wei Ming, of course.
Imagine Wei Ming eagerly heading to the shelter, only to be stopped by the password.
How despairing would he be? "That's what you get for not taking me with you." And then, those 6 beauties.
Wait, when Wei Ming couldn't enter the shelter, he'd surely return to ask Huang Xian for the password. By that time, Huang Xian, comfortably settled in the villa, could charm the 6 women into following him willingly.
Brilliant!
Huang Xian's heart raced at the thought of the 6 women's stunning beauty, especially Yu Chuton, Song Qingyun, and Lin Wanqiu, the top 3. He was genuinely thrilled. But in the next moment, Wei Ming unceremoniously kicked him out of the villa. This guy must be hiding some critical information, hoping to screw me over," Wei Ming sneered. "But he doesn't know I can teleport through walls up to 5 meters thick.
Once I know the shelter's location, what can stop me? Once the location is confirmed, your usefulness ends."
Wei Ming headed upstairs. After all, a stunning woman was still waiting for him. After some fun, Wei Ming sat alone on the balcony, lost in thought. He had been contemplating something for a while now, if only he had some reconnaissance ability. Last night, while searching for Wu Zitao, the need for it became even more pressing.
Heading to the shelter would be much safer and more efficient with such a skill. Inside the spatial dimension, he was omnipotent, godlike.
But outside of it, aside from his peak human physique, he was just like everyone else. After pondering for a long time, he found a direction.
Since he was omnipotent and all-seeing within the spatial dimension, what if he could project a part of that space into the real world? In that zone, he might not be omnipotent, but all-seeing could be possible. That was his plan. Now came the challenge: how to project part of the spatial dimension into reality.
Releasing objects stored within the dimension was easy, just a thought.
But releasing the space itself?
That stumped him.
How would it work? The only way to find out was to try.
Wei Ming attempted to throw a portion of the spatial dimension into the real world.
Inside, he had godlike control, so the operation wasn't difficult. But as soon as the spatial dimension intersected with reality, it dissipated like snowflakes in boiling water.
No, not dissipated, it returned to the spatial dimension in a way Wei Ming couldn't comprehend. The process was so fast that he couldn't even use that sliver of space for the simplest reconnaissance.
Was his approach wrong? No, on the contrary. Wei Ming's eyes burned with intensity.
Although the projected spatial area dissipated almost instantly, it proved that his idea was effective.
Since the spatial area disappeared too quickly, couldn't he strengthen it? For example, by compressing it. If he compressed multiple layers of the spatial area before projecting it, would the time it took for reality to dilute it increase? If so, and if that time was long enough for his neural responses to keep up, wouldn't that work? Let's do it.
First, Wei Ming carved out a 1000 cubic meter space in the alternate dimension, then carved out 3 more of equal size. He layered all 4 together and projected them into a designated area. Naturally, since the spatial gate's range was limited to 5 meters, the overlapping area could only appear within 5 meters of Wei Ming. No problem, this overlapping area was a 1000 cubic meter cube, 10 by 10 by 10 meters, meaning its farthest point could extend up to 15 meters away. When the spatial area was projected, it began to dissipate immediately. But the process was noticeably slower this time. It worked! Wei Ming laughed heartily. If 4 layers weren't enough, then how about 10? Within the alternate dimension, Wei Ming began stacking 10 layers of spatial regions. Even though he was omnipotent within this realm, the process was labor-intensive. He could do it, but he felt the strain. There's a difference between being able to do something and doing it without effort. It's like a skilled surgeon performing a complex operation. Sure, they can manage 1 or 2 surgeries in a row, but 3 in a single stretch? Or 10? They'd collapse from exhaustion. Wei Ming was no different. He could handle it, but it was obviously taxing, approaching his limit. He released it. This time, the spatial area was projected into the room next door. In just 0.01 seconds, it vanished and returned to the alternate dimension. However, this brief moment was enough for Wei Ming to capture everything. In his mind, a detailed image of the next room emerged, down to the tiniest details. Nothing escaped his notice. Though he could see the foreign woman clearly, the Su sisters were likely at the farthest end of the villa and beyond his detection range. Not only did Wei Ming observe every detail about the foreign woman, but in that fleeting instant, he could see through her, not just her clothes but even her internal structure. When Wei Ming transported people into the alternate dimension, this kind of X-ray ability was a given. Now, he could achieve the same effect using the projected spatial area. It's just a bit draining. Wei Ming's enthusiasm didn't waver. This time, he carved out a 20x20x20 meter spatial region in the alternate dimension and layered it 10 times. He released it. This time, the projected area enveloped the entirety of Villa 18 and even touched the edges of Villa 8. Naturally, this also brought the Su sisters into his detection range. Wei Ming pinpointed their exact locations with crystal clear accuracy, down to each strand of hair. Did he count the hairs? He didn't need to. Within the alternate dimension, Wei Ming was omniscient. The information was simply there, second nature. Using this property, the projected spatial area granted him the same level of awareness. It was far superior to MRI machines or similar devices. Wei Ming noticed minute health details about the 3 women. For example, due to high temperatures, their skin moisture levels had decreased. Suyu's lack of exercise was apparent, she was clearly sub-healthy. Her cellular vitality was noticeably weaker than Su Qian and the foreign woman. But expanding the spatial cube to 20 meters really ramps up the strain. Wei Ming felt a significant drain on his mental energy. He continued experimenting. After about 90 more attempts, he found himself utterly spent, unable to continue. It wasn't physical fatigue, it was mental exhaustion. I can only use it about 100 times consecutively before needing rest. Could frequent use enhance my mental endurance and increase the number of times I can use it? Probably. Wei Ming was delighted. He had discovered a new application for his spatial ability. This could be called a spatial radar. Like a radar scan, everything becomes crystal clear in an instant. And I don't always need to use a 20-meter cube. That's 8,000 cubic meters, 7 times larger than a 10-meter cube. Half an hour later, Wei Ming felt fully recovered mentally. Time to try again. This time, he aimed for precision. The neighboring villa was 12 meters wide at its broadest point, and if the basement was included, its height was also about 12 meters. The depth was approximately 14 meters. Wei Ming precisely carved out a spatial area of this size, layered it 10 times, and projected it onto Villa 18. The 3 women reappeared in Wei Ming's mind, even dynamically. Though the entire process lasted only 0.01 seconds, he could see even their blood flowing in real time, albeit only a short distance. But it was dynamic. With a smaller detection area, the spatial radar's usage limit significantly increased. 187 times. Wei Ming used it until his mental energy was drained again, then rested for half an hour and recovered. Alright, let's keep going. It wasn't until dinner time that Wei Ming reluctantly stopped. After dinner, Wei Ming glanced at the 6 women and said with a smile, "Let's play a game, you each pick an object, wrap it in cloth, and I'll guess what's inside." Lin Wanqiu immediately grinned.
What happens if you guess right? And if you guess wrong? Wei Ming thought for a moment. If I guess right, well, you know what I mean.
Lin Wanqiu chimed in, and if you guess wrong, you'll have to spend the night with me. Her suggestion made the other 5 women's eyes light up. They all eagerly agreed to the terms. Deal, Wei Ming agreed without hesitation. The 6 women returned to their rooms to prepare. A few minutes later, they returned to the balcony.
Ready? Wei Ming asked.
Yes, they all nodded.
Wei Ming pointed at each one in turn. A glass, a keychain, a phone.
As he listed each item, the women were stunned.
Do you have X-ray vision? Did you install cameras in our rooms? Song Qingyun, being a former security officer, was the first to voice suspicion. Wei Ming shrugged. As a security officer, how can you make baseless accusations? If you don't believe me, let's do it again. You can even choose what you think is a safe place. Unconvinced, the 6 women repeated the process.
And once again, Wei Ming guessed every item correctly.
Guessing? This was basically an open book exam. How are you doing this? The women's curiosity was piqued.
Wei Ming laughed and took out a die, covering it with a bowl.
He shook it and announced 6. Then, 3. And 2.
Each time, he lifted the bowl to reveal the correct number. Song Qingyun and the other 5 women were stunned, their mouths forming perfect O shapes, their eyes wide with disbelief.
How could anyone guess correctly every single time?
Tell us. Tell us. Lin Wanqiu batted her lashes playfully. Wei Ming, impervious to charm, smiled.
It's a secret, a big secret.
Playing around is fine, but don't joke when it comes to serious matters.
Wei Ming opened the window and said, have you noticed that the rain has significantly lessened?
Last night, Wei Ming only suspected this, but today he was certain the rain had indeed diminished.
What did this signify? Could the rain stop entirely? If it stopped completely, wouldn't that mean everyone could come out?
That would bring unpredictable changes. While the acid rain was still falling, it was best to hurry and check out the shelter. Wei Ming made up his mind. He told the women to return to their rooms, locked the doors, and headed to the ground-level garage.
He took out his motorcycle.
With a roar of the engine, he shot out into the night like a bolt of lightning. More than an hour later, Wei Ming exited the elevated highway and arrived at the entrance of a massive park. Driving a car on the elevated roads was practically impossible, they were clogged with abandoned, fire-damaged vehicles. After being exposed to 60-degree sunlight for extended periods, how hot would the cars themselves become? 80 degrees? Even hotter? It wasn't surprising they caught fire spontaneously. If he had chosen to drive, he'd have had to clear all the wreckage along the way, which would have taken an immense amount of time. But with a motorcycle, he could easily weave through the gaps. The park remained closed, with a sign stating it was undergoing maintenance and not open to the public.
Huang Xian's information seemed even more credible now.
Wei Ming stowed his motorcycle and found an elevator leading to an underground garage. Inside, there was a display screen with a button in the top left corner that revealed a password input field when pressed.
Wei Ming entered the password Huang Xian had provided. The elevator descended past the first basement level and continued down to a second basement level that wasn't even listed on the control panel. Stepping out, he found himself in a small room. Ahead was a locked door.
According to Huang Xian, an elevator leading to the shelter lay beyond this door. In fact, reaching this point already validated about 80% of Huang Xian's claims.
Under normal circumstances, how could anyone access a basement level that wasn't even listed on the elevator panel? Moreover, with the citywide power outage, the functioning lights and elevators here were also telling signs. Wei Ming activated his spatial radar. The 20-meter area ahead appeared in vivid detail in his mind. He smiled. Fortunately, the wall wasn't 5 meters thick. Teleport. In an instant, he appeared on the other side of the wall. It was another room, with an elevator in front of him, currently stopped on the first floor. He pressed the down button, the only button available, and the elevator doors opened. Wei Ming stepped inside, but when he pressed the -1 button, a password input screen popped up. Another password. Huang Xian hadn't mentioned this. As expected, it was a trap. If Wei Ming had been stopped by the outer door, he might have trusted Huang Xian and exchanged the villa for the key. But then, this elevator would have stopped him cold. By then, could he have gotten the villa back? Of course, Huang Xian didn't know about Wei Ming's abilities.
Even if he did fall for the trap and handed over the villa, a simple teleportation would resolve the issue.
Playing mind games with me?
Old Huang, it seems you've lived long enough.
Still, Huang Xian's misfortune was his impatience.
If he'd held on for a few more days, the rain might have stopped, and he could have easily come here himself.
So, was there no way to go down now?
Of course there was. Wei Ming used the spatial radar again, this time narrowing the detection zone to an ultra-thin vertical area, 100 meters tall but only 1 meter wide and long. This minimized his energy consumption, as it was proportional to volume.
Huang Xian had said the shelter was about 60 meters underground. Was 100 meters not deep enough? Wei Ming smiled faintly. He saw the bottom.
Indeed, it was about 70 meters deep.
Wei Ming teleported directly beneath the elevator.
As he began to freefall, he transported himself into the alternate dimension, exiting through a spatial gate 5 meters lower. This limited his acceleration.
He continued. Another teleportation, another 5 meters down. And another.
Finally, he tossed some blankets onto the ground below and landed gently on them, with an impact akin to falling onto a bed from 1 meter up. After collecting the blankets, he used the spatial radar again. With a flash, he passed through the elevator doors into a vast space. The ceiling was about 10 meters high, illuminated by rows of energy-efficient lights that brightened the entire area. The space was filled with villas. The central zone had 4-story villas, but as you moved outward, the villas became progressively shorter, with the outermost ones being only a single story. This design made sense. If all the villas were 4 stories tall, the area would feel oppressively crowded. No wonder the central zone was designated as Grade A, with the outer zones being Grades B, C, and D. Wei Ming observed that the Grade A villas weren't just taller and larger, their interiors were also far more luxurious.
He clicked his tongue in admiration. This place could accommodate thousands of people. Should I start a 1,000-person harem here? Just kidding. Even at peak human fitness, I'm no superhuman. 1,000 women? That's way too much. But with a shelter like this, maybe I could consider having a lot of kids? After all, childbirth wouldn't be an issue.
Regardless of complications, transporting the mother into the alternate dimension would allow him, as an unparalleled doctor, to handle any problem. That's a thought for later.
Wei Ming moved to the 2nd floor. Here, the elevators didn't require passwords. Leisure area. As expected, a massive swimming pool came into view. Its clear blue water was soothing just to look at. There were also tennis courts, badminton courts, ping-pong tables, a jogging track, fitness equipment, and even a small cinema. Of course, the cinema only had a single screen. Wei Ming didn't linger and continued to the 3rd floor.
This area housed livestock and poultry, but it didn't smell bad.
Each section was enclosed in glass and equipped with air purification systems.
Then he moved to the 4th floor.
Plantation.
There were a few fruit trees, a sprawling golden wheat field designed in a vertical layout spanning 9 levels to maximize space, and vegetable plots. He happened to see machines harvesting crops and storing them in cold storage.
Fully automated, everything was completely automated. Finally, Wei Ming went to the 5th floor.
This floor was much smaller but was the most crucial part of the entire shelter. Here was the control room for the artificial intelligence system, as well as the energy reserves. It was the brain and heart of the shelter. Wei Ming's goal was to gain control of the AI.
And it turned out to be extremely easy.
The AI had no password protections at the moment. All he had to do was register his fingerprint, voice, facial data, and a password. 10 minutes later, Wei Ming had it all set up. "Welcome, Master," the AI greeted him in a smooth, mature female voice. The shelter was highly automated. Wei Ming could summon the AI at any time to carry out various commands. But, regrettably or perhaps fortunately, there were no attack systems within the shelter. Wei Ming didn't feel disappointed by this. Instead, he was relieved that it spared him potential trouble. If there were attack systems, he would constantly worry about the AI developing self-awareness or being hacked, leading to a surprise attack. Even if there were weapon systems, he would have dismantled them all. Without them, it saved him the effort. Now that Wei Ming had gained full control of the shelter, he no longer needed keys or passwords to enter. All it took was facial recognition. In fact, Huang Xian had only been involved in the construction of the shelter. The AI wasn't under his control, nor did he fully understand it. He had thought that holding the entrance key was the safest option, never imagining that someone like Wei Ming could simply teleport inside. Wei Ming checked the energy reserves and found that less than 20% had been used, so he didn't bother replenishing them.
He went to the second floor and enjoyed a swim in the pool.
As he swam, he couldn't help but imagine Song Qingyun and the other 5 women gracefully dancing in the water in bikinis, and he found himself looking forward to it.
Wait, Lin Wanqiu, the seductive one, probably wouldn't even bother with a scrap of fabric, right?
Satisfied with what he saw, Wei Ming decided to move in after a few days. Whistling, he exited the shelter. Of course, he took the elevator this time. He now had full access to the entire shelter. When the elevator reached the first floor but before the doors opened, Wei Ming used his spatial radar to scan the surroundings. Although the chance of anyone being outside was 99.99% unlikely, he had grown accustomed to caution. He would never abandon this careful habit.
Was it inconvenient to use spatial radar once? No. And what if, by some slim chance, someone was there? It could save his life. The area was clear.
Wei Ming stepped out of the elevator and approached the locked door.
"Open," he said.
"Yes, master," the AI replied. The door unlocked and swung open. This door was even thicker than the one in Wei Ming's villa, 30 centimeters of reinforced superalloy. It was the kind of door that wouldn't flinch at a bomb.
Satisfied, Wei Ming walked through and summoned the second elevator.
A few seconds later, he emerged back in the park.
The scorching heat instantly hit him.
As expected, the temperature underground was much cooler. While the shelter had a ventilation system, the temperature control wasn't even a priority, being so deep underground naturally kept it at a constant temperature. Wei Ming refilled the ice packs in his clothes, and a refreshing chill spread across his body.
He started up his motorcycle.
With the engine roaring, he opened a spatial gate overhead to absorb the sporadic acid rain and sped through the city like a bolt of lightning. Along the way, he noticed many people scavenging for supplies in stores. He nodded to himself. With the acid rain easing up, more people were venturing out, and the cases of starvation or dehydration should decrease in the coming days. But previously, most people had been trapped in their residential complexes.
Even if they ventured out, it wouldn't be far. Once the acid rain stopped completely, wouldn't movement between groups become unrestricted? At that point,
Wei Ming foresaw inevitable conflicts.
Right now, each residential complex was like a primitive tribe.
Even though they were all human, harmony was no longer possible. Instead, they'd seek to conquer and absorb one another upon meeting.
Women, food, clean water, energy.
After the collapse of order, women, inherently disadvantaged in physical strength, would become commodities, wealth and spoils of war. Of course, there were exceptions. Some women, extraordinarily strong and more formidable than men, could lead. Others, like Sun Lily from before, could use their charm and wits to win over men and secure their dominance by controlling key figures. Or perhaps a particularly talented woman could gain authority through sheer competence. Such exceptions existed, but they were rare. In this brutal world, most places were dominated by men. Wei Ming sighed but didn't linger, quickly returning to Qidong City. When he arrived home, it was already past 2 a.m. Another night spent sleepless. He washed up briefly, shut the door, and went straight to bed. The Apocalypse, Day 21.
Early in the morning, Huang Xian came knocking. Wei Ming let him in. The first thing Huang Xian asked was, "So, did you check out the shelter yesterday?" Huang Xian was eager for Wei Ming to confirm the shelter's existence so they could complete their trade.
He was desperate to own the villa and even more excited for Wei Ming to enter the shelter only to be stopped by the elevator password, forcing him to return.
At that point, ha.
Wei Ming gave him a glance and replied indifferently, "It's not like going shopping in the old days where you could just head out on a whim. Something like this takes a lot of preparation. How could I just go?" So he didn't go.
Huang Xian, disappointed, said, "Well, at least give me something to drink."
"Ha!
We haven't completed our trade, and you think it's fair to keep taking things from me?" Wei Ming said coolly. "Drink? Really?" Huang Xian froze, surprised by the refusal. He quickly forced a smile and said, "Aren't we working well together?
Besides, I'm not lying, the shelter really has a ton of supplies. Trading your villa for it is a huge profit for you.
Since the villa will be mine, is it unreasonable to have a bottle of soda now?"
"I haven't verified the shelter yet. What if you're lying?" Wei Ming retorted, escorting Huang Xian to the door.
Although unwilling, Huang Xian couldn't match Wei Ming's strength and was thrown out.
Frustrated, Huang Xian fumed.
Why was Wei Ming so composed? He already knew the location, why wasn't he going to check it out? Wei Ming smirked faintly.
He hadn't killed Huang Xian because he wanted him to suffer for a few more days. Besides, Wei Ming wasn't worried about Huang Xian leaking the shelter's location.
After all, just like everyone knew Wei Ming's villa was stocked with supplies and home to 6 beauties, could they break in?
The shelter's defenses were even better than the villa's. Moreover, with full control of the shelter, Huang Xian's key and passwords were now useless, completely erased by Wei Ming. Now, the shelter only recognized Wei Ming. Even if others knew about the shelter, killing Huang Xian wouldn't guarantee secrecy. He wasn't the only one involved in its construction. If the acid rain stops tonight, I'd love to see you try to use the shelter, only to find your key doesn't work.
I wonder what expression you'll have then.
Wei Ming chuckled to himself. When he returned downstairs, Song Qingyun and the others had breakfast ready.
Time to eat.
Today, he didn't go to the balcony, so Suyu and her group had no choice but to come knocking.
The taste of a foreign woman wasn't bad at all.
Wei Ming savored the thought, especially since Angel hadn't yet reached 30 and had never had children. Her skin was firm, and there were no signs of sagging. Once a woman passed 30 or gave birth, aging would become visibly apparent. Western women matured early. By the time they were 13 or 14, they already looked like adults.
But after 30, their looks and figures tended to plummet dramatically.
For now, though, this spirited stallion of a woman was still quite thrilling. "You scoundrel," Yu Chutong smacked his hand. She was already sitting on his lap, yet this man dared to let his mind wander.
Wei Ming chuckled and asked, "Who among you knows how to swim?"
4 of the 6 women raised their hands. The only ones who didn't were Mi Xiaolu and Changya.
What's the point of asking that? Song Qingyun asked casually. Wei Ming smiled. In a few days, I plan to give you all a surprise. The women laughed.
It was the apocalypse, and he was still trying to act all mysterious.
What, are you going to let us swim or something?
Lin Wanxiu teased with a smile.
If you can actually make a swimming pool appear, I'll swim for you without a swimsuit. Yes, that was definitely her style. Wei Ming nodded. I'll be looking forward to it.
The women were surprised. Wei Ming sounded serious, as if he really could make a swimming pool appear.
But the villa was only so big. How could a swimming pool fit in it?
Wei Ming just smiled without continuing the topic. During the day, he spent time reading, sparring with Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, Lin Wanxiu, and others, and playing with the dog.
The day passed before he knew it. Ah, time flies.
Wei Ming sighed as he put on his shirt and stepped out onto the 3rd-floor balcony.
Watching the last rays of sunlight disappear, he froze as nightfall enveloped the city.
There was no sound of rain.
He opened the window. The night wind was sweltering, yet oddly, no raindrops fell. The rain stopped? Is it because the rainfall has lessened so much that it evaporates before reaching the ground? Or is it something else? Wei Ming didn't know.
But the end of the acid rain marked the beginning of a new stage in the apocalypse.
Now, people could roam freely at night, needing to guard only against the heat.
Yes, the night temperatures had indeed risen.
However, since the sun had just set, it wouldn't cool down immediately.
It would take until 8 or 9 o'clock to measure a real change. Song Qingyun and the other women joined him and began chatting noisily when they realized the rain had stopped.
Undoubtedly, this was a turning point.
Song Qingyun, Changya, and Mi Xiaolu believed this was a good sign.
Currently, nobody dared venture out during the day due to the unbearable heat and deadly sunlight.
But at night, with cooler temperatures and no acid rain, people could go out and start rebuilding order. Yu Chutong, Lin Wanxiu, and Lu Cheng disagreed. They thought that once people could move freely, it would lead to more bloodshed.
Powerful factions could now act without restraint, unleashing chaos. Wei Ming interjected, "You're all forgetting something.
Whether it's the heat or the acid rain, both have already shattered the ecosystem. Most of the plants and animals out there are either dead or dying.
Even if seeds remain, can the fields outside still be planted?
Food and clean water are scarce, and this isn't something that can be solved overnight. Sure, humanity might eventually develop underground spaces for living, farming, and raising livestock.
But how long would that take to implement? And how many people could it support?
To put it bluntly, at least half of humanity is probably dead by now. And with the ongoing food shortages and heat, the death toll will only rise further. After all, medical resources are practically non-existent now." A heavy silence filled the air after his words. "Live in the moment," Wei Ming said with a smile, breaking the somber mood. "Let's enjoy our little lives while we can."
Time to eat. When the delicious food was served, the 6 women quickly forgot their worries and ate happily. After all, with Wei Ming around, food and water were never an issue. Why fret over things beyond their control? Meanwhile, in the neighboring house, the 3 women, Suyu, Su Qian, and the foreigner, watched longingly. But the more they watched, the hungrier they felt, so they returned to their room to sleep. If they slept, they wouldn't feel the hunger. It's so hot tonight, Suyu complained. It's been hot since the night before, but today is worse, Su Qian replied, her keen observation standing out. The foreigner was almost in tears. How are we supposed to sleep in this heat? Su Qian sighed. If you're tired enough, you'll sleep. If only we could stay at Wei Ming's place, Suyu said suddenly. At her words, both Su Qian and the foreigner looked hopeful. Although they had only been in the basement, it was cool and comfortable there, plus, there was a place to bathe. That jerk, Su Qian muttered. He used us and didn't even let us stay there. Suyu nodded. Men are all pigs. That night, with the rain stopped, the city was destined for unrest. In the dead of night, a group of people entered Qidong City. Boss, based on the tracks left by vehicles, it looks like the group from the school ended up in this neighborhood, one of them said. Jin Yueza nodded, his expression icy. Grab a few people and ask them some questions. Yes. Before long, they had captured 2 people. There was no need for threats, the 2 captives immediately started kowtowing and pleading, Big brothers, please don't kill us. We'll join you. Both said the same thing. Who cared about pride anymore? Jin Yueza asked, do you know someone named Zhao Guofu? Wei Ming was awakened by gunfire. He got up and went to the balcony, but since his villa was in the first row, he couldn't see anything. All he could hear was the sound of intense gunfire echoing through the night. Should I go out and take a look? What a ridiculous idea. No matter how dense the gunfire was, could it actually penetrate the villa? The situation outside sounded chaotic. Judging by the intensity of the gunfire, there were at least a dozen guns involved. What if he got hit by a stray bullet if he went out? Although he had spatial radar, its range was limited, and the number of times he could use it was finite. Why get involved in such trouble? Better to wait until morning. He went back to bed. Pulling down the steel shutters over his windows not only made the villa more secure but also improved the soundproofing. As expected, the gunfire vanished instantly, leaving only faint echoes that could barely be heard if one focused. Time to go back to sleep. The Apocalypse, Day 22. When Song Qingyun and the other 5 women woke up, they immediately began talking about the gunfire from the night before. Was there really gunfire? I thought I was dreaming. How did guns suddenly appear in this neighborhood? And so many of them too. Yeah, where did the guns even come from? The 6 women were curious. By this time, Wei Ming had already raised the steel shutters on the windows. On the balcony of the 3rd floor of the neighboring villa, Suyu and her 2 companions looked like they were about to burst from anxiety. When they saw Wei Ming's silhouette appear behind the glass, they started waving their arms wildly, gesturing and shouting with excitement. Wei Ming opened the window and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Didn't he hear the gunfire and screams in the middle of the night?" Su Qian quickly replied, "Wei Ming, please, let us stay in your villa. We'll agree to whatever you want. Who wouldn't fear guns? Especially in China, where firearms were banned, ordinary people had no experience with them at all." The foreign woman was relatively calm, after all, she was from the land of the free. Gun violence was practically a daily occurrence there, so she was used to it. Wei Ming remained unmoved. "I've already had my fun with you 3. What else could I do with you now? Besides, they were only there for occasional amusement, he had no intention of taking them in. No need to worry. If troublemakers show up, I'll handle it," he said lightly. "How would you handle it? You're in the neighboring villa." Suyu and Su Qian were about to lose their minds. Even the foreign woman, though more accustomed to the presence of guns, was still terrified and joined them in begging Wei Ming. But Wei Ming, heartless as ever, simply closed the window. Now it's quiet." Before long, he heard the 3 women screaming. What happened? He activated his spatial radar, scanning the neighboring villa. 2 men had broken into the house. Each carried a gun, and within the 0.01 second scan, Wei Ming saw their leering faces. Suyu and her companions were cowering in a corner of the balcony, trying to escape. But where could they run? Wei Ming opened a spatial portal. With the situation in the neighboring villa already mapped out clearly, bang! Bang! 2 bullets shot out, one aimed at each intruder.
In just 0.01 seconds, the two men were still standing in place, there was no chance of missing. Thud! Thud! Blood splattered. One man's head exploded, while the other was hit in the wrist, causing him to drop his gun with a loud clatter.
Ah! The injured man screamed in pain.
Wei Ming teleported into the neighboring villa and walked toward the scene.
Wei Ming!
Suyu and her companions cried out when they saw him, tears streaming down their faces. They had narrowly escaped death.
Although the intruders hadn't planned to kill them but rather to assault them, the women would have been taken away afterward, subjected to further abuse by more men, and ultimately tortured to death.
Such was the fate of most women in the apocalypse.
Wei Ming smiled faintly.
He wasn't done with these three yet, he wasn't about to give them up to others now. He approached the scene, first collecting the guns, then grabbing the surviving intruder by the collar. You three deal with the other body. I need to interrogate this one and figure out what's going on. What could they say?
They nodded obediently.
Wei Ming carried the injured man back to his villa, entering through the normal route.
Once inside, the man was immediately stunned. It's so cool in here.
For a moment, he forgot the pain in his wrist. Wei Ming smirked and pinched the man's wound.
Aha! The man let out a piercing scream. What's your name? Wei Ming asked.
Releasing his grip, the man panted heavily before finally replying, My name is Yen Yi.
Wei Ming continued, Who's your boss? Why are you here?
Yen Yi hesitated, but Wei Ming pinched the wound again, making him scream so hard that tears streamed down his face. Desperate, he stammered, our boss is Jin Yueza.
He's looking for someone named Zhao Guofu.
Oh?
Wei Ming's interest was piqued. He smiled and asked, Were you the ones who attacked the foreign language school earlier, forcing Zhao Guofu and his people to flee? How do you know that? Yen Yi blurted out, momentarily thinking Wei Ming might actually be Zhao Guofu.
But he quickly realized that couldn't be the case. Zhao Guofu was in his 30s, while Wei Ming appeared to be in his mid-20s. Wei Ming didn't answer and continued questioning him.
Did you find Zhao Guofu?
No, Yen Yi shook his head.
Under Wei Ming's relentless questioning, Yen Yi spilled everything.
Yesterday, they had started searching for Zhao Guofu, but their actions alerted the residents of the neighborhood, leading to a gunfight. They killed several people and subdued the rest of the community, but Zhao Guofu managed to escape. So they split into pairs to continue the search. Yen Yi and his partner had entered the neighboring villa, expecting to find Zhao Guofu, but instead stumbled upon three beautiful women. They had intended to have some fun but were killed or injured before they could act.
However, Yen Yi didn't know why Jin Yueza was so determined to find Zhao Guofu.
Wei Ming casually tossed Yen Yi into his spatial dimension.
He couldn't help but speculate. Why is Jin Yueza looking for Zhao Guofu? Given that they were armed, it was likely some kind of grudge. Otherwise, why would Zhao Guofu flee?
It seemed Suyu, Su Qian, and their group were collateral damage, caught up in Zhao Guofu's troubles.
But what kind of enmity drove Jin Yueza to chase him so relentlessly, even from the school? To find out, Wei Ming would need to interrogate either Jin Yueza or Zhao Guofu.
Although curious, Wei Ming wasn't interested enough to go out of his way to investigate. This was Zhao Guofu's business, why should he get involved?
The problem was, even if Wei Ming didn't want to meddle, Jin Yueza would eventually realize two of his men hadn't returned.
They were bound to notice.
Jin Yueza didn't act recklessly.
Instead, he questioned the residents of the neighborhood.
Villa 28 houses a terrifying guy. He's turned the villa into a fortress and has a ton of supplies? Jin Yueza's first reaction was disbelief. Who would fortify their villa to withstand bombs for no reason? You're all idiots.
So, he led his men into the underground garage.
Jin Yueza had a few experts under his command.
They tried to pry open the lock and break through the door but quickly realized it was impossible.
Boss, this guy's doors and walls have been modified. We'd need heavy cutting equipment to break through, said one of the specialists. Jin Yueza frowned.
At first, he had thought it was a joke.
Who would turn their villa into a steel fortress? But now? It turned out to be real. After thinking for a moment, Jin Yueza said, knock on the door. He wanted to try talking to Wei Ming. Bang, 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 someone stepped forward and knocked on the door.
Wei Ming, of course, saw this through the surveillance system. He turned on the lights in the passageway and spoke through the loudspeaker, tell old Jin to come over.
Old Jin?
Jin Yueza froze for a moment before realizing Wei Ming was referring to him, and his expression darkened. He had already gathered all the information about Wei Ming from the neighborhood. This young man had made his fortune through gambling but had only enjoyed it for about 6 months before the apocalypse hit. Yet this 20-something managed to modify his villa into this steel fortress. Still, a nouveau riche young punk dared to call him Old Jean? What the hell? Jean Ueza was in his late 30s, nearly 40. He stepped into the passageway and stopped in front of the door, addressing the surveillance camera. "Are you too afraid to come out?" Wei Ming merely chuckled. Provoking him wouldn't work. And if he really got annoyed, he could wipe out Jean Ueza's group in under a minute. "You came all this way to find me. What do you want to talk about?" Wei Ming asked. Jean Ueza grew even more irritated. Wei Ming's tone made it sound like he was some superior, giving orders. But with Wei Ming holed up in his turtle shell of a villa, what could Jean Ueza's guns do? "Is Zhao Guofu here with you?" Jean Ueza asked. Since Wei Ming brought it up, he decided to ask directly. "Do you have a grudge against him?" Wei Ming asked, his curiosity piqued. Jean Ueza didn't answer right away. After a brief pause, he said, "Hand him over to me, and you can take your pick of the women in the neighborhood. I'll even give you 2 guns. Wei Ming laughed. "You've looked into me, right? Didn't you realize I'm not short on women?" Jean Ueza froze. He had forgotten that Wei Ming had stockpiled a large amount of supplies and, early in the apocalypse, had already brought several beautiful women under his wing. Jean Ueza's voice turned cold. "What do you want, then?" "I don't want anything. Just making conversation," Wei Ming replied with a smirk. He was simply bored in toying with Jean Ueza. "You bastard." Jean Ueza felt like losing his mind. Why was Wei Ming circling around in conversation? If only Wei Ming were standing in front of him, he could put a gun to his head. No one dared speak like this to Jean Ueza when a gun was pointed at them. He said coldly, "Let me make this clear, Zhao Guofu is someone I must kill. If you're sheltering him, you'll die with him. No matter how many supplies you have in that villa, how long do you think you can hold out? I can post men outside your door every day. The moment you step out, I'll blow your head off. You think your supplies will last forever? Haven't I heard this threat before?" Wei Ming sneered. "If only you knew just how ridiculous my stockpile is." "Are you threatening me?" Wei Ming asked coldly. "Of course," Jean Ueza said proudly. "And it's the truth. I suggest you hand over Zhao Guofu immediately. Otherwise, you'll die with him." "Oh, so you really hate Zhao Guofu that much?" Wei Ming chuckled. "Zhao Guofu, you owe me big for this one." He opened a spatial portal. Bullets fired. Bang! 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 Blood splattered as the bullets hit their marks. Some of Jean Ueza's men screamed in pain, while others dropped dead on the spot, collapsing to the ground. "Damn it! Where's the shooter? Get down! Turn off the lights!" The surviving men immediately hit the floor, switching off their phones and flashlights to avoid attracting more gunfire. Jean Ueza also dove to the ground, pulling out his gun and shouting, "Zhao Guofu! You finally showed yourself!" In Jean Ueza's mind, the mysterious shooter could only be Zhao Guofu. But would anyone respond? Jean Ueza thought it was obvious. The shooter's silence meant he was afraid of revealing his position. Inside the villa, Wei Ming's expression turned amused. "You think turning off the lights will keep you safe?" "I'm not using my eyes, I have spatial radar. Even if they hid in the walls, Wei Ming would spot them instantly." Under normal circumstances, Jean Ueza's actions were logical. But who could anticipate someone like Wei Ming? A human radar, how could they stand a chance? Bang! 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 More silent bullets flew, hitting their targets. Flesh tore, and screams echoed through the garage as the wounded writhed in pain. The chilling cries filled the air, making the survivors shiver. Even in the sweltering heat, Jean Ueza's men were drenched in cold sweat, terrified. How is this possible? Why? In such darkness, how could Zhao Guofu pinpoint them with such precision? Night vision goggles. Jean Ueza shouted. "Turn on the flashlights. Sweep the area." If the shooter was using night vision, a blast of bright light could blind him. The few remaining men frantically lit up their flashlights and searched. But could they find anyone? Of course not. Wei Ming, watching their clownish behavior, couldn't help but laugh. Using his spatial radar, which captured a static 3D image, he adjusted the angle of his spatial portal and continued shooting, mercilessly taking lives. At close range, within 5 meters, even hiding behind a column wouldn't help. Wei Ming could open a portal directly in front of their faces. Jin Yueza crawled on the ground, convinced it would lower his chances of getting hit. Let me shatter that illusion for you. Wei Ming fired another shot, killing Jin Yueza instantly. Only 3 people remained alive. Wei Ming teleported outside, quickly eliminating the rest. 1, 2, 3, done. Returning to his villa, Wei Ming opened the balcony window and spoke through the loudspeaker, "Old Zhao, if you're still alive, come collect the bodies." He couldn't do all the work himself. Although he hadn't killed these people for Zhao Guofu, but rather because Jin Yueza had threatened him, it was still a fact that Zhao Guofu benefited. Making him clean up the mess was fair. An hour later, Zhao Guofu appeared at the basement entrance. "Did you take care of the bodies?" Wei Ming asked casually through the surveillance system. "They're taken care of," Zhao Guofu replied, his attitude drastically different. Previously, his wariness of Wei Ming had been hidden, but now it was an open display of reverence. He was profoundly grateful for the choice he had made. Zhao Guofu's understanding of Wei Ming's strength had previously been based entirely on speculation. He had concluded that Wei Ming was the mysterious white-browed hero who had killed Han Jingyuan's group. The fact that Wei Ming could take down more than 20 armed men spoke volumes about his strength. In truth, even without that incident, Wei Ming's ability to calmly outmaneuver the neighborhood residents who tried to corner him was proof enough of his fearsome capabilities. Zhao Guofu wanted no part in antagonizing him. He even avoided touching Suyu, her sister, or the foreign woman, knowing they were connected to Wei Ming and not wanting to cross any lines. Now, his caution and respect had paid off. Wei Ming had wiped out Jin Yueza and his entire crew. Of course, Zhao Guofu misunderstood. Wei Ming hadn't acted for his sake but because Jin Yueza's group had foolishly provoked him. Otherwise, Wei Ming would have ignored their rampage through the neighborhood entirely. No matter, Zhao Guofu firmly believed that Wei Ming had come to his aid. This man was not only powerful but also someone who had done him a great favor. How could Zhao Guofu not be deeply respectful and awed? Wei Ming, a bit curious, asked, "Jin Yueza was hellbent on killing you. What kind of grudge do you two have? Did you sleep with his wife or something?" Zhao Guofu smiled bitterly. "It's a long story." But since Wei Ming had asked, how could he not explain? "When I was young and reckless, I ran with a gang, calling each other brothers. We didn't do anything good. Jin Yueza was the leader of the group. At first, it was just collecting protection money, but later, he planned to rob a bank. I wasn't exactly a good person, but I knew that was crossing a line." He paused before continuing, "Don't laugh, but I've always had some principles. At the time, I thought being in a gang was cool, all about loyalty and brotherhood. But robbing a bank? Jin Yueza even got his hands on a makeshift gun. That woke me up. I refused to take part. In fact, I went to the police. As a result, the entire gang was busted on the day of the robbery. Jin Yueza ended up serving over 10 years in prison. When he got out, he tracked me down and said he wouldn't let it go. I didn't take him seriously. This is a lawful society, what could he really do beyond running his mouth? But then the apocalypse came. Zhao Guofu sighed heavily. When the apocalypse struck, Jin Yueza even managed to acquire firearms and stormed the school where Zhao Guofu was hiding. Wei Ming let out a casual "oh." Jin Yueza clearly blamed Zhao Guofu for his years in prison, and the apocalypse had given him the perfect opportunity to exact revenge. If Jin Yueza had gotten so many guns, it was likely he had looted them from a police station. Wei Ming was mildly curious but quickly lost interest once he understood the gist of the situation. He had no patience for the finer details. "Thank you, Wei Ming," Zhao Guofu said sincerely. Wei Ming brushed it off with a smile. "I'm not a particularly educated man, but I know how to distinguish right from wrong," Zhao Guofu continued. "I owe you my life. Wei Ming, if you ever need me, I'll give my life for you." With that, he turned and left. Wei Ming didn't think much of it. He hadn't saved Zhao Guofu out of any sense of obligation. Jin Yueza's group had simply brought destruction upon themselves. Wei Ming didn't care about receiving Zhao Guofu's gratitude and promptly put the matter out of his mind. He turned his thoughts to moving into the shelter as soon as possible. Should he bring Suyu, her sister, and the foreign woman along? Wei Ming hesitated. Why hadn't he already let the 3 women live in his villa? Because the villa had limited space, and he wanted to reserve it for the best. But the shelter was different, it could accommodate 1,000 people. Adding 3 more women wouldn't make much of a difference.
A shelter for 1,000 people. Moreover, that figure was based on comfortable living conditions, with a single household occupying a whole unit. In reality, with some crowding, even single-story houses could fit 5 people. The issue wasn't space but resources. Food and clean water would be consumed quickly. However, was that a problem for Wei Ming? With billions of supplies in his stockpile, even if divided among 10,000 people, each person would still have several million worth of resources. How much could one person possibly consume in a lifetime? At most, 1 million. And that's without the costs of buying houses, giving gifts, or paying for children's extracurriculars. Even in the worst-case scenario, Wei Ming could still go out and scavenge for more supplies. The shelter also had a self-sustaining system. Maybe I should bring in a few people and scale up, Wei Ming mused. But there's no rush. I'll observe for a couple more days. As he pondered, Lin Wanqiu walked in, holding 2 swimsuits, a mischievous smile on her face. Husband, which one of these is sexier? Wei Ming glanced at them. Both swimsuits used the bare minimum of fabric. Once worn, they would barely cover her chest, leaving most of her butt exposed. Perfect for someone like Lin Wanqiu, with her full bust and shapely hips. A child would pick one. Adults, of course, want both, Wei Ming said with a grin. Try them on for me, one at a time. Okay, Lin Wanqiu said, snuggling into his arms. But husband, when are you taking us to the pool? That's a secret, but it won't be long, Wei Ming replied with a smile. Lin Wanqiu pouted in frustration, her red lips forming a perfect pout. Just as she was about to leave, Wei Ming grabbed her arm. Since you're already here. He chuckled. Maybe her seduction wasn't entirely unsuccessful after all. Night fell quickly. Wei Ming and the 6 women were enjoying dinner on the balcony. As expected, it didn't rain tonight. But a quick temperature check showed the evening was even hotter than the previous night. And this was at night, not during the day. It meant that even sleeping at night was becoming increasingly difficult. Suddenly, several bright lights appeared at the entrance to the neighborhood, and Wei Ming saw a group of motorcycles roaring in, their engines deafening. These motorcycles are still running? Wei Ming was surprised. After so many days of extreme heat, most cars, motorcycles, and even electric scooters had their tires blown out. The garage was proof even there, where temperatures were slightly lower, the majority of vehicles had damaged tires. Electric scooters were worse, with batteries prone to self-combustion in the heat. So, are these motorcycles using special tires? Wei Ming murmured. Song Qingyun interjected, not necessarily. If the air is let out in advance, the tires won't explode. Ah, that makes sense. Wei Ming nodded. Tires burst due to the heat causing the air inside to expand, creating pressure beyond what they could handle. Letting some air out would solve the issue. You could even remove the tires entirely, deflate them, and only inflate them when needed. Wei Ming watched the motorcyclists with curiosity. Why had they come here at night? If it were for supplies, they should be heading to supermarkets. That left only one possibility. They were here for people. In the apocalypse, people themselves were a kind of resource. Women needed no explanation, they were the ultimate outlet for stress relief in such a harsh world. And men? If they couldn't climb to the top, they were reduced to nothing more than laborers. So, were these motorcyclists here to kidnap people? Could Zhao Guofu hold his ground? Wei Ming was curious. But following his principle of being a bystander, he had no intention of intervening and simply continued eating dinner. On the other side, the motorcyclists quickly found Zhao Guofu. Hand over young Master Gao, one of them said. The speaker appeared to be around 40 years old, of medium build, similar to Zhao Guofu, but his body was packed with muscle, exuding explosive power. Zhao Guofu was surprised. These men had arrived in such an aggressive manner, and yet they were after Gao Shihai? Are you with the Gao family? He asked, smiling. May I know your name? The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before replying, Luo. Luo Ping. Zhao Guofu nodded. I'm Zhao Guofu. Gao Shihai is indeed here. But if you want to take him away, it will come at a price. Luo Ping frowned but eventually said, name it. I need a large amount of food and water, Zhao Guofu replied. No problem, Luo Ping agreed without hesitation. But I need to confirm that young Master Gao is safe first. Zhao Guofu snapped his fingers, and before long, Gao Shihai was brought out. This once arrogant young master was now a shadow of his former self. With his sycophantic lackey, Fu Lin, gone and himself reduced to a prisoner,
he was subjected to daily hunger and thirst, leaving his lips cracked and his spirit broken. Having never suffered like this before, he was gaunt and dispirited, a pitiful sight. When Luo Ping called out to him 3 times, "Second young master," Gao Shihai finally looked up, his entire body trembling with excitement.
Luo Ping! Luo Ping! Did my father send you to rescue me? Take me away.
Please, take me away, he shouted with all his might.
Luo Ping smiled. Don't worry, second young master.
I'll make sure you return home safely. After reassuring him, Luo Ping turned to Zhao Guofu.
How much food and water do you want? As much as possible.
That was Zhao Guofu's true thought, but he didn't dare say it outright.
In the apocalypse, what was a human life worth? Even if it was someone like Gao Shihai, a former wealthy scion.
After some thought, he said, 2,000 pounds of rice or equivalent food and 1,000 liters of drinking water.
Deal. Luo Ping agreed immediately. Zhao Guofu realized he had asked for too little. Luo Ping hadn't even hesitated.
Clearly, his demand didn't come close to their limit. But now that the terms had been set, he couldn't go back on his word. Zhao Guofu prided himself on having the air of a leader, and keeping one's word was essential. If he was known to be untrustworthy, his subordinates wouldn't dare follow him, they'd fear being sold out at any moment.
You'll have to wait a bit. Luo Ping left and retrieved a satellite phone, making a call.
A few minutes later, he returned with a smile and said to Zhao Guofu, "The supplies are on their way.
Please wait about half an hour. Half an hour to deliver all that?"
Zhao Guofu was pleasantly surprised. With such a windfall, he resolved to set aside half of it as a gesture of respect for Wei Ming, even if Wei Ming, with his vast resources, didn't care for it. After all, Zhao Guofu reasoned, whether Wei Ming accepted or not was his decision, but Zhao Guofu's gesture of goodwill would be clear. Meanwhile, Zhao Guofu's men were ecstatic.
2,000 pounds of food and 1,000 liters of clean water, how long could they live on that?
After numerous battles, and with the constant threats of starvation, dehydration, and extreme heat, their group had dwindled to around 150 people. These supplies could last them several days.
Their only regret was not asking for more. As everyone waited, the sound of motorcycle engines roared again, and soon, several motorcycles arrived. Each was loaded with bags and boxes. The riders unloaded the goods and opened them one by one, revealing bags of rice and cases of water. Luo Ping smiled and said, "Release him."
Zhao Guofu nodded and pushed Gao Shihai forward.
"Thanks, young Master Gao." Gao Shihai, his pride long gone, only wanted to go home.
Without a word, he stumbled toward Luo Ping. Weak as he was, his running was more of a stagger. But he finally reached Luo Ping, who caught him with both hands.
Luo Ping's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling expression. "Kill them all."
Immediately, the motorcyclists drew their guns and opened fire on Zhao Guofu and his men.
Bang! 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 The deafening gunfire filled the air.
This place was chaotic. Gunfire yesterday, gunfire today.
It never seemed to end. Damn it!
Zhao Guofu reacted swiftly, diving behind a pillar. Even so, he felt a sharp pain in his side. Reaching down, he touched his waist, then lifted his hand to see it covered in blood.
Screams rang out incessantly.
Zhao Guofu's men were just ordinary residents of the neighborhood. At most, they'd wielded kitchen knives before. How could they stand up to a group of armed men?
In mere seconds, dozens of them were dead. "We surrender! Stop shooting! We surrender!" But the motorcyclists showed no interest in taking prisoners. The relentless gunfire made it clear they intended to kill every last one of them.
Amid the chaos, Gao Shihai, who had been drinking water and eating a biscuit, began to calm down. The trembling in his body ceased, and his previously frightened face twisted into a sinister sneer. "Luo Ping, make sure you capture Zhao Guofu for me," he growled through gritted teeth. "That bastard dared to treat me like this. I want him to suffer every possible torment before he dies."
"No problem," Luo Ping replied confidently. After a while, he shouted, "Ceasefire."
The gunfire stopped, and Luo Ping walked toward the pillar where Zhao Guofu was hiding.
"Zhao Guofu, my young master wants to have a word with you. Come out now."
Confident in his skills, Luo Ping didn't consider Zhao Guofu a threat. He had been a soldier in his youth and later worked as a mercenary overseas. That was when Gao Shihai's father recruited him with a generous salary to become the security chief of the Gao family. How ironic, for a man with a history of killing to serve as a security chief. Luo Ping was sure of himself. Someone like Zhao Guofu, a mere neighborhood security team leader, was no match for him. He could easily take on 5 men like Zhao Guofu and kill them barehanded.
But Zhao Guofu didn't respond, as if he were deaf.
Luo Ping quickened his pace and leaped behind the pillar.
Damn it, he cursed.
The space behind the pillar was empty.
Zhao Guofu was gone.
Luo Ping immediately spotted drops of blood trailing forward.
He's been shot. He won't get far.
After him, he said coldly.
At once, 5 motorcyclists followed the blood trail in pursuit.
Meanwhile, Gao Shihai was munching on food as he walked over and said, "It's not just Zhao Guofu.
There's another bastard." He was thinking about Wei Ming. That guy had shown him no respect, relentlessly humiliating him.
Not to mention, Wei Ming had 6 women in his house, one of whom was supposed to be his brother's fiancée.
How dare he humiliate the Gao family like this?
Wei Ming had to die, and as for Yu Chutong, she would be taken back and handed over to his brother to deal with.
Come with me.
There are a few more people to kill, Gao Shihai declared. Luo Ping smirked slightly and turned to the others.
You all heard him. The second young master wants to kill a few more people. Let's go.
With that, they marched toward the villa district. Now that the rain had stopped, they didn't need to use the pitch-black underground garage and could walk outside instead. A few minutes later, they arrived in front of Villa 28.
Ha!
Luo Ping murmured in slight surprise as he noticed the lights were on inside. The entire city was shrouded in darkness, with only a few buildings still lit up, making them stand out like beacons in the night.
The only explanation for the lights was a generator. But in an ordinary neighborhood, why would a seemingly standard villa be equipped with one?
Curious as he was, Luo Ping waved his hand.
Smash the windows.
A few of his men grabbed stones from the yard and hurled them at the glass.
Bang!
With a heavy thud, the stones bounced off, leaving only a few faint marks on the glass.
What the hell kind of glass is this? Luo Ping froze in disbelief. Even tempered glass wasn't this tough.
At that moment, Wei Ming appeared on the third-floor balcony, holding a glass of cola. He raised it in a mock toast as if to say, "Go ahead, keep trying." Indeed, the first-floor windows weren't ordinary glass, they were made of aerogel, the lightest solid in the world.
Not only was it incredibly heat-resistant, but it was also exceptionally strong.
The group refused to give up and continued their attempts to break the windows, but it was all in vain.
What now? An idea struck Gao Shihai. Pointing to Villa 18, he said, "There are 3 women in there who've all been involved with Wei Ming. Let's capture them and use them to threaten him."
The group then broke into Villa 18. Unlike Villa 28, its windows shattered easily, and they quickly entered, eventually finding Suyu and her companions on the 3rd floor. Luo Ping opened the window and shouted toward Villa 28, "Wei Ming, is it?
I've got your women here. Aren't you going to show yourself and say something?" Wei Ming opened the window just a crack, remaining behind the glass.
This allowed sound to travel but ensured no bullets could hit him.
Not that it mattered.
If a bullet came through, Wei Ming could simply open a spatial portal to intercept it. Still, Wei Ming decided to use the situation to his advantage.
Those women? Wei Ming chuckled. They're just playthings to me. Do you think you can threaten me with them?
Luo Ping shrugged.
Won't know until we try.
Gao Shihai's face twisted with rage as he shouted at Wei Ming, "You bastard.
You didn't think I'd ever get out, did you?
I was down and out before, so you dogs dared to bully me. But now, I'm once again the exalted second young master of the Gao family.
And today, you will die."
Luo Ping waited for him to finish before turning to Wei Ming with a mock apologetic smile. "I was going to suggest that if you surrendered, I could spare your life.
But since the second young master insists, I'm afraid you must die."
Gao Shihai grabbed a gun and pointed it at Suyu and her companions.
"Curse Wei Ming for me. Whoever does the worst job will be shot.
But if you please me, I'll take you back to the Gao family."
Suyu and Su Qian exchanged a glance. It was decision time. Would they side with Wei Ming or Gao Shihai? The choice was simple. Gao Shihai clearly held the upper hand, he had men and guns.
Meanwhile, Wei Ming had treated them as expendable, giving them only 1 meal a day and refusing to let them stay in his villa.
What was there to consider? "We're with you, young Master Gao," Su Qian immediately said. "That Wei Ming is a jerk. He used us and tossed us aside." "Of course we're choosing you," Suyu added. Gao Shihai laughed triumphantly. Glancing toward Villa 28, he decided to deliver a final blow. "Good. You two, kneel here." Did the Su sisters have a choice? Even if they didn't side with Gao Shihai, with guns pointed at them, how could they refuse? They obediently knelt down.
Gao Shihai burst into laughter again and turned to the foreign woman, Angel.
You, kneel too. At that moment, Angel's mind raced. For her, the decision was critical.
If she chose wisely, she could escape this nightmare. But if she bet wrong, it would cost her life.
Should she gamble on Wei Ming?
She recalled how, the day before, 2 armed men had broken in, only to be taken out by Wei Ming in mere moments.
That proved Wei Ming wasn't an ordinary man.
Of course, this time, Gao Shihai had more than a dozen people.
Eliminating all of them wouldn't be easy. But if Wei Ming could pull it off, and she chose to stand by him even under these circumstances, wouldn't she earn his trust?
She had always admired a Chinese saying, "Fortune favors the bold." She made her decision. Angel stood tall with a proud expression.
I'm Wei Ming's woman. Even if I die, I won't do something so disgusting for you.
Oh?
Gao Shihai sneered.
The Su sisters had surrendered instantly, delivering a blow to Wei Ming.
But it wasn't enough. If he tortured a woman loyal to Wei Ming, violated her in front of him, would Wei Ming go mad?
Good.
Gao Shihai's face twisted with cruelty.
Strip her.
Hold her down.
I'll take her right in front of Wei Ming. Then he turned to Villa 28 and shouted, Wei Ming, I'm about to screw your woman. Luo Ping made no attempt to stop him.
To him, this was an excellent way to provoke Wei Ming.
The moment Wei Ming opened his window further, Luo Ping could shoot him in the head.
Bang!
At that moment, gunfire erupted from a corner of the neighborhood, startling everyone. A series of shots rang out before everything fell silent again.
Luo Ping smiled faintly.
His men must have found Zhao Guofu and engaged him. 5 against 1, Zhao Guofu was surely dead. It was a pity Gao Shihai wanted him alive, but there was no helping it.
At least this would wrap things up quickly.
Thud! Suddenly, Luo Ping's pupils dilated as a bullet shot through the back of his head, exiting through his left eye with a wet pop, shattering the eyeball.
Luo Ping's face was filled with disbelief. Bang! His head slammed into the glass as his body slid to the ground, blood pooling beneath him. What just happened? What the hell was going on? Gao Shihai and his crew were utterly dumbfounded.
Luo Ping had been perfectly fine, how had he suddenly fallen?
And what about the gaping hole at the back of his head? Sea Captain is dead, someone stammered after inspecting him.
Luo Ping had been shot, his left eye had been blown out by a bullet that went clean through his head, shattering the eyeball into pieces on the floor.
But the real question was, who had fired the shot? Was there someone behind him? There wasn't. Absolutely no one. No one had seen anyone, and there was no reason for anyone to do this. Besides, wouldn't a gunshot make noise? Did anyone hear anything? No.
In an instant, chills ran down everyone's spines.
A ghost? Had they encountered a ghost? Bang! Another man's pupils suddenly dilated as he collapsed. This time, the bullet entered directly through his right eye. Thud!
His lifeless body hit the floor.
Ah!
The rest of the group turned pale, screaming in terror.
What was happening? How had this man died? Was it a ghost? Or an invisible man?
Someone, overwhelmed with fear, lost all rationality and started firing randomly.
Bang! 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 Bullets flew wildly, but they hit nothing.
Meanwhile, the mysterious killer continued his rampage.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
One after another, men on the balcony and inside the room fell. One man, unable to bear the pressure, let out a scream that sounded more like a woman's, then bolted for the stairs. He managed only 3 steps before vanishing into thin air.
What the hell? The remaining men froze in shock, their eyes wide in utter disbelief. A ghost! A ghost! It's really a ghost!
They were utterly terrified.
How could humans possibly fight a ghost?
You couldn't see it, couldn't touch it, and worst of all, it could kill you.
One by one, they dropped to their knees. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. I'll do anything. It was useless. One after another, their heads exploded as they were executed.
Before long, only 4 people remained alive in the room, Gao Shihai, the Su sisters, and Angel.
Ah!
Gao Shihai let out a cry of pain as a bullet struck his wrist, blood spurting out. He couldn't hold on to his gun, which fell to the ground. This was the first time someone had been injured but not killed.
Terror consumed Gao Shihai's entire body.
He screamed hysterically, "Who are you?
Who the hell are you? Weren't you so full of yourself just now? Wei Ming's voice rang out. What? Gao Shihai turned to look at Wei Ming, his mind reeling. He glanced at the neighboring villa, then at the open window. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The two villas were at least 4 meters apart. Even if Wei Ming could somehow jump across, the window was only open a crack. There was no way he could squeeze through. Why you? Gao Shihai stammered, pointing at Wei Ming, his voice trembling. Did he still not know who had killed everyone? Wei Ming smiled faintly and began collecting the guns. Guns were a genuine threat to him. If he were caught off guard and hit by a bullet, it could be fatal. Safety came first. Watching Wei Ming pick up the guns, only for them to vanish into thin air, left not just Gao Shihai but even the 3 women utterly stunned. However, the women's feelings were vastly different. Angel was overjoyed. She had gambled and won. Wei Ming had turned out to be incredibly powerful, wiping out all his enemies. Since she had stood firm and refused to betray him, even under threat of death, she was certain Wei Ming would now see her as one of his own. For her, the stronger Wei Ming was, the better. The Su sisters, however, were consumed with regret. Who could have guessed that Gao Shihai's group of over a dozen armed men would all end up dead? If they had known, they would never have betrayed Wei Ming. Su Qian, shrewd as she was, quickly dropped to her knees before Wei Ming. Wei Ming, you're amazing. We were forced to submit earlier, but in our hearts, we were always loyal to you. Prompted by her sister, Su Yu also knelt, nodding vigorously. Please forgive us. We were truly forced into it. A gun to the head, who wouldn't give in? All right, I forgive you, Wei Ming said with a smile. But before the sisters could look relieved, bullets pierced their foreheads, and they fell backward, lifeless. If these 2 women could betray him once, they could betray him countless times. But Wei Ming only had 1 life. Why would he risk it for 2 women? Not a chance. The Su sisters weren't even close to being exceptional. Even if Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, or Lin Wanqiu dared to betray him, Wei Ming wouldn't hesitate to kill them either. Turning to Angel, he smiled. You did well. Angel's heart settled, and she batted her eyes flirtatiously. Thank you, my master. This foreign beauty truly was remarkable. Her fiery figure, firm and curvaceous, made her the most physically stunning of all the women. Eastern beauty was subtle and reserved, while Western beauty was bold and visually striking. Both had their own appeal. Why choose one when you could have both? Luckily, this foreign beauty hadn't betrayed him. Replacing her would have been no easy task. Are you human or a ghost? Gao Shihai screamed, his voice filled with fear, unease, and despair. Bang! Wei Ming fired a bullet, ending the second young master's life. Why couldn't you just go home after being rescued? Why come here to die? Why waste time talking to a small fry like this? Wei Ming activated his spatial radar, scanning Gao Shihai's body. Ah, so that's it. He discovered a tracker hidden in Gao Shihai's watch. No wonder Luo Ping's group had been able to find this place so easily. Wei Ming shook his head, then wrapped an arm around Angel's soft, toned waist, leading her downstairs. Angel was filled with joy. Wei Ming was taking her to his villa. She had finally made it. Wait! On the first floor, Wei Ming instinctively used his spatial radar to scan outside. To his surprise, he found someone. Zhao Guofu. He was still alive. However, Zhao Guofu was in terrible shape. He'd been shot in the abdomen, the bullet still lodged inside, and was bleeding heavily. Despite this, he clutched his wand with one hand and held a gun with the other, lying in ambush outside the door. Old Zhao! Wei Ming called. Zhao Guofu froze, then broke into a smile of relief. Wei Ming? He immediately threw his gun aside to show he meant no harm. But as he stepped out from behind cover, he collapsed to the ground. Severely weakened from blood loss, he had been holding on purely through willpower. Seeing Wei Ming allowed him to relax, and he promptly passed out. Wei Ming hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to carry Zhao Guofu back into Villa 18. Angel was secretly annoyed at Zhao Guofu for appearing at the wrong time, but she didn't dare say a word. Zhao Guofu's condition was far from optimistic. He had been shot twice. One bullet wound was manageable, it hit his lower leg. The other, however, was life-threatening, striking his abdomen. With medical care virtually non-existent, even the leg wound could prove fatal if not properly treated, as infection could easily set in. As for the abdominal wound, that was a far greater risk. Lucky you're still alive, Wei Ming murmured. He placed his hand on Zhao Guofu's body,
and his interdimensional space immediately enveloped him.
Retrieve, release. The entire process took less than a fraction of a second.
Angel, whose attention wasn't focused on Zhao Guofu, didn't notice that the man had disappeared for the briefest moment. Even if she had been watching closely, the time was so short she likely would have dismissed it as her eyes playing tricks, perhaps thinking she had blinked. In that infinitesimal moment, the 2 bullets lodged in Zhao Guofu's body had been removed and left behind in Wei Ming's interdimensional space. However, Wei Ming didn't treat Zhao Guofu's injuries. What surprised him was that Zhao Guofu's cells were abnormally active, even to the point of seeming unnatural, as if they were evolving into something strange. Wei Ming wasn't a doctor, but his understanding of the human body, down to the cellular level, now surpassed that of any surgeon or internist, thanks to his interdimensional experiments. And he'd conducted plenty of trials on people like Wang Chang and Sun Dai. Something was off with Zhao Guofu's cells. It felt as though they were mutating. Wei Ming had analyzed his own cells, as well as those of Lu Qing and Song Qingyun, but none of them had displayed this level of activity or mutation.
Was this normal self-repair in response to being shot? No, that didn't add up. Wei Ming shook his head.
Wang Chang and others had endured far worse without showing this kind of cellular change.
Why did the word mutation seem so fitting here? There was a reason for that.
Wei Ming wrapped Zhao Guofu's wounds with gauze. Unsure if the mutation was triggered by the injuries, he saw no reason to treat him further. He decided to wait and observe. If Zhao Guofu survived, it would be a testament to his resilience.
If he didn't, well, that would simply be fate. Did Wei Ming owe him anything? Not really. Both Jin Yueza and the Gao family were after Zhao Guofu. Wei Ming was essentially cleaning up his mess.
Sparing Zhao Guofu's life was already generous. If not for the unusual nature of his cells, Wei Ming wouldn't have bothered observing him at all.
Stir up trouble, and you deal with the consequences. If you can't, then stay out of it. Stretching, Wei Ming left Zhao Guofu in Villa 18. If he wanted to check on him later, a single sweep of his spatial radar would suffice. He then brought Angel back to his own villa. When Song Qingyun and the others saw Wei Ming return with Angel, they weren't particularly surprised. What did surprise them was that he had only brought back one person. Had this lecher suddenly changed his ways? Wei Ming explained the betrayal of the Su sisters, prompting sighs from the group. Honestly, how many people could resist when faced with a gun to their heads? Was Angel truly loyal to Wei Ming? None of the 6 women believed that. They figured she was simply perceptive, recognizing Wei Ming's strength and gambling on him and winning. Life, after all, is often a gamble. But since Wei Ming had brought Angel back, none of them dared to show hostility. That said, cultural differences were clear, and even though Angel spoke Chinese, she was unlikely to fully integrate with the group. Wei Ming didn't expect her to. As long as no chaos broke out, he didn't mind their bickering or rivalries. After all, he was the only one who benefited from them. Angel, on the other hand, was thrilled. The temperature here was just perfect. She happily went to shower, unbothered by modesty. Tossing her dirty clothes into the trash, she swayed her hips as she walked to the bathroom. Pausing at the doorway, she turned and asked, "Darling Wei, care to join me?" Lu Qing nudged Lin Wanqiu with her elbow. "This foreigner's even bolder than you." Lin Wanqiu merely smiled. "Compete with her boldness? I don't mean to be rude, but you're all amateurs compared to me." Though Angel's invitation was tempting, Wei Ming didn't act on it. Sure, Angel had a curvaceous body, but her looks couldn't compare to Song Qingyun or Yu Chutong. Wei Ming wasn't about to lose control. If Song Qingyun donned a uniform, blushed, and gave him a shy, coquettish look, he might have pounced immediately. But Angel? Not worth it. Wei Ming took out the satellite phone Luo Ping had left behind. Ordinary phones no longer worked, but satellite phones apparently still did. A surprise. Hadn't the scorching sun fried all the communication satellites? Suddenly, the phone rang. "Ha?" Wei Ming hesitated before answering. At first, all he heard was static. Ah, poor signal indoors. Stepping outside to the entrance, the signal cleared, and a commanding voice came through. "Did you retrieve my son?" Wei Ming chuckled. "Sorry, Luo Ping can't answer right now, and I'm afraid he never will." The man on the other end paused for 5 seconds before responding. "Who are you?" "Don't harm my son. Name your terms, and I'll meet them." Such arrogance. This must be Gao Shihai's father. Curious, Wei Ming wondered how the Gao family still wielded so much power in the apocalypse. Sending out motorbike squads to find a son? If not for the acid rain, they might have reached the school immediately. With no laws to enforce, anyone holding resources without strength should have been overthrown by now. But the Gao family seemed secure. Odd. Wei Ming laughed. I want Lu Ziyun. Can you deliver her to me? Lu Ziyun, the hottest actress in the country, had starred in a hit TV drama.
Her natural beauty had made her a sensation, gaining tens of millions of fans overnight. Before the apocalypse, she was everywhere.
Now,
who knew where she was or who might have hidden her away? On the other end, Gao Shihai's father clearly hadn't expected such an outlandish demand. With a scoff, he said, I can give you supplies, food, water, whatever you need.
Just name your price, and it's yours. Wei Ming smirked. Fine. I want 100 million tons of beef.
Old Gao surprisingly didn't get angry and said, let me speak to Shihai first.
I need to confirm he's safe. Wei Ming shrugged. Unless you can speak ghost language, there's no way you can talk to your son.
The other end of the call fell silent for a moment, but after a few seconds, old Gao's voice returned, gritted with rage, fine, fine, fine.
How dare you kill my son? No matter who you are, I'm telling you, you're dead.
Wei Ming held the phone away slightly, not wanting to be deafened by the shouting. Once old Gao finished, he said calmly, well, you'd better hurry.
I'm moving in a few days. Bang!
Wei Ming heard the sound of something being smashed on the other end, and then the line went dead.
Would he have visitors later? Probably not.
Wei Ming glanced at the time, it was already past 5 a.m.
The sun would soon rise, and once it did, who would dare venture out? Probably only him.
So, even if old Gao sent people, it wouldn't be until the evening. Wei Ming stored the satellite phone in his interdimensional space to avoid being disturbed by any sudden calls.
Time for more sleep. He slept until around 10 a.m.
The women hadn't rested well the night before, so they all woke up between 9 and 10 a.m., groggy, yawning, and stretching lazily. After lunch, Wei Ming went out for a stroll. The neighborhood was now nearly deserted, with only a few scattered men and over 80 women remaining. The abundance of women was because they were considered resources, sparing them from much of the slaughter.
Men, on the other hand, didn't fare as well. Every time a new ruler took over the neighborhood, it resulted in massive casualties among the male population.
It was much like a lion pride. When a new male took over, the old leader was either killed or driven away, but ultimately, death was inevitable. Wei Ming didn't concern himself with this.
He wandered around and eventually arrived at Villa 18. Zhao Guofu had developed a high fever.
Strangely, his wounds weren't inflamed. In fact, his recovery was progressing at a pace that astonished Wei Ming. His wounds were already scabbing. Wei Ming had only removed the bullets and hadn't treated the injuries, making Zhao Guofu's rapid recovery even more bizarre. And his cells are mutating more noticeably and becoming even more active, Wei Ming murmured.
What kind of transformation was Zhao Guofu undergoing?
Wei Ming was deeply intrigued. Since Zhao Guofu was unconscious, Wei Ming opened a portal directly into his stomach and sent food inside. Within a 5-meter range, I can even place stones inside an enemy's stomach to make them explode from overeating.
If I dropped a bomb instead, well, that would be quite the scene.
Wei Ming nodded to himself. His spatial abilities still had immense untapped potential. Using his spatial radar to scan Zhao Guofu, Wei Ming noticed something surprising. The food he had just sent in had already been digested by a quarter.
That quickly? It's only been 5 minutes.
Curious, Wei Ming moved Zhao Guofu to the easternmost part of the villa, closer to his own house. The heat was unbearable, and Wei Ming didn't want to linger too long. Returning to his villa, Wei Ming leaned against the western wall, sipping an iced cola while periodically scanning Zhao Guofu with his spatial radar. In just 30 minutes, Zhao Guofu had completely digested the food in his stomach. Wei Ming sent in more food, and again, within 30 minutes, it was fully digested, even though this time, it was high-protein beef. The digestion speed didn't slow at all.
Impressive.
As Wei Ming observed, he noticed that Zhao Guofu's cellular mutations accelerated with each digestion, as though the process had been lacking energy before. Now, with a steady supply of food, the transformation was progressing at full speed.
Fascinating.
Wei Ming meticulously recorded the changes in Zhao Guofu's cells. He wanted to understand the nature of this transformation and how it was occurring. In a sense, Zhao Guofu had become Wei Ming's guinea pig, though Wei Ming wasn't the one conducting the experiment. He was merely an observer.
Another day passed idly.
Life was genuinely boring. Eating, drinking, sleeping, and the occasional card game were all there was to do.
As night fell, Wei Ming became curious. Would old Gao send someone tonight? Logically, after Luo Ping's entire team was wiped out, old Gao wouldn't dare act recklessly. He'd likely take a few days to prepare before trying again. One night passed. Morning came. Nothing happened. Wei Ming slept soundly and woke up at 8 a.m., feeling refreshed. By 9 a.m., he and his household began breakfast. Wei Ming seemed distracted as he kept monitoring Zhao Guofu's condition. Wow! How much has old Zhao eaten since yesterday? At least 20 pounds of meat. A normal person's stomach would have burst, but Zhao Guofu's? Empty. Obviously, Wei Ming couldn't keep feeding him through the night while he slept. Fine. He precisely opened a portal into Zhao Guofu's stomach and sent in a pork knuckle. That should keep him busy for an hour or so. An hour later, Wei Ming scanned him again. The pork knuckle, bones included, was completely gone. This level of digestion was terrifying. Even Zhao Guofu's stomach acid seemed to have mutated. Wei Ming continued feeding him throughout the day. By evening, Zhao Guofu's entire body suddenly began trembling violently. Ha! Was he having a seizure? Was he about to die? Using his spatial radar, Wei Ming examined him. Surprisingly, Zhao Guofu showed no signs of dying. On the contrary, his body was in excellent health, almost too healthy. Each of his cells was now 10 times the size of a normal human's. Buzz! Zhao Guofu opened his eyes abruptly and sat up straight. Instinctively, he touched his abdomen and leg, but the pain was gone. He unwrapped the bandages and was immediately shocked by what he saw. The wounds were gone, replaced by fresh, new flesh. Had he been unconscious for dozens of days? Otherwise, how could gunshot wounds heal so quickly? Who had saved him? He suddenly remembered the last person he saw before passing out. It was Wei Ming. Wei Ming again. Now, he owed Wei Ming 2 lives. So hungry. Zhao Guofu quickly looked for something to eat, but as he reached for the doorknob and twisted it, something astonishing happened. The doorknob broke off in his hand. What kind of shoddy door is this? Wait a minute. Zhao Guofu froze. He grabbed the door and gave it a pull. With a loud crack, the entire door came off its hinges. What? What? What is happening? Zhao Guofu was dumbfounded. How had his strength become so terrifying? Getting shot, falling unconscious for a few months, could someone have performed some mysterious experiment on him, turning him into a super soldier? In the neighboring villa, Wei Ming whistled. Unbelievable. Zhao Guofu had actually become a powerhouse. This was clearly the result of his cellular mutations. But why was Zhao Guofu undergoing such changes? Hold on, Wei Ming thought. He himself had spatial abilities, didn't that also count as some sort of mutation? However, his situation was entirely different from Zhao Guofu's. Zhao Guofu's transformation was physical and cellular, and Wei Ming had even recorded the cellular mutation process. But as for himself? He was no different from a normal person. If anything, he felt more energetic and physically fit, his body performing at the peak of human potential. But he was still within the limits of humanity. Zhao Guofu, on the other hand, had transcended those limits. Old Zhao! Wei Ming called out through the window. Zhao Guofu ran over immediately, his face full of joy. Standing outside the window, he said, Wei Ming, it was you who saved me again. But what's happening to me? Why am I so strong? And why am I so hungry? Wei Ming shook his head. All I did was remove the bullets and bandage your wounds. As for why your strength has increased, I have no idea. The hunger, though, makes sense. Bears are strong, so they eat a lot. Blue whales eat several tons of food daily for the same reason. Great strength comes with great energy consumption. Zhao Guofu was baffled. How long was I unconscious? He asked. Wei Ming held up 2 fingers. 2 months? Zhao Guofu exclaimed. No, 2 days, Wei Ming replied with a smirk. Zhao Guofu couldn't believe it. He pointed to the spot where he'd been shot. I was hit by a bullet, and my wounds healed in 2 days? Wei Ming nodded. It might seem like a miracle, but that's the truth. Zhao Guofu fell silent, overwhelmed by the revelation and struggling to process it. But isn't this a good thing? Wei Ming said with a grin. You're super strong now. Your ability to survive has drastically improved. Would Zhao Guofu's case turn out to be unique? Would there be others like him? Wei Ming had initially only been concerned about missiles and nukes, but now he had to consider a new potential threat: beings like Zhao Guofu. Of course, based on Zhao Guofu's current abilities, Wei Ming could still easily deal with him. Bullets could be caught, redirected into his spatial dimension, or bombs could be placed directly in the enemy's stomach.
Wei Ming figured he had at least 100 ways to eliminate him. After a few minutes, Zhao Guofu finally accepted reality.
I'm going to find something to eat first.
Go ahead, Wei Ming said with a wave. Now that Zhao Guofu was awake, Wei Ming wouldn't bother feeding him anymore. In fact, if it hadn't been for his curiosity about Zhao Guofu's changes, Wei Ming would have let him fend for himself from the beginning. Zhao Guofu left the villa, breaking into a run almost immediately. His speed quickly increased until he was moving as fast as a car. Wow! That strength and speed are impressive. Wei Ming couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. If Zhao Guofu's transformation is due to cellular mutation, then what if I modified my own cells to match his? Would I become just as strong? Wei Ming felt a surge of excitement. Should he try it right away? He hesitated briefly. Cellular changes like these could be risky. However, in all his previous experiments, as long as he reversed the changes within 24 hours, there were no side effects. If he gained Zhao Guofu's strength and speed, wouldn't he be able to dodge bullets with ease? The time it takes to aim and pull the trigger should be more than enough to evade a shot, right? Wei Ming was itching to give it a try. Why not? Nothing to lose. The next moment, Wei Ming entered his spatial dimension. The transformation began. Using his godlike control within the spatial dimension, he modified his cells to mimic Zhao Guofu's. No matter how many billions of cells he had, it took only an instant. When he exited the dimension, his first sensation was hunger. Wei Ming felt as though he could devour an entire cow. This could only mean one thing: the transformation had been a success. Strength didn't come from nowhere, energy was required to sustain it. Time to eat. Wei Ming devoured nearly 10 pounds of beef in one sitting before the hunger subsided. Finally satisfied, he tested his strength. He easily lifted a fully stocked refrigerator. He then pulled various weights from his spatial dimension, testing his limits. The results were clear: his explosive strength was around 5 tons, meaning he could easily lift a small car. Amazing! Wei Ming scanned himself with his spatial radar and noticed that his cells weren't just stronger, they were arranged differently. They were more densely packed, which significantly boosted his physical resilience. He tried cutting himself with a knife. The blade pressed into his skin, but instead of cutting through, it left only a shallow dent. A deeper cut with more force might break the skin, but when Wei Ming re-entered his spatial dimension and exited again, the wound vanished without a trace. Not only had his strength and speed improved, but his defenses had also skyrocketed. With a body like this, even a gunshot that would typically be fatal to a normal person would leave him only severely injured. And for someone with access to a spatial dimension like Wei Ming, severe injuries were as good as nothing. Could I modify others as well? Wei Ming's heart raced at the thought. He could create a terrifying army, though the changes would only last 24 hours. What would happen after 24 hours? Would they return to normal or die? Wei Ming had no intention of testing that on himself. He'd always revert his modifications within 24 hours, just in case. Why risk it? A while later, Zhao Guofu returned, carrying a massive sack on his back and running at full speed. Wei Ming! Zhao Guofu called out, seeming to have fully accepted his transformation without a hint of fear. On the contrary, his newfound strength had filled him with boundless confidence. I've already eaten, he said, and I'm confident I'll never have to worry about food again. Here, take this. He handed over a bundle. I know this is nothing compared to the 2 times you saved my life, but it's a token of my gratitude. Wei Ming smiled lightly. Alright, I'll take it. Only then did Zhao Guofu visibly relax. He wasn't exactly a good man, ruthless when necessary, but he was loyal to those he owed. Wei Ming had saved his life twice, so there was no way Zhao Guofu would disrespect or betray him, even with his newfound strength. Good for him, because if he dared to forget his debt, Wei Ming could eliminate him in an instant. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the sound of engines echoed in the distance. Zhao Guofu turned to Wei Ming. Hai family's lackeys? Wei Ming nodded. Old Hai called yesterday, asking for his son. I told him he'd never see him again. He didn't take it well. Ha ha ha. Zhao Guofu laughed heartily. Swinging his arms, he declared, perfect. I can test my new strength. Stay in the villa, Wei Ming. I'll take care of them all. Wei Ming shrugged. All right. He didn't mind watching the show, especially since his strength was far beyond what Zhao Guofu could comprehend.
Zhao Guofu disappeared into the darkness. Even though Old High's men were armed against the current Zhao Guofu. Ha! It was like sending a commando into battle with just a knife against an army and having him come out victorious. Zhao Guofu was at least 5 to 10 times stronger than such a commando. Wei Ming stroked his chin thoughtfully. Maybe it was time to visit Old High himself? He couldn't just let them keep coming after him. Besides, the High family likely had plenty of resources, including energy supplies. A trip to their home would surely be worthwhile. But where did Old High live? Wei Ming took out the satellite phone. Before he could dial, the phone rang. TSK. It startled him. He answered. How do you want to die? Came Old High's voice. Old age, Wei Ming replied without hesitation. Too bad, Old High growled. You'll die a violent death instead. Soon. I'll be hearing your screams of agony. Oh? Wei Ming smirked. Where do you live? Why don't I come visit you? There's no need, Old High retorted coldly. Soon, my eldest son will bring back your head to honor my younger son. Oh? So he'd sent his eldest son? Wei Ming chuckled. Aren't you worried about losing both sons and having no one to carry on the family line? Enjoy your arrogance while you can. Soon, you'll regret not ending it yourself. Old High snarled. The fury of a father avenging his son burned in his voice. Wei Ming rolled his eyes. He could already hear the faint sounds of gunfire outside. Go, old Zhao. Confident in his own skills, Wei Ming casually stashed the satellite phone in his spatial dimension and teleported outside. Time to watch the show. A short while later, Wei Ming arrived at the scene of the battle. Ha! To his surprise, he didn't see Zhao Guofu slaughtering his enemies. Instead, old Zhao was locked in combat with a formidable opponent. His adversary was a young man, about 25 years old, with a lean frame and gold-rimmed glasses. He wore nothing but beach shorts. Despite his unimposing physique, the young man matched Zhao Guofu's brute force punch for punch, holding his ground effortlessly. Each clash between them produced thunderous booms, the kind that made eardrums ache. Although they were both human, their collisions were like two speeding trains crashing into each other. The resulting shockwaves rippled outward, making it feel like standing in the surf of a pounding ocean. Interesting. Very interesting. So there were others like Zhao Guofu. Wei Ming mused. Perhaps it wasn't just him and Zhao Guofu. Were there more people who had evolved? Mutated? Let's stick with evolved, he decided. Mutation sounded too unsettling. Both Zhao Guofu and this young man seemed to represent strength-focused evolution, which was entirely different from Wei Ming's abilities. Ah, this young man must be Old High's eldest son. That explained a lot. Wei Ming had wondered how the High family, despite the apocalypse, managed to retain their wealth and position without being overthrown. Now it made sense. Old High's eldest son was an evolved being. With such terrifying strength, who would dare challenge them? This new development complicated things. Wei Ming frowned slightly. The emergence of evolved individuals only added chaos to an already broken world. For ordinary people, survival would now be even more hopeless. Consider Zhao Guofu and the eldest High son. How likely was it for regular people with guns to kill them? Slim to none. And the terrifying part? Both of them could use guns too. Right now, the two weren't just clashing with their fists, they were also exchanging gunfire. But their speed and reflexes were so enhanced that they could dodge bullets during the time it took their opponent to aim and pull the trigger. The fight was intense, thrilling, and filled with danger. The slightest misstep from either man would mean instant death at the hands of the other. Meanwhile, High family members stood nearby with guns but didn't dare shoot. The combatants were moving too quickly and trading positions too often. If they accidentally hit the High son, Zhao Guofu would slaughter them all. Still, this battle wasn't in Zhao Guofu's favor. Their stamina was finite. Once Zhao Guofu's speed began to drop, the High family members would be able to step in and finish him. Heh, but they didn't account for me. Wei Ming grinned and darted forward. What the? Who? Damn. Short, panicked cries erupted as Wei Ming appeared behind the High family's men. With his explosive strength of 5 tons, a single chop to their necks was enough to break them cleanly, rendering them lifeless before they could react. 4 men fell before the others realized what was happening. They hurriedly aimed their guns, but Wei Ming moved like a ghost, his speed making him impossible to track. Even if they managed to aim, their bullets would be sucked into his spatial dimension. He deliberately stayed in front of them to avoid giving them a chance to shoot from behind.
With only one direction to cover, every bullet they fired was neutralized.
Wei Ming wasn't reckless, he wouldn't take unnecessary risks.
Wei Ming now possessed superhuman physical abilities, making his efficiency in killing absolutely terrifying.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The remaining High family members, driven to desperation, began firing indiscriminately.
Who cared about collateral damage at this point? Their own lives were hanging by a thread, so why hold back?
The result of their panic was the forced interruption of the battle between Zhao Guofu and Hai Ling Tian, the eldest son of the Hai family. Both men were compelled to dodge stray bullets, taking a single hit would spell disaster for either of them. Meanwhile, both Zhao Guofu and Hai Ling Tian were stunned by what they witnessed, Wei Ming's agile, ghost-like movements as he killed with terrifying precision. Each chop of his hand shattered bones with a crisp, clear crack, sending his targets flying with sheer force.
Another one?
Zhao Guofu, after his initial shock, felt a sense of realization.
So that's why Wei Ming thrived so effortlessly in the apocalypse.
He also had superpowers.
It made perfect sense now.
Zhao Guofu's gratitude toward Wei Ming deepened. This man was so magnanimous. Wei Ming must have awakened his powers long ago. Yet, despite knowing Zhao Guofu was undergoing his own evolution, Wei Ming not only refrained from interfering but even helped remove the bullets from his body, enabling him to complete his transformation.
Didn't Wei Ming fear that Zhao Guofu might turn on him after gaining power? What confidence! What generosity!
Having seen through all this, Zhao Guofu felt an even stronger sense of admiration and gratitude toward Wei Ming.
As for Hai Ling Tian?
He frowned deeply, starting to waver.
Two evolved individuals on the enemy's side? What now?
In a one-on-one fight with Zhao Guofu, Hai Ling Tian was confident of victory. Zhao Guofu was slightly inferior in strength, speed, and reflexes. Although the difference was small, it would grow over time in a prolonged battle, becoming the key factor in deciding the winner.
But if another opponent joined the fray?
Even if this other person was merely on par with Zhao Guofu, Hai Ling Tian had no chance of winning a 2-on-1 fight.
Reason dictated retreat. But if he fled now, wouldn't that mean abandoning his brother's vengeance?
No, staying would mean certain death.
Revenge is a dish best served cold.
This was the apocalypse. With his superpowers, Hai Ling Tian could dominate a region and become a warlord. With such a bright future ahead, would he throw it all away for his brother's revenge?
No way. Retreat. But would Zhao Guofu let him leave?
Whoosh! Zhao Guofu charged forward, locking Hai Ling Tian in combat again. As long as Wei Ming finished off the Hai family's lackeys, it would become a 2-on-1 fight. Even if Hai Ling Tian didn't die, he'd be in for serious trouble. Hai Ling Tian grew furious and desperate, unleashing ferocious punches and firing his gun in rapid succession. Zhao Guofu didn't hold back either, returning fire and throwing punches to keep Hai Ling Tian entangled.
For Wei Ming, how long would it take to deal with the lackeys? Less than 2 minutes.
Soon, none of the Hai family members were standing, except for one whose hands and feet had been broken and was now wailing in agony. Wei Ming had left this one alive to interrogate him about the Hai family's location. Wei Ming stopped and glanced toward Zhao Guofu and Hai Ling Tian's fight.
Need a hand, old Zhao? He asked with a smile. Definitely. Zhao Guofu didn't hesitate. This guy's a tough one. Hai Ling Tian gritted his teeth and desperately attempted to break free. He absolutely could not let himself be pinned down. If the fight turned into a 2-on-1, he'd be dead for sure. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Zhao Guofu fired as he chased after him.
Hai Ling Tian weaved through the chaos with serpentine movements, ensuring he wouldn't be hit.
Yet, despite his evasive maneuvers, he suddenly stumbled and fell hard to the ground.
Ha!
Zhao Guofu was puzzled. While he couldn't track bullets with his eyes, Hai Ling Tian's movements made it clear that none of his shots had landed. Could it be? He turned to look at Wei Ming, who was nonchalantly blowing on the silenced pistol in his hand, striking a showy pose. So it was Wei Ming who had landed the shot.
Impressive!
Despite Hai Ling Tian's erratic movements, Wei Ming had managed to predict and hit him. If Zhao Guofu had examined the scene closely, he would have noticed a scattering of missed bullets near where Hai Ling Tian fell. After all, Wei Ming had fired over a dozen rounds. With overwhelming firepower, Wei Ming didn't care about precision. He simply blanketed Hai Ling Tian's vicinity with bullets. Among them, one hit its mark, slipping between his ribs and lodging in the muscle. For an evolved being like Hai Ling Tian, with tough, resilient skin, the bullet only caused a shallow flesh wound and didn't reach his internal organs. Even so, Hai Ling Tian clutched his wounded side, his expression grim. Now he was truly cornered.
A 2-on-1 fight, plus a gunshot wound? Stop! Stop!
Hai Ling Tian shouted. I'll let go of my grudge for my brother's death. From now on, we'll leave each other alone.
Otherwise, if I go all out, one of you will die with me.
Zhao Guofu hesitated. If Hai Ling Tian decided to fight to the death, he might not be able to kill either of them, but he could still inflict serious injuries. In the current state of the world, a serious injury was as good as a death sentence. Wei Ming smiled and pulled out a submachine gun.
Oh, hell no! Hai Ling Tian's face turned dark.
He fled in sheer panic.
Handguns had limited firepower, and someone of his caliber could potentially dodge a few shots. But a submachine gun?
With its high rate of fire and spread, dodging would be impossible.
Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Wei Ming unleashed a barrage of bullets, striking Hai Ling Tian's back.
Blood splattered everywhere as he hit the ground.
Yet even then, Hai Ling Tian stubbornly crawled forward, refusing to die. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Another round of bullets tore into him, leaving his back a gory mess.
Despite his injuries, Hai Ling Tian still clung to life, his vitality astonishing. In theory, if Wei Ming transported him into his spatial dimension, he could heal him instantly.
But why bother? Zhao Guofu was stunned. Wei Ming had been hiding a submachine gun this entire time?
No wonder he was so unfazed in the apocalypse.
With such terrifying physical power and access to firearms, who could stand against him? Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me.
Hai Ling Tian pleaded, crawling through his own blood.
Was Wei Ming capable of mercy? Crack! With a single stomp, Hai Ling Tian's head burst like a watermelon.
Wei Ming scanned the area with his spatial radar, confirming that Hai Ling Tian was truly dead before discarding any plans to obliterate the corpse further. He didn't want to reveal his spatial abilities to Zhao Guofu. From Hai Ling Tian's cellular structure, Wei Ming could tell that his strength, endurance, and defense surpassed Zhao Guofu's. If Wei Ming hadn't intervened, Zhao Guofu would have been in serious trouble. Wei Ming logged Hai Ling Tian's cellular patterns and configurations into his mental database.
This would serve as a new template for future enhancements.
Wei Ming, I can't thank you enough for stepping in,
Zhao Guofu said with deep gratitude.
If not for Wei Ming, he wouldn't have been able to handle Hai Ling Tian alone, let alone the horde of henchmen accompanying him.
How many times had he owed his life to Wei Ming?
Wei Ming merely smiled, appearing unconcerned.
The Hai family hadn't targeted just Zhao Guofu. If they'd succeeded in killing him, would they have simply packed up and left? Of course not. Since confrontation was inevitable, why not eliminate them early? At least Zhao Guofu could still serve some purpose. Moreover, Wei Ming had scanned Hai Ling Tian's body and now had a new template to enhance his own abilities. Even if it was just a slight improvement, it was still worth it. But why was Hai Ling Tian stronger than Zhao Guofu? Could it be because of time? Hai Ling Tian had likely evolved earlier, giving him an advantage. So, could Zhao Guofu continue to grow stronger too? Wei Ming pondered. If he periodically scanned Zhao Guofu's cellular structure and tracked its evolution, couldn't he continually update himself and evolve along with him? What's more, if he encountered other evolved beings, a quick spatial radar scan followed by self-modification in his pocket dimension might allow him to replicate their abilities. And since his spatial abilities weren't tied to his cellular structure, he'd always retain them. That meant he would always have one more ability than his opponents. Wouldn't that make me unbeatable? Wei Ming picked up Hai Ling Tian's corpse. If he delayed too long, he might forget the details of the template. But by storing it in his spatial dimension, he didn't have to worry. Of course, he couldn't perform such operations in front of Zhao Guofu. Walking over to the lone surviving Hai family henchman, Wei Ming spoke in a calm tone, "Stop screaming. I'll ask, and you answer." The man, trembling with hope, asked, "If I answer, will you let me go?" Wei Ming nodded. "Of course. I'm not some kind of mass murderer." The man was stunned. He'd asked the question instinctively, never expecting Wei Ming to agree. Overjoyed, he stammered, Ask anything. Where were you all staying before this?" Wei Ming asked. "How many people are there, and what's the situation with your weapons?" The man spilled everything without hesitation. Hai Ling Tian's father, Hai Shanyuan, ran a family-owned hotel called Imperial Palace Hotel, which had served as their residence. Hai Shanyuan and Hai Ling Tian lived on the top floor in a luxurious presidential suite. After the apocalypse, they continued living there.
The hotel had backup generators and a large stockpile of food, allowing the Hai family to maintain a comfortable lifestyle. Hai Lingtian's superhuman abilities also ensured that the family's subordinates remained loyal, no one dared to rebel. When the acid rain stopped, the Hai family raided the police station and armed themselves with an arsenal of guns and ammunition. Currently, the hotel housed about 50 armed individuals, in addition to several enslaved guests who were forced into hard labor or used as playthings. Those who resisted were killed. Wei Ming turned to Zhao Guofu with a smile. Want to pay the Hai family a visit? Ha! Of course. Zhao Guofu agreed immediately. Having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Hai family twice, how could he not harbor a grudge? Previously, he might have swallowed his anger due to his lack of strength. But now that the Hai family had no evolved beings left, he felt confident facing their guns. Alright, head back and prepare. Meet me at the east gate in 5 minutes, Wei Ming said, lifting Hai Lingtian's corpse and the remaining henchmen as he walked off. Got it, Zhao Guofu replied loudly. Once Wei Ming rounded a corner, he closed the spatial portal he'd kept open behind him. Trust others? Not a chance. If Zhao Guofu had tried shooting him in the back, Wei Ming wouldn't have hesitated to riddle him with bullets. Still, Zhao Guofu had earned about 1/10,000th of his trust. Boss, you said you'd let me go, the surviving henchman pleaded, trembling. Wei Ming nodded. Of course, I said that. He carried the man to the 18th villa, where he placed him into the spatial dimension for modification. Using Hai Lingtian's template, he enhanced the man's body but shattered the bones in his arms and legs before releasing him. Wei Ming wanted to see what would happen to a deliberately created evolved being after 24 hours. Would the enhancements disappear, or would the subject die explosively? He'd never conducted this experiment before. Leaving the incapacitated man writhing on the ground, Wei Ming turned to retrieve Hai Lingtian's corpse, storing it in his spatial dimension to protect his secrets should the survivor be rescued. Suddenly, Hai Lingtian's satellite phone rang. It wasn't the one Wei Ming had taken from Luo Ping but belonged to Hai Lingtian himself. Looks like old Hai couldn't wait. Wei Ming answered. Lingtian, did you capture them? Came Hai Shanyuan's voice. Wei Ming chuckled. Unfortunately, no. You. Hai Shanyuan drew a sharp breath. That his eldest son's phone was in Wei Ming's possession was a bad sign. But Hai Lingtian was an evolved being. Even if injured, it wasn't impossible for him to escape. Maybe Wei Ming had only taken his phone. Steadying himself, Hai Shanyuan asked, Where's my son? Which one? Wei Ming replied, feigning confusion. You bastard. My eldest son. Hai Shanyuan roared. Wei Ming let out an exaggerated ah, and said, Well, you didn't have to be specific. Both your sons share the same fate. Hai Shanyuan's heart sank. Then, in a frenzy, he shouted, You're lying. My eldest son is a superhuman, a god. How could you kill him? You're just trying to provoke me. Fine, keep deluding yourself. Soon, your family will be reunited. Wei Ming hung up and stored the phone in his spatial dimension. He headed to the neighborhood's east gate, where Zhao Guofu was already waiting, a bit puzzled. 5 minutes wasn't enough time for significant preparations, so what was Wei Ming planning? But Zhao Guofu's growing admiration for Wei Ming silenced his doubts. Let's go, Wei Ming said simply. At the Imperial Palace Hotel, Hai Shanyuan sat grimly, his expression dark. Boss, if the young master is truly dead, maybe it's time for us to leave, suggested a man in his 30s, the family's strategist who had a hand in all their dirty deeds. Hai Shanyuan slapped him across the face. Who said my son is dead? Say that again, and I'll shoot you. But moments later, he added, bring Lu Jidong's wife here. If my son really is gone, I'll make sure she gives me another heir. And double the guards on this floor, if anyone dares to come up, turn them into a sieve. Why yes, sir, the strategist stammered, blood dripping from his mouth. He dared not protest. Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu both mounted their motorcycles. With the engines roaring like wild beasts, the two bikes sped through the city streets. After more than half an hour, they arrived beneath a luxurious hotel. The Imperial Palace Hotel stood 49 stories tall, a 5-star establishment completed just 2 years ago. Its modern design and grandeur were still evident. From below, almost all the floors were shrouded in darkness, except for the top floor, which gleamed with light. Naturally, a hotel of this caliber had backup generators. However, keeping the entire building illuminated was impractical and unsustainable given the resources. It wasn't worth it. We're about to head into the tiger's den, Wei Ming remarked with a grin.
Let's split up and meet on the top floor. Got it, Zhao Guofu agreed. Both were highly capable in single combat, and against armed enemies, stealth and surprise attacks were far more effective. A well-placed strike from the shadows would let them dispatch foes one by one. Going head-to-head with a hail of bullets? Neither of them had reached the point where they could disregard firearms entirely. They entered the hotel. The lobby was deserted, and the elevators were out of service. However, there were 2 emergency stairwells. Perfect. One for each of us, Wei Ming said with a smile. Zhao Guofu nodded. Be careful. You too. Each man took a stairwell. Wei Ming, however, didn't bother climbing, he teleported instead. It was efficient, silent, and let him appear behind unsuspecting enemies. Layer by layer, Wei Ming ascended. In less than 15 seconds, he reached the 48th floor. He activated his spatial radar, scanning multiple times to confirm the positions of all the guards above. Smirking, he teleported into a utility room on the 49th floor. Calmly, he opened the door and stepped out. Not far away, a group of guards stood near the stairwell, all armed and visibly tense. Hey, Wei Ming called out casually. The sound startled the group. All 10 of them flinched at once. One dropped his gun in fright, while another, unable to control his nerves, accidentally pulled the trigger. Bang! The guards spun around, and one of them barked, "What are you yelling for? You scared me to death." Wait a minute. Who the hell are you? Not everyone was so inattentive or oblivious. Spotting the unfamiliar face, one of them raised his gun. I'm the guy you're supposed to be guarding against, Wei Ming replied with a sly grin. *T. The guards opened fire all at once. Bang, bang, bang. The room descended into chaos. Wei Ming had already opened a spatial portal, rendering every bullet useless as they vanished into the void. The guards froze in horror. Bullets whizzed past, yet the man before them stood unharmed. Is this guy a ghost? Before any of them could scream, Wei Ming retaliated. One silent shot after another rang out, and with pinpoint accuracy, each guard was struck in the forehead. Thud, thud, thud. In mere moments, all 10 men collapsed lifelessly to the ground. All done, Wei Ming muttered before vanishing again. Moments later, a second group of guards rushed over, only to find their comrades lying in a bloody heap. They gasped in unison, trembling. It's only been a few minutes. How did everyone die so quickly? Their nerves stretched thin, they scanned the room, weapons ready. Maybe the killer's pretending to be one of the bodies, a guard suggested. Then shoot them all. Right. The guards began firing into the corpses, each shot turning heads into pulpy messes. When they were done, they exhaled in relief and prepared to inspect the bodies for any unfamiliar faces. Just then, a black blur darted toward them. Boom! With a single punch, Zhao Guofu obliterated a guard's skull. Gunfire erupted in response. Bang! Another guard dropped. The battle reignited. While Zhao Guofu kept the remaining guards busy, Wei Ming entered one of the presidential suites. Activating his spatial radar, he scanned the area and smirked. Interesting. He opened a door to find a bedroom with a bizarre scene. On the floor, a man in his late 20s was bound hand and foot, his body covered in cuts. A middle-aged man in his 50s stood over him, knife in hand, while a stunningly beautiful woman sat on the bed, her face full of pleading desperation. Old Hai, what's going on here? Wei Ming asked with a grin. The older man, Hai Shanyuan, turned to Wei Ming, his eyes wide with shock. You took out my men that fast? Wei Ming shook his head. Only half, I can't do all the work myself. He gestured toward the scene. And what's all this? Kinky much? Hai Shanyuan chuckled and pointed at the woman. What do you think of her? Wei Ming gave her a once-over and let out a whistle. For looks, I'd say 94 out of 100. Body? 95. The woman was undeniably stunning, her beauty rivaling that of the likes of Yu Chutong and Song Qingyun. Her figure was equally captivating. Hai Shanyuan sneered. That man on the floor is Lu Jidong, her husband. He was a business partner here to negotiate an investment. But then, well, the apocalypse happened. I'd been interested in his wife for a while. But Lu's father is a major figure in the business world with deep ties to the government. I didn't dare make a move until now. You killed my eldest son. I can't let my bloodline end here. So, I figured she could give me another heir. Wei Ming clapped his hands mockingly. Your honesty is refreshing. I can even give her to you, Hai Shanyuan said,
grabbing the woman and shoving her toward Wei Ming. Her life for mine. Deal? If you don't agree, I'll slit her throat.
Hai Shunyuan pushed her closer. 3 meters. 2 meters.
Suddenly, Hai Shunyuan shoved the woman aside and lunged at Wei Ming with a knife. For a man in his 50s, he moved with the speed and ferocity of a tiger.
In his left hand, a pistol glinted under the light, its presence hidden until now. Didn't expect me to be an evolved human too, huh? Hai Shunyuan roared, pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. But Wei Ming didn't move a muscle.
Not a single bullet hit him.
Hai Shunyuan froze, dumbfounded.
A wave of dread washed over him, but before he could react, he vanished into thin air. Wei Ming smiled faintly, as if he had expected this outcome all along. Earlier, when he had scanned with his spatial radar, he had already discovered that Gao Shunyuan was an evolver. The density, strength, and number of cells in his body were over 10 times that of an ordinary person, much like Gao Lingtian. It was clear the father and son had undergone evolution around the same time. Gao Shunyuan thought he had successfully tricked Wei Ming and could kill him with a surprise attack.
The result?
Since Gao wanted to act, Wei Ming decided to play along.
Let's see who outperformed whom.
In the end, Gao Shunyuan had effectively delivered himself straight into Wei Ming's spatial portal.
Did he really think he could survive that? Boom!
A loud noise came from outside as Zhao Guofu burst through the door. Seeing Wei Ming safe and sound, he sighed in relief before saying, "I haven't found Gao Shunyuan yet."
"I'll keep looking."
"Go ahead," Wei Ming replied with a nod.
Zhao Guofu turned and left.
"Let me go already," came a shout from the man on the floor, tied up and covered in wounds.
"My father is Lu Chuanqi." Gao Shunyuan had mentioned that Lu Zhizhong's father was a giant in the domestic business world.
Indeed, Lu Chuanqi was a big shot, but... Wei Ming walked over and planted a foot firmly on Lu Zhizhong's face.
Well, young Master Lu. Aren't you impressive?
But you see, I hate people who try to boss me around.
What if I accidentally crush your skull underfoot?" Lying on the ground, Lu Zhizhong's vision was limited.
He hadn't seen Gao Shunyuan vanish into thin air, so he had no fear or respect for Wei Ming. Arrogantly, he continued to rely on his father's status.
"Do you have any idea who my father is, you moron?" Despite having his face stomped on, Lu Zhizhong remained as insolent as ever.
Wei Ming glanced at the beautiful woman sitting nearby and asked, "With his personality this rotten, how do you put up with him?" The woman didn't respond, her eyes filled with fear.
Lu Zhizhong hadn't seen it, but she had witnessed Gao Shunyuan's sudden disappearance.
Naturally, she regarded Wei Ming as some kind of demon.
"Bastard! Take your foot off me and kneel to apologize!" Lu Zhizhong roared.
Sigh. Wei Ming pressed down slightly harder.
Ah! Lu Zhizhong screamed, tears and snot streaming down his face.
At last, he stopped his blustering. He had realized Wei Ming wasn't bluffing, this man was perfectly willing to hurt or kill him.
Was he afraid of dying?
Of course. So, he immediately quieted down. Wei Ming looked down at Lu Zhizhong, his thoughts tinged with irony. Before the apocalypse, someone like Lu Zhizhong, a second-generation elite, would have been untouchable, his power and influence immense.
The idea of getting rid of someone like him? Unthinkable.
And as an ordinary person, Wei Ming would have had no chance to cross paths with him unless Lu Zhizhong had taken a liking to Wei Ming's girlfriend or wife.
Now, though? Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Lu Zhizhong begged, his face contorted.
He pointed at the woman.
"I'll give her to you. Just don't kill me."
The beautiful woman stared at Lu Zhizhong in disbelief. She knew her husband was arrogant and overbearing, but she never imagined he'd sell her out without hesitation. "Lu Zhizhong, are you even human?" she asked, her voice trembling.
"You're my wife. What's wrong with making a little sacrifice for me?"
Lu Zhizhong shot back matter-of-factly. "Besides, I haven't even touched you.
What right do you have to criticize me?" Wei Ming's curiosity was piqued. "Wait a minute. You haven't slept with her? Are you gay?" Lu Zhizhong let out a long sigh.
"Before we got married, I played around too much and got infected.
I've been undergoing treatment, planning to have kids after recovering. But then,
the apocalypse struck." He spoke openly, as if it were no big deal. But the woman trembled with a mix of rage and humiliation. Such private matters, why was he sharing them so casually? He might not care, but she did.
Wei Ming grinned mischievously.
"What's your name, ma'am?"
he asked the woman. She clenched her teeth and turned her head away, refusing to respond. Her expression was resolute, as if to say, "You might as well kill me." Life had become unbearably harsh, and coupled with Lu Zhizhong's betrayal, she had already given up hope. What could Wei Ming possibly threaten her with now? "She's Zhang Linlin," Lu Zhizhong offered eagerly. "She used to be the star of the Xia Baiwayu opera troupe, even performed at the Spring Festival Gala. It took me forever to win her over." There was even a hint of pride in his voice, though it quickly turned to regret. Because she was supposed to bear the Lu family's children, he couldn't touch her until he was fully recovered. But he hadn't been faithful either, continuing to fool around on the side while keeping it hidden. At this moment, Lu Zhizhong cared only about staying alive. He didn't hesitate to throw Zhang Linlin under the bus. Wei Ming patted Zhang Linlin on the shoulder and asked, "Doesn't he just make you want to kill him?" She glanced at him briefly but said nothing. Wei Ming handed her a fruit knife. "He's already offering to give you away. What hope do you still have for him? Besides, this is the apocalypse. Even if you kill him, who's going to care? Who would dare punish you? These days," he added with a chuckle, "who doesn't have a few bodies on their hands?" Zhang Linlin's hands trembled as she held the knife. Who wouldn't want to deal with such a scumbag of a husband? But she hadn't yet adjusted to the reality of the apocalypse. Just hours ago, she and Lu Zhizhong had been honored guests of Gao Shanyuan. But after Gao Lingtian's death, Gao Shanyuan's attitude had flipped, and now he wanted to make her bear his children. Only then did she truly begin to grasp the harshness of this new world. But accepting the idea of killing within hours? That was still too much for her. Lu Zhizhong, meanwhile, panicked. "You can't do this. I already gave her to you, don't kill me." If he could make it home alive, he could always find other beautiful women. Smack! Zhang Linlin finally lost control and slapped him hard across the face. But Lu Zhizhong merely stared at her, dazed. Blood trickled from his mouth. Then, he collapsed, lifeless. Zhang Linlin couldn't believe her eyes. All she had done was slap Lu Zhizhong. How could he have died from that? "Honey? Honey?" She nudged Lu Zhizhong's body, but of course, there was no response. Shivering, she shouted louder, "Lu Zhizhong! Lu Zhizhong!" Standing nearby, Wei Ming raised his thumb with a grin. Decisive and ruthless, a heroine among women. Zhang Linlin jerked her head up, trembling as she said, "It was you, it must have been you." Wei Ming shrugged. "If this were before the apocalypse, I might have sued you for slander. But now? Who cares?" Zhang Linlin didn't feel reassured at all. On the contrary, her fear deepened. Wei Ming hadn't even touched Lu Zhizhong, and there were no visible injuries on the man's body. If Wei Ming had somehow killed him, it meant he possessed a terrifying ability to kill invisibly. She looked at Wei Ming, her body trembling uncontrollably. Wei Ming chuckled. "No need to be so scared. I'm always a reasonable guy." Yes, with the stockpile of resources he possessed, he could afford to be reasonable with 99.99% of people. "Wei Ming, I couldn't find Gao Shanyuan," Zhao Guofu said, appearing at the doorway with a frown. Wei Ming smiled. "No worries. His men are all dead. Even if he managed to escape, he's nothing more than a toothless dog now. He can't do much harm. And considering his son is dead, his subordinates might have already overthrown him by now." Zhao Guofu nodded slowly. That was entirely possible. Meanwhile, Zhang Linlin remained silent, which made Wei Ming smile with satisfaction. "Let's go. Time to head home and get some sleep." Wei Ming stretched lazily. Zhang Linlin flinched at his words. She was acutely aware of her own beauty. Back in her opera troupe days, countless wealthy men, young and old, would wait outside in luxury cars just to catch her after work. The predatory looks in their eyes were unmistakable. Now, in the apocalypse, her status as a married woman was hardly a deterrent. If anything, it might make some men even more excited by the challenge. The thought of the potential horrors awaiting her made her go pale. Wei Ming burst out laughing. "Relax, I'm not the kind of guy who forces himself on others. That'd be boring. I'm just inviting you to my place as a guest. As a hospitable host, how could I have any ulterior motives toward my guest? Tomorrow night, when it's dark enough to move around, if you want to leave, I won't stop you. Please, after you." Could Zhang Linlin refuse? As she hesitated, a large hand rested on her soft waist, guiding her forward. "You call this inviting me? What kind of host touches his guest's waist?" She had no choice but to follow Wei Ming as he led her out. The elevator was out of service, so they had to take the stairs. But for Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu, both with enhanced physiques, descending stairs was easier than walking on flat ground. They leaped down half a flight at a time, moving at incredible speed. As for Zhang Linlin, Wei Ming simply picked her up to avoid slowing them down. Zhao Guofu clicked his tongue in admiration. Wei Ming's luck with women was something else. He seemed to attract beautiful women wherever he went. This young widow's looks and figure were on par with the most stunning women already living in Wei Ming's villa. As for Wei Ming's claim that he wouldn't force himself on her, Zhang Linlin might not believe it, but Zhao Guofu did. With the level of resources in Wei Ming's villa, what woman wouldn't willingly submit? This was the apocalypse. Take the women in their own neighborhood as an example. Many had long since traded their bodies for a meal. Survival was too difficult, and resources would only become scarcer. In this world, only the strong people like Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu could consistently secure supplies, not just for themselves but for others as well. What choice did a beautiful woman have? There were no more white knights. To survive, she could only cling to a powerful man. If Zhang Linlin hadn't been humbled by the apocalypse yet, she would be celebrating her fortune by now. She'd figure it out in a few days. Zhao Guofu wisely kept his thoughts to himself. It wasn't his place to comment on Wei Ming's personal matters. The two men mounted their motorcycles. Wei Ming turned to Zhang Linlin. "Hold on tight. We don't have helmets, and if you fall off, well, a broken neck makes for a pretty ugly death. At least there are no traffic cops around anymore to fine us 200 yuan. It was a dark joke, but Zhang Linlin didn't find it funny. The engines roared to life, and the two motorcycles sped off into the night. For a while, the journey was uneventful. But suddenly, Zhao Guofu, riding in front, was sent flying off his motorcycle, tumbling to the ground with his bike flipping in another direction. Damn! Wei Ming's reflexes were sharp. He braked hard, sliding his bike sideways. Sparks flew as the tires skidded against the ground. Finally, he came to a stop. Zhang Linlin clung tightly to his waist, her entire body pressed against his. With everyone wearing light clothing, Wei Ming couldn't help but notice the very prominent two mountains pressed against him. Ow! A group of men emerged from the shadows on either side of the road, armed with cleavers, iron hammers, and other weapons. "There's a woman!" A flashlight beam illuminated Wei Ming and Zhang Linlin, focusing on her. Even though her face was pale with fear, her stunning beauty was undeniable. A real beauty. "She's gorgeous. Man, what luck tonight. Kill the guy, take the woman." The group hollered and jeered, their faces twisted with malice. Zhang Linlin trembled violently. Why were these people so savage? Ambushing travelers to rob and kill them? "Welcome to the apocalypse," Wei Ming said with a smirk, playfully patting her on the rear. Zhang Linlin was so terrified she didn't even react. Otherwise, she might have screamed. "Damn it!" Zhao Guofu shouted as he approached, brushing dirt off himself. Despite the high-speed crash, his enhanced physique had left him with only minor scrapes, no broken bones at all. His fury was palpable. "Those bastards strung up a rope across the road. Any bike that hits it is going down," he snarled. If he hadn't evolved, he'd have been seriously injured, or worse, by that trap. Wei Ming nodded. The end of the acid rain had brought more people out of hiding, which naturally led to more violence. Wait, he's not dead? One of the ambushers was shocked. They had expected Zhao Guofu to be severely injured or killed outright. Instead, here he was, dusting himself off like nothing had happened. "Die, all of you!" Zhao Guofu roared, charging into the group. His fury and enhanced abilities turned the ambush into a one-sided slaughter. A few minutes later, Zhao Guofu had wrapped things up and was done. However, his motorcycle was completely wrecked, so he had no choice but to walk back. Not that it mattered, with his enhanced physical abilities, walking back wasn't an issue at all. "I'll head back first," Wei Ming said with a smile. "All right," Zhao Guofu nodded. With that, Wei Ming restarted his motorcycle and headed back to Qidong City with Zhang Linlin. Upon arriving, Wei Ming parked his motorcycle in the above-ground garage. The moment the garage door opened, a refreshing coolness swept over them. Zhang Linlin, however, wasn't particularly surprised. After all, the hotel had a generator too, which allowed the air conditioning to run at night, keeping things relatively comfortable. At least up until today, Gao Shanyuan hadn't turned against her and her husband, so she'd still been able to enjoy air conditioning each night. "Go take a shower, then get some sleep," Wei Ming said with a smile. "Staying up late is a woman's worst enemy. Do you need a face mask?" Zhang Linlin froze in place. Are you joking? Ever since the apocalypse began, how could anyone take a shower? At first, the water from the faucets was laced with acid rain. Though diluted, it still burned like fire when it touched the skin. A few days later, even that option was gone as water supplies were completely cut off. How could the conditions here possibly be better than those at the hotel? Wei Ming didn't bother explaining. He simply nudged her into the bathroom and turned on the faucet for her. Instantly, hot water sprayed from the shower head. Zhang Linlin stared in disbelief. After a few moments, she tentatively reached out to test the water. It was clean, pure water, no burning sensation at all. Overwhelmed, her first instinct wasn't to undress and bathe but to lean forward and start drinking it. Water was far too precious. Even though she had been a guest of the Gao family, how could they have allowed her to drink as much as she wanted? At night, things were bearable, but during the scorching daytime, the limited water supply left everyone parched. Wei Ming quickly stopped her, chuckling. Didn't your elementary school teacher ever tell you not to drink unboiled water? With that, he handed her a bottle of Waha purified water. Zhang Linlin took it, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down. The bottle was soon empty. As if in a dream, she stared at Wei Ming with wide, astonished eyes. How much water does he have? Enough to waste it on showers? Wei Ming smiled. Not going to shower? Then just go to bed. Zhang Linlin bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then began unbuttoning her clothes. She was in the den of the devil now. With Wei Ming's terrifying strength, taking her would be the easiest thing in the world. There was no point in resisting. If Wei Ming so much as reached out, with one tug her clothes would be shredded. After the ambush on the road, where she had narrowly escaped being violated by a mob of men, she had experienced the apocalypse's brutal reality firsthand. Hearing about it was nothing compared to living through it. She now deeply understood the cruelty of the apocalypse. Her former status couldn't protect her. Instead, her beauty had turned her into a target for predatory men. Yet Wei Ming didn't immediately devour the feast before him. Instead, he stepped out of the bathroom, leaving Zhang Linlin slightly surprised. This man clearly isn't a good person, so why is he holding back now? Wei Ming left the room, entered his alternate dimension, and reverted his cells to their original state. Then he observed the prisoner in the adjacent room through the wall. No significant changes. Wait, there were. Wei Ming noticed that, despite the prisoner's broken bones, they were now in the process of reconnecting. What the hell? That recovery speed is insane. For ordinary people, healing a broken bone would take months. For this guy, it might only take 3 days to fully recover. So, with enhanced cells, you gain super strength, speed, reflexes, defense, and regeneration, Wei Ming muttered. We'll see tomorrow. Does he revert to normal or does every cell explode, killing him outright? After half an hour, Zhang Linlin finally stepped out of the bathroom, now wearing the clothes Wei Ming had prepared for her, a floral dress that fit snugly over her curves. Impressive. So full-figured. Go get some sleep, Wei Ming said, stretching. It had been a long night, and he was running on too little sleep. He led Zhang Linlin to a room on the first floor, locked the door behind her, and went upstairs to his own room to sleep. Only 2 hours later, the sun rose. Day 25 of the apocalypse. When Wei Ming woke up, it was already past 10 a.m. He stepped out of his room to find that Song Qingyun and the others had not only prepared breakfast but already finished eating. He headed to the first-floor guest room and unlocked the door. Inside, Zhang Linlin had long since woken up. In an unfamiliar place, how could she have slept deeply? She had heard the voices of the other women outside and felt a small sense of relief. At least there weren't multiple men waiting to assault her. Still, she couldn't help but wonder about these women. Were they like her captives brought here? What did they look like? Not to boast, but her beauty and figure were top tier. At least 90% of actresses would pale in comparison. If it weren't for her literary family's staunch opposition to her entering the entertainment industry, she could have easily become a major celebrity. As the door opened, she stepped out hesitantly, nervous about meeting Wei Ming's women. She felt like a timid bride meeting her in-laws for the first time, cautiously shuffling forward. Wow! Where did you find this stunner? Lu Qing was the first to notice her and immediately ran over to inspect Zhang Linlin from head to toe. So pretty! She's on par with the policewoman and Old Six. Song Qingyun, Yu Chutong, and the others gathered around, similarly astonished. There were many beautiful women in the world, but few could reach Zhang Linlin's level. While they were in awe of her beauty, Zhang Linlin was equally amazed by them. She might feel confident standing next to Lu Qing, Michelle, or Chanya, but she had no chance against Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, or Lin Wanqiu. Especially Yu Chutong and Song Qingyun, one exuded icy elegance, the other pure innocence. Both were flawless, even in her eyes. Show her around, Wei Ming instructed before heading to the kitchen to find something to eat. Zhang Linlin felt like she was in a dream as the women dragged her off, peppering her with questions. As Song Qingyun and the others recounted their experiences, Zhang Linlin found herself in utter disbelief. Wei Ming's extraordinary power and abilities were far beyond anything she could have imagined. This day passed quickly. Wei Ming certainly hadn't invited a revered guest into his home. He didn't hold back from indulging in his escapades with Song Qingyun and the others, nor did they make any effort to be discreet around Zhang Linlin. After all, they knew she wouldn't be able to escape Wei Ming's clutches. As a result, Zhang Linlin spent the entire day with her ears covered and her face flushed. She could hardly believe it. Is Wei Ming even human? How could someone go at it for an entire day? Though Zhang Linlin had never been intimate with anyone, she wasn't entirely naive. Hadn't she seen enough through educational videos online? Precisely because she had some knowledge, she found it even harder to believe. A whole day? You're not human, you're a beast. However, amidst her shock, she couldn't help but notice how cool the villa remained throughout the day. The water supply was abundant, allowing her to drink and bathe freely, whether it was a shower or a luxurious bath. Everything Song Qingyun and the others had said began to make sense. Wei Ming controlled a vast reserve of resources, including water and food. Her resolve wavered. Did she really want to leave? At around 4 p.m., someone came to visit. Huang Xian. Wei Ming was somewhat surprised. The neighborhood had been through several rounds of occupation and slaughter, yet this guy had somehow survived it all. Quite the feat. Wei Ming, when are you going to the shelter? Huang Xian asked impatiently. Wei Ming replied casually, no rush. A few more days. You may not be in a hurry, but I am. Huang Xian was practically hopping with frustration. He'd been subsisting on tiny portions of food every day, constantly starving. He'd already lost 20 pounds over the past few days. A few more days? I'll starve to death before then. If you don't go soon, our deal is off. Huang Xian threatened, his last-ditch effort. Wei Ming shrugged. Fine, cancel it. Left with no other choice, Huang Xian stormed off angrily. In his mind, the best scenario was for Wei Ming to complete their deal. Then, Huang Xian could take over Wei Ming's villa, while Wei Ming, unable to enter the shelter, would have no choice but to crawl back in defeat. At that point, Huang Xian would have access to Wei Ming's women and could live comfortably until the resources in the villa ran out. But now, he couldn't wait any longer. That night, he planned to head to the shelter. Too bad he hadn't managed to scam Wei Ming or claim any of those beauties. As Huang Xian left, cursing under his breath, the evening approached. When the sun finally set, Wei Ming turned to Zhang Linlin with a smile. The tour is over. It's time for you to make a choice, stay or leave. If you choose to stay, well, you know what that entails, don't you? You have 10 seconds to decide. If you don't answer, I'll assume you've chosen to leave. 10, 9, 8. Wei Ming began the countdown, while Zhang Linlin bit her lip. Even though she had already made up her mind, saying it out loud was still difficult. She glared at Wei Ming with frustration. Can't you just assume I want to stay if I don't say anything? You're doing this on purpose. 2, 1, 0. Wei Ming sighed theatrically. So, you've decided not to stay. Fine. I never force anyone. Goodbye, then. He started pushing Zhang Linlin toward the door. That was when Zhang Linlin could no longer keep up her composure. If she hadn't come here, she might have chosen to end her life instead of continuing to endure betrayal, suffering, and the hellish conditions of the apocalypse. At the Imperial Hotel, Zhang Linlin would have refused to leave with Wei Ming. But now, after spending a day in the villa, enjoying the refreshing coolness, drinking clean water freely, bathing as much as she wanted, and eating whatever she desired, even just one day had made it impossible for her to leave. Do you have to humiliate me like this? Zhang Linlin grabbed Wei Ming's waist, clinging tightly to keep herself from being pushed out the door. I'll stay. I want to stay. Wei Ming wasn't surprised. In the apocalypse, once someone stepped into his villa, how could they ever leave? See, he never forced anyone. That would be boring. Smiling, he shut the door behind them. Naturally, Zhang Linlin stayed. All right, Let's have dinner.
Wei Ming patted Zhang Linlin's plump rear, marveling at its elasticity. They had dinner, after which the women began to showcase their talents. Yu Chuton, a karaoke queen, sang beautifully, especially her traditional-style songs.
Zhang Linlin joined in, performing a dance.
A professional is a professional. Despite the limited space in the villa, she delivered a performance that transported Wei Ming to an ancient era.
TSK. Did I just draw the Emperor card? Alright, everyone should get to bed early tonight. We've got plans later, Wei Ming announced.
Song Qingyun and the other 8 women assumed he was hinting at a night of intimate activities and gave him flirtatious glances.
You've got it wrong.
Wei Ming chuckled to himself, not bothering to explain.
No need.
Once he loaded them into the car later, they'd figure it out.
Why wait until later? Because Wei Ming wanted to check on the captive next door. The 24-hour mark hadn't arrived yet. He left briefly to meet Zhao Guofu, handing him a satellite phone. Stay in touch. Zhao Guofu nodded. I'm planning to move into the Imperial Hotel.
I'll just need to secure enough power to keep the air conditioning running at night.
He waved the satellite phone. With this, I won't have to worry about losing contact with you. Thanks, Wei Ming. I owe you too much. I won't get all sentimental, I'm not good at that anyway. But I'll say this, if you ever need me, just call.
I'll come running, even if it's a matter of life and death.
If I so much as frown, I'm a worthless coward. Wei Ming smiled. Noted.
He planned to keep tabs on Zhao Guofu, periodically using his space radar to monitor Zhao's condition and update his own template. If Zhao Guofu continued to grow stronger, Wei Ming would make sure to keep up.
Returning to the villa, Wei Ming waited until the 24-hour mark.
He called Zhang Linlin over for a health check, occasionally glancing at the captive next door. Poor Zhang Linlin was left flustered, her face flushed from Wei Ming's exploration. Yet, despite his teasing, he didn't go any further.
Worse than an animal. Wei Ming wasn't in the mood.
A rare treat should be savored. For now, a little teasing was enough to pass the time.
Finally, it was time.
Wei Ming sent Zhang Linlin back to her room and instantly teleported to the captive's location to observe.
The man suddenly appeared extremely weak.
Wei Ming pulled him into his alternate dimension and found that his cells had reverted to their original state.
He was no longer extraordinarily strong but merely his normal self.
While the transformation had left him exhausted, it hadn't caused his cells to explode or killed him. So, I really can create a powerful 24-hour army.
Wei Ming's heart pounded with excitement. This was a terrifyingly powerful discovery.
Imagine this, a team of 100 people, all as powerful as Zhao Guofu, equipped with superhuman strength, speed, reflexes, resilience, and recovery abilities, and armed with advanced weaponry.
What could such a squad achieve?
Certainly, they wouldn't survive a direct assault against an army, after all, they're still flesh and blood.
But if they were to focus on assassinations?
Such a 100-strong squad could potentially wipe out a force of 10,000 soldiers.
Terrifying.
This world should be grateful that I have no ambition, Wei Ming murmured.
At most, I occasionally bring a few beauties home, and even that's done through mutual agreement, not coercion.
Otherwise, I might have unified the world by now. Sigh, I'm just too kind-hearted. With the experiment complete, there was no chance the captive would ever leave Wei Ming's alternate dimension. Wake up, wake up! Wei Ming called out as he returned home. Before long, the 8 women gathered downstairs.
Lin Wanqiu deliberately chose a seductive outfit, just a single piece of sexy lingerie.
Not to be outdone, the foreign girls' ensemble barely covered half her backside.
Let's go.
I'm taking you somewhere, Wei Ming said with a grin.
Ha!
The 8 women were surprised.
Wei Ming hadn't woken them in the middle of the night for mischief but to go out, for a trip? Their spirits lifted instantly. Since the apocalypse began, had they ever had the chance to go out?
While the villa offered exceptional comfort, being cooped up for so long inevitably felt stifling.
Human nature is insatiable, after all.
Wei Ming stepped out of the villa and summoned an RV onto the road.
Oh my goodness! Song Qingyun and the others were stunned.
While they already knew about Wei Ming's spatial warehouse, up until now, he had only taken out small items like food.
But pulling out a whole RV? That was mind-blowing. Zhang Linlin was even more dumbfounded, her mouth forming a perfect O.
Wei Ming seized the opportunity to plant a kiss on her lips and chuckled.
Don't just stand there in a daze. Get in the car.
The 8 women climbed aboard the RV, and Wei Ming started the engine, driving toward the shelter.
Compared to a few days ago, the roads were noticeably clearer.
Without the acid rain to contend with, people ventured out at night, and clearing blocked roads had become a top priority.
This worked to Wei Ming's advantage, saving him considerable trouble. However, the journey wasn't entirely smooth.
While abandoned vehicles were largely gone, new obstacles had appeared: ropes stretched across the road and nails scattered deliberately. Cars could ignore the ropes, but nails were another matter. They could puncture tires, cause vehicles to flip, and provide ambushers the perfect opportunity to kill and rob. Fortunately, the RV's tires were custom-made, designed for extreme off-road conditions. Their thick, durable construction made them impervious to standard nails. Thus, the RV rolled on effortlessly. After traveling for a while, Wei Ming unexpectedly spotted someone familiar: Huang Xian. So, the man had finally run out of patience and decided to head to the shelter on his own.
It made sense.
He couldn't wait indefinitely for Wei Ming and couldn't survive without entering the shelter.
Wei Ming deliberately slowed the RV and honked twice. Beep, beep.
Huang Xian jumped in fright. The world was in chaos, and danger lurked everywhere for those not yet inside a shelter. Huang Xian had already been chased by several groups but had escaped because he had nothing of value and didn't look like a resource carrier or a beautiful woman.
Those pursuing him quickly gave up.
Now, seeing a vehicle deliberately slow down to match his pace, he couldn't help but feel alarmed.
Hey, old Huang. Where are you off to? Wei Ming rolled down the window and asked. Huang Xian froze, then quickly lied, looking for supplies. Can't starve to death, right?
There was no way he would admit to heading for the shelter. Wei Ming would instantly guess that Huang Xian had the keys and elevator codes.
Worse, what if Wei Ming insisted on going with him? Under torture, could Huang Xian hold out? Oh, all right.
Take care, Wei Ming replied with a wave, rolling up the window and driving away. Huang Xian let out a sigh of relief but smirked inwardly. Once I'm inside the shelter and you've run out of supplies, we'll see who gets the last laugh. Wei Ming drove a bit further before encountering another roadblock of abandoned vehicles.
He had to get out and store them in his alternate dimension, one by one.
This was why using the RV took over an hour, compared to just 30 minutes on a motorcycle. Eventually, he reached the park above the shelter.
Time to get out, Wei Ming announced.
Once all 8 women disembarked, he stored the RV again. It might come in handy later.
You brought us to the park in the middle of the night? Song Qingyun asked, incredulous. This didn't seem like something Wei Ming would do. Wei Ming chuckled. Follow me. He led them to a seemingly ordinary elevator. When he pressed the button for the previously non-existent -2 floor and the elevator began descending, the women couldn't hide their excitement and curiosity. This is a shelter, Wei Ming explained, recounting his earlier dealings with Huang Xian, their mutual scheming and how he had ultimately outsmarted Huang. Was that Huang Xian we saw earlier on the road? Yu Chutong asked suddenly. That's right, Wei Ming confirmed with a grin. The women exchanged glances and burst out laughing. What do you think old Huang will feel when he finally arrives, only to be blocked by the impenetrable gates? Lin Wanqiu mused.
Bitterness, regret, and a whole lot of frustration.
Chanya added, unable to suppress her laughter. Can't wait to see it. We're so looking forward to it. Wei Ming nodded. It's just a 7 or 8 hour walk.
He likely set out as soon as it got dark, aiming to arrive before sunrise.
We'll see him in a few hours. Even Song Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle. I can't wait.
By then, they had reached the -2 floor.
As the elevator doors opened, an artificial voice welcomed them. Master, welcome home. Would you like to open the main gate?
Open it, Wei Ming instructed.
The gate, which normally required a key, swung open automatically. The women were amazed as they entered. The elevator doors shut behind them, and they began descending further. Buzz. The elevator soon stopped again. When the doors opened, Wei Ming extended his arm with a flourish. Ladies, welcome to the new world.
Before them was a breathtaking sight. The women were stunned into silence.
This wasn't a shelter, it was an underground community. So huge. Song Qingyun and the others couldn't hide their astonishment. Was this entire underground community truly built beneath the surface?
If packed tightly, this place could probably accommodate several thousand people.
Wei Ming chuckled. Feel free to pick where you want to stay.
Whether you want a house all to yourself or prefer to share one with someone, it's entirely up to you.
There are more rooms than people, so live however you like.
The 8 women eagerly agreed and scattered to explore and choose their preferred houses. Wei Ming, however, had already selected his residence, a 4-story, traditional Chinese courtyard at the very center of the shelter. It exuded a classic charm, complete with a courtyard, a rock garden, a gazebo, a pond, and even a few ornamental koi fish.
After some thought, Song Qingyun and the others ultimately chose houses near Wei Ming's.
However, while his house was the only 4-story building in the shelter, the others nearby were 3 stories tall, with Wei Ming's house situated at the very center, almost like a monarch's palace surrounded by its courtiers. Wei Ming noticed that none of the 8 women chose to share a house, they each picked one for themselves. No wonder ancient people talked about several wives and concubines under one roof.
One house per wife?
There were over 300 houses here.
Does that mean I could have 300 wives? One wife per day? I'd need a whole year just to go through them all. That's excessive. I'm not an emperor.
I don't need 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, or 72 consorts.
Half of that should do.
The shelter featured fully intelligent management systems. Cleaning robots handled housekeeping, and residents could simply tell the system what they wanted to eat. If the ingredients were available, they would be delivered directly to the house. Cooking, however, was still up to them, no shortcuts there.
The women, unsurprisingly, couldn't stand being alone in their houses for long.
They began to gather at Wei Ming's residence to chat and hang out. When they had all arrived, Wei Ming smiled and said, "Follow me."
Ha!
The women froze for a moment.
Where were they going now?
Wei Ming led them to the entrance of the 2nd floor, which featured both stairs and an elevator. They opted for the elevator, marveling at the high ceiling, over 10 meters tall, equivalent to a 4-story building.
Ding! The elevator doors opened, and they stepped out. Oh my God!
The women exclaimed in unison, stunned once again.
A running track. A tennis court. A swimming pool. Oh my God, there's a swimming pool.
In a world where water was scarce, having a swimming pool seemed like the height of extravagance. Of course, without Wei Ming's nearly infinite supply of fresh water from his alternate dimension, this pool would have been impossible to maintain. The shelter drew from underground water sources, which were already severely depleted. Even sustaining enough water for the residents' basic needs was a challenge, let alone filling a pool. Wei Ming smiled and pulled out a selection of swimsuits from his alternate dimension.
Pick one.
The women cheered and began selecting swimsuits. Since they were all his women, there was no sense of shyness. They changed right in front of him, even Zhang Linlin, who hadn't yet been intimate with Wei Ming. Having seen and heard enough during her time here, and after Wei Ming had taken plenty of liberties with her, she had no reservations about changing in front of him either. Watching 8 beautiful women transform into graceful mermaids in front of him, Wei Ming couldn't help but feel his heart race. One particularly seductive woman even declared she would skinny dip, gracefully diving into the pool and swimming effortlessly. Beautiful. 2 women who couldn't swim donned floaties and paddled around.
Why are you just standing there, Wei Ming?
Lin Wanxiu teased with a seductive smile.
Are you only going to watch with your eyes? Good point. Wei Ming jumped into the pool, sending waves splashing everywhere.
A few hours later, the shelter's AI system suddenly spoke.
Master, unauthorized personnel have arrived at the shelter entrance. That must be Huang Xian.
Display it, Wei Ming instructed.
Understood, Master.
A massive screen descended from the 2nd floor ceiling, displaying a live feed. There, standing in front of the alloy gate, was a man repeatedly inserting and removing a key, his face filled with disbelief.
It was Huang Xian.
After much toil, he had finally arrived and made it to the non-existent -2 floor. By all logic, using the key should have opened the alloy door, granting him access to the elevator and, with the password, the shelter.
So why wouldn't the door open? Huang Xian was baffled. Unauthorized personnel, leave immediately. This is a restricted area.
Security personnel will be deployed for apprehension or expulsion, the AI announced.
Huang Xian froze.
While he had been the contractor and builder for the shelter, he had only been involved in the construction of its physical structure.
The AI system?
He hadn't participated in that, nor did he have the clearance to do so. After a moment's pause, he held up the key.
I'm the manager here. This is the key. Can't you see? This is the key. Unauthorized personnel, leave immediately, the AI repeated.
A thought occurred to Huang Xian. He quickly said, "Fine, arrest me. Go ahead, arrest me. Even being captured and brought into the shelter would be better than staying outside."
Deep underground, the temperature would be stable, and he wouldn't suffer from the sun's radiation. And once inside, could he really starve to death? Song Qingyun and the others watched the scene unfold, smirking. Even if Huang Xian were beaten to death, he'd never guessed that the shelter had already been taken over, and by Wei Ming, no less. "Patch me through," Wei Ming said with a grin. "Connection established, master." Wei Ming's voice rang out. "Hey, isn't that old Huang?" Huang Xian nearly jumped out of his skin, his face a mix of shock and anger. Wei Ming? "It's me," Wei Ming replied cheerfully. "Weren't you out looking for supplies? How'd you end up here? You son of a..." Huang Xian scrambled for an explanation and retorted, "Weren't you the one who said you'd wait a few days to go to the shelter? What are you doing here? You liar! You thief! You stole my shelter! Shameless, despicable scum!" He was on the verge of losing his mind. If only he hadn't told Wei Ming about the shelter, the man wouldn't even be here. Now, thanks to his own greed, he had lost everything, both the shelter and Wei Ming's villa. "Damn you! You bastard! Give me back my shelter!" Huang Xian was hysterical, on the brink of losing his mind. It had been incredibly difficult for him. Though the journey here had only taken 8 or 9 hours, it was fraught with danger. He had been chased by 3 different groups, running so hard his heart felt like it would leap out of his chest. After finally reaching the shelter, he discovered, first, that his key no longer worked. Then came the devastating news. The shelter had been taken over by Wei Ming. Ah! Huang Xian couldn't accept it. He was going mad. He screamed and shouted, tears and snot streaming down his face, a pitiful spectacle. But his antics drew no sympathy. After all, this man had harbored ill intentions from the start. He had deliberately concealed the fact that accessing the second elevator required a password. If Wei Ming had exchanged his villa for the key, only to arrive here and find he couldn't proceed further, who would have been the one going hysterical then? In that scenario, Wei Ming and his group's only option would have been to return to the villa and try to reclaim it. But would Huang Xian have allowed that? Of course not. Huang Xian couldn't have known that the villa's real value wasn't in its location or structure, it was in the seemingly endless supplies that Wei Ming possessed. Even if Wei Ming had been fooled, Huang Xian wouldn't have gained much. The true treasure wasn't the villa, it was Wei Ming himself. After wailing for a while, Huang Xian finally accepted reality. What else could he do? With a thud, he dropped to his knees and started kowtowing. "Wei Ming, please, I beg you, have mercy and let me in. The shelter is so large, there's no harm in sparing one room for me. Besides, I'm just one person, I can't possibly consume much. And don't forget, I'm the one who told you about this shelter. Now that you're inside, you can't just turn your back on me." By the end, he even dared to sound accusatory. Wei Ming chuckled. "Old Huang, if that's how you want to play it, then let's talk. Why didn't you tell me that after entering the second elevator, I'd still need a password to proceed?" "Ah!" Huang Xian froze, guilt flashing across his face. Of course, he'd intentionally withheld that information, hoping to trick Wei Ming. First, he wanted to vent his dissatisfaction with Wei Ming. Second, he hoped this would drive Song Qingyun and the others to switch their allegiance to him, allowing him to effortlessly gain the companionship of some truly stunning women. But could he admit that? No. I forgot. Huang Xian stammered, feigning innocence. Wei Ming shook his head. "Old Huang, do you really think I'm an idiot?" Hearing this, Huang Xian realized Wei Ming had no intention of letting him into the shelter. Enraged, he began hurling curses. As he ranted and raved, the alloy door suddenly opened. Could it be that Wei Ming had a change of heart? Before he could rejoice, however, Wei Ming stepped out. The last thing Huang Xian saw was a flash of movement before everything went black. Wei Ming had swiftly dealt with him, stowing the body in his alternate dimension to dispose of later. While this shelter's existence was known to many, the construction workers and government officials involved in its creation, many of them had likely perished in the apocalypse. But it was highly improbable that all of them were dead. Now that the acid rain had stopped, Wei Ming was certain others would attempt to find this place. To most, this shelter would be a sanctuary, a constant temperature underground, maintained by an intelligent system. All it needed was a source of energy, which could be scavenged from abandoned gas stations. Even so, eliminating one loose end was a small but valuable precaution. And besides, Huang Xian had tried to swindle him. Why let him live? Wei Ming suspected that more guests might arrive in the coming days. However, this shelter was far more defensible than his villa. It was designed to withstand nuclear attacks. If someone thought they could breach it easily, they were dreaming. Returning to the shelter, Wei Ming still had unfinished business. But it was late, and after their initial excitement, Song Qingyun and the others couldn't resist their fatigue and retired to their rooms. Wei Ming had no plans to stay up all night either. Why rush? The daytime was even longer. Though underground, the shelter simulated a day-night cycle with adjustable artificial lighting. At this hour, the dome lights were off, leaving only the faint glow of streetlights. Time to sleep. Checking the time, Wei Ming saw that it was already past 5 a.m. After sleeping soundly, he woke around 10. The first to rise was Song Qingyun. As a former police officer, she was disciplined and had already requested ingredients from the shelter's AI. She busied herself in Wei Ming's traditional courtyard. Before long, the other women joined her to help. They had chosen to live separately, but cooking and eating together made sense. It saved time and resources. By the time Wei Ming descended from his room, breakfast was ready. They brought the food to the courtyard, sitting by the pavilion to enjoy the view of rock gardens, ponds, and flowers while feasting, as if they were on vacation at a scenic resort. Finally, I can just relax, Zhang Linlin sighed. Before, it was work, rehearsals, day after day. I've wanted this for so long. Now, I finally get to just enjoy myself. Lin Wanqiu teased her with a sly smile. Go ahead and relax. Our dear Wei Ming hasn't had the chance to enjoy you yet. You're such a perv. Zhang Linlin protested, playfully swatting Lin Wanqiu with her delicate fists. The scene was lively and harmonious. Wei Ming chuckled to himself. He really did feel like an emperor now, with his harem of consorts. The AI was like the eunuchs and maids of the imperial court, catering to their every need. Such a great place, enjoyed by only 9 people? What a waste. I should throw the doors wide open and welcome more beauties. For the sake of humanity's survival, of course. If he said that out loud, Song Qingyun and the others would surely berate him as shameless. But for now, breakfast was done, and it was time to savor another delicacy. Wei Ming scooped Zhang Linlin into his arms. Time to let you fully relax. Whether Zhang Linlin relaxed or not was unclear, but Wei Ming certainly felt satisfied. She was exquisite. As the daughter-in-law of a top-tier businessman like Lu Zhiyong, how could she not be exceptional? From her stunning beauty to her flawless figure, there wasn't a single flaw to be found. Unlike the many women in the entertainment industry, Zhang Linlin was pure and untouched. Though Lu Zhiyong had been too wild in his youth, contracting an illness that required treatment, which prevented him from consummating their marriage, Wei Ming hadn't expected Zhang Linlin to still be a virgin. Strict family rules. Premarital relationships were absolutely forbidden, even when I started dating. And after marriage, well, it wasn't allowed either, Zhang Linlin said, giving Wei Ming a playful pinch and an enchanting glare. Lucky you. Wei Ming grinned wickedly. Pinching me? Are you starting a rebellion? Ah. Zhang Linlin cried out in surprise as a second round began. After the meal, Wei Ming shifted his focus to exploring the shelter. Previously, he had only given it a cursory glance, concerned mainly with securing ownership. Now that he was living there, it was time to fully understand its workings. The first issue, there was only one entrance. What if it got blocked? Fortunately, there was a solution. The shelter had a pre-planned emergency exit. However, it hadn't been opened yet and would require machinery to dig through. The process would take 15 days in total. If they ever got trapped inside, the key would be to start digging immediately, before the air and food supplies were depleted. No worries, though. Wei Ming's alternate space held an abundance of oxygen tanks, enough to last 9 people for a good decade or so. The second discovery, the shelter's construction had limitations. Since it was built underground, and each layer was only about 5 meters thick, the houses in the living area couldn't have deep foundations. Wei Ming checked and confirmed this. The houses had no foundations, they were simply stacked on the ground. In fact, a powerful enough vehicle could tow them away. Why were they designed this way? The logic was simple. The houses were already inside a shelter, and the tallest structures were only 4 stories high. There was no need to worry about stability. Earthquakes? If the shelter collapsed, the sturdiness of the houses wouldn't matter, they'd still be buried. Conversely, if the shelter held, these movable structures could actually absorb shock, making them quake-resistant. For Wei Ming, these modular, Lego-like houses were incredibly convenient. He could simply store them in his alternate space and modify them however he liked.
After some simple adjustments, he sent a message to Lu Qing. The shelter had an internal network.
Not long after, Lu Qing arrived. The moment she stepped into a two-story villa, her eyes widened in disbelief. This was exactly like her old workplace. The employee common area, her personal office, it was all there. This guy. The experience was thoroughly satisfying for Wei Ming. Should he have Lin Wanqiu write some scripts?
After all, she wasn't just a writer, she was notoriously imaginative and bold.
Not a bad idea.
He immediately shared the thought with her. Instead of being put off, Lin Wanqiu was thrilled.
This is going to be so much fun. I need to know all about your relationships with the other women, your grudges, dramas, so I can design the juiciest plots.
Imagine this, a poor boy who was once despised by an arrogant heiress now lords over her. She's forced to submit just for a meal.
Oh my god, who wouldn't love this story? I'm bursting with inspiration right now. I need to write.
Seeing her so engrossed, Wei Ming decided not to disturb her. Let her design her plots in peace.
By the time Lin Wanqiu's keyboard was practically smoking, it was already dinner time.
Wei Ming and the 8 women gathered in his villa's garden for their meal. This time, in addition to the dishes they prepared, Wei Ming brought out some premium ingredients. Just some top-tier seafood for a hot pot feast, simple yet indulgent. After filling their stomachs, the women headed to the second floor to continue their activities, yoga, workouts, swimming. Wei Ming, however, refrained from joining in. After all, he'd had his fun during the day. Now it was time to get some serious work done. Leaving the shelter, he headed to the nearby park. He carried a satellite phone with him. If something unusual happened inside the shelter, the AI would notify him via satellite message. As long as the phone wasn't stored in his alternate space or hidden away, he'd receive updates without issue. The shelter was his main base now.
Nothing could be allowed to go wrong.
In the worst-case scenario, losing the women he had painstakingly gathered would be unacceptable. If his life wasn't directly in danger, he'd never let harm come to Yu Chutong and the others. However, the odds of anything happening to the shelter were slim. Situated 60 to 70 meters underground, it was virtually impenetrable.
The alloy door was designed to withstand a nuclear strike. Breaking through it with conventional tools? Impossible. The satellite phone was just a precaution, a what-if.
Wei Ming planned to explore the area around the shelter to ensure there were no unforeseen threats. You don't let others sleep soundly next to your bed, as the saying goes. Before setting off, he had adjusted his body using the Gao Lingtian template and wolfed down 10 pounds of beef to sustain the energy demands of his heightened strength. The park was surrounded by residential areas, so instead of taking his motorcycle, he traveled on foot. In the darkness, he moved like a ghost. Obstacles on the road posed no challenge to him. Now a physical powerhouse, his speed, strength, and stamina were extraordinary. Walking a few kilometers was nothing. He could even run hundreds of kilometers without issue, though maintaining top speed would be exhausting. A few minutes later, he reached the first neighborhood.
Fortune Community. Wei Ming read the name on the sign, finding it strangely ironic.
In the apocalypse, a name like Fortune Community felt like the universe mocking them.
Why does this name sound so familiar? Could it be from a TV show? He muttered to himself, racking his brain. Never mind. Let's check if there are any survivors here.
Suddenly, the roar of motorcycle engines echoed in the distance. Headlights approached, sweeping through the area but failing to catch him. He had already slipped into one of the buildings. Soon, a group of riders arrived. They dismounted, armed with a mix of weapons, compound bows, axes, and the like. Each wore a headlamp, its beam following the direction of their gaze. Watching from a window, Wei Ming noted the madness etched on their faces. There was no trace of fear or hesitation. Had they grown accustomed to the apocalypse, or were they simply numb to it? In the end, only people like this could survive in such a brutal world, though their recklessness often ensured a quick death as well. Like wolves, the group stormed into the community. One of them, holding a megaphone, shouted, "Everyone get out here. You have 10 minutes. If anyone's still hiding by then, we'll chop you to bits when we find you. Hurry up. I'm starting the countdown." After several minutes, a large group of people emerged from one of the buildings. The bikers turned their searchlights on them, and Wei Ming also got a clear view of the crowd. They appeared to be residents of the neighborhood, but all of them were able-bodied men. There were no elderly, women, or children among them. These men were armed with various tools, ranging from kitchen knives to fire axes, clearly prepared to fight back.
Interesting.
In the group, Wei Ming spotted a familiar face, Kong Shihao. Kong was a former co-worker of his, or rather, a colleague from his previous job, since Wei Ming had quit a while ago.
No wonder the name of this neighborhood had seemed so familiar. Get lost, or don't blame me for what happens next.
Kong Shihao shouted loudly.
Ha! Such a big mouth. The leader of the bikers laughed. Do you believe I can't take you out with a single arrow?
He stepped forward, holding a compound bow, and pointed it directly at Kong Shihao.
Get on your knees, he bellowed.
Another biker chimed in with a sneer, lick Boss Tiger's shoes while you're at it.
Get out of here, the leader snapped, kicking the underling aside.
He knew the comment was a joke, but if it had come from anyone else, the offender would already be dead. The boss turned back to Kong Shihao, his impatience mounting.
Still not kneeling? Kong Shihao stared back coldly without moving. You're asking for it, the leader growled.
Without hesitation, he drew his bow and released an arrow straight at Kong Shihao's chest. The shot was accurate. Whether through practice or natural talent, the arrow flew fast and true.
In the dark of night, how could anyone dodge such an attack?
But to everyone's shock, Kong Shihao reached out and caught the arrow mid-air.
The scene left everyone dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this?
Even the leader froze in fear. He hurriedly knocked another arrow, but Kong Shihao had already dashed forward.
With a single punch, Kong struck the leader, sending him flying.
The man spewed blood mid-air, and when he hit the ground, he was already dead.
One punch to kill a man?
The bikers were terrified. They immediately turned tail and ran. But the neighborhood residents weren't about to let them escape. They chased after the bikers, swinging their makeshift weapons. In the end, about half of the bikers managed to flee, while the rest were caught. Most of those who stayed behind were only injured, but the residents mercilessly finished them off, ensuring no one survived.
Wei Ming nodded approvingly. Kong Shihao is an evolved human.
No wonder he had become the leader of this neighborhood. Wei Ming couldn't help but wonder how strong Kong was. He activated his space radar and recorded Kong Shihao's template. Stronger than Zhao Guofu but slightly weaker than Gao Lingtian. However, the differences among the three were minimal. After all, the apocalypse had only been underway for less than a month. Even if Gao Lingtian had been one of the first to evolve, it was too early for anyone to develop to an overwhelming degree. This suggested that Kong Shihao had evolved earlier than Zhao Guofu. Like Zhao, Kong could be left alone for now, allowing Wei Ming to revisit and update his template periodically. This way, he could monitor whether Kong and Zhao's evolutionary paths diverged or aligned. When Kong Shihao heard Wei Ming's compliment, he grinned with pride.
Why not stay here? There's plenty of space in the neighborhood, and one more person wouldn't hurt. Wei Ming declined immediately.
Why would he leave the comfort of the shelter to live here?
Was he looking to punish himself with hardship?
He put on a bitter smile and replied, thanks, but I've got 2 women at home to take care of. If I move in here, they'll either starve or end up with other men. I'm not ready to wear a green hat yet.
Kong Shihao burst into laughter, unfazed by the mention of 2 women.
In truth, the apocalypse had drastically skewed gender ratios, with far more women than men surviving in most areas. It wasn't unusual for a man to have 4 or 5 women or more, as long as he could afford to support them.
If a man couldn't provide, he couldn't monopolize. Women would exchange their company for food or water as necessary.
For Wei Ming to take care of 2 women, feeding 3 mouths in total, was no small feat. It required a significant amount of food and water daily. Even as the leader of this community, Kong Shihao wouldn't offer Wei Ming and his women free room and board. At best, Wei Ming might be allowed to stay if he contributed by scavenging for resources. After all, only Kong Shihao himself deserved special privileges.
Kong patted Wei Ming on the shoulder with a knowing smile. I get it, man.
I've got 6 women to look after, plus I sleep with others whenever I want, and they even give me a pack of instant noodles or a bottle of water as payment.
I don't pay for anything.
All I have to do is take care of intruders like those guys we just saw.
Feigning amazement, Wei Ming asked, how are you so strong?
Ha, that's a secret.
Kong Shihao replied, clearly enjoying the attention. Wei Ming didn't press further.
His goal was already achieved. He had obtained Kong Shihao's template. In a few days, he could visit again under the guise of catching up with an old coworker and update the template. I need to keep searching for supplies before dawn, Wei Ming said. I'll drop by again when I have time.
Take care, and look after me if I come back. Kong Shihao readily agreed. occasionally letting Wei Ming have a meal or a drink and listening to his flattery? Kong found that idea appealing. Waving goodbye, Wei Ming disappeared into the night. Once out of sight, he used the space radar to ensure no one was following him, then quickened his pace. Like a gust of wind, he moved at a startling speed. What a small world, Wei Ming thought. He kept running, chuckling to himself. It was remarkable to run into someone unexpected, and even more surprising that Kong Shihao, a former co-worker, had also evolved. Zhao Guofu should be settling into the Emperor Hotel by now. I wonder if anyone's causing him trouble. I'll need to check in with him regularly. Who knows? He might encounter other evolved humans as well. Since he had already left the city, Wei Ming decided to gather another batch of supplies. Food, daily necessities, even though he had already zero-cost acquired materials worth billions, with the number of people in the shelter likely to grow, having extra supplies would obviously do no harm. Moreover, the one thing Wei Ming had collected the least of was energy resources. After all, he hadn't ventured to the Middle East, otherwise, with just one trip there, he wouldn't need to worry about gasoline, diesel, or the like ever again. After a night of exploration, Wei Ming returned to the shelter before sunrise. Actually, even if the sun were to rise, he wouldn't be afraid. If he opened the spatial gate above his head, what harm could deadly rays do? But for one thing, this might draw unwanted attention. And for another, the temperature would rise significantly once the sun was out, and there was no need to suffer through that kind of discomfort. Once back at the shelter, Wei Ming had breakfast first and then caught up on sleep. He woke up at noon, having slept a little over 6 hours. He felt completely rested and energetic. Getting out of bed, he casually asked, "What are Song Qingyun and the others up to?" "Master, Miss Song Qingyun is working out in the gym. Miss Yu Chutong and Miss Zhan Linlin are admiring the flowers in the botanical garden. Miss Lin Wanxia was swimming," the AI's voice reported, listing each person's activities one by one, even pulling up surveillance footage to show their exact locations. In this shelter, the surveillance system had no blind spots, 360-degree coverage. Wei Ming nodded. Feeling invigorated after his nap, he decided to liven things up a bit. And so, time to set up a scenario room. He modified another suite and then sent a message to one of the girls before changing into a new outfit himself. Not long after, Mi Xiaolu arrived. The moment she opened the door, she was stunned. Standing before her was Wei Ming, dressed in a delivery uniform. But what surprised her even more was what she saw after stepping inside, an elevator door, along with 2 entry doors labeled 807 and 808. It was an exact recreation of the scene from before the apocalypse, when she and Wei Ming were neighbors. After a brief moment of shock, her face turned bright red with embarrassment. Before the apocalypse, she had despised Wei Ming for moonlighting as a delivery driver, thinking he lowered the tone of the entire neighborhood and even hurt property values. She had often mocked him to his face. But now? If she wanted to survive, she had to rely on Wei Ming. It was just like the old saying. Fortunes rise and fall like the banks of a river over 30 years. From afternoon until evening, Wei Ming was drenched in sweat as he trained on the second floor. As time passed, he noticed his physical fitness continued to improve. This led him to suspect that gaining abilities as an evolver was just the beginning, there was further room for growth. Of course, his training wasn't aimed at building his physique but rather at adapting to his own strength and speed. Combat aside, if he had no understanding of his own power, what if he accidentally broke Song Qingyun's arm or something? That would be minor, he could use his spatial abilities to heal her instantly. But what if he snapped her neck by mistake? His spatial ability couldn't bring the dead back to life. So, rather than calling it training, it was more about getting accustomed to himself. Compared to the improvements in strength and speed, my abilities haven't changed much, Wei Ming mused. This worried him. His spatial powers hadn't shown any signs of improvement, while other evolvers' abilities continued to skyrocket. If this trend continued, his advantage would slowly vanish or even turn into a disadvantage. For example, what if a physically enhanced evolver grew so fast that they could close the distance between him and them instantly, leaving him with no time to react? Such a person could crush his head with one punch or snap his neck in an instant, killing him outright before he could retreat into his spatial dimension. This wasn't mere paranoia. Take Zhao Guofu, for example, he was improving daily, albeit not as rapidly as Wei Ming feared. Still, if one person kept growing and the other remained stagnant, Wei Ming knew he'd eventually be overtaken. It might take a year, 2 years, or even 3 to 5 years, but the outcome was inevitable. Luckily, I can still use other revolvers' templates. As long as I keep them updated, I'll be as strong as they are. No problem. Wei Ming let out a small sigh of relief. There was no other choice. He had no idea how to improve his spatial abilities, so this was the best he could do for now. In the shelter, the AI adjusted the lighting based on the actual time. Night was clearly falling now, as the dome light simulating sunlight dimmed and streetlights began to illuminate the surroundings. Wei Ming and the other 8 gathered in the garden to enjoy a meal. And it really was a feast. Although the shelter's food supply was limited in variety and quality, Wei Ming supplemented it with goods from his spatial dimension, ensuring they lived in luxury. Later in the evening, the 8 women spent some time watching shows before going to bed, while Wei Ming began his work. By now, people had fully adapted to a nocturnal schedule, flipping their routines completely. Daytime was too hot, and the deadly rays made going outside impossible. People could only rest at home. But at night, when the temperature dropped and the acid rain ceased, it was the perfect time to venture out. If one didn't search for supplies now, how else would they survive? Just as Wei Ming was about to leave, the AI issued an alert. Master, unauthorized personnel have appeared at the entrance to the shelter. Ha? Hadn't Huang Xian already been dealt with? Wei Ming was momentarily stunned. Display it. Yes. A wall nearby transformed into a screen, showing a group of people. They had reached the -2 floor but were blocked by the alloy door of the shelter. From their actions, it was clear they had come prepared. They were planting explosives around the door. What the hell? Are you people trying to die? Activate defense mechanisms, Wei Ming instructed while heading up in the elevator. Yes, Master. Outside, several individuals were busy setting up C4 charges when snap, a burst of electricity arced out, striking them down. Their bodies convulsed briefly before collapsing, emitting a faintly charred aroma. The shelter's electrical defense system was leagues ahead of the one Wei Ming had in his old villa. In the past, Xiaobing had to comply with legal restrictions, ensuring the voltage wasn't high enough to kill. After all, killing intruders would have landed them both in jail. But here, things were different. This shelter was designed to withstand nuclear warfare. In such a scenario, would anyone care about whether the electricity was lethal? Those 4 unlucky fools were fried on the spot. The others were utterly terrified. How had their companions suddenly ended up, well, cooked? And why did it even smell appetizing? Ambushed, said one of the men in the group, a young man in his 20s with long flowing hair and tattoo-covered arms. His brow furrowed deeply. Brother Hai, were we deceived? One of the men asked as he leaned closer. The long-haired man shook his head. That guy Chang Qian likely wouldn't dare trick us. It's highly probable that the shelter below has already been taken over. That's why the defense mechanism was activated and electrocuted Biaozi and the others just now. There's electricity? The others gasped in surprise. The long-haired youth smirked. This is a government-built shelter. Did you think it wouldn't have a generator? Oh. Everyone nodded in understanding. So, what do we do now? They were at a loss. Just as the long-haired youth was about to respond, a voice, clearly mechanical and inhuman, rang out, "You have entered a restricted area. Please leave within 1 minute, or bear the consequences." Oh, now it's threatening us, the group jeered. Come on, do your worst. Meanwhile, the long-haired youth quietly slipped into the middle of the crowd. He wasn't about to take chances. What if a machine gun suddenly emerged from some corner and started spraying bullets? But at that moment, the alloy door opened. What the? The long-haired youth and his group were baffled. Were they being invited in like honored guests? They exchanged confused glances and then rushed in together. The door opening was a good thing, right? After all, their goal in planting explosives was to get inside. However, as soon as the group reached the entrance, those in the back realized with horror that the people in front had vanished. It was as if they had entered another dimension, disappearing into thin air. The eerie scene sent shivers down their spines. The people in the rear abruptly stopped in their tracks. What the F? Someone exclaimed, but before he could finish, he was pushed forward by those behind him and disappeared mid-sentence. This left the rest of the group utterly terrified. Sigh, Wei Ming exhaled softly. The elevator doors opened, and he stepped out. Moments earlier, he had been hiding in the elevator, or he opened the spatial gate, instantly eliminating half of the intruders. When the long-haired youth saw Wei Ming, he surprisingly regained his composure and shouted, "Where are my men? What did you do to them?" "They've gone to paradise, of course," Wei Ming replied with a faint smile. "Now, it's your turn. "Take him down," the long-haired youth shouted. His subordinates immediately drew their guns and opened fire. Meanwhile, he slowly retreated 5 steps before turning around and fleeing. Wei Ming could make people disappear without a sound. Clearly, he wasn't an ordinary person but an evolver, much like the big bosses. Staying would be a death sentence. The long-haired youth was ruthless by nature. To him, his subordinates were merely tools to buy time. The sound of gunfire echoed behind him, but it lasted only a few seconds before falling silent. What's going on? Did my men kill Wei Ming? Even if Wei Ming were an evolver, how could he possibly take down so many armed men barehanded in just a few seconds? The long-haired youth stopped and turned to look. The sight nearly scared him to death. All of his men were lying in pools of blood, while Wei Ming strolled toward him casually. Impossible. In just a few seconds, you killed nearly 10 people? The long-haired youth scrambled to run, stumbling and tumbling in his panic. But he failed to notice that after taking just one step, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he realized with a jolt that he was running directly toward Wei Ming. What? Fear engulfed him entirely. He broke out in a cold sweat and turned to flee in another direction. The same thing happened. He didn't notice anything unusual, yet somehow, he found himself running toward Wei Ming again. A third time. A fourth. A fifth. After the 5th attempt, the long-haired youth finally understood that escaping Wei Ming's grasp was impossible. He was just being toyed with. He collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, his face pale with terror. His heart raced as if gripped by an icy hand. "Why aren't you running anymore?" Wei Ming asked with a smile. "Brother, tell me what you want." "As long as I can do it, I'll cooperate without hesitation," the long-haired youth said, his tone filled with obsequiousness. Wei Ming smiled. "What's your name?" "Brother, my name is High," the long-haired youth said, his face plastered with a fawning expression. After all, nobody wanted to die. Wei Ming nodded. "How did you find this place?" High quickly replied, "I'm with Miao, Boss Miao." According to his account, Miao was also an evolver, much like Zhao Guofu and the others, someone whose strength and speed far surpassed ordinary people. With such power, Miao naturally thrived in the post-apocalyptic world and became the leader of their community. One of the members of their community had been part of an engineering team before the apocalypse and had worked on this shelter's construction. Unable to survive in the new world, that person sold the information about the shelter to Miao in exchange for a few meals. However, that person didn't have the key to the main entrance and had no intention of claiming the shelter for himself. He simply traded the information for survival. Wei Ming nodded slightly and shoved High into the spatial gate. Before stepping out earlier, Wei Ming had made some upgrades to himself. Whether he needed to use them or not was another matter, but having that power in reserve was always safer. And safety was the top priority. So, when Miao realizes his men haven't returned, he'll either suspect they were killed or think they've seized the shelter for themselves and refuse to come back. Either way, he'll send someone to investigate or come himself. "Well, I'll just have to deal with him," Wei Ming muttered. He cleaned up the scene, collecting the bodies into the spatial dimension to dispose of later. As for the bloodstains, those would have to be rinsed off with water, otherwise, the stench would be unbearable. Time to start tonight's journey. Wei Ming had no intention of heading to Kong Shihao's place yet. It had only been a day, what could possibly change in that time? The character template needed at least a few days before it was worth updating. Running through the night, Wei Ming moved like a ghost. With his enhanced body, his running speed rivaled that of a motorcycle, and his stamina was incredible. He could run continuously for at least an hour, an astonishing feat. And this wasn't even the limit of his evolution. The apocalypse had brought immense destruction, nearly tearing human society apart and causing staggering death tolls. But from an evolutionary perspective, humanity, which had stagnated, was now accelerating on a new path. Wei Ming noticed a large number of motorcycles heading in the same direction. Not just one group but several. So, is there a powerful faction in that direction? Intrigued, he decided to follow them. In the dark of night, he moved like a specter, completely silent. After about 20 minutes, he stopped in front of a building. "Sheraton?" Wei Ming murmured. The hotel in front of him was brightly lit, with cars parked all around its entrance. If it weren't for the journey through the apocalypse, he might have thought he'd stepped back in time. However, the hotel's original sign had been removed and replaced with a new one, though the writing on it was so crooked and messy that it was hardly worth praising. Dragon King's Hall. Just 3 words. Wei Ming observed for a moment. A lot of people were going in, and just as many were coming out.
There were even fights breaking out. One ended with a gunshot and a man collapsing in a pool of blood. The victor promptly looted the corpse and left as if nothing had happened. Moments later, a few men emerged from the hotel with mops, carried the body away, and began cleaning the blood-stained floor. Wei Ming also saw a van pull up. A group of young women was pushed out and escorted into the hotel. Meanwhile, those coming out included some carrying food and others women whose hands were tied as they were led away like livestock.
Wei Ming understood.
This place had turned into a marketplace where anything, even people, could be traded as commodities.
Let's take a look.
Emerging from the shadows, Wei Ming walked toward the Dragon King's hall. No one gave him a second glance as he made his way there. The moment he stepped through the hotel's main doors, a cacophony of noise greeted him, loud and chaotic, like a bustling vegetable market.
A young lackey scurried over with enthusiasm. "Brother, it's your first time here, isn't it?" Wei Ming chuckled. "That obvious?"
As he spoke, he activated his spatial radar to scan the area.
There were 16 people in his immediate vicinity.
None of them were revolvers, but 12 carried guns, and 15 had knives. Some were armed with both.
Not exactly a friendly crowd.
"Heh, being a runner means having sharp eyes is crucial," the lackey said.
"Brother, let me give you a proper introduction. This Dragon King's hall was founded by our boss, Brother Long.
It's a massive marketplace where you can find anything you need: guns, beautiful women, even celebrities."
Noticing a flicker of curiosity in Wei Ming's expression, the lackey quickly elaborated. "For example, today, there's going to be an auction for a big-name celebrity.
She used to be really famous, but after some scandals and leaked photos, she got demoted to a third-tier star. Zhao Mei, her starting bid is 1,000 dragon coins."
"Dragon coins?" Wei Ming asked, surprised. Was this some sort of cryptocurrency?
He wasn't particularly interested in the celebrity. After all, she was pushing 40, and he had no interest in such old eagles. "Oh, it's the currency issued by our brother Long," the lackey explained.
"All transactions here are done using dragon coins." "Wow, that's impressive."
Wei Ming was astonished.
This brother Long essentially controlled his own currency. Wasn't that as good as minting money? It reminded him of how certain countries dominated global finance. Why could they exploit the world? Because they controlled global currency issuance.
But those nations could maintain their dominance through military power. Though declining, their strength was still formidable enough to sustain their hegemony, at least for now.
For Brother Long to successfully implement his currency here, he must have immense strength backing him. Without it, someone would have already taken over this operation.
"Brother, if you want to shop here, you'll need to exchange your money for dragon coins. Alternatively, you could set up a stall and sell goods to earn dragon coins," the lackey continued.
"Bartering is strictly forbidden. If you're caught, well, let's just say it won't end well." Bartering bypassed Brother Long's currency system, undermining his authority.
Such behavior would clearly be seen as a threat to his profits.
Was this guy an economist before the apocalypse?
Wei Ming found the idea amusing but didn't press. Instead, he smiled.
"I'll take a look around first. If I find something interesting, I'll exchange for dragon coins." The lackey eagerly nodded, showing no sign of irritation.
His sharp eyes told him all he needed to know. In this post-apocalyptic world, most people looked emaciated and haggard.
But Wei Ming, despite the sweltering heat, was radiating vitality.
His appearance alone screamed that he had never known hardship.
In a world where everyone struggled to survive, what did that mean?
Wei Ming was loaded with resources, unbothered by hunger or thirst.
And in this new world, the only hard currency was food and water. This naturally made Wei Ming a new age tycoon.
Inside Dragon King's hall, the more dragon coins a customer exchanged, the larger the commission earned by their guide, 2% of the total.
For the lackey, Wei Ming's wealth directly impacted his earnings, so how could he not be attentive? Accompanied by the lackey, Wei Ming began exploring.
The first-floor lobby had been entirely converted into a marketplace. Vendors were shouting, customers were haggling, it was lively and bustling.
At first glance, it didn't seem like the apocalypse at all.
But then, Wei Ming noticed what they were selling: guns, ammunition, and women.
That was unmistakably post-apocalyptic.
"Brother, we don't charge stall fees here. But if you have your eye on a spot that's already taken, you can pay dragon coins, and we'll evict the occupant for you," the lackey explained. "Anything can be sold here, except rice and purified water." Those can only be exchanged for dragon coins, or you can use dragon coins to buy them back, but, of course, there's a handling fee.
Wei Ming smiled. So, what's the most valuable thing here? Women, of course, especially former celebrities or internet influencers. Oh, and there are rich women who buy male stars too. We've already received a few orders, the lackey said with a grin. Our Dragon King's Hall has only been open for 6 days, so the women we have are still limited to High City. But given time, I'm sure we'll have foreign celebrities too. Was this a sales pitch?
Cigarettes are also a luxury now, the lackey continued.
Even in the apocalypse, some people are desperate for a smoke. A pack of regular Honmei goes for 20 dragon coins, and soft Zhonghua? 100 dragon coins. Brother, remember that celebrity I mentioned earlier?
She used to be a top-tier star, but her starting bid is just 1,000 dragon coins. Now imagine 100 dragon coins for a single pack of cigarettes.
Doesn't that show how valuable they've become?
Wei Ming nodded in agreement.
That made sense.
If you have cigarettes, Dragon King's Hall will buy them directly, but at 80% of their value.
The upside is they'll take any quantity you have.
Otherwise, you'd have to sell them individually, which could take days.
Smart.
Buying cigarettes at 80% of their value, charging fees for rice and water exchanges, and controlling the currency itself, Brother Long had turned his operation into a money-making machine. And if he controlled the currency, there was no deal too big for him to handle. But with such immense profits, it wouldn't be long before someone challenged him for control. Either they'd try to take over his business or set up a competing operation, like a Phoenix Palace. A war between factions would inevitably break out, ending with one side's total annihilation. Currency monopolies could only belong to one person or one group.
Brother, there's not much worthwhile on the first floor. The good stuff is on the second floor, including the auction hall, the lackey said, trying to upsell.
But you'll need to show assets worth at least 1,000 dragon coins to go up there.
Is this a form of PUA manipulation or just guided consumption?
Before Wei Ming could say anything, the lackey continued, also, our Dragon King's Hall offers a variety of entertainment options, lodging, dining, and even services from beautiful women.
As long as you have dragon coins, you'll be treated like an emperor here.
Brother, why don't you exchange some dragon coins, and I'll take you to the second floor for a little eye-opener.
Well, aren't you clever? Wei Ming thought for a moment. He was indeed curious and said, all right, I'll go to the car and grab some goods.
Got it. The lackey beamed, his face lighting up with joy. Brother, rest assured, as long as you're inside Dragon King's Hall, you're absolutely safe. If anyone dares make a move here, Brother Dong, Brother Dao, and the others will make sure they don't see the next sunrise.
That explains the sense of security. No wonder Wei Ming had seen people fighting outside the hotel. It seemed fighting inside was strictly forbidden.
They had to wait until they stepped out. This Brother Long must have some real clout. After all, this was the apocalypse, where order had long since collapsed.
For him to maintain such a strict order within the hotel showed that he indeed had power. Otherwise, who would bother following the rules? Chaos and robbery would make business impossible.
Wei Ming left the hotel and slipped into the shadows. From his spatial dimension, he retrieved a black garbage bag and stuffed 3 cartons of Zhonghua cigarettes inside. A single carton of cigarettes was worth 100 dragon coins. Even at an 80% buyback rate, that was 800 coins per carton, and 3 cartons totaled 2,400 coins, more than enough to access the second floor. To be fair, Wei Ming didn't have many Zhonghua cigarettes left in his spatial stash, but he did have plenty of cigars and foreign brands. However, Dragon King's Hall didn't directly accept those for exchange, requiring him to find buyers, which would be too troublesome. And dragon coins themselves were essentially worthless pieces of paper.
Why would he bother collecting so many?
The more he exchanged, the more resources he'd be handing over to Brother Long.
Only a fool would do that. With the cigarettes ready, Wei Ming walked back to the hotel. The place was as lively as ever, with people bustling in and out. Wei Ming. Is that you, Wei Ming?
A surprised voice suddenly called out. Wei Ming turned to look. The speaker was a woman wearing a cheongsam, though her figure lacked the curves to pull it off.
Gui Zihue.
After a moment's thought, Wei Ming remembered her. Gui Zihue had been a college classmate of his, not in the same class, though. She was a moderately attractive girl who had once pursued him. Not because she was in love with him, but because she wanted to marry into his household and gain high city residency. Wei Ming hadn't accepted her advances at the time, as he had a crush on another girl in their class. That crush had gone nowhere. Wei Ming never confessed his feelings before graduation. After losing his parents in a tragic accident, he withdrew into himself and became a different person. Otherwise, he might never have fallen victim to Zhuo Qingqing's PUA tactics. Even knowing she was a parasitic enabler for her family, he couldn't let go, allowing the Zhuo family to exploit him for nearly a year. In his previous life, he had even died at their hands.
You know each other? Wei Zihui wasn't alone.
She was accompanied by a man whose hand rested on her waist and occasionally slid down to grope her. Yes, a college classmate who once chased after me, though I wasn't interested. Wei Zihui replied with a disdainful look. Ha, so just a toad, then, her companion sneered. He gave Wei Ming a once-over and, spotting the garbage bag in his hand, snorted, "This is Dragon King's Hall.
Everything here is valuable, yet you're walking around with a trash bag? What are you trying to do?"
Maybe he's one of the hotel staff, Wei Zihui suggested mockingly, clearly trying to belittle Wei Ming.
Wei Ming rubbed his nose.
"Since you're flipping the truth, don't blame me for exposing you."
Before he could respond, the lackey from earlier came up eagerly. "Brother, got your goods? Come, I'll take you to the exchange counter."
He even took the garbage bag from Wei Ming, though he hesitated briefly, surprised by how light it was. After all, 3 cartons of cigarettes didn't weigh much. Seeing the hotel staff approach, Wei Zihui and her companion realized they had misjudged the situation. Wei Ming clearly wasn't working at the hotel but was a guest, just like them.
However, noticing the lackey's momentary surprise, they burst into laughter. "So, still trying to play the big shot, huh?" Wei Zihui jeered.
Poor people should just accept their lot in life instead of embarrassing themselves.
The hotel prohibited fighting, but verbal sparring? That was fair game.
Wei Ming glanced at her in mild confusion.
Did they have some deep grudge he'd forgotten about?
All he'd done was reject her when she'd pursued him.
Was that really worth calling him out and mocking him? Was she crazy?
What Wei Ming didn't understand was the psychology at play. To Wei Zihui, she had never truly been interested in him, she'd only chased him for his high-city residency. Being rejected by him back then was a blow to her pride, something she couldn't swallow. In the past, all she could do was vent her frustration in private, writing rants about average men and uninspiring losers.
But now,
in this post-apocalyptic world, the wealth gap and social hierarchies were more extreme than ever. Wei Zihui had managed to latch onto a big shot who had guns and underlings waiting outside the hotel. In her mind, this put her firmly above Wei Ming and finally gave her the chance to trample on him. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Wei Ming chuckled faintly. He hadn't intended to show off, but since she insisted on offering herself up for humiliation, he decided to oblige. "Let's go," he said, walking briskly ahead. "Brother, not that way, this way," the lackey quickly corrected. They changed direction. Seeing this, Wei Zihui and her companion became even more convinced that Wei Ming didn't have anything valuable to exchange and was trying to slip away.
"Sweetheart, let's follow him and watch him embarrass himself,"
Wei Zihui said coquettishly. "Sure," the man agreed immediately. His name was Xu Xing, previously the head of security for a small neighborhood. He'd managed to rise to power in the apocalypse by acquiring a gun and becoming the leader of his community. Wei Zihui, one of the tenants, had thrown herself at him willingly. For Xu Xing, this was his chance to flaunt his newfound status. He especially loved seeing former elites reduced to begging like dogs. It made him feel invincible. The two followed Wei Ming closely.
"You want to avoid humiliation? Too bad, we're here to watch." Guided by the lackey, Wei Ming quickly arrived at the exchange counter on the first floor. It wasn't far.
Wei Zihui also caught up, taking the opportunity to mock him again.
"Wei Ming, why bother?
Poor is poor, why embarrass yourself like this?"
She laughed so hard her whole body shook.
Wei Ming glanced at her and shook his head.
"If your body's sagging that much, you shouldn't laugh like that. Something might fall out." Wei Zihui's laughter stopped abruptly.
Her face flushed red, then purple with rage. Xu Xing was, of course, furious, but remembering the rules of Dragon King's Hall, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Keep running your filthy mouth for now, but once we're outside, I'll kill you." Wei Ming ignored him. People like this weren't worth the trouble, just kill them if necessary.
Why bother with pointless arguments?
At this moment, the lackey opened the garbage bag, and with a quick glance, his entire face lit up with excitement.
Cigarettes, Zhenghua, no less.
While cigarettes weren't food, they were in high demand. In the apocalypse, with stress levels through the roof, a puff of smoke to ease the tension felt like a godsend. As such, cigarettes had taken on the qualities of a hard currency. Of course, most people could only afford 1 or 2 loose cigarettes at most, and they'd usually be cheap off-brand ones. Only the big bosses could afford to smoke Zhonghua. 3 cartons of Zhonghua. What kind of value was that? The market price was 3,000 dragon coins, and even at the 80% exchange rate, it still amounted to 2,400 dragon coins. Dragon King's Hall would pocket a 600 coin profit, while the lackey would earn 2% commission, that's 48 dragon coins. Don't underestimate that amount. Here, food and lodging for a single day cost only 1 dragon coin. This single transaction would allow the lackey to feast and party for over a month. How could he not be thrilled? He quickly took out the 3 cartons and handed them to the exchange staff for authentication. They were genuine. The staff counted out 24 bills and handed them to the lackey. The so-called dragon coins were just printed notes with red-inked denominations. Each of the 24 bills was marked as 100 coins, stamped with the character dragon as a counterfeiting measure. Wei Ming couldn't help but find it amusing. Was a simple stamp really supposed to prevent forgery? Granted, it was the apocalypse, so crude currency was understandable, but this. It was clear Brother Long was laser-focused on making money. Oh well. Wei Ming wasn't lacking in resources, he was only here to look around. Brother, here you go. The lackey handed Wei Ming the 24 bills. His commission wouldn't be given immediately but was recorded for later. His respect for Wei Ming, however, rose to new heights. Money commands respect. Wei Ming smiled faintly and pocketed the bills. Let's go check out the second floor, he said. Right this way. The lackey led the way eagerly. Throughout the entire process, Gui Zihui and Xu Xing remained silent. The earlier humiliation had hit them too hard, and they hadn't yet recovered. But as Wei Ming walked further away, Gui Zihui couldn't resist calling out in a sweet voice, "Darling, I want to go to the second floor too." If Wei Ming could go, why couldn't she? Xu Xing shot her an angry glare. Go to hell. Access to the second floor required assets worth at least 1,000 dragon coins. How many did Xu Xing have? Not even 100. Unless someone had more resources than they could use, who would bother exchanging that many dragon coins? It would just make them an easier target for exploitation. What was Xu Xing here to buy? Bullets. 1 gun was enough, but bullets were consumable. He needed enough ammunition to maintain his position of power. Wei Zihui, rebuffed, looked frustrated. She glanced up longingly at the second floor, her face filled with envy. Before the apocalypse, she had been an ordinary person. After the apocalypse, she was still an ordinary person. She couldn't accept it. Wei Ming reached the staircase, where 2 guards politely stopped him. Honored guest, access to the second floor requires an asset check, they said courteously. Having a guide with him indicated Wei Ming likely met the requirements, but protocol was protocol. Wei Ming pulled out his bills and showed them to the guards. The guards only glanced at them briefly, as the lackey beside Wei Ming discreetly nodded in confirmation. Please. They returned the dragon coins and stepped aside. Wei Ming ascended the stairs and quickly arrived on the second floor. Compared to the bustling first floor, the second floor was much quieter. Soft music played, and the air conditioning was noticeably cooler. Still, its essence hadn't changed. It was a market. There were still stalls, but the goods on offer were significantly more luxurious. For example, Maotai, which had been a premium liquor before the apocalypse, was still a luxury here, selling for 10 dragon coins a bottle. Meanwhile, the first floor offered bottles of generic liquor for just 1 dragon coin. There were even grenades for sale. They were casually displayed without concern that someone might accidentally or intentionally pull the pin. It was a testament to how unhinged people had become in the apocalypse. Wei Ming mentally counted. It was only the 27th day of the apocalypse. How had humanity adapted to this new reality so quickly, as if years had passed? Brother, the auction is about to start. Would you like to take a look? The lackey asked. Wei Ming nodded. Let's go. They entered a large room that had once been a conference hall, now converted into an auction venue. A man stood on the stage, while fewer than 20 people sat scattered among the seats. Clearly, not many people could or were willing to part with 1,000 dragon coins. After all, the more dragon coins you exchanged, the more Dragon King's Hall profited at your expense. Wei Ming found a seat and sat down, while the lackey stood attentively beside him. This was the treatment reserved for VIP guests. With a quick scan of his spatial radar, Wei Ming assessed the room.
Among the dozen or so attendees, 7 were evolvers.
Based on their cellular strength, they were on par with Gao Lingtian. Even so, Wei Ming recorded their templates just in case. It cost him nothing. After about 5 minutes, the auctioneer announced the start of the event. Dragon King's Hall had been open for 7 days, but this was only the second auction. The first had taken place the previous day. The auction began without much fanfare. The first item on offer was a submachine gun with 1,000 rounds of ammunition.
Its starting price was 1,500 dragon coins, more expensive than the yet-to-appear celebrity.
Of course, the final sale price remained to be seen.
Some people had unique preferences.
Wei Ming smirked. It was impressive how quickly someone had managed to acquire a submachine gun just days after the acid rain had stopped.
Its firepower far exceeded that of a handgun and could even threaten evolvers.
Whoever was bold enough to sell such a weapon clearly wasn't afraid of the consequences. Naturally, Wei Ming wasn't interested. His spatial dimension was already stocked with submachine guns and countless rounds of ammunition. Such weapons were incredibly common in Brazil, and Wei Ming had collected plenty. He even had a few handheld rocket launchers, though those were limited and hadn't yet found a use. The submachine gun sold for 1,800 dragon coins to a mustachioed man, one of the 7 evolvers. His wealth likely stemmed from his status as an evolver. The second auction item was a group of women, about a dozen, paraded onto the stage in bikinis. Their bodies were fully exposed, making it easy to judge their figures, whether their assets were real or enhanced, and whether they had any signs of childbirth. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure many of you recognize this star," the auctioneer said with a knowing smirk, gesturing toward the woman at the front. "Even if you haven't seen her movies or TV shows, you've probably seen her private films. Her infamous scandal has surely graced your computer screens, providing countless hours of entertainment.
Congratulations, everyone. She's right here before you. For just a little money, you can own a former A-list celebrity. Zhao Mei. She's famous for her big breasts. Come on, let's give everyone a good look. Are they really that big?"
The once famous star stood on the stage with a numb expression, showcasing her curvaceous figure to the audience. She was indeed big, but her chest had noticeably sagged over time.
Wei Ming glanced at her.
The former celebrity no longer had her dazzling charm. Her complexion was dull, and even with makeup, she couldn't conceal her haggard appearance. The dark circles under her eyes were severe, and faint wrinkles crept around the corners of her eyes.
After all, she was nearing 40. Celebrities, constantly exposed to camera flashes, aged faster than regular people. Nasolabial folds were to be expected, but the dark circles hinted at something more. She hadn't been sleeping well.
A closer look revealed bruises on her body. Clearly, she had been mistreated in recent days, likely played with to the point of leaving marks. Wei Ming wasn't interested in her to begin with, and knowing she had been abused by countless others only made her even less appealing. He had grown picky after having access to better options.
1,000 dragon coins. "Is there any gentleman here who wants to bring home this beauty?" the auctioneer shouted loudly. But no one bid. This seemed to surprise the former celebrity.
Her eyes scanned the crowd, and a faint trace of defiance flickered in her gaze.
She was a celebrity, after all. How could no one want her?
Clearly, the audience wasn't foolish.
Spending 1,000 dragon coins on a nearly 40-year-old woman? Who would do that? These days, finding beautiful women wasn't hard.
Yes, she was once a star, but that was in the past. Her celebrity status had long since faded.
Without the allure of fame, how was she any different from another middle-aged woman? More endowed? A little prettier? That was it.
Even the auctioneer hadn't expected this.
Growing anxious, he began lowering the price. 800 dragon coins.
Yet even at 800 coins, no one stepped forward.
What now? The price dropped again. 600 dragon coins.
Still, there were no takers.
The celebrity's numb expression gave way to desperation.
She put on a pitiful look, her watery eyes scanning the crowd, pausing on each face for 3 to 5 seconds in an attempt to stir their protective instincts or desire for possession. She didn't want to stay here. In just 2 days since being sent here, she had been tormented relentlessly. After a day with Brother Long, his trusted aides had taken turns abusing her. The pain was unbearable. If she stayed here, she doubted she'd survive 10 days. Being bought by someone offered at least a glimmer of hope. Perhaps one of her old fans might save her? She wasn't dreaming of luxury or riches, but at least serving one man would be better than enduring endless humiliation from countless others. And yet, the result was the same, no one bid. The auctioneer didn't lower the price further. The acquisition price for the star had been 500 dragon coins. Dropping the price below that would mean taking a loss even if the dragon coins were their own creation. Damn it, can't even sell her for 600 dragon coins, the auctioneer cursed under his breath before waving his hand. Take her upstairs. The celebrity struggled, but she was forcibly dragged away. Smiling again, the auctioneer addressed the crowd, "Gentlemen, if you're interested in this former celebrity, you can find her upstairs in the Garden of Pleasures. For just 2 dragon coins a night, she's all yours." This piqued some interest. 2 dragon coins for a night with a former star? While still a bit pricey, it could fulfill a long-held fantasy. Back when her scandalous photos were leaked, how many men had been excited? 2 dragon coins was nothing for the wealthy men here, each with at least 1,000 dragon coins to their name. Next came the other women. Without the halo of celebrity, their starting bids were much lower, just 20 dragon coins. Several buyers eagerly competed for them, and one by one, the women were sold. Wei Ming, however, refrained from bidding. First, he wasn't interested. Second, he disliked the nature of this trade. He preferred dealing directly with the women themselves. Why let a third party take a cut or even the full price? Not a chance. Before long, all the women were sold, leaving just the final auction item for the day. Dry ice. It could rapidly cool the air, even during the scorching daytime. However, its effects were short-lived, making it an incredibly extravagant way to stay cool. The starting bid was 100 dragon coins. Wei Ming thought no one would buy it, but to his surprise, 5 people began bidding against each other. The final price reached 190 dragon coins, leaving Wei Ming astonished. It made sense, though. He had access to polar glaciers, lived in an underground shelter, and was unaffected by the heat. For others, enduring the daytime temperatures was torture. Dry ice, while extravagant, was an invaluable backup. Imagine negotiating with another bigwig, placing dry ice in the room to instantly lower the temperature. What a power move! With the auction over, Wei Ming stood to leave. The lackey hurried after him, saying, "Brother, how about heading to the 10th floor for some fun? The KTV isn't operational right now, it uses too much power, but you could find a girl and enjoy a nice full-service experience." Wei Ming merely smiled. If he wasn't interested in the auction celebrity, why would the local working girls appeal to him? How about the casino on the 1st floor, the lackey suggested eagerly. After all, any service Wei Ming used would earn him a commission, so the lackey was enthusiastic. Wei Ming still wasn't interested. What use were dragon coins? To buy supplies? Did he lack supplies? His stockpile likely surpassed the combined global reserves. Most of the world's food had spoiled, leaving only non-perishable items like canned goods. Compared to the billions of resources Wei Ming had acquired, it was no contest. As for water, the polar glaciers accounted for 80% of the Earth's freshwater reserves. On top of that, Wei Ming had a trump card, fruit. Who else had access to fresh fruit now? Anyone? Even if he brought out a single apple or orange, it would sell for an astronomical price. Wei Ming descended to the 1st floor. He had 2,400 dragon coins and intended to spend them. Letting them sit idle would be wasteful. If he wanted, he could even open a similar trading hub. Unlike others, he wasn't relying on empty promises. With billions of resources at his disposal, or even just freshwater, he could easily sustain a massive operation. It was worth considering. Wei Ming wandered the 1st floor, noting that gasoline was being sold 10 dragon coins per barrel. It wasn't cheap. He decided to buy 100 dragon coins worth. He didn't buy more to avoid revealing his spatial dimension. 10 barrels were already a strain to carry, how could anyone explain hauling more? The lackey was a bit disappointed that Wei Ming had purchased gasoline from another vendor, no commission for him. Still, with 48 dragon coins already earned today, he was in high spirits and cheerfully escorted Wei Ming out of the hotel. As Wei Ming left, Xu Xing emerged from the shadows with Gui Zihui in his arms, followed by a group of lackeys. "Leave the dragon coins and the gasoline, then get on your knees and beg for mercy." "Maybe I'll spare your life," Xu Xing said coolly, twirling a pistol in one hand while groping Gui Zihui with the other. In the apocalypse, killing and robbery were as common as breathing. Did this surprise Wei Ming? Of course not. Although he had no personal grudge against Xu Xing, with Gui Zihui fanning the flames, he had already guessed Xu Xing would try to ambush him outside the hotel.
Sure enough, no surprises there. Kneel down and crawl over to lick my shoes. Gui Zihui shrieked excitedly. Back in school, I had to chase after you, and you dared to ignore me? Humph, now you're only worthy of licking my shoes. You heard what my woman said, didn't you?
Xu Xing aimed his pistol at Wei Ming's leg. If Wei Ming didn't kneel, Xu Xing wouldn't hesitate to shoot through his thigh. He had 100 rounds of ammunition, enough to last a long time.
Gui Zihui's face was smug as she extended a foot. Swish! Wei Ming's figure blurred.
Xu Xing felt a sharp pain in his right hand, and Gui Zihui cried out as excruciating pain shot through her left leg.
Ah!
The two screamed simultaneously. What had happened? Xu Xing's right hand, still clutching the gun, had been twisted into something resembling a pretzel, while Gui Zihui's leg was bent at an unnatural angle. Wei Ming had moved in a burst of speed, seizing Xu Xing's right hand and twisting it, snapping all 5 fingers. He then followed up with a swift kick to Gui Zihui's shin, breaking her leg so severely that it bent into a horrifying arc. Wei Ming casually took the pistol from Xu Xing's mangled hand, the movement causing Xu Xing's severed fingers to fall to the ground one by one, blood dripping incessantly. He turned to Xu Xing's lackeys.
The group trembled as they took several steps back. Who dared to confront him? Wei Ming was clearly one of the fabled evolvers. These two are yours now.
Do with them as you wish, Wei Ming said with a smile.
The lackeys exchanged glances, then suddenly turned savage. They dragged Xu Xing and Gui Zihui into the darkness.
Before long, Xu Xing's screams abruptly stopped, but Gui Zihui's cries continued. Clearly, their fates were different, but both were doomed. Stretching lazily, Wei Ming glanced at the time, just after 4 a.m.
Might as well explore a bit more.
He faded into the shadows, stowing the barrels of gasoline into his spatial dimension.
However, collecting gasoline on someone else's turf wasn't efficient. Even if he brought a tanker truck, how much could he realistically gather in one trip? Not to mention the constant interruptions from fools trying to cause trouble.
Opening his own trading hub would solve the problem entirely.
If he needed manpower, Zhao Guofu could help.
Zhao would likely jump at the chance. Setting up a market would be a goldmine, sparing Zhao the hassle of scavenging for supplies.
It was feasible. Of course, creating his own market would inevitably encroach on Brother Long's territory, leading to a showdown.
One side would have to die or submit entirely. Tomorrow, I'll scope out Dragon King's Hall to assess how many evolvers they have and how strong they are, Wei Ming murmured. Then I'll bring Zhao Guofu along to take them out. After that, I'll take over Dragon King's Hall myself.
That'll save some trouble.
He pulled out his satellite phone and called Zhao Guofu.
Half a minute later, the call connected. Zhao's straightforward voice came through. What do you need me to do? There was no need for pleasantries between them.
Wei Ming explained his idea. Hearing that someone had set up a trading hub and was essentially printing money, Zhao Guofu couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, that's even more lucrative than robbing a bank."
Wei Ming chuckled. Robbing a bank gets you executed.
Printing money doesn't, but it requires strength to back it up.
Otherwise, someone else will reap the rewards. When do we act? Zhao asked directly.
He had once promised that he would do anything Wei Ming asked, even if it meant risking his life. And this wasn't a suicide mission. If they succeeded, it would bring them unimaginable wealth.
Wei Ming replied, I'll check things out tomorrow to gauge their strength before making a move.
Alright, I'll wait for your signal, Zhao said. Wei Ming hung up and returned to his shelter.
Before long, dawn broke.
Looking at the 8 beauties in his shelter, especially the 4 led by Song Qingyun, each a stunning goddess, he thought to himself, how could any of them not surpass Xiaomei? Younger, more beautiful, with better figures. As noon approached, Wei Ming quietly slipped out.
Why in the daytime?
Because people's routines had shifted, they rested during the day and moved at night.
If he went to Dragon King's Hall now, everyone would likely be asleep.
Besides, no one ventured out during the day due to the deadly rays in the sunlight. Not to mention the scorching heat.
Who could endure it?
Now was the perfect time to scout.
Wei Ming checked his map and planned his route. He decided to start by entering the subway station.
From there, he could walk part of the way underground before surfacing to cover the remaining 2 kilometers to Dragon King's Hall. Opening a spatial gate above his head, he absorbed all incoming sunlight, plunging his surroundings into complete darkness.
The effect was eerie, a cube of solid blackness moving silently.
If this were featured on a science show, it would easily fill 5 episodes.
Entering the subway station, Wei Ming moved forward.
When he reached the waiting area, he was surprised to find it filled with people sprawled out, sleeping in every direction.
It made sense.
Subway stations were built underground, deeper and cooler than parking garages, making them an ideal refuge. Wei Ming hadn't considered this option because his living conditions were so comfortable.
With ice to cool the air, why bother with alternatives?
"Who's there?" someone shouted, their light sleep disturbed. The cry woke many others, and soon, more than 100 people stirred. There were about 80 men and 20 women, probably the limit this group could support.
Resources only dwindled over time.
Soon enough, this place would see a reduction in numbers.
Wei Ming smiled. Just passing through. Go back to sleep.
He strode confidently down the stairs toward the tracks.
At this point, direction didn't matter, either track would do. Damn, so cocky. Kill him.
The men hesitated briefly, then all charged toward him.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and the charging men froze in their tracks. The man at the front fell to the ground, a bullet hole in his forehead, fresh blood gushing from the wound.
Wei Ming blew on the muzzle of his gun and smirked. Anyone else?
The crowd hastily retreated, none daring to advance further.
Well then, I'll be on my way.
Wei Ming leaped over the safety gate and landed on the subway tracks.
He paused briefly to confirm his direction, ensuring he didn't head the wrong way.
No one dared to stop him. They were already terrified by the gunshot, not to mention that Wei Ming's leap had been far beyond the capabilities of a normal human.
Who would provoke someone like him? The men dragged the fallen body away and then went back to sleep. In the apocalypse, death was just too common.
Wei Ming walked along the subway tracks, not sprinting at full speed but still maintaining a decent pace.
10 minutes later, he arrived at the next station.
This time, he wasn't surprised to find more people lying around in the waiting area, just like before, mostly men, with a few women.
He didn't stop and kept moving.
One station after another, until 8 stations later, he finally left the subway tracks. Of course, he encountered more conflicts along the way, but a quick flash of his gun was enough to make his would-be opponents back off without a fight.
Wei Ming emerged from the subway station, stepping into the sunlight.
If anyone had seen him, they'd probably have been so shocked they'd swallow their tongue.
But with 99% of people lazing around indoors, curtains tightly drawn, who would be watching the outside world? And what was there to see outside? Who could walk in broad daylight under the sun? No one.
That's why, when Wei Ming arrived at Dragon King's Hall, he found the main doors locked and no one standing guard.
Teleport. Wei Ming entered the building and began searching floor by floor. The heat inside was stifling. All work areas were empty, and everyone else was resting in their rooms.
With temperatures nearing 60 degrees Celsius 140 degrees Fahrenheit, it was a miracle people weren't dropping dead from the heat.
Moving around energetically was out of the question.
Even evolvers were affected to some extent.
Being resistant to heat didn't mean they weren't bothered by it. Wei Ming methodically worked his way up.
While he didn't expect to find any evolvers among the lower-level personnel, he still scanned the floors with his spatial radar to be absolutely sure.
He didn't bother killing anyone.
Once he took over the place, these people could work for him. After an hour, only the top 3 floors remained unchecked.
Wei Ming grew more cautious.
Although he was using Gao Lingtian's template, giving him combat abilities far beyond normal humans, Dragon King's Hall likely had more than one evolver. It was best to stay careful.
3rd to last floor.
Using his spatial radar several times, Wei Ming confirmed there were no evolvers on this floor either. However, frequent use of the radar had reached his limit, so he sat down to rest.
After half an hour of recovery, he moved to the 2nd to last floor. Aha, found them.
There were evolvers on this floor, and not just one.
2.
Their cellular strength was similar to Gao Lingtian's, meaning they were on par with Wei Ming in this state.
Both were asleep, each with a woman lying beside them.
Among the women was the former celebrity he had seen before, now with fresh bruises marring her body.
Was Brother Long one of these two? Or was he on the top floor? Wei Ming proceeded to the top floor. Spatial radar, activate. There were 3 people on this floor, 1 man and 2 women, all sleeping. The 2 women were ordinary humans, attractive and youthful.
However, in the current state of the world, drinking water was a luxury, let alone bathing.
Their physical condition left much to be desired.
The man was an overweight individual in his 30s. Normally, someone of his size wouldn't stop sweating in this heat, but the extreme temperature meant any sweat evaporated immediately, sparing the bed from being drenched. This man, however, was an evolver. But something was off, his cellular structure was different. Wei Ming was intrigued. Aside from himself, this was the first time he had encountered an evolver with a distinct template. Retreat. Wei Ming descended the stairs and exited Dragon King's hall. Instead of leaving entirely, he entered an empty office building next door. After confirming it was unoccupied, he relaxed. Safe. Wei Ming entered his spatial dimension and adjusted his cellular structure to mimic Brother Long's template. When he emerged, he began experimenting with his new abilities. A few minutes later, strength, speed, reaction time, and even defense all fall short compared to Gao Lingtian and Zhao Guofu's templates. By that logic, the two evolvers under Brother Long should be the leaders, not him. He frowned, puzzled. I must not have discovered the correct way to use this ability. After further experimentation, something remarkable happened. Wei Ming's body sprouted numerous bone spikes. With a thought, he fired them in all directions. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The bone spikes embedded themselves deeply into the surrounding furniture and walls. Against wooden surfaces, they pierced straight through, and against metal, they penetrated about half an inch. The destructive power was astonishing. With a slight shake, Wei Ming regenerated a new set of bone spikes. But after firing 7 volleys, he felt an intense wave of weakness and hunger, rendering him unable to produce an 8th set. Brother Long's current body can only fire 7 volleys of bone spikes before reaching his limit. Wei Ming now fully understood the capability and limitations of this new ability. This was the brilliance of his spatial powers. Brother Long didn't even need to use his ability in front of Wei Ming. His strengths, weaknesses, and even his ability itself had already been replicated. No wonder he's the boss. These bone spikes are even deadlier than bullets. Even Zhao Guofu's current defenses wouldn't hold up to a close-range volley. The chance of instant death is at least 90%. Too bad you're up against me. Wei Ming chuckled. With his spatial gate, he could nullify all 7 volleys. What would Brother Long do then? Let's wait until Zhao Guofu arrives tonight to act. Better leave some work for him, let him feel a sense of ownership. Wei Ming decided to stay in the office building. Thanks to his custom-designed clothes with ice compartments, he could keep cool by replenishing the ice and draining the melted water periodically. The minimal ice consumption was negligible for him. Switching back to Gao Lingtian's template, he found it the most versatile overall. By evening, after devouring a large amount of beef, Wei Ming felt fully recharged. Around 8 p.m., Zhao Guofu called. I'm outside Dragon King's hall. Wei Ming nodded. I'll be right out to meet you. With that, he exited the office building. Not far away, Zhao Guofu leaned against a motorcycle, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Seeing Wei Ming approach, Zhao Guofu immediately tossed his cigarette to the ground and grinned. Wei Ming, I'm already getting excited. Wei Ming activated his spatial radar for a quick scan. As expected, Zhao Guofu had improved since the last time. The enhancement wasn't huge, but it was noticeable. And it had only been a few days. What would Zhao Guofu evolve into after a month or even 6 months? But why could other evolvers keep advancing while Wei Ming seemingly couldn't? Wei Ming fell into thought for a moment. Was it because his spatial dimension was so vast that he had started at max level? No, that wasn't it. He immediately dismissed the idea. Previously, he could only use his spatial radar at its maximum range about 100 times in one go. Now, he could manage around 102 times. At first, he assumed this was just natural progress from repeated use, but it was also possible that he was continuously evolving, albeit subtly. Even if it was just a 2% improvement. Did he envy others? Of course not. Theoretically, as long as an evolver stood before him, Wei Ming could replicate their template and use his spatial dimension to paste himself into the same state, instantly gaining their abilities. Naturally, he wouldn't be familiar with their unique powers, so in a direct fight, he would lose. But then there was his spatial ability. What could even compare to the power of a spatial gate? Am I already standing at the pinnacle of evolution? At the very least, I'm halfway up the mountain. Zhao Guofu noticed Wei Ming zoning out and called out, Wei Ming? Wei Ming? Wei Ming nodded. Let's go inside. Sure. Zhao Guofu grinned. I'll follow your lead, just point at whoever you want me to deal with. As they entered, a lackey immediately came over to greet them. It wasn't the same one from the previous day, but Wei Ming didn't care and directly stated that they wanted to play in the upstairs casino. The lackey's eyes lit up. Playing in their casino? However much you bring, you'll lose it all.
The more Wei Ming lost, the bigger the lackey's commission would be. This way, brothers. Right this way. The lackey eagerly led the way.
At the staircase leading to the second floor, the pair faced the usual asset check. Wei Ming had exchanged 2,400 dragon coins the previous day and only spent 100, leaving him with 2,300. Splitting it evenly with Zhao Guofu, both of them had over 1,000 coins each, and they passed the check without issue.
When they reached the second floor, Zhao Guofu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement.
They were both occupying hotels, but the outcomes were worlds apart. Zhao still had to work tirelessly to gather supplies, mostly food and energy, to sustain the nearly 100 women in his hotel and run air conditioning at night to endure the heat.
But here?
All they needed was a stamp and a number to print money. And this money could be used to buy almost anything, even people.
The difference in ingenuity was staggering. Why hadn't he thought of it? No matter.
He only needed to take this place over.
The two entered the casino. Even in the apocalypse, the casino was thriving. Scantily clad women acted as dealers, stimulating the male patrons' adrenaline and keeping the atmosphere electric.
Wei Ming approached a table for betting on dice totals big or small. This was the simplest type of gambling. 100 dragon coins on big, Wei Ming said, tossing a note onto the table.
The crowd couldn't help but stare. What a bold bet!
Even the female dealer's breath quickened.
Was this a big spender?
She flirtatiously winked at Wei Ming and said, "Place your bets, no more bets."
Reveal. 126 small.
Wei Ming lost, and the dealer raked in his bet. To console him, she tugged her top up slightly, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of snow-white skin.
Wei Ming smiled faintly.
Using his spatial radar, he had clearly seen the dice read 445 big.
So how had it changed to 126 small? A cheat. Ha! Cheating in front of me?
Wei Ming casually took out 2 more 100 coin notes. After the dealer shook the dice and placed them in the cup, he tossed the coins onto the big side.
Still betting on big.
The dealer smirked inwardly. The dice had internal mechanisms controlled by a remote, already set to 223 small. There was no need to change the result. Place your bets, no more bets.
Reveal. 22, huh?
She lifted the cup, only to see the dice showing 444 big.
What?
She glanced at Wei Ming, realizing he was also cheating.
But how? Simple.
Wei Ming had placed his hands on the table, using his spatial dimension to envelop the table and dice. Inside the space, he adjusted the dice before returning the table and dice, all in less than 0.0001 seconds. No one could detect that the table had momentarily disappeared. The dealer reluctantly paid out his winnings while discreetly speaking into her earpiece.
Someone's cheating.
She kept her composure and continued dealing.
Wei Ming won again. 400 became 800.
In the fourth round, he bet 800 and turned it into 1,600. By the fifth round, before Wei Ming could place his bet, 2 burly men approached, standing on either side of him.
One of them smiled. "Sir, why don't we move to a private room for a more exclusive game?"
"No, I like it here," Wei Ming replied flatly. "Sir, don't refuse a toast only to drink punishment wine," the man said, reaching out to forcibly escort Wei Ming. But Zhao Guofu acted. With a single shove, both men hit the ground simultaneously.
Fools with no sense. Zhao Guofu sneered.
Dealing with ordinary people, even fitness enthusiasts or martial arts champions, was effortless for him.
Even if the numbers multiplied, the outcome would be the same.
Wei Ming didn't spare them a glance and turned to the dealer.
"Continue."
The other gamblers at the table quickly left. Clearly, Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu were here to cause trouble, and no one wanted to be caught in the crossfire. The dealer, now visibly nervous, continued shaking the dice, her hands trembling.
Big. Wei Ming tossed out 16 notes. The reveal?
Big.
The dealer had no choice but to pay out. Although Dragon King's Hall could theoretically print unlimited dragon coins, they couldn't oversaturate the market.
If Wei Ming took his winnings and went on a buying spree, sellers would eventually come to exchange their coins, and if Dragon King's Hall couldn't back the currency with real goods, they'd face collective retribution. And Wei Ming was pushing them hard.
By doubling his bets each time and consistently winning, even the entire Dragon King's Hall wouldn't be enough to cover his streak. At that moment, reinforcements arrived.
A hulking man built like a bull entered the room. "Brother Dawn," the dealer called out, her relief mixed with dread. Brother Dawn was one of Brother Long's right-hand men. Cruel and brutal, he wasn't just ruthless to enemies but also to women. Nearly every woman in the hotel, save for Brother Long's two, had suffered at his hands.
The dealer was no exception.
Although it had only happened once, it was enough to leave her traumatized, desperate to avoid a second time. But Brother Dong paid her no mind, focusing instead on Wei Ming.
Casinos closed for the night.
Anyone who doesn't belong here, get out, he growled menacingly. Immediately, a large number of people scrambled to flee. Clearly, a fight was about to break out inside.
Stick around to watch? What if they ended up dead as collateral damage?
Still, a few individuals remained seated, calm and unbothered, as if the commotion didn't concern them. Wei Ming had already used his spatial radar to scan these people. All of them were revolvers, just like Brother Dong and Zhao Guofu. Previously, he would have referred to them simply as evolvers. But with the discovery of someone like Brother Long, whose evolution path was so peculiar, it was clear a distinction needed to be made.
Let's call Zhao Guofu's type body enhancement evolvers.
Their evolution enhanced all aspects of their physical bodies, and they seemed to be the most common type, like a natural progression of humanity's development. Meanwhile, individuals like Brother Long and Wei Ming belonged to rarer evolutionary categories.
So far, their evolution paths appeared entirely unique.
Brother Dong, whose full name was Mengli Dong, glanced at those who remained seated, frowning.
Were these people accomplices of Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu?
Haha, don't misunderstand. I'm just here for the show, one of the onlookers said with a smile when Mengli Dong's gaze fell on him.
Same here.
Just watching, nothing to do with me, another added.
Yep, just here for the entertainment, a third chimed in.
The onlookers quickly clarified their neutral positions, distancing themselves from Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu.
Mengli Dong felt slightly reassured but wasn't entirely convinced. Dragon King's Hall was a lucrative business.
It naturally attracted envious eyes, people who wanted a share or even to take it over entirely.
Even if these onlookers were just spectating now, what if Dragon King's Hall had to pay a heavy price to deal with Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu? Would these people seize the opportunity to strike?
Despite his burly appearance, Mengli Dong was a careful thinker, unlike Brother Dao, who was hot-headed and quick to resort to violence. He turned and quietly instructed one of his underlings, "Go inform Brother Long and Brother Dao.
Tell them to come immediately."
"Yes, sir."
The lackey hurried off. Mengli Dong didn't rush into a fight. Instead, he smiled at Wei Ming and said, "Brother, how should I address you?" Wei Ming smiled back. "My surname is Zhan, given name Long." "Zhan Long? As in slay the dragon? Are you kidding me?" Mengli Dong's face darkened instantly. Forcing a smile, he said through gritted teeth, "You're cheating."
Wei Ming picked up one of the dice and crushed it in his hand.
Crunch!
The dice shattered, revealing a metal core inside, not perfectly round, but faceted enough to mimic the appearance of a regular die. Mengli Dong was at a loss for words. Accusing Wei Ming of cheating, only to have his casino's rigging exposed? Naturally, Mengli Dong was only stalling for time.
In this new world, strength ruled supreme.
Once Brother Long and Brother Dao arrived, it would be 3 against 2.
With Brother Long's overwhelming power, these two bold troublemakers would be dead in no time. Thinking of taking over Dragon King's Hall?
You'd better prepare for death first. Wei Ming gave Zhao Guofu a look, and Zhao immediately understood.
Without warning, Zhao Guofu launched a punch at Mengli Dong's abdomen.
They were here to eliminate Brother Long and his crew. It was kill or be killed. Why wait for the other side to assemble their forces and fight a fair battle?
Fair? Against overwhelming numbers?
What a joke. This was no time to talk about fairness or some supposed rules of honor.
Damn it!
Mengli Dong cursed, quickly raising his hands to block the punch.
The strike was fast and fierce, far beyond what any ordinary human could muster. So Zhao Guofu was the main threat?
Wei Ming smiled faintly and followed up with a punch aimed directly at Mengli Dong's face. This punch was equally brutal.
Damn it, damn it!
Mengli Dong cursed again, forced to split his defenses and block Wei Ming's punch with one hand.
Boom! Boom! 2 resounding impacts sent Mengli Dong stumbling backward.
Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu didn't let up, pursuing him relentlessly with more punches.
What could Mengli Dong do?
Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu's strength was on par with his, if not slightly better. Bombarded by their alternating punches, he couldn't mount an effective counterattack and was forced into a defensive stance. If things continued like this, he might be able to hold out until Brother Long and Brother Dao arrived to back him up. But that assumed Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu would give him the chance.
Would they? Of course not.
Wei Ming smirked and reached for his waist, not for a weapon, but to pull a handgun from his spatial dimension. Zhao Guofu, however, drew his actual pistol from his waist. The two continued punching Mang Lidong while simultaneously firing at him.
Bang! 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 Mang Lidong pushed his limits, dodging left and right to avoid the bullets while deflecting their heavy punches. His evasive maneuvers were impressive, but even he couldn't avoid every shot.
Some bullets grazed his skin, leaving bloody trails that made him wince in pain. Impressive, Wei Ming remarked with a hint of admiration.
You're good. Damn it! You're complimenting me now? Mang Lidong was furious.
He had a gun too but couldn't find an opening to draw it. Wei Ming and Zhao's fists rained down like a storm. He had no choice but to focus on defending against them. Compared to bullets, their punches were far deadlier. A bullet wound to a non-critical area was survivable, but a direct hit from either man's fist would shatter bones. Thus, he had to prioritize blocking their punches. The problem was that Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu's coordination improved with each exchange. One would attack from the right while the other struck from the left, making it increasingly difficult for Mang Lidong to evade. Who the hell dares to pick a fight here? A furious roar echoed.
Mang Lidong's heart soared with relief. Brother Long, he shouted.
That single cry, however, snuffed out Wei Ming's playful mood, replacing it with cold, lethal intent.
Bang! 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 3 bullets tore through the air, striking Mang Lidong from behind. He couldn't block them.
The shots landed, but as a body enhancement evolver, his toughened skin prevented fatal damage. While blood spurted out, the wounds were shallow, more like flesh wounds.
Still, the impact staggered Mang Lidong, throwing him off balance. Zhao Guofu didn't hesitate. Strike while the iron's hot. Boom!
A heavy punch landed on Mang Lidong's face, bending him forward like a broken shrimp. He felt as though his internal organs had been pulverized, blood threatening to burst from his mouth. At that moment, Wei Ming delivered the finishing blow.
Boom! His punch slammed into Mang Lidong's chin with terrifying force, snapping his neck with an audible crack.
Mang Lidong's neck stretched an unnatural 10 centimeters, his cervical vertebrae completely shattered.
He was dead on the spot.
Such was the destructive power of evolvers.
A single punch could kill, even against another evolver.
Just as Brother Long and Brother Dao rushed in, Wei Ming gave Mang Lidong's corpse a final kick, sending it flying toward the two newcomers. Mang Lidong's eyes were wide open in death, clearly unwilling to accept his fate.
He was truly resentful.
The apocalypse had come, but he had gained immense power. While his lifestyle wasn't as luxurious as before, it was far better than that of the average person. Most importantly, he now had the ability to sleep with beautiful women. Even former celebrities had to obediently open their legs for him. He hadn't enjoyed these good days nearly enough. The apocalypse hadn't even lasted a month, and he'd only gotten to revel in his new life for a few days. He should have had many more days like this ahead of him. Brother Long, whose real name was Ouyang Long, and Brother Dao, named Li Xiao, both stood with dark, grim expressions. Brother Dao earned his nickname due to his love of blades, not because it had anything to do with his real name.
Both men radiated apprehension. Mang Lidong had been taken down so quickly?
Such overwhelming strength.
Ouyang Long scanned the room.
Aside from Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu, there were still several other onlookers in the casino. These people were obviously evolvers. How else could they remain so calm? So, they were waiting to take advantage of the situation, huh? Whether it was Wei Ming's side or Dragon King's Hall that came out victorious, these bystanders could seize the moment to strike. Even if they couldn't take over Dragon King's Hall outright, they could at least demand a share or some stakes in the business.
You want to profit from me? Do you think you're worthy?
Ouyang Long shot a glance at Li Xiao, who understood the signal and quietly stepped back. The boss was about to unleash his ultimate move. This move didn't distinguish between friend or foe and had massive destructive power. Li Xiao needed to get far away and then return to finish off the survivors.
Ouyang Long suddenly burst into laughter, drawing everyone's attention to distract them from Li Xiao's movements.
Something about this was clearly off. You two are ruthless, killing my brother so quickly, Ouyang Long said, his tone icy. But now, you'll pay for it, with blood. He deliberately spoke slowly, keeping an eye on Li Xiao. Once Li Xiao reached the door, Ouyang Long had no more concerns.
It wasn't sentimentality holding him back. His ultimate move wasn't guaranteed to kill everyone, and his regular combat ability wasn't that strong.
He needed Li Xiao to help clean up afterward,
so he couldn't afford to lose such a capable subordinate. Die. The word echoed coldly in Ouyang Long's heart as bone spikes suddenly erupted from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without giving anyone time to react, he launched a surprise attack. Who could have seen it coming? The spikes moved even faster than bullets, making them impossible to dodge. Even evolvers couldn't outrun bullets, not yet, at least. They evaded only by anticipating the gunshot. But Ouyang Long's attack had no warning signs. How could anyone dodge in advance? Except for one person. Wei Ming. He already knew about Ouyang Long's ability. Before the spikes were launched, he used the gambling table as a shield, though, in reality, he had opened a spatial gate in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bone spikes flew. Ack, ack, ack. Screams filled the air. The evolvers who had been watching were caught off guard and were pierced by the spikes. Though they tried to dodge, the sheer number of spikes ensured they were hit in both vital and non-vital areas. Wei Ming lowered the table. 2 bone spikes had been deliberately left on its surface, but Zhao Guofu punched them away. The spectators were now writhing on the floor, groaning. Some tried to crawl behind the gambling tables, seeking cover from the next wave of attacks. Ouyang Long stared in disbelief at Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu. These two were completely unscathed. How could their reactions be so fast? And how had he fired so many spikes but left only 2 holes in the table? Don't come in, he shouted to stop Li Xiao from re-entering. Then, more bone spikes emerged from his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A new round of spikes flew. Ah! The fresh volley killed 3 of the injured evolvers outright, leaving the remaining survivors even more severely wounded. But Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu? Once again, they blocked the attack with the gambling table. Ouyang Long couldn't believe his eyes. Other people were also hiding behind gambling tables, but they'd been riddled with spikes. And these two? Not a scratch. Damn it! Just die already. Zhao Guofu shouted, raising his gun and firing. Bang! 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 However, Ouyang Long's body was covered with dense bone spikes that deflected the bullets. The shots couldn't penetrate to injure him. Could ordinary bullets shatter bone? Not likely. And Ouyang Long's bone spikes were much denser and harder than normal human bones. The bullets simply bounced off. Still, Ouyang Long felt uneasy. His bone spike barrage could only be used 7 times, and he couldn't fire individual spikes, they all had to go at once. What would happen when he ran out? Even if he managed to kill Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu, what if Li Xiao sought his moment of weakness and made a move to take over? It was entirely possible. He couldn't afford to use all his attacks, but why were Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu untouched? It didn't make sense. Keep going. Wei Ming taunted, smirking. Ouyang Long had done a good job thinning out the rival evolvers, saving Wei Ming some trouble. Ouyang Long remained silent, his face grim. How was he supposed to resolve this? Wei Ming advanced, holding the gambling table like a shield. You've got to be kidding me. Ouyang Long couldn't hold back any longer and unleashed another round of bone spikes. This volley finished off the remaining injured evolvers. The casino workers and dealers who hadn't fled in time were already dead from the first wave of spikes. Wei Ming set the table down and continued moving forward. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ouyang Long cursed, retreating. He still had 4 volleys left, but he had no confidence they would work. Wei Ming seemed capable of nullifying every attack with that damn table. How was this possible? Li Xiao, get in here, he commanded, summoning his trusted subordinate. But Li Xiao hesitated. He feared that if he engaged Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu, Ouyang Long might betray him, killing him along with the 2 intruders. Knowing Ouyang Long's ruthlessness, Li Xiao thought such a move was entirely plausible. Boss, take them down a bit more with your ultimate move, and I'll finish them off. I can't handle 2 at once, he said quickly. Damn it! Ouyang Long cursed, furious. Now was not the time for this nonsense. If you don't act, we'll be picked off one by one, he shouted. Do you think they'll spare you after they kill me? Wei Ming chuckled. We'll let you go. Li Xiao glanced at Ouyang Long. You forced me to do this. Ouyang Long said coldly. His ability was powerful but limited in uses and indiscriminate in its effects. He needed capable subordinates to clean up afterward. But with Li Xiao showing signs of rebellion, what use was he? There would always be more evolvers to recruit if Dragon King's Hall survived. And if not? Guns would do. Ouyang Long turned and bolted, running out of the casino. Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu, of course, gave chase. To take over Dragon King's hall, they had to kill Ouyang Long.
As they stepped outside, Ouyang Long smirked and unleashed another round of bone spikes, this time targeting both Wei Ming and Li Xiao.
Ouyang Long went all out.
After unleashing the fourth wave of bone spikes, he immediately followed with the fifth and sixth, leaving only the final wave for self-defense. Once the 3 volleys of bone spikes were fired, he had a moment to assess the situation. As expected, Li Xiao was dead. It was a gruesome sight. His body was riddled with bone spikes, and his face was utterly disfigured, riddled with holes, making it impossible to recognize him.
But what about Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu?
Wei Ming set down the gambling table and smiled.
You only have one use of your ability left, right? How do you know that? Ouyang Long blurted out, his scalp tingling with shock.
Not even his most trusted subordinates, Li Xiao and Meng Lidong, knew how many times he could use his bone spikes. It was his greatest secret.
But how did Wei Ming know? If it was just a bluff, how could it be so accurate?
Wei Ming said calmly, "If you surrender now, I'll spare your life."
Ouyang Long hesitated.
After 6 waves of attacks, Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu remained completely unharmed, not even a scratch.
So, even if he used his final attack, could he really kill them? It was almost impossible. In that case, wouldn't it be better to feign surrender, wait until Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu let their guard down, and then kill them? It seemed plausible. He retracted the bone spikes into his body and said, "Fine, I admit defeat."
Before he could finish the word, Zhao Guofu dashed forward like lightning and delivered a punch to his head. The sound of bones shattering echoed as Ouyang Long's skull caved in, turning his brain into a mushy pulp. Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu exchanged a smile. Their teamwork was becoming increasingly seamless.
Wei Ming had offered Ouyang Long the chance to surrender, which Zhao Guofu immediately understood as a cue to act.
The moment Ouyang Long retracted his bone spikes, Zhao Guofu decisively delivered a fatal blow. Now, all 3 of Dragon King's key players were dead, along with several other revolvers. The battle's impact would likely intimidate any ambitious rivals, discouraging them from targeting this place in the short term. "Use whoever is worth keeping among the people here so we don't have to recruit more," Wei Ming said to Zhao Guofu.
Understood. Zhao Guofu nodded. You're not planning to show yourself? Wei Ming smiled.
One of us will stay in the open while the other stays in the shadows. Naturally, Zhao Guofu had no objections and immediately agreed. He then carried Ouyang Long's corpse outside and announced loudly, "From now on, I'm the new boss here."
Does anyone have an issue with that? Who would dare voice an objection? Even Ouyang Long was dead.
"From now on, call me Boss Xiao," Zhao Guofu said nonchalantly. Seeing the reverent and awed gazes of dozens of subordinates, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction, as if the whole world were in his hands. This was the thrill of power. He felt even more grateful to Wei Ming.
If Wei Ming hadn't saved him when he was injured, could he have become an evolver?
And Wei Ming hadn't just saved him once, there had been multiple instances. Take today's events, for example. If not for Wei Ming's leadership and his ability to block Ouyang Long's bone spikes, Zhao Guofu would likely have ended up like the other revolvers, dead. Wei Ming stepped out, standing beside Zhao Guofu like a subordinate. Among the crowd, the young lackey who had served Wei Ming the day before felt a mix of emotions. Yesterday's honored guest had now become the supreme master. Fortunately, he had done a good job serving Wei Ming, so there was no reason for him to bear a grudge.
Alright, since everyone accepts me, just do your jobs properly.
As long as you're loyal, nothing will change, Zhao Guofu reassured them.
Now, go back to your work. He waved dismissively, signaling the crowd to disperse.
Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu then closed the doors to discuss the finer details. The market would continue operating under the same model as before, including the use of dragon coins, handwritten amounts stamped with Ouyang Long's seal. After all, currency was just a means to an end. When they checked the hotel's inventory and compared it to the issued dragon coins, they grimaced. Ouyang Long had been clever enough to start such a market, but he was also foolish. In just a few days, the dragon coins were already overissued by at least 300% of the inventory. If everyone holding dragon coins came to redeem them, how could they pay out? A loss of credibility would mean the end of the operation. No worries. Tomorrow, I'll bring in a shipment of supplies to cover the deficit, Wei Ming said with a smile. For him, this amount of supplies was trivial, not even a drop in the ocean. Zhao Guofu breathed a sigh of relief. They had taken over Dragon King's hall to make easy money, not to inherit a burden.
You'll need to tighten controls on consumption. We can't keep wasting resources like this, Wei Ming added. I understand, Zhao Guofu replied.
Finally, they made some adjustments to Dragon King's Hall's policies.
From now on, the hotel would no longer force women into anything or allow human trafficking.
However, women who chose to sell their services voluntarily would be provided with rooms and charged only a 10% commission, no additional fees. Additionally, the hotel would prioritize acquiring gasoline and diesel fuel. 1 liter of fuel could now be exchanged for 1 liter of water. While Wei Ming had an abundance of resources, energy supplies weren't infinite. At the current rate of consumption, his shelter's reserves would last only 10 years. Just 10 years. This gave Wei Ming a strong sense of urgency. It wouldn't suffice. He needed at least a century's worth of reserves. Thus, collecting fuel became a top priority, one of the main reasons he had targeted Dragon King's Hall in the first place. On top of that, rebranding Dragon King's Hall with a better reputation, one free of its previous oppression and exploitation, would attract far more people. And with more people, would there be a shortage of beautiful women? Of course, that was secondary. Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu gathered all the women in the hotel to inform them of the changes. They were free to leave at any time without restrictions. Unsurprisingly, less than 20% chose to leave. Most decided to stay, knowing that leaving would likely mean death or being captured by another faction. Staying here, at least, offered safety and fair treatment. At that moment, the former celebrity Zhao Mei swayed her hips as she walked over, catching Zhao Guofu's eye. "You're Zhao Mei." The actress finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Guofu's reaction mirrored that of her fans, and it was clear his demeanor differed from Ouyang Long's. If she could ingratiate herself with him, her future would improve significantly. "Sir, I am Zhao Mei," she said sweetly. Despite being nearly 40, she managed to exude a girlish charm, a testament to her acting skills. But Zhao Guofu quickly looked at Wei Ming, his face questioning. This was once a hugely popular actress. Did Wei Ming want her? Wei Ming smiled. A gentleman doesn't steal what others desire. Besides, I'm not interested. If it were Zhao Ziyun, maybe. But after nearly a month of the apocalypse, even if she were alive, she had likely experienced things that made her unfit to take home. Relieved, Zhao Guofu grinned. If Wei Ming had been interested, he wouldn't have dared compete. But since Wei Ming wasn't, Zhao Guofu was free to pursue her. Zhao Mei glanced curiously at Wei Ming. Could it be that Zhao Guofu wasn't the real leader, but Wei Ming was? Wei Ming naturally wouldn't satisfy Zhao Mei's curiosity. Patting Zhao Guofu on the shoulder, he left without a word. When he returned to the shelter, it was just past 3 a.m. TSK, taking over Dragon King's Hall in just a few hours, this efficiency wasn't bad at all. Not bad indeed, and he had acquired another character template. Although Ouyang Long's abilities were rather one-dimensional, they were still quite useful in certain situations. Wei Ming hadn't realized before that the bone spikes, even when not fired, could serve as a formidable defense. In terms of defense alone, the Space Gate was undoubtedly superior, capable of absorbing any attack without apparent limits. However, the bone spikes excelled at passive defense, especially against unexpected attacks or strikes from directions the Space Gate wasn't positioned to cover. So, this ability had its merits. He reverted to his original form and went to sleep peacefully. When he woke up, it was already past 8 a.m. Time to get up. It was now the 29th day of the apocalypse, nearly a full month since it began. Sitting by the pool, Wei Ming reflected on the passage of time. Watching the 8 women gracefully swimming in the crystal-clear water, he couldn't help but feel a rush of desire. He chuckled to himself, who cared what day of the apocalypse it was. What mattered was living life to the fullest. Enjoy life while you can. At only 25 years old, why shouldn't he be vibrant and optimistic? Forget the worries, he resolved to enjoy life to the fullest. Beautiful moments always seem so fleeting, and soon it was afternoon. Holding Song Qingyun close, marveling at her flawless body, Wei Ming suddenly asked, "Want to go out for a little adventure?" He thought it'd be fun to let his concubines see the territory he had conquered. Of course, he planned to take them out one at a time, none of them had any combat ability, and in this dog-eat-dog world, exposing them all at once could lead to disaster. Since he couldn't be in multiple places at once, taking them one by one was the safest option. Song Qingyun's beautiful eyes lit up. "Really?" "Of course," Wei Ming said after some thought. "I'll take you to a special place tomorrow night." Dragon King's Hall was a lively place, especially the casino, a hub of chaos and excitement. Song Qingyun's anticipation grew.
Although the shelter offered excellent living conditions, humans are rarely satisfied. Once basic needs are met, people start yearning for more, like entertainment. Wei Ming didn't announce this decision right away. Instead, he decided to let Song Qingyun share her experiences with the others after her trip to Dragon King's Hall. He chuckled to himself after that, whoever wanted to go next would have to earn it with their efforts. He had no qualms about encouraging competition among the women if it meant enhancing his enjoyment. That evening, Wei Ming retrieved a large truck from his space realm, loaded it with bottled water, rice, and a box of Cuban cigars. Cuban cigars, no less. Sitting in the driver's seat, Wei Ming found himself unaccustomed to handling such a large vehicle. His initial driving was clumsy and unsteady, but with his body enhanced by the physique-based template, his reflexes were exceptional. He quickly got the hang of it. Half an hour later, he arrived at Dragon King's Hall. "Old Zhao, get some people to unload this," he called out. At that moment, not only did people entering and leaving the hotel stop to watch, but many inside also rushed out to see what was happening. Someone had brought a large truck? Was it for buying or selling? Either way, this was bound to be a big deal. Zhao Guofu came out with his men, opened the truck's cargo hold, and began unloading boxes and sacks. When the onlookers saw the large amounts of rice and bottled water, cheers erupted, not just from the hotel staff but even from passers-by. What did this signify? The immense material resources of Dragon King's Hall. People could exchange their dragon coins with confidence, knowing there were ample supplies to back them up. This restored faith in the currency. Zhao Guofu was deeply moved. Wei Ming hadn't earned a penny from this yet had brought such an abundance of supplies. Furthermore, in the takeover of Dragon King's Hall, Wei Ming had shouldered the lion's share of the effort, conducting reconnaissance, learning the enemy's strengths and weaknesses, and neutralizing Ouyang Long's most formidable attacks. He felt immense gratitude toward Wei Ming, though he didn't express it aloud. It was something he would keep in his heart and remember forever. The subordinates worked with great enthusiasm, carrying the supplies into the hotel. The box of cigars caused an even greater stir. Holy crap, cigars! Cuban ones, too! The best in the world. Wow, just one of these must be worth at least 10 dragon coins. Only big bosses can afford these. The crowd looked on enviously, but no one dared to touch the goods. After all, the 3 top fighters of Dragon King's Hall had been taken down, and even several evolvers who had been there yesterday had been killed. This was enough to prove Zhao Guofu's strength. Zhao Guofu had deliberately downplayed Wei Ming's involvement to shift attention toward himself. Once the unloading was complete, Wei Ming entered the hotel. To the onlookers, he appeared to be just a delivery worker for Dragon King's Hall. Wei Ming didn't care about appearances, he was more interested in seeing how much energy could be collected today. Zhao Guofu had set up a dedicated energy exchange counter that exclusively traded in gasoline, diesel, and lithium batteries. These items could only be sold to Dragon King's Hall, private transactions were prohibited. Wei Ming observed the operations for a while. Many people were indeed trading energy, though there were occasional attempts at fraud, such as mixing water with the fuel. When such deceptions were discovered, the perpetrators were immediately hanged at the hotel entrance. For such high-stakes trade, ruthlessness was necessary. Otherwise, greed and opportunism would run rampant. Wei Ming? A surprised voice broke his concentration. Wei Ming turned to see who it was and smiled. "It's you." It was Kong Shihao, his former colleague. After the apocalypse, Kong had become an evolver and now controlled a residential area. He was also one of the characters Wei Ming had been cultivating. Out of habit, Wei Ming activated his space radar and was slightly surprised. Kong Shihao's physical condition was now comparable to Zhao Guofu's. Yet just a few days ago, Kong had been slightly stronger than Zhao Guofu by a small margin, but stronger nonetheless. Had Kong's evolution slowed down, or had Zhao Guofu's sped up? Wei Ming speculated it was the latter. Zhao Guofu had been engaged in constant combat, including battles against other evolvers. This might explain his accelerated evolution. Combat, it seemed, was the key to becoming stronger. "Why are you here?" Kong Shihao asked curiously. "Oh, I work here now," Wei Ming replied casually. It wasn't exactly a lie after all, isn't it still considered work if the boss oversees their own business? Kong Shihao, however, assumed Wei Ming was just a small-time underling here. It made sense. After all, Wei Ming wasn't an evolver, so what else could he do? If he were capable of being the boss here, wouldn't that make him a major figure? Thinking about the wealth of Dragon King's Hall, Kong couldn't help but feel envious. I heard a shipment of supplies just arrived here? Wei Ming nodded. Yes, including a box of cigars. Kong Shihao smacked his lips in admiration. I'd love to try a few. He used to be a smoker, but cigars weren't a common choice in China, mostly something only big bosses bought. Kong himself had never tried one. Now, even though it was the apocalypse and he had become a leader of his own faction, he still hadn't smoked a cigar. It felt like a glaring omission. Darling, didn't you say you'd take me shopping? Said the woman at his side in a coquettish tone. This is my wife, Kong Shihao said with a smile. Original wife, Wen Shanshan. Wei Ming took a good look at Wen Shanshan. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, scoring about a 65 and looks above average, enough to be considered a beauty. Her figure, however, was her strong point, slim and clearly the result of regular exercise, easily earning her an 80 in that department. What amused Wei Ming was that Kong Shihao specifically used the term original wife. In the current world, powerful men often had mistresses or even harems, with one-night stands being common. The fact that Kong Shihao felt the need to emphasize original wife was telling. Clearly, while he might fool around, he trusted only his legally married wife, which is probably why he brought her along today. Hello, Wei Ming greeted with a slight smile. As for calling her sister-in-law? Kong Shihao hadn't earned the right to call him brother, so Wei Ming skipped the formalities. When Shanshan gave Wei Ming a haughty glance, a quick, dismissive look from above, accompanied by a slight snort through her nose, her idea of a greeting. Just a small-time underling here? My husband is the boss of an entire neighborhood. Clearly, she felt they weren't on the same level. If not for her husband speaking to Wei Ming, she wouldn't have even bothered with that much acknowledgement. Kong Shihao noticed his wife's arrogance but said nothing. In his eyes, his status had long surpassed Wei Ming's. The only reason he was talking to him now was curiosity and the fact that they used to be co-workers. It wasn't kindness, it was just enjoyable to show off in front of someone who used to be his equal. Equality? What a joke! This world had never been equal, before, now, or in the future. Wei Ming, you're familiar with this place. Show us around, don't worry, you'll get a tip, Kong Shihao said. When Shanshan hesitated. Why tip him? If they spent money, Wei Ming would get a commission anyway. Plus, allowing him to guide them was already an opportunity for him to earn money. Why tip on top of that? Before the apocalypse, she would have scolded Kong Shihao outright, but things were different now. Kong was too dominant, and if she dared to go against him, her position as his wife might quickly be replaced. All she could do was glare at Wei Ming. Wei Ming smiled. Sure, I'll show you around. He led the couple through the hotel, opening their eyes to the operation of Dragon King's Hall. They had only learned about this place yesterday and decided to check it out today. What they saw left them deeply impressed. When Shanshan bought a few items, spending a total of 10 dragon coins. She would have loved to indulge in a spree, but Kong Shihao wouldn't allow it. After all, he had only exchanged 50 dragon coins in total. When Shanshan wanted to go upstairs to the second floor, but when she heard it required a minimum of 1,000 dragon coins to pass the verification process, she was dumbfounded. Kong Shihao was also deeply struck. Even among evolvers, how could there be such a vast difference in wealth? They wandered until around 3 a.m. before deciding to leave. As they departed, Kong Shihao handed Wei Ming 2 dragon coins as a tip. When Shanshan rolled her eyes dramatically and complained, why give him 2 dragon coins? One would have been enough. It's nothing. We used to be co-workers. You're always throwing money around. What a waste, those 2 dragon coins could have been better spent. I only spent 10 myself. It's fine, it's fine. Tomorrow we'll sell some more supplies and get another 100 dragon coins. Then you can shop to your heart's content. Really? You're the best, darling. Wei Ming stretched lazily, then went to check on the energy exchange area. They had collected a total of 600 liters of gasoline and diesel so far, not bad at all. He loaded the fuel into his truck and began driving away. But driving so openly, alone, was bound to attract trouble. Before long, 2 motorcycles approached from both sides, matching his speed. Their riders drew guns and aimed at the driver's seat. Wei Ming slammed the brakes. In the next instant, he leaped out of the cab and lunged at one of the motorcyclists, while his truck disappeared into his space realm and reappeared, redirected, slamming into the second rider. Bang! Bang! One motorcyclist's head was obliterated by Wei Ming's punch, while the other was crushed beyond recognition by the truck. Glancing back, Wei Ming saw two more motorcyclists trailing behind.
Their shocked faces froze as they vanished into a space gate. Wei Ming sprinted after his truck, quickly catching up. With a flick of his hand, the truck reappeared on the correct path. Climbing back into the cab, he resumed driving as if nothing had happened. He had eliminated all 4 attackers in under 3 seconds. TSK. Wei Ming drove the truck to the area above his shelter. Over the past few days, the city's roadblocks had been significantly cleared. Many groups now worked at night to clean the streets. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to drive a large truck around so easily. After storing the truck in his space realm, Wei Ming entered the shelter. The time? Just past 4 a.m. Time for bed. When he woke up at 9 a.m., Wei Ming felt completely refreshed. Thanks to his enhanced physique, even 5 hours of sleep left him full of energy. After breakfast, he indulged in some leisure activities. Work-life balance, after all. "Wei, let's go swimming," said a blonde woman in a swimsuit, her figure exuding fiery allure. TSK, Western women really do have stunning bodies. An hour later, all 8 women were in the pool. Those who could swim stayed in the deep end, while the others stayed in the shallow area. With all their radiant beauty on display, Wei Ming enjoyed the feast for his eyes. After dinner, Wei Ming took Song Qingyun out. "Come and see the kingdom I've conquered for you." Wei Ming revved the engine, and his newly acquired sports car roared as it sped off into the night. Driving a sports car in a post-apocalyptic world is nothing short of wasteful. It consumes way too much fuel. But did Wei Ming care? What's the point of collecting energy if not to use it? Roaring through the darkness, the sports car sped along. This was an incredibly dangerous thing to do because the roads had only been crudely cleared, narrow and barely passable. The street lights no longer worked. Driving at such a high speed on a narrow road in pitch darkness wasn't just dangerous, it was downright reckless. But for Wei Ming, this was nothing. His reflexes were at least 10 times faster than the average person's, and his eyesight was unbelievably sharp. He could easily perform maneuvers that ordinary people couldn't dream of pulling off. Even in the worst-case scenario, an actual accident, he could instantly pull Song Qingyun into his alternate dimension to keep her safe. As for himself? With his body's strength, what did he have to fear? Besides, he could throw out cushions to soften the impact or even summon an entire lake ahead of the crash. Couldn't that dissipate the force of the collision? Wei Ming cherished his own life quite a lot. Under his reckless driving, it took less than 20 minutes for the sports car to arrive outside the Dragon King's hall. A sports car, in the post-apocalypse no less, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Wei Ming stepped out, holding Song Qingyun's hand. The sight of a luxury car and a stunning beauty made many people's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. The envy was palpable. They were all human beings, so why could Wei Ming drive a sports car and have such a gorgeous woman by his side in the apocalypse? It was unfair. Too unfair. Wei Ming led Song Qingyun into the hotel. Everything inside was new and fascinating to her. Since leaving Qidong City, this was the first time she had seen so many people. In fact, even back in Qidong City, she had mostly stayed in a villa. Besides, at the time, people in the neighborhood had all wanted to take over Wei Ming's villa and even claim the women living there, so she hadn't had much opportunity to interact with others. But here, people were conducting business. For the first time, Song Qingyun saw a glimmer of hope for humanity's revival. It was fortunate that Wei Ming had stopped the slave trade. Otherwise, seeing such a thing would have plunged her into despair. This wasn't humanity's revival, it was a return to primitive tribalism, where everything was up for sale. However, her face darkened when she saw handguns and bullets openly displayed for sale at stalls. Wei Ming. Wei Ming sighed. Here we go again. He turned his head, and sure enough, Kong Shihao was approaching with his wife. Today, when Shanshan had dressed up a little, she even had a radiant glow about her. It looked like she had washed her face and applied makeup. The cosmetics had been purchased the day before, and as for water to wash her face, well, it seemed that Kong Shihao was quite indulgent toward his wife. Kong Shihao swaggered over, arm around his wife's waist, clearly relishing the envious glances other men gave her. He was proud of himself. In times like these, a woman who could stay so clean was a rarity. What did that imply? It meant Kong Shihao was loaded. Otherwise, how could he afford to keep his wife so well-groomed? Having been an ordinary man for so long, Kong Shihao couldn't help but develop a nouveau riche mentality now that he had made it. He desperately wanted to flaunt his success. And who did he most want to show off to? Of course, it was people who knew him. The thought of them seething with envy, jealousy, and resentment filled his heart with glee. But then, his gaze fell on Song Qingyun. Holy crap! What an absolute goddess! His wife was a beauty. Sure, he'd chased after her for a long time before finally winning her over. But compared to Song Qingyun, the difference was like night and day. And her figure? While his wife's could be described as decent, Song Qingyun's was flawless. And most crucially, the way she and Wei Ming were interacting, it was clear they were a couple. He couldn't believe it. Wei Ming? Just a small-time lackey here? How could he have landed such a stunning woman? At that moment, Kong Shihao's jealousy burned so fiercely that his eyes practically turned green. Wei Ming, is she? Wei Ming smiled faintly. My woman. In his mind, he silently added, one of them, to avoid sounding too boastful. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Kong Shihao's face twisted with jealousy, but he tried his best to maintain composure. Feigning calm, he asked, Sister-in-law, what's your name? Song Qingyun politely replied, I'm Song Qingyun. Oh, little Song. Kong Shihao's eyes roamed greedily over Song Qingyun's figure before he forced himself to look away. Wei Ming, I'll have to trouble you to show us around again today. Wei Ming had already given him a tour yesterday. Did Kong Shihao really need another one so soon? Of course not. What he wanted was for Song Qingyun to see him spending money like water. Before the apocalypse, who were the most sought-after men? Rich men, of course. No matter how many marriages they'd been through, as long as they had money, they could still marry 18-year-olds. Now, things were the same, except money had turned into resources, which were even more precious. Before, having no money just meant missing out on a luxurious lifestyle. Now, lacking resources meant starving or dying of thirst. In Kong Shihao's mind, Song Qingyun must have been blind to choose Wei Ming. All he had to do was flaunt his wealth, and she'd surely reconsider. Thus, the four of them set out to shop again. Kong Shihao spared no expense. Anything his wife wanted, he bought without hesitation. Each time he paid, he glanced at Song Qingyun as if to say, see? I'm the real deal. Stick with me, and I'll spoil you like this too. Spending 100 dragon coins could buy quite a lot. When Shanshan soon had her hands full with bags, most of which contained cosmetics. Before the apocalypse, such items were expensive, and now they were even pricier. However, with most people focused on survival, the customer base for luxury goods like makeup had dwindled. Only the women of powerful men could afford such luxuries, and even then, only those who were deeply favored. After all, resources were hard-earned, not conjured out of thin air. Despite all his spending, Song Qingyun remained indifferent throughout, her expression calm. So hard to impress? Kong Shihao grew frustrated. How could she not be moved after he'd spent nearly 100 dragon coins so extravagantly? Still, this only fueled his determination. The harder the challenge, the greater the satisfaction of conquering it. Song Qingyun, I'll see how long you can hold out. After emptying his pockets, Kong Shihao decided to call it a night and head back. Dawn was approaching, and even evolved humans feared the deadly rays of sunlight. He gave Song Qingyun a lingering look, his eyes sweeping over her delicate features and graceful figure several times before reluctantly leaving. Tomorrow, he vowed, he would make her his. Your colleague is no good. Song Qingyun waited until Kong Shihao had left to give Wei Ming this piece of her mind. Wei Ming laughed heartily. You're so beautiful. Isn't it normal for people to have thoughts about you? But Kong Shihao had better keep those thoughts to himself. Otherwise. Hearing Wei Ming praise her beauty, Song Qingyun couldn't help but smile. Wei Ming then went upstairs to meet Zhao Guofu, giving him a few instructions. The task was to cultivate a group of trustworthy people. If no suitable candidates could be found within the hotel, he was to look outside for them. No need for too many, 10 would suffice. Why? Wei Ming understood that the existence of the Dragon King's Hall would inevitably attract the attention of various factions. Some would want to seize it outright, while others might want a share of the spoils. Even though Wei Ming didn't think much of the Dragon King's Hall, only using it as a place to collect resources, there was no reason to simply hand it over to anyone. For that, he needed capable subordinates. One Zhao Guofu wasn't enough. But why did he prioritize loyalty over finding already evolved individuals? Because Wei Ming could create evolved beings himself. When the time came, he could concoct some excuse, like taking a pill or getting an injection, and then transform the person into an evolved being. By claiming the drug's effects lasted only 24 hours, he could conveniently keep the secret of his alternate dimension hidden. Of course, if word got out that he had such a serum, it would inevitably spark countless covetous ambitions.
After all, who wouldn't want to monopolize such a formula?
A serum that could create evolved beings. But as long as Wei Ming had enough power, he could eliminate anyone bold enough to challenge him. After all, he couldn't handle everything personally. I'm just a low-key nobody, after all. Naturally, Zhao Guofu eagerly agreed to the task. He carried out Wei Ming's instructions immediately. There was no need for Wei Ming to say more.
Zhao Guofu had long since positioned himself as a loyal subordinate.
To him, there was nothing humiliating or improper about this. Wei Ming was stronger than him and had saved him multiple times.
Obeying Wei Ming wasn't just natural, it was a matter of life and death. Zhao Guofu owed him his life.
After arranging everything, Wei Ming left with Song Qingyun. This time, Wei Ming drove the sports car much more slowly on the way back.
Did you have fun? Wei Ming asked. Song Qingyun nodded.
Although Kong Shihao had been a source of irritation, the bustling activity and seeing so many people today brought her a rare sense of liveliness. It almost felt like the world before the apocalypse.
How are you going to thank me?
Wei Ming looked at her.
Song Qingyun appeared confused. I've already given myself to you. How else can I thank you? Sigh, if my charming aunt were here, she would have understood immediately.
This girl's too innocent. Half an hour later, the sports car started up again, heading toward the shelter. By the time they returned, it was 5 a.m., and dawn was already breaking. Song Qingyun hurried off to catch some sleep. Around 10 a.m., both Wei Ming and Song Qingyun woke up. When the other women heard about their trip the previous night, they were immediately intrigued. As Song Qingyun described the lively scenes at the Dragon King's Hall, the other women couldn't help but feel envious. One by one, they began to plead with Wei Ming.
Honey, I want to go too. Wei Ming smiled.
All right, draw lots. Whoever wins, I'll take her out tonight.
The women cheered and got to work preparing the draw. Since Song Qingyun had gone the previous night, she didn't participate. Among the 7 remaining women, the lot ended up in Lu Qing's hands.
All right, I'll take Lu Qing tonight.
The rest of you can draw lots again tomorrow.
Wei Ming smiled. Lu Qing was, of course, delighted and began to eagerly anticipate the evening. When night fell, Wei Ming took Lu Qing out. About halfway there, Lu Qing suddenly said, I want to have your child. Her sense of crisis was intense. With Wei Ming already surrounded by stunning women like Yu Chutong, Song Qingyun, Lin Wanqiu, and Zhang Linlin, Lu Qing felt she was at a disadvantage. She was well aware that during their 3 years working together, she had made things difficult for Wei Ming numerous times, and this man had never truly forgiven her for it. She knew Wei Ming probably only saw her as a plaything, devoid of any real feelings.
But now? Could she ever leave Wei Ming?
She had only one thought: she absolutely had to secure her place in the shelter. If she were expelled, her fate would be starvation, dehydration, or being captured and turned into a tool for a group of filthy men's desires. Compared to that, being Wei Ming's plaything was far preferable. She was willing to do whatever it took to win Wei Ming's favor. Getting pregnant in a post-apocalyptic world, where medical conditions were nearly non-existent, was a perilous proposition. It was even worse than in ancient times, when countless women died from childbirth complications. By making this offer, Lu Qing was clearly putting everything on the line.
Her sense of urgency was unmistakable.
Ha! Wei Ming looked at her in surprise. Why had Lu Qing suddenly said something like this?
All right, he said casually. Controlling whether or not someone conceived was trivially easy for him now.
With the involvement of his alternate dimension, he could ensure either a perfect success rate or no chance at all.
Lu Qing was overjoyed.
She seemed to radiate happiness. To her, Wei Ming's agreement to let her have his child signified an opportunity. She was determined to seize it. If she could be the first to bear Wei Ming's child, her position in the shelter would be secure, and she would never have to worry about being cast out.
About 10 minutes later, they arrived and entered the hotel.
Just like Song Qingyun, Lu Qing was stunned by the liveliness inside.
A place this bustling, in the midst of an apocalypse?
Her arrival naturally drew attention. Although she wasn't quite on Song Qingyun's level, she was still a stunning beauty, just shy of being considered top tier. Her figure, however, was impeccable, curvy and seductive, easily earning a score above 90. Many eyes roved over her, filled with greed and desire. But this was the Dragon King's Hall. Unless someone could flip the entire table, no one dared to act recklessly here. Unlike Song Qingyun, Lu Qing wasn't shy about flaunting her charm. She confidently showcased her allure and clung to Wei Ming, driving the surrounding men wild with envy and jealousy.
Wei Ming! Wei Ming!
A familiar voice rang out.
It was Kong Shihao again.
Wei Ming turned to see Kong Shihao, as usual, accompanied by his wife.
Little Song, huh?
Kong Shihao instinctively assumed the woman beside Wei Ming was Song Qingyun. But as soon as he called out, he realized something was off. His eyes went wide.
Director Liu?
The woman beside Wei Ming was Lu Qing, Kong Shihao's direct superior back when they worked at the same company, and the woman he had secretly lusted after for years.
Kong Shihao was utterly baffled. Why was Lu Qing by Wei Ming's side?
Sure, they had been colleagues in the same company, but they didn't live together.
How could they have ended up sticking together after the apocalypse? Besides, wasn't it Song Qingyun who had been with Wei Ming yesterday? Director Liu, what are you doing here? Kong Shihao blurted out.
Lu Qing, calm and composed, smiled gracefully.
Ah, it's you, little Kong. I'm Wei Ming's woman. Isn't it only natural for me to go out with my master? Master?
You too. Kong Shihao felt utterly disoriented.
Wasn't Song Qingyun Wei Ming's woman? Now Lu Qing too? Could they both be Wei Ming's women?
And Lu Qing just called Wei Ming master.
What does master mean?
It meant that everything about her belonged to Wei Ming. Whatever he wanted her to do, she would comply obediently.
Damn it, this guy hit the jackpot. Kong Shihao was seething with jealousy.
Song Qingyun was a peerless beauty, and while Lu Qing might not measure up entirely in terms of looks and figure, she was still an alluring and charming woman. Most importantly, she carried a special allure. She had once been his boss, the company's goddess. As Wei Ming had once remarked, how many men in the company had fantasized about her? Every company gathering turned her into a hot topic, with everyone secretly imagining what it would be like to have her.
No exaggeration, at least 99% of the men.
Kong Shihao had been no exception. Every time he saw Lu Qing sway her curvy hips as she walked by, he could barely hold himself back from lunging at her to claim her as his own. But reason had always prevailed. He knew that acting on such impulses would ruin his life. Who would have thought that he'd meet Lu Qing here and now?
And she was now Wei Ming's woman? Damn it! Yesterday it was Song Qingyun, today it's Lu Qing, the goddess I've dreamed of for years. How did Wei Ming manage to get them both?
The worst part was, Wei Ming wasn't even the boss of any faction. He was just a small-time subordinate at the Dragon King's Hall. That was why Kong Shihao couldn't accept it. Why? How could such a nobody have such incredible women? The more he thought about it, the more curious he became about how Wei Ming had pulled it off.
No, none of that mattered anymore.
In the past, he wouldn't have dared to act on his desires.
But now, things were different.
He was an evolved being, a leader of his own faction.
Getting women should be a simple matter for someone like him.
First, he'd sleep with Lu Qing tonight. Tomorrow, he'd have Wei Ming bring Song Qingyun over so he could have her too. The thought of finally fulfilling his long-standing dream of being with Lu Qing, the goddess all the men in the company had lusted after, made him tremble with excitement. His scalp tingled, and his heartbeat quickened.
So, Director Liu, when did you become Wei Ming's woman?
Kong Shihao asked, his tone calm and confident. There was no way Wei Ming could compete with him.
The gap between us is too vast. Lu Qing, of course, understood what Kong Shihao was thinking.
She sneered inwardly but kept a tender expression on her face as she looked at Wei Ming and said, "Because my master saved me."
Saved you?
A memory stirred in Kong Shihao's mind. Just before the apocalypse, a group of security officers had come to their company, asking many questions about Lu Qing. There were rumors that she had embezzled a significant amount of the company's money. At that time, Lu Qing had vanished without a trace.
She hadn't been seen since. Connecting the dots, the truth became clear.
Wei Ming must have helped Lu Qing escape from the authorities.
Ah, so that's how it happened. But now that the apocalypse had come, who cared about those petty pre-apocalypse affairs?
I, Kong Shihao, an evolved being, am the only one worthy of being your master.
He draped an arm around Wei Ming's shoulder. Let's make a deal.
I'll give you 100 dragon coins if you hand Lu Qing over to me. We used to work at the same company, so you know as well as I do every man in the company wanted her.
I'm no exception. That's why I'm offering you such a high price, 100 dragon coins. Besides, you're just an ordinary person. You can't protect a woman like her. Either she'll cheat on you, or someone will snatch her away. So, why not hand her over to me? At least you'll make some money out of it.
As he spoke, he handed Wei Ming a dragon coin, as if Wei Ming's agreement was a foregone conclusion.
Wei Ming chuckled.
To him, dragon coins were as worthless as scraps of paper. He could print as many as he wanted. The idea of Kong Shihao trying to buy his woman with such meaningless currency was laughable. Shaking his head, Wei Ming replied, "What about your wife? Will you sell her to me for 10 dragon coins? I'll only keep her for one night."
Wei Ming. Are you seriously insulting me? Kong Shihao's voice rose in disbelief. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. Weren't you the one who started by targeting my woman? What was this double standard?
Wei Ming, you should know your place, Kong Shihao said, still trying to persuade him.
As I said, you're just an ordinary person. You can't keep a beauty like Lu Qing. She'll be taken from you sooner or later.
If you hand her over now, at least you'll get 100 dragon coins for it.
100 dragon coins. Think about it. Wei Ming didn't bother responding.
Instead, he called to Lu Qing, "Let's go upstairs and take a look around." Seeing the two of them leaving, Kong Shihao panicked. He couldn't let Lu Qing get away. She was the woman he'd dreamed about for years during their time at the company. He hurried after them, addressing Lu Qing directly.
"Lu Qing, why not come with me?
I'm an evolved being and the leader of my own faction. I control an entire residential district with over 100 subordinates. If you're with me, you'll never have to worry about food or drink again. If Wei Ming won't let her go, I'll just talk to her directly."
Lu Qing didn't respond to him.
Instead, she smiled and turned to look at Wen Shanshan. "Your husband is openly trying to hook up with another woman right in front of you.
Aren't you going to say something?"
Wen Shanshan opened her mouth but said nothing. What could she say? What could she do? If she were an evolved being, she'd slap Kong Shihao into oblivion. But as an ordinary person, married to an evolved being, she had no choice but to endure his infidelity. If this had been Song Qingyun, she would have ignored the situation entirely.
But Lu Qing was different. She turned to Wen Shanshan and said, "Why keep such a husband? Why not join my master instead?" He.
Kong Shihao's jealousy burned hotter than ever.
Why was Lu Qing actively helping Wei Ming find other women, while his own wife couldn't even muster a word of protest?
Now, more than ever, he was determined to have Lu Qing. If this weren't the Dragon King's Hall, he would have already forced himself on her.
Wei Ming shook his head.
If Kong Shihao insists on courting death, so be it. He led Lu Qing upstairs, with Kong Shihao trailing closely behind. He couldn't bear the thought of letting such an enchanting woman slip through his fingers. As they ascended, Kong Shihao noticed no one stopped him.
Could it be that they know I'm an evolved being and are too scared to intervene?
His confidence swelled, along with his ambition.
Why not take over the Dragon King's Hall entirely?
The thought ignited in his mind and grew into a blazing flame, impossible to extinguish.
Wen Shanshan trailed behind the group, walking cautiously.
When they reached the second floor, Wei Ming continued upward to the third and eventually stopped on the fourth floor. The place was eerily quiet. There was no one around, just a series of guest rooms, silent as the grave.
No one here? Kong Shihao's thoughts turned lecherous.
Kill Wei Ming, and then take Lu Qing right here.
He couldn't hold back anymore.
In the current world, no matter how beautiful a woman was, she was merely a man's possession.
If he killed Wei Ming, would Lu Qing dare to disobey him?
This is your own fault. Kong Shihao chuckled.
Wei Ming.
He stepped forward, his figure suddenly and inexplicably vanishing for a brief moment before reappearing as if nothing had happened. He continued toward Wei Ming, a sly grin on his face. This bizarre scene made Wen Shanshan scream involuntarily.
Kong Shihao, however, seemed completely unaware of anything amiss.
He placed his hand on Wei Ming's shoulder and twisted with all his might.
His intent was clear, to snap Wei Ming's neck. With his immense strength as an evolved being, snapping Wei Ming's neck should have been as effortless as breaking a toothpick. But something was wrong.
No matter how hard Kong Shihao twisted, Wei Ming's neck wouldn't budge. It was as if it were made of steel.
Bang!
Wei Ming kicked him hard, sending him flying down the corridor.
Kong Shihao crashed into the wall with a resounding thud and then rebounded, blood spurting from his mouth. How is this possible? Kong Shihao was in utter disbelief. You're an evolved being too.
Kong Shihao finally realized the truth. Wei Ming had been hiding his strength all along.
It now made sense why this seemingly unremarkable man could have Song Qingyun, a rare beauty, and Lu Qing, the goddess of their former company. He was never ordinary.
I'm an evolved being, Wei Ming said with a faint smile.
But are you?
Kong Shihao froze, his face paling. He turned and punched the wall with all his strength.
Bang! But the wall didn't cave in.
Instead, the force of the impact made his fist sting with pain. Kong Shihao ignored the pain, his expression growing increasingly hysterical.
Where's my strength? Where's my strength?
His immense power had been the foundation of his dominance and survival in the apocalypse. Without it, he was just an ordinary person.
And what kind of life did ordinary people lead now?
Men were forced to do backbreaking labor and even offer up their wives to avoid being killed for any flimsy excuse. That was exactly what Kong Shihao had done to the husbands of several beautiful women in his community.
He had fabricated reasons to eliminate them one by one. Now, as an ordinary person, would he face the same fate? Forced into servitude, constantly on the brink of death, while his wife became another man's plaything? The thought was unbearable. It was you! You did this, didn't you? Kong Shihao roared at Wei Ming. Wei Ming didn't deny it. He simply smiled faintly.
When Kong Shihao had disappeared briefly earlier, Wei Ming had pulled him into his alternate dimension and altered his body. Just as he could turn ordinary people into evolved beings, Wei Ming could reverse the process and strip evolved beings of their powers. It was all a matter of cellular structure and arrangement. With a suitable template, it was a trivial task for him.
Wei Ming, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please, turn me back.
Kong Shihao was on the verge of tears. He couldn't bear the thought of being an ordinary person. In truth, his abilities would have naturally returned after 24 hours. But Wei Ming wasn't about to tell him that, nor would he allow him to live that long. Wei Ming, ever composed, turned to Wen Shanshan and asked, 10 dragon coins for a night.
Interested? Yes. Yes.
Wen Shanshan agreed instantly without a moment's hesitation.
Could she refuse?
Of course not, she valued her life too much.
No, Wei Ming, you can't do this. Kong Shihao wailed. She's my wife.
What made it worse was that Wei Ming already had Lu Qing, the woman Kong Shihao had dreamed about for years.
Wei Ming chuckled. Didn't you just try to take my woman?
If I weren't stronger than you, you'd be stepping over my corpse to get to her right now.
We're all adults here.
You have to face the consequences of your choices.
This is karma. Could Kong Shihao accept this? Of course not. He broke down completely. Wei Ming, I beg you. Don't touch my wife. Please, I'm begging you.
When Wei Ming ignored him, Kong Shihao turned to Wen Shanshan.
You're not allowed to agree. If you do, I'll kill you. Wen Shanshan sneered in disdain. You're like a dog in front of Wei Ming, but you still try to act tough with me?
For days, Wen Shanshan had bottled up her resentment. Kong Shihao had brought his mistresses home, openly flaunting his affairs, while she had to endure it all in silence. Now, her chance for revenge burned brightly. She shot Wei Ming a flirtatious glance.
Should we do it here? You bitch. I'll kill you.
Kong Shihao, consumed by rage, lunged at her.
Bang!
Wei Ming kicked him, sending him flying once again. It was ironic. Kong Shihao had been a physically enhanced evolved being, while Wei Ming's physical strength was only at the peak of normal human capability. Yet now, the roles were reversed. Wei Ming was the stronger one, while Kong Shihao had been reduced to a powerless mortal. Such was the power of spatial manipulation.
It could overturn heaven and earth. No, no, no. Kong Shihao howled in despair. For a man, what was the ultimate humiliation? Being cuckolded.
Wei Ming, arm around Wen Shanshan's slender waist, led her into a room and slammed the door shut, leaving Kong Shihao outside. Kong Shihao pounded on the door with all his might, his face twisted with rage. If he still had his former strength, he could have smashed the door with a single punch. But now, he couldn't even handle this ordinary wooden door. Kong Shihao slumped to the floor, overwhelmed by grief and helplessness.
Over an hour later, the door finally opened.
Wen Shanshan emerged.
You bitch.
Kong Shihao lunged at her, his hands closing around her throat.
MMPH. MMPH.
Wen Shanshan struggled desperately, but even as a normal man, Kong Shihao's strength was far greater than hers.
She couldn't break free.
Her struggles grew weaker and weaker, until at last, she went still. Kong Shihao released her, staring blankly at her lifeless body as he collapsed onto the floor. Wei Ming stepped out moments later, chuckling.
Your wife didn't betray you. We just sat and talked for over an hour. I didn't even touch her. Think about it, when was the last time she bathed? You think I'd go for that? What? Kang Shihao froze in disbelief. So, she didn't cheat on me? Did this mean his wife had died for nothing? Wei Ming.
Kang Shihao growled through clenched teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. Oh, but you're wrong, Wei Ming said with a sly grin. Your wife was quite enjoyable, I was very satisfied.
Kang Shihao was utterly lost, unable to tell truth from lies.
But his hatred only deepened. Wei Ming smiled faintly, raised his hand, and fired a bullet into Kang Shihao's forehead.
As a mortal, Kang Shihao stood no chance of surviving.
Wei Ming stored both bodies in his alternate dimension, there was no need to dirty the place.
2 people disappearing in this world? Who would even care?
Wei Ming turned to Lu Qing and said with a smile, let's head to the casino.
I'll show you around. Wei Ming handed Lu Qing 1,000 dragon coins to spend at the casino. 1,000 dragon coins was no small sum.
Most players at the casino wagered just 1 or 2 coins at a time, with 10 coins being considered a big bet. With 1,000 dragon coins, Lu Qing could gamble for a long time. But as the saying goes, 9 out of 10 bets are losses. Even though Lu Qing bet conservatively, she managed to lose the entire 1,000 dragon coins after 2 hours of playing.
She couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement.
To put it into perspective, 1 dragon coin was enough to rent a room at the Dragon King's Hall with 3 meals included for a day.
That meant 1,000 dragon coins could cover nearly 3 years of food and lodging.
And yet, she had blown it all in just 2 hours. So thrilling, she exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Wei Ming.
Honey, I want more.
Wei Ming laughed and brought Lu Qing upstairs to an empty room, where they indulged in her seductive passion. When it came to being uninhibited, Lu Qing was second only to Lin Wanqiu.
Even foreign women wouldn't have gone further than she did.
After their time together, Wei Ming collected the gasoline and diesel that had been gathered over the past few days and prepared to return. The first day had yielded the least, but over the last 2 days, they'd collected more than 2,000 liters of fuel. However, Wei Ming knew that obtaining fuel would only get harder as time went on. Fuel was a consumable resource, and once the gas stations were emptied, where else could he find it? The only option would be to head to refineries.
But in this scorching heat, could refineries still operate?
Perhaps the only solution would be to build an underground refinery. That way, crude oil could be transported in and refined continuously. Something to worry about later. Wei Ming already had enough energy to last him 10 years. If he gathered a bit more, he could probably stretch it to 15 years. But would he really stay in Haidu for 15 years straight? Would he not explore other cities? Or even venture to the Middle East? The energy problem was solvable. 15 years from now, what would human society look like? Wei Ming shook his head, dismissing such distant thoughts. For now, it was time to head home. He returned to the shelter with Lu Qing, arriving just after 4 a.m.
The morning routine.
When Wei Ming woke up around 9 a.m., he felt refreshed. 5 hours of sleep were more than enough for him. By then, Lu Qing was still catching up on her rest, but the other 7 women were already awake. They had eaten breakfast and were going about their activities around the shelter. Some were working out, others were watching movies, and a few were tending to the plants in the greenhouse. However, no one ventured into the livestock area. Even though the glass walls blocked most of the smell, they still found it unpleasant and avoided it altogether.
Life in this apocalypse is surprisingly peaceful and comfortable.
Wei Ming smiled to himself. After having breakfast, he casually strolled to the second floor. On the running track, Zhang Linlin was working up a sweat. She wore a sporty outfit, with shorts that revealed her long, pale legs. Each stride she took seemed to cover twice the distance of a normal person's. Her slender waist and full hips created a striking contrast. And her chest, large and full, bounced energetically with every step she took, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that even made Wei Ming feel a bit dizzy.
Why are you the only one running?
Wei Ming asked, catching up to her and running alongside her. They're all too lazy. Only Qing Yun ran with me for a while, Zhang Linlin replied, her tone laced with disdain. Even in the apocalypse, she maintained her discipline, strictly managing her figure.
Wei Ming chuckled mischievously and suddenly scooped her up in his arms.
Let's switch to a different kind of exercise.
I promise it'll be even more intense. Sure enough, the new exercise was much more demanding.
Zhang Linlin was soon gasping for air, completely spent.
She collapsed into a soft puddle, unable to lift a single finger.
Exhausted. Sigh. The ice cream has melted, it can't refreeze. Wei Ming had no choice but to take over himself.
These girls are so weak when it comes to endurance. Wait, what if I turn them into evolved beings? Wouldn't that solve everything? Wei Ming considered it but ultimately dismissed the idea. No, safety comes first. Evening at the Dragon King's Hall. That night, Wei Ming took Yu Chutong to the Dragon King's Hall. She had won the lottery draw. When they arrived, Yu Chutong, like Song Qingyun and Lu Qing before her, was stunned by the liveliness of the place. Shopping didn't interest her, though. Wei Ming's supplies were abundant, with fresher food, more luxurious clothing, and better quality in every aspect. How could she feel the urge to shop? Instead, the casino caught her attention. As expected, everyone had a bit of a gambling streak, some more than others. Wei Ming, however, had no interest in gambling. Since the entire casino belonged to him, he simply found a room, sat down, and began reading a novel on his tablet. About half an hour later, someone knocked on the door, interrupting him. Boss Wei, sister-in-law got into a conflict with someone, a subordinate reported. Sister-in-law, of course, referred to Yu Chutong. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow, surprised. In this place, someone had dared to start trouble with Yu Chutong? He immediately headed to the second floor. In the casino, Yu Chutong was standing off against another woman. Her arms were crossed, and her expression was cold and condescending. The other woman, also in her 20s, was quite attractive and 8.5 out of 10. She had short hair and wore a strapless top that barely covered her chest, exposing a large expanse of pale skin. Her slender waist was flawless, and her tight shorts hugged her curvy hips. Her long legs were fair and well-toned. Unlike Yu Chutong's frosty demeanor, the short-haired woman had a playful smile, as if she were admiring Yu Chutong. Interesting. Wei Ming approached and asked, "What's going on?" Yu Chutong huffed indignantly. "Whatever I do, she keeps coming over and bothering me." The short-haired woman shifted her gaze to Wei Ming. Her smile disappeared, replaced by a sharp, intense expression. "Are you her man?" Instinctively, Wei Ming activated his spatial radar and was immediately surprised. This woman was also an evolved being, with a completely new evolutionary template. She wasn't a strength type or a bone spike type. But what exactly she was, Wei Ming would only know if he used her template himself. He mentally recorded the template for later. "That's right," he replied with a smile. "I want her." "Are you willing to give her to me?" the short-haired woman asked boldly, her tone commanding. "What the?" Wei Ming hadn't expected such a request. She was a lesbian? No wonder she had been following Yu Chutong around. She had her eye on her all along. Wei Ming chuckled. Nope. Although it wasn't a situation where he'd actually be cheated on, the thought of two women together. Wait, why did that seem more intriguing than unpleasant? Hold on, what's wrong with me? Am I actually tempted by this idea? No, this was dangerous. Ordinary lesbians were one thing, but this woman was an evolved being. If she turned against him, she could try to take his women for herself and even kill him. Unless I turned her back into a normal human before every encounter? That could work. Wei Ming's expression shifted as he considered his options. The short-haired woman stared at Wei Ming, her eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Just as Wei Ming thought she might try to assert dominance and turn hostile, she suddenly smiled and said, "You must hold some sway around here, don't you?" Wei Ming nodded slightly. "You could say that." The short-haired woman continued, "Let's move somewhere quieter to talk." Wei Ming chuckled. "Aren't you afraid I might devour you there?" "With just you," she scoffed, a look of disdain flashing across her face. If I really devour you whole, let's see if you can still act so smug." Wei Ming led her to the fourth floor, where it was utterly quiet. The short-haired woman sat down with a casual air, as though she were the master of the place. She pulled out a toothpick from somewhere and bit down on it. "My name's Ku Jiaojiao. I live over in Jinghua Court. A few days ago, several of us leaders reached an agreement with Ouyang Long. He promised to give us 50% of the shares in the Dragon King's Hall." She paused, as if giving Wei Ming time to digest the information, before continuing. "Now that Ouyang Long is dead, we can only claim that 50% from you." Wei Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Ouyang Long is dead, so you could just as easily say he left the entire Dragon King's Hall to you. What Ouyang Long promised you has nothing to do with me," Wei Ming said indifferently. Ko Jiaojiao didn't get angry. Instead, she said, "Ouyang Long wasn't an easy man to deal with. If even he agreed to our terms, don't you think you should consider why that was?" Wei Ming shrugged. "It's either because you're strong enough to intimidate him, or he thought fighting you would lead to mutual destruction, so he gave you a share to avoid trouble. More or less, Kujiao nodded. So, are you planning to go against us? Without waiting for Wei Ming to answer, she turned her gaze to Yu Chutong. Hand her over to me, and I'll even forfeit my share. According to our agreement, I was entitled to 10%. That's quite a generous gift, isn't it? Wei Ming smirked. Using something that's mine to gift me? You really are generous. Then his tone shifted. How about this? Instead of taking a share, you can work for me as a chambermaid. Yu Chutong's face flushed red, and she shot Wei Ming a glare. Kujiao, however, was so furious that her chest seemed about to explode. Her eyes turned vicious, and with a sharp flick of her toothpick, it shot toward Wei Ming. As it flew through the air, the toothpick suddenly ignited in flames. But before it could travel even a meter, it vanished into thin air. Wei Ming clicked his tongue in mock admiration. So her evolutionary ability revolves around manipulating flames? With a swift movement, Wei Ming lunged at Kujiao and threw a punch at her abdomen. Kujiao, startled by the disappearance of her flaming projectile, was momentarily shaken. The strangeness of this ability left her unnerved, her scalp tingling. However, she was experienced in combat. With a sharp cry, her body erupted into flames, transforming her into a fiery woman. Strangely, her strapless top and shorts remained untouched by the fire. She smirked provocatively. Come on, then. The flames she emitted reached temperatures of up to 1000 degrees Celsius. If Wei Ming charged in, he'd be reduced to ashes instantly. Oh? Wei Ming smiled, and a portal to his spatial dimension opened. A massive torrent of water gushed out. Hiss! The water splashed onto Kujiao, instantly vaporizing upon contact with her flames. However, as the water continued to pour out in waves, her flames were slowly but surely extinguished. Kujiao was stunned. How was he producing so much water? In this world, water was a precious resource, a lifeline. And yet, Wei Ming was wasting it to douse her flames? Should she feel honored? She instinctively tried to reignite her flames, but before she could, Wei Ming closed the distance and landed a punch squarely on her stomach. Ugh! Kujiao doubled over in pain, nearly vomiting her internal organs. She staggered backward and then vanished. She had been pulled into Wei Ming's spatial dimension. Wei Ming smirked. He had already recorded her evolutionary template. Inside the spatial dimension, he could easily create a copy of her. Now, he could modify Kujiao herself. A moment later, Kujiao reappeared. To Yu Chutong, it seemed as though Kujiao had merely blinked out of existence for a split second before reappearing. Kujiao stumbled backward, clutching her stomach. That single punch had nearly taken her life. She stared at Wei Ming in horror. No wonder he could take over the Dragon King's hall. No wonder he dared to act so boldly. It was all because of his terrifying strength. Among the leaders of the Five Families Alliance, Kujiao's strength was among the best. But in front of Wei Ming, she was utterly powerless. In fact, if Wei Ming had wanted her dead, she would already be a corpse. Wei Ming, calm and composed, brushed non-existent dust off his hands. How many leaders do you have? What are their abilities, and how many men do they command? Kujiao glared at him, her anger barely restrained, but she remained silent. Don't think I'll spare you just because you're a woman, Wei Ming said coldly. Anyone who targeted him or his women was an enemy. Gender didn't matter. Kujiao sneered through gritted teeth. Even if I told you, would you let me go? No, Wei Ming said, shaking his head. He had already used his spatial abilities, so there was no way he'd let her leave alive. She had two choices, die or submit. And Wei Ming was quite interested in upgrading his fire-based template. Then why should I talk? Kujiao spat. I'd rather die than betray my people. Wei Ming chuckled. How do you plan to take me down with you? Kujiao opened her mouth to retort, but her expression quickly turned to shock. Her ability was gone. What did you do to me? She stammered, her voice trembling. Nothing much, Wei Ming said casually, making something up. Your ability is flame-based, but mine nullifies the powers of all evolved beings. Once I activate it, you're just a normal person. Kujiao trembled even more. No matter how badly injured she was before, she had always felt secure knowing she had one trump card left, the ability to transform her entire body into flames. In that state, her temperature would soar even higher, and she'd become impervious to bullets. That was why she had dared to confront Wei Ming alone. But now, her ability was gone. For the first time, Kujiao felt true fear.
She forced herself to regain her composure. If Wei Ming was openly revealing his power, he clearly had no intention of letting her go. Her only chance lay in keeping her mouth shut and hoping for a miracle. "I won't tell you anything," she declared, gritting her teeth. "Well then, I guess I'll have to torture it out of you," Wei Ming said. "Let's see. Since you like women, I assume you hate men, right?" He smirked. "Lucky for you, I'm a man. And a very strong one at that. You're in for a treat." Is mercy necessary for enemies? Absolutely not. Wei Ming was never forceful with women, he only dealt with them through mutual agreements. But when it came to enemies, gender made no difference to him. He had no saintly compassion. However, when he began pulling down Ku Jiajiao's pants, the woman immediately caved in and surrendered. So cowardly. Wei Ming had no real interest in her. Her looks were only an 80 out of 100, just good enough for a casual fling. If he didn't feel like it, he could easily pass. If Ku Jiajiao had remained stubborn, Wei Ming might have reluctantly sacrificed himself to break her spirit. But since she was willing to cooperate, there was no need to go further. To Wei Ming, her flame-based ability was unique and potentially very useful in the future. If she behaved and submitted, he would spare her and even keep her around to further refine and update her evolutionary template. Ku Jiajiao's confession. Ku Jiajiao began talking. Their group consisted of a 5-family alliance, with each leader being an evolved individual. They had indeed made an agreement with Ouyang Long after a minor conflict between the two sides. Neither wanted an all-out fight that could result in mutual destruction, so Ouyang Long had reluctantly agreed to give up 50% of the Dragon King's Hall to placate them. Of course, they weren't just taking a free cut. If the Dragon King's Hall was invaded by external forces, they were obligated to assist in its defense. But when Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu moved in, their attack was so swift that the 5-family alliance didn't even have time to intervene. By the time they realized what had happened, Wei Ming had already taken over the Dragon King's Hall. The alliance was shocked. They hadn't received any benefits yet, and now the hall had a new owner. Naturally, they were concerned, so they sent Ku Jiajiao to scout the situation. The plan was simple: if Wei Ming agreed to hand over 50% of the shares, great. If not, she would probe his strength and determine whether they should go to war. Why send Ku Jiajiao? Because her abilities were unique. When she transformed into flames, she could escape any encirclement unscathed. Unfortunately for her, she ran into Wei Ming, a freak of nature. With the door to space in his arsenal, Wei Ming made all powers equal. After listening to her explanation, Wei Ming nodded thoughtfully and said, "I'll give you a choice: stay here as the third in command. I'll also give you 10% of the shares." Ku Jiajiao didn't bother asking what would happen if she refused. She already knew the answer. Death. And likely being violated before that. "I accept," she quickly nodded. After all, getting 10% of the shares was still a good deal. Cooperation was cooperation, no matter who it was with. The key was that refusing would result in death and humiliation. Preparing for the alliance. Wei Ming smiled and left the room, summoning Zhao Guofu. He explained the situation with Ku Jiajiao and her alliance, causing Zhao Guofu to stiffen in alarm. 5 evolved individuals? Fortunately, one had already been dealt with. But there were still 4 remaining, more than the 3 Ouyang Long had brought with him. That made the situation more challenging. Wei Ming chuckled. "Don't worry. I've developed a serum that can grant the strength of an evolved individual for 24 hours. That's why I've had you grooming loyal subordinates. Although it's a bit rushed, we'll make do for now. Gather 10 men. I'll temporarily turn them into evolved individuals, and you'll lead them to take out the remaining 4 leaders. They want to target me? Not killing them would be like leaving trouble around to haunt me later." Wei Ming had spared Ku Jiajiao for 3 reasons. First, she was attractive and pleasant to look at. Second, the Dragon King's Hall needed more evolved individuals as capable enforcers. Third, her flame-based ability was unique, and Wei Ming was eager to see its potential after further evolution. Of course, the third reason was the most important. That said, whenever Wei Ming visited the Dragon King's Hall, he would ensure Ku Jiajiao's powers were sealed for safety. As for Zhao Guofu's safety? Meh, that's not my concern. After all, as long as Wei Ming was alive, could Ku Jiajiao afford to betray him? Zhao Guofu was stunned. Wei Ming can artificially create evolved individuals? Unbelievable, he muttered, then hurried off to select the men. 20 minutes later, Zhao Guofu returned with 10 hand-picked subordinates. All of them were visibly excited.
They already knew what was about to happen. Becoming evolved individuals. In this world, who didn't want that? It meant power, and power meant food, safety, and women. Zhao Guofu had also informed them that the serum's effects only lasted 24 hours. But if they proved themselves loyal and useful, Wei Ming might continue providing them with the serum. They'd be like imperfect evolved individuals, with cooldown times for their powers. Wei Ming glanced at them and said, Zhao Guofu must have explained everything to you, so I won't repeat myself. Work hard. If you prove your loyalty, you'll have more opportunities to become evolved individuals in the future. Now, come in one at a time. Although modifying someone in his alternate dimension was quick, the process of bringing them in and out could arouse suspicion, so Wei Ming preferred to do it privately. One by one, the men entered the room. Wei Ming filled syringes with plain saline to make it look like he was injecting them. In truth, he modified their bodies directly in his alternate dimension. Within moments, they emerged as newly minted evolved individuals. Each one had been based on Zhao Guofu's original evolutionary template, ensuring that his authority as their leader remained intact. The 10 men were astonished and delighted. Apart from feeling incredibly hungry, they were overwhelmed by their newfound strength. Master Wei, we're ready to follow you through fire and water. Their respect and fear for Wei Ming had reached its peak. Wei Ming let them eat their fill before sending them off under Zhao Guofu's leadership to deal with the remaining 4 evolved leaders. Testing the fire template. Left alone, Wei Ming entered the room and activated his alternate dimension. When he emerged, he had swapped to Ku Jiujiao's evolutionary template, becoming a flame-based evolved individual. He immediately began experimenting with his new abilities. Ignition and throwing. Wei Ming could ignite any flammable object and throw it as a weapon. However, the object needed a low ignition point. Wood or plastic worked well, while metal could only be heated until it glowed red. Full-body flame emission. Wei Ming could engulf his entire body in flames, generating temperatures of over 1000 degrees Celsius. This ability was particularly effective against groups of enemies who would dare approach him. Flame transformation. This was an enhanced version of the second ability, allowing him to fully transform his body into flames. In this state, physical attacks were completely ineffective. To test it, Wei Ming passed his hand through a solid table. There was no resistance, as if his body had become incorporeal. Physical attacks are useless against me now. If Ku Jiaojiao hadn't encountered him, Zhao Guofu would have been in serious trouble. That flame ability of hers is pretty impressive. But only just pretty. Because if Wei Ming uses his second ability, he can maintain it for 30 minutes. However, if he goes into full flame mode with his third ability, it only lasts for a minute. If it could be used indefinitely, then Ku Jiaojiao and her group wouldn't have had to tread so carefully around Ouyang Long, eventually reaching a compromise with him. It's like Ouyang Long's bone spikes, overwhelmingly powerful, capable of killing a physique evolutionist like Zhao Guofu. But they can only be used 7 times. After those 7 uses, Ouyang Long is reduced to the physical strength of an ordinary person at peak condition. Against someone like Zhao Guofu, he'd get knocked out with a single punch. From this perspective, while physique evolution types don't have any particularly flashy strengths, they also don't have glaring weaknesses. Over the long term, physique types are the most invincible. Of course, that doesn't include me. Wei Ming muttered to himself. Ku Jiaojiao was really out of luck. Encountering him, she didn't even have a chance to escape. Otherwise, with her flame ability activated, she could have even phased through walls to flee. For her to dare come alone to this meeting, she must have had some tricks up her sleeve. The result, though? She handed over both her abilities and herself. Wei Ming reverted to his physique evolution template again. This ability was simply the most practical. Its greatest strength lay in the rapid reflexes it provided. He could react instantly, engage in combat, summon weapons from his interdimensional arsenal, or retreat into the alternate dimension. So far, he hadn't encountered a situation dire enough to make him hide in the alternate dimension. At most, he'd just open the dimensional gate and call it a day. Since Ku Jiaojiao had already wasted a good deal of his time, Wei Ming decided to accompany Yu Chutong back to the casino for a few games. Ku Jiaojiao tagged along too, looking utterly humiliated. She kept glancing at Wei Ming, her eyes filled with fear and something else. However, she looked more at Yu Chutong. So beautiful. It was such a shame that this gorgeous woman was being defiled by Wei Ming, that scoundrel. This beauty should belong to her. Ouch, she exclaimed suddenly, clutching her shapely backside in pain.
If you dare set your sights on my woman again, I'll show you the true meaning of rock bottom, Wei Ming warned. Ko Jiaojiao immediately showed a look of terror and hastily shook her head. Yu Chutong sighed to herself. This world had truly become dark and chaotic. Ordinary people like her had no means of self-defense. And as a beautiful woman, her fate was even less in her own hands. If she was lucky, she might be taken in by a powerful individual and kept as a trophy wife. But if she wasn't, she'd be passed around by countless men until she was ruined, left to wither away unnoticed. Thinking of this, she leaned into Wei Ming's arms. Though this guy was lustful already with 8 women in his household, who else in the world could compare to them in terms of material comfort? Anything they wanted, they got. And Wei Ming only had 8 women so far. Unlike others, take the so-called bosses in Qidong City, for instance, how many of them hadn't slept with every woman in their neighborhood? Wei Ming glanced at Yu Chutong and smiled slightly. The more he experienced the harshness of this world, the more he cherished the idyllic life in their sanctuary. He hadn't brought these women out here just to let them enjoy themselves. Ko Jiajiao looked on enviously. A beauty of Yu Chutong's caliber wasn't just untouchable, she hadn't even seen anyone like her in real life. By the time it was past 4 in the morning, Zhao Guofu finally returned. Though many of them had injuries, none were serious, and everyone's spirits were high. Wei Ming, it's all taken care of. Zhao Guofu whispered into his ear. Wei Ming wasn't surprised. Although Ku Jijiao's 5 alliances still had 4 evolutionists, they were all physique types. Living in separate neighborhoods, they could only support each other when attacked. Zhao Guofu led 10 evolutionists in a blitz attack, and of course, it ended in a rout. With superior numbers and a surprise attack, how could they not emerge victorious? Well done, Wei Ming said. Zhao Guofu simply smiled, full of awe for Wei Ming. This guy was incredible, he could create 10 evolutionists with just a wave of his hand. If Wei Ming had more time to prepare, could he create 100? 1,000? My god! Zhao Guofu dared not imagine further. If he had 1,000-strong team of evolutionists, could he unify the world? For a Chinese person, the dream of unification was deeply ingrained in their blood. If global unification were possible, his name in the family genealogy wouldn't just take up a page, it'd get an entire volume. Wei Ming, unconcerned with Zhao Guofu's thoughts, pointed at Ko Jiajiao. From now on, she's the third in command here. Give her 10% of the profits. Also, any tasks that come up, don't hesitate to assign them to her. Zhao Guofu glanced at Ko Jiajiao and nodded. Understood. Anything Wei Ming said, he'd carry out to the letter. Ko Jiajiao, overhearing, felt both relieved and frustrated. She used to be the boss. Now what? The third in command. Still, third in command was better than being a dead boss like her 4 allies. But when she saw Wei Ming leaving with Yu Chutong, she froze. He doesn't live here, she asked Zhao Guofu. Of course not, Zhao Guofu replied indifferently. You have no idea how extraordinary and powerful Wei Ming is. Powerful, yes. Extraordinary, absolutely. But he's also a bastard running off with a beauty like that? One of the reasons she surrendered was to steal him away. Yet, thinking about Wei Ming's power, she licked her lips unconsciously. Why did she feel tempted to try him out? No, I like women. That scumbag should drop dead. Time to find a girl and move on, forget about this jerk. Wei Ming sped back to the sanctuary with Yu Chutong. Time for some sleep. He was quite satisfied. Today, he had eliminated a Dragon King Hall threat and gained a new character template. Too bad Ouyang Long's bone spike ability was so rare. Now that he was dead, this template couldn't be updated anymore. So, Ko Jiajiao, don't you dare betray me. If I lose another template, I'll be genuinely upset. Master, at 3 a.m., unauthorized individuals approached the sanctuary. They stayed for 5 minutes before leaving, the AI voice suddenly reported. Oh? Pull up the surveillance footage. Project it, Wei Ming ordered. Understood. A surveillance video appeared on the wall. 5 people snuck down to the B2 level, only to be stopped by an alloy door. After trying to open it, they quickly left. They're probably Miao Hui's men, Wei Ming murmured. The sanctuary's existence wasn't exactly a secret. Huang Xian knew about it, and so did those involved in its construction. Someone must have tipped off Miao Hui. A few days ago, he even sent Qin Hai to try blasting his way in, only for Wei Ming to wipe them out. That was 6 days ago. It seems Miao Hui, ever cautious, was making another move. Wei Ming didn't give Miao Hui much thought. The sanctuary was buried about 60 meters underground, making it nearly impossible for even evolutionists to force their way in.
Unless it was someone as abnormal as Wei Ming. Still, it was better to find an opportunity to deal with Miao Hui and eliminate the constant threat he posed. This task could be handed off to Zhao Guofu. Finally, Wei Ming could get some sleep. From 5 a.m. to 9 a.m., a mere 4 hours of rest was enough to leave him refreshed, without a hint of fatigue. His physical condition was excellent. I'm not even a true physique evolutionist. Would I be even stronger if I were?
Wei Ming couldn't help but admire the versatility of physique abilities.
However, he wasn't willing to trade his spatial abilities for them, no way. It doesn't matter.
I can pretty much maintain a physique evolution state all the time now. All he had to do was refuel in the alternate dimension every 24 hours, making him almost indistinguishable from a true physique evolutionist. After lunch, Wei Ming entered what he called exclusive pampering mode. He focused on spoiling one person. Although he no longer cared about love, winning over someone's heart was still a worthwhile endeavor, especially when it cost him so little. Today, it was Zhang Linlin's turn. Of all the women, Zhang Linlin was the most disciplined. Even Song Qingyun, a security officer, occasionally slacked off on her training, but Zhang Linlin remained steadfast, dedicating at least 2 hours every day to exercise, stretching, and vocal practice, as if she were always ready to take the stage.
What was her reasoning?
Wei Ming didn't know, but he greatly enjoyed the charm Zhang Linlin exuded. When a beautiful woman did anything, it was captivating, pleasing to the eye, and uplifting. But as he watched her, he couldn't keep his hands to himself. In the evening, Wei Ming took Changya to the Dragon King Hall. Though luck varied among the women, the difference only lay in when they went sooner or later.
It didn't really matter. After a little over an hour, the two arrived at the Dragon King Hall.
Today it was even livelier than yesterday. 2 days ago, Wei Ming had transported a large shipment of supplies there, and the publicity from it was astounding. The more people came, the greater the trade volume, which naturally brought more goods. The increased activity created a snowball effect, ensuring business here would only grow better in the future. Wei Ming was quite satisfied. Of course, he didn't care about the supplies, only the energy resources.
That was the one thing he didn't have enough of. Upon entering the Dragon King Hall, his first action was to seal Ko Jiajiao's abilities.
Better safe than sorry, he couldn't risk her suddenly trying to assassinate him, even if she used his women as leverage. Not that he cared much about Changya, but why lose a beauty for no reason? Could Ko Jiajiao resist? Her gaze toward Wei Ming grew increasingly reverent, as if she were staring at a god or a demon.
And wasn't he?
He could easily seal her abilities and create hordes of evolutionists on a whim. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and experienced it herself, she would never have believed it, not even if someone else told her. It sounded too exaggerated to be true.
Wei Ming instructed Ko Jiajiao to take Changya for a stroll. After all, they were both women, though Ko Jiajiao preferred women herself. Wei Ming wasn't worried about any green flags being raised. He pulled out his phone and started gaming. Unfortunately, he could only play single-player games these days. Could he set up a local network to play some old-school multiplayer games?
It was possible.
But no rush. Bullying computer opponents was too dull.
After a short while, Wei Ming lost interest.
Might as well take a walk. Wei Ming headed downstairs and, unsurprisingly, found himself wandering into the casino.
The atmosphere there was the liveliest.
Throughout history, humanity had two timeless industries, gambling and sex, primal desires manifested.
Previously, these were illegal, but in the chaos of the current era, they had risen to prominence. In the Dragon King Hall, the casino and the brothel upstairs were always the most crowded areas. Wei Ming reflected on this but then considered his own situation. Though he had no interest in gambling, he had already collected 8 stunning women at home.
In that sense, how was he any different from others?
This just proves I'm a normal man. He smiled faintly, dismissing this minor flaw of his. Nobody's perfect, after all. Besides, he never held himself to particularly high standards. Suddenly, the sound of commotion came from outside.
Moments later, a group of people walked in. There were 11 of them in total.
9 had the menacing aura of hardened killers. The murderous intent in their eyes was unmistakable evidence of lives they had taken.
And the other 2?
A man and a woman, both in their early 30s. Their hands were bound with plastic restraints, and they looked utterly despondent. The man was strikingly handsome, standing about 5 feet 9 inches, 175 centimeters. Even in his disheveled state, he exuded a mature charm. If a wealthy woman saw him, she might be captivated enough to throw caution to the wind just to claim him.
As for the woman? When Wei Ming looked at her, he couldn't help but be awestruck. She was a stunner, easily a 95 out of 100. Compared to Yu Chutong or Song Qingyun, she was every bit their equal. Her figure was extraordinary, curvaceous with an alluring hourglass shape. Though she was past the prime age range of 18 to 26, the passage of time had only added a layer of mature charm to her. She was ripened, voluptuous, possessing a sensual allure entirely distinct from the slim, girlish figures of younger women. Her face was one that could ignite a fire within anyone at a single glance. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also bewitching. The sight of her obliterated all other thoughts, leaving only her image imprinted on the mind. Yet, paradoxically, she also exuded a sense of fragility that evoked pity, forming a stark contrast with her sultry appearance. Even Wei Ming, who had seen his fair share of beauties, 4 of whom were absolute standouts, felt a surge of possessiveness upon seeing this enchanting woman. A true temptress. Damn, this woman was a catastrophic beauty. If he felt this way, how could others resist? Every pair of eyes in the room was on her, filled with undisguised greed and desire. Wei Ming found the situation odd. This stunningly beautiful woman had clearly been captured by the 9 men. Given her allure and the lack of laws in this chaotic world, why hadn't those 9 made any move on her? Instead, they'd brought her to the casino? What kind of behavior was that? Impossible. One person having issues in that regard might be understandable, but all 9 of them? How low were the chances of that happening? Ugh, what's that smell? Suddenly, someone covered their nose, nearly gagging. It stinks. They weren't the only ones, others nearby also pinched their noses. After looking around, their gazes landed on the beautiful woman. Unbelievable, the stench was coming from her. Looking closer, her clothes and even her skin were soiled with filth. Could it be? Everyone gasped. While their desire for her didn't completely fade, it had clearly diminished. At the very least, no one was in any hurry to act now. She needed a thorough cleaning. The problem was, water had become so precious that there wasn't enough even for drinking, let alone washing. Using it to bathe was an unimaginable luxury. But without a wash, the stench was so overpowering that no one could bring themselves to touch her. They could only wait. Over time, the odor would fade, and the dirt would naturally fall away and disappear within a month or two. At this moment, the 9 men found a table and started gambling. Among them, a burly man in his 30s was clearly the leader. The others merely watched while he alone placed bets. But his luck was terrible. 10 rounds, 9 losses. Within 20 minutes, he had lost all his dragon coins. Damn it! What rotten luck, the man cursed, his eyes red from frustration. He shoved the captive man forward and shouted, "Any rich ladies here interested in buying this man? Just look at him, a top-tier pretty boy. I'm selling him cheap. Only 100 dragon coins, and he's yours." Wei Ming frowned. Ever since he had taken over this place, he'd abolished human trafficking. Yes, selling oneself for a single night was allowed here, but that was a choice. The person remained free and could leave whenever they wanted. But trafficking people here? Courting death. Wei Ming didn't even have to speak. The casino's attendants immediately walked over. "Sir, human trafficking is strictly forbidden in the Dragon King Hall," one of them said with a polite smile. "Better to resolve this peacefully if possible." "Screw you. Looking to die?" The burly man signaled one of his subordinates, who immediately drew a gun and aimed it at the attendant. The man sneered, "What kind of stupid rule is that? No selling people? I refuse to believe this nonsense. I'll sell him if I want to." He scanned the crowd, his gaze sharp. "Dragon King Hall? So what? I'm Jiang Long, the Dragon Conqueror. Even dragons bow before me." Wei Ming started walking over. Even if it wasn't for the stunning woman, he couldn't allow anyone to break the rules of the Dragon King Hall. Of course, if the woman weren't involved, he might have left this to Zhao Guofu. Spatial radar. Wei Ming immediately analyzed the situation of all 11 people. There was only one evolutionist among them, the burly man. He was a physique type, with a strength level even higher than Zhao Guofu's. Character template updated. Enter the alternate dimension. Modify. Exit. Time spent, 0.001 seconds. Even if everyone's attention was on the burly man or the beautiful woman, no one, not even someone staring directly at Wei Ming, could detect what he'd done. Out of 10,000 people, maybe one might notice. Boss Wei. Seeing Wei Ming approach, the attendants quickly greeted him. The burly man glanced at Wei Ming, snorted, and said, "You're in charge here?" "Yes," Wei Ming replied with a nod. "Good. Let me ask you, can I sell people here?"
The man glared at Wei Ming, his expression fierce.
Wei Ming smiled and said, "The Dragon King Hall forbids human trafficking.
Anyone who breaks the rules faces only one consequence:
Death." The burly man didn't get angry.
Instead, he laughed loudly, leaving everyone unsure of what he was thinking. But as his laughter rang out, it suddenly stopped. In the next moment, he threw a punch at Wei Ming.
The strike carried immense force. With his physique evolutionist strength, this punch could dent a 10-centimeter thick steel plate.
He was a true smiling tiger.
Who would have thought that a moment ago he'd been laughing, only to launch a sudden attack? Bang!
Wei Ming met the punch with his own. When their fists collided, the impact echoed throughout the casino, deafening many onlookers and leaving only a buzzing sound in their ears. Both men staggered backward. 1 step, 2 steps, 7 steps, 8 steps. They had retreated the same distance. Neither had gained the upper hand. The burly man was visibly shaken. He had, of course, heard of the Dragon King Hall's reputation. But confident in his own strength, he believed himself superior. After this exchange, he realized how wrong he was. The opponent's strength was no less than his own. Naturally, since Wei Ming had just used his template. The critical point was that the burly man had heard the Dragon King Hall housed 3 evolutionists. If one was already his equal, what about the other 2? He couldn't afford to escalate this further. Despite his brutish appearance, the man was actually shrewd and knew when to back off. He quickly laughed and said, "Brother, it's true friends fight before they know each other. My name's Jiang Lichao. To give you face, I'll sell the guy somewhere else." With that, he turned to leave. Wei Ming sneered. "You think you can just walk away after breaking the rules? How dare you speak to Brother Jiang like that? Apologize now." Jiang Lichao's subordinates shouted angrily. But the casino attendants couldn't let that slide either, and both sides began hurling insults, guns drawn, ready to fight at any moment. Jiang Lichao raised a hand to quiet his men and asked, "What do you want, then?" "Leave a hand behind," Wei Ming said calmly.
He wasn't singling him out, this was the established rule.
Minor offenders lost a hand, major offenders were executed on the spot.
Jiang Lichao's face darkened. "I've already shown you respect, but you keep pushing me. Either lose a hand or die," Wei Ming replied, still calm. Could Jiang Lichao afford to lose a hand? Of course not. As a physique evolutionist, his body was his lifeline. Losing a hand would drastically weaken his combat ability. "Ha!
Today, I'll leave this place intact.
Let's see who can stop me." He began backing toward the door. Turning his back on Wei Ming? He wouldn't dare. Their strength was evenly matched. Exposing such a massive vulnerability would be asking to die.
Wei Ming stepped forward.
"Kill him!" Jiang Lichao shouted. Bang! 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 Gunfire erupted, and chaos broke out. Gamblers threw themselves to the floor to avoid being caught in the crossfire. If they got hit, their deaths would be meaningless. Wei Ming quickly closed the distance to Jiang Lichao. The latter, retreating, couldn't match Wei Ming's speed.
He had no choice but to defend himself.
Bang! Bang!
After just 2 punches, Jiang Lichao realized with horror that his strength was inexplicably draining. Wei Ming's next blow shattered his defenses entirely. Literally shattered. Bones in his arm exploded into fragments, spraying blood like fireworks. The devastating force traveled up to his head, turning his brain to pulp. Dead. Wei Ming exchanged 3 punches with Jiang Lichao. The first punch was with his left hand, the second with his right. As soon as his right hand made contact with Jiang Lichao, Wei Ming enveloped him with his spatial dimension, completing 3 steps: absorption, modification, and release, all in an instant. With the chaos at the scene, who would notice? By the time Wei Ming threw the 3rd punch, Jiang Lichao had already been reduced to an ordinary person. How could he possibly put up a fight? This scene left everyone present as if they had seen a ghost. How was this possible? Just moments ago, the 2 were evenly matched. How could Jiang Lichao suddenly be killed so easily? And with Jiang Lichao dead, would his subordinates dare to resist? They immediately raised their hands in surrender. Only Ko Jiajia thought she understood what had happened. Wei Ming's ability must be to eliminate others' abilities.
That's why Jiang Liqiao became just like a normal person in front of him. It's perfectly normal that he was beaten to death in 3 punches. In that case, I'm really lucky. Otherwise, Jiang Liqiao could have been my fate. Thinking about how the 5 alliance's evolutionists had been reduced to just her, Jiao couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine and also a sense of relief. If Wei Ming wants me, should I submit or not? She found herself torn. She was a lesbian and couldn't bear the thought of being touched by a man. But if Wei Ming became angry and killed her, what then? Her thoughts spiraled, leaving her unable to decide. Meanwhile, Wei Ming ordered Jiang Liqiao's 9 subordinates to be taken away for questioning. They didn't dare lie. Not long ago, they had raided a luxurious villa and captured a married couple, the beautiful woman and her husband. To avoid being violated, the woman had smeared filth on herself. Under normal circumstances, this wouldn't be a big deal. A quick rinse with water and some soap would solve the problem. But this was the apocalypse, where water was incredibly scarce. Every drop was precious and would only become more so over time. Jiang Liqiao had initially tried to endure it, but the stench was overwhelming. He couldn't bring himself to touch her and had to give up temporarily. Still, he was determined to possess this stunningly beautiful woman. He didn't mind spending a fortune to do so. Passing by the Dragon King Hall, he sold some supplies to exchange for dragon coins, hoping to win big at the casino. His plan was to buy a large amount of water to clean the woman thoroughly and enjoy her properly. She was too tempting. If he didn't have her, it would haunt him forever. Of course, Jiang Liqiao had even bigger ambitions. If the Dragon King Hall's evolutionists turned out to be weaker than him, he planned to take over the place entirely. The result? He became like Sun Quan, losing both the woman and his soldiers. Why didn't he kill the man, though? It wasn't because Jiang Liqiao had any interest in him, but because the man was so handsome. If a wealthy woman fancied him, he could fetch a good price. After the interrogation, the 8 remaining subordinates were disposed of. This was a clear warning: anyone who violated the rules of the Dragon King Hall would face death, even if they were evolutionists. Wei Ming returned to the casino. When the captured couple saw him approach, they trembled in fear. Even though Wei Ming had saved them, in this dark world, it was entirely possible they had just exchanged one captor for another. Amusingly, the man couldn't even stand the stench coming from his wife. He deliberately kept his distance, covering his nose and retching. Indeed, if the smell weren't so overpowering, how could it have deterred Jiang Liqiao? Wei Ming brought the couple to the 4th floor. Damn, I'm so jealous of that guy. Ko Jiaojiao gritted her teeth. She had also taken a liking to the beautiful woman. It was clear that Wei Ming had plans for her, and the thought drove Ko Jiaojiao mad with jealousy. That enchanting beauty was captivating enough to stir anyone's soul. Chanya, on the other hand, was indifferent. It wasn't that she didn't care if Wei Ming brought back another woman, she simply had no right to object. Besides, Wei Ming's stamina is overwhelming. Even with all 8 of us, we can't handle him. Adding one more to share the load might actually help. She shrugged. And it's not like we lack resources. Wei Ming has plenty. Sit, Wei Ming said, gesturing to the chairs beside him. The man nervously took a seat but couldn't help shifting his chair away. The smell coming from his wife was unbearable, and he kept covering his nose, occasionally dry heaving. Big brother, could you let us go? The man pleaded. We have money. We can give you a lot of it. Wei Ming chuckled. It had been over 30 days since the apocalypse began. Did this man still not understand the situation? What are your names? Wei Ming asked calmly. The man, realizing his question wasn't answered directly, had no choice but to reply. My name is Tan Yashing, and this is my wife, Chen Lan. I used to be a professor of classical literature at Haida University. After the apocalypse, we stayed at home, relying on our stockpile of food and water. We managed to hold out for a month, but eventually, our supplies ran out, and no rescue came. In order to survive, I ventured out to search for food and water. Instead, I led those thugs back to our home. How could people behave like that? No regard for human rights. He sighed, his face full of regret and fear. Are you living in an ivory tower? How have you not adapted to the apocalypse by now? Even Wei Ming was a little surprised. This man was shockingly naive. Men like this were difficult to convince. Have you thought about how you'll survive from now on? Wei Ming asked casually. Tan Yashing frowned deeply. His first attempt to scavenge for supplies had ended in disaster, and he had completely lost confidence in himself.
As a highly educated scholar who hadn't even done household chores, gathering resources was an insurmountable challenge for him.
I might have a solution, Wei Ming said slowly. Tan Yashing eagerly asked, what is it? From now on, you two can work here.
I'll provide 3 meals a day, Wei Ming said with a smile.
Tan Yashing was overjoyed. Really? Really, Wei Ming confirmed with a nod. Tan Yashing quickly agreed. Deal, but what kind of work would we be doing? I haven't thought that far ahead. What can you even do? Your academic expertise seems utterly useless in the apocalypse. Can you do bookkeeping? Wei Ming asked offhandedly. Tan Yashing thought for a moment.
I've never formally studied it, but I'm sure I can handle it. After all, he was a university professor.
Fair enough.
Wei Ming then turned to the beautiful woman, Qianlan.
Come with me. I'll find some work for you too. Tan Yashing, while naive, wasn't stupid. He instinctively wanted to object but hesitated.
The stench emanating from his wife was so bad it had even driven off thugs. Surely Wei Ming wouldn't touch her either.
What was there to worry about?
With that thought, he stayed silent. Just as they stepped out of the room, the stunning beauty spoke in a cold yet melodious voice, I know exactly what you're up to. It was her first time speaking. Indeed, her voice matched her appearance and figure perfectly, pleasantly magnetic, with a tone that could easily spark the imagination.
Wei Ming chuckled. Oh? And what exactly am I up to?
You're just trying to appease my husband to get to me, Qianlan replied. Wei Ming stopped in his tracks and turned to look at her.
Then why didn't you say so earlier? Why follow me out here? Unless...
The beautiful woman immediately gave him a scornful look.
In your dreams. My husband is particularly simple-minded. His whole life revolves around academia.
I respect him and admire him. I didn't want to shatter his faith in humanity by exposing your true nature in front of him.
As for me,
do you really think you can do anything to me like this? She said, gesturing toward herself.
Wei Ming laughed heartily and replied, what's a little smell? I could just wear an oxygen mask. It's not like my second brother would be wearing it.
Yu Qianlan was furious and on the verge of cursing, but perhaps because of her upbringing, she only raised her eyebrows in frustration, unable to get the words out. Even when angry, she looked stunning. Her almond-shaped eyes, meant to glare, seemed to flirt instead, casting an unintentional seductive charm. In ancient times, she would have been the kind of beauty who brought ruin to empires. Which emperor would bother with state affairs if he had a woman like her? He'd leave everything to his ministers just to spend all day with her.
Wei Ming smiled. Zhang Liqiao couldn't clean you up, but why wouldn't I be able to?
He led Qianlan to a more distant room, ensuring Tan Yashing wouldn't hear her if she screamed. After all, Wei Ming wasn't a heartless villain. He wouldn't kill a man just to claim his wife for himself. Desire was one thing, murder was another. Wei Ming stepped into the room first and, reaching under the bed, pulled out an oxygen mask, though it was actually delivered through his spatial portal. Qianlan was instantly terrified, her face losing all color. Was Wei Ming really so determined to have her that he'd go as far as wearing an oxygen mask? She instinctively tried to run, but Wei Ming swiftly moved to block the door. Now she was truly panicking. Her voice trembled as she pleaded, please, don't touch me.
I can't betray my husband.
Her pitiful demeanor stirred compassion. Yet, unaware of her naturally seductive aura, she only made herself even more desirable, fueling the impulse to claim her entirely. Even Wei Ming felt a jolt of desire, but the smell emanating from her was genuinely overwhelming. He had only taken out the oxygen mask to scare her, he wasn't desperate enough to act on impulse. All right, go wash yourself first. You're stinking up my hotel, he said, pointing to the bathroom.
Qianlan looked incredulous. Was he joking?
Where would she get water? There was water, of course, but only bottled water. Tap water had long since stopped running.
Go on, get yourself cleaned up.
Don't worry, I never force women, Wei Ming said, nudging her toward the bathroom with a mop.
Qianlan was livid. When had she ever been treated like this?
She stumbled into the bathroom, and Wei Ming, rather considerately, closed the door behind her.
This man, was he really not trying to trick her into taking her clothes off? But then she thought about it, Wei Ming was clearly much stronger than Zhang Liqiao. If he truly wanted to force himself on her, how could she resist? Bathing?
Her heart raced with anticipation. As a woman of her beauty, she loved cleanliness. Before the apocalypse, she would soak in the tub with a glass of red wine whenever she had the chance.
But in the apocalypse, water was so scarce she barely had enough to drink, let alone bathe. She hated the smell on herself as much as anyone else. To preserve her dignity, she had deliberately made herself filthy, but even she could hardly bear it. And now, Wei Ming had brought out an oxygen mask, meaning her self-pollution was no longer effective as a deterrent. What was the point of enduring this stench any longer? But was there really water? Could Wei Ming be lying? She turned on the faucet, and with a gushing sound, clean water flowed out. There really was water. She froze for a moment, then quickly bent down to drink. Since the apocalypse began, she and Tan Yashing had been rationing water so strictly that they could only sip the bare minimum. Yesterday, they had finished their last bit of stored water. But here, water was so abundant it could be used for bathing? Her emotions surged. Without hesitation, she stripped off her clothes and stepped under the running water to wash away the grime. As the water cascaded over her body, she began to cry. She was overwhelmed. She had never imagined she'd have the chance to bathe again. Even so, she didn't dare linger. In this world, water was too precious. Every drop she used for her bath could sustain someone for days. She quickly washed her hair, scrubbed her body twice with soap, and prepared to step out. Then she froze. Her clothes. What would she wear? Her old clothes? That would make the bath pointless. At that moment, Wei Ming's voice came through the door. Are you done? Open the door, I'll hand you your clothes. He had heard the water stop running. Why was there running water? Because Wei Ming had temporarily connected the building to a water tank on the roof. Qianlan hesitated. Could she open the door? She knew the effect her appearance had on men. Wei Ming didn't need to see her clearly, just imagining her would be enough to provoke him. Leave the clothes by the door and walk away, she said. There was no way she could step out naked. Wei Ming chuckled. Did she really expect him to follow orders? He was the one in charge here. With a slight push, the lock snapped, and the door opened. Wei Ming entered and casually placed the clothes down. Ah! Qianlan screamed, grabbing a towel to cover herself. But how much could a towel cover? The half-covered look only enhanced her allure, making her even more tempting. So fair. Wei Ming couldn't help but notice the perfect curve of her chest and the round fullness of her hips. She was breathtaking. Still, he didn't make a move. Instead, he smiled, turned, and walked out. Having been with so many stunning women, his resistance had improved significantly. It wasn't that he didn't want her, it was that there was no rush. He was a man of principles. He didn't force women. Unless they were enemies. Qianlan was stunned. Even after all that, Wei Ming had walked away? Was he some kind of gentleman? No, his gaze had been filled with desire. He definitely had intentions toward her. But why hold back? It was the apocalypse. A gentleman in these times? Impossible. She quickly dried off and put on the new clothes Wei Ming had provided. But the moment she saw herself in the mirror, she froze. It was a cheongsam. Nothing else, no undergarments. She had no choice but to wear it. But once she put it on, she felt even more uncomfortable. The cheongsam was snug, clinging to her body and accentuating her curves. Her full chest pushed against the fabric, creating a high, proud silhouette. Her waist was tightly cinched, emphasizing its dramatic curve, and her hips filled the fabric so completely that if the dress were any smaller, it wouldn't fit. And the slit, far too high. With every step, her entire leg was exposed, all the way up to the very top. Qianlan was deeply hesitant. Should she really go out wearing this cheongsam? She knew how irresistible her charm was. Before the apocalypse, her presence alone could turn men into beasts. Though her powerful background kept their desires in check, they dared only fantasize but never act on their thoughts. But this was the apocalypse. Wearing something this seductive? It would be a miracle if Wei Ming could restrain himself. Previously, she could protect herself with filth, but now? The real problem was that Wei Ming, when handing her the clothes, had also taken away her dirty ones. Even if she wanted to resort to her old self-defense tactic, she no longer had the means. What could she do? She paced anxiously in the small bathroom, tears welling up in her eyes. Suicide? But if she died, would Wei Ming spare her husband? Not only would he not be spared, but Wei Ming might also take out his anger on him. In that case, they might as well die together. After all, in a world like this, was life even worth living? Drinking clean water, eating a decent meal, or even washing her face had all become luxuries. So what was the point of going on? Fine.
If Wei Ming tried to force himself on her, she would bite her tongue and end it.
Wow.
Wei Ming whistled softly. A beauty stepping out of the bath was always stunning, but Qianlan seemed to embody pure desire. Dressed in that cheongsam, combined with the allure of freshly bathed skin, her charm was almost overwhelming.
That full, rounded chest, was it even real? Did she stuff something in there? How could it be so large, so perfectly shaped?
Wei Ming had always thought that Yu Chutong and Song Qingyin's figures were already perfection, but compared to Qianlan, he realized how narrow his perspective had been. There's always a bigger fish and a more perfect curve. Her figure wasn't just flawless, it was dangerously seductive. Every inch of her radiated temptation, making it impossible to look away.
Wei Ming smiled faintly.
This delicacy deserved to be savored slowly, thoroughly. He already had several stunning women by his side, so he wasn't in a rush to claim her. Instead, he wanted to enjoy the process.
Sit down, he said with gentlemanly composure, then asked, what would you like to drink? Qianlan couldn't believe her ears.
She had expected Wei Ming to pounce on her the moment she appeared, and she had already resolved to bite her tongue if it came to that.
But Wei Ming was acting so proper, like a perfect gentleman? Was it an act? Yes, it must be. Qianlan, don't let your guard down.
This man is clearly trying to lull you into a false sense of security.
But he doesn't know you've already made up your mind, he'll never have me.
She steadied herself and said calmly, I'd like Mexican beer. Not the bottled kind, the fresh, locally brewed draft. Clearly, she was making things difficult. In the apocalypse, bottled Mexican beer might still be found in a supermarket, but draft beer? Impossible. Even before the apocalypse, how often could you find draft Mexican beer in a city like Haidu?
Wei Ming smiled slightly.
If you'd asked for Tsingtao draft beer, I might not have been able to deliver. After all, I haven't been to Qingdao.
But Mexican beer?
Heh, did you think I hadn't scouted nearly the entire Americas? He opened his spatial portal and retrieved 2 glasses of draft Mexican beer from his refrigerator, complete with foamy tops, as if freshly poured. Funny thing, I just happened to have some, he said, placing the glasses on the table.
Qianlan was stunned.
It wasn't that she immediately recognized the beer as Mexican, she was simply shocked that Wei Ming had produced 2 glasses of beer at all. This was the apocalypse. Every beverage, no matter what kind, was mostly water, which made them precious.
Water was scarce enough to make even a single glass a treasure.
And this man had even let her bathe earlier.
All right.
While Qianlan's heart was filled with shock, she maintained a composed facade. She picked up the glass and took a sip, only to be completely taken aback.
It was unmistakably Mexican beer. How is this possible?
Qianlan nearly exclaimed aloud.
Why was she so certain?
Because she had been to Mexico before and tasted the local beer there. After returning home, she bought imported Mexican beer, but it never tasted the same. She even asked friends to bring her beer directly from Mexico, but the taste was still off. Later, on a second trip to Mexico, she realized it wasn't a matter of authenticity. It was the difference between bottled and draft beer. It was the same with Tsingtao beer. The locals rarely drank bottled or canned beer, they got it fresh from wooden barrels, and the taste was completely different. That's how Qianlan could be certain this was authentic Mexican draft beer.
But how?
Even before the apocalypse, this kind of beer was nearly impossible to get here, thousands of miles away.
Unless there was a Mexican brewer here? That had to be it.
Qianlan had requested the beer to make things difficult for Wei Ming, but she had also genuinely craved it. Combined with the days she had spent rationing water, her thirst had only grown.
She couldn't help taking another sip.
One sip turned into another, and before she knew it, she had finished the entire glass. Realizing this, she blushed slightly. It was incredibly seductive.
Wei Ming smiled. Would you like something to eat?
He planned to break her will piece by piece. It's easy to go from frugality to indulgence, but nearly impossible to go back the other way. Though Qianlan was clearly from a wealthy family, otherwise, she wouldn't have been living in a villa. The apocalypse had forced her into austerity. Luxury had been out of reach.
But now?
If Wei Ming could make her realize he could give her back the life of luxury she once had, she would inevitably be drawn to him, constantly tempted by the contrast. This was his multi-pronged strategy.
Qianlan thought for a moment. He might have gotten lucky with the beer because he had a Mexican brewer, but fresh fruit?
Do you have Ma Shan Wang durian? She asked.
Wei Ming didn't answer. He simply opened his portal again.
This time, he pulled out a durian.
Ma Shan Wang.
Qianlan was so shocked her scalp tingled. She touched it, her astonishment growing.
It wasn't frozen with liquid nitrogen, it was fresh. How was that possible?
Malaysia had banned the export of fresh durian to prevent other countries from cultivating premium varieties like Ma Shan Wang, which could harm their export market.
So how had Wei Ming obtained one? Was this the work of an evolutionist? Could they be this powerful?
Wei Ming cracked open the durian and tasted a piece himself.
Ma Shan Wang was sweet with a hint of bitterness, not everyone liked the flavor.
Wei Ming didn't mind it either way, he wasn't a die-hard durian fan.
He could eat it or leave it.
Qianlan, however, took a piece and couldn't stop.
Durian was her favorite fruit.
Why had she requested Mexican beer and Ma Shan Wang durian?
Because they were her favorite drink and fruit, respectively.
When she finished the durian, Qianlan suddenly realized she had walked straight into Wei Ming's trap.
If she ever craved these things again, wouldn't she have to beg him? And would he give them to her so easily next time? You cunning man!
But she couldn't deny it, her resolve was already weakening. Where once her future seemed pitch black, there was now a glimmer of light.
Qianlan saw through Wei Ming's scheme, but could she really blame him? In times like these, who would spare precious water resources just for someone to take a bath? Beer? Now that was an absolute luxury, because only when someone's survival was secure could they even think about enjoying such things. And durians? Naturally, the same applied.
To put it in perspective, it was as if Wei Ming had dropped 10 million yuan on a woman from a modest background before the apocalypse.
How many women could resist such a temptation? What a terrifying man! Was he planning to seduce her with material wealth and make her betray her feelings?
You've got the wrong person, I love my husband and only him. She immediately reaffirmed her belief, as if to steel her resolve. Wei Ming noticed the shifts in her expression and smiled faintly.
You're mistaken. I have no interest in your heart. What I want has always been you, the person. But I'm not the type to force things, that would be no fun. Wei Ming didn't bring out any more resources. This was enough.
He wasn't trying to grovel before this woman. His intention was simply to make her realize how abundant his resources were.
Now that she knew, did she still want to enjoy them?
She'd have to beg for it, using her mouth.
Either mouth would do.
In a leisurely tone, he said, "Now, let's discuss the terms for you and your husband staying here."
There it was. It had finally come.
Qianlan stiffened, her fists clenching involuntarily. She would never let Wei Ming have his way.
I won't sleep with you. If you try to force me, I'll kill myself.
Her voice was firm and resolute. She wasn't bluffing, she really meant it.
Wei Ming chuckled. All right, I won't ask you to sleep with me. Ha! Qianlan looked at Wei Ming in disbelief. This man, who had made no effort to hide his intentions, was suddenly willing to let her go? Why? Could it be that he wasn't capable?
The thought popped into her head, and she couldn't help but glance at him. Her cheeks instantly flushed bright red.
Not capable?
That's clearly not the case. What are your terms, then? She asked, forcing herself to remain composed, though her face burned with embarrassment. Wei Ming looked at her.
From now on, you can't live with your husband. You can't sleep with him.
You can't touch him, nor can he touch you.
He's not even allowed to see your body.
And if you break this rule, he smiled faintly, I'll kill him. He didn't mind taking his time to toy with Qianlan, but now that he had set his sights on her, there was no way he'd allow her to be with any other man, not even her husband. Even the slightest glimpse of her body by another man was unacceptable. On this matter, Wei Ming was extraordinarily petty. Qianlan bit her lip, deliberating for half a minute before saying, "Fine. I won't let my husband touch me, not even a strand of my hair."
"But you can't touch me either, or let anyone else touch me."
"Deal," Wei Ming replied with a smile.
Qianlan instantly regretted it.
Wei Ming's smile made her feel as if she'd struck a deal with the devil. But what choice did she have? She was a helpless beauty, and her husband, Tan Yashing, was a bookish academic.
In this post-apocalyptic world, how could they possibly survive without relying on someone powerful? But what did Wei Ming gain from this arrangement? Did he think that depriving her of her husband's touch would make her so desperate that she'd throw herself at him? "You underestimate me. Follow me," Wei Ming said.
Qianlan, at his mercy, had no choice but to obediently comply. Wei Ming led her to the top floor, the level that was exclusively his. Even Zhao Guofu had to settle for the floor below. By bringing Qianlan here, Wei Ming was sending a clear signal she was his.
Would Zhao Guofu dare have any ideas about her?
Leaving aside his respect and gratitude for Wei Ming, even if he were as ungrateful as a wolf, he'd have to think about his own survival first.
You'll live here from now on.
Your role is to be my secretary, Wei Ming said.
Without my permission, you're not allowed to leave. Understood?
Yes,
Chenlan nodded quickly.
Men in this world were terrifying, bound by no laws. And with her captivating beauty, she knew she'd easily attract unwanted attention. If she left this place, there was no telling what might happen. Even if Wei Ming hadn't ordered her to stay, she wouldn't dare leave. As for being a secretary, she didn't pay it much mind. Compared to everything else, it was a trivial matter.
What if I want to see my husband? She asked. Wei Ming smiled faintly. I'll give you a walkie-talkie.
From now on, you'll communicate with him that way. Though they couldn't meet face to face, at least they'd be able to stay in touch.
And, under Wei Ming's protection, both she and Tan Yashing would be safe, fed, and able to survive. This was already the best outcome they could hope for.
Wei Ming took out his phone and started gaming again. Chen Lan, now his secretary, brought him fruit and drinks as he played. Watching this, Chen Lan couldn't help but feel astonished.
So many people out there couldn't even manage a proper meal or drink, yet Wei Ming?
He was living better than most people had before the apocalypse.
Life truly wasn't fair.
Before the apocalypse, she had been part of the elite, living high above the rest. But now, with resources redistributed by strength, she had fallen from her pedestal. At around 4 a.m., Wei Ming left the Dragon King Hall and returned to the sanctuary with Chanya. When Chanya realized Wei Ming hadn't brought Chen Lan along, she was surprised.
How could someone like Wei Ming let such a beauty go?
Even Chanya, as a woman, found Chen Lan breathtaking.
And Ko Jiajiao?
She was practically wringing her hands in frustration.
Wei Ming noticed their confusion but didn't bother explaining. A woman as stunning as Chen Lan?
She was worth savoring slowly.
Why rush?
Besides, he wasn't exactly short on beauties at the moment. Once they arrived at the sanctuary, Wei Ming went straight to bed.
When he woke up, it was past 9. It seemed he'd developed a new biological clock, waking at the same time every day. After freshening up and having breakfast, it was time for some entertainment.
When night fell, Wei Ming took Ni Xiaolu and headed to the Dragon King Hall. He had a rule: every day, he would take one woman out for a stroll. Naturally, he wouldn't break his own rule. Once they arrived, Wei Ming accompanied Ni Xiaolu on a walk around the place, primarily to ensure all his subordinates recognized her. This was his woman. Anyone foolish enough to make a move on her would face, well, consequences.
Today, Wei Ming didn't bother sealing off Ko Jiajiao's abilities.
First, it was too much trouble. Second, her purpose here was to manage the place. If he kept reducing her to a powerless ordinary person, what was the point of recruiting her in the first place? He decided to give her a chance. If she behaved, all would be well. If not, he'd kill her outright.
This casual trust moved Ko Jiajiao deeply.
In truth, she was terrified of Wei Ming. He could strip people of their abilities with a flick of his wrist and kill powerful evolutionists without even breaking a sweat.
How could she dare betray him?
Still, seeing Wei Ming bring yet another beautiful woman with him, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy.
How had this scoundrel managed to gather so many pretty women?
Though Ni Xiaolu wasn't a top-tier beauty, her cleanliness made her particularly appealing. In a world like this, cleanliness itself was a rare and alluring trait. Reflecting on how Wei Ming had extinguished her flame abilities with an overwhelming torrent of water, Ko Jiajiao suddenly froze.
Could it be that Wei Ming had water-based abilities too?
Otherwise, how could he be extravagant enough to use water so recklessly for washing and keep his women so spotless?
If she could become one of Wei Ming's women. No, no, no.
She immediately spat at herself.
I like women.
Unaware of her internal turmoil, Wei Ming handed Ni Xiaolu 1,000 dragon coins and told her to enjoy herself, while he wandered around. He made his way to the casino, where Tan Yashing was working as a bookkeeper. As expected of a scholar, though this wasn't his field of expertise, he had adapted quickly and was handling the task with ease.
What surprised Wei Ming was Tan Yashing's lack of hostility. Strange. I took your wife and made her my secretary, yet you don't hate me?
Wei Ming sat across from him and asked, "So, Tan, how are you adjusting?" "It's going well," Tan Yashing replied casually.
Your wife is my secretary now. You're not upset about that? Wei Ming asked. Why would I be upset? Tan Yashing countered. Ha? Wei Ming was momentarily speechless. Was this man so spineless that he didn't even care? He smirked. I made you live apart from your wife. You can only communicate via walkie-talkie now. Doesn't that bother you?
Not at all, Tan Yashing said immediately. When I was teaching at the university, I'd often spend days at school organizing materials, so my wife and I were used to living apart.
What?
Wei Ming found it incredible. Qianlan was so enchanting that if she were his wife, he'd want to cling to her 24/7.
Why would anyone leave her to go to work? Could he be gay? No, that didn't add up. If he were, would Qianlan be so devoted to him?
Wei Ming believed Qianlan was a loving and faithful woman, but that didn't mean she was foolish.
Interesting. His curiosity was piqued.
He didn't linger with Tan Yashing, instead heading upstairs to find the great enchantress.
But before going up, Wei Ming took a detour to browse.
He frequently checked the marketplace to see if anything novel was for sale.
Unfortunately, there wasn't.
Most of the items here had been looted from supermarkets. As for rare or illegal goods, Wei Ming already owned them in abundance. After scanning the stalls, he left, somewhat disappointed.
Arriving on the top floor, he found Qianlan lounging lazily on the sofa, still wearing the same qipao from yesterday.
Her curves were as striking as ever.
Damn, Wei Ming swallowed hard.
Even though he already had several top-tier women, the sight of her almost made him lose his composure. Thankfully, Qianlan noticed the door open and quickly sat up.
Boss, she greeted hesitantly. Wei Ming nodded. Tell me about your husband. What? Qianlan blinked, caught off guard. Why was Wei Ming suddenly asking about her husband?
But it wasn't a secret, so she began to talk. It turned out Tan Yashing was quite the prodigy. Born into a modest family, he had been a child genius from a young age. He entered middle school at 10, university at 14, and often represented the country in competitions, winning so many awards it became routine. By 20, he had already earned his PhD. But his pursuit of knowledge didn't stop there. His greatest passion was archaeology. Whenever a new site was discovered, he'd bury himself in research, sometimes going days without returning home. Finally, in a near-reverent tone, Qianlan added, "My husband was born for science. It took me 2 whole years to win his heart and convince him to marry me."
Archaeology? Let's not exaggerate. Especially now, in the apocalypse, where humanity itself might face extinction, what's the point of studying ancient ruins? Wei Ming didn't bother arguing.
Qianlan clearly idolized her husband, and if he pushed her too hard, she'd probably bite back. Not that Wei Ming was afraid of being bitten.
But what would be the point? Instead, he asked bluntly, how often?
Qianlan froze, then realized what he meant. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she snapped, "What does that have to do with you?" "Just curious," Wei Ming said with a grin. "I haven't touched you, nor have I done anything to your husband."
"I've upheld our agreement, haven't I?
So as your boss, shouldn't you answer my questions?" Qianlan bit her lip. It was the apocalypse, the outside world was too dangerous, and she and Tan Yashing both needed the Dragon King Hall for protection. She had no choice but to endure.
My husband is indifferent to such things.
His mind is entirely focused on his research, she finally said. So, in other words, not very often.
Wei Ming pressed on. Once a month?
Qianlan gritted her teeth, refusing to nod or shake her head.
No way. Once every 2 months?
Qianlan remained silent, neither nodding nor shaking her head.
What? Not even once every 2 months? Something was definitely off. Who could marry someone as alluring as Qianlan and tolerate being with her only once every 3 months or even half a year?
This woman was too captivating.
Wait a minute.
Wei Ming reached out and placed his hand on Qianlan's shoulder. Before she could react in shock, assuming he was about to break their agreement, she suddenly found herself thrown into the alternate dimension. Although Wei Ming had previously scanned her with his spatial radar, it had been in a crowded setting, mainly to determine if she was an evolutionist. Since she wasn't, he hadn't looked further. But this time, his scrutiny was much more thorough. In the alternate dimension, Qianlan had no secrets from him. And as Wei Ming finished his assessment, his expression grew strange. So it was just as he suspected.
The next moment, Qianlan reappeared before him. She hadn't noticed a thing.
To her, not even a second had passed. Even if she had spent 59 seconds in the alternate dimension, she wouldn't have known, as there was no concept of time there.
Startled, she immediately exclaimed, "Are you breaking our agreement?" Was he going to force himself on her? If so, she was prepared to bite her tongue and end it all. But before she could act, Wei Ming withdrew his hand. So, was she still going to bite her tongue or not? Chen-lan was caught in an awkward position. Wei Ming chuckled. Relax, I also happen to be a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I was just checking your pulse. What nonsense! Chen-lan sneered internally.
She had grown up in a prominent family, and whenever she fell ill, private doctors, including renowned TCM practitioners, were called to the house.
Who checks someone's pulse by touching their shoulder?
Still, since Wei Ming had removed his hand, she saw no reason to escalate the situation and throw her life away over a trivial matter. She merely muttered an "oh," though her disbelief was written all over her face. Wei Ming grinned slyly, leaned in closer, and whispered, "You've never slept with your husband, have you?"
What?
Chen-lan's eyes widened in disbelief, and her body began to tremble slightly.
That's nonsense, she stammered, hastily denying it.
Wei Ming shook his head and continued, as if talking to himself, "How do I know you and your husband have never been intimate?"
Because you're still a virgin. Chen-lan froze, staring at Wei Ming in shock. How do you know?
If Wei Ming had simply claimed she was a virgin from the start, she might have dismissed it as a wild guess. But the way he first pointed out her lack of intimacy with Tan Yashing and then confirmed her virginity left her no choice but to believe him.
I told you, didn't I? I'm a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, Wei Ming said with a mischievous smile. Seriously? You can tell I'm a virgin just by touching my shoulder? How ridiculous. Don't believe me? Wei Ming asked, amused. Fine. Let me take your pulse, and I'll tell you about your health.
Normally, Chen-lan wouldn't have allowed him to touch her. But now, her curiosity got the better of her, and she extended her hand. Her skin was as fair as jade, smooth and flawless. Wei Ming placed his fingers lightly on her wrist, closed his eyes theatrically, and pretended to concentrate. After about 10 seconds, he said, "Your menstrual cycle is irregular, and you often suffer from painful cramps. You also have a benign cyst under your left armpit, about the size of a pigeon egg."
Chen-lan's eyes widened in disbelief. Everything he said was true. How do you know? She asked. Wei Ming smirked. Do you want to know why? Chen-lan shook her head.
It's because you're already 30, but you've never been with a man.
Do you know why men and women are meant to be together? It's because yin and yang need to balance each other.
Yin cannot grow alone, and yang cannot thrive in isolation.
Only through their union can true harmony be achieved.
Wei Ming spoke with an air of authority, though it was complete nonsense. Your body has accumulated too much yin energy, leading to an imbalance.
That's why you're experiencing these issues.
Chen-lan thought about it seriously for a moment before realizing what he was implying. Her face turned red with anger.
You're a liar. What was all this supposed to mean?
Clearly, Wei Ming was just trying to talk her into bed.
Wei Ming laughed. Do you really think I need to lie to you?
But why hasn't your husband touched you?
Does he have a problem in that department? Still furious, Chen-lan replied disdainfully, my husband only cares about academics. He believes that as long as two people share a deep emotional connection, that's enough.
Spiritual communication and resonance are the ultimate forms of unity, while physical intimacy is base and animalistic.
What the hell? Brother Tan, your thinking is seriously flawed. You have such an enchanting wife, and yet you're satisfied with only intellectual connection?
That's like occupying a toilet and not using it. If everyone pursued only spiritual resonance, humanity would have gone extinct long ago. But then again, it was thanks to your pure ways that Chen-lan remained untouched.
For that alone, I'll make sure you live a few extra years.
Looking at Chen-lan, Wei Ming chuckled. I don't believe Tan Yashing is as detached as you claim. He's just never tasted what it's like. Once he does, well, let's just say human desires are innate.
No one is immune.
Chen-lan was furious and pointed at Wei Ming.
Don't insult my husband.
But as soon as she lashed out, she regretted it, fearing Wei Ming might get angry and harm Tan Yashing.
Wei Ming smiled and asked, have you ever tried seducing your husband?
Still shaken, Chen-lan held back her anger and replied, I'm not that kind of person. When we were dating, we agreed to focus on spiritual connection for the rest of our lives.
Ah, so that's how it is. Wei Ming didn't buy it.
He was convinced that Tan Yashing's restraint came not from resolve but from a lack of temptation. Perhaps he'd been traumatized as a child, maybe he'd witnessed a parent's infidelity, leading him to associate physical intimacy with something dirty or sinful.
This kind of psychological block was easily fixable. All it would take was one taste. How about we make a bet? Wei Ming suggested with a grin.
I bet your husband won't resist sleeping with another woman. If he really can stay pure and faithful, I'll reunite you two and ensure you're both well-fed and taken care of for life.
No.
I won't bet on this, Qianlan said firmly, shaking her head. She knew Wei Ming would likely send another woman to seduce Tan Yashing, and she couldn't bear the thought of it.
What woman would willingly accept such a scenario?
Wei Ming's tone turned cold.
You don't have the right to refuse.
After the apocalypse, there was no more 9 to 5, no clocking in at work, it was so boring. While others scrambled desperately to secure resources, Wei Ming only needed to lie back and do nothing. He had even less to occupy himself with. So, when he stumbled upon something interesting, his enthusiasm surged.
No, please, don't do this. Qianlan pleaded urgently. Then will you be my woman from now on?
Wei Ming asked with a smile.
Absolutely not.
Qianlan refused decisively.
Wei Ming didn't bother pressing further.
Instead, he picked up the walkie-talkie and issued some orders.
Not long after, Tan Yashing was summoned to the 10th floor. Though puzzled, he complied and went.
Meanwhile, Wei Ming turned on the television, where an image of Tan Yashing appeared on the screen. Dear, Qianlan looked at the screen, her eyes filled with unconcealed affection. But her expression quickly shifted to one of shock as the door in the video opened, and a young woman walked in. She was in her early 20s, wearing a low-cut black dress, and carrying a small, professional-looking toolkit. Her demeanor was unmistakably that of someone experienced. Good evening, sir, the woman greeted Tan Yashing with a polite bow. For most men, just the sight of her would be enough to make them gulp, if not outright pounce on her.
But Tan Yashing reacted with disgust and anger.
He shot to his feet, pointing at her as he shouted, "Who are you?
Why are you here?"
The woman only chuckled.
Relax, sir. Someone has already paid for your service.
Tan Yashing backed away step by step, fear flickering in his eyes.
Don't you dare try anything.
The woman found his reaction amusing. Men nowadays had completely abandoned so-called dignity. The moment they saw a beautiful woman, they'd turn into beasts.
But this man? He was actually scared. What a rarity.
Intrigued, she stepped forward with a playful smile. Even if she hadn't been paid, encountering such an odd man was enough to make her want to tease him. She'd always been the one played by others, this was her chance to turn the tables.
How could she pass it up? Just give in to me already. Don't tell me, you're still a virgin?
Pfft, guess I'll have to give you a red envelope later, she teased.
Tan Yashing tried to flee, but the woman grabbed him and pulled him back.
The natural strength difference between men and women was significant, but Tan Yashing was a frail academic with no physical training to speak of.
He couldn't overpower her.
Inevitable physical contact ensued, and being stimulated, he began to react instinctively.
Qianlan could see everything.
Though she knew Tan Yashing was being forced, it still made her uncomfortable. She didn't know where he was, couldn't stop what was happening, and instead directed her fury at Wei Ming.
My husband is being coerced.
This proves nothing.
Wei Ming smiled faintly. Right now, sure, it's coercion.
But once he steps through the door to a whole new world, let's see what happens next.
It was over in just 5 minutes.
But the woman didn't stop there. Soon enough, Tan Yashing was ready for another round. This time, after finishing, the woman patted herself down, preparing to leave.
No, you're not going anywhere.
Tan Yashing jumped up, rushed at her, and tackled her to the ground. The woman just giggled, making no effort to resist.
Qianlan couldn't believe her eyes.
The first time, she could excuse it as coercion.
But this?
He had clearly initiated it himself.
Didn't he claim to care only about spiritual connections? Then why was he now chasing after a mere chicken? Watching Tan Yashing's desperate eagerness, Qianlan felt a deep sense of alienation. Was this really the same man she knew? No, her husband was a refined gentleman, how could he behave like this?
It's all your fault. It's all your fault, she shouted at Wei Ming in anger.
Wei Ming shrugged. I just brought out his true nature. Don't pin everything on me.
Sure enough, Tan Yashing's previous disinterest in women had likely been due to psychological trauma, perhaps witnessing a parent's infidelity as a child, which instilled a deep fear of intimacy.
But at his core, he was still a normal man.
All it took was a single taste to break through his psychological barriers. There was no need for medication or therapy. Just like a child fearing a monster in the closet, the best solution was to open the closet and let them see for themselves. Qianlan opened her mouth as if to retort but ultimately said nothing, instead breaking into uncontrollable sobs. She was devastated. She had been drawn to Tan Yashing's intellect and gone against her family's wishes to pursue a relationship with him. Not only had she dated him, but she'd also married him despite the opposition. When Tan Yashing proposed a relationship based purely on spiritual connection, she had hesitated but eventually relented. In fact, she admired him even more, seeing him as purer and more clean than other men, who always seemed consumed by desire when they looked at her. But now, after being with one random woman, he was already chasing after her like a hungry beast? Everything Qianlan had sacrificed over the years felt worthless. So, in the end, how was Tan Yashing any different from other men? With the illusion shattered, could Qianlan still see Tan Yashing as the perfect husband? Not only did she no longer idolize him, but resentment also began to creep in. She had turned against her family, married him against their advice, and what had she gotten in return? She had been a fool. "You're a demon," she said, trembling, as she glared at Wei Ming. She shouldn't have agreed to his deal yesterday. If she hadn't, maybe she could have spent the rest of her life blissfully unaware. Ignorance, after all, would have spared her this pain. Wei Ming chuckled. "Your husband cheated on you. Don't you think it's only fair for you to cheat too? Wouldn't that balance the scales? Would Qianlan still be willing to die for Tan Yashing? Of course not. But could she possibly feel any affection for Wei Ming, the mastermind behind all this? Certainly not. She loathed him even more. In this bleak post-apocalyptic world, she found herself wondering if it was better to just end her life, better than to live in fear of being preyed upon, constantly on edge. Wei Ming, however, seemed satisfied. This was the peak of Qianlan's despair. If she could catch even the faintest glimmer of hope now, she would cling to it with everything she had. "Come on, let me take you somewhere," he said with a smirk. Wei Ming brought Mi Xiaolu and Qianlan back to the sanctuary. Even Mi Xiaolu couldn't hide her amazement upon seeing Qianlan. This woman was stunningly beautiful. No, it wasn't just her beauty, there was an innate seductive allure about her that even made Mi Xiaolu, as a woman, feel her heart flutter. For a fleeting moment, she regretted not being a man. If a woman could think this way, it was clear how irresistible Qianlan's charm would be to men. Sigh. Another rival at home, and a formidable one at that. But thinking about Wei Ming's incredible stamina, Mi Xiaolu felt a bit relieved. Qianlan was so enchanting that Wei Ming would probably focus more on her, which would mean less strain for Mi Xiaolu. Besides, since Wei Ming had already brought Qianlan home, what could she do to object? It was better to get on Qianlan's good side, after all. Wouldn't that also be a way to curry favor with Wei Ming? With this in mind, she smiled and said, "Hello, I'm Mi Xiaolu." Qianlan nodded politely and said, "I'm Qianlan." She had already lost all hope for survival and had adopted a let whatever happens, happen mindset. What else can you threaten me with if I no longer care about living? Seeing Qianlan's cold and indifferent demeanor, Mi Xiaolu decided not to waste her warmth and scoffed internally. "Go ahead and act high and mighty now. Let's see how long that lasts. When you see the sanctuary, how beautiful and comfortable it is, and how abundant the supplies are, you won't want to leave even if we try to kick you out. By then, you'll be begging me to call you sister." The brief interaction between the two women was already fraught with tension, but with nowhere else to go, they had no choice but to follow Wei Ming obediently. Wei Ming, however, paid them no mind. As long as his harem didn't devolve into outright fighting, he didn't care about minor squabbles or passive-aggressive rivalry. "Hop on." He mounted the motorcycle, motioning for Mi Xiaolu to sit in the back while Qianlan took the front seat. Mi Xiaolu climbed on without hesitation, wrapping her arms around Wei Ming's waist. Qianlan, however, hesitated for about 3 seconds before reluctantly getting on. "So pretentious." Mi Xiaolu couldn't help but sneer. "You're already following Wei Ming, so what's with the act?" Qianlan didn't bother responding. She had already resigned herself to apathy. What was the point of arguing? "Hold on tight," Wei Ming said with a mischievous smile before revving the engine. The loud roar of the motorcycle echoed, and with a whoosh, they sped off. After Wei Ming and the two women left, a group of people emerged from the shadows. Every day between 3 a.m. and 5 a.m., Wei Ming leaves the Dragon King Hall. During that time, only 2 evolutionists remain inside. This is the perfect opportunity to take the Dragon King Hall. Several voices chimed in agreement. If Wei Ming had been there, a quick scan with his spatial radar would have revealed that all 6 of them were evolutionists. But didn't the Dragon King Hall deploy 11 evolutionists at once before? Someone questioned. Jean Ke sneered. "We've already investigated.
Out of those 11, only one was a true evolutionist. The rest were temporarily enhanced using evolution serums, which only last a day. But the Dragon King Hall must have more of those serums in reserve, another person argued. If we attack, they'll just use the serums, and we'll still be outnumbered. Jin-ko chuckled. Why are you so fixated on attacking the Dragon King Hall first? Why not take out Wei Ming while he's alone? He's the one supplying the serums. If we kill him, their supply of evolution serums will be cut off. Then we just need to feign a few attacks to force them to use up their reserves. After that, it'll be 6 against 2, we'll win easily. Right. The other 5 evolutionists' eyes lit up. They had been so focused on capturing the Dragon King Hall that they hadn't considered eliminating Wei Ming first. He was the key player, after all. And if we capture Wei Ming, Jin-ko continued, his eyes gleaming with ambition, we might even obtain the method for making evolution serums. Imagine the possibilities then. The 5 others grew increasingly excited at the thought. Jin-ko added, tomorrow night, I'll scout the hotel to get a better sense of Wei Ming's strength. Even if it's 6 against 1, it's better to know our enemy. Agreed, the others nodded. Wei Ming, of course, had no idea that someone was plotting against him. But he had never let his guard down. In this post-apocalyptic world, riding a motorcycle with women in tow was bound to draw attention. Still, Wei Ming remained unbothered. With the abilities he currently possessed, as long as he wasn't killed instantly, he could recover indefinitely. If you're going to flaunt, you'd better have the strength to back it up. He deliberately sped up the motorcycle, causing Qianlan, who wasn't wearing a helmet, to be battered by the wind. Her hair whipped wildly, and she couldn't even keep her eyes open. She had no choice but to bury her face against Wei Ming's back. Ha! Wei Ming smirked mischievously but didn't push his luck further. No need to rush. I'll take my time once we get back to the sanctuary. Half an hour later, they arrived. Wei Ming walked up to the first elevator and immediately noticed something odd. The display read air. This didn't mean the elevator was broken, it was currently on the -2 floor. If someone pressed the down button 3 times and then the up button 3 times, the elevator would return to normal operation and come up. But the problem was, Wei Ming had taken the elevator down when he left, so it should have been on the first floor. Even if someone else had used it, they would have only gone to the -1 floor, not -2. So, has Miao Hui sent people here again? Or did he come himself? If you're delivering yourself to me, I'll deal with you right now. Wei Ming pulled out his phone and connected to the sanctuary's AI system. Patch the front door camera feed to my phone. Yes, master, the AI replied. The screen displayed a group of at least 20 people, led by a thin man in his 30s. His eyes were sharp and sinister, like a viper's, giving the impression that anyone caught in his gaze would be marked for an ambush. Even through the screen, the man's presence sent chills down one's spine. So, that's Miao Hui? Wei Ming murmured. Let's see what he's capable of. Let's go. With that, he led the 2 women down the stairs to the -1 floor. Activating his spatial radar, Wei Ming instantly grasped the situation, 22 people in total, only one of whom was an evolutionist. That evolutionist was undoubtedly Miao Hui. Wei Ming, Xiaolu began, puzzled as to why they weren't taking the elevator. And this won't even get us to the -2 floor, she added. Wei Ming smiled and walked over to press the elevator button. He had already assessed the enemy's strength. Miao Hui was about on par with Zhao Guofu, not worth worrying about. Might as well put on a show. Boss, a subordinate suddenly called out. Miao Hui glanced over, raising his eyebrows slightly. The elevator was moving. Who could it be? Was it someone simply passing by, or someone from the shelter who had just returned? If it was the former, he couldn't care less. But if it was the latter, then capturing that person would give him a chance to enter the shelter and take control of it. It was said that this shelter was built 60 meters underground, maintained at a constant temperature, immune to the extreme heat of 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, and stocked with an abundance of supplies. There was even a small ecological system capable of sustaining 1,000 people for 6 months. If this were true, then no matter what, he had to claim this shelter for himself. It would be the perfect stronghold in the apocalypse, ideal for both defense and offense. At that moment, his anticipation grew. Let it be someone from the shelter. Why did it stop at the -1 floor? Seeing the elevator halt there, the group was puzzled. If it were the shelter's owner returning, why stop at -1? Are you all idiots? If someone drove back, Where else would they park besides -1? Outside in this heat? Miao Hui sneered.
In this scorching weather, especially during the day, leaving a car outside would guarantee it would explode or catch fire.
Right, the subordinates nodded in agreement. The elevator lingered at -1 for a moment before descending again under their watchful eyes. It's them.
The group silently reached the same conclusion.
Get ready. Miao Hui raised his hand.
His men drew their guns and aimed at the elevator doors. While it was true that evolutionists dominated the apocalypse, they weren't invincible. If shot, they could still be injured or even killed.
Evolutionists were merely 10 or more times stronger than ordinary people, not immune to bullets. And with so many guns trained on them, even evolutionists would falter. A few seconds later, a ding sounded as the elevator arrived at -2. The doors slowly slid open. What the?
As the elevator doors revealed the three figures inside, Miao Hui's group couldn't help but be stunned.
What a beautiful woman.
This had to be a seductress.
How could someone be so captivating and sultry? Those enchanting eyes, who could resist such a soul-stealing glance?
And her chest, wow. It was magnificent. Her waist was impossibly slim, and the curves of her full figure, wrapped in a cheongsam, exuded endless allure.
I want her. I want her so badly.
Everyone in the group felt parched, overcome with an almost uncontrollable urge. Chen Lan's charm was so overwhelming that it drew everyone's attention, leaving Mi Xiaolu entirely unnoticed, even though she was a stunning beauty in her own right.
Miao Hui was dazed for at least 3 seconds before regaining his composure.
He forced himself to remain calm and said, "If you don't want to die, take us into the shelter."
Wei Ming chuckled. Just you? Such arrogance. Miao Hui's brow furrowed.
He hesitated to give the order to fire.
With his subordinates' lack of discipline, there was a high chance of accidentally injuring the beauty. Damn it, was this man banking on their reluctance to hurt her, staying inside the elevator to play it safe?
But just then, something unexpected happened. Wei Ming stepped out of the elevator.
Ha, he's walking into his own death. Shoot him. Miao Hui ordered coldly. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Gunfire erupted in a chaotic storm.
Borrow the heavens' power, collect. Wei Ming shouted.
In truth, he had already opened a spatial portal, collecting all the bullets mid-air.
Bullets traveled at incredible speed, who could possibly intercept them?
Yet after the barrage, Wei Ming stood there unscathed, shocking everyone.
Confusion. Astonishment. How was this possible?
In the apocalypse, evolutionists had been known to evade bullets, but only by dodging during the aiming and firing process.
Even evolutionists couldn't avoid bullets after they were fired.
But Wei Ming hadn't moved an inch. This was beyond comprehension. A cold dread spread through the group. Even Miao Hui, with all his experience, felt a chill run down his spine. No wonder Wei Ming had shown no fear despite being surrounded by guns. His abilities were beyond extraordinary.
Where did the bullets go? Had Wei Ming really collected them?
The group was terrified. Meanwhile, Mi Xiaolu and Chen Lan were equally stunned.
Mi Xiaolu was somewhat prepared, knowing Wei Ming's capabilities.
But Chen Lan, who had only recently learned about evolutionists, was completely overwhelmed.
How could Wei Ming remain unscathed under such intense gunfire? Was he even human?
Returning the favor is only polite, Wei Ming said with a smile. With a thought, over 100 bullets poured out from his spatial portal.
Thud, thud, thud. Miao Hui's subordinates were hit. Bullets pierced their heads, chests, and limbs.
Blood sprayed everywhere as they fell lifeless to the ground. As for Miao Hui, being an evolutionist, he managed to react. His superior reflexes allowed him to dodge the bullets aimed at vital points, though he still took a few hits. Even so, the injuries weren't fatal.
Miao Hui's eyes widened in shock. Where had the bullets come from? Why was there no sound? No gun?
What kind of evolutionist are you? He asked, his voice trembling.
I'm no evolutionist. I'm a god, Wei Ming replied indifferently. If you're going to act, act big.
Of course, Miao Hui didn't believe him. Pretending to be weakened, he staggered toward Wei Ming, feigning severe injury.
Though he had taken 7 bullets, none had hit critical areas. As a physical evolutionist, Miao Hui was incredibly resilient.
Even if he failed 100 times, he only needed one chance to strike, and he was confident he could kill Wei Ming with a single blow.
Careful, Wei Ming. Mi Xiaolu warned.
Wei Ming turned and smiled.
It's fine. Now.
Niao Hui's eyes gleamed as he unleashed all his strength, lunging at Wei Ming with lightning speed.
Die! Wei Ming calmly turned back and punched. Boom! Niao Hui was sent flying.
If he had been uninjured, he might have matched Wei Ming in strength. But now, though none of the bullets had been fatal, they had severely weakened him. The punch sent him crashing into the wall. With the force of the impact, he coughed up blood, feeling as though his internal organs had been pulverized. You, Niao Hui stammered in disbelief.
The strength of that punch, it was clear Wei Ming was also a physical evolutionist. But how could that be? Did he have two abilities?
Wei Ming didn't let him finish.
Pointing a finger, he sent 7 bullets flying at Niao Hui.
Niao Hui dodged 5 but couldn't avoid the last 2, which struck his vital points, piercing through his eyes and into his brain. There was no surviving that. Wei Ming smiled and turned to the stunned Shenlong.
Please, come in. At that moment, the AI chimed in, Welcome home, master.
Shenlong felt like her mind had gone completely blank.
In a daze, she was pulled through the entrance by Wei Ming and into the elevator.
It wasn't until the elevator began descending steadily that she came to her senses and looked at Wei Ming, her gaze filled with fear and confusion.
Is this man even human? Ding!
The elevator, a high-speed model that didn't need to stop on intermediate floors, quickly reached -1, the true level of the shelter. Wei Ming stepped out first. Mi Xiaolu, exhausted and sleepy from playing late into the night, followed closely behind. All she wanted now was to take a shower and go to bed. Good night, Wei Ming, she said, giving him a peck on the cheek before heading to her room. Of course, if Wei Ming had asked her to stay, she would have happily agreed to share the night with him. Up to this point, none of the women had managed to spend an entire night in his bed. Shenlong stepped out of the elevator, and as soon as she saw the enormous underground shelter, her jaw dropped in astonishment. She was utterly speechless.
Beneath Haidu City, there was a place like this? How many buildings were here?
At a glance, there were at least 300 structures. Even if each building housed only 3 people, that was enough to accommodate 1,000 residents. Built underground, the shelter was incredibly safe, something already demonstrated when Niao Hui and his group were stopped at the entrance.
Moreover, it was cool down here, naturally insulated, unlike air-conditioned spaces.
Honestly, she was already falling in love with this place. If she and Tan Yashing could live here, no.
That man was nothing more than a hypocrite. All this talk about pursuing only spiritual connection, what a joke.
The moment he got a taste of physical pleasure, his true nature was exposed. This is where you live, she asked Wei Ming, her tone tinged with disbelief.
Wei Ming chuckled. Let me give you a tour.
Shenlong thought he was going to show her around the buildings, but to her surprise, Wei Ming led her to another elevator, adjacent to a staircase.
There's a second underground level? Shenlong couldn't believe it.
The sheer scale of this place was mind-boggling.
How much would it have cost to construct just this first level, let alone an entire second one?
No, this wasn't just about money.
Would the government even allow something like this to be built?
A thought struck her, this must have been a government project, one that had somehow ended up in Wei Ming's hands.
She followed him into the elevator, which took them to the second level.
When the doors opened, Shenlong was shocked all over again. Although the ceiling height wasn't as grand as the first level, it still soared to around 10 meters, giving the space an airy, open feel. Her eyes were immediately drawn to a swimming pool, its clear water gleaming under the lights.
A swimming pool? And it's filled with water.
She was overwhelmed by the urge to dive in and swim to her heart's content.
But Wei Ming didn't linger.
He led her to the third level. It was a greenhouse.
Then the fourth level, an animal farm.
After seeing all 4 levels, Shenlong was left utterly numb from shock. In this apocalyptic world, this place was nothing short of paradise. It was quiet, secure, and filled with an abundance of resources, fresh fruits, clean water, and even livestock.
It could sustain life entirely on its own.
Shenlong had been on the verge of despair, but now, a glimmer of hope reignited within her. If she could live here, couldn't she wait out the apocalypse until the sun returned to normal and humanity rebuilt civilization? Wei Ming brought her back to the first level and casually opened the door to one of the rooms.
Do you want to live here? Wei Ming asked.
Of course, Shenlong wanted to. She had wanted to end her life, partly because of Tan Yashing's betrayal and partly because the apocalyptic world was so terrifying and hopeless. But now, seeing this shelter, she couldn't help but feel a renewed desire to live. That desire, however, hinged entirely on her ability to stay here.
Shenlong wasn't stupid. Why would Wei Ming let her stay here unconditionally? Impossible.
This man had never hidden his desires for her. Yet, he had never forced her, which stirred a complicated mix of gratitude and unease within her. "What's the price?" she asked, though she already had a guess.
Wei Ming smiled. "Including you and me, there are 10 people living here. Aside from me, everyone else is my woman." The implication was clear.
If she wanted to stay, she had to become one of his women.
Qianlan hesitated. She had come from a wealthy family, left everything behind to marry the man she loved, and now she was being asked to be a stranger's mistress? No, not even a mistress. She wouldn't even rank as the third or fourth, she'd be number 9. She couldn't accept it, not right away.
Wei Ming didn't push her. Instead, he retrieved some fruits from his dimensional storage, cherries, blueberries, yellow peaches, and more. Sitting down, he began eating them in front of her. You, Qianlan stammered, her mind reeling. Wei Ming had produced the fruits out of thin air.
Wei Ming chuckled.
"Before the apocalypse, I accidentally obtained a dimensional storage space and stocked it with supplies. That's how I have all this." Qianlan couldn't stop herself from swallowing hard. For over a month, she and Tan Yashing had survived on nothing but biscuits and bottled water. While they hadn't gone hungry, it was a miserable existence. Every day, the same monotonous food. How could she not long for the days when she could eat whatever she wanted? Now she understood why Wei Ming could casually produce Mexican beer and durian.
"Can I think about it for a few days?" she asked. Wei Ming shook his head. "You have 1 minute."
Qianlan bit her lip, torn with indecision.
Wei Ming pulled out his phone, opened the stopwatch, and began counting. Tick. Tick. Tick.
The sound of the stopwatch felt like a death knell. When the minute was up, Wei Ming sighed theatrically.
"Well, I guess it's not meant to be." "No! Don't send me away!" Qianlan cried out, grabbing his arm. "I agree."
If she were sent away, there were only 2 possible outcomes. 1, she would hide somewhere and eventually die of thirst or hunger.
2, she'd be caught and turned into someone's plaything. There was no doubt about that. What choice did she have? Wei Ming smiled faintly. "Let's get you fed first. You'll need your strength later." "Strength? For what?"
Qianlan froze, then blushed furiously as the implication dawned on her. Wei Ming retrieved more food from his dimensional storage, all freshly prepared and steaming hot. Since it was already late, a midnight snack seemed appropriate, and he was genuinely hungry. As Qianlan ate, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. These dishes had been everyday fare before the apocalypse, but now they were unimaginable luxuries. She hadn't tasted food like this in over 30 days. The experience was so moving that she felt on the verge of tears. After the meal, Wei Ming brought out some fruits, and Qianlan ate until she was thoroughly satisfied. Her usually flat stomach now had a slight curve. Having drunk a little wine as well, her cheeks were flushed, making her look even more alluring. Her natural charm radiated, and Wei Ming couldn't help but feel his heart race. Taking her hand, he said, "Let's go take a bath." Top-tier beauties are like fine wine, they deserve to be savored. That's why Wei Ming wasn't in any rush. A night of passion. Satisfied, Wei Ming returned to his room and slept. The enchanting allure of Qianlan left him craving more. This time, he slept straight through until well past 1 p.m. No wonder, after all, he hadn't gone to bed until 7 a.m., and Qianlan's natural allure was simply irresistible. After washing up and having lunch, Wei Ming casually asked, "What are you Chutong and the others up to?" "Miss Yu Chutong, Miss Lu Qing, and Miss Chunya are watching a movie. Miss Zhang Linlin and Miss Song Qingyun are working out," the AI reported promptly. "The young lady brought back in the early hours is still asleep." "Master, should I add her to the whitelist?" The whitelist referred to trusted personnel in the shelter, granting them unrestricted access without triggering alarms except for the 5th level, which only Wei Ming himself could access. "Add her," Wei Ming instructed. "Create a new file. Her name is Qianlan." "Understood, Master." Since Qianlan was still sleeping, Wei Ming decided not to disturb her and instead went down to the 2nd level to join Song Qingyun and Zhang Linlin, who were jogging. The two had likely run countless laps already, their bodies glistening with sweat, radiating a vibrant, healthy beauty. The 3 of them continued running for another half an hour before stopping. Song Qingyun and Zhang Linlin sipped water in small gulps, while Wei Ming barely broke a sweat despite the workout. Even using his current physical template, the exercise was only enough to make him perspire slightly. Your stamina is seriously insane, Song Qingyun couldn't help but mutter, half jealous and half admiring.
Wei Ming smiled. If he wanted, he could keep Song Qingyun in an evolved state nearly 24 hours a day. But for his own safety, he never considered modifying any of the women around him.
If I had your physique, catching criminals would be a breeze, Song Qingyun added, her tone tinged with regret.
Ah, his righteous police flower. Zheng Linlin chimed in, if you could take these abilities back to the pre-apocalypse world, what job would you choose?
Wei Ming thought for a moment before answering, a gardener.
Ha! Song Qingyun looked stunned.
I didn't expect you to have aspirations to nurture and educate others. She naturally interpreted gardener as a metaphor, assuming Wei Ming wanted to become a teacher.
Wei Ming chuckled. You misunderstood.
I mean a literal gardener, someone who tends to flowers. Now Song Qingyun was even more surprised, staring at him in disbelief. Zhang Linlin, too, seemed skeptical.
Wei Ming grinned. Being a gardener is great. You can water flowers every day. What's so great about that? Unable to resist any longer, Wei Ming burst into laughter. Aren't women like flowers? Sigh.
If Lin Wanqiu were here, she would have caught on immediately.
But now, he had to spell it out. Song Qingyun thought for a moment, her expression indicating partial understanding.
What Wei Ming said seemed normal enough, comparing women to flowers and himself to a devoted gardener, nurturing them daily.
But why did he have such a mischievous smile? Was she missing something?
She felt confused, and Zhang Linlin appeared just as puzzled. Wei Ming found their lack of reaction dull.
Never mind, he said. Maybe I'll give you all flower nicknames later. You could be a lotus flower. Pure, pristine, and untainted. Song Qingyun quickly shook her head. I don't want to be a white lotus. Sigh.
It's such a pity the term white lotus has become an insult. Truly unfair to the flower itself.
Wei Ming laughed it off.
Oh well, he didn't feel like putting in the effort to assign names. In the end, it didn't matter what kind of flowers they were all his cherished blooms, and he could water whichever one he wanted. Or he could water them all equally. His garden was now a dazzling display of 9 unique colors. After the workout, Wei Ming went to water his metaphorical flowers. By the time he was done, evening had fallen. He, Song Qingyun, and Zhang Linlin returned to the main living quarters on the first level, Wei Ming's home base.
The other women had already prepared dinner.
As everyone gathered around the table, Wei Ming suddenly realized he'd forgotten something.
Oh, right. He smiled. Someone else needed to join them.
You all wait here for a moment, he said, getting up and leaving. He found Chen Lan soon after. The alluring beauty was awake but seemed a bit disoriented. The sky was already dark, and the quiet surroundings made her unsure of where to go. Seeing Wei Ming approach, she let out a sigh of relief.
Wei Ming. Come, I'll take you to dinner, Wei Ming said with a nod. Dinner elsewhere? Didn't he have a dimensional storage where he could pull food out at any time? Unless. Chen stopped in her tracks, realization dawning on her.
Wei Ming had mentioned that this place was home to him and his women, 10 people in total, counting her.
That meant he was taking her to meet the others.
The thought filled her with dread, as though she were an unworthy bride meeting her husband's family.
How embarrassing.
She was little 9, about to meet big sister, second sister, third sister, all the way to 8th sister.
But could she refuse?
Avoiding this meeting now wouldn't mean avoiding it forever. Fine, she thought, resigning herself. She'd already taken the hardest step, becoming Wei Ming's lover.
Could meeting the other women be any worse?
So, she followed him. Later, just pick any unlocked room to live in, Wei Ming said casually.
Is this the so-called golden cage to keep a beauty hidden? Chen Lan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Still, this arrangement wasn't bad.
The shelter was isolated from the world, shielding her from any unwanted attention. She resolved to live quietly as Wei Ming's woman for the rest of her days. A few minutes later, they arrived at the main quarters and stepped into the dining room. Let me introduce her, Wei Ming began, but he was cut off. Yu Chutong suddenly stood up, her face filled with shock.
Aunt Lan! Chutong! Chen Lan exclaimed in surprise. Aunt Lan?
Wei Ming froze for a moment, glancing between Yu Chutong and Chen Lan with a peculiar expression on his face.
They already know each other? And they're a generation apart? Aunt Lan, why are you here? Chutong, why are you here?
The two women asked almost simultaneously, only to be struck with embarrassment as soon as the words left their mouths. Considering their own situations, it wasn't hard to deduce why the other was here. It could only mean one thing: they were both Wei Ming's women. That guy was notoriously possessive. Even though he had this enormous shelter, only his women were allowed to live here. So, if Yu Chutong, or Chenlan, was here, it could only mean she had become one of Wei Ming's women. And now? Well, that was beyond awkward. They wished the ground could open up and swallow them whole. Their faces flushed bright red. Wei Ming, however, chuckled. You two already know each other? Neither woman dared to answer, their heads lowered in shame. Meanwhile, Song Qingyun and the others watched with amusement, marveling at this unexpected turn of events. Still, the fact that Yu Chutong called Chenlan Aunt Lan rather than aunt or little aunt suggested they weren't blood relatives, likely just connected through their parents' friendships. In reality, the two were close in age, more like friends than aunt and niece. But this current relationship, Wei Ming thought with a mischievous grin, is far more entertaining. Pulling Yu Chutong into his arms, he kissed her on the cheek. Well, are you going to explain or not? Yu Chutong, blushing furiously, felt she couldn't refuse the household head's repeated questions. Aunt Lan's family has always been close to my mother's. Although she's only a few years older than me, her seniority makes it proper for me to call her aunt. Oh, I see, Wei Ming said, smiling. But it's the apocalypse now. Why worry about that? Survival is what matters most. Taking his cue, Song Qingyun and the others began persuading the two as well. Since you're not even blood relatives, and honestly, even if you were, who cares in times like these, it's not worth overthinking. With the others' encouragement, both Yu Chutong and Chenlan, though still flushed with embarrassment, managed to sit down and quietly start eating. This atmosphere won't do, Wei Ming mused. In time, he planned to have Yu Chutong and Chenlan openly accept their shared relationship. Once that hurdle was overcome, the awkwardness would fade away naturally. Only kids make choices. I'll take both. After dinner, the group chatted for a while before Wei Ming left with Zhang Linlin for the Dragon King Hall. One girl per day, fair and equal treatment. As they departed, Wei Ming took care of clearing away Miao Howei and his crew's corpses. Leaving them to rot would only stink up the place. Let's go. The two hopped on his motorcycle, arriving at the Dragon King Hall after a 30-minute ride. Next time, Wei Ming decided he'd drive a car instead. Driving a car not only made it easier to interact with his companion but was also far more comfortable. Initially, he hadn't driven due to the congested roads. However, after days of clearing obstructions, the roads were now mostly clear. More importantly, cars were safer. The post-apocalyptic world had brought out the worst in people. Someone could easily set up a steel wire across the road, and at high speed, a motorcycle rider could be decapitated. Of course, Wei Ming wasn't worried for himself. As a modified evolver with physical enhancements, such a trap would barely scratch him. But what about the women he brought along? Unless he modified them too, it wasn't worth the risk. Driving a car was simply the safest option. When they arrived at the Dragon King Hall, the guards at the entrance immediately greeted Wei Ming respectfully, calling out, "Boss Wei." As for Zhang Linlin, they addressed her as sister-in-law. No one dared so much as glance at her inappropriately, behaving as if they were paragons of morality. Wei Ming took Zhang Linlin on a leisurely tour, eventually ending up at the casino. They each gambled a couple of rounds. Zhang Linlin, however, wasn't much of a gambler and soon lost interest, gravitating instead toward the trinkets being sold at small stalls. Wei Ming handed her 100 dragon coins and told her to buy whatever she liked. For those little items, 100 dragon coins were more than enough. Wei Ming didn't accompany her. Instead, he assigned Ku Jiaojiao to act as her bodyguard. Ku Jiaojiao muttered jealously to herself, "How does this dog of a man get so many beautiful women? I'd trade places with him in a heartbeat." Her envy burned fiercely. Yet she didn't dare make a move on Wei Ming's women, limiting her thoughts to silent longing. "Wei Ming," a familiar voice called out. It was Tan Yashing, walking over. Wei Ming noted how the professor practically radiated a green aura, an obvious sign of his newfound cuckoldry. In a good mood, Wei Ming responded with a simple "What's up?" "Where's my wife?" Tan Yashing asked. The term wife struck Wei Ming as oddly formal. In modern speech, one would more likely say, "Where's my wife?" or "Where's my missus?" Tan Yashing's choice of words felt overly refined, fitting his scholarly demeanor. Instead of answering directly, Wei Ming countered with a question of his own, "You don't know where she went?" Tan Yashing shook his head. "I tried contacting her this morning, but she hasn't responded on the walkie-talkie." "How peculiar."
Wei Ming smirked inwardly but feigned surprise. Weren't you used to living apart from your wife? At this, Tan Yashing's face flushed red, and he stammered incoherently. Why was he suddenly looking for Qianlan? Because after being enlightened by a woman the previous night, he'd finally discovered the joys of intimacy. So this is what I'd been missing, he thought. To hell with spiritual connection. Like a primitive man who had only ever eaten raw meat suddenly tasting gourmet cuisine, Tan Yashing had no desire to go back to his old ways. Now, he couldn't help but think of his wife, beautiful, seductive, and naturally alluring. How had he never noticed just how captivating she was? Better late than never, he reasoned. Recalling the pleasure of the previous night, he was eager to share the experience with his wife. If an ordinary woman could bring him such ecstasy, how much better would it be with his stunningly beautiful wife? Wei Ming observed Tan Yashing's expression with an amused smile. Too bad, buddy. Qianlan's mine now. You wasted your chance with her, so don't expect her back. Rest assured, I'll take good care of her. How could Tan Yashing possibly admit to Wei Ming that he had never truly realized how beautiful and enchanting his wife was until he experienced another woman's charms the night before? And that this newfound awareness had him yearning for his wife now? He had merely awakened to certain desires, not undergone a complete personality change. As a man of letters, how could he ever articulate such thoughts out loud? After stammering for a while, he finally said, I have a personal matter to discuss with my wife. Wei Ming casually nodded, smiling. Then go find her yourself. Tan Yashing, suspecting nothing, agreed with a nod and went on his way. As soon as he left, Wei Ming pulled out his walkie-talkie and gave a few brief instructions. By the time Tan Yashing reached one of the upper floors, a young woman was waiting for him. Without a word, she grabbed his arm and dragged him into a nearby room. Tan Yashing wanted to refuse, but he couldn't bring himself to resist. His thoughts had been consumed by a certain newfound pleasure all day, and the prospect was far too enticing. Finding his wife, that could wait. Having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, he was utterly bewitched. Even though this woman was far less beautiful, charming, or alluring than Qianlan, she had other skills that opened the door to a whole new world for him. Who knew it could feel like this? And this? Wei Ming smirked. Stealing another man's wife naturally required some form of compensation. Tan Yashing might be a scholar and a man of culture, but he wasn't a fool. After several failed attempts to locate his wife, he'd surely figure out what had happened. The women here might not hold a candle to Qianlan in terms of looks or allure, but there were plenty of them. If Tan Yashing could accept his situation, he could lose himself in this world of fleeting pleasures. Otherwise, he'd simply be kicked out. Boss Wei. A subordinate's voice interrupted Wei Ming's thoughts. Wei Ming turned to look. There's someone who calls himself Jin Ku. He says he's an evolver and is looking for a position here at Dragon King Hall. The subordinate's tone carried a hint of pride. The Dragon King Hall now had 3 evolvers. If this newcomer joined, their numbers would surpass even those during Long Ye's reign. What did this mean? It meant the Dragon King Hall was thriving, its reputation so strong that even evolvers sought to join its ranks. Wei Ming had bested Long Yi and his 3 evolvers with just himself and Zhao Guofu. Now, with their numbers potentially increasing to 4, their strength would be unimaginable. And that wasn't even counting the evolution serums Wei Ming could provide. With more resources, the Dragon King Hall could expand its territory and establish more branches. In time, the entire high city could become their domain. The subordinate's imagination ran wild. If he remained loyal, he too could become one of the founding members, sharing in the spoils of such success. Wei Ming's curiosity was piqued not because he particularly cared about recruiting evolvers, but because he was always eager to expand his character template library. Most evolvers he encountered were physical type, but what if this one was different? Bring him in. Yes, Boss Wei. Soon, the subordinate returned with a middle-aged man. The man was of average height, around 175 centimeters, and his appearance was unremarkable. But his eyes were piercing, and his skin shimmered faintly with a silvery glow. Interesting. Wei Ming immediately activated his spatial radar. Got it, another character template. This one was indeed unique. Wei Ming had seen enough physical type evolvers to know their cellular patterns inside out. But this man wasn't one of them. Nor was he a bone spike type or flame type. Something new. This alone made the encounter worthwhile. Wei Ming maintained his vigilance, ready to deploy his spatial gate at any moment or even retreat into his dimensional space if needed. A few seconds later, the man stopped about 2 meters away. "Boss Wei, my name is Jin Ko," he said. Wei Ming nodded. "So, you want to join Dragon King Hall?"
"That's my intention," Jin Ko replied, a hint of arrogance in his tone.
"But I need to see if Dragon King Hall can handle someone like me."
It wasn't really the hall he was referring to, but rather its existing evolvers. His unspoken message was clear: if you can keep me in check, I'll work under you.
If not, I'll be the one calling the shots.
Wei Ming wasn't opposed to testing Jin Ko's abilities. After all, watching him in action was the fastest way to understand his powers. He summoned Zhao Guofu. When Zhao Guofu arrived and learned of Jin Ko's intent to join, he was visibly delighted. He'd always hoped to see more evolvers join their ranks. Before coming to Dragon King Hall, Zhao Guofu had believed evolvers were rare.
But since arriving, he'd encountered at least 20, if not 30. How many, then, might exist across High City? Across China? Across the world?
Zhao Guofu was an ambitious man. With society in ruins and his newfound strength, he didn't want to settle for just the Dragon King Hall's territory. He dreamed of conquest and expansion, and every new evolver was another asset. Learning that Jin Ko wanted to test the waters, Zhao Guofu laughed.
"All right, let's spar a little." He was curious about Jin Ko's strength. Knowing one's subordinates' capabilities was crucial for effective leadership.
The two stepped outside to an open area where they could fight without damaging the hotel.
"Let's begin." Zhao Guofu wasted no time assuming a combat stance.
His muscles swelled, and his strength surged to terrifying levels. Even at his baseline, Zhao Guofu could unleash thousands of kilograms of force. When he fully exerted himself, his power was even more astonishing. Jin Ko didn't underestimate his opponent. The faint silver glow on his skin grew brighter, enveloping him like the soft light of the moon.
Despite its delicate appearance, this glow hinted at something far more formidable. So, what exactly is his ability? Wei Ming wondered. Boom!
Zhao Guofu launched himself forward with explosive speed, closing the distance like a streak of light.
Jin Ko raised his arms defensively, shielding his face. Zhao Guofu's fist drove into Jin Ko's abdomen.
Jin Ko skidded back over 10 meters from the sheer force of the blow.
The power behind Zhao Guofu's punch was evident. He hadn't held back. But to both his and Wei Ming's surprise, Jin Ko lowered his arms moments later, completely unscathed. What the? This level of defense was extraordinary. To endure such a punch without injury?
Even Wei Ming doubted he could manage that, not without significantly outclassing his opponent in terms of evolution level. But with the apocalypse barely 35 days old, such disparities were nearly impossible.
Could Jin Ko's ability be defense-oriented? Let's go again.
Zhao Guofu laughed heartily, charging toward Jin Ko once more. This time, however, Jin Ko was prepared. As Zhao Guofu rushed in, Jin Ko swung his arm in a counterattack. Mid-swing, his arm transformed into a gleaming silver blade.
What the hell? Is this guy a liquid metal robot? Wei Ming mused, intrigued. Meanwhile, he began calculating if he used his bone spike or flame abilities, would they be effective against Jin Ko? Uncertain.
Jin Ko's abilities were only starting to manifest. Wei Ming needed to observe more before drawing conclusions. Facing the sudden appearance of this silver sword, Zhao Guofu didn't dare take it head-on. He dodged deftly, waiting for an opportunity to counter. Jin Ko, however, immediately launched a ferocious offensive. His silver blade slashed through the air in a wild flurry.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Wherever the blade struck walls, rocks, the ground, deep gouges about half a foot deep were left in its wake, showcasing its terrifying destructive power.
Zhao Guofu, naturally, became even more cautious. There was no way he'd allow such a weapon to hit him. Utilizing his superior speed, he began circling Jin Ko, searching for an opening to attack. As a physical-type evolver, Zhao Guofu was exceptionally well-rounded.
His speed was faster, his strength greater, and his reflexes sharper. He repeatedly found gaps in Jin Ko's defenses and struck.
Yet, even when his punches connected, they seemed ineffective.
Jin Ko would stumble back a few steps but remained unharmed. It was as if he weren't made of flesh and blood at all.
The fight quickly reached a stalemate.
Zhao Guofu couldn't break through Jin Ko's defenses, while Jin Ko couldn't land a decisive hit on Zhao Guofu. Once, Jin Ko did manage to land a strike, but Zhao Guofu picked up a nearby rock to block it. The silver blade sunk half a foot into the rock but failed to cut through entirely. Naturally, it didn't pose much of a threat to Zhao Guofu. After battling for more than 10 minutes, both fighters were visibly fatigued. If the fight continued, it was clear that Zhao Guofu would eventually emerge victorious. Physical type evolvers had significantly higher stamina. If they couldn't quickly neutralize their opponents, they would eventually wear them down through sheer endurance. Realizing this, Jinke voluntarily ended the fight, acknowledging that he would lose if it dragged on. After resting briefly, he turned to Wei Ming and issued a challenge. He wanted to measure the gap between his strength and Wei Ming's, given Zhao Guofu's obvious respect for him. "This is your true leader, right? Boss Wei," Jinke said. "I want to know just how much stronger you are." "The gap between us?" Wei Ming thought, amused. "If I took this seriously, I could kill you 100 different ways." With a faint smile, Wei Ming replied, "Actually, Zhao and I are about the same." Jinke, however, insisted on a fight. Wei Ming indulged him, choosing to play for a bit. Using Zhao Guofu's character template, one that was slightly outdated compared to Zhao's current strength, he fought Jinke. The result was predictable, another stamina-based battle. Ultimately, Jinke had no choice but to concede. "Boss Wei, Boss Zhao, I've made my decision," Jinke declared. "I want to join Dragon King Hall. I also have some brothers who'd like to join. I hope you'll take them in too." Zhao Guofu glanced at Wei Ming. Seeing that Wei Ming didn't object, he smiled. "No problem. In that case, I'll leave for now and return tomorrow with my brothers to pledge our allegiance," Jinke said, wearing an expression of gratitude. "All right," Zhao Guofu nodded. With that, Jinke left. "Wei Ming, if this guy's loyal, he could be a valuable asset," Zhao Guofu said approvingly. "His abilities are great for breaking through defenses. He'd be a solid tank for the front lines." Wei Ming merely smiled. He lacked Zhao Guofu's ambitions. Wei Ming was content with managing his own little territory and living the life of a luxurious landlord. His only real ambition was expanding his collection of beautiful women to serve as his adoring companions. Ah, such modest and unpretentious goals, he thought with mock humility. But as for Jinke? Wei Ming had no intention of trusting him simply because he came forward with an offer of allegiance. In fact, it didn't matter to Wei Ming whether Jinke was genuine or not. If Jinke proved untrustworthy, he'd simply kill him. It was that simple. For that matter, not even Zhao Guofu or Wei Ming's own women had his full trust. Wei Ming only trusted himself. To him, everyone else was merely a tool, each serving a different purpose. With such a mindset, betrayal was impossible. Perfect logic. After returning to the hotel, Wei Ming found Zhang Linlin browsing through her purchases, an assortment of trinkets and even a few decorative stones. Wei Ming couldn't help but feel amused. Most people would spend their money on food or clean water. But Zhang Linlin? She used hers on pretty but entirely impractical items. It was a testament to how good her life was under Wei Ming's care. She didn't have to worry about survival. Wei Ming didn't mind. The dragon coins were his to mint, and the Dragon King Hall generated a staggering daily income. Why would he care about such trivial expenses? By 3 a.m., it was time to head back. Leaving the hotel, Wei Ming stored Zhang Linlin's bag of trinkets in his spatial inventory before starting up his motorcycle. Riding back to the sanctuary, everything seemed peaceful. But after about 5 minutes, Wei Ming caught movement from the corner of his eye, massive boulders flying toward them. What the hell? These boulders were faster than those launched by catapults, leaving Wei Ming no room to maneuver the motorcycle. Acting quickly, he grabbed Zhang Linlin by the waist, leaped off the bike, and rolled to safety. Boom! 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 The boulders crashed into the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and leaving deep craters. Wei Ming's beloved Harley slammed into a wall, exploding into flames. Wei Ming stood up, his expression dark. My Harley! Zhang Linlin, meanwhile, trembled with fear, her face pale. Then, slow clapping echoed from the shadows. 6 figures emerged, one of them applauding mockingly. Impressive reflexes, Boss Wei, Jinke said, his tone filled with malice. But if this is all you've got, well, it looks like tonight will be your last. Jinke. Wei Ming looked at the man who had just sworn loyalty to him. Strangely, he felt no anger. No surprise. Wei Ming had never trusted him to begin with, so Jinke's betrayal was nothing unexpected. Genuine or not, I never cared. And now, you die. Jinke licked his lips as his eyes landed on Zhang Linlin. Such a beautiful woman, Boss Wei. Don't worry. We'll take great care of her once you're gone. He emphasized care with a sinister tone. The other 5 men burst into laughter, their gazes lecherous as they ogled Zhang Linlin. She was indeed stunning, with a perfect figure and, most importantly, she was clean. They couldn't wait to kill Wei Ming, claim his woman, and, in a few days, seize Dragon King Hall for themselves.
Wei Ming, don't you think you're a fool? Jin Ke sneered. You took over Dragon King Hall, yet you don't even live there. Instead, you wander off alone. How arrogant can you be? But in a way, this works out. If you'd stayed at Dragon King Hall all the time, we'd never have gotten a chance to kill you, or at least, not without a heavy price. But now? 6 against 1. You're going to die, and you're going to die miserably. Wei Ming gave a faint smile. So, your plan to pledge loyalty to me earlier was just a ploy to gauge my strength? Exactly. Jin Ke didn't bother to deny it. At this point, Wei Ming was as good as dead. Besides, it wasn't hard to deduce the truth. Of course, Wei Ming was a dead man walking, so Jin Ke saw no need to waste more words. Kill him. Jin Ke ordered coldly. Even though they held all the advantages, nothing was certain until Wei Ming was truly dead. Only a corpse could eliminate all potential risks. Wei Ming remained calm. Are you sure you've seen everything I can do? At that moment, the 5 other revolvers rushed at Wei Ming with explosive speed. From their movement, it was clear they were all physical-type evolvers. That was no surprise, physical-type evolvers were the most common by far. Wei Ming chuckled softly and began to move. Jin Ke didn't attack but stood back to observe and command, holding back his trump card for a decisive strike. This allowed him to clearly see something that stunned him to the core. Zhang Linlin, who had been standing next to Wei Ming, suddenly vanished into thin air. An entire person had disappeared, without a sound, without a trace. This wasn't some magic trick. Wei Ming must have used his ability. But wasn't he supposed to be a physical-type evolver? Physical types only enhanced physical attributes, strength, speed, reflexes, and durability. They were well-rounded but had no extraordinary abilities. So how had Zhang Linlin disappeared? Be careful! Jin Ke shouted, but even as the words left his mouth, he realized he didn't know what to warn his comrades about. What kind of ability was this? He'd never seen anything like it. The 5 physical-type evolvers were already upon Wei Ming, moving too fast for most to follow. But Wei Ming merely smiled. With a flick of his hand, he opened his spatial gate wide. Collect! In an instant, 2 of the 5 evolvers barreled headlong into the spatial gate, unable to stop in time. Once inside the space, they were gone, erased from the fight entirely. The remaining 3 evolvers were already mid-attack, their fists aimed squarely at Wei Ming. A single punch from any one of them could shatter bones, and if all 3 landed a blow, Wei Ming could easily die on the spot. This was the terrifying power of physical-type evolvers. But Wei Ming smirked, placing his right hand on his chest, and disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared 5 meters to the side, Zhang Linlin safely in tow. Zhang Linlin gasped, about to scream, "Watch OU," but her words were cut short as she vanished once more. Suddenly, hundreds of bullets materialized and rained down on the 3 remaining evolvers. To be honest, Wei Ming didn't want these physical types getting too close. Their speed and power made them highly dangerous in melee combat. While his spatial gate could absorb them if they got close, one mistake could mean taking a fatal hit. Why risk mutual destruction when he could win decisively? After repositioning himself, Wei Ming ensured all 3 remaining evolvers, plus Jin Ke, were in front of him. No one could sneak up on him from behind. Bullets were still highly effective against evolvers. Damn it! Where are these bullets coming from? Dodge! The 3 quickly grabbed stones and debris to use as makeshift shields. Bullets ricocheted off the improvised defenses, sparks flying in all directions. A few bullets struck exposed areas, but the tight muscles of the evolvers absorbed most of the impact. The bullets only penetrated about an inch. Impressive. Wei Ming raised an eyebrow. In just over a month, physical-type evolvers had already evolved to this level. Killing them would only get harder in the future unless they foolishly walked into his spatial gate. But that was a problem for another day. For now, Wei Ming smirked and summoned steel rods. The rods hurtled toward the evolvers at over 50 meters per second. While slower than bullets, their greater mass and higher kinetic energy made them far deadlier. You thought bullets were bad? Let's see how you handle this. Shit. What kind of ability is this? This guy isn't a physical type at all. The 3 evolvers were visibly panicking. Moments ago, they'd had 5 comrades. Now they were down to 3, and 2 had vanished without a trace. What kind of ability could make people disappear so completely, while also conjuring bullets and steel rods? Spatial manipulation.
Jin-ko suddenly yelled. From the sidelines, Jin-ko had pieced it together. He could only grasp part of the truth, but even that was terrifying.
Don't get close to him.
He's a spatial type evolver. Old Shin and little Zhao must have been thrown into another dimension or somewhere far away. His warning was accurate, but it came too late. Wei Ming smiled coldly, hurling steel rods with relentless precision. Each one moved faster than an evolver could react to and had enough force to embed itself deeply into concrete. The three remaining evolvers scrambled to dodge or block the projectiles. One rod struck the ground near them with a deafening crash, leaving a gaping hole.
Spread out. Create distance. Jin-ko commanded. Not bad.
Wei Ming silently acknowledged Jin-ko's quick thinking. By spreading out, they limited the effectiveness of Wei Ming's spatial gate. He could only target one direction at a time, leaving gaps in his coverage. But this strategy had its limits. Wei Ming switched to his physical abilities, locking onto one of the three evolvers. With his body enhanced by his physical type template, he was faster than any of them. The chosen target tried to retreat, but Wei Ming closed the gap effortlessly.
Let's deal with you first.
When Wei Ming saw Jin-ko's companions being pursued, he and the other two naturally couldn't just sit idly by.
Let Wei Ming pick them off one by one?
They weren't fools. They gave chase but couldn't catch up. All of them were also physical type evolvers, so why was Wei Ming faster than them?
What now?
The three of them grabbed stones, bricks, and even roadside signboards, hurling them at Wei Ming. But as soon as these objects neared Wei Ming, they mysteriously vanished. Naturally, this was because Wei Ming had opened his space gate behind him. How were they supposed to deal with that? The three of them were stunned. They didn't yet know how durable Wei Ming's body was, but just from what they'd seen, his defensive capabilities were terrifying.
How could they even harm him?
Wei Ming shifted his target.
He opened the space gate just a meter behind one of his fleeing enemies and sent out iron blocks weighing several tons.
Iron blocks couldn't accelerate as fast as rebar due to air resistance, but with Wei Ming now only a short distance from his target, the space gate's 5-meter range meant the iron blocks were appearing just over a meter away from the fleeing man. There was no time or room to dodge.
Bang! 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 The unlucky evolver was repeatedly struck by the heavy iron blocks, blood spilling from his mouth with each hit.
Even a light placement of such a weight on an ordinary person would crush them. While this man was a physical type evolver with enhanced durability, the iron blocks were traveling at a terrifying 30 meters per second. The force fractured his bones one by one and ruptured his organs. After being hit 7 times, his body twisted unnaturally as he slammed into a nearby wall.
Bang!
Instead of breaking through the wall, his body rebounded and collapsed onto the ground, splayed out like a ragdoll. His eyes were wide open, but his pupils had already dilated. He was dead. Wei Ming stopped, turned, and looked at Jin-ko and the other two. This time, all three of them felt a chill run through their spines. From the moment Wei Ming had begun chasing their companion to his demise, how much time had passed?
Not even 15 seconds.
In just 15 seconds, Wei Ming had killed a physical type evolver head-on, without even using that eerie space gate to make him vanish.
Terrifying.
Boss Jin, the other two evolvers looked at Jin-ko in panic. Jin-ko gritted his teeth.
Retreat! 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 A moment ago, it had been 6 against 1. Now, there were only 3 of them left. If they continued to fight Wei Ming, they would undoubtedly all perish. Why had they ambushed Wei Ming in the first place? To seize control of Dragon King Hall and live a better life, not to throw their lives away. Revenge for their fallen companions? That wasn't going to happen.
In fact, if Wei Ming extended an olive branch at this moment, they might have been tempted to switch sides and become the second or third in command of Dragon King Hall. The 3 of them turned and fled without hesitation, their will to fight utterly shattered even though Jin-ko hadn't fully entered the battle yet.
He wasn't an idiot.
Even if he joined the fray and used his trump card, he couldn't counter Wei Ming's bizarre abilities.
How could you fight someone who could make people vanish at will? Wei Ming smirked. Did they really think they could run?
Whoosh! He gave chase, and suddenly, a woman appeared in his arms.
Careful!
Zheng Linlin screamed, still stuck in the moments from before she disappeared. Before she could react further, she was gone again. While pursuing his fleeing opponents, Wei Ming opened the space gate once more, unleashing hundreds of bullets toward Jin-ko and the other two. He wasn't aiming to kill, just to slow them down. As expected, the rain of bullets forced the 3 to stagger and stumble as they were hit. Jin Ke's mind raced. He wasn't a physical type evolver, nor a speed-focused one.
This meant he couldn't outrun his two companions. If Wei Ming caught up to him, would he survive? Counting on his companions to stay behind and fight with him? Not a chance.
If you're going to be unkind, don't blame me for being unjust, Jin Ke muttered, his expression turning cold. His hands transformed into silver blades, which he suddenly thrust into his companions. Neither of the other two had expected Jin Ke to turn on them. Slash! Slash! Even though they were physical type evolvers with enhanced resilience, Jin Ke's silver blades pierced deep into their thighs, severing their tendons. They collapsed to the ground, helpless and cursing. You bastard, Jin Ke! You son of a... Jin Ke ignored their curses. Survival was instinctive. If Wei Ming caught up, at least these two would fight back desperately, giving him a chance to escape into the night. Wei Ming caught up and punched at one of the fallen men, who swung his fist in return. Their fists collided only for the man to vanish without a trace. Wei Ming smirked, turning his attention to the other. At the same time, he opened the space gate, sending a barrage of steel bars hurtling toward Jin Ke. Jin Ke was forced to plant his feet and brace himself, his entire body turning silvery as he roared. The steel bars slammed into him with deafening clangs, each one bouncing off his reflective skin. Although they couldn't penetrate his body, the sheer force of the impacts left him stumbling like a drunkard. Wei Ming reached the last fallen evolver, pressed his hand down, and sent him into the void. Now, only Jin Ke was left. Wei Ming released Zhang Linlin, reset her 60-second safety timer, and pulled her back into the space gate before chasing Jin Ke again. This time, there was no one left for Jin Ke to use as a shield. Damn you! If I'm going down, I'll take you with me. Jin Ke roared, his hands morphing into silver swords as he slashed at Wei Ming. Suddenly, the swords detached from his arms and flew toward Wei Ming like bullets. Fast and deadly. This was Jin Ke's trump card. He had poured every ounce of his strength into this attack, launching the blades at a speed that rivaled bullets and with far more destructive power due to their weight. Even physical-type evolvers couldn't survive such an attack. It was designed to kill. But after this, Jin Ke would be completely drained, his body weak and vulnerable. Whoosh, whoosh! The two silver swords streaked through the air and vanished into thin air. Jin Ke stared blankly at Wei Ming. His ultimate move was just gone? Vanished without even a ripple, as if it had never existed. He began trembling uncontrollably. He had already used his strongest ability and was now in a weakened state. His strength had plummeted, and his defense was nearly non-existent. Forget Wei Ming's terrifying strength and bizarre space abilities, even an ordinary person with a gun could easily end his life now. Wei Ming, I admit defeat. I'm willing to surrender to you. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I won't dare go west. Jin Ke said, his voice shaking as he begged for his life. Anything was better than waiting helplessly for death. Wow. Thick-skinned, aren't you? How can you say that with a straight face? But why am I wasting time talking to you? Wei Ming raised his hand, pointed, and fired a series of bullets. Bang! 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 Several rounds pierced through Jin Ke's forehead. Even after being hit in such a vital spot, Jin Ke's body twitched a few more times before he finally convulsed and collapsed lifelessly after about 10 seconds. Still, Wei Ming wasn't reassured. This guy's abilities were too strange, able to turn his body into sharp weapons that could injure even physical-type evolvers. There was no way Wei Ming was going to take chances. Better safe than sorry. He fired a few more rounds into Jin Ke's body. Bang! 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 Each shot caused the corpse to shudder violently. Even then, Wei Ming didn't stop. He picked up a large rock and started smashing. Thud! 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 3 massive stones were piled on top of Jin Ke, crushing his body flat. Only then did Wei Ming finally feel a measure of confidence that Jin Ke was truly dead. One by one, Wei Ming removed the stones and finally pressed his hand onto Jin Ke's body. Whoosh! The body vanished on the spot. Alright, he's really dead now. Satisfied, Wei Ming knew that in his space dimension, even a feigned death would become true death. His job here was done. Wei Ming released Zhang Linlin from the space dimension. She was just about to scream when she froze, looking around in confusion. What about those people? She asked. They're gone. Let's go home, Wei Ming said as he casually summoned a car. He and Zhang Linlin climbed inside. This time, there were no interruptions, and they returned to the shelter without further incident. Zhang Linlin, still somewhat dazed, kept trying to piece together what had happened.
Hadn't they encountered 6 people on the road? Yes, they definitely had. But then, where did they go? Was it all just her imagination?
She shook her head, deciding to put it behind her.
Forget it. I'll just go to bed.
Wei Ming, on the other hand, was feeling energized. He headed down to the second level of the shelter to test out his new character template, reasoning that the large open space would minimize any potential damage.
Entering his space dimension, Wei Ming swapped to Jinka's template.
When he emerged, his body began emitting a faint silvery glow, as if bathed in moonlight. This ability allows most of the body to transform into silver-like metal, he mused.
But not entirely, only about 80%. It doesn't reach full metallization. With further evolution, it should be possible to achieve full body transformation.
And the strength of the metal itself might also increase. Too bad the original is dead.
This template won't evolve any further. Wei Ming shook his head, feeling slightly regretful.
His space dimension was incredibly powerful, allowing him to gain any ability he came across. However, he couldn't personally advance those abilities, they remained fixed at the state in which he acquired them.
What if, in the future, I run into a sniper-type evolver? Someone shooting at me from several kilometers away? What if they could accelerate bullets to 5 times or even 10 times the speed of sound? How would I dodge that?
And if they're too far away, I wouldn't even be able to scan their character template.
At that point, I'd just be a sitting duck.
The types of evolvers out there are too varied.
I can't afford to get complacent. If this ability could evolve indefinitely and let me fully metallize, I'd essentially have no weaknesses. Too bad.
Wei Ming experimented with the new ability a little longer before heading back to the first level to sleep. The night passed, and the 36th day of the apocalypse arrived. It was June 7th, and as summer approached, temperatures were climbing higher by the day. The shelter's environmental monitoring equipment, originally installed to check for nuclear contamination, was now being used for basic weather observations. By 9 a.m., the temperature outside had already hit 61 degrees Celsius, 142 degrees Fahrenheit.
What would happen in July or August? Would it climb to 65 degrees Celsius? Or even 70 degrees Celsius? Terrifying.
Wei Ming sighed at the thought but quickly dismissed it.
After all, what did the scorching surface temperatures have to do with him?
He was living comfortably 60 to 70 meters underground.
He went downstairs for breakfast.
As usual, Wei Ming was one of the last to wake up. By the time he arrived, Yu Chutong and the others had already prepared breakfast: wonton stuffed with 3 different fillings, pork with shepherd's purse, cabbage with beef, and pure lamb.
The condiments were plentiful as well.
Wei Ming, a fan of spicy food, added a generous splash of chili oil to his bowl.
The aroma was mouth-watering.
Yu Chutong and Chen Lan sat far apart, clearly trying to avoid any awkwardness due to their familial connection as aunt and niece.
Wei Ming chuckled to himself. How could he allow such discord in his household? Today, he'd ensure that everything was set right.
Meanwhile, Zhang Linlin finally woke up and strolled in just as everyone else was finishing breakfast. After eating, she asked Wei Ming for the items she'd purchased the previous day.
"Oh, right,"
Wei Ming said, retrieving the bag from his space dimension and handing it to her.
His plan for the day? Break the ice between Yu Chutong and Chen Lan. After all, wasn't there a saying?
When fed and warm, the next thing on one's mind is, well, it had been more than a day since he'd last enjoyed any company.
Time to act.
Wei Ming sent messages to both Yu Chutong and Chen Lan, summoning them to the main residence.
When the emperor summoned his subjects, who would dare disobey? Yu Chutong arrived first, followed shortly by Chen Lan.
The 2 women immediately sensed Wei Ming's intentions. It was just the 3 of them, no one else.
"I just remembered, I have something to do." Chen Lan stammered, attempting to make a quick escape. Wei Ming wasn't about to let her slip away. Grabbing her wrist, he chuckled, "What could possibly be so urgent? You're not in the middle of cooking soup, are you?" "Yes, actually." "How did you know?"
Chen Lan lied with wide-eyed innocence.
Wei Ming laughed. "I'm not some kind of monster.
Why are you so scared?
I just called you here for a chat. What else did you think I wanted? Tell me, what's the most important thing between people?" "Trust. How could you not trust me? That really hurts my feelings."
Chen Lan hesitated, unsure if she'd misunderstood his intentions.
Maybe he really did just want to talk? "Aunt Lan, don't fall for his tricks." Yu Chutong interjected, far more familiar with Wei Ming's nature. "One of us has to escape." Wei Ming grinned mischievously. You've come this far, no escaping now. You two are going to get along just fine. It was obvious that Wei Ming was behind this. Qianlan quickly stood up, intending to make a hasty escape, but could Wei Ming possibly let her get away? Today's goal was to smooth over the tension between them. If she ran off, what was the point? Qianlan couldn't escape, but Yu Chutong decided to make a run for it. Wei Ming laughed heartily. You, a non-evolved human, think you can outrun me? Yu Chutong had barely taken off when her vision blurred, and she suddenly found herself back where she started. Not willing to give up, she tried again. And again. But no matter how many times she tried, every time she ran from point A to point B, she'd inexplicably end up right back at point A. As an observer, Qianlan's jaw dropped in shock. Finally, she began to grasp the extent of Wei Ming's ability. Yu Chutong, after several futile attempts, had no choice but to give up. There was no escaping. You jerk, she stomped her foot, fuming. With the tensions between the aunt and niece eased, Wei Ming donned a robe and settled down with an e-book. After a while, Zhang Linlin came running to him. Ha? What's up? He asked. Zhang Linlin hesitated, looking nervous. It was a trivial matter, but seeing Wei Ming in such a good mood, she decided to speak up. The bag of things you brought back for me is missing a few stones. That's impossible. Wei Ming chuckled. I didn't even open the bag. Are you sure you didn't miscount? I'm sure, Zhang Linlin insisted firmly. Wei Ming thought for a moment. All right, let's go take a look. I think I remember seeing them. The two went to Zhang Linlin's room, where her purchases from the day before were spread across the floor. Wei Ming scanned the items with his eyes and paused. A few things were indeed missing. Stones. He remembered clearly. Zhang Linlin had bought several brightly colored stones, and he'd even scoffed at the frivolity of it. Women always loved such flashy but impractical things, he'd thought, like diamonds. Besides industrial use, what good were they? Are you sure they didn't roll into a corner somewhere? He asked. Zhang Linlin shook her head. I dumped everything out here. There's no way every single stone rolled under the sofa or the cabinet. Wei Ming activated his spatial radar. Sure enough, the missing stones were nowhere in the room. Wei Ming froze. He'd used his spatial radar hundreds of times and was intimately familiar with how much power it consumed. Each use left a clear count of how many times he could still activate it. That familiarity made him realize something strange. After using a maximum range skin just now, the number of uses remaining wasn't 103, but 147. The difference was huge. If it were only one or two extra uses, Wei Ming might assume that his abilities had naturally grown over time. After all, when he first started, the radar could only be used 101 times. Over time, it had increased to 103. But this jump was far too drastic to be normal. What had caused it? Missing stones. Mysteriously increased abilities. Could it be? Wei Ming's expression became curious. Could the space have absorbed the stones, leading to an enhancement of his abilities? Wait, was the change limited to just the radar? Or were there other effects? His mind raced as he tested his abilities further. He created a cube of space with a 30-meter edge length, stacking layers within it. Previously, he could only stack up to 4 layers before the space ceased to function as a radar. But now? 10 layers. He released the space. Instantly, a 3-dimensional 30x30x30-meter cube materialized, and every detail within it came under his control. Holy crap! The spatial radar had undergone a massive upgrade. Wei Ming pushed the limits further and found that the new maximum size was a 32-meter cube. If used continuously at this size, the radar could still function 122 times, another significant increase. And the spatial gate? Wei Ming expanded the gate to 3 by 3 meters, then pushed it further. It worked. The new maximum was 3.2 meters, only about a 10% increase, but still definitive proof of an upgrade. The maximum release distance had also grown, from 5 meters to 5.2 meters. His abilities had truly improved. Those stones enhanced my powers, he murmured. But is the enhancement limited to me, or can others benefit as well? I need to find more of those stones. Whether it's to strengthen myself further or to test their effects on others, I have to get more. Wei Ming felt a rush of excitement. The discovery of these stones introduced a massive variable. Even those who had evolved later on could rise rapidly if they had access to such stones. If not for the Dragon King Hall and Lin Lin's shopping spree, I might never have discovered this. Who knows how long it would have taken?
He gave Zhang Linlin a big kiss and said with a grin, "You've made a huge contribution.
Tell me what reward you want. As long as it's within my power, I'll make it happen." Zhang Linlin was baffled. Wasn't this all about some missing stones? How did this turn into her making a major contribution?
Still, seeing Wei Ming in such high spirits, she thought for a moment and then shook her head. "I've got plenty to eat and drink, and I live in comfort.
For now, I really don't know what I want."
"Alright, then just keep it in mind," Wei Ming said with a smile.
"Whenever you think of something, let me know."
Okay, Zhang Linlin was still a bit confused. Wei Ming quickly finished his dinner, devouring it like a whirlwind. But instead of heading straight to Dragon King Hall, he went to the livestock area. There, he caught a few fish and stored them in his alternate space. Spatial radar and spatial gate had both changed.
What about the time living creatures could survive in the alternate space?
After 60 seconds, he released the first fish.
Alive. At 61 seconds, the second fish. Still alive. 62 seconds, still alive. 63, 64, 65 seconds.
Finally, at 66 seconds, the fish died. Living creatures could now survive for 65 seconds inside his alternate space, compared to the previous 60 seconds.
At 66 seconds, death was inevitable. If I can absorb enough of those brightly colored stones, could living creatures survive for hours? Days? Even longer?
The possibilities made Wei Ming's heart race. Bringing Zhang Linlin with him, he headed straight to Dragon King Hall.
He couldn't wait.
He had to see if he could find more of those stones today. Wei Ming sped all the way to the Dragon King Hall. Previously, his primary goal in managing Dragon King Hall was to gather resources and beautiful women. But now, he had a new objective: strange stones.
Moreover, this new objective had instantly become his top priority.
However, how to go about acquiring the strange stones required some thought.
He couldn't act too overtly, or he might draw attention, prompting others to join in the hunt.
With Zhang Linlin in tow, Wei Ming strolled through the market area. But he didn't see any of the strange stones.
If no one else had discovered the stones' unique properties, why would anyone bother selling them?
The vendor from yesterday had likely been taking a chance, just trying his luck. If Zhang Linlin hadn't come across them, the stones might have sat unsold for days, and the vendor probably wouldn't have bothered bringing them again. Wei Ming instructed Zhang Linlin to recall who had sold her the stones yesterday. The reason he'd brought Zhang Linlin back here today was precisely to identify the seller. "That person isn't here," Zhang Linlin said after searching the stalls. She shook her head, visibly disappointed.
What could Wei Ming do?
The vendor might simply not have arrived yet, or maybe they weren't planning to come back.
Perhaps they'd even been killed. All possibilities were on the table.
He could only hope the person was just running late. Wei Ming told Zhang Linlin to keep watch and inform him immediately if the vendor showed up. Zhang Linlin nodded firmly. It was clear from Wei Ming's actions, bringing her here 2 days in a row, that the stones were extremely important to him.
What she couldn't understand was why. Why would a few stones matter more than food, water, or energy?
She didn't need to know the details. Since they were important to Wei Ming, she'd do her best to find the seller. Wei Ming sat to the side, quietly waiting.
Wei Ming. Tan Yashing appeared again. Can I go upstairs to see my wife?
In Dragon King Hall, every person's access was strictly limited. Guests could visit the floors above the 10th to enjoy themselves, but the lower-level workers were restricted to the 4th to 9th floors. For them, the 10th floor was forbidden unless they became paying customers. As for the top floor where Wei Ming lived, it was a forbidden zone for everyone.
Even Zhao Guofu had to call ahead before visiting. What if he walked in while Wei Ming was busy and ruined the mood?
So, for Tan Yashing to visit the top floor to see his wife, he needed Wei Ming's permission.
Go ahead, Wei Ming waved him off.
Tan Yashing ascended the stairs, only to be intercepted on the 10th floor by a young woman who pulled him into a room. He hesitated briefly but quickly gave in. Or perhaps, he had been hoping for this exact outcome.
Wei Ming paid no mind to Tan Yashing's petty indulgence.
Covering the cost of his escapades was a small price to pay. After all, Wei Ming was enjoying Tan Yashing's wife. And with Chen Lan's looks, figure, and allure, Wei Ming was far from feeling shortchanged. A while later, Zhao Guofu strolled over.
That's odd. Didn't Jin Ke say he'd bring his people over today? Why hasn't he shown up yet?
Zhao looked genuinely puzzled, as though eagerly awaiting Jin Ke's arrival. You'll be waiting in vain, Wei Ming thought.
He said nothing about Jin Ke's betrayal or the attempted ambush. Let them think Jin Ke had simply vanished.
I have no idea, Wei Ming replied casually. Explaining the details of Jin Ke's plot would take time, and Wei Ming wasn't interested in wasting it on Zhao Guofu. After all, the night was still young. Zhao Guofu was still hopeful, merely assuming Jin Ke was running late and not yet considering the possibility that he wouldn't show up at all.
Wei Ming chuckled inwardly. Keep waiting.
Over an hour later, Zhang Linlin came running over, her excitement hard to hide.
Her heaving chest bounced energetically, catching the attention of many nearby. Of course, everyone knew she was Wei Ming's woman.
They only dared to sneak glances and indulge in private fantasies. Nobody would dare step out of line, not unless they had a death wish.
Wei Ming.
Zhang Linlin whispered excitedly, leaning close to his ear.
That person is here. Wei Ming gave her an approving look.
She understood the importance of the strange stones and had deliberately kept her voice low to avoid drawing attention.
Alright, take me to him.
The two of them headed to the market area, making a show of browsing casually before stopping at a particular stall.
The vendor's condition was rather pitiful.
His face was bruised, his left cheek swollen high, and his leg was injured and still bleeding. Wei Ming discreetly used his spatial radar to assess the situation. The young man wasn't an evolved human, which was the first thing Wei Ming confirmed. He also appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, likely a university student before the apocalypse. His looks weren't bad, though the bruises and swelling on his face currently marred his appearance.
Wei Ming spoke up.
Yesterday, you sold her some stones. The young man tensed immediately, interrupting nervously, I already sold them to you.
I'm not taking them back. Wei Ming laughed. I'm not asking for a refund.
My lady happens to really like those stones and wants to use them to build a decorative rockery.
Where did you get them? If you have more, I'll buy them in bulk.
The young man froze, stunned by the unexpected response. After a moment, he stammered, I found them by chance. I tried selling them for a few days, but no one was interested.
I still have 2 left at home. Wei Ming smiled.
Bring them here, and I'll buy them. The young man hesitated. Going home would take time, and the stones wouldn't fetch much money. Worse, his injured leg made walking difficult. Wei Ming noticed the hesitation and offered, no problem.
I have a car. Just show me the way.
The young man grew even more wary, his gaze tinged with suspicion.
You're not after my sister, are you?
He thought. Why else would you personally drive me back just for a few worthless stones?
The boy knew Wei Ming's reputation as one of Dragon King Hall's leaders and as a notorious womanizer who brought a new beauty every day.
He must have his eyes on my sister. I'll bring them to you tomorrow, the young man replied cautiously, indirectly declining.
Wei Ming wasn't having it.
The thought of waiting another day, with the stones still out of his possession, was unacceptable.
Anything could happen in that time. How much did he charge you for the stones yesterday? Wei Ming asked Zhang Linlin.
5 stones for 1 dragon coin, she answered after a moment. Wei Ming chuckled and turned to the young man. I'll pay you 10 dragon coins for the 2 stones you have left. And if you find any more in the future, I'll buy them for 5 coins each. The young man was stunned. How much was 1 dragon coin worth? Enough to feed a person 3 meals a day. So, 1 stone was worth 5 days' worth of food? Unbelievable. It's just a stone, not gold. He thought. Then again, gold's just a shiny rock now. Who would trade precious food for that? You must be after my sister. That's the only explanation. The young man still shook his head but kept a smile, naturally not daring to anger Wei Ming. Boss Wei, the place I live is quite far from here. If I go back, it'll take several hours, and it'll be daylight soon. You'd better wait until tomorrow. It's just 2 stones. I'll definitely bring them tomorrow. He secretly made up his mind clearly, he couldn't come here tomorrow. Strange, though, how did Wei Ming know about Zhou Wei? Wei Ming simply smiled. He could sense the guardedness beneath the young man's words. How odd. He offered a high price for the stones, and the reason he gave was entirely reasonable. Plus, as the boss here, it wasn't unusual for him to spend money like water. So why had this guy suddenly become so wary? Alright, bring them tomorrow, Wei Ming said. He was simply reassuring the man. If you don't plan to take me back, then I'll follow you myself. Wei Ming was determined to get his hands on the young man's remaining 2 stones today without fail. By the way, what's your name? He asked casually. The young man hesitated before answering, He Gang. A university student?
Wei Ming asked again. Yes, second year, He Gang replied.
Wei Ming didn't ask further and left with Zhang Linlin. Only after Wei Ming left did He Gang breathe a sigh of relief.
Watching Wei Ming's departing figure, he still couldn't shake his unease.
Zhang Linlin was very curious, but being a clever woman, she knew better than to ask since Wei Ming hadn't explained. At least, not in this situation.
After all, there were evolved humans around who knew if someone had developed something like super hearing.
Wei Ming instructed 2 of his men to keep an eye on Yi Gang and notify him immediately if he decided to pack up and leave.
2 hours later. Boss Wei, the target is getting ready to leave, one of his men informed him over the walkie-talkie.
Wei Ming immediately took Zhang Linlin downstairs. He saw Yi Gang moving sluggishly, packing up the unsold goods. Then he went to the exchange booth to trade the dragon coins he had earned that evening for food and water. It was pitifully little, just 2 pieces of bread and a bottle of water. But he didn't eat or drink them. Instead, he carefully stored them away and left the hotel. Wei Ming and Zhang Linlin followed him. Because of an injured leg, Yi Gang walked very slowly. Wei Ming and Zhang Linlin followed him from a distance, driving a car and keeping about 500 meters away.
Wasn't that distance too far? Weren't they afraid of losing him? Not at all.
Wei Ming had a spatial radar.
But wasn't spatial radar limited to a 32x 32x 32 meter maximum range? How could it track someone 500 meters away? Because the radar only had a volume limit.
As long as Wei Ming compressed the height to around 1 meter, the length or width could expand up to 32 times. This increased the scan area by 32 times. And since he roughly knew Yi Gang's location, he could easily define a 500x 10x 1 meter space to pinpoint Yi Gang's position, all while conserving energy. I need to quickly enhance my spatial abilities. That way, I could casually scan a 1,000 meter long cuboid and easily keep tabs on everything without being so frugal.
As he followed, Wei Ming also experimented with the radar's versatility, exploring its countless applications.
Being inside a car with the air conditioning on, the 2 were comfortable and carefree compared to Yi Gang, who was burdened with goods and limping along with his injured leg. Let's play a riddle game, Wei Ming suggested with a smile, breaking the monotony.
A man with long legs guessed the name of a food.
Zhang Linlin racked her brain for a while but eventually shook her head in confusion.
I don't know. Wei Ming laughed.
Cake. Zhang Linlin still looked puzzled, but after a moment of realization, her cheeks turned red, and her eyes became flirtatious.
Another one, Wei Ming continued. A woman with long legs, guess a type of cosmetic.
By now, Zhang Linlin had figured out the pattern. The riddles were cheeky, so she tried to think in a similarly mischievous vein.
Still, after a while, she gave up. I can't figure it out.
Lipstick, Wei Ming said, laughing.
Zhang Linlin froze for a few seconds before understanding, her eyes becoming even more coquettish. Unwilling to lose, she declared, my turn to ask a riddle.
Go ahead, Wei Ming said indifferently. This was just to pass the time anyway. What do foreigners have that's longer than us? She asked. Wei Ming inhaled sharply and looked at her. He hadn't expected her to come up with such a dirty question.
He replied, if you're referring to that, I don't agree. You should know firsthand whether I'm lacking, shouldn't you? Zhang Linlin's face flushed crimson, and she lightly punched him with her small fists.
Of course, it was just a playful gesture.
No.
What foreigners have that's longer is their names, she revealed the answer.
Wei Ming burst out laughing.
He thought she was being cheeky, but it turned out she'd deliberately made him think so, ensuring he wouldn't guess the right answer. Well, foreigners' names might be longer than ours, but some of our ethnic groups have pretty long names too, he remarked, poking fun at the answer.
Just then, Yi Gang stopped moving.
Wei Ming watched as Yi Gang entered a dark and rundown residential area. The stars and moon offered no light tonight, and none of the street lights worked. If it weren't for Wei Ming's spatial radar, they'd have lost sight of him even 10 meters away, given the pitch darkness.
Was this place 2 kilometers from the Dragon King Hall?
So the kid hadn't been honest. Wei Ming parked the car, and after getting out with Zhang Linlin, he stored the vehicle in his spatial dimension. Using the radar, he locked onto Yi Gang's position. The guy had entered a building, gone up to the 3rd floor, and knocked on a door in a specific pattern, 1 short knock, followed by 3 long ones. The door opened, and Yi Gang quickly slipped inside before shutting it again. Now that Wei Ming had a clear location, he adjusted the radar's configuration and scanned the room.
There were only 2 people inside, a man and a woman.
The man was, of course, Yi Gang. The woman, about his age, was filthy, with greasy hair sticking together, but she was undeniably attractive.
With the radar's detailed vision, Wei Ming could easily see through the grime and assess her appearance. She was decent, and 80 out of 100.
And 80 wasn't bad. In most schools, she'd qualify as a campus beauty.
But Wei Ming's standards had risen.
And 80 wasn't enough to earn a place in his shelter. At most, she was a passing distraction.
His expression turned peculiar. Was he again so guarded because he feared Wei Ming would target this woman? Did he underestimate Wei Ming's taste? Wei Ming chuckled. With a stunning beauty like Zhang Linlin beside him, how could anyone think he'd stoop so low?
Just as Wei Ming prepared to approach He Gang, he saw another group of people rushing toward the building.
Well, in that case, I'll just be the one to swoop in at the end. Boss, we've confirmed it. Those two are in Building 4. Song Jian nodded, his face lighting up with excitement. He was the leader of a local gang.
Of course, he wasn't an evolved human, he was just lucky enough to get his hands on a gun from the police station.
With the gun, he easily gathered over 20 subordinates.
During the day, he indulged himself and slept. At night, he led his men to scavenge for food and women. 2 days ago, one of his men told him that a young couple was living in the area and that the woman was exceptionally beautiful.
However, they didn't know the specific building or floor. With the elevators out of service, how long would it take to search an entire residential complex?
Since the young man often went out to search for supplies, Song Jian had planned to capture him first and then force him to reveal the woman's location. Earlier today, they had indeed run into the young man and even injured him, but due to a moment of carelessness, he managed to escape. When Song Jian received the news, he personally led his men to capture him. Earlier, they had kept watch at the gate and saw the young man enter Building 4. It was just one building. By guarding the stairwell, the couple would have no chance of escape.
Let's go.
Follow me to capture them, Song Jian said, gesturing with his gun. With that, they marched toward Building 4 in a menacing group. They knew the couple was in this building but didn't know which specific unit.
No problem, they would search every floor and every unit. Bang! Bang! Bang!
They kicked and smashed down door after door, shining flashlights as they searched everywhere. Upstairs, He Gang had, of course, heard the commotion.
Why did you let them follow you here?
The young woman's face turned pale with fright, and she couldn't help but scold him.
He Gang looked apologetic. It was my carelessness, let's hide quickly.
He hid all the food and water he had brought back under the bed.
Then, the two of them each hid in a wardrobe. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of doors being smashed grew closer, like a death knell.
After 10 minutes, it was finally their turn.
Search!
Song Jian waved his hand but didn't move himself.
His subordinates began searching, but the room was large and extremely messy, making it difficult to search thoroughly. They were careless, too, though they opened the wardrobe doors. They only shone their flashlights inside without checking carefully before moving on. Boss, no one's here, they reported as they gathered back in the living room. Song Jian was about to lead his men out when he suddenly stopped and shone his flashlight on the floor.
Breadcrumbs! Someone ate here. They're definitely in here. Damn it! Search carefully this time. Song Jian roared.
He was furious that his men had been so sloppy. The people were obviously in the room, yet they had failed to find them. Useless, completely useless. His subordinates trembled with fear and immediately resumed their search, this time with far more diligence. One of them opened a wardrobe and began tossing clothes out one by one. After throwing out over 10 pieces, suddenly, a dark figure lunged at him.
Bang!
The subordinate was knocked to the ground as the figure dashed toward the door.
I've got him! I've got him, the man shouted.
The dark figure was, of course, He Gang.
He could have stayed hidden for a few more seconds, but what if Suo Wei was found first?
He decided to sacrifice himself to divert their attention. Song Jian's men rushed toward He Gang and tackled him. Even if He Gang's leg hadn't been injured, there was no way he could escape while outnumbered.
He was quickly subdued and subjected to a brutal beating. Keep searching.
This guy's a lovesick fool, trying to sacrifice himself to lead us away, Song Jian sneered. I refused to believe the two of them would hide in separate rooms. Despair filled He Gang's eyes.
No! No!
He struggled violently.
If Suo Wei fell into their hands, her fate would be unimaginable. He couldn't allow it. Ha!
Found her, one of the men shouted triumphantly, dragging a woman out.
Suo Wei! No!
He Gang screamed, his eyes filled with rage and pain. Zhuo Wei trembled uncontrollably, her heart sinking into utter despair.
As for Song Jian and his men?
They ogled her shamelessly. Soon, they thought, they'd have their way with her.
Young master, need a hand? At that moment, a lazy voice suddenly rang out. He Gang was stunned at first but quickly blurted out, "Boss Wei." "Ha!"
Song Jian and his men immediately turned their flashlights toward the door, where a man and a woman were standing.
Holy hell, the woman was gorgeous. Their eyes fixated on Zhang Linlin.
Not only did she have stunning looks and a curvaceous figure, but most importantly, she was clean.
Who wasn't filthy and grimy these days?
But her skin was like white jade, her hair silky and smooth, not greasy at all. This made her even more desirable. Why were they all so dirty while she was so clean?
Make her dirty. Ruin her.
Compared to her, Zhuo Wei suddenly seemed entirely unremarkable. Song Jian stared at Zhang Linlin for a few seconds before shifting his gaze to Wei Ming.
For someone to have such a stunning woman by his side, he clearly wasn't ordinary. Especially considering the audacity of coming out with just one woman in the middle of the night. Either he was a fool, or he was incredibly powerful. But Song Jian was confident. He had a gun. Without wasting words, he pulled out his gun and pointed it at Wei Ming. "I don't care who you are. If you don't want to die, get on your knees." He didn't shoot immediately, not because he was showing off, but because bullets were precious.
If he could make Wei Ming surrender and kill him with a knife instead, that would be ideal.
Wei Ming smiled faintly. Who doesn't have a gun these days?
He drew his gun in one swift motion, aiming at Song Jian in less than half a second, so quickly that Song Jian couldn't react in time. If he could, he would have fired first.
What the hell? Song Jian's face twitched. He hadn't expected Wei Ming to have a gun too. If he'd known, he wouldn't have hesitated to shoot right away. What now? Was this a stalemate? A stalemate? Impossible. Wei Ming smirked and pulled the trigger. Bang! What the hell, he actually fired. That was Song Jian's last thought as he instinctively pulled his own trigger. Bang! The muzzle flashed, and a bullet shot toward Wei Ming.
It was a good shot. If nothing unexpected happened, it would have hit Wei Ming square in the forehead. But Wei Ming intercepted the bullet. Meanwhile, the bullet he fired hit Song Jian's left arm instead of his heart.
Was his aim really that bad? This shot doesn't count. Another bullet silently emerged from a spatial rift and hit Song Jian right in the heart.
Song Jian let out a groan and collapsed.
Wei Ming raised his gun. Anyone else?
The remaining men exchanged glances before dropping to their knees, begging for mercy.
Wei Ming couldn't be bothered to deal with them and waved them off. Get lost.
The men scrambled to escape.
Only then did Wei Ming turn to He Gang. Young master where are the stones? Hearing these words, He Gang was utterly shocked.
He had always thought Wei Ming was interested in Zhuo Wei and that the stones were just an excuse to get him to bring Wei Ming here to meet her. But now, Wei Ming had already come here, yet he was still asking about the stones.
What did this mean? He had been overthinking things.
Wei Ming really was only interested in the stones. He Gang's face flushed with embarrassment, ashamed of his petty assumptions. In truth, he saw Zhuo Wei as the most beautiful woman in the world because of his feelings for her. Otherwise, just one glance at Zhang Linlin, standing beside Wei Ming, would reveal that the two women weren't even on the same level. Wait a moment, I'll get them for you, he again said hurriedly, going to retrieve the stones. Zhuo Wei, meanwhile, studied Wei Ming and Zhang Linlin with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. Adjusting her expression, she introduced herself. I'm Zhuo Wei, a third-year university student.
He Gang is my junior.
Thank you so much for earlier.
May I know your names?
Her face was the picture of innocence and purity. A classic manipulative type, a textbook green tea personality. Wei Ming silently labeled her. If her beauty was at a 90, he might have been slightly interested.
But at 80?
He wasn't impressed, especially since she was so calculating. Wei Ming didn't respond, but Zhang Linlin smiled.
Hi, I'm Zhang Linlin.
I used to perform with a opera troupe. Nice to meet you, Sister Linlin, Zhuo Wei said sweetly, walking over to strike up a conversation with her. Of course, a manipulative woman knew how to work her charm. Every word she spoke hit Zhang Linlin's weak spots, and before long, Linlin found herself chatting openly with Zhuo Wei, almost as if they were old friends. That said, Zhang Linlin wasn't naive. She wasn't about to trust someone she'd just met. When it came to Wei Ming's abilities or their shelter, she didn't say a word. However, the snippets of information she let slip, what they ate or drank each day, the fruit she had today, or the fact she'd been to the gym, were enough for Zhuo Wei to piece together a picture of their enviable living conditions. Her heart raced with longing, and her gaze toward Wei Ming grew even more fervent. She had had enough of her current life. "Boss Wei, here are the stones you wanted," He Yigang said as he returned, handing over 2 brightly colored stones to Wei Ming. Wei Ming accepted them and carefully inspected them this time. The stones were very dense, comparable in weight to gold, heavier than iron. Other than being heavy, they were also vividly colored. One was bright red, and the other bright green. Upon closer inspection, both stones contained subtle traces of other colors, though they weren't immediately noticeable. But what did that mean? He tried to break one with force, but it didn't budge. Very hard. Still, their hardness alone didn't explain anything special. Should he store them in his spatial dimension? Yes, he would study them more thoroughly later. Wei Ming put the 2 stones into a bag and then asked, "Where did you find these stones?" "In a park," He Yigang replied. "I didn't know if they were useful. I just thought they looked nice and brought them back to give to my senior. But she didn't want them, so I took them to Dragon King Hall to see if I could sell them. Turns out I did." Wei Ming smiled, pulled out a dragon coin, and handed it to him. 10 dragon coins, as promised. "Take it." But He Yigang didn't take it. "Boss Wei, you saved me and my seniors' lives. How could I still accept your money?" Wei Ming tossed the coin onto the table. "Business is business. This was our deal. Standing up," he added, "like I said before, if you find more of these stones in the future, bring them all to me. The day Linlin gets bored of them, I'll let you know to stop." He Yigang quickly nodded. "Don't worry, Boss Wei. I'll do my best to find more." After all, he was already going out to scavenge for supplies. Looking for stones would just be something he did on the side. Zhuo Wei, meanwhile, looked at Zhang Linlin with unconcealed envy. She was well aware of how much 10 dragon coins could buy. Wei Ming had spent such a large amount just because Zhang Linlin liked the stones and wanted to collect them for fun. If Wei Ming were her man. She made a decision silently. Opportunities like this only came once. Wei Ming stood up. "Let's go." Zhang Linlin naturally followed him. But Zhuo Wei bit her lip and quickly ran after them. "Sister Linlin, can I visit your place sometime?" Visit? No, that was just an excuse. She was looking for a chance to get closer to Wei Ming. If she could accidentally fall into his arms, surely Wei Ming wouldn't be able to resist her charms. Once that happened, her skills in manipulation would guarantee a foothold in his life. Even if she couldn't completely replace Zhang Linlin, she could secure her place by his side. Given the current world, would she really care about being a mistress? But Zhang Linlin wasn't about to agree. They weren't heading back to Dragon King Hall but to their shelter. Could she make that decision? "Xiao Wei, it's not very convenient," Zhang Linlin said politely, rejecting her. Tears welled up in Zhuo Wei's eyes as she put on a pitiful expression and apologized. "I'm sorry, Sister Linlin. I was being too forward. I just felt such a strong connection with you that I blurted it out. Please don't be upset with me." Who could blame her when she looked so pitiful? Even Zhang Linlin felt a twinge of guilt. But the shelter's location was top secret. How could she compromise that just because Zhuo Wei was playing the victim? Having chatted so pleasantly earlier, and seeing Zhuo Wei now so downtrodden, Linlin struggled to find the right words to reject her gently. Wei Ming chuckled coldly. "Trying to outwit him? Fine, let's expose your true colors today." He turned to Zhuo Wei. "You want to come to my house?" "Yes. I just really want to spend more time with Sister Linlin," Zhuo Wei said, feigning innocence. Wei Ming smiled faintly. "Only the women who belong to me can enter my home. Do you still want to come?" Checkmate. Aren't you a master manipulator, pretending to be coy yet assertive? Let's see how you handle this corner. If she insisted on going with Zhang Linlin, it would be tantamount to agreeing to be Wei Ming's woman. What decent girl would make such a choice? Even He Yigang spoke up. "Senior, let it go. His meaning is very clear, it's a private residence, and he doesn't want to be disturbed." If she kept pushing, wouldn't that just make her seem shameless? Her motives would also become suspect. Zhuo Wei bit her lip but still replied in a tearful, pitiful voice. "Actually, I've already fallen in love with Wei Gu at first sight. When Wei Gu scared off those bad people and saved me earlier, I decided to dedicate myself to him." With that, she bravely lifted her head and gazed at Wei Ming with eyes full of longing. "What?" He again felt like he'd been struck by lightning.
His face turned deathly pale. Before the apocalypse, he'd been Zuowei's lapdog. He delivered her breakfast, lunch, and dinner, fetched water for her, and did everything else she needed. After the world fell apart, he even protected her as they escaped from school, a place overrun by a gang that had killed most of the boys and turned the girls into playthings, discarding and even eating them when they got bored. After escaping here, he never asked Zuowei to do anything. Instead, he risked his life scavenging for supplies to support the two of them. Zuowei, however, remained distant. Even though he'd confessed his feelings, she neither accepted nor rejected him. She always came up with excuses, like how survival was more important right now or how she was still grieving for their former classmates. She never gave him a straight answer. But Hyegang had been confident she liked him. She was just too reserved to admit it. And now? Reserved, his ass. She had just met Wei Ming and was already offering herself to him. Hyegang finally understood he was nothing more than Zuowei's backup plan. When there was no better option, she kept him on a leash. But the moment someone better came along, Zuowei would act decisively. And sure enough, Wei Ming was the boss of Dragon King Hall, a bona fide big shot. He sat down in a daze, feeling as if the world had turned dark and his life had lost all meaning. Heartbreak, nothing unusual about that. Wei Ming burst out laughing. If this were a fair competition, he might not even be a match for Zuowei. After all, she was a professional at managing her pond, and she had all kinds of fish swimming in it. But could this situation even be fair? Zuowei wanted to follow Wei Ming and leave behind the daily struggle for resources. That put her at a natural disadvantage. She could only fight passively, being led by the nose. Wei Ming pulled out a dragon coin and tossed it onto the table. Becoming my woman? Impossible. You're not qualified. But here's 1,000 dragon coins. That's enough for you to eat and drink comfortably in Dragon King Hall for 3 years. Hyegang can confirm that, right? This much money, enough to buy you for one night. Well, what do you say? Hyegang's first reaction was, of course, anger. How dare Wei Ming treat his goddess like a prostitute? But then he remembered that to Zuowei, he was just a backup plan, just one of her many fish. Why hadn't she ever accepted his confessions, yet never outright rejected him either? Because she was riding the donkey while searching for a horse, always hoping for a better candidate to come along. Should he keep wasting his feelings on a woman like this? But one thing he was certain of: Zuowei would never agree to something as degrading as a one-night stand with Wei Ming. His senior was conservative. She had never been involved in any rumors or scandals. I agree. Unexpectedly, Zuowei agreed without hesitation, leaving Hyegang on the verge of spitting blood. He looked at her in disbelief, as if seeing her true face for the first time. To Zuowei, 1,000 dragon coins would allow her to live worry-free in Dragon King Hall for 3 years. During that time, wouldn't she have countless opportunities to win Wei Ming over? So, she agreed without a second thought. If she missed this chance, there might never be another one. As for Hyegang, she was confident that after Wei Ming left, she could cry a little, act pitiful, and make up some excuse to smooth things over. Hyegang would obediently stay in her pond. At least until Wei Ming agreed to take her in. She wasn't about to let go of any of her fish. Wei Ming sneered and asked, "Are you a virgin? Couldn't he have waited to ask this when they were alone?" Asking now would surely scare off the fish in her pond. But 1,000 dragon coins, a guaranteed 1,000 days in Dragon King Hall with no worries about food or water, was a powerful temptation. Sure, Hyegang went out daily to scavenge supplies, but was she ever truly full? Ever truly secure? If she completed the deal with Wei Ming, she wouldn't have to worry about survival for the next 3 years. And in 3 years, how many more fish could she catch? Even if she failed to win over Wei Ming, couldn't she attract someone else? She didn't dare lie. Wei Ming's presence alone was too intimidating. And even if she lied now, she wouldn't have time to fix things at a hospital later. No, she shook her head. What? Hyegang felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, his mind going blank. It wasn't that he had a purity complex. It was just that Zuowei had always acted so innocent and sweet. Naturally, he had assumed that such a pure, angelic girl was a virgin. This was the double-edged sword of cultivating an image. When upheld, the image could win affection. But once shattered, it could swiftly turn admirers into detractors. When did it happen? Wei Ming continued. Zuowei, having started down this path, didn't bother hiding anything. Creating one lie would require more to cover it up, and without preparation, mistakes would be inevitable. She decided it was better to be honest. 2 years ago. Wei Ming smiled. At this point, whether she was truthful or not didn't matter to him. And how many partners have you had since then, he asked. Zhuo Wei fell into deep thought. It wasn't that she was embarrassed to answer, but she genuinely hadn't kept track. Now she was counting on her fingers. What the? He Gang saw this and completely broke down. She had so many partners that she needed to count them one by one? And he had fallen in love with such a woman. At that moment, he felt utterly foolish. 2 years of devotion wasted. Wei Ming glanced at He Gang and calmly retrieved the dragon coin. What are you? Zhuo Wei began, panicking. I've changed my mind, Wei Ming said indifferently. Then he turned to He Gang. There are plenty of women in this world. As long as you have ability, you can have any woman you want. Work hard. A man should either have wealth or power, one or the other. He Gang finally realized Wei Ming had orchestrated all this to help him wake up from his delusions. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he stammered, Boss Wei, thank you. Wei Ming was an evolved human, Lord of Dragon King Hall, commanding hundreds of men and a mountain of resources. And yet, he had gone out of his way to stage the scene, just to help He Gang see Zhuo Wei's true colors. How could he not be grateful? Wei Ming simply smiled. He hadn't done this specifically for He Gang but because he found manipulative women like Zhuo Wei distasteful and wanted to expose her for what she was. No! You can't do this! Zhuo Wei screamed, rushing forward. That money is mine! Mine! Her face twisted with rage and humiliation. Wei Ming chuckled. Are you threatening me? Was she trying to get herself killed? Zhuo Wei shuddered, suddenly remembering that Wei Ming wasn't an ordinary man. He was the Lord of Dragon King Hall, who had just casually killed someone earlier. Could she afford to provoke someone like him? She trembled and backed away. Wei Ming was about to leave but then paused. Turning to He Gang, he said, You're in no condition to work for me right now. Let me give you a little boost. Hold out your hand. Without hesitation, He Gang extended his hand. Wei Ming pulled out a syringe and said, Evolution serum. Ever heard of it? He Gang's eyes lit up, and he nodded excitedly. Wei Ming explained, one shot lasts 24 hours. During that time, your strength, speed, and recovery will skyrocket. Even those injuries of yours will heal quickly. He injected the serum and simultaneously pulled He Gang into his spatial dimension for a rapid transformation. Within moments, he tossed him back out, as if nothing had happened. Now, He Gang should be able to find plenty of strange stones for him. Hungry. So hungry. That was the only thing He Gang could feel at the moment. But soon, he noticed that his entire body was brimming with strength. He felt like he could tear a tiger apart with his bare hands. Is this the power of an evolved human? He stared at his hands in disbelief. Wei Ming chuckled. Do your best. He Gang looked at Wei Ming, then quickly bowed, speaking in a grateful tone, I'll work hard, I promise. Wei Ming waved him off and left with Zhang Linlin, disappearing into the distance. As for how He Gang would deal with Zhuo Wei, that wasn't Wei Ming's concern. After Wei Ming and Zhang Linlin left, He Gang ignored Zhuo Wei entirely and took out some food to eat. Xiao He. Zhuo Wei's voice softened considerably. Actually, you've always been in my heart. I admit it, I was blinded by greed earlier. But you know, this is the apocalypse. Life is so hard, and I just wanted to escape this suffering so badly. He Gang paused for a moment, then resumed eating. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zhuo Wei pressed on while the iron was hot, but I know I was wrong now. From now on, I'll stay by your side. Do you believe me? This time, He Gang didn't even pause as he continued to eat, as if he hadn't heard her. He Gang, haven't you always wanted me to be your girlfriend? Zhuo Wei leaned in closer. I'll agree to it now. In fact, you can have me right now. She stood straight, accentuating her figure to the fullest. Finally, He Gang looked at her, his expression one of complete disdain. How did I ever like someone like you? You don't have a single quality worth liking. He put down his food and said resolutely, for the sake of our time as classmates, I'll leave this food for you. Consider it the last bit of kindness I'll show you. From now on, you're you, and I'm me. We have nothing to do with each other anymore. With that, he stood up and left. He Gang. Zhuo Wei quickly ran after him, but by the time she got outside, He Gang was nowhere to be seen. She froze, stunned. All her life, Zhuo Wei had been playing a game of riding the donkey while looking for a horse.
She didn't care about who treated her well, she only cared about who could provide her with the best material conditions. That was why, the moment Wei Ming appeared, she eagerly clung to him. And as for He Gang, who had been doting on her for 3 years, she didn't think twice about dismissing him. But now, He Gang had become an evolved human, even if only for 24 hours. However, as long as Wei Ming supported him, He Gang could remain an evolved human indefinitely. If she stuck with him, would she ever have to worry about food and water again? In fact, given He Gang's past devotion to her, she could probably take everything he had. But now, she'd lost that opportunity. How was she supposed to survive in this apocalypse alone? Could she go out and find supplies herself? Did she even dare? Would she even succeed? You can't do this to me. You can't. She collapsed into tears, sobbing uncontrollably. To Wei Ming, temporarily turning He Gang into an evolved human was a small matter. Besides, He Gang needed the strength to search more effectively for those special stones. Since the effect only lasted 24 hours, Wei Ming wasn't worried about losing control or facing any threats from He Gang. Time to go home. The great thing about driving was that certain, private activities could be done along the way. Stimulated by Zhang Linlin, Wei Ming pressed the gas harder and harder, speeding up 100 km per hour, 150, 200. Luckily, his enhanced reflexes and spatial radar let him scan the environment ahead in real time, making it easy to handle the road even at such high speeds. Finally, they arrived at the shelter. It was nearly 5 a.m. Zhang Linlin, unable to hold back her exhaustion, yawned repeatedly and went straight to bed. She had stayed up for 2 consecutive nights and couldn't take it anymore. Wei Ming, however, felt wide awake. He began studying the 2 stones. For now, he didn't store them in his spatial dimension, fearing they might disappear if he did. But no matter how he examined them, he couldn't find anything unusual about the stones. Eventually, he had no choice but to use his spatial radar. Wei Ming was surprised. Even with the radar, he couldn't see inside the stones. In his perception, the stones appeared as 2 black shadows. He could see their outlines but couldn't penetrate deeper. This was a first. Until now, Wei Ming's spatial radar had been able to scan and analyze anything human or object, down to the smallest detail, even at the cellular level. But now, it was like X-rays hitting a lead wall, completely impenetrable. All he could see were 2 shadows. This alone was enough to prove the stone's uniqueness. Could this be related to the revival of spiritual energy? Are these legendary spirit stones? Wei Ming mused, letting his imagination run wild. As a fan of web novels, he'd read about all kinds of scenarios. If Earth's spiritual energy was reviving and cultivators were emerging, wouldn't it make sense for spirit stones to appear too? So, does that mean evolved humans are actually cultivators? Let's see if I can refine this. He picked up one of the stones and began meditating in his seated position. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. Nothing happened. Damn it, the solar storm caused this. Why am I babbling about spiritual energy revival? Wei Ming gave up. I'll just have to store it in the spatial dimension for further observation. He placed one of the stones into his spatial dimension and closely monitored it. A strange scene unfolded. In Wei Ming's understanding, time didn't exist in the spatial dimension. Nothing ever changed, hot tea remained hot for eternity, and flat chest stayed flat. But now, he could see the stone disintegrating at an incredible speed. It broke into countless particles, about the size of cells, before further breaking down to the atomic level, beyond what Wei Ming's current abilities could analyze. Even a god had limits. Though he couldn't observe the particles themselves, he could sense energy being absorbed into the spatial dimension. The process took only 30 seconds. Wei Ming tried opening the spatial gate. Previously, its maximum size was 3.2 meters. Now, 3.3 meters. It had grown, albeit slightly. What about the spatial radar? Its maximum size had increased to a 33-meter cube. Good stuff. Really good stuff. After some thought, Wei Ming decided to throw the second stone into the spatial dimension as well. Soon, it too disintegrated, and his abilities received another slight boost. The spatial gate expanded to 3.4 meters, and its maximum projection distance increased to 5.4 meters. The spatial radar's maximum size reached a 34-meter cube, and the number of uses increased to 142. The survival time for living creatures in the spatial dimension? 67 seconds. Are these stones something only I can absorb? Should I let Xiao Guofu try? No.
Unless I have more than I can use, I wouldn't let him try. What if he can absorb them?
At least one thing is certain, the stones can't be absorbed through touch.
If only I can absorb them, I'll call them spatial evolution stones.
But if other evolved humans can absorb them, then they're simply evolution stones.
Let's hope he again brings me good news.
Searching for evolution stones couldn't be done openly.
Wei Ming couldn't directly absorb the evolution stones himself.
Perhaps it was because he had been artificially modified.
But what if natural evolved humans could absorb them?
If he openly purchased large quantities, and other evolved humans could absorb the stones just by touching them, it wouldn't just leave him empty-handed, it would spark a feast for further evolution among the evolved humans, creating even stronger enemies for him. Sure, if evolution stones could be directly absorbed, this secret would eventually come to light.
Such a feast would be inevitable.
But for now, Wei Ming needed to ensure that he was strong enough before that feast began. Besides the improvements to my spatial abilities, it seems my physical body has also gotten stronger, Wei Ming murmured to himself.
He scanned his cellular condition and noticed a clear enhancement.
Previously, his body was at the peak level for an ordinary human, but now it was showing signs of moving toward a combat-type physique, not there yet, but it was trending in that direction. If I could absorb 100 evolution stones, I'd probably reach the strength of Zhao Guofu when he first became an evolved human.
Sure, that's still weak, but it would be my own power, not something gained through modification.
The more evolution stones he absorbed, the stronger he would become. In time, he might even surpass the most powerful combat-type evolved humans in physical strength. I can't rely solely on Iagon, he's just one person. He can search, but I need to start searching too.
I have the spatial radar, which is much more efficient than Iagon.
Plus, as my abilities improve, the radar's range expands, and the number of uses increases. Searching for evolution stones will only get easier.
That's the plan.
Wei Ming stretched lazily and went to sleep, excited and full of anticipation.
When he woke up, it was a little after 10 a.m.
He got up, freshened up, and went downstairs for breakfast. As with yesterday, everyone except Zhang Linlin had already eaten and was now snacking on fruit, sipping water, and watching dramas while waiting for him, their emperor, to make his choice. Wei Ming's gaze swept across the room. Today, Yu Chutong and Chen Lan were sitting together without the previous awkwardness, whispering quietly. Whatever they were talking about didn't matter, the important thing was that the barriers between them had vanished. He had picked both of them yesterday.
Didn't he promise to share the love fairly? He grinned. Head to the second floor. Today's theme is the summer swimming gala. With that, all 10 women went to the second floor.
After changing into swimsuits, the women flaunted their stunning figures in front of Wei Ming, looking incredibly alluring.
And that's why his shelter absolutely did not welcome outsiders. Could he allow another man to see this beautiful scene? Not a chance. Splash!
Lin Wanqiu burst out of the water and draped her arms over the edge of the pool, laughing.
Honey, do you know what men fear most?
Wei Ming thought to himself, I don't know what men fear, but judging by your expression, I can tell you're about to drive. Before he could answer, Lin Wanqiu said, men fear flattery the most.
What? Seeing Wei Ming's confusion, Lin Wanqiu laughed. Because when men are flattered, they get inflated. Arrogance is bad, isn't it? Wei Ming chuckled. My greatest strength is my humility. No amount of flattery could ever inflate me.
I don't believe it, Lin Wanqiu replied, shaking her head seriously.
Unless you let me try.
As it turned out, Wei Ming was indeed a proud man. A little flattery, and he was puffed up like a balloon. True to his promise to share his attention, Wei Ming made sure everyone got their fair share of his time. By the time the storm calmed down, it was past 2 p.m. He retrieved some food from his spatial dimension, and everyone had lunch by the pool.
Still, Wei Ming felt unsatisfied. Normally, this level of activity would be enough.
But after absorbing a few evolution stones, my physique has improved, and I feel like going another round.
Looks like I'll have to bring back more people. Would that count as saving humanity?
Yes, of course.
Aren't beautiful women part of humanity?
In the afternoon, Wei Ming refrained from fooling around. Instead, he started running to adapt to his enhanced physique. Meanwhile, the more disciplined women also began working out. Song Qingyun, Zhang Linlin, and the Western girl focused on gym workouts, while the others practiced yoga.
Wei Ming didn't care how they exercised.
Even if they gained weight, he could always slim them down with a quick procedure in the spatial dimension, instant results with no side effects. Even during workouts, the Western girl differed from Song Qingyun and Zhang Linlin.
She focused exclusively on squats. No wonder her butt was so big.
With a naturally good foundation in targeted training, the Western women had all developed round, perky figures. Wei Ming was tempted, but after all the chaos of the past few days, he decided to take a break. There were plans for tonight, after all. After dinner, Wei Ming took Lin Wanxiu to Dragon King Hall. On the way, he drove slowly while using the spatial radar repeatedly. Searching for evolution stones didn't require a simple cubic radar scan. Instead, he compressed the radar to a height of just 0.5 meters, expanding the coverage to over 70,000 square meters. For comparison, a soccer field is about 7,000 square meters. His radar now covered an area equivalent to 10 soccer fields.
Impressive, wasn't it? However, this also meant he could only use the radar around 100 times before exhausting his ability.
After driving for a few minutes, he had to stop and wait for it to recharge. Lin Wanxiu thought he'd suddenly gotten interested, so she flirted, "I've never tried it in a car before."
As a result,
what would have taken 30 minutes to recharge his ability ended up taking an hour before they resumed driving.
Sigh. Temptress.
After another 10 minutes, the car finally arrived at Dragon King Hall. Wei Ming patted the enchanting Lin Wanxiu, who swayed her hips and went off on her own to explore.
Despite her seductive allure, who would dare make a move on her? Did they have a death wish?
Wei Ming decided to rest for a while. Once his ability recharged, he would head out to search for evolution stones again. Just as he was sipping freshly brewed coffee, Tan Yashing walked over.
"Boss Wei.
Go upstairs yourself."
"Actually, here."
Wei Ming handed him a card. "This is your pass. From now on, you can go directly to the 10th floor without checking in with me.
And with this, you can open a tab. Got it?"
Tan Yashing took the card, which simply had Wei Ming's name on it, without a word of explanation. Of course, he understood. He wasn't socially adept, but when it came to intelligence, he was at a genius level. Silently, he accepted the card without asking any further questions.
Smart move.
It was unclear whether Tan Yashing harbored any resentment, but at the moment, he was clearly lost in indulgence. Without saying a word, he rushed upstairs.
Wei Ming used his spatial radar to scan and discovered that this guy had taken 2 women into the room with him. Well, that's something. Wei Ming retracted his attention and resumed drinking his coffee.
Tea definitely tastes better.
Wei Ming.
Zhao Guofu approached, his expression serious.
"What's the matter?"
Wei Ming asked with a smile. Zhao Guofu hesitated briefly before replying, "I just got word that another trading hub similar to ours has opened.
It's called Guanxing Guild.
I don't know what kind of impact it'll have on our business."
Wei Ming remained indifferent. What was his real goal with Dragon King Hall? First, to collect energy. Second, to conveniently gather beautiful women.
And third, now his top priority, to acquire evolution stones.
Other supplies?
He already had everything he could possibly need, and in overwhelming quantities.
So what if another trading hub opened nearby?
It wouldn't affect him at all. That said, while it wouldn't affect Wei Ming personally, Dragon King Hall wasn't just about him.
Who's behind Guanxing Guild? Wei Ming asked.
That's unclear for now, I only just received the news, Zhao Guofu replied. Then send someone to investigate, Wei Ming instructed. Know yourself and your enemy, and you'll win every battle. Although Wei Ming was confident in his own strength, evolved humans were emerging at an increasing pace.
Combat types were one thing, but what if a more powerful and unpredictable type appeared?
Against a sneak attack, Wei Ming knew he was still quite vulnerable. He already had all the resources and women he needed.
Why take unnecessary risks?
After resting for half an hour to recover his energy, Wei Ming started wandering the area, scanning with his spatial radar. The radar covered over 70,000 square meters, and within that range, it was immediately clear if there were any evolution stones. Any area that appeared as a shadow in his perception indicated an evolution stone. Unfortunately, after searching for over 10 minutes, he found nothing. He rested for another half hour and tried again, but still came up empty-handed. After searching for several hours, he returned to Dragon King Hall.
Boss Wei.
He Agong ran over, carrying a bag on his back, his face alight with excitement. When he reached Wei Ming, he set the bag down, ready to open it, but then hesitated. Lowering his voice, he said, I found a few more stones.
Wei Ming's eyes lit up. How could there be such a vast difference between people?
He had a spatial radar that could scan over 70,000 square meters with a single thought, yet he couldn't outperform a modified combat type like Hyegang. It was maddening. Still, it didn't matter as long as he got the evolution stones.
Wei Ming took Hyegang to an empty room upstairs. Where did you find them?
The same place I found the stones last time, Hyegang explained.
Back then, I just grabbed a few randomly and didn't look carefully.
This time, I did a thorough search and found all of these.
He placed the bag on the table.
When Wei Ming opened it, he saw 7 brightly colored stones of varying sizes. The smallest was about the size of an egg, while the largest was as big as a human head. All of them were evolution stones. He confirmed it with his spatial radar. Each one created a shadow in his perception, unable to be penetrated.
Well done, Wei Ming praised.
Then he added, mark the location where you found them on the map.
Hyegang quickly complied, using the map app on Wei Ming's phone to pinpoint the spot.
But Boss Wei, I already searched the area thoroughly, there definitely aren't any more stones there.
Wei Ming just smiled. There might still be some left behind.
After all, he again searched with his eyes, while Wei Ming had the spatial radar. Even if the area was entirely depleted of evolution stones, Wei Ming wanted to understand why they had appeared there in the first place.
Was it purely coincidence? Or was there another reason?
The effects of your evolution serum have worn off.
I'll give you another dose.
From now on, stay here and continue helping me search for these stones, Wei Ming instructed. Your salary will be 1 dragon coin per day, and for every stone you find, you'll get a 5 dragon coin bonus.
Hyegang was ecstatic.
He immediately stood up and bowed deeply. Boss Wei, I'll do my best. Wei Ming modified Hyegang once more, turning him back into an evolved human. For bringing him 7 evolution stones, Wei Ming didn't mind granting Hyegang this small opportunity. To Wei Ming, it was an effortless gesture. After checking the time, Wei Ming realized it was too late to head to the location Hyegang mentioned.
By the time he arrived, it would already be daylight.
And although Wei Ming could use his spatial gate to absorb the lethal radiation in sunlight, the daytime heat made it unnecessary to rush.
He took Lin Wanqiu and headed home. The journey was uneventful. Lin Wanqiu joked, how is it possible that a beauty like me didn't attract any troublemakers? It's so unreasonable. Without some villain showing off, how can my husband's strength shine? How am I supposed to give myself to you now? Ugh, you really are dramatic.
Wei Ming, in good spirits, simply chuckled. Lin Wanqiu went off to catch up on sleep, while Wei Ming tossed the 7 evolution stones into his spatial dimension one by one. They quickly disintegrated into powder, then into particles too small for even Wei Ming to perceive, ultimately converting into energy to enhance his abilities. After absorbing all 7 stones, Wei Ming's powers improved once again. The spatial gate's maximum projection distance increased to 6.1 meters, and its size limit grew to 4.1 meters. The spatial radar could now create a maximum cube of 41 meters and could be used 202 times at full charge. The survival time for living creatures in the spatial dimension increased to 73 seconds. Still, the improvements were measured in mere seconds. Unless he acquired thousands of stones, the enhancements would remain incremental.
Wei Ming's physical body also received a boost, though the changes weren't instantaneous.
It would take 3 to 5 days to fully manifest. He'd have to wait to assess the exact degree of improvement. I need a standardized measurement system, Wei Ming mused.
Let's base it on Zhao Guofu's initial metrics. That'll be level 1. Doubling that strength would be level 2. So, what level is Zhao Guofu at now? 1.1, I'd say.
Wei Ming was confident in his assessment because he updated Zhao Guofu's profile with his spatial radar every time they met, keeping meticulous track of his changes. This proves that evolved humans continue to evolve over time, albeit gradually. It's nothing like the dramatic leap provided by evolution stones.
I can't let myself get complacent. If everyone else is improving, they might eventually surpass me. Time to sleep.
Tomorrow, I'll visit the place where the evolution stones were found and figure out why they appeared there. With that thought, Wei Ming drifted off to sleep. Wei Ming woke up, and it was just past 10 o'clock. He had gotten used to this routine.
Xiao Hei came running over, circling around his feet. You've become quite wild, haven't you?
Ever since we came here, you've been running around everywhere.
I haven't seen you for days.
Wei Ming patted the dog's head, played with Xiao Hei for a while, and then went to find Yu Chutong and the others.
Today's theme was medical officers, nurses, and patients. It's pretty fun.
Wei Ming was looking forward to the fall of night.
After dinner, this time, he didn't bring anyone along. Instead, he set out alone. In about half an hour, he arrived at his destination. It was a park. He had mentioned that evolution stones were scattered throughout the park. Of course, there weren't many, just 17 in total. Spatial radar. Wei Ming activated his spatial radar, and the entire park came under his perception. Naturally, he set the radar height to just half a meter, otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to cover the entire park. Sure enough, he had been diligent and thorough. Wei Ming couldn't find a single evolution stone. Where had those evolution stones come from? Wei Ming found it strange. It was impossible for them to appear out of thin air, right? Could they be buried underground? Wei Ming adjusted his spatial radar and began scanning below the surface. 1 meter deep. 3 meters. 10 meters. Even at a depth of 10 meters, Wei Ming found no trace of any shadow. So, there were no evolution stones underground, not even below 10 meters. Unwilling to give up, Wei Ming transformed the spatial radar into an immensely long column and directed it deeper into the ground. Still nothing. Of course, increasing the radar's height reduced its coverage area. Wei Ming had to scan different spots individually to explore the underground conditions with the columnar radar. Until his ability was completely exhausted, Wei Ming still hadn't made any discoveries. Maybe, there really weren't any evolution stones left here. Wei Ming sighed and turned to leave. He headed to the Dragon King's palace. For the first time, Tan Yashing didn't come looking for him. He was probably upstairs having fun. Wei Ming didn't mind. After all, he had taken the man's wife, giving Tan Yashing some compensation was only fair. The main thing was, what? Previously, Tan Yashing had insisted on a platonic marriage. Because of that, Chen Lan had been able to give her first time to Wei Ming. Just for that, Wei Ming was willing to treat Tan well. After a while, he returned. Naturally, he had been out searching for evolution stones, but he had found nothing. Wei Ming didn't mind. If evolution stones were easy to come by, he would have already collected hundreds or even thousands of them by sweeping through with his spatial radar. He performed another surgery on allowing him to retain his status as an evolver. During this time, Zhao Guofu came by and reported that he had sent people to Guanxing Society to investigate. Wei Ming nodded. If anything happens, call me. Got it, Zhao Guofu replied. Wei Ming then returned to the shelter. Since there had been no gains today, his mood wasn't great, and he fell asleep as soon as he lay down. When he woke up, it was almost 10 o'clock sharp. Wei Ming got up, checked his phone, and casually glanced at the date. It was already June 9th. The apocalypse had been going on for 38 days now, only 38 days? Why did it feel so much longer? Wei Ming lazily got out of bed, washed up, and grabbed a light breakfast to tide him over until lunch. Today, he didn't goof off. As a result, Song Qingyun and the others were able to finish cooking lunch on time, 15 dishes in total, each one with generous portions, enough to satisfy 10 people. Someone brought up the conditions outside, sparking a round of reminiscing among the women about the hardships they had endured. Among them, the only one who hadn't suffered was Lu Qing. On the first day of the apocalypse, she had been at Wei Ming's villa. She hadn't been scorched by the extreme heat, nor had she faced hunger or thirst. She was the least qualified to talk about how tough the apocalypse was, unlike the other women, who had all experienced its horrors firsthand. As they talked, they couldn't help but feel emotional. While they were enjoying a life of material comfort here, countless others outside were starving, drinking only a tiny bit of water each day, living as if in hell. In such high temperatures, hunger wasn't the worst part, it was thirst. The body lost water constantly. Without timely replenishment, dehydration would set in, leading to heatstroke, unconsciousness, and then a permanent end. As the conversation went on, all eyes turned to Wei Ming. Thanks to Wei Ming. Wei Ming laughed heartily. Want to thank me? Show me what you've got. Around 6 o'clock, Wei Ming left the shelter, holding his back. He was exhausted. With so many temptresses at home, even an iron will wouldn't hold up. But after stretching a bit, his back stopped aching and felt perfectly fine. In fact, he even felt a little eager for more. His physical condition was truly extraordinary. Today, he set out alone again. His goal was to find evolution stones, and bringing the women along would be inconvenient. Without a specific destination, Wei Ming wandered aimlessly, firing off spatial radar scans. By lowering the radar height to 0.5 meters, he could cover an area of over 130,000 square meters, a very large range. Walking and searching, he arrived at a residential area. Golden Home Estate. Seeing the name, Wei Ming froze slightly. How did I end up here? Was there something special about this place? Actually, there was. A middle school classmate of his lived here, a female classmate he had a crush on back then. According to his contacts, her name was Zhong Honghong, and she lived in Unit 7, apartment 2502. Guess my subconscious still clings to that youthful crush. Oh well, since I'm here, might as well check it out. If nothing unexpected happened, Zhong Honghong is either dead or has become someone else's plaything. Am I just seeking some sort of emotional closure? Wei Ming asked himself. He didn't like or love Zhong Honghong anymore, but she had been his crush for 3 years during middle school. She would always pop into his mind occasionally, a nostalgic reminder of his youth. He chuckled and quietly entered the residential area. The community wasn't very large, just 7 buildings in total. Wei Ming went to the base of one building and launched a spatial radar scan. The length and width matched the building, but the height only covered half. There was no one inside. He climbed to the 14th floor and sent out another radar pulse. This time, the rest of the building was covered. Still, no one. He moved to the second building and repeated the process. 2 scans later, he confirmed that it was also empty. At the third building, just as he was about to use the radar, he heard a commotion outside. A group of people entered the residential area, each carrying a bag. Clearly, they had just returned from scavenging for supplies. Ah, there are people in this residential area. Not only were there people, but quite a lot of them. They went out at night to scavenge for supplies and returned during the day to rest, a schedule that perfectly fit the apocalyptic environment of today. Wei Ming didn't reveal himself but instead used his spatial radar to track these people. He transformed the radar into a long, thin strip that could extend thousands of meters or more. Coupled with the fact that he could see the people with his naked eye, the radar never missed its mark and could perfectly follow their movements. The group entered a building. Wasn't this the same building he had already scanned earlier? It had been completely empty. Could it be that whenever they went out for supplies, the entire group left together, which was why he hadn't found anyone before? After they entered, Wei Ming sent out another spatial radar scan and was immediately surprised again. Because he had lost track of them. The people had vanished. Wei Ming fired off several more spatial radar scans, covering the second floor, the third, the fourth, but found no one. How strange. Wait a minute. Wei Ming quickly made his way downstairs to the underground parking garage. The place was pitch dark, of course, but with his spatial radar, which he limited to a range of just 20 meters ahead, the energy consumption was minimal. He could use it repeatedly without issue. When he reached the area beneath the building where the group had disappeared, Wei Ming quietly moved in and discovered a hole. A tunnel leading underground. So that's how they had vanished. Previously, Wei Ming had only scanned from the ground upward, without investigating below the surface. He hadn't expected a tunnel to exist down here. But now that he knew, it would be easy to handle. Spatial radar. Wei Ming created a scanning range of 5 by 5 by 100 meters and projected it underground. What he found made his eyes widen. There was indeed an underground space. Not only was it very deep, 50 meters below ground, but it was also quite large, partitioned into numerous rooms. At this depth, the temperature was likely constant. The only drawbacks were the lack of light and ventilation. The darkness could be dealt with using flashlights, and as for ventilation, Wei Ming had already detected at least a dozen ventilation shafts during his scans. Each one was equipped with exhaust fans, which explained why so many people could live underground without suffocating. However, Wei Ming could see clearly that this underground space couldn't have been dug before the apocalypse. The marks were too fresh, and the rooms themselves were far too crude in construction. As a self-proclaimed infrastructure expert, I'd never allow such shoddy work, he thought. That meant the residents here must have dug it out after the apocalypse began. That was impressive. The apocalypse had only lasted 38 days so far. To complete such a massive project in such a short time, without heavy machinery, relying only on simple tools and manual labor? Wei Ming found it hard to believe. Unless. Evolvers. Wei Ming thought to himself. The involvement of evolvers would change everything. For example, if Wei Ming wanted to create an underground space, he could simply carve out 6 walls around the desired area to isolate it, then use his spatial abilities to instantly remove the enclosed space. This would reduce a 1 million cubic meter excavation project to just 10,000 cubic meters of digging, drastically lowering the difficulty.
However, the underground space below clearly hadn't been created by a spatial type evolver.
It resembled a honeycomb, with rooms connected by narrow corridors.
For Wei Ming, his abilities would only be useful for removing the excavated dirt and rocks, not for shaping such a structure.
That meant it must have been another type of evolver. A physical type evolver?
A physical type evolver could certainly handle the labor, but the scale of this project still seemed overwhelming. Wei Ming suspected there were other types of evolvers involved.
Disaster brought out human ingenuity and potential, this was clear proof. Wei Ming didn't act rashly.
Instead, he continued using his spatial radar to observe.
He confirmed that there were two evolvers underground.
One was a physical type, but the other was an unfamiliar type that Wei Ming had never encountered before.
Of course, he immediately recorded the new type on his ability panel.
The evolver with this unique power was a woman, about 25 years old. Though her appearance, figure, and demeanor had all changed significantly, Wei Ming recognized her at first glance.
Zhang Honghong.
Unexpectedly, his former middle school classmate had become an evolver.
She had transformed from a sweet, youthful girl into a mature woman.
Suppressing his feelings, Wei Ming entered his alternate dimension and disguised himself using Zhang Honghong's ability template.
What kind of ability is this? Wei Ming began experimenting.
After a dozen or so minutes, he pointed forward.
Boom!
The ground split open, and a stone suddenly emerged. With another wave of his hand, the ground cracked into a fissure, a foot wide and 2 meters long.
Earth manipulation. Wei Ming immediately understood.
No wonder such an underground space could be excavated, they had an Earth-type evolver.
Were there other uses for this ability? Wei Ming continued testing.
After another dozen minutes, he focused his thoughts, and a shield suddenly formed in his right hand. It was made of earth and stone. When he slammed it against a wall, it shattered easily. However, the energy consumption was minimal, allowing for continuous use.
Not bad for defense.
Wei Ming pressed his hand to the ground.
Boom!
A stone wall rose up, half a meter thick.
Forget bullets, even a cannon might struggle to break through.
In comparison, metal manipulation is stronger for offense.
The blades it creates can cut through anything, but its defense capabilities are limited, and it consumes far more energy.
Wei Ming had already analyzed the abilities of the two evolvers below. If he wanted to, he could use his teleportation and spatial radar to sneak in silently and kill them with ease. But he wasn't a murderous lunatic.
Why would he kill for no reason? Should I say hello to Zhong Honghong?
Wei Ming thought about it but ultimately shook his head. Seeing this girl he once liked, Wei Ming realized he felt no excitement or nervousness, no desire to possess her. What he couldn't let go of was not Zhong Honghong herself but the nostalgia of his youth. Meeting her again shattered the romanticized filter he had placed over his crush, allowing him to let go with ease and without regret. After all, Zhong Honghong's looks were no more than a 7 out of 10.
Time to go.
Just as Wei Ming was about to leave, he saw a man staggering into the residential area. The man appeared to be a resident, heading straight for the building that led to the underground space. However, as soon as he entered, a group of people emerged from the shadows, their faces filled with cold smiles.
So, this is where you've been hiding. Drag these people out. How dare you kill my brother? You're all dead.
Wei Ming had originally intended to leave, but now he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He deployed his spatial radar, precisely covering the group without wasting a shred of his energy. 4 evolvers. 3 of them were physical-type evolvers, slightly weaker than Zhaoguofu, with power levels around 109. The 4th, however, was another completely new type. Not bad, another new character template to add to my collection. Wei Ming immediately altered himself to match this new template. Whenever he obtained a new template, he found it fascinating to explore its abilities. The transformation took less than a second, but before Wei Ming could even start testing it out, he noticed something unusual. His vision had significantly improved. Not only could he see farther and more clearly, but he also gained night vision capabilities. It suddenly made sense to him. No wonder these people, despite lagging behind their targets, could pursue them so accurately without worrying about losing sight of them. It turned out they had an evolver with this ability in their ranks.
But, was enhanced vision the only feature of this power?
Wei Ming sensed his own physical strength. It was no more than the peak of an ordinary human's abilities, far inferior to the physical-type evolvers.
Enhanced vision and night vision, were these enough to be useful in combat?
Sure,
You could spot a target from far away, but so what? If you couldn't hit them or increase your power, what was the point? Wait. Hold on. Wei Ming's thoughts froze for a moment. Using this ability for close combat would be foolish, wouldn't it? A sniper. In the daytime, this ability would allow you to lock onto a target from 2 or even 3 kilometers away with pinpoint accuracy. Unfortunately, most sniper rifles didn't have such range. But even so, if someone couldn't locate their opponent and ended up being shot in the head from a distance, it wouldn't matter if they were an evolver. As for night vision? That was terrifying too. Although it couldn't reach distances of 2 or 3 kilometers, seeing clearly up to 500 meters was entirely feasible. Pair that with a sniper rifle, and this was a truly deadly ability. Hawkeye ability? Let's call it that for now. It described the main characteristics of the power well enough. Did this evolver have a gun? Yes. But not a sniper rifle, just a standard pistol. The guy was quite sneaky, hiding among a group of ordinary people. Ha! Too bad for him. Under my spatial radar, there's nowhere to hide. Brother Qian, we've found them, one of the subordinates reported quickly. With that, the group moved toward the entrance to the underground space. Should we go in? Asked one of the physical type evolvers. Ha! There might be an ambush inside. No need to bother, said the evolver addressed as Brother Qian with a faint smile. Throw in some grenades and collapse the tunnel. We'll wait right here for them to show themselves. They'll have no choice but to surface. Ha ha ha, the group chuckled darkly. One of them pulled out a grenade, removed the pin, and tossed it into the entrance. The sloped tunnel echoed with the sound of the grenade bouncing downward. A few seconds later, there was a muffled boom, and the ground trembled slightly. The entrance to the underground space collapsed completely. Since the tunnel had only been crudely dug without reinforcement using concrete or stone, the blast naturally caused it to cave in. Watching from the sidelines, Wei Ming smirked. These people thought they were lying in wait, but the underground space had over a dozen ventilation shafts. Any one of them could be quickly expanded into a new exit. Waiting here for someone to surface? They were bound to be disappointed. But would Zhong Honghong and her group come out to fight? Honestly, staying underground was a good strategy. By blocking the main entrance, the attackers had effectively cut off their own means of assault. Zhong Honghong and her group could simply remain safely below, waiting for these people to grow impatient and leave, or dig a new exit and resume their lives as before. Wei Ming occasionally deployed his spatial radar to check on the situation below. Zhong Honghong and her team were excavating a second tunnel. Were they planning a counterattack, or just opening another exit? Half an hour passed quickly. Brother Qian's group was growing restless. The silence below made it seem as if no one was digging their way out. Could they all have suffocated? Possible. Once the entrance was sealed, they'd run out of oxygen. What a pity, there were supposed to be a few pretty women down there. Stop thinking about women all the time. It's not like we don't have women back at base. They're all the same, aren't they? One of the evolvers turned to Brother Qian. Should we clear the entrance and go in to confirm? Brother Qian considered it briefly, then shook his head. No need to waste our energy here. Let's use the remaining time to scavenge more supplies and head back before dawn. Understood, the group agreed. They exited the building, preparing to leave, when suddenly bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted, and several men dropped to the ground instantly. What the hell? An ambush. Who's shooting at us? I can't even tell where the shots are coming from. The group hit the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Even the evolvers hesitated, fearing stray bullets might hit them. The Hawkeye evolver, however, quietly raised his head. With his enhanced vision, he could clearly see up to 500 meters in the darkness. Drawing his pistol, he aimed bang, and someone in the distance fell to the ground. He smirked coldly and resumed scanning for new targets. In the darkness, he was the king of ambushes. Wei Ming watched the scene from a nearby rooftop, amused. He thought to himself, Zhong Honghong, you owe me one for this. Zhong Honghong's group had used the newly dug tunnel to exit the underground space and set up an ambush near the residential area's entrance. Initially, they gained the upper hand, but they hadn't anticipated their opponents would include a sniper-type evolver, who was now turning the tide against them. Bang! 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 The Hawkeye evolver fired continuously, changing positions after each shot. In the pitch-black night, he could attack with impunity while remaining invisible to his targets. Stop shooting! Take cover! Zhong Honghong ordered.
She raised nearby chunks of earth and stone to form a barrier, shielding her group. Zhongjia, the other side seems to have a sniper who can see us even in the dark.
What should we do? Someone asked. Zhong Honghong hesitated. If they retreated now, they'd only make themselves easier targets for the sniper. Their casualties would be even higher. We'll wait it out. Once the sun rises, we'll either counterattack or retreat entirely, she decided. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out, startling everyone. The shot hadn't come from Zhong Honghong's group, nor from Brother Qian's. Over there, one of Zhong Honghong's physical-type evolvers pointed toward a building. Zhong Honghong was shocked. The bullet had been aimed at Brother Qian's group. She could faintly see the flash of the shot but couldn't recall anyone from her group being positioned there. Bang! 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 Gunfire echoed again, followed by Brother Qian's men crying out in pain. The fact that they could scream meant Wei Ming's sniping wasn't perfectly accurate. If it had been, they wouldn't have been able to make a sound. Who was it? This marksman was unbelievable. Wei Ming held a sniper rifle and fired recklessly from the window. Why? Because he had opened a spatial gate in front of himself. He could shoot others all he wanted, but for anyone trying to hit him? Not a chance. It felt incredible. Ever since gaining the Hawkeye ability, his formerly mediocre marksmanship had advanced by leaps and bounds. Every time he aimed, it was as though some divine power guided his hands. He could hit whatever he wanted with precision. He felt like a god holding the power of life and death in his hands. This rifle isn't powerful enough. If it had greater range and higher accuracy, it'd be perfect. Improving accuracy is easy, but range, that depends on the rifle and the bullets. Oh well, this sniper rifle has a range of up to 900 meters. That's good enough for now. Wei Ming locked onto the Hawkeye evolver. He was determined to take him out. This type of stealthy, assassination-focused evolver was genuinely troublesome. Unless Wei Ming could react faster than a speeding bullet, he could easily be taken out from hundreds of meters or even a kilometer away by a single shot. This threat had to be eliminated. Bang! A burst of fire erupted from the rifle's muzzle as the bullet streaked through the air at supersonic speed. This meant the target would feel the impact before even hearing the shot. Clink! Yet, what Wei Ming witnessed next was bizarre. Somehow, the Hawkeye evolver had also fired a shot. The two bullets collided mid-air, and Wei Ming's shot was deflected. What the hell? Is that even possible? Deflecting a bullet with another bullet might sound simple in theory, but how could anyone actually pull it off? A bullet's flight only lasts 0.2 to 0.3 seconds. Drawing and firing a gun in that short amount of time was already an incredible feat, let alone aiming with precision. After all, the bullet wasn't stationary, its trajectory had to be calculated on the fly. And given how tiny bullets are, hitting one would be exponentially harder. However, Wei Ming immediately noticed the Hawkeye evolver looked drained and fatigued. That one shot seemed to have consumed all his energy. So this ability has a burst mode, but the cost is post-use exhaustion. I just haven't unlocked it yet. Unfortunately, the evolver rolled across the ground and hid behind cover. Wei Ming couldn't hit him with the sniper rifle anymore. Bang! 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 Wei Ming's relentless attacks had provoked Brother Qian's group, and they retaliated furiously. Dozens of bullets were fired at Wei Ming's location. Wei Ming didn't care. With a thought, whoosh, a fiery projectile streaked out from him. The people below froze for a moment before the Hawkeye evolver shouted, "Watch out, it's an RPG." He leaped out from behind his cover and ran desperately. It's a rocket, after all. Wei Ming smirked. As long as you come out. Bang! Another shot rang out. The Hawkeye evolver staggered and fell to the ground. This shot wasn't fatal, but the fiery little darling in the sky was already upon him. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion followed, accompanied by roaring flames. The Hawkeye evolver was sent flying, his body riddled with shrapnel. And yet, he didn't die. Even though he wasn't a physical-type evolver, all evolvers had far greater vitality than ordinary people. At this point, Wei Ming could have intervened to save him. But why would he? After all the effort he put into taking him down, he'd have to be crazy to help him now. Retreat! 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 Brother Qian shouted desperately, turning tail and fleeing. Their opponent wasn't just a marksman with deadly accuracy, he also had an RPG. How could they possibly keep fighting? They could only swallow this bitter loss. As Brother Qian's group fled in disarray, Zhong Honghong's side took the opportunity to counterattack,
firing a barrage of bullets that killed several more of their enemies. However, evolvers were still evolvers.
Without Wei Ming's intervention, Brother Qian and 2 other revolvers managed to escape.
Zhong Honghong's group erupted into cheers of victory, while Zhong Honghong and another revolver approached the building where Wei Ming was located.
They called out loudly, "Friend, would you come down and let us thank you in person?"
Wei Ming quickly switched his character template.
The Hawkeye type was great for sniping, but for face-to-face encounters?
The physical type template, with its faster reflexes, was much more suitable.
"Sure," he said.
He walked downstairs. When he stepped out into the moonlight, Zhong Honghong and the other revolver finally got a good look at him.
"Ha!
You look familiar," Zhong Honghong said, surprised.
Wei Ming smiled. "Zhong Honghong, it's been a long time." "Wei Ming? Are you Wei Ming?"
Zhong Honghong's eyes lit up as she remembered, her surprise quickly giving way to excitement. Meeting an old classmate was always an emotional moment. In the apocalypse, it was even more significant. In just over a month, at least 2/3 of the population had perished, most from heat or thirst, and a smaller number from violence. In the future, human-caused deaths would only increase.
Wei Ming nodded. "It's me, Wei Ming. It really is you."
"No wonder your voice sounded so familiar earlier," Zhong Honghong chirped excitedly. For a moment, she didn't seem like the leader of a group of evolvers, just a 20-something-year-old woman catching up with an old friend. The other revolver smiled.
"I'm Zhong Daozhong. Thank you so much."
As the 3 chatted, more people gathered around. A man holding a baby walked over to Zhong Honghong's side. He gave Wei Ming a wary look before saying, "Hello, I'm Honghong's husband, Yi Guzheng." His first words were to declare himself as Zhong Honghong's husband, staking his claim.
Just how insecure was he?
Zhong Honghong gave a faint, bitter smile. Before the apocalypse, she had been the one pursuing Yi Guzheng. After their marriage, she had depended on him. He had a higher degree, a better income, while she, a technical school graduate, had worked an average sales job with modest pay. But when the apocalypse began, she became an evolver. Using her abilities, she had created an underground shelter for the community, earning everyone's respect and admiration.
And Yi Guzheng? He was just an ordinary person.
Their roles and status had completely reversed. Now, Yi Guzheng could only watch as his wife shone brightly while he stayed home to care for their child. His insecurity had grown to the point where he suspected every man who came near Zhong Honghong of trying to steal her.
Especially Wei Ming, an old classmate. Had there been a relationship between them in the past? Could old feelings rekindle? Of course Yi Guzheng was nervous. That's why he immediately declared his position.
Zhong Honghong held her husband's hand, signaling her loyalty to him.
"You're my husband, and I'm your wife. My heart is yours."
Then she turned to Wei Ming.
"Thank you so much for earlier. What brought you here?"
Yi Guzheng relaxed slightly when Zhong Honghong held his hand, but her question to Wei Ming made him tense up again.
"Why is he here in the middle of the night? He couldn't possibly be here for my wife, right? What do I do? Even if he's an evolver, I'm not handing over my wife." His expressions were so animated that Wei Ming couldn't help but chuckle internally. This is too amusing.
Wei Ming said calmly, "I came out to look for supplies and happened to pass by here. When I saw that group acting suspiciously, I decided to keep an eye on them."
"That's how I ended up seeing you."
"So that's what happened."
Zhong Honghong couldn't help but sigh emotionally. "Old classmate, we really have you to thank today. Without you, who knows how much we would have lost. What happened between you and those people?" Wei Ming asked casually.
Zhong Daozhong chuckled and stepped in to explain.
"That brother Qian was named Shenli. He had a younger brother named Xian Xiangwei.
Once, during a clash over scavenging supplies, Xian Xiangwei made inappropriate remarks toward a female member of Zhong Honghong's group and even tried to abduct her. This sparked a violent conflict between the two sides. Both sides suffered casualties, but most importantly, Xian Xiangwei was killed. This enraged Shenli, who had been seeking revenge ever since. However, he had never been able to locate Zhong Honghong's base and could only search aimlessly. Today, Xianli happened to encounter one of Zhong Honghong's members who had fallen behind. He deliberately only wounded the person and let them escape, creating the illusion of a lucky getaway.
Then he followed them, eventually finding their hideout. Fortunately, Wei Ming intervened. Otherwise, the other group's sniper would have been devastating, likely causing significant casualties. "If you don't mind, would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Zhong Honghong asked.
Yi Guzheng immediately started winking at his wife, signaling her not to extend the invitation. What if this guy took a liking to her and started pursuing her? With laws no longer in effect, what did being married even mean? Who would enforce charges of bigamy? Even though Wei Ming had no such intentions, Yi Guzheng still thought, why take the risk if we can avoid it? Sure, Wei Ming agreed. Yi Guzheng's face darkened instantly. Wei Ming noticed but found it amusing. He genuinely had no interest in Zhong Honghong. If he did, seeing her holding hands with Yi Guzheng and raising a child together should have caused him pain or jealousy, right? But he felt nothing at all. To him, Zhong Honghong was simply an old classmate, nothing more. Still, Yi Guzheng's intense jealousy and insecurity were entertaining, so Wei Ming deliberately agreed to come along just to see how things would play out. Instead of heading to the underground shelter, they found a room in one of the buildings above ground and sat down. Zhong Honghong and Wei Ming began reminiscing about their school days, sharing funny and embarrassing stories. The two of them burst into laughter, while Yi Guzheng's face grew darker and more uncomfortable by the second. Wei Ming intentionally said, "During those 3 years of middle school, you were my goddess. If only you had gone to high school, I would have definitely confessed my feelings." Zhong Honghong covered her mouth and laughed. Wei Ming's openness in saying this in front of Yi Guzheng showed he had nothing to hide and no ulterior motives. However, Yi Guzheng's face turned a deep shade of blue, and he almost stood up to kick Wei Ming out. "You know, I've been single all these years," Zhong Honghong said with a teasing smile. "No way," Wei Ming waved dismissively. "Now I've got wives and concubines everywhere, I've become a real Casanova." Yi Guzheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Wei Ming openly admitted to being a playboy, then even if he pursued Zhong Honghong, she would surely draw a line with him. After all, his wife despised unfaithful men. Back when she was chasing after him, she had catered to his every whim, but when he jokingly mentioned taking a mistress, she immediately turned fierce and warned him that if he ever dared, he'd better prepare to become a eunuch. "So, where are you now?" Zhong Honghong asked, deeply curious. "Dragon King's Palace," Wei Ming replied. "Oh, the Dragon King's Palace!" Zhong Honghong and Zhong Daozhong exclaimed in unison. Clearly, the Dragon King's Palace was well known. Though they hadn't been there, they had definitely heard of it. After chatting for a while longer, Wei Ming checked the time. It was already past 5 o'clock. He stood up and said, "I need to head back. If you ever visit the Dragon King's Palace to trade supplies, I won't charge you any transaction fees." "Thank you so much. And you're always welcome here," Zhong Honghong and Zhong Daozhong said as they stood to see him off. Yi Guzheng, on the other hand, looked like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Finally, he's leaving. But please, don't ever come back. After Wei Ming left, Zhong Honghong and her group reopened the entrance to their underground shelter and returned to its cool depths. It was far too hot above ground. Back in the shelter, everyone gathered around to ask about Wei Ming. "Oh, a middle school classmate? An evolver? The leader of the Dragon King's Palace?" The first detail didn't matter much, and being an evolver wasn't surprising. Most people who rose to prominence these days were evolvers. But the third revelation? That was truly shocking. Dragon King's Palace is no joke. "Yeah, I heard they can field 10 evolvers at once." 10? Are you serious? We only have Zhongjia and Zhonggu. Dragon King's Palace is rolling in wealth. They're probably the richest faction in Haidu by now. Meanwhile, Wei Ming drove back home. As he drove, he replayed the events in his mind, occasionally activating his spatial radar out of habit to search for evolution stones. It felt good to bump into an old classmate. After all, the people he had known were witnesses to his life. Once there were no more familiar faces left in the world, wouldn't that be unbearably lonely? That's why he invited Zhong Honghong and her group to visit the Dragon King's Palace and even offered them special treatment. It wasn't because he still had feelings for her or any lingering attachments, just a gesture of goodwill toward an old classmate. For him, the Dragon King's Palace wasn't about making money. Evolution stones, energy, and beautiful women were his real goals. Unfortunately, despite driving all the way back to the shelter, Wei Ming didn't find a single evolution stone. Could they really have only appeared once? Would his abilities now only grow at an excruciatingly slow pace over time? Parking his car, Wei Ming's figure blurred as he teleported to the first basement level. Then, with another teleport, he reached the second basement. His spatial gates range had increased slightly, now up to 6.1 meters, but he still couldn't cover the full depth in one move. Entering the alloy door, Wei Ming refrained from teleporting further. At a depth of over 60 meters, he had no choice but to use the elevator. Back in the shelter, Wei Ming quickly showered and went to bed. Just as he was starting to doze off, the voice of his AI assistant broke the silence.
Master, Zhao Guofu is calling. Underground, satellite phones couldn't receive signals, but the shelter's satellite receivers ensured that Wei Ming stayed connected as soon as he returned.
Put him through, Wei Ming said. Zhao Guofu wouldn't call at this hour unless it was urgent. Wei Ming, my men investigating Guanxing Society ran into trouble, Zhao Guofu said gravely. A drone just arrived and dropped off their scout's head.
Wei Ming, we must retaliate. Zhao Guofu analyzed over the phone. If we don't, the enemy will think we're weak.
Our subordinates will lose morale, and people who would have come to us might defect to Guanxing Society.
Even if the Dragon King's palace had abundant supplies, what use was that without sufficient strength to protect them? People might think, oh, I've exchanged plenty of dragon coins, but if the Dragon King's palace gets taken over, won't my dragon coins become worthless?
With that fear in mind, people would naturally prefer to trade with a more powerful faction. Even if their terms were harsher, at least they wouldn't have to worry about losing everything.
Wei Ming chuckled. So, what do you know about Guanxing Society? How many evolvers do they have?
What types?
Not much yet, Zhao Guofu admitted, shaking his head. I was planning to go there myself tomorrow.
Wei Ming thought for a moment and said, don't go.
We've drawn a lot of attention recently. Both you and I are probably well recognized by now.
If you go, you'll be walking right into their trap.
Then what should we do? Zhao Guofu frowned. Charging in without knowing the enemy's strength was extremely risky.
Wei Ming replied, wait 2 days.
I'll figure something out.
Alright, I'll wait for your signal. Just let me know when to act, Zhao Guofu agreed.
Wei Ming hung up the phone and immediately went to sleep.
The world could wait, sleep came first. When Wei Ming woke up, he freshened up, had a small bite to eat to tide him over until lunch, and began planning how to deal with Guanxing Society.
Rushing in headfirst is out of the question.
There are more and more types of evolvers now, including those specializing in assassination.
If we attack directly and they ambush me, what if I get sniped?
Although the odds were low, given that he was an evolver too, Wei Ming couldn't ignore the possibility.
For example, if he used the flame-type template, he could transform into fire to avoid all physical harm.
But why take unnecessary risks? What if they had an ability that countered his?
Take, for instance, an ice-type evolver.
A single ice spear could pierce through his flame form and deal him fatal damage.
Hadn't he Jiao Jiao been defeated by him with nothing more than water? Even if he used the physical-type template, a well-placed bullet could still take his life.
In short, no ability was flawless, they all had weaknesses. I'll scout Guanxing Society first, just like I did with the Dragon King's palace before.
Zhao Guofu might be recognized, but I won't be.
Wei Ming smiled confidently. Thanks to his spatial abilities, he could temporarily alter his appearance, adjusting his height and features.
Who could possibly recognize him? I'll head out tonight.
At that moment, Yang Niu walked over with a book in her hand.
Wei, there are some characters I can't read. Can you teach me?
She was wearing a school uniform, complete with a pair of non-prescription glasses, looking like a student attending class.
But, was she serious about that neckline? At least 2 buttons were left undone. TSK.
Sure, Wei Ming replied with a smile. He had already decided to act at night, so he had plenty of time to kill. Yang Niu sat down, looking like a diligent, eager student.
Wei Ming asked with a chuckle, which characters don't you understand?
This one, Yang Niu said, pointing at a character.
Guan, Wei Ming read aloud.
And this one, she continued, sliding her finger down to another character.
Ran. Yang Niu kept pointing.
Wah. There should have been one more character, but Wei Ming already understood.
Were you really here to study? Still, who's counting?
With such a rich and profound culture, it's only natural for foreigners to be deeply fascinated by Chinese civilization.
Wei Ming didn't mind. For someone genuinely eager to learn, he was more than willing to teach. When it came to endurance, Yang Niu was undoubtedly the strongest among the women.
Even Song Qingyun and Zhang Linlin were slightly inferior to her.
Yang Niu's daily routine included 2 hours of morning jogging followed by an hour of strength training, mostly squats. Her stamina was truly remarkable.
Why was she so proactive today? It was because she hadn't been to the Dragon King's palace yet. While the other women had already visited, she hadn't. Wei Ming had paused his trips to the Dragon King's palace to focus on finding evolution stones, inadvertently leaving Yang Niu out. Wei Ming had forgotten, but Yang Niu hadn't. She likely thought that she had done something wrong, causing Wei Ming to dislike her. In truth, not visiting the Dragon King's palace wasn't a big deal, but Yang Niu was afraid that Wei Ming might kick her out of the shelter. If that happened, would she become someone's plaything? Even if she didn't, could she still enjoy the shelter's luxurious conditions? Even the simple inability to shower every day would drive her mad. After 2 days of hesitation, she couldn't take it anymore. Using her pretext of needing help, she tried her best to curry favor with Wei Ming. Wei Ming had already figured out her thoughts but had no intention of reassuring her. Wouldn't it be better to keep her feeling uncertain and on edge? Just look at her, she was clearly putting in extra effort to please him. Did Wei Ming care about her feelings? Of course not. All he cared about was her effort and attentiveness. Yang Niu, Lu Qing, Ni Xiaolu, and Shangye, none of them were top-tier beauties. Why were they allowed into the shelter to enjoy such a good life? Because Wei Ming wanted some playthings. Even with women like Yu Chutong and Song Qingyun, who were undeniably stunning, Wei Ming had no intention of making them fall in love with him. Romance was too much trouble. He was only after enjoyment. At least, that's how he felt for now. Yang Niu couldn't get a single clue about Wei Ming's intentions from him. Feeling even more insecure, she tried harder to please him. Before they knew it, the sun had set, and night had fallen. For those living in the apocalypse, nightfall marked the beginning of their day. After dinner, Wei Ming got into his car and set out. Target, Guangxing Society. The Guangxing Society was quite far from the shelter. Wei Ming checked the map and saw that the entire trip would take over an hour by car, assuming the roads were clear. If there were any traffic jams, it could take a day or more to get there. Of course, this wouldn't be a problem for Wei Ming. At worst, he could switch to a motorcycle, or if needed, he could just run there himself. Using his physical type template, he could run 100 kilometers in one go, maintaining a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour. As he made his way there, Wei Ming naturally didn't travel idly. He continuously used his spatial radar to search for evolution stones. Unfortunately, he didn't find any. The good news was that the roads were clear, and he arrived at his destination in just over an hour. The area was bustling with activity. Wei Ming took a look and saw that the Guangxing Society was also a repurposed hotel, though not as tall as the Dragon King's palace, only 18 stories. However, they spared no expense, lighting up the entrance with a dazzling array of colorful lights, giving the place a hedonistic, indulgent atmosphere. In this apocalyptic world, where most people lived precarious, day-to-day lives, having a place where they could enjoy the moment and forget about tomorrow's suffering was bound to attract many. People would be willing to spend lavishly here to numb themselves. Similar to the Dragon King's palace, the entrance of the Guangxing Society was manned by attendants. Wei Ming strolled in confidently. At the moment, he had disguised himself as a middle-aged man, ensuring no one could recognize his true appearance. "Hey there, brother! First time here?" A young attendant quickly approached, full of enthusiasm. "Want me to show you around?" Wei Ming nodded. "Sure." The attendant, eager to please, began guiding Wei Ming through the place. As Wei Ming listened to the attendant's explanations while observing the surroundings, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The setup here was practically identical to the Dragon King's palace. First, all transactions here required the use of a specific currency called star coins. These were slightly more refined in design than dragon coins, but the anti-counterfeiting method still relied on simple stamps, which left Wei Ming speechless. Once you had star coins, you could spend them freely. Like the Dragon King's palace, sellers could set up stalls for free, but exchanging star coins for food or water incurred a fee. This alone ensured that the Guangxing Society operated at a guaranteed profit. Of course, the Guangxing Society also had a casino and places catering to men's and women's pleasures. However, unlike the Dragon King's palace, where human trafficking was abolished, here it was rampant. The men and women selling their bodies were treated purely as tools for profit, without any rights. They had to serve clients whenever summoned, sometimes even to the point of death. "Brother, how about trying your luck at the casino?" the attendant suggested enthusiastically. The odds of winning were slim, and the more Wei Ming lost, the more star coins the attendant could earn in tips. But Wei Ming wasn't here to gamble, he was here to gather information. He shook his head. "How about some girls?" Then, the attendant pressed on. "We just raided a wealthy neighborhood yesterday. The women we captured are top quality.
The ones that aren't as good have been sent to the upstairs lounge. You can have fun with them for a small fee. The real top-tier ones will be auctioned off later. I swear on my life, the top-tier girls are untouched. If you're interested, I can show you. Seeing that Wei Ming wasn't biting, the attendant quickly added, if you're not into women, we also have men, both macho and effeminate types. Seriously? Wei Ming shot him a glare. I'm just looking around. No problem, brother. I'll accompany you, the attendant said cheerfully. Wei Ming hadn't exchanged any star coins yet, and if he gave up now, the attendant wouldn't make a single cent. Wei Ming wandered through the trading area. His real goal, of course, was evolution stones. Perhaps someone might have one for sale. Naturally, the wandering was just a cover. His real method was the spatial radar. Buzz. The radar swept through, and a detailed spatial image of the entire area appeared in Wei Ming's mind, down to the cellular level. A shadowy area. Wei Ming's spirits lifted. He didn't rush over but instead asked, how do I exchange for star coins? The attendant's enthusiasm surged. You can exchange food or water directly for star coins. What about cigarettes? Wei Ming asked. Using food or water required a large quantity, which wasn't an issue for him, but it would attract too much attention. Sorry, brother, we only accept food or water, the attendant replied. 1 kilogram of food or 1 liter of water equals 1 star coin. Wei Ming nodded. If it weren't for the evolution stone, he wouldn't bother wasting resources. But for an evolution stone, he wouldn't hesitate to spend even tens of thousands of kilograms of food. Compared to the supplies in his spatial dimension, tens of thousands of kilograms of food were nothing. He went back to his car, pretending to fetch supplies, and secretly retrieved over 100 kilograms of rice from his spatial dimension along with 5 boxes of bottled water, over 100 bottles, each 500 milliliters. Loading the supplies onto a small cart, he brought them into the Guangxing Society. After inspection and weighing, Wei Ming exchanged the supplies for 157 star coins. The attendant was thrilled. By helping Wei Ming exchange star coins, he earned a 1% commission over 1 star coin, enough to feed himself for more than a day. With the star coins in hand, Wei Ming returned to the trading area. He approached the location where the evolution stone was, only to find it wasn't displayed on the stall, it was being sat on by the stall owner. Wei Ming didn't show any urgency. He casually purchased a few items from the stall, then pointed to something farther away from the stall owner. I'll take that too, he said, forcing the owner to stand up, revealing the evolution stone underneath. Ugh, that's disgusting. Luckily, his spatial dimension could directly absorb the stone. If he had to absorb it himself, he'd probably wash it a dozen times first. Wei Ming let out an exaggerated "oh," and pointed at the evolution stone. This rock looks pretty cool. I've already bought several things from you. How about throwing this in for free? The stall owner's eyes flickered. Sure, but only if you buy a few more items. Wei Ming hesitated for a moment before replying, alright, but I'm only buying 3 more things. It's just a rock. If my woman didn't like collecting weird stuff, I wouldn't even want it. Deal, the stall owner agreed. Not wanting to waste time, Wei Ming quickly picked 3 random items and prepared to pay. But just as he was about to hand over the money, a voice called out from behind him, Director Li? What? Who's Director Li? Wei Ming turned around and saw a man in his 30s. Upon seeing Wei Ming's face, the man immediately burst into laughter. Director Li, it really is you. But beneath the smile was an unmistakable chill. What the hell? Is this really happening? Wei Ming was dumbfounded. His current appearance was based on a random man from Qidong City that he vaguely remembered, whose surname happened to be Li. How could he run into someone who actually recognized this disguise? This coincidence was downright absurd. Not wanting to engage, Wei Ming gave the man a casual smile and turned back. Pack up my items, he instructed the stall owner. The stall owner obediently packed the goods, including the evolution stone, and said with a grin, that'll be 6 star coins. Wei Ming was just about to pay when the man behind him interrupted. Hold on. Director Li is always so generous. Spending only 6 star coins? Isn't that an insult to his reputation? Raise the price. The stall owner froze for a moment, unsure how to respond. The middle-aged man burst out laughing. What's the matter? Could it be that even Director Li is running short on cash? Tell you what, I'll offer 7 star coins for this package of items. The stall owner immediately understood what to do and hurriedly handed the packed items to the middle-aged man. Thank you for your patronage, sir. You've got a death wish, haven't you? Wei Ming looked at the middle-aged man. I don't even know you, let alone this Director Lee you're talking about. Are you just asking to die? He had no idea what grudge this man held against the so-called Director Lee, but interfering with Wei Ming's acquisition of the evolution stone. Ha! I'll have to kill you for that. Wei Ming didn't bother raising the bid, though he could easily afford it. Instead, he discreetly used his spatial radar. The middle-aged man was an evolver. A physical-type evolver. Well, that explained a lot. If he weren't an evolver, how could he casually offer 7 star coins without batting an eye? That was no small amount. Ha! Since you're an evolver, it's clear you're not just doing this to humiliate me. Would you spend 7 star coins just for that? The middle-aged man shot Wei Ming a provocative glance, his expression practically screaming, "What are you going to do about it?" Wei Ming deliberately put on a fearful look and turned to leave. The middle-aged man took the bait and followed him quickly. Inside the Guangxing society, conflicts were strictly prohibited. Wei Ming pretended to grow more anxious, quickening his pace. The middle-aged man sneered to himself. If you stayed inside the Guangxing society, I might have to hold back. But since you're running out? You're dead. Feeling confident, he didn't rush. After all, he was an evolver. How could a regular person outrun him? And this guy had to be a regular person. Why else would he be so scared? Wei Ming ran faster and faster after leaving the Guangxing society. Now that they were outside, the middle-aged man no longer had any reason to hesitate. With a single burst of speed, he closed the distance. Director Lee, I never thought you'd end up like this, he said coldly. And to think you're still alive. Wei Ming sighed. Do we really have such a deep grudge? The middle-aged man snorted. In your eyes, Director Lee, denying me that project and giving it to your brother-in-law instead was probably no big deal. But for me, I poured everything I had into that bid, I even mortgaged my house. And after all that, you took my bribes and still gave the project to your brother-in-law. Do you have any idea how much you ruined me? Ha! Your brother-in-law is dead now, I killed him. Your sister is mine too. She's not very pretty, but every time I'm with her, I think of your disgusting face, and it makes things so much more enjoyable. I always thought, if I could meet you again, I'd tear you apart, piece by piece. Wei Ming didn't bother pretending anymore and simply looked at him calmly. From the man's words, it was clear he had indeed been wronged by Director Lee. But this guy was no saint either. One scoundrel complaining about another. Ha! Why aren't you scared? The middle-aged man looked displeased. I'm going to execute you piece by piece, so why aren't you afraid? He suddenly erupted in fury. Wei Ming sighed. Because you're too weak. Why should I be afraid? You bastard. Still talking tough? The middle-aged man swung his hand at Wei Ming's face. Wei Ming raised his hand and caught the man's wrist mid-swing. Snap! He stopped the blow effortlessly. The middle-aged man was stunned. Just from this grip, he realized Wei Ming was also an evolver. Damn it! This guy was pretending to be weak all along. Realizing his mistake, he tried to unleash his full power, but before he could, he suddenly vanished from where he stood. Wei Ming smiled. Once someone was grabbed by his right hand, they were instantly transported into his spatial dimension. In fact, he didn't even need to grab them, just a half-second touch would suffice. The evolution stone was naturally transported into the spatial dimension along with him. Wei Ming watched through his connection as the evolution stone quickly dissolved, its energy absorbed into his body. All his abilities improved slightly. Wei Ming didn't leave immediately. Instead, he transformed into the middle-aged man using his spatial ability and returned to the Guangxing society. The guards at the entrance had clearly seen the middle-aged man chase after Wei Ming. Now that he was back but Wei Ming was nowhere to be seen, the outcome was obvious. But the guards weren't surprised. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak. In fact, dying quickly was a blessing. The women upstairs had it far worse, forced into endless servitude, and when they were no longer useful, slaughtered and eaten. Food was scarce, especially meat. Anything frozen or refrigerated had long since spoiled. If you wanted fresh meat, you could only resort to cannibalism. Not everyone had the courage to eat human flesh, but those who resisted would eventually weaken and die. Sooner or later, they would all become monsters. Wei Ming re-entered the Guangxing society. His goal was to gather intelligence on the number and strength of their evolvers. This was easy, he just needed to use his spatial radar. The auction is about to start. We've got some excellent goods today, and our boss, Brother Lei, will personally host the event. 5 minutes left, hurry up. Several attendants began shouting enthusiastically. The boss himself is hosting? Wei Ming pondered for a moment and decided to check it out. If the boss was attending, the second in command and other key figures were likely present too. This could be a perfect opportunity to obtain the templates of all their revolvers at once. Perfect. Wei Ming made his way to the auction hall. Entry required proof of assets, with a minimum of 10 star coins. Wei Ming had over 100 on his own, plus the 50 he took from the middle-aged man. That was no small amount. He presented just 20 star coins, enough to get in. He wasn't here to show off his wealth, after all. For now, Brother Lei hadn't shown up. Wei Ming wasn't in a rush. It was only a matter of minutes. He activated his spatial radar, scanning the auction hall. Including himself, there were 13 attendees, all evolvers. However, every single one of them was physical type. As expected, physical type evolvers were the most common. Wei Ming didn't bother recording their templates. None of them were stronger than Zhao Guofu, and at best, they were evenly matched. There was no point in wasting effort. The evolvers in the hall were already mingling, forming alliances. Some even finalized partnerships within minutes. Impressive efficiency. Wei Ming understood. The world was becoming increasingly dangerous. No evolver could survive alone for long. If they didn't want to submit to a powerful faction or risk being killed, forming alliances was a logical choice. As the saying goes, long periods of division must end in unity. Currently, Haidu was fragmented. With no government authority in sight, smaller factions were scrambling to grow stronger. Unity was an idea deeply rooted in Chinese culture. To avoid being swept away by the tide of consolidation, one had to find ways to grow stronger. Alliances were the fastest and least costly method. Thank you all for coming today. I'm Lei Hao, a burly middle-aged man said as he entered. His muscular frame exuded power, with each muscle group prominently defined. Wei Ming naturally swept the area with his spatial radar. He focused the radar's range on the auction hall, keeping the height at around 2 meters. This conserved his energy, allowing him to recover almost instantly, leaving no concern about depleting his abilities. Wei Ming's eyes showed a trace of surprise. Although Lei Hao appeared to be a typical muscle-bound brute, likely a physical-type evolver, the cellular structure within his body was entirely different. This was a completely new type of evolver. Character template recorded. Wei Ming smiled faintly. Since Lei Hao was the leader here, he was likely the most powerful person in Guangxing society. With the strongest character template in hand, Wei Ming had already completed more than half of his mission. Adding the evolution stone he had acquired, this mission was a resounding success. Of course, Lei Hao wasn't the only one introducing himself. The people standing next to him were also clearly evolvers, all physical types. However, their strength was slightly inferior to Zhao Guofu's. For Wei Ming, who could use Zhao Guofu's template to create 10 or even 100 temporary evolvers stronger than these individuals, they weren't worth noting. Thank you for waiting, Lei Hao said with a grin. Yesterday, we captured a wealthy district, a real wealthy district. The residents there had assets worth billions, yet those bastards still had food and water. Can you believe it? While we're starving and dying of thirst, they were still living in luxury. Naturally, I didn't show them any mercy. I killed a batch of them right away and brought all the young and attractive ones back with me. And it's not just beautiful women. We've got handsome men too, in case anyone here has more unique preferences. Enough talk. Bring them in. A line of people was pushed onto the stage. Why line? Because each person's hands were tied, and they were strung together like a human centipede. However, all these captives were women, ranging in age from 18 to their mid-30s. They clearly hadn't bathed in a long time, their hair was greasy, their faces were dirty, and their bodies emitted an unpleasant odor. In stark contrast, Lei Hao and the other evolvers looked well-groomed, no longer deserving the label of filthy men. Wei Ming was puzzled. Even in this state, how could anyone stomach this? Their appearances were so unkempt that it was hard to discern what they originally looked like. Not everyone had spatial radar like Wei Ming. You're probably wondering how you can judge their appearances like this, Lei Hao laughed. Don't worry. Guangxing society doesn't deceive people. Here, these are photos from their phones, no beauty filters applied, I promise. With that, a large screen behind him lit up, displaying 17 photos, each marked with a number corresponding to one of the women being auctioned. Wei Ming sighed inwardly. Human society had crumbled so quickly. Just over a month ago, it was civilized and peaceful. And now, anyone could be bought and sold. Without power, you were nothing but prey.
Some of the women did look quite good, with scores above 85 on Wei Ming's internal scale. They were displayed completely unclothed, allowing buyers to inspect every inch of their bodies. Lei Hao grinned and announced, "Each woman starts at 100 star coins.
Bids must increase by at least 5 star coins. If you're interested in one, just call out the number and your bid. Our attendants will keep track." He gestured to a group of subordinates, each holding paper and pen, ready to record bids as the auction began. "Let's get started."
A starting bid of 100 star coins was no small amount. It equated to 100 days of food and water. As resources dwindled over time, their value would only increase. Spending that much on a woman, no matter how attractive, left many hesitant. Seeing the crowd's indecision, Lei Hao chuckled. "Don't think of this as expensive. After you're done with them, you can sell them off again to recoup some of the cost. And even if you can't sell them, their bodies can still be eaten." At these words, all 17 women trembled in fear, paralyzed by terror.
100. "I'll take number 3, someone called out. 100 for number 8, another bid. Wei Ming didn't place any bids.
He simply watched coldly. In this apocalyptic world, people had indeed become commodities.
105 for number 8. 110 for number 8. 115 for number 8. Ha! What's so special about number 8?
Wei Ming glanced at the woman labeled number 8. She was a tall, slender young woman whose allure couldn't be entirely hidden beneath her filth. Her curvaceous figure and fair skin stood out. Based on her photo, her appearance scored an 88, nearly reaching the level of a true beauty. However, Wei Ming's expression quickly turned strange. Based on the spatial radar's feedback, this woman wasn't clean. Not in terms of hygiene, she had a disease. In these times, nobody used protection.
Any unprotected contact would inevitably lead to infection. Would evolvers die from diseases like AIDS? Wei Ming didn't know.
After all, evolvers hadn't existed for very long.
This is going to be interesting. Number 8 eventually sold for 205 star coins to an evolver called Brother Lu.
Boldly, he paid on the spot and immediately pushed number 8 to the ground.
"Let's see if you're worth the price," he laughed.
Wei Ming found the whole thing uninteresting. Even the most attractive woman in the group, number 8, didn't meet his standards, and on top of that, she was infected. He had zero interest. Deciding to explore further, he headed upstairs for a proper investigation.
"Since I'm already here."
Wei Ming left the auction room and exited the Guanxing Society entirely. After walking some distance, he returned, this time entering through a secluded corner. With a quick teleportation, whoosh, he was inside the second floor. He continued his exploration. Ascending floor by floor, Wei Ming used his spatial radar at every level. Whenever he detected an evolver, he recorded their character template. By the time he reached the 9th floor, one last radar scan revealed the remaining 9 floors. On the top floor, he detected a new evolver, a completely new type. However, this evolver was just a little girl, no older than 5, sleeping soundly.
Such a young evolver?
Wei Ming was surprised. Every other evolver he had encountered so far was an adult. Seeing a child evolver was unexpected.
With all the intelligence gathered, it was time to leave.
Quietly, under the cover of darkness, Wei Ming slipped away unnoticed. But an hour later, a group of 12 people arrived at the Guanxing Society. If Wei Ming had still been there to scan with his spatial radar, he would have discovered that every single one of them was an evolver. Wei Ming no longer had time to visit the Dragon King's palace. Of course, he didn't really need to. He called Zhao Guofu and instructed him to make preparations to head to Guanxing Society the next day.
Zhao Guofu was initially taken aback. So soon?
But then he remembered that Wei Ming was always decisive.
When they had dealt with He Jiaojiao's group, hadn't it been the same?
Understood, Zhao Guofu replied. After hanging up, Wei Ming didn't go to sleep immediately. Instead, he decided to test out 2 of his new character templates. The first was Lei Hao's ability. He entered his spatial dimension and transformed himself in an instant. When he stepped out, his body seemed to have developed an innate sense. He glanced at a kitchen knife on the counter and lightly curled a finger.
Come.
Whoosh! The knife flew toward him. Its speed increased rapidly, almost as if it were turning into a bullet.
Holy crap!
Wei Ming instinctively opened a spatial gate and pulled the knife inside. The next moment, he teleported to the second level of his spatial dimension, where he placed a heap of steel rods and even a truck in an open area. Focusing his thoughts, the steel rods began to fly toward him. This time, he controlled the intensity of the ability, so the rods flew at a less dangerous speed. He then flipped his hand, and the rods shot back in the opposite direction. Thud, thud, thud. The steel rods pierced into the sandpit like giant needles, turning it into a pincushion in an instant. This ability allows me to control metal.
But unlike Magneto from the movies, it has only two functions, attraction and repulsion. It's like the polar forces of magnets, opposites attract, like poles repel. Let's just call it Metal Controller. Maybe as this ability strengthens, I'll truly become like Magneto. No wonder Lei Hao could become a leader. This ability is pretty impressive. Let's see how it performs in the real world. Wei Ming left the shelter and arrived at an empty residential complex near a park. He extended his hand toward one of the buildings.
Almost instinctively, he could sense all the metal within it, kitchen utensils, appliances, and even the rebar embedded in the structure.
Come!
Activating his ability, all the metal within the building began to tremble.
Bang, bang, bang. Windows shattered as knives, appliances, and other items flew out. More terrifyingly, the entire building began to deform as the rebar inside was pulled outward. Wei Ming immediately stopped. The energy consumption was immense. Ugh! He coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Worse, blood seeped from his skin not just in one spot, but all over his body.
Trying to dismantle an entire building? His body couldn't take it. Damn it, I overdid it.
Wei Ming quickly retreated into his spatial dimension, where he instantly repaired his damaged body.
When he reappeared, he couldn't help but grin wryly. This ability is insanely powerful. Extremely, ridiculously powerful. I can sense metal on an instinctive level. Even if a supersonic bullet were fired at me, I'd be able to detect it immediately and slow it down or even send it back.
Any steel rod in my hands becomes an unstoppable weapon of destruction. But the faster the acceleration, the greater the energy consumption. If I didn't have this ability and faced Lei Hao unprepared, he could have easily crushed me to death with a metal wall. For a physical-type evolver, encountering him without a vastly superior evolution level would likely mean instant defeat. Still, it has its drawbacks, mainly its lack of endurance. It's similar to Ouyang Long's Bone Spike ability. While his attacks are devastating, he can only sustain 7 rounds. With this metal-controlling ability, I can barely hold on for a few seconds if I go all out. After thoroughly testing this ability, Wei Ming switched to another new character template. The little girls. What's this ability for? Wei Ming focused his senses. As with most non-physical evolvers, the body's physical attributes only reached the peak of ordinary humans, which wasn't surprising. However, while some abilities were immediately apparent, like the Eagle Eye template's enhanced vision or the metal-controlling ability's natural affinity for metal, this one left him completely puzzled. What is it supposed to do? It was clearly not a physical-type ability. Wei Ming experimented for about half an hour before his throat began to itch. He coughed several times, eventually coughing up a strange object. A fruit? What the hell? He picked up the fruit. Though it looked like a regular piece of fruit, it emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. If he hadn't just coughed it up, and instead found it on a tree, he might have been tempted to take a bite. I need a test subject. That was easy. There were plenty of bad people wandering the streets. With a quick sweep of his spatial radar, Wei Ming found someone within 3 minutes and forced them to eat the fruit. What did you make me eat? What did you make me eat? The man shouted in terror. Suddenly, the man's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His cells strengthened, and their arrangement changed significantly. A physical-type evolver. Wei Ming observed with his spatial radar and came to a shocking conclusion. The man had evolved from an ordinary person into a physical-type evolver. What the hell? This is just like my spatial modification ability. No, wait, it's different. I need character templates to perform modifications. This fruit seems to allow natural evolution. Damn, this ability is terrifying. Even if I could only create 1 fruit per day, that's 365 evolvers in a year. Could it really be that exaggerated? Ha ha. I feel so powerful. The test subject realized what had happened and exclaimed, I'd become an evolver. This is amazing. I'm going to conquer all the women in the world.
He turned to Wei Ming, his gaze predatory. But first, I'll kill you, you bastard. He charged at Wei Ming. And then, he disappeared.
Wei Ming swiftly switched character templates and released the subject back into the real world. The man, unaware of what had just happened, continued his charge only to be met with a hail of steel rods. Thud, 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 thud. Ah! The man screamed as steel rods pierced his limbs, pinning him to a wall. Blood streamed down, pooling on the ground.
Wei Ming's expression was calm. Now to determine, does this evolution last permanently, or is it temporary? If it's permanent, damn.
Wei Ming captured another test subject. These days, it was ridiculously easy to catch a bad person. Finding a good one, on the other hand, was nearly impossible.
You'd be lucky to find one decent person out of 10,000.
As for scumbags, well, putting them to use was at least a way to give their otherwise worthless lives some value. Wei Ming modified the second test subject using the little girl's template, the one that could produce evolution fruits.
Let's call them evolution fruits for now.
Then, he patiently observed. Half an hour later, the second test subject began coughing and eventually spat out an evolution fruit. Wei Ming thought for a moment, then set the fruit aside without storing it in his spatial dimension.
He continued observing.
2 hours later, the subject coughed again, producing a second evolution fruit.
Wei Ming's expression shifted slightly. Producing one evolution fruit every 2 hours? That's absurd. Wouldn't that mean 12 fruits in a single day?
By now, morning had arrived, but Wei Ming didn't return to the shelter. Instead, he stayed in the residential complex to continue observing. Heat wasn't a problem. He dumped out large chunks of ice, bringing the surrounding temperature down to a comfortable 28 degrees Celsius.
Wasteful? Not at all.
He collected the melted ice water in large tubs, and once the ice fully melted, he simply stored the tubs back into his spatial dimension. The two test subjects watched this, dumbfounded, as though they were witnessing sorcery.
Wei Ming couldn't have cared less.
From the moment they were turned into test subjects, their fates were sealed. They wouldn't survive.
Time passed steadily.
The second test subject continued to produce one evolution fruit every 2 hours.
By late afternoon, Wei Ming called Zhao Guofu. The operation is postponed for today.
Though puzzled, Zhao Guofu accepted the decision without complaint. Wei Ming could counter Lei Hao's abilities, but the little girl's ability posed a significant unknown, a frightening variable.
If one evolution fruit could create an evolver every 2 hours, how many evolvers had Guanxing society amassed? Wei Ming shook his head. He didn't believe the effects of the evolution fruits were permanent.
If they were, Lei Hao would have already taken over the Dragon King's palace rather than establishing a new Guanxing society.
Observing the test subjects was dreadfully dull.
Bored, Wei Ming grabbed his phone and started reading novels. By nightfall, nothing had changed. The first test subject continued screaming, but their abilities had not disappeared. Meanwhile, the second test subject kept producing evolution fruits every 2 hours, resembling a hen laying eggs.
This is so damn boring.
If Wei Ming brought the test subjects back to the shelter, he could at least kill time more comfortably. However, that would increase the risks, so he decided to stay put.
Boring as it was, so be it.
As the long night dragged on, the first test subject suddenly began thrashing violently.
Oh? A change?
Wei Ming quickly began using his spatial radar to monitor the subject.
Since it was just one person, the energy consumption was negligible.
By maintaining near-continuous scans, he could observe every detail of the subject's changes in real time.
He watched as the subject's transformation unfolded. It was fast over in just 3 seconds. The subject reverted to being an ordinary human. While in their physical type evolver state, they had managed to cling to life even through severe injuries thanks to their incredible vitality.
But the moment they returned to being a regular human, their life force rapidly dwindled. Within 3 minutes, the man was dead. So, the effects of the evolution fruit aren't permanent, they last only 24 hours, just like my spatial modifications. Additionally, consuming the evolution fruit only grants the lowest level 1 template. In other words, the same basic level Zhao Guofu had when he first became an evolver.
Wei Ming exhaled in relief.
The evolution fruit was similar to his spatial modifications. However, while his modifications could elevate a subject's abilities with higher-level templates, the evolution fruit seemed incapable of doing so. Still, that didn't rule out the possibility that this ability might evolve in the future, allowing stronger evolvers to be created with longer-lasting effects.
That little girl. I need to get her. 2 hours later, the second test subject also reverted to being a normal human. Surprisingly, about half an hour later, the first evolution fruit they had produced turned to ash. So, evolution fruits only have a 24-hour shelf life? What about storing them in the spatial dimension? Wei Ming tossed all the remaining evolution fruits into his spatial dimension, which was devoid of time flow. So far, only evolution stones had been absorbed by the space itself. After disposing of the 2 test subjects, Wei Ming walked back to the shelter under the blazing sun. It was only a kilometer away, no big deal. Once back, Wei Ming immediately washed up and went to bed. Oh, but before that, he called Zhao Guofu. Old Zhao, we're hunting tigers tonight, huh? I've got something new and exciting planned. Zhao Guofu chuckled. Alright, I'll look forward to it. After hanging up, Wei Ming fell into a deep sleep. He woke up around 3 p.m. The previous day had been exhausting, as he'd spent the entire time monitoring the test subjects. Even with his extraordinary physical endurance, he couldn't keep pushing himself like that. He checked his spatial dimension, all 10 evolution fruits were still there. Perfect. The spatial dimension can preserve evolution fruits. Wei Ming went downstairs, where all the women turned to look at him, some with concern, others with confusion or curiosity. Lin Wanqiu giggled. 2 whole days without playing cards with us? We're not used to it anymore. This guy had so much energy that he played cards with them daily, often treating it like a full-contact sport. Yet now, nearly 50 hours had passed without so much as a game. They found it hard to believe. Wei Ming had originally planned to eat, but after Lin Wanqiu's comment, he decided to indulge in some seafood first. Later that evening, with his stomach full, Wei Ming left the shelter and headed for the Dragon King's palace. Wei Ming, the people have been selected, Zhao Guofu informed him. He knew Wei Ming had some evolutionary serum. Wei Ming nodded. The so-called evolutionary serum was a sham before, but the evolution fruits were the real deal. The second test subject had produced 11 fruits in total. If Wei Ming could scale this process with multiple test subjects, he could potentially produce hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of evolution fruits daily. The thought alone was terrifying. This time, instead of a serum, Wei Ming handed out fruits, puzzling Zhao Guofu. Wei Ming casually explained, I've been researching these evolution fruits for the past couple of days. I see. Zhao Guofu nodded in confusion. He couldn't tell what made these fruits different from the previous serum. Wei Ming didn't bother clarifying. He distributed 10 fruits, 1 to each person. After consuming the fruits, each individual quickly gained abilities. Wei Ming was surprised to find that while 9 of them became physical-type evolvers, 1 had a different ability. That person gained fire-based powers similar to He Jiajiao's, though less potent. An unexpected discovery. Out of the 10 people who consumed the evolution fruits, 9 turned into physical-type evolvers, but 1 unexpectedly developed a different type of ability. This meant that the abilities generated by the evolution fruits were random. Wei Ming was surprised this was a new discovery. Unfortunately, the fire-type evolver's template wasn't particularly useful to him. Wei Ming already had a fire-based template, and this individual's ability was far weaker than He Jiajiao's. Naturally, there was no need to record this template. Wei Ming, are we heading out now? Zhao Guofu asked. Wei Ming shook his head. This isn't enough people. Gather some more. Considering that Guanxing society had the little girl who could theoretically produce 12 evolution fruits a day, each fruit lasting 24 hours and creating evolvers with a similar 24-hour duration, the organization could potentially have up to 24 artificial evolvers at any given time. If we're going to attack, it has to be a crushing victory. Zhao Guofu was shocked. You can make even more evolvers? Yes, a few more. Wei Ming replied casually. In truth, he wasn't sure what his limit was. Zhao Guofu quickly gathered more people. Within minutes, over 20 more individuals stood before Wei Ming. Lord Wei, they shouted in unison, dropping to one knee. They already knew what awaited them, an opportunity to become evolvers. Even if it only lasted 24 hours, being an evolver was still an incredible boost. Without wasting words, Wei Ming began administering the so-called evolutionary serum in reality, pulling each person into his spatial dimension for modifications. Though he had many templates at his disposal, for safety reasons, he only used physical-type templates. Physical types were versatile but not ideal for assassination, they were best suited for direct combat. Wei Ming was cautious in his selections. After all, while his spatial radar could see through bodies, it couldn't read minds. Safety came first. A physical type evolver turning against him? Fat chance.
Wei Ming himself was built from the strongest physical type template. Even if a group of physical type evolvers surrounded him, he could deal with them with ease, using his spatial gates to kill them all. After transforming all 22 individuals into evolvers, Wei Ming finally felt a faint trace of fatigue.
So, creating evolvers isn't entirely without cost?
When he had previously created 10 evolvers in one go, he'd felt no strain and assumed there was no limit to how many he could make.
Still, this is just minor fatigue. I'm sure I could create 100 evolvers without issue.
Maybe if I pushed myself, I could even manage 120 or 130.
Of course, I've never tested it before.
A little group like Guanxing Society doesn't deserve that kind of effort. After a brief rest, Wei Ming stepped out and waved his hand.
Let's move out.
He was determined to capture the girl who could produce evolution fruits. As Evolver's abilities grew stronger over time, her potential was unimaginable. One day, she might produce fruits capable of evolving people directly to level 2 or level 3. Of course, Wei Ming's levels were his own classifications. In his view, everyone was currently at level 1 at best, perhaps 1.1 or 1.2 at most. No one was at a level that could completely dominate newly evolved individuals. Except for Wei Ming himself. His spatial gates neutralized all evolvers, regardless of their level. Once they entered his domain, they were at his mercy. Wei Ming had to keep the girl close, monitoring her ability as it developed.
With 34 people in 5 vehicles, they set off under the cover of night.
As for He Jiaojiao, she was left behind to guard the base. Wei Ming hadn't brought any of his women along, so he wasn't worried about her causing trouble.
If she dared betray him? He'd kill her upon his return.
Wei Ming trusted that He Jiaojiao wasn't foolish enough to cross him. She was living comfortably in the Dragon King's palace, with plenty of resources and the freedom to enjoy herself. Even if she were kicked out, she wouldn't willingly leave. If the base were attacked, she'd defend it so long as her life wasn't at stake.
Expecting her to risk her life? Not a chance.
After traveling for over an hour, the group stopped about 500 meters away from Guanxing Society.
Rest. No one made a sound.
They adjusted their states of mind and familiarized themselves with their new abilities, ensuring they wouldn't overshoot or miscalculate their movements during combat. Wei Ming gave them 30 minutes to prepare, then pulled Zhao Guofu aside. The leader of Guanxing Society is named Lei Hao. His ability is to control metal, and it's quite formidable, Wei Ming explained. When the time comes, I'll neutralize his ability. You'll take the opportunity to decapitate him. Unless absolutely necessary, Wei Ming avoided revealing his abilities in public.
Between showing off and staying safe, he chose safety without hesitation. Understood. Zhao Guofu nodded resolutely.
By now, his trust in Wei Ming was absolute. Even if Wei Ming ordered him to charge into fire or scale a mountain of knives, Zhao Guofu would believe there was a way to survive and that it would be a critical turning point.
29 minutes. 30 minutes. Move out. Wei Ming blended into the group, letting Zhao Guofu take the lead.
There was no need for him to steal the spotlight.
The 30-plus strong group marched forward, an imposing sight.
The guards at Guanxing Society's gate immediately noticed them and scrambled to alert their superiors via radio. 10 meters from the entrance, Zhao Guofu stopped. Arms crossed, he called out coldly, "Tell Lei how to get out here and meet me." The guard, terrified, forced a smile despite his trembling.
"And who should I say is calling?" "Dragon King's Palace, Zhao Guofu," he declared proudly.
The Dragon King's Palace had arrived.
The guard instinctively shrank back.
Just days ago, Guanxing Society had executed one of the Dragon King's people and put his head on display. That had been a direct challenge. Now, Dragon King's Palace had come for revenge, and the guard feared he'd end up as cannon fodder.
Our boss will be right down."
The guard wiped sweat from his brow.
Zhao Guofu laughed. "Is this how Guanxing Society treats its guests? Making them wait outside?"
The guard looked like he was about to cry and hastily replied, "Please, come in, Zhao boss.
All of you, please come in."
He ushered Wei Ming and the others inside. Zhao Guofu entered first and took a seat on a couch in the lobby, a real leather sofa, cool thanks to the air conditioning. Without it, sitting on such a couch in the heat would have been unbearable. Wei Ming and the remaining 33 men formed 3 rows behind him. Wei Ming didn't even stand in the first row, instead taking a spot at the end of the second. The hall was crowded with patrons, who quickly stepped aside to avoid getting caught up in the confrontation.
They only wanted to watch the show, not become part of it. A short while later, Lei Hao appeared in person, leading a large group of his own. Ha ha ha. Boss Xiao, what a pleasure to meet you. Lei Hao laughed loudly. However, he made no move to shake Wei Ming's hand, instead settling into the sofa across from them. Behind him, his subordinates spread out in an imposing formation. Their numbers were not only equal to Zhao Guofu's group but nearly double. After all, this was their home turf. What brings you here, Boss Zhao? Lei Hao asked knowingly, feigning ignorance. Zhao Guofu's face darkened as he responded coldly, "You killed one of my people, and you have the nerve to ask what this is about?" Lei Hao theatrically slapped his forehead as if suddenly remembering. "Oh, so Boss Zhao came for that? Sai, I really wanted to show some respect to you, but your subordinate had no manners. He ate, drank, and played here for free, and even tried to make a move on my woman. What could I do? I had no choice but to take care of him for you. Boss Zhao, I've done you a favor by cleaning up your house. No need to thank me, just give me 100,000 or 80,000 kilograms of rice as compensation." This was an obvious provocation. Zhao Guofu's expression darkened further. "You dare twist the truth?" Lei Hao shrugged indifferently. "And what if I do? What can you do about it? Bite me? Ha 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 ha." His laugh was loud and arrogant, unrestrained. After a while, he abruptly stopped and his face turned cold. "Damn it, if you're going to fight, then fight. Why waste time with all this crap? Zhao Guofu, I know you can make evolvers, but who can't these days? Come on, show Boss Zhao what we've got." At once, 10 men stepped forward from Lei Hao's group. With a loud roar, each of them stomped hard on the ground. Boom! 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 The floor tiles cracked under the pressure, sending dust flying into the air. All 10 were physical-type evolvers. "There's more." Lei Hao laughed again. "My evolvers outnumber yours by far." Another 10 men stepped forward and stomped down just as powerfully. Boom! 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 The tremors felt like a small earthquake. Lei Hao waved his hand dismissively. "Well, Boss Xiao, what do you think? You've got 10 evolvers, but I have 20. 20 against 10. That's simple math, isn't it? But I've always valued peace and prefer to resolve matters amicably. Boss Xiao, if you kneel down, kowtow, and acknowledge me as your boss, I'll make you Guangxing Society's second-in-command." He leaned back with a smug grin, waiting for Zhao Guofu's response. This was his move to checkmate. Lei Hao's display of strength was meant to intimidate Zhao Guofu, breaking his group's morale and ensuring an easy victory even if they fought. Better yet, if Zhao Guofu surrendered, Lei Hao could bide his time and kill him when his guard was down. Keep an enemy close? He wasn't that foolish. Zhao Guofu sneered. Only 20 evolvers? Was this supposed to scare him? Internally, Zhao Guofu marveled at Wei Ming's foresight and preparation. With Wei Ming's support, there was no chance of losing. Turning to his team, Zhao Guofu commanded, "Show Lei Hao what you're made of." Except for the fire-type evolver, the group roared in unison and stomped down hard on the ground, mimicking Lei Hao's men. Boom! 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 The ground trembled violently, and dust billowed into the air. What the hell? 32 evolvers? No, the one who didn't move was probably an evolver too, just of a different type. In fact, Wei Ming was currently using the metal control template, which didn't allow for heavy stomps that could crack the ground. But standing among the others, who would notice? Now it was Lei Hao's turn to have a drastic change in expression. A serious intelligence failure. The Dragon King's palace didn't just have 3 natural evolvers and 10 temporary evolvers created by the so-called evolution serum. They had 34 evolvers in total. Zhao Guofu spoke leisurely. 34 against 21. Such simple math, Lei Hao, surely you can calculate that. I'll give you a chance to kneel, beg for mercy, and I might let you be the 4th in command at the Dragon King's palace. What a swift reversal. Lei Hao could no longer maintain his grin. Instead, his eyes burned with killing intent. His grand display was supposed to intimidate Zhao Guofu, potentially forcing him to surrender without a fight. Instead, he had been completely overwhelmed. Since things had reached this point. Strike first. Take out the leader. Die. Lei Hao snarled. A flurry of kitchen knives shot out from all directions, controlled by his metal manipulation. He pointed at Zhao Guofu, and the knives flew straight toward him. If he could kill Zhao Guofu, the Dragon King's palace would lose its leader and crumble into disarray. Temporary evolvers? They'd be powerless within 24 hours.
Wei Ming extended his hand, activating his own metal control ability.
The flying knives abruptly stopped mid-air. Now! Zhao Guofu seized the opportunity and charged at Lei Hao. The others followed, rushing forward to engage Lei Hao's men. Lei Hao was stunned. How did the knives stop? Someone else was fighting for control over the metal. He pushed, but the opposing force pushed back, leaving the knives suspended in mid-air.
The stalemate was draining his energy. As Zhao Guofu closed in, Lei Hao shouted for his men to intercept while he retreated.
Despite his imposing physique, Lei Hao wasn't a match for physical-type evolvers in direct combat.
His strategy was to maximize his abilities' range.
But why did the Dragon King's palace have another metal manipulator? What kind of useless intelligence did I pay for? Lei Hao had deliberately killed the Dragon King's scout to provoke an attack.
He had prepared to ambush them with his metal manipulation, expecting to obliterate their forces. Yet now, everything had gone horribly wrong.
He kept retreating, but Zhao Guofu wasn't slowed down by his subordinates and continued to close in. Zhao Guofu, you're pushing me too far. Lei Hao roared, forcing his ability to its limits.
Blood sprayed from his body, and the knives suddenly surged forward at terrifying speed. Zhao Guofu stood directly in their path.
In this moment, Lei Hao overwhelmed Wei Ming's metal control ability through sheer desperation. You're forcing me? Fine, I'll give it my all. Would Wei Ming do the same? Of course not. There was no need. He opened a spatial gate, instantly absorbing the flying knives. So simple.
By now, Zhao Guofu had reached Lei Hao and threw a punch.
Where are my knives? Lei Hao was in utter disbelief. He couldn't dodge, physical-type evolvers were far too fast. Boom! Zhao Guofu's fist connected, shattering Lei Hao's head. He died instantly. With Lei Hao dead, did the people of Guangxing society still have the will to fight? In truth, aside from Lei Hao himself, all the other revolvers were artificially created. With their leader gone, how could they have the courage to continue? In less than 24 hours, they would revert to being ordinary humans. So even if they fought to the death against Wei Ming and his people, what would it achieve? Could they defend Guangxing society? None of them knew about the little girl's existence.
All the evolution fruits had been handed out by Lei Hao, so with his death, they naturally assumed they'd never see another evolution fruit again.
We surrender. These people backed off one by one, raising their hands in the air. Zhao Guofu was ecstatic. Another territory conquered. And this wasn't just an ordinary hotel.
Lei Hao had heavily invested in promoting Guangxing society, pouring significant resources into it to ensure its immediate success. Now, all those resources and customer traffic had become the property of the Dragon King's palace. He directed his men to sweep through the area, taking control quickly. It was all too easy. With Lei Hao dead, Guangxing society was leaderless, and Zhao Guofu carried the weight of having defeated their boss.
Who would dare defy him now? Loyal subordinates in these times? Good luck finding any.
Wei Ming, however, didn't concern himself with any of this. He made his way to the 18th floor. The little girl who could create evolution fruits was the most critical part of this entire operation. No matter how strong a group is right now, it's just a ragtag bunch of people with no real cohesion, Wei Ming thought. Guangxing society is like this, and honestly, so is the Dragon King's palace. If both he and Zhao Guofu were to die, the Dragon King's palace would immediately collapse.
Could Jiajiao? Would she seek revenge for Wei Ming and Zhao Guofu? What a joke. She had only joined the Dragon King's palace under duress, intimidated by Wei Ming's overwhelming power. If someone managed to kill Wei Ming, would she risk her life to fight back? This is understandable. None of these people are trained or have any steadfast beliefs. How could I expect them to fight to the death? But has the official government force really disappeared? Wei Ming found it hard to believe. If nearly half of ordinary people had survived, then the survival rate among soldiers should be even higher. Where have they gone? Moreover, if ordinary people can become evolvers, then surely soldiers can too. Given their superior discipline and training, I believe their evolution would progress even faster. Never mind. I don't care about these things. As long as my abilities keep improving, I won't fear anyone. Lost in thought, Wei Ming reached the 18th floor. With a sweep of his spatial radar, he pinpointed the little girl's location. She was still in the same room as before. He approached the door and found it locked, but the lock was metal. Conveniently, his current template allowed him to control metal. With a simple wave of his hand, the lock clicked open on its own. Wei Ming pushed the door open. Inside, the little girl was playing on a tablet.
When she heard the door, she was so startled that she trembled, dropping the device on the floor. Frozen in place, she began to shake uncontrollably.
Please don't hurt Xiaro. Xiaro is very obedient. Xiaro has always been good. What the hell? Had Lei Hao abused this child? How else could she be this terrified? Wei Ming smiled gently. Your name is Shiro? Ha?
The little girl looked up and, seeing that it wasn't Lei Hao but a strange young man, hesitated. Then she quickly said, Big brother, you should leave quickly.
There's a very scary man here. He uses a whip to hit people and a stick to beat them, it hurts so much.
Still smiling, Wei Ming said, Don't worry, that bad man has been chased away.
He won't hurt you anymore. Really?
The little girl's eyes widened in disbelief, her gaze brimming with hope.
Really?
Wei Ming reached out and patted her head.
Are you hungry? Xiao nodded.
Wei Ming left the room and looked around briefly. When he returned, he was carrying a tray filled with snacks and fruit, which he placed in front of her. The little girl gasped in surprise and delight. Big brother, is all this really for Xiaro? It's all yours, Wei Ming said with a smile.
Xiaro immediately began eating, though she ate too quickly and ended up choking.
Wei Ming handed her a bottle of water. What's your family name? He asked casually.
My family name is Jiang.
My full name is Jiang Ro, but everyone calls me Xiaro, and I like that better, she replied. Wei Ming ruffled her hair.
What about your family?
Jiang Ro's face fell, and tears welled up in her eyes.
My dad was beaten to death.
My mom and I tried to escape, but one day, while she was out looking for food, I was captured. They wanted to eat me, but when I coughed up a fruit, they thought it was strange and didn't eat me.
Later, that scary man locked me up here.
Whoa, I haven't seen my mom in so long. Finish eating first, Wei Ming said gently. I'll take you to a safe place where lots of kind big sisters will look after you.
I'll help you find your mom, okay?
Okay. Jiang Ro clapped her hands excitedly.
Thank you, big brother. What's your mom's name? Her name is Jiang Mengyuan. She's the most beautiful woman in the world.
Big brother, if you see her, you'll recognize her immediately, Jiang Ro said confidently.
Such self-assurance. Wei Ming glanced at the little girl.
She was indeed adorable, with delicate features that promised she'd grow into a stunning beauty. No wonder she believed her mother was the most beautiful woman in the world. Not the most beautiful, probably, but surely an 80+ out of 100. Wei Ming wasn't lying to the child.
If he did encounter Jiang Mengyuan, he wouldn't mind reuniting the two.
After all, his shelter didn't exclude women, only men.
Jiang Ro's ability was too valuable.
Wei Ming needed to keep her close and monitor how her power developed. Jiang Ro ate only half the food before stopping. Despite the longing in her eyes, she forced herself to stop. Big brother, Xiaro is full. Food is too precious now. I need to save some for later. Such a sensible child, it tugged at the heartstrings.
Wei Ming smiled. Don't worry. I have plenty of food. Eat as much as you want. Reassured, Jiang Ro finished the snacks, though she still seemed unsatisfied. Wei Ming didn't give her more. That's enough for now.
You can eat more when we get to the shelter.
Let's go.
He took her small hand and led her downstairs.
Wei Ming didn't bother informing Zhao Guofu.
The two had an understanding. Zhao Guofu would handle public matters, while Wei Ming worked in the shadows. Taking over Guanxing society was trivial and didn't require Wei Ming's attention.
V-room.
He started his sports car and sped off toward the shelter.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.